I just rang the bell at Nasdaq, worth billions, but the next second I was reborn back to 2010, lying in a cheap hotel room. By my side is the school beauty who framed me in my past life. In my previous life, she ruined my reputation and drove me far from home, yet in this life, she acts like a loyal subordinate, willingly surrendering everything to me. I sneered and shook off this venomous treasure girl, then immediately returned the borrowed and misappropriated 45,000 yuan. He went all in on a 26-1 World Cup upset of epic proportions. I bet a decade of my future against a single night of fate, and this time, the whole world will go mad for me. My name is Zhang Yang, a successful man in my early 40s with a net worth exceeding 10 billion, but on the very night of my great achievements, reborn due to a car accident, he returned to June 23, 2010. Mr. Zhang, I've just bought a rather charming new outfit, waiting for you at 308. Just after ringing the bell at the Nasdaq for his company's listing, Zhang Yang received a text from his assistant and smiled as he replied, "Alright, I'll impart more financial knowledge to you tonight." However, after leaving the noisy hall and instructing the driver to take a shortcut via the emergency lane, the ground ahead suddenly collapsed. The entire car sank into it. A flash of white light passed by, and when he awoke, he found himself in a bar. The outdated song I Miss You was playing in his ears. 2010? Had he been reborn? The midnight bell was about to ring, and the whole crowd was cheering, but Zhang Yang was still bewildered. Until a familiar figure appeared, Su Xinyan, the campus belle of Yangcheng Normal University. In his previous life, it was during this bar gathering that Zhao Ziqing, the wealthy second-generation heir from their hometown association, made Su Xinyan toast him with drugged wine. After drinking it, he followed her to the hotel in a daze, only to have Zhao Ziqing break in with his men and beat him up. His photo was posted on major forums, forcing him to flee abroad. "Hey, Zhang Yang, wanna grab a drink?" Su Xinyan grabbed him as he tried to leave. Zhang Yang smiled at the corner of his mouth, thinking that rebirth seemed quite good after all. He discreetly swapped the 2 glasses of wine in front of him and slowly sat down. "Don't be nervous. Actually, I quite admire you. I know you don't have money now, but you'll succeed eventually." Su Xinyan continued to flatter him. "But I've never drunk alcohol before." "You've never even tried alcohol? Just drink it all in one go. Come on, I'll drink with you." With Su Xinyan's half-hearted encouragement, both of them raised their glasses and downed the wine in one go. Zhang Yang pretended to feel uncomfortable, loosening his collar and indicating that he was feeling a bit hot. Su Xinyan indeed took his hand as planned. "Let's hurry then, we'll go somewhere cooler." Watching them leave, the president of the hometown association, Ma Quan, and Zhao Ziqing exchanged smug smiles, ready to catch them in the act at the neighboring Orange Hotel. Soon, Zhang Yang and Su Xinyan arrived at the hotel. Su Xinyan was clearly not herself at this moment, clinging to him like an octopus. Entering the room, Su Xinyan was completely bare, kneeling half-naked before Zhang Yang like a loyal subordinate, seemingly ready to give a work report. The midnight bell tolled. In the bar, Zhao Ziqing received a text message and led people to the 3rd floor of the hotel. The door remained shut as Zhao Ziqing began kicking at room 307's door. Just as the door was about to be kicked open, 2 police officers arrived and took Zhao Ziqing and his gang away. It turned out Zhang Yang had already reported them as an organized crime group to the police. He said to the staff, "There's no such door, it's definitely tight, let's go." Not a word was spoken throughout the night. Su Xinyan woke up and immediately screamed, wrapping herself in the balcony curtains while glaring angrily. "First of all, it was you who forced me yesterday. If you don't believe it, you can check the surveillance footage. Moreover, this curtain has a limited length. Didn't you notice your entire back is exposed?" Zhang Yang said. Su Xinyan quickly changed direction, exposing even more of her alluring figure to Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, I warn you, if you dare to speak about today's matter, I won't be polite with you. Don't think this will make me fall in love with you," she said angrily. Zhang Yang felt no guilt as he dressed himself and draped her clothes over her shoulders. "Sure, if you want to call the police, you'll have to explain first, what's the deal with that drink? The grudge between us is settled, don't bother me again in the future." Zhang Yang left with a carefree and confident demeanor, not forgetting to remind, "Oh, by the way, the blanket got dirty, remember to cover the cleaning fee. Thanks for your hospitality." Walking on the road, looping the god of song's victory at the start. 2010 was the starting point of transformations across various industries. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered the World Cup. On June 24, defending champion Italy suffered a shocking 2-3 defeat against Slovakia, creating a major upset. Seeing the 26x multiplier, he knew his first pot of gold had arrived. He decided to head back to the dormitory to borrow money first. Roommate Lu Hao saw him and thought he was short on money to buy a birthday gift for his goddess Wen Caiyi. "Young Master Lu, lend me 10,000. Zhang Yang opened his mouth. "Holy shit, bro, you're playing this big?" Lu Hao agreed. Dorm leader Fan Xiaobai, on the other hand, mocked Zhang Yang as a useless man who was led around by the nose by women. Zhang Yang hurried out the door. Fan Xiaobai cursed him as a deadbeat. Besides the 10,000 yuan Lu Hao borrowed, Zhang Yang also remembered that the vice class monitor was holding over 30,000 yuan from their class's summer trip funds. Under the girls' dormitory, he was stopped by Wen Caiyi's best friend Lin Xiaofan, who mocked him for being unworthy of harassing Wen Caiyi. "Shut up, I don't talk to fatheads," Zhang Yang retorted. At that moment, class monitor Chen Feifei came down. Legs as long as 1.2 meters, with a mature and sophisticated aura. Only then did Zhang Yang realize with shock that he had been blind before, wasting 4 years pining over Wen Caiyi. "Zhang Yang, are you serious? Can I get a cheap flight ticket to Diancheng?" Chen Feifei asked. "Really, I know a friend who can get a 20% discount, but he told me to buy in advance." Zhang Yang told a lie. Chen Feifei handed him the bank card. Lin Xiaofan called out to him again. "Wen Caiyi, lie down with dogs, rise up with fleas, don't let her stupidity rub off on you," Zhang Yang said disdainfully. Wen Caiyi tried to salvage the situation, adopting her usual delicate demeanor, explaining that standing him up yesterday was due to insomnia. "I actually do have some feelings for you, it's just, we're still only freshmen. If I ever decide to start dating in the future, you'd definitely be my first choice," she said. Lin Xiaofan added fuel to the fire. Wen Caiyi told Zhang Yang not to come to her birthday party and to just leave the gift by the dormitory door like before. "Who said boys must give gifts to girls on their birthdays? When it was my birthday, I didn't see you giving me anything," Zhang Yang asked. The pig squealed again. "Time to go, time to go." Zhang Yang turned and left, this reaction making Wen Caiyi feel puzzled inside. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Feifei's roommate pointed out that Zhang Yang's excuse about the plane ticket was a lie. She suddenly realized her concern about what he might do with the money, hastily dressed, and rushed out after him. She followed Zhang Yang all the way until he entered the sports lottery shop by the roadside. "No more looking, boss, 2:3, 45,000. Zhang Yang said to the boss. Chapter 4, 26x payout odds. No one believed it. Only when Zhang Yang actually prepared to pull out his bank card to pay did the owner finally believe he had a big customer today. He immediately dropped his stern expression and replaced it with a fawning smile. "Betting tickets, right? 23, got it. Boss, you've got great insight. We all agree Italy will narrowly pull through today. After all, they've drawn their last 2 matches, another draw or loss just wouldn't fly. They are the reigning world champions, after all." The owner spoke while operating the machine to print the tickets. At that moment, Zhang Yang reached out to stop the ticket printing. "You've got it wrong, boss. I want to bet on Slovakia 3, Italy 2. "What? You said Italy 2? You mean Italy will be eliminated today? Did I hear that right?" Hearing this, the boss instantly thought Zhang Yang had lost his mind. "You heard me right. Go ahead and place it. This Italian team won't make it out of the group stage. Bro, I'm not trying to pull a fast one on you. Over the past couple days, I've had at least 800 people buying tickets here, and almost all of them are betting on Italy to win. The boldest ones are betting on a draw. You're going straight for Slovakia? You got too much money to burn? Listen to me, I'll put it down as Italy to win. I've been watching soccer for decades. You think I'd lie to you? Just take my money and get the ticket printed. No need for more talk, got things to do." Seeing the boss still chattering on, Zhang Yang feared the betting window would close, so he hurried him along. All right. You young folks, don't come crying to me when you get burned. Oh, and remember, single tickets can't exceed 20,000. No problem, I'll split it across 3 tickets for you." The shopkeeper felt his goodwill was being wasted, so he grumbled while printing the tickets. Zhang Yang said nothing. Once the tickets were printed, he took them and left. Tonight, he needed to find a bar to savor this moment of pure victory. With a 45,000 yuan stake and odds of 26:1 after deducting the 17% tax rate for winnings in this era, the net prize still reached a staggering 980,000 yuan. Nearly a million yuan profit in one night. It was simply outrageous. Of course, he understood the adage that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. So after this, he wouldn't touch gambling again. After all, he had always been utterly opposed to the poison of gambling. Shortly after he left, a short-haired girl entered the lottery shop. The owner was immediately drawn to her long legs. Such a figure, he'd only seen the likes of it on TV. So he greeted her with excessive politeness. "Beautiful lady, how can I help you?" "That guy I just left with is my boyfriend. What was he doing here?" Hearing this, the owner was taken aback. How could that guy have such incredible luck? To find a girlfriend of this caliber? Sure, he was kinda handsome, but could looks put food on the table? Seeing the owner's hesitation, Chen Feifei quickly added, "Oh, Mr. Owner, please tell me we saved that money together, and I'm worried he might gamble it away." "What? That guy's that shameless?" "Yep, he gambled it all just now. He bought 45,000 worth of lottery tickets. And hey, sweetheart, your boyfriend's got terrible taste. He didn't bet on Italy, he bet on Slovakia. You should ditch him ASAP. A guy like that isn't worth committing to for life. Good looks don't last forever. Out in the real world, it's all about connections and real power. My name's Jia, the Jia in Wang Jia." The boss tried to hint at something else, but Chen Feifei bolted out the moment she got her answer. Zhang Yang was humming a tune on his way when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. He stopped abruptly and turned to look. The person behind him seemed to have run too fast, unable to stop in time, and ended up crashing into him. Zhang Yang looked down to find a long leg pressed against him, then saw a face as delicate as a porcelain doll though her eyes blazed with anger. Zhang Yang, how could you do this? Oh, Chen Feifei? What's wrong? You lied to me. You took the money to gamble. Her gaze was accusatory. Why don't you get up first? You're crushing me like this, and I'm afraid passersby will call the police for indecent behavior in public. At this, Chen Feifei awkwardly stood up. But soon she nervously tugged at Zhang Yang's sleeve. Go return the tickets, okay? Please, Zhang Yang. The boss just said Italy will definitely win. He's been watching soccer for years. Many might struggle to picture what it looks like when a mature, sophisticated woman acts all cute and clingy. Right now, Zhang Yang truly felt Chen Feifei was a goddess. He just couldn't figure out why she'd only ranked 11th in last year's campus beauty contest on the school forum, while that Su Xinyan girl had snatched the 6th spot. Looking back now, that forum ranking was clearly inflated. Su Xinyan only gained so much attention because of a photo of her stretching on the sports field. Her figure in that shot was incredibly striking. But after digging into the truth, Zhang Yang could say for sure she used tech to enhance it, and the photo was staged. Seeing Zhang Yang silent, Chen Feifei grew impatient. Zhang Yang, hurry up and get a refund. Chen Feifei, this ticket can't be refunded. Once sold, no refunds or exchanges. What? What should I do then? She was on the verge of tears. So, we can only hope you win the lottery for this match. You should go back and wait for news. Zhang Yang had barely taken a few steps when Chen Feifei caught up again. Wait, Chen Feifei. I'm heading to the bar to watch the game. Are you sure you want to come? I'm coming. Bars are dangerous. I'm worried about your safety. Her eyes darted around as she spoke, clear signs of lying. Worried about my safety? You're just afraid I'll run away, aren't you? Zhang Yang instantly saw through her. Yeah, that's right. Chen Feifei nodded. Damn it, Feifei, do I really seem so untrustworthy to you? I used to trust you, but I feel like you've changed. The old you wouldn't gamble away this money. People change, you know? 3 parts fate, 7 parts hard work, that's how love wins. Zhang Yang was from Haicheng, so he deliberately used the local dialect for that last line. Ha? How do you know Minnan dialect? No way, we've been classmates for a year. You didn't know I'm from Haicheng? Sigh, I'm disappointed in you. I thought we were pretty close. No, let me explain. Explanations are just excuses, and excuses are the truth. Zhang Yang cut him off. Chen Feifei hated being wronged most of all, so she threw the question right back. What about you? Do you even know me? We've been classmates for a year too. Chen Feifei, native of Yangcheng, 121 centimeter legs, gentle and kind personality. Oh, and her measurements are 86, 60, 88, probably an A cup. What did you say? Chapter 5, Ba Ba. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang arrived at the bar entrance, his fingers still stinging from the nail marks that hadn't faded. See? You say I don't know you, but when I actually do, you don't want me to. Me. Fine, I won't say another word. You people from Yangcheng are strange, just talk, why all the bleeding? Today was a crucial match for Italy. If they won, it meant the defending champions would be eliminated in the group stage. So many Italian fans had come here to cheer them on. Zhang Yang ordered some snacks and a 6-pack of Corona, quietly waiting for the game to start. Just as he settled into a corner seat, Zhang Yang spotted Chen Feifei trying to squeeze underneath him and jumped in surprise. Ha! Hey, Chen Feifei, stop! Shut what? Chen Feifei poked her head out, a rope suddenly in her hand. Where'd that rope come from? What are you doing? Zhang Yang recoiled in fright, quickly moving farther away. Hey, don't move. Chen Feifei pulled his feet toward her, began tying the rope around them, and then secured the other end to her own rope. Wait, Chen Feifei, have you lost your mind? Zhang Yang thought she'd gone completely bonkers, so he smacked her on the head with his palm. Ouch. She clutched her head, pouting. I'm afraid you'll run off if you lose. Zhang Yang was nearly laughing in exasperation. How could someone be this naive? If he truly wanted to run away, what could this single rope possibly stop him? I might even take you with me. Behind that cool, composed exterior, she had such an adorable personality. I still don't feel secure. Zhang Yang, can I tie you up again? Whatever. Zhang Yang didn't bother arguing. He figured it would at least ease her mind for now. With his permission granted, Chen Feifei tied their hands together once more. Only after finishing this did Chen Feifei finally speak up. Thank you, Zhang Yang. You're so kind to me. You're thanking me for this? Zhang Yang couldn't help but think this girl was too adorable, especially since none of this was her fault. Want some wine? The competition's about to start. Zhang Yang poured her a glass. Alcohol? My cousin always tells me kids shouldn't drink. How old are you, anyway? You're hardly a kid. I'm not that old anyway. I'm only 19. Oh, wait, yesterday was my birthday. So I'm 20 now. Yesterday was your birthday? Why didn't you say so? I would have gotten you a cake. No thanks. I never celebrate birthdays. Never had that habit growing up. Plus, my cousin said once you're in college, you shouldn't accept gifts from guys. She rested her chin in her palm, staring intently at the big TV in the center. 20 minutes into the match, neither team had scored yet. Most patrons in the bar were Italian fans. Seeing their home team in decent spirits, they raised their glasses in celebration. Chen Feifei, however, was starting to panic. Zhang Yang, what if Italy actually wins? I'll just run away then. It's tens of thousands of yuan. Seeing her utterly terrified, Zhang Yang teased her deliberately. Ha? You'd run? What about me? Wouldn't I be left behind? Could happen. So, wanna have a drink? Experience it before you go in. No way. You're always trying to trick me into drinking. Your motives aren't pure. Caught red-handed, Zhang Yang flushed and could only laugh awkwardly. I was just trying to give you courage. Liquor gives cowards courage. Oomph. No way. And you know what? I've made up my mind. If your lottery ticket doesn't win, I'll just tie you up and make you apologize in front of your classmates. You don't have to go that far, do you? Just then, the entire crowd erupted in excitement. Damn it. He lost control. Block it, block it. Zhang Yang looked at the screen and saw Slovakia's number 11 capitalize on Italy's mistake, sliding in for a diagonal tackle that sent the ball flying into the net. The entire stadium fell silent in disappointment. Chen Feifei, however, shrieked, yes. It's in. It's in. Only when she noticed the disapproving looks around her did she awkwardly sit back down. Zhang Yang chuckled and downed the rest of his drink in one gulp. Closer and closer to the $1 million prize, only one word filled his mind. Awesome. Zhang Yang, is this really that good? Corona's pretty smooth, with a rich malt flavor. What? Want to try some? Chen Feifei nodded like a bobblehead. Don't blame me if I get drunk. No way, I don't drink much. Chen Feifei took a sip, then stuck out her tongue. Yuck. Why do you guys even like drinking? That just means you haven't lived enough. Drinking is about the vibe, we're not professional sommeliers. I'm having this glass because I'm happy. Pfft, acting all high and mighty. I don't buy it. I wouldn't drink this even if you gave it to me. That's what she said, but by the 73rd minute of the game, Chen Feifei had already downed 2 bottles. Ha! Feels good. Another goal. Number 11 again, scoring from the corner kick scramble. Slovakia now leads Italy 2-0. Zhang Yang, I see you were right, drinking does need the right atmosphere. But why aren't you drinking? Drink up. Why aren't you drinking? Can't drink. Gotta pee. Untie my rope first. Oh, okay. Chen Feifei hurriedly untied the rope, unconcerned about him escaping, because she sensed today was truly her chance. But after fiddling with it for a while, she realized she'd tied a dead knot. Zhang Yang, I tied it too tight. How about holding it? No way. Come with me. Nature calls, can you just hold it like that? Besides, this is where beer's downside shows easy to drink, but it really makes you run to the bathroom. Ha? What? A few minutes later, Chen Feifei stepped into the men's restroom for the first time. Listening to the sounds coming from the stall, she felt her face flush. Even though the door was closed, her hands and feet were bound together, and Zhang Yang's movements seemed to pull at her. Thankfully, Zhang Yang finally emerged. No one to hold on to. This is so inconvenient. Ha? Support what? Kids, mind your own business. Go back and keep watching the game. By midnight, the game finally ended, and the 6-pack of Corona was finished. Chen Feifei knew she wouldn't have to pay for it. She'd downed about 4 bottles herself and was now staggering slightly. Zhang Yang kept thinking that tied up like this, they might both end up face planting on the floor, so he quickly borrowed a lighter and burned through the rope. The moment the rope snapped, Chen Feifei started to collapse. Thankfully, Zhang Yang caught her in his arms just in time. A 20-year-old girl, her scent was intoxicating. Chen Feifei, you okay? Ha? Oh, I'm fine. I'll walk home myself. Her tone was strangely excited. Having never drunk alcohol before, this was the first time Chen Feifei had ever lost her composure like this. As they left the bar, the staff giggled behind their backs. The two were so inseparable even when drinking, they had to stick together, as if afraid the other might vanish. The street breeze sobered Zhang Yang a bit, but his heart still raced with excitement. After the recent game, the lottery tickets in his hands were now worth $1 million. This money would become his seed capital to pursue even greater things. At that moment, Chen Feifei, who had been walking ahead, turned to see Zhang Yang staring blankly. She stumbled back, crouched down beside him, and asked, "What are you doing? You're drunk. Let me carry you back." "Thanks a bunch, but no thanks." Zhang Yang feared a fall and chose to decline. Suddenly, he remembered something. The school's gate closure time was supposedly around midnight. Though not too far from campus, they couldn't get in now. Which meant they'd have to find somewhere else to sleep tonight. "Chen Feifei, the school gates are closed. What should we do?" "Closed?" Chen Feifei belched, then chuckled. "Good. I'll carry you to a fun place." A fun place? Zhang Yang really went for it, though she declined the piggyback ride. She was already stumbling all over the place.
Then you carry me. Get down. Chen Feifei started grinning again. Zhang Yang decided to put up with it, considering how drunk she was.
But the moment he crouched down, Chen Feifei took a few steps back, then started running. She pushed off Zhang Yang's back and leaped over. Zhang Yang was a bit stunned.
Wasn't this like the jump over the goat game they played as kids?
Chen Feifei turned around and stuck out her tongue.
Oomph, you're the goat. Ba ba ba. Chapter 6, Unruly Thoughts.
Like a fish in your lotus pond, I wait only for you beneath the bright moonlight. Half-drunk Chen Feifei, sprawled across Zhang Yang's back, hummed the lyrics of a pop song released last month.
Zhang Yang was thoroughly enjoying it.
Though she stood 5 feet 7 inches, her figure was perfectly proportioned, making carrying her effortless. Worth mentioning was her outfit today, truly gold-plated. A pair of high-waisted hot pants perfectly showcased her long legs. If memory served, this very ensemble had won her the grand prize in the hostess competition. Right now, holding those 1.2-meter long legs in his arms felt substantial indeed.
Heavy? Zhang Yang.
Heavy. Zhang Yang said it deliberately, just to show how tough he was.
Poof.
Later, I'll take you to a great place to sleep.
A good place to sleep? That's probably a hotel. Chen Feifei looked so innocent, yet she acted so boldly.
For girls like this, Zhang Yang could only say, the more, the merrier. As he walked forward with anticipation, Chen Feifei suddenly jumped down.
We're here. Ha? Huh? This is the good spot? Isn't this our school's perimeter wall? Isn't it?
We can sleep right after we climb over this wall.
Shoo! Don't tell anyone else. I heard it from someone else.
Zhang Yang broke out in a cold sweat.
Fine, I'm drunk and tired anyway. Might as well go back to sleep.
But this wall is kinda tall. Just as he was figuring out how to climb it, he saw Chen Feifei already crouching down.
Come on, step on me. Step on you? Right, step on me, then pull me up.
Though climbing over a girl felt a bit awkward, it was clearly the best option.
If he stayed below, Chen Feifei probably wouldn't be able to pull him up.
After some effort, Zhang Yang finally scrambled over the top and jumped down, then spread her arms wide, signaling Chen Feifei to catch her. But then something bizarre happened. Chen Feifei, who had been sitting perfectly still on the wall, suddenly stood up, shouting something about you jump.
I jump. With that, she leaped straight down.
Already tall, her standing leap added momentum.
Combined with Zhang Yang's tipsy state, both of them tumbled down when she landed.
Fortunately, they landed in the school's small grove, surrounded by thick bushes, so neither suffered any serious injury.
The awkward position was the only issue. Chen Feifei now sat perched on Zhang Yang's chest, nodding off from exhaustion.
Though it was a bit suffocating, Zhang Yang believed that as a man, one should endure many things if possible. And so, a harmonious scene unfolded. Until a beam of light hit Chen Feifei's face and a uniformed figure approached nearby, Zhang Yang suddenly sobered up. Had his first attempt at scaling a wall been spotted by security? It wouldn't matter much if it were just him, but Chen Feifei going out drinking with a man late at night was a different story. So he quickly stood up, shielding her behind him.
Not bad, you young folks. Playing it pretty big, huh?
Only when the figure drew closer did Zhang Yang recognize, through the glare of the flashlight, that it was a girl and a rather pretty one at that. This puzzled him. When did the security at Yangcheng Normal University ever have such a high-caliber beauty on duty? Hey, don't panic. You're still young. It wouldn't be worth it if you ended up killing someone. Here, take this.
21.
Then the female security guard pulled a balloon blower out of her pocket.
20? Are you crazy? For $20, I could buy a whole box and blow them up like balloons. Zhang Yang was speechless. How dare she charge 20 for this thing? And he had no use for it anyway. Oh ho, so you're not buying? You don't want this getting out, do you? You might not care about the shame, but what about your girlfriend? Look at her, such a young lady. If word gets out. The security guard said, shining her flashlight on Chen Feifei. Chen Feifei just gave a silly chuckle. Hee hee, cousin. Cousin.
Feifei. The security guard gasped, rushing forward to pull Chen Feifei toward her. Hey. My sister's always been so well behaved.
You must have lured her here, right? Are you lie? She's an adult, how could I lure her? Zhang Yang was speechless. Did he really look that much like a bad guy? Besides, what well-behaved girl climbs walls in the middle of the night? Oomph. You don't look like a good person. Fine, you don't have to say anything.
Once she sobers up tomorrow, I'll ask her myself.
Right now, I'm taking her home. Hey, if you think I'm no good, I'm suspicious of your late-night appearance here too.
I don't buy you're her sister. I'm staying put to make sure you don't kidnap her.
Whatever you say.
And so, the three of them emerged from the small grove and made their way to the girls' dormitory.
Wait, the gate's closed.
How are you getting her upstairs? Zhang Yang was puzzled. The girl chuckled softly, then summoned the dorm supervisor right in front of Zhang Yang to open the door and escort her upstairs.
This whole operation left Zhang Yang genuinely impressed. Bold yet meticulous, that's exactly the kind of person she was. Maybe she could even be a business partner someday. When the girl finally descended the stairs, she looked at Zhang Yang with disdain. So? Pretty impressive, huh? Put. It's just that uniform doing all the work. Hey, why don't you lend me that security guard outfit? I'll use the same trick to get back. 20. Another 20? You don't have to lend it. Fine. 20 it is.
Zhang Yang gritted his teeth.
$20 for a disciplinary notice seemed like a bargain.
After taking the money, the girl immediately started stripping off her uniform. Zhang Yang hadn't expected her to be wearing only a sports tank top underneath the word sport printed on the front, with the pore in the middle practically bursting out. He'd heard that this year's World Cup had made some soccer god named Riquelme famous, but Zhang Yang would argue that her cousin, Chen Feifei, was the real soccer goddess. What are you staring at? Take it and get lost, the girl snapped, frowning. This girl's got some serious curves.
Zhang Yang quickly grabbed the security uniform and slipped it on.
As he put it on, he felt like he was surrounded by a sea of flowers. The scent was indeed intoxicating.
Oomph. The girl snorted, took 2 steps forward, then abruptly turned back. What's your name? Her imposing presence momentarily stunned Zhang Yang, who answered obediently, Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang, I'm warning you, don't you dare mess with my sister.
I'm part of the Judo Association. If you get any funny ideas, you'll be wishing your arm was broken. Only after saying this did she leave, satisfied.
It took Zhang Yang a long while to process it.
Get any ideas?
He might have had such thoughts, but his sister would have to consent first. Integrity was Zhang Yang's core principle. He never forced himself on others. As for Su Xinyan, well, he'd been forced into it back then. Who could resist when she attacked his weak spot with a spinning strike? He'd had no choice but to surrender.
Chapter 7, The Cold-Hearted Senior Visits.
Zhang Yang finally returned to the dorm. He'd been agonizing over how to wake his roommate to open the door, only to find it swung open with a push. As he entered, a faint creak echoed. Closing the door, he saw the bed behind it swaying. Looking up, he caught sight of the person on the top bunk, their phone screen glowing. They glanced back at him, quickly hiding the phone under the covers, then said in a nervous voice, "Security guard, I'm studying for the CET4 and CET6 exams."
Mao Xian, why so nervous about practicing for the CET4 and CET6?
Mao Xian, Zhang Yang's impression of him was that he had an exceptional memory, though it was focused on some rather peculiar things. For instance, if you mentioned an actor's name, he could instantly recall their license plate number.
Ha! Holy crap! Brother Yang, why are you wearing a security guard uniform to scare me?
Long story short, Mao Xian, you're studying for the CET4 and CET6 exams. Why did you open the door?
If the dorm supervisor had walked in just now, how would you explain it? Heh, just airing out the room. Studying stuffy. I'm gonna hit the bathroom and crash. Yang, you get some sleep. Mao Xian gave an awkward chuckle before heading into the bathroom with his phone.
Zhang Yang didn't call him out after all. Everyone gets hot-headed when they're young. Today had been exhausting.
A drink would help him sleep. Taking off the security uniform would make bedtime easier.
But before stripping, Zhang Yang habitually checked his pockets. From the top pocket of the uniform, he pulled out a campus ID card. He lifted the card to examine it.
Printed on it was a girl with a sweet smile. Chu Yan, a name that sounded poetic.
Zhang Yang murmured it twice before finally succumbing to sleep.
Early the next morning, he was roused by someone's voice. Brother Yang, wake up, wake up. Zhang Yang opened his eyes, his gaze blurred through Mao Xian's thick glasses. Ha? What's up? Isn't today Friday? I thought I had no classes. No, it's not that. A senior student is here to see you. A senior? Zhang Yang was still dazed when he saw Chu Yan walk in, reaching out and demanding, "Where are my clothes?" Whoa! His roommate let out a gasp of surprise. Ha? Oh, okay.
Zhang Yang hurriedly fetched the clothes. Chu Yan took them expressionlessly, retrieved her campus card from inside, then tossed the clothes back.
Here, I washed them for you. Only after she left did the others start chattering away, asking about Chu Yan. Guys, seriously, I barely know her. See? You can't just hog all the fun.
Yang, teach me, bro. You even managed to hook up with that senior. Mao Xian's first goal when he came to university was to get a girlfriend, but a year later, he hadn't even added a single girl's QQ.
It was killing him. Exactly, Zhang Yang. You know I've always looked out for you. Share some tips, man.
Dorm leader Zhou Wenbin chimed in, his face brimming with envy.
Zhang Yang, you were crazy about Wen Caiyi, right? Already moved on? Are you still going to her birthday party today? Rich kid Lu Hao asked curiously. Oh, her birthday? Of course I'll go.
Just as Zhang Yang was plotting how to get revenge on that trashy girl tonight, something else occurred to him.
Right, do you guys know anyone at Zhanggao?
When it comes to buzzwords from the 2010s, Garlic's the boss definitely broke through the mainstream. It referred to the skyrocketing garlic prices back then, with the most extreme spike hitting 12 yuan per jean. Many factors contributed to the garlic price surge, including one particularly absurd belief: people thought garlic could prevent the avian flu that had been rampant in 2009. Whatever the reason, Zhang Yang just remembered this stuff could make money, and the garlic in Yangcheng came from Jiangao Town, a region famous for its agricultural products. If memory serves, the price hike followed a torrential downpour, so Zhang Yang needed to stockpile garlic before the next storm hit. That place was too far from the university town, so they'd hardly ever been there. His roommate Fan Xiaobai was a local, but he never warmed to Zhang Yang and ignored him, continuing to play Counter-Strike with his head down. Seeing no one knew, Zhang Yang had no choice but to make the trip himself.
After he left, his roommates started wondering why he was going to Jiangao Town.
Weird, what's Yanga buying for his goddess? I thought that place sold vegetables? More than that, Mao Xian was dying to know how the usually shy Zhang Yang suddenly landed a senior classmate. Oomph. You guys just don't get it. Near Jiangao Town is where leather goods are wholesaled full of knockoff bags. He's probably trying to buy some fake goods to gift her. Fan Xiaobai was convinced Zhang Yang was just pretending to be broke. Oh, and Lu Hao, you better get your money back fast. That deadbeat won't be able to pay you back. Asking for the money back so soon would just be slapping himself in the face. So Lu Hao ignored him and walked away, leaving Fan Xiaobai seething with frustration. Shortly after Zhang Yang stepped outside, he bumped into Chen Feifei at the school gate. They merely exchanged greetings before she bolted like a startled rabbit. Zhang Yang was utterly baffled, wondering if he hadn't washed off some dirt from his face. He hurried back to the school sink to rinse. Shortly after he left, Chen Feifei peeked out from the classroom building. Spotting him still nearby, she quickly ducked back inside. Thinking back to yesterday made her face flush. According to her cousin, she'd been straddling Zhang Yang last night, looking thoroughly delighted, a sight that made her feel utterly humiliated. Only after Zhang Yang had truly departed did she dare emerge, though she remained uncertain how to interact with him moving forward.
Zhang Yang, however, didn't dwell on it. After transferring between several subway lines, he finally arrived at Jiangao Town.
This place could be called Guangzhou's agricultural supply hub, with vegetable wholesale signs everywhere and prices much cheaper than regular farmers' markets. Zhang Yang wasted no time, heading straight to a garlic wholesale stall and demanding 200 tons. 200 tons was indeed a large quantity, but the stall owner had a solution, teaming up with several nearby stalls to pool their resources. They could manage 100 tons, though it would take some time. Zhang Yang wasn't in a rush. He paid a deposit and gave them a week to prepare, promising he'd return to collect the goods. The stall owner wasn't worried either, since garlic stored much better than other agricultural products. They weren't afraid Zhang Yang would back out. If he did, they could always sell to someone else. Meanwhile, the stall owner had figured out Zhang Yang was here to hoard garlic. While garlic prices had indeed surged earlier this year, he believed the current price of 5 yuan per jean was the ceiling. Any higher and it would be worth its weight in gold. The owner secretly scoffed, convinced Zhang Yang was just trying to take advantage of the situation.
Zhang Yang naturally caught the shopkeeper's dismissive glance, but he didn't care.
Soon enough, they'd see who the real fool was.
Chapter 8, Mocked for renting a car, million yuan account arrives.
On the way back, he stopped by the sports lottery center to cash in yesterday's winning ticket. When the staff confirmed the money would be deposited today, Zhang Yang felt relieved. With this seed money, he could accomplish a great deal. Now all that remained was to play tonight's part convincingly, and to achieve that, a luxury car was essential. So he called Lu Hao to inquire about used car dealerships. He then headed to the location Lu Hao had mentioned and rented a Mercedes-Benz E280 for 300 yuan. Looking back from a decade later, paying 300 yuan for the rental plus a 1,000 yuan deposit did feel a bit steep.
But Zhang Yang understood this price was actually fair for the era.
After the 2008 financial crisis, many business owners went bankrupt, leaving their luxury cars abandoned at used car dealerships, which directly fueled the booming rental market. You gotta admit, a Mercedes commands respect. When they picked a fancier hotpot place near campus for dinner, the usually stuck-up waitstaff broke into rare, eager smiles upon seeing Zhang Yang's ride. It seemed the old adage held true: a Mercedes doesn't just set a standard, it straightens your back after years of stooping. After dinner, Zhang Yang headed to a gift shop. Seeing him drive a Mercedes, the shop owner enthusiastically began pitching items. After a lengthy spiel, Zhang Yang simply stated he only wanted a beautifully packaged gift box.
What? Just a box? No gifts?
Yes, it's the thought that counts. 1 yuan for the box. Seeing he wasn't a big customer, the owner tossed him a box with a dismissive wave.
Zhang Yang didn't bother arguing.
He just smiled, paid, and took the box. He then headed to the flying bar he'd visited yesterday. Upon entering, he spotted Wen Caiyi at the central table, dressed in a white dress like a princess.
Heard you're really into her? Sorry to snatch your goddess, she's mine too.
Hearing the voice, Zhang Yang turned to see Zhao Zicheng from the Hometown Association approaching in a suit. His sidekick was none other than Ma Quan, the president of the Hometown Association, the one who likely leaked the news about Zhang Yang's past pursuit of Wen Caiyi. Ma Quan was now a junior, set to graduate next year, so he desperately needed to find a powerful patron. Seeing Zhao Zicheng's mockery, he chimed in immediately, Zhang Yang, you're something else.
Su Xinyan told me you got drunk last night and tried to hit on a hotel waitress. Almost got arrested. Harassed a waitress? Zhang Yang quickly realized this must be Su Xinyan's own version of events, intended to prevent Zhao Zicheng from discovering the truth.
Just as Zhang Yang hesitated whether to deliver a crushing blow, Wen Caiyi suddenly ran over and wrapped her arm around Zhao Zicheng's.
Oh my, Zicheng, why did you take so long? I missed you so much. See, Zhang Yang? The truth is brutal.
Zhao Zicheng chuckled smugly.
Ha? Zhang Yang?
Wen Caiyi turned around and, upon seeing Zhang Yang, quickly let go of Zhao Zicheng's arm.
She laughed awkwardly, Zhang Yang, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come? Why else? Obviously because he can't forget you.
No wonder she didn't want me to come, claiming only girls were invited today.
So this was the whole setup?
Well, Zhang Yang certainly didn't need to be gentle with her today.
Zhang Yang pulled out the Mercedes keys in his hand and said with deep emotion, Caiyi, I need to tell you something. Actually, a relative of mine went to the island.
I only found out yesterday that after he passed away, he left me several million in inheritance. I was planning to surprise you, but I never expected you'd already fallen for someone else.
Since that's the case, I'll step aside. Wait, Zhang Yang, let me explain.
Wen Caiyi's eyes lit up the moment she saw the keys in his hand.
Could this clingy guy actually get lucky? But the next second, she watched Zhang Yang walk away, leaving her with wave after wave of disappointment.
Hey, Caiyi,
why bother explaining to him? Your job today is to be a little princess. I ordered a huge cake for you, it'll be ready soon.
Watching the innocent little lamb before him, Zhao Zicheng swallowed hard.
Dad was absolutely right, money is meant to impress women, not to be spent on them.
All he did was give her a ride in his BMW, and this silly girl was already hooked. He had to admit, Zhang Yang might be useless, but he sure had an eye for women. Tonight, though, he'd get first dibs.
As for that good-for-nothing Zhang Yang, let him stew in his jealousy.
However, not long after they sat down, Zhang Yang walked back in, holding an exquisitely wrapped gift box. He opened a table by himself and began drinking in silence.
Caiyi, your charm is undeniable.
Even though you're already taken, he still can't forget you. Look at that gift, it must have cost a pretty penny, Lin Shufen chuckled.
Wen Caiyi smiled back, though her eyes were already drawn to the large box in Zhang Yang's hands. Could this be the surprise he planned for tonight? Judging by Zhang Yang's usual extravagance, whatever was inside must be quite valuable.
She had to figure out a way to get her hands on that gift. Just then, Ma Quan, who had followed Zhang Yang out earlier, returned.
So? Is that Mercedes key real? Young Master Zhao, they are.
I saw him unlock the car door, Ma Quan replied awkwardly.
But that doesn't add up. That kid even presented a poverty certificate before. Could he really have such a wealthy relative?
Hearing this, Wen Caiyi's heart fluttered with excitement again.
Maybe she should give Zhang Yang another chance?
He was handsome, but too poor, that's why she'd hesitated to accept him.
Now, if he had money too, he'd be perfect. I don't believe anyone can get rich overnight. Hold on, what's the license plate number? I'll have someone look into it. Ma Quan gave the license plate number.
Zhao Zicheng made a call to his friend at the DMV.
A moment later, he finally burst out laughing. Ha!
This fool got carried away with his act, really thinking he's a millionaire. I already checked with my friend that car's registered to a guy named Lin, who runs a used car dealership.
Coincidentally, I know him personally. Ha! So he's leasing the car? Ma Quan was stunned. Of course he's renting it. Do you think he could afford to buy it? A new E280 costs 650,000 yuan. Even though it's a 2006 model, it still goes for around 300,000 yuan now. If he really had a million, he wouldn't be such a wimp. Zhao Zicheng knew his cars and saw right through Zhang Yang's bluff. Ha! Is there really someone that foolish? Caiyi, see? It's a good thing you didn't choose him. Lin Shufen also sneered. Wen Caiyi nodded.
Zhang Yang actually dared to deceive her, she'd keep her distance from him henceforth.
Young Master Zhao, should I expose him? Ah, no rush. I love toying with fools. Come on, tonight we'll make him a laughingstock.
Then, Zhao Zicheng approached them on his own.
Hey, Zhang Yang. Caiyi just told me you've been pursuing her for years. Your love story really moved me. So I've decided not to take what belongs to others. I won't pursue Caiyi anymore. And you, I think you're a pretty decent guy. Come have a drink with me. Let's just consider tonight a chance to make friends. Just then, Zhang Yang received a text message on his phone.
Guangzhou Sports Lottery Center Prize Redemption Office transferred 971,100 renminbi to your account ending in 9329 at 20:08 on June 25. Chapter 9, the show begins.
Money is a man's courage. With $1 million in his account, Zhang Yang naturally felt more confident. All right. Generous, brother. I knew you weren't stingy. Come on, we might even collaborate again in the future.
Seeing Zhang Yang take the bait, Zhao Zicheng felt a surge of delight.
Tonight was shaping up to be quite entertaining. Soon after, Zhang Yang followed him to the booth.
Zhang Yang, it was all a misunderstanding earlier.
Zhao Ziqing isn't pursuing me. Don't get the wrong idea.
I told you, I don't date in college, Wen Caiyi said in her usual coy, delicate tone. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Ziqing silently gave her a mental thumbs up.
It's fine. I believe you, Caiyi.
He already explained it earlier.
I was just being petty. Zhang Yang nodded.
If they wanted to play this game, he'd play along.
And seeing Zhao Ziqing there too, he decided to add a little extra drama. Wait here for a moment. I'll go buy some snacks. Let's all celebrate tonight. With that, Zhang Yang temporarily left with the gifts.
When Caiyi watched this unfold, puzzled. Why hadn't Zhang Yang given her the gift directly just now? Was he still holding a grudge over what happened earlier? Looks like she'd have to give him a little something later to make him forget about it. As for being with him? That was impossible in this lifetime. After all, he was just a penniless bum. But considering this gift represented his remaining value, she had to squeeze every last drop out of him.
Weird. Did that kid figure out we're playing him? Did he make up an excuse to leave? Ma Quan wondered aloud.
Zhao Ziqing didn't want tonight's fun ruined, so he quickly sent Ma Quan to follow him. Half an hour later, Ma Quan returned and reported to Zhao Ziqing, young Master Zhao, he didn't leave. He went to the snack street and bought some duck necks and fried chicken. Oh, and he also went to the pharmacy.
A pharmacy? What's he doing at a pharmacy? Lin Xiaofan wondered.
Zhao Ziqing pondered for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing.
Ha! That toad really thinks he can eat swan meat.
What do you mean, young Master Zhao?
Tonight's Caiyi's birthday. He must think he has a chance. Of course he'd buy some blue pills.
Oh, Zhao Dashi, you're the one who figured him out right away.
Ma Quan gave her a knowing look. Shameless.
Caiyi, be careful tonight.
Don't get too drunk.
That Zhang Yang has ulterior motives toward you.
Lin Xiaofan said through gritted teeth. When Caiyi nodded, her distaste for Zhang Yang deepening.
Before long, Zhang Yang finally returned, set down the snacks he was carrying, and resumed drinking with the group.
Midway through the drinking session, a phone rang abruptly.
Upon answering, Zhang Yang's face lit up with delight as he hurriedly excused himself from the table.
Hello, Mr. Li. You want to buy garlic?
Yes,
Brother Zhang. I heard from the farmers that you have 100 tons of garlic. Why not sell it to me?
You know garlic prices are inflated lately. Seeing how young you are, there's no need to take such risks.
The other party's thick Cantonese accent made Zhang Yang want to laugh. Mr. Li, I may be young, but I'm not stupid. Are there any merchants in this world who do charity? Let's cut to the chase. Right now, garlic prices in Yangchang are 5 yuan 50, but up north, they probably skyrocketed to 10 yuan, right? Hold on, buddy. Shipping costs a fortune. So what if northern prices are high? You don't have the logistics to move it. No problem. I can wait.
Heavy rains are coming soon, and garlic prices should rise further.
Besides, garlic stores well. After a moment of silence, he finally relented. All right, brother. I'll take it at 7 yuan. You're buying it at 4.5, that's still a decent profit. 8.5. 8. If you want to push it higher, just hang up. Fine, maybe another time. Zhang Yang was about to hang up. Anyway, this deal won't lose money. Give it a little more time, and the local purchase price in Guangzhou will break double digits. Then he'll save a lot on transportation costs. Whoa, hold on, buddy. I'm impressed. 8.5 it is.
Come to Jiangao tomorrow, and we'll sign the contract.
Okay. Happy business, Boss Li. Zhang Yang was delighted.
A full 100 tons of garlic, just flipping it around like that netted him 800,000 yuan. He'd thought such an outrageous demand would never fly, but it turned out surprisingly easy.
Looks like he'd taken a gamble after all.
If Zhang Yang had the time, he'd gladly wait longer. But he urgently needed cash to break into more lucrative industries and had no interest in this mere reselling business. Returning to the booth, he first apologized to everyone. Sorry, folks, business came up. The others assumed he was still putting on an act, so they just smiled without comment. Only Zhao Ziqing picked up on his words.
Hey, bro, you're in business too? Perfect timing. I've got a friend who's also doing a little something on the side. I'll bring him over. You two should meet. More hands mean more money, right? Sure, why not? More friends, more opportunities.
Zhang Yang had no idea what little schemes he might be planning, but he felt confident enough now to not be afraid.
All right, you've agreed. That's all that matters.
Zhao Ziqing chuckled before dialing a number.
Hello, Mr. Lin? It's Zhao Ziqing. Yes, come to Fly Bar. I'd like to introduce you to someone.
After hanging up, Zhao Ziqing looked at Zhang Yang.
He'll be here in 10 minutes. Great. The more the merrier. Come on, Mr. Zhao, let me toast you again. Thanks for helping me and Caiyi. Ah, no need for formalities.
A gentleman facilitates others' happiness. I take the greatest pleasure in bringing good things to fruition.
Zhao Ziqing was smiling, and Zhang Yang was smiling too.
Zhao Zicheng smiled at the thought of seeing Zhang Yang's embarrassed expression later, while Zhang Yang smiled at the thought of downing that beer he'd secretly spiked. Clink. The clinking of glasses echoed like the gongs and drums heralding the start of a grand performance, signaling the beginning of a spectacular scene. Before long, the person Zhao Zicheng had called finally arrived, someone Zhang Yang recognized quite well. Hey, Zhao, who's this friend? Oh, this is Zhang Yang. You two should have met? Zhao Zicheng ushered the person over. Ha? It's you? Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. By the way, how's the rental car today? Mr. Lin walked over and greeted Zhang Yang proactively. Ha? The rental car? Ha! Zhang Yang, this is getting ridiculous, isn't it? Someone actually renting a car to pick up girls? Ma Quan teased from the side, while others covered their mouths to stifle their giggles. Lin Xiaofan, however, was blunt. Zhang Yang, stop dreaming. Caiyi would never agree to you. Hey, you guys shouldn't be so hard on Zhang Yang. I get he's just trying to impress. Zhang Yang, is this car easy to drive? Yeah, it's great. I really like it. Mr. Lin, you heard him, my buddy's really into your car. Can you give him a discount? Of course. Since he's your friend, Mr. Zhao, I'll give you a discount. 280,000 yuan will do. Mr. Lin was delighted, not expecting to make a sale tonight. So? Zhang Yang, you said you're a millionaire now. I've gotten you this price, you can handle it, right? Zhao Zicheng grinned mischievously. Zhang Yang merely smiled, then pulled out his bank card from his pocket and uttered two casual words, swipe it. Chapter 10, The Green Tea Goddess Demands Full Force. Zhao Zicheng stared at Zhang Yang in shock, momentarily unable to gauge his true financial standing. Judging by his calm demeanor, could he actually be wealthy? Zhang Yang, stop pretending. At this point, why not just come clean? I'm amazed at your nerve. First you get caught renting a car, then you claim you're buying one. Look at you, does the outfit you're wearing even cost 200 bucks? Lin Xiaofan never believed Zhang Yang could have such bull luck. What rich relatives on the island? That just sounds like a made-up story. Exactly. We're from the same place. I already checked with your high school classmates about your situation. Just admit it honestly. Ma Quan joined in the teasing. This made the car dealership owner hesitate. He'd thought it was a big deal, but now the buyer was just a bluffer. Mr. Lin, you don't even want to take this business? If that's the case, I'll find someone else. Zhang Yang didn't believe that having money meant you couldn't buy a car. He hadn't planned to buy a car so soon, but considering the upcoming business required a certain image, he figured a used car would suffice for now. No, Mr. Zhang, you see, I don't have the contract on hand, and with your card. I didn't bring the card reader either. Mr. Lin said with some difficulty. At that moment, Zhao Zicheng finally caught on. Wasn't Zhang Yang acting so confident precisely because he assumed Boss Lin hadn't brought the card reader to expose his scam? Turns out it was a false alarm. Zhang Yang was just putting on a brave face to avoid embarrassment. If he wanted to save face, then I'd make sure he didn't get the chance. Hey, Mr. Lin, the customer is genuinely interested in buying. You're making so many excuses. If I were you, I'd hurry back and get that contract. Zhao Zicheng gave him a meaningful look. Mr. Lin finally snapped out of it. Oh, right. I'll go get it now. Watching Mr. Lin leave, Zhao Zicheng feared Zhang Yang might slip away midway, ruining tonight's show. He quickly wrapped his arm around Zhang Yang's shoulder again and said, Brother Zhang Yang, they may not believe you, but I do. Caiyi is here tonight, I trust you wouldn't lie to her, right? Of course, Zhang Yang replied with a faint smile. She never lies to me, so naturally I wouldn't lie to her either. When Caiyi found his words odd, sensing Zhang Yang had noticed something. Ha! Come on, drink up. Boss Lin will be here soon. Let's have a few more rounds. Before long, the bar light suddenly went out. The bar staff simultaneously began singing Happy Birthday, while the bar's public screen displayed scrolling text, Happy 20th Birthday to Miss Wen Caiyi. A spotlight fell on Zhao Zicheng as he presented the cake to Wen Caiyi, then pulled a necklace from his pocket. Caiyi, happy birthday. Few girls could resist such a grand gesture. As the necklace was placed around her neck and the crowd cheered, Wen Caiyi couldn't help but kiss Zhao Zicheng. See? Dating someone wealthy really does deliver emotional value. Only after kissing him did Wen Caiyi remember Zhang Yang standing nearby. She quickly added, Zhang Yang, don't get the wrong idea. I just got carried away. Zhao Zicheng is just too good to me. That's right, Zhang Yang, brother. As men, we should be generous. A kiss on the cheek is no big deal. You probably haven't been to America, these are their traditional customs, Zhao Zicheng chimed in. Hearing this, Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly. In his previous life, his businesses spanned the globe. Traveling abroad was nothing special. He'd been to the United States countless times. Especially Duke University. Due to his collaborative relationship with the school, he visited annually to engage in in-depth exchanges with students there. Though he hadn't pursued graduate studies himself, he had spent those years as a graduate student. It's fine. I understand, Caiyi. I don't blame you. What a class act. Now that's a real man. Give him a round of applause. As soon as Zhao Zicheng finished, the others began clapping. Most of it, however, was mocking applause. He'd been cuckolded right under his nose and hadn't even noticed. Just then, Mr. Lin from the used car dealership finally arrived, bringing the contract and a card reader.
Mr. Zhang, once you sign the contract, you can make the payment. I'll handle all the paperwork afterward. If you're short on funds, I can even arrange an installment loan for you. Hey, what kind of talk is that? You think my brother's broke? Zhang Yang, ignore this snob. Just pay in full.
Zhao Zicheng continued to egg him on, eager to see how long Zhang Yang would keep up his act.
Exactly, full payment.
Zhang Yang, who'd had quite a bit to drink, slurred his words. After signing his name on a crooked scrawl, he fumbled with his bank card, swiping it several times before finally getting it right, much to the amusement of the crowd.
Oomph. What a clown. Say, never trust men who only know how to talk big. Lin Xiaofan sneered disdainfully.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than the POS machine beeped, followed by a voice prompt, "Payment successful."
The scene left everyone stunned.
The man they all considered a deadbeat had just shelled out hundreds of thousands for a car in one go.
Ha! It worked. This can't be real, right? Boss, don't get scammed. Is there something wrong with his card? The crowd began to question.
Mr. Lin quickly showed everyone the text message he'd received, confirming the deposit of 280,000 yuan.
What's wrong with you guys? Is buying a car that hard?
I told you, I really did inherit a fortune, several million.
This is pocket change.
Zhang Yang slurred drunkenly.
Everyone present was furious. It seemed Zhang Yang had truly hit the jackpot. Wen Caiyi, however, felt a surge of excitement.
Zhang Yang had actually made something of himself. Her gaze shifted back to the gift box before her.
Given Zhang Yang's past attitude toward her, the gift inside couldn't be cheap.
Zhao Zicheng was equally stunned. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, his stomach lurched violently, and he scrambled for the restroom. Seeing his plan succeed, Zhang Yang stood up, swaying slightly as he announced, "Everyone, I'm thrilled you all came for Caiyi's birthday.
Tonight's tab is on me, help yourselves.
I'll just step to the restroom."
With that, he left the booth. Put. What a nouveau riche. Who needs his money?
Lin Xiaofan muttered dismissively before promptly signaling the waiter to bring 2 bottles of champagne. Wen Caiyi knew this was a perfect chance to clear up the misunderstanding with Zhang Yang, so she quietly followed him. Zhang Yang washed his face and emerged to find Wen Caiyi standing at the door.
Zhang Yang, don't you love me anymore? Ha? Of course not.
Then when I kissed him just now, I was just testing your reaction.
Why aren't you angry? Hearing this, Zhang Yang thought this woman was truly unbelievable. She could even spin being flighty into a test.
But since this charade was nearing its conclusion, he'd have to put in a little more effort.
I was angry, but I knew you'd already chosen him.
I didn't know what role to take to condemn him.
Silly, the one I've always loved is you.
Wen Caiyi leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. This was a treatment she hadn't received even after years of groveling in her past life. Money really does make a difference. Actually, that box outside holds the most valuable thing I own. My relatives said it must be given to a kind-hearted girl.
Caiyi, could you be that girl? The most valuable thing he owns? Real estate? Or jewelry?
Whatever it was, Wen Caiyi nodded first.
So, would you trade me the most precious thing you possess? The most precious? Wen Caiyi hesitated for a moment, then shyly nodded.
Then, Zhang Yang pulled her into the men's restroom. At that moment, Zhao Zicheng was still battling it out in the restroom. Whatever he'd eaten tonight had him on the verge of collapse, and he could only pound the partition beside him to distract himself. Just then, the stall next door began to shake violently. To Zhao Zicheng, it felt like a provocation.
Damn it, I'm banging on the door, got a problem with that? With that, he redoubled his pounding.
With every increase in his force, the person next door matched it, shaking the stall harder in response.
Chapter 11, Victory. An hour later, Zhao Zicheng finally emerged from the bathroom.
His legs were numb from the intense pounding. Glancing back, he saw the person in the adjacent stall had long since left. A wave of satisfaction washed over him that guy had dared to challenge him, only to be intimidated into retreating by his sheer force of will.
Washing his face brought some clarity.
Though he'd been surprised to learn Zhang Yang could actually afford the car, he quickly shrugged it off. So what if that so-called relative had left him a few million? Compared to his family's business, the Guangzhou distributor for Songsha Electronics, a global giant, it was practically nothing. They could crush him into dust in no time. Besides, what difference did his wealth make? Tonight, he'd still get to enjoy his goddess, and he'd make sure to charge every drop of alcohol he'd consumed tonight to the poor sucker. With that thought, he hummed a tune as he stepped outside. But the moment he stepped outside, a bartender approached him.
Hey, Mr. Zhao, you're covering tonight's tab, right? Your friends just left. What? They left? Who said I'm paying?
Oh, Mr. Zhang said you'd already instructed us.
Damn it.
Zhao Zicheng hadn't expected to be set up like this.
Suddenly, he wondered if Zhang Yang had tampered with tonight's drinks too? Sir, would you like another drink? Oh, no thanks. If you insist on paying, so be it.
Alright, the total here is 16.82 million.
We'll round it down for you, just 1.68 million will do. Wishing the boss everlasting prosperity and success. What? We only ordered Corona today. A case is just 120 yuan. 100,000? Count them, are there really that many bottles on the table?
Zhao Zicheng had money, but he wasn't a sucker. Oh. When Mr. Zhang came out of the restroom earlier, he mentioned it was your girlfriend's birthday today.
You were in a good mood and treated everyone to drinks 2 rounds. Zhang Yang again? That bastard.
Looks like he knew he was putting on a show from the start.
That bastard.
I'll get my revenge sooner or later. No, tonight I'll take down his goddess. After settling the bill, Zhao Zicheng called Wen Caiyi, only to hear heavy breathing on the other end.
Caiyi, what are you doing?
Oh, just running.
What's up? Caiyi, do you like me? Me? I love you. I love you so much.
Hearing her passionate response, Zhao Zicheng felt satisfied. At least today's expenditure of several 100,000 yuan wasn't too much of a loss. Though Wen Caiyi wasn't as beautiful as Su Xinyan, girls like her were easier to get, unlike Su Xinyan, who wouldn't even let him touch her despite being his fiancée. Just remember this from now on, stay away from Zhang Yang.
I don't like him.
Oh, I like it.
What are you talking about? I said I don't like it. Here's the plan, come to the Orange Hotel near the school later.
I'll be waiting for you in room 308. I've got a big surprise ready for you.
Alright, I love surprises, big ones. Alright, that's all for now. Hang up, sweetie.
Not long after the call ended, Zhang Yang had also completed his task. Earlier, when he was deep in study in the bathroom, he kept getting interrupted, so Wen Caiyi insisted on chasing him to the car to study again. Truly, as the saying goes, when you have money, you have no idea how proactive girls can be.
Wen Caiyi, get out of the car. Huh? So soon? Aren't you going to drive me back? You have plans. I won't keep you. Huh?
But you were the one who told me to say that earlier.
I've only ever loved you. I've given you everything, you'd better treat me well. This is my first time, you know. Yeah, so this is my way of making it up to you. Happy birthday.
Finally holding that gift in her hands, Wen Caiyi felt it was all worth it. The box felt surprisingly light, so she guessed it contained a deed or property certificate. Her goal achieved, she stepped off the car but added one last thing, Zhang Yang, don't worry. I won't go looking for him.
I only love you. Don't talk about loving me yet.
Open the box first, then decide if you still want to love me.
Huh? What does that mean? Wen Caiyi opened the box with some confusion, only to find it completely empty. Zhang Yang, did you make a mistake? There's nothing in here at all. Can't you see?
What's inside is the most valuable treasure I possess.
Really? Wen Caiyi turned it over and over, even flipping the box upside down. Nothing. Zhang Yang, stop teasing me. Is there a hidden compartment?
Sigh. I placed my true heart inside.
You can't even see my love for you? This disappoints me deeply. I've decided I won't like you anymore. A heart? What kind of bull gift is that? Does he actually think he's being funny?
Of course, now wasn't the time to burn bridges.
Aha, I must have misread it earlier.
Zhang Yang, I really did see a heart of fiery, burning heart.
Right?
I told you to look closely, only those who truly love each other can see it.
No, I truly love you. I saw it. So, aren't you going to ask me to go shopping there again?
I heard a new fashion boutique opened downtown with lots of beautiful clothes.
I want to wear them for you. Wen Caiyi paid such a heavy price tonight not just for something invisible and intangible.
What she needed were tangible, glittering objects. Now, she desperately needed gold, silver, and jewels to fill the void within.
Another day. Today, I'm giving you this heart of mine. This is the first time I've ever given such a precious gift to a girl.
You must treasure it. Zhang Yang remembered how, right before freshman year started, he'd saved up to buy her a Fruit 4 phone. She'd been overjoyed back then, giving him the phone case she'd used for years and telling him to treasure it. So now, Zhang Yang mimicked her tone. Hey, wait. Before Wen Caiyi could say anything else, Zhang Yang floored the gas pedal and sped away.
Wen Caiyi was utterly dumbfounded. After giving so much today, this was the so-called sincerity she got in return?
Furious, she immediately slammed the box onto the ground.
No way.
If tonight ended like this, she'd be getting the raw end of the deal. So she pulled out her phone and dialed Zhao Jining's number. Fighting on two fronts was exhausting, but to maximize her gains, she'd endure the fatigue.
Better to die exhausted than die penniless.
Half an hour later, when Zhao Zicheng saw Wen Caiyi appear at the door, her cheeks flushed, he pulled her inside in one swift motion. Her face was bright red, clearly from shyness. Such an innocent girl, she probably hadn't even held a boy's hand before. So what if Zhang Yang played dirty tricks? It wouldn't change the fact that he was a loser. Zhao Zicheng felt triumphant inside.
He'd won. Chapter 12, The School Beauty Takes the Initiative.
Tonight had been exhausting. After driving for a while, he pulled over to rest by the roadside. Before he knew it, the clock had struck midnight. The school gates were now closed, and Zhang Yang, staggering drunkenly, probably didn't have the strength to climb the wall anyway. So he decided not to go back.
Guangzhou's nightlife was indeed bustling.
Even as midnight approached, the streets were still packed with young people.
There was even a late-night coffee shop open. Truly, in this international metropolis, the only ones awake at this hour were insomniacs never heard of anyone actively seeking a pick-me-up. Zhang Yang, however, was quite intrigued.
After sleeping, his head still felt a bit foggy, and with all the alcohol he'd just consumed, he was now feeling quite thirsty.
He entered the coffee shop and ordered a cappuccino.
Sipping it slowly, he observed the young beauties around him, marveling at how wonderful youth was, each wearing crop tops without a care about catching a chill. It was rare to see someone hunting for romance in a coffee shop at this hour. Just then, a girl suddenly sat down in front of him.
Who are you? You don't know who I am? Why should I know who you are?
This is ridiculous. She looked decent enough, with an acceptable figure, but for some reason, Zhang Yang felt no attraction upon seeing her.
There's a saying, hormones meet you before I do.
As someone who's been around the block, he understood the unspoken rule, if you don't make a move, I won't either.
Zhang Yang. Don't push it too far. How did you bully me at Orange Hotel the day before yesterday? Su Xinyan was furious.
Zhang Yang was truly a beast. He had taken her most precious thing and then turned around and forgotten about it. She was the school beauty, after all. An ordinary guy would be overjoyed just to exchange a word with her. Being ignored like this made her feel insulted.
Oh. Put your clothes back on. Didn't recognize you. Zhang Yang finally understood why he hadn't acted impulsively earlier. Su Xinyan, usually gentle, was so enraged she couldn't speak.
She raised her hand to slap him, but Zhang Yang caught her wrist.
I'm not your lapdog. You have no right to hit me. If this is about that night, then you have even less right to discipline me. Had I not fought back then, wouldn't I be the one ruined in disgrace now?
Zhang Yang was easily swayed, especially when it came to girls. He always knew how to treat them with care and consideration. But if a girl betrayed him, he knew how to play hardball. Seeing Zhang Yang's firm stance, Su Xinyan finally softened her tone.
Then come with me to the hotel room next door. I have something to tell you. What's the deal? Trying to set me up? Why are you always so hostile toward me? I didn't mean to hurt you that day. I had business to discuss with you. Zhang Yang was speechless. His entire college life had been ruined by this incident. He couldn't even get a girlfriend.
Years later, just as he was poised for a promotion at work, those nude photos were leaked by some busybody. It ultimately forced him to flee to a foreign country. How could he not hate her? Still, if she said she had business to discuss, he was interested in talking. After all, he desperately needed money right now.
Business is fine, romance is out of the question.
Put. Don't think getting my body means you've won my heart.
I'm not interested in you. Funny, me neither. Why are there so many pathetic men in this world? Probably because they have too many unrealistic expectations of women. For Zhang Yang, those days are long gone.
You're pretty, sure, but if you're not interested in me, I'll let go immediately.
Chasing after someone like a dog is just embarrassing.
After leaving the coffee shop, Zhang Yang didn't go to the room she mentioned. Instead, he booked another one.
Why get another room? Don't you trust me? I don't. Fine, Zhang Yang. You're something else. Su Xinyan gritted her teeth.
She'd get her revenge on this jerk sooner or later.
Sir, are you here for lodging?
We're fully booked, but we have one presidential suite left.
Would you like to stay?
The hotel manager, noticing the stunning woman accompanying Zhang Yang, knew he wasn't an ordinary guest and immediately pitched the most expensive option.
How about it?
This is a 4-star hotel.
The presidential suite is 12,888. Still interested?
Su Xinyan chuckled maliciously from the side.
Oh, that's fine.
I'll treat myself. Zhang Yang pulled out his card and paid immediately.
This scene left Su Xinyan somewhat stunned. Wasn't he supposedly an orphan poor kid? He just received financial aid last semester. How did he suddenly become so wealthy? Are you coming up? If not, I'm going back to sleep.
Zhang Yang called out as he pressed the elevator button, prompting Su Xinyan to hurry after him. Once they reached the room, Zhang Yang collapsed onto the sofa.
So, what's this business deal? You pretend to be my boyfriend, and I'll give you 5,000 a month. But you already have a boyfriend, right? Oh, I get it. That Zhao Ziqing guy's no good, huh? Nice one, old Su. You play hardball.
Zhang Yang gave her a thumbs up.
Could you please not mention him? I just can't stand that useless fool. My family has business dealings with his family. They hold our company's lifeline.
My family wants me to marry him, but of course I refuse. But I found out a few days ago that they've already arranged our engagement without my consent.
That's why I thought of using you as a shield. Don't go thinking you're all that charming. Not that charming? Say that again.
Zhang Yang chuckled, deftly uncorking the bottle of red wine sitting on the counter.
Su Xinyan snapped back instantly. Not big. Tiny. Alright, that puts my mind at ease.
I was worried you were after my body.
Get lost. Can we be serious? Will you agree to what I'm asking? Fine, but I want 50 grand. Are you out of your mind? Think I'm some pushover? Well, I am.
Zhang Yang, if you keep making these veiled jabs at me, I'll fight you to the death.
You've already ruined my reputation anyway. At least I'm glad my first time wasn't with that scumbag. But if you keep bringing this up, I won't let you off the hook. Su Xinyan was furious. How could this guy be so different from his usual self at school?
She'd always teased him because he seemed so clueless before, but now she realized his innocence was just an act.
Fine, harmony brings prosperity. I won't say more. 5,000 is reasonable. Miss Su, you know how irresistible you are. With so many admirers across campus, I might drown in their spit. Hearing his flattery, Su Xinyan's anger cooled considerably.
This guy was truly a love-hate relationship.
Rest assured, we won't act like a couple at school. I'm an ice queen there, don't ruin my image. You only need to play the part during special occasions. 50,000 is too much, you don't have to do anything normally. Plus, I won't interfere with who you date at school. This is purely a contractual arrangement. Can't you use your brain? Is 50,000 really asking too much? Even without others, dealing with Zhao Zicheng alone is enough trouble.
Acting like your girlfriend is basically declaring war on him.
With his status and connections, wouldn't he crush me effortlessly? Fine, 50 grand it is. But if you blow it and get caught, this contract ends immediately. Not a penny more. No problem. Money talks, not feelings. I'm a pro at this. Transfer the money first.
Zhao Zicheng was also on his list of people to deal with after his rebirth.
Now he could take down his fiancée and get paid for it. Zhang Yang wasn't he about to refuse? Oomph. Money-grubbing fool.
Seeing the money arrive, Zhang Yang downed a glass of wine, celebrating another chunk of startup capital.
After finishing his drink, he noticed Su Xinyan hadn't left yet and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What are you doing? We just agreed you're not after my body. Who said I wanted your body? The room downstairs doesn't even have a bathtub. I'm borrowing yours for a soak. Without waiting for Zhang Yang's consent, she stepped into the bathroom.
Chapter 13, Dare to Release It. Listening to the sounds coming from the bathroom, Zhang Yang found his mind wandering. Regardless of a woman's beauty, the moment she's in the bathroom and hasn't shown her face yet is often when she stirs a man's imagination the most.
Just then, Su Xinyan spoke up. Zhang Yang, could you help me?
Zhang Yang swore he had absolutely no fantasies about her. It was simply his nature to be helpful, so he walked over immediately. At that moment, Su Xinyan was fully submerged in the water. Though her body was covered in foam, her most alluring features remained partially exposed.
What's wrong? Actually, I think you're pretty great.
As she spoke, she lifted one leg out of the water.
Tell me, what do you see? One leg. One leg covered in soapy foam. Well then, answer me, do you want to? Su Xinyan wiggled her finger suggestively. Yes. Want to do what? Say it, sis will grant you anything. Seeing his mesmerized expression, Su Xinyan felt a secret thrill. This time, she was finally the one teasing him. I want to build socialism with you. Heh, big brother, you're so noble. But those things take forever to achieve. Is there something you want right now? Something you crave intensely? Something impulsive? Say it. Be brave. Don't hold back your desires. Let them out completely.
Zhang Yang nodded and started to unbutton his pants, but instead walked over to the toilet.
Hey, what are you doing? I ate too many different things tonight. Right now, I really want to. I feel so impulsive. I need to let it all out. Hey! I'm taking a shower. Su Xinyan was furious. Why wouldn't this guy take the bait? Was she really that unappealing? What the hell do you want? You won't let me join you, and you won't let me use the bathroom. Ah, actually, I forgot my clothes. Go get them from 203 downstairs. If you need to use the bathroom, go there.
Don't stink up this place, I don't want to smell bad while showering.
Su Xinyan finally gave up trying to provoke him. Am I your servant? Now I have to fetch your clothes?
Zhang Yang shot her a withering look.
What's wrong with you, my boyfriend, fetching my clothes? I paid you 50 grand, can't you make it feel worthwhile? Then be nice and call me brother. Brother, good brother, please get my clothes. She said it in a sweet, coquettish voice. So sassy. And you call yourself the aloof goddess? There are so many blind people at school. I'm impressed. Fine, I'll get them for you.
Seeing her attitude was passable, Zhang Yang decided to help her out. But when he returned with the clothes, no one answered the door.
Su Xinyan, I'm warning you, open the door now. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Su Xinyan was just stepping out of the bathtub.
Hearing the commotion outside, she covered her mouth and giggled.
Oh ho, if you're asking for help, you better show some respect. And by the way, I paid 50 grand for this presidential suite. What's the big deal if I'm staying here? You're a guy, you should give a girl some space. Su Xinyan chattered on and on. Realizing he'd been tricked, Zhang Yang wasted no words and left immediately. A long time passed before Su Xinyan finally realized the noise outside had stopped. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Zhang Yang? Hey, pervert? Call me auntie and I'll open the door for you. Say something.
Mid-sentence, she heard the door click open.
A female attendant peeked through before Zhang Yang barged in. Su Xinyan froze, then started screaming because she wasn't wearing any clothes. The waitress giggled to herself, assuming this was just another playful moment between the young couple. Zhang Yang ignored her hysterics, thanked the attendant, then entered the bathroom to shower. Halfway through, Su Xinyan finally knocked and asked, "Hey, where are my clothes? Since you wouldn't open the door, I gave your clothes to the cleaning lady." What? Zhang Yang, those are Benetton clothes. Oh, Benetton. A brand. Zhang Yang mimicked a line from some movie, then added dismissively, so what?
After his shower, he went to wash the dirty clothes but couldn't find them anywhere. Seeing Su Xinyan watching TV, Zhang Yang immediately suspected she was behind it. Where are my clothes? Oh, I gave them to the housekeeper. Hee, now you know how I felt earlier, huh? Oh, fine. Zhang Yang didn't seem to mind and started drying his hair, getting ready for bed.
Oh? You actually said oh? Do you think I'm lying? I really did throw your clothes away. Well, thanks then. 99 for 2 pieces. I wanted to replace them anyway. Wait, how are you going to go out tomorrow? That's easy. There are plenty of bathrobes here. I'll just wear one. And by the way, you're showing too much skin. Zhang Yang pointed at her half-open bathrobe and Su Xinyan started screaming again.
Zhang Yang was already used to her sonic attacks and calmly continued drying his hair.
By the time he finished, it was already 2 o'clock and sleepiness began to overtake Zhang Yang. Su Xinyan, come on, let's go to sleep. What the hell are you doing?
I've already made it clear this is strictly a business arrangement. If you show up again, I'll sue you for real. You'll face multiple charges and get struck by lightning. Zhang Yang smacked her on the head. I'll smack your big head. I'm telling you to leave this room. I'm going to sleep. Huh? You're going to sleep? No way. How am I supposed to leave? You threw away my clothes, you have to take responsibility for that. You can hold me accountable for the day before yesterday, but what am I responsible for today? Didn't you refuse to open the door? Could you really take responsibility for the day before yesterday? Su Xinyan suddenly flushed. Of course not. Just teasing you, silly girl. You jerk. When women can't get the upper hand, they love calling guys jerks. Go ahead and call me that. As long as I'm not at a disadvantage, it's fine. This jerk's going to bed. Miss Su, make yourself at home. Zhang Yang didn't want to say much more. He turned and went into the bedroom, flopping onto the bed and falling asleep. To prevent her from getting any funny ideas, he locked the door behind him. Alcohol made for sound sleep, and the cozy atmosphere here meant Zhang Yang was out like a light the moment he hit the bed. That night, Zhang Yang dreamed of immortals descending to earth. A celestial being claimed the Queen Mother of the West had bestowed 2 peaches upon him, but this deity was unscrupulous, demanding protection money in exchange for just one. Zhang Yang found himself fiercely competing for that single peach. Just as he was about to win, he jolted awake. Looking up, he met Su Xinyan's icy stare. His hand was resting on a certain spot, and suddenly it dawned on him what the peach he'd been fighting for in his dream actually was. Before Su Xinyan could erupt in anger, Zhang Yang slapped her across the face first, then played the victim, shouting, "Rogue." Chapter 14, Using Your Money to Do Your Bidding. The slap stunned Su Xinyan. How dare this guy take such advantage and then play innocent? She couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at Zhang Yang, only to find herself pinned beneath him. How did you get in? My door was locked. You can call the waitstaff, but I can't? The presidential suite is huge. Is there no place for you to sleep outside? Don't you dare fall for me. I'm a scumbag. Who likes you? The presidential suite is huge, but it's just one big bedroom. It's freezing out there with the AC on. How am I supposed to sleep? Su Xinyan shot him a withering look. Fine. You got the upper hand this time. But next time, forget it. I'm warning you. Get up. Who's getting the better deal here? Zhang Yang ignored her continued tantrum because he had important business today. Mr. Li, the garlic buyer from yesterday, hadn't heard back from Zhang Yang this morning. Thinking he'd changed his mind, he'd come into the city himself to sign the contract. After washing up, Zhang Yang called Mr. Li to come up. Su Xinyan slipped downstairs early when few people were around, but upon spotting a stranger, she quickly retreated back to her room. Damn. Dude, you're living the dream. Your girlfriend is gorgeous, she must be campus queen material. Oh, she's not my girlfriend. We're not that close. Man, you've got a great sense of humor. Here, the contract and money are all ready. Mr. Li didn't waste any words. He immediately signed the contract upon arriving. Seeing Zhang Yang sign his name, he feared he might change his mind and quickly handed over a leather briefcase. 800,000. It's all here, bro. The bank wasn't open yet, so I drove straight over. You'll have to deposit it yourself. Impressive, Mr. Li, carrying that much cash?
Looks like you're a pro middleman.
Zhang Yang was surprised, never expected a middleman to have that kind of cash on hand. As the saying goes, in business, cash is king. Just look at Enron, that energy giant. At the turn of the century it collapsed because its cash flow fell apart.
Hey, don't put it that way. I'm just scraping by.
Brother, you seem no ordinary man either.
Let's be friends.
Li Dikuei had his own principles for making connections. When doing business with a man, the woman by his side could also reveal his true standing. Earlier, he'd noticed Su Xinyan's refined demeanor. She was clearly a woman of exceptional pedigree. To have won over such a beauty, Zhang Yang must be far more formidable than he'd imagined. When he saw the name on the business card Li Dikuei handed him, Zhang Yang felt like he'd heard it somewhere before. Oh, Mr. Li, I'm still a student, so I don't have a business card to give you. But rest assured, if any business opportunities come up, I'll call you first.
Let's just exchange phone numbers. Ha? A student? You're pulling my leg, right?
No, I'm just a freshman at the neighboring Normal University.
Bro, that's impressive. You're just a freshman and you're handling hundreds of thousands worth of goods?
Li Dikuei was even more astonished.
No big deal. Unknown risks are called gambling, known risks are called windfalls. You can't get rich without a windfall, right?
Li Dikuei had already figured it out. Zhang Yang was definitely no ordinary person. To be able to put up hundreds of thousands for a business deal, this guy was clearly a rich kid. This was a connection worth nurturing. After chatting a bit longer, he considered inviting Zhang Yang for tea but noticed the other had business to attend to.
Sensing the hint, he took his leave. Once the others were gone, Su Xinyan dared to emerge from the inner room. Seeing Zhang Yang counting money, she couldn't help but feel curious. Are you doing business with someone? Kids shouldn't pry. You're the child. I'm an adult. Su Xinyan puffed out her chest defiantly. Fine, stop bothering me. I'm leaving. Don't tell anyone at school you're my girlfriend, don't ruin my reputation. Hey, you're going out in that bathrobe? Why don't you go buy me some clothes? I was planning to buy clothes. Then help me pick some out.
For tops, go to Jeans West, they just released a new ice silk line. For underwear, head to Xiansha Liren.
Pants. What? Are you ordering food? I'm busy.
I'll just grab something quick and have to run errands.
Fine, you buy them for me.
I'll pay for your clothes too, consider it your reward.
Deal.
About an hour later, Zhang Yang returned with the purchases.
Seeing his outfit, Su Xinyan was a bit surprised. This guy actually looks pretty handsome when he puts some effort into it. What are you staring at? Don't think getting my body means you've got me. I'm not that interested in you.
Zhang Yang adjusted his hair and reminded her again.
Put. That's my line. And by the way, my whole outfit barely costs 1,000. That Connolly shirt alone is 2,000. Zhang Yang, you're something else splurging my money, huh? Hold on, Su Xinyan. Think about it, if I dress with a bit more taste, won't you look better by association? Besides, I'm not splurging, I'm spending your money to get things done for you. What a load of nonsense. Get out, I need to change. Only now did Su Xinyan realize that men who seem honest on the surface might actually be more fickle inside. Good men don't exist. Any man who breathes is a scumbag. Go ahead and change. It's not like I haven't seen you before. Or are you too scared?
Zhang Yang had to fix his hair and handle an important matter, so naturally he wouldn't let her.
Oomph. Who says I'm scared? Fine, I'll change.
She turned her back to Zhang Yang and slipped off her bathrobe, her skin smooth and supple like silk. This girl was indeed something special, no wonder so many boys at school were head over heels for her. But she quickly pulled the robe back on, turned, and shot Zhang Yang a withering look.
Oomph. Didn't you say you weren't interested in me? Then you can't look. With that, she left the room.
Half an hour later, the two appeared at the Yangcheng Stock Exchange.
Thanks for bringing me to the exchange. You can go now. You did well today. Su Xinyan nodded.
Seems she still had her charms just mentioning she wanted to come here, and Zhang Yang brought her straight over.
But after saying that, she realized Zhang Yang hadn't left.
Instead, he followed her inside.
Zhang Yang, let me make this clear, we're just contractual partners. Don't think this will win me over. I hate it when people follow me around. You're overthinking it. I'm here to trade stocks. Look at that, such a lame excuse. So tell me, which stocks did you buy? Su Xinyan pointed at the ticker board above. It's not listed here.
I'm trading on the Chinext board that launched in early June.
Growth Enterprise Market? You didn't just make that up, did you? Tell me, you can't let go of me, huh?
Oomph. If you behave yourself, I might give you a chance to become permanent. Su Xinyan didn't study the stock market much, so she hadn't delved into the growth enterprise market. Meanwhile, the securities manager in the lobby, eyeing Zhang Yang's attire and hearing his interest in the Chinext board, immediately approached with eager enthusiasm.
Chapter 15, The Campus Belle Wears Black Stockings?
Mr. Zhang, please have a seat. You have excellent foresight. Since its launch, the Chinext board has seen consistently strong performance. Manager Song of the Stock Exchange enthusiastically explained. Right after the Chi-Next market launched at the beginning of this month, capital started pouring in like crazy. But this intense volatility scared off a lot of small and medium investors. So to attract more traders, the exchange rolled out a bunch of preferential policies.
Zhang Yang, don't believe it.
I just asked my dad, and he said the Chi-Next market is too volatile. You shouldn't get involved.
Su Xinyan hung up the phone and urged him from the side. Miss Su, the stock market inherently carries risks, you shouldn't speak that way.
Manager Song naturally didn't want to lose a client willing to invest in Chi-Next.
It's fine, Manager Song. Just proceed with your normal pitch. Su Xinyan, don't interfere. Me, messing things up? Fine, I'm not stopping you.
Just don't come begging me for money when you lose everything.
Su Xinyan gave up trying to dissuade him, having said all she needed to.
Seeing Zhang Yang's strong interest, Manager Song was naturally delighted and quickly opened both a main board and a Chi-Next account for him.
Back then, there were virtually no restrictions for playing the Chi-Next board. Any individual could participate. The C3 risk assessment was practically non-existent.
Fast forward a decade or so, and the requirements would be much stricter. Not only would you need 2 years of trading experience, but you'd also need a minimum of 100,000 yuan in capital. After completing the formalities, Manager Song enthusiastically introduced several GEM stocks.
Mr. Zhang, the Chi-Next board differs from the main board. Currently, there are only about 100 stocks listed, and overall momentum is quite strong. I'd like to recommend a few from my portfolio. Take Jinlong Electromechanical, for instance. Its performance has been consistently solid. I suggest holding it long term.
Zhang Yang shook his head. One of the first companies on the GEM, their core business is micro-vibration motors, mostly supplying big players like Samsung. But with the smartphone market booming this year, their performance will be hit hard.
Long-term holding? No thanks. Mr. Zhang, you're joking, right? Smartphones? That's cutting-edge American tech. How could the market transform so quickly?
Seeing this stock, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered this year would be pivotal for the mobile phone market.
He realized he needed to make money quickly. Technological advancements drive rapid market shifts. Oh, no worries. I was just saying. Please continue.
Well, Huai Brothers of film and TV stock. They have this movie, The Great Tangshan Earthquake, directed by a big name. It's bound to be a box office smash this year. Get in now, and you'll be counting your profits come July.
This one? Box office performance is decent, but the investment was too large. It's going to blow up in July.
Listening to his confident predictions, Manager Song didn't show any dissatisfaction. After all, young people trading stocks, especially in front of girls, always try to act like seasoned pros.
Put. Blowing smoke. Zhang Yang, how come I never knew you were into movies before? Su Xinyan wasn't buying it. I don't know movies, but I know the market.
With such a high PE ratio, it's obvious there's a lot of froth. Manager Song then introduced several other stocks with promising trends, such as Jifeng Agricultural Machinery, a mechanization giant in the agricultural sector. Zhang Yang bluntly dismissed it as nothing more than a capital game orchestrated by the speculative Ningbo Suicide Squad. Beyond that, he rejected Genia Technology, Tonghuashan, Irai Hospital, and others with various justifications. Only the last one received a favorable review, yet he still turned it down, citing minimal upside potential and insufficient profit margins.
By lunchtime, Manager Song couldn't hold back any longer.
Mr. Zhang, I've been in this industry for 10 years, but I feel like I haven't learned nearly as much as I should.
How about this? Could you recommend a good stock for me to buy? Su Xinyan giggled quietly, covering her mouth. Exactly, Zhang Yang. You're always criticizing others. Why don't you offer some advice yourself? This one looks promising.
Zhang Yang pointed to a listing on the Chi-Next board. Manager Song assumed Zhang Yang was genuinely knowledgeable, but upon seeing the stock he mentioned, he realized this guy was just another half-baked amateur.
Mr. Zhang, this Shenzhou Taiyue stock is also among this month's strong performers.
I didn't recommend it earlier because its entry price isn't low. It hit 60 back in early June and now stands at 75 per share.
Are you sure you want to buy this one? Yes, buy this one. Speaking of Shenzhou Taiyue, one must mention Feixin, the messaging app from back in the day.
In the first half of 2010, Feixin's business was booming, and Shenzhou Taiyue was the company responsible for its operation and maintenance.
Since its listing on the Chi-Next board, it has been highly anticipated. Later, internal rumors touted it as China's WhatsApp.
With several major hot money players taking turns to speculate on it mid-month, the stock price has remained high since its initial issuance.
At 75 yuan per share,
Manager Song couldn't help but feel that Zhang Yang, being so young, didn't seem like someone with such boldness.
He tentatively asked, Mr. Zhang, how much do you plan to purchase?
I have 1.5 million yuan in my account.
Go all in on Shenzhou Taiyue. 1.5 million. That's 20,000 shares? Mr. Zhang, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Manager Song gasped.
As a brokerage manager, he'd handled clients with hundreds of millions in assets before, but someone like Zhang Yang making such a massive first-time investment was truly unprecedented.
1.5 million. Su Xinyan was equally stunned. Where did he get all that money?
She recalled Zhao Zicheng mentioning he was just a poor student.
No need to think about it. Put it all in.
Zhang Yang knew that with the Qi board just launched, capital was pouring in from all sides, creating plenty of bubbles.
If that was the case, why not inflate the bubble even bigger? Understood, Mr. Zhang. Our staff will handle the execution. Wishing you great financial success.
Oh, and here's my personal number. As a benefit of the Qi platform, we'll assign a dedicated manager to oversee your funds. Just give me a call anytime, we guarantee our full support.
Alright, thanks, Manager Son. I'll actually need to reach out to you in a couple of days.
Zhang Yang accepted the business card with gratitude.
My pleasure. I'll go ahead and process your account now. Feel free to contact me anytime. You can take a look around while you wait. Alright. Zhang Yang nodded and walked toward the exit. A fair-skinned, attractive saleswoman brought over coffee and pastries.
Youth was definitely an advantage. Zhang Yang couldn't help but glance at her twice, prompting Su Xinyan to pinch his arm.
Are you crazy?
Oomph. Su Xinyan pouted, but her curiosity about Zhang Yang only deepened.
That guy brought so much money today it must have been borrowed from Zhang Yang. But borrowing money to gamble on stocks? That sounded absurd. Had he run into some trouble and was now going all in? It must be it. Maybe he's got some incurable disease. Zhang Yang. What?
Live hard, and next time I'll show you in black stockings.
Ha! Chapter 16, Losing means wearing black stockings.
Mr. Zhang, your transaction funds have been processed.
Here's a small token of appreciation, please accept it. Son, you brought some account opening commemorative gifts, mostly everyday items like small kettles and toothbrushes.
The most valuable one was the mascot for this year's Guangzhou Asian Games. Oh, right, this is an Asian Games year. Only then did Zhang Yang recall that Guangzhou was hosting the games this year.
Maybe he could capitalize on that to make some money. Yes, in November. This is Guangzhou's first time hosting the Asian Games, so the sports sector, are you interested in investing, Mr. Zhang? I'll pass on that. It's too lackluster. By the way, Mr. Son, I'd like to know what are the rules for short selling? Short selling? Zhang Yang, what are you talking about? Su Xinyan asked, completely baffled.
She was a rookie in the stock market, familiar only with terms like heavy positions and liquidating holdings.
Short selling can be considered a form of betting against the market.
While it's prohibited domestically, we achieve it indirectly through other means like short selling, buying put options, or index futures hedging.
Am I correct, Mr. Song? Zhang Yang turned to Song Yu.
Since the market was bound to turn sour in July, simply liquidating positions then might yield a small profit, but that wasn't his style. Knowing the stocks would fall, naturally, profiting from the decline would bring greater returns.
But with domestic stocks, retail investors rarely engage in short selling tactics, so Zhang Yang wasn't sure what rules applied nowadays. Mr. Zhang, you've done your homework. Yes, those methods can achieve the goal. However, there are barriers to entry. Short selling is far more complex than regular buying and selling.
You need a minimum capital of 500,000 yuan, plus 2 years of trading experience and passing relevant exams.
Song Yu explained honestly. Well, this is my first time playing the stock market.
2 years of experience is indeed beyond my reach.
Ah, Mr. Zhang, don't worry. We'll figure it out when the time comes.
Hearing his words, Zhang Yang lifted his head, catching the implied suggestion in his tone. Right, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
I'll reach out to you when the time comes. No problem. It's my pleasure to assist you. With that, Song Yu turned and walked away. Not bad, Zhang Yang. Did you do all that homework today just to show off in front of me? But you're being too impulsive. Who borrows millions to play the stock market? Borrowed money? Isn't that exactly what it was? I saw it all today.
That guy must be a loan shark.
If it were for business, wouldn't they just use a check? Why cash? It's clearly money from the gray market. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yang didn't bother explaining.
After all, the origins of his first fortune were so fantastical that only someone who'd lived through it would believe it. Seriously, you shouldn't gamble like this.
If you really want to invest, I suggest real estate. Put your money in my stock. I'll cover half your risk. What do you say? Not good at all. Real estate? You dare touch that? Haven't you heard about the new national regulations? Zhang Yang was genuinely surprised she'd even consider stocks without checking industry intel. 10 measures? All I know is people will eventually get married, and married people will buy homes. That's a fundamental need. Yeah, go ahead. I'm not joining you anyway.
Zhang Yang never liked lecturing people because you can't teach someone who doesn't want to learn.
Hey! I'm giving you a clear path, why won't you listen? Don't you trust me? Fine, how about we make a bet? How do you want to bet? Let's bet on whether our stocks go up or down tomorrow.
The loser does what the other wants. I'll wear black stockings for you if I lose, and you'll be my fake boyfriend for free for 6 months if you lose. Su Xinyan figured this was the perfect chance to show him who the real stock guru was, so he'd finally start respecting her. His dismissive attitude toward her these past few days had been downright hurtful.
That's it? How about this, since we're both so confident in our judgment, let's just assume they'll rise. If my account gains more than yours, you lose. Hey! Hold up, you're betting 1.5 million. Even a small win would beat my 150k. That's not fair. Fine, then. Whatever I earn, just drop a zero from the total, okay? After removing the zero, if my profit is double yours, you wear black stockings all day with me. If it's triple, then 2 days. And so on. Fine, you'll never win anyway.
If you lose, 1 times means 1 month, 2 times means 2 months. Wait, no, you also have to kneel and call me daddy.
What should I be called? Daddy. Ugh. I'll beat you to death. Su Xinyan wanted to hit someone, only to find Zhang Yang had already bolted.
After a bit more horseplay in the car, Su Xinyan had planned to swing by campus, but then remembered she was supposed to accompany her best friend shopping today, so she cancelled her plans.
Alright, you can go back now. No need to walk me.
Just remember to come pick up my luggage later. Show off your boyfriend skills. You've already seen my boyfriend material in action.
Get lost. You always pick on me.
Su Xinyan slammed the car door shut as she walked away. Zhang Yang chuckled, his gaze drifting to the commemorative gifts on the seat.
Everything else was usable, but those Asian Games plushies? Forget it. Hey! Su Xinyan, do you want the dolls? Who wants your junk? I don't want it. Keep it yourself. Without turning back, Su Xinyan waved her hand and kept walking.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to start the car, he heard someone beside him say, Zhang Yang, you don't seriously think this little gift will win her over, do you? Zhang Yang turned to see Zhao Ziqing standing there, with Wen Caiyi beside him. What's yours, I won't take. But what isn't yours, I won't hesitate to claim.
You dare. Su Xinyan is my fiancée. Don't think inheriting that measly fortune gives you the right to pursue her. Thinking a few worthless dolls will win her over? Zhang Yang, haven't you heard that coveting another man's woman invites divine retribution? Zhao Ziqing's face darkened with anger.
He knew Zhang Yang was retaliating for stealing his goddess.
Ah, we're two of a kind on this point. We're fellow travelers, aren't we? Wen Caiyi, aren't we fellow travelers? After Zhang Yang finished speaking, Wen Caiyi kept her head down, not daring to respond. What kind of kindred spirits?
I'm not as pathetic as you, unable to protect the girl I love. Zhang Yang chuckled, then floored the gas pedal and sped away. Shortly after his departure, the market finally opened. Operators heard that someone had opened an account on the Chinext board early that morning and dumped 1.5 million yuan in one go. They were all curious whether this stock really had any potential.
Don't overthink it, Song Yu declared confidently. This stock has been climbing since early June. Its current price is already sky high, it can't possibly go up anymore. I've consulted several veteran experts. This stock is bound to drop today. At 9:15 a.m., the market officially opened.
The traders immediately turned their attention to the stock they just discussed and were instantly stunned.
Manager Song, the Shenzhou Taiyue stock, it actually went up. What?
Manager Song immediately put on his glasses and noticed that the stocks Zhang Yang had just acquired were still in the green today.
Chapter 17, should I give it a try?
When Zhang Yang returned to the dorm, his roommates were all quite surprised. They say clothes make the man, and after just 1 day apart, Zhang Yang's entire demeanor had become remarkably distinguished.
Holy crap, Zhang Yang, a Connaught coat, Gucci shoes. That outfit must have cost a fortune. Did you splurge this much just to attend your goddess's birthday party yesterday?
Lu Hao, being the wealthiest in the dorm, instantly recognized the luxury brands.
He wondered inwardly, had Zhang Yang struck it rich? Oh, these aren't that expensive.
In his previous life, Zhang Yang had worn custom-made high-end fashion designed by top designers.
These so-called luxury brands didn't really faze him.
Hearing this, Lu Hao figured it out, probably rented again.
Deep down, Lu Hao felt Zhang Yang was wasting his money. Was it really worth it to spend so much on a woman?
Oh, Lu, I'll pay you back before summer break.
My funds are tied up right now. Zhang Yang knew Lu Hao wasn't in urgent need of the money.
With the stock market performing well lately, he figured he could stretch it out a bit longer. Before Lu Hao could respond, Fan Xiaobai chimed in from the side.
Ha! Tied up?
Zhang Yang, how much money do you even have that you're tied up?
You didn't blow all your savings on stocks, did you? Well, you guessed right. Your father is pleased with your sharp mind.
Zhang Yang recalled how he'd constantly backed down when he first arrived as a freshman. Little did he know this guy would take advantage of being a local to bully him. Now that he'd lived another lifetime, there was no need to put up with him anymore.
What's that supposed to mean? You wanna fight?
Fan Xiaobai was the typical type he could joke about others, but if you ever joked about him, he'd get all worked up.
Hey, stop arguing. Stop arguing. We're roommates, we'll be seeing each other every day.
Dorm leader Zhou Wenbin had just returned from a dorm leaders meeting when he saw them fighting, so he rushed over to play peacemaker. Once both sides calmed down, Zhou Wenbin relayed the meeting's main points. Summer break was coming, reminders about safety like avoiding the beach. Oh, and guys, got some good news, my family approved my trip to Yunnan this summer.
We can hit the water together. I'm really looking forward to seeing our class girls in swimsuits. Zhou Wenbin said excitedly. Yeah, we absolutely have to hit the beach. We'll rent a little villa then.
Mao Xian was also super enthusiastic, since this was one of the rare chances he'd get to hang out with girls. When it came to girls, the dorm conversation turned surprisingly harmonious. Hey, I don't care who you guys chase after, just don't touch my Feifei, Fan Xiaobai quickly staked his claim. Xiaobai, no offense, but she's your high school instant noodle buddy. You say you're close, so why haven't you even asked her out for a meal? Chen Feifei isn't just popular at our school, plenty of guys in our class have their eyes on her. Are you sure you won't be brave? Lu Hao chimed in from the side. I know. This summer, I'll definitely win her over. Just don't touch Chen Feifei, okay? That's my rule. Anyone who messes with her, I'll turn on them. Fan Xiaobai emphasized again. Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly. Being foolish is one thing, but being foolish without realizing it is the most dangerous. Many might not realize that after high school, the gap between people widens dramatically. Before, they only hung out because they happened to be studying together. If I recall correctly, after Chen Feifei gained fame in that modeling contest, she started landing endorsement deals left and right. Oh, and about the summer activities, you guys go ahead. I won't be joining. I've got things to take care of. Zhang Yang mentioned it casually. Before, he hadn't gone because he couldn't afford it. Now, it was because he had more pressing matters to attend to. The others understood since Zhang Yang was broke, he basically skipped any event involving group meals. Bro, come on. Why not? Hey, why not invite that senior from last time? Ask her if she'd be up for a big get-together between our two classes. She's gotta have roommates or friends she could introduce us to. Mao Xian tried to persuade him, though he was clearly more interested in the female connections around Zhang Yang. Well, believe it or not, I really don't know her that well. At that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered he hadn't returned that security guard uniform to her. Bro, that's lame. If you weren't close, why'd she lend you the uniform? Man, what a letdown. Just then, someone pushed open the door, none other than Xu Yan. Zhang Yang, where's my uniform? Sorry, I didn't wash it. Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing Zhang Yang's outfit, Xu Yan felt a stir within her. Come with me, she said. I need to talk to you. Me? Zhang Yang was puzzled. He didn't think he had any urgent business with her, but he followed her out into the hallway anyway. What's up? Zhang Yang, I just realized, you're so handsome. Xu Yan's serious expression suddenly shifted to one of admiration. Ha? Don't grin like some shady businessman. What are you up to? That outfit of yours must cost thousands. My sister told me you're a poor student. So, did you stumble upon some money-making scheme? Tell me about it. Xu Yan asked with genuine curiosity. Sure enough, once you have money, you have no idea how proactive women can be. Remember how Chen Feifei's cousin looked so stern the other day? Even a second glance would have annoyed her. Who'd have thought she'd show this kind of face now? But Zhang Yang wasn't exactly a saint either. He couldn't exactly deny it. Hey! Don't be mad. I wasn't being mean to you on purpose that day. I was just worried about my sister. We've always been close since we were little. Xu Yan offered a brief explanation. You're overthinking it. I'm not mad. Well then, you're pursuing my sister, right? I can help you chase her, she listens to everything I say. Damn it! Xu Yan, you just said you and your sister were close since childhood, and now you're offering to help me pursue her? Plastic sisterhood, huh? Zhang Yang felt a pang of fear, for in her, he saw a reflection of his own self when he first went to America to work. Selfish and money-driven. Well, my concern is that she might get tricked by bad people. She's always been so innocent. But everyone needs to experience love. College isn't complete without it. And I think you're a good person, worthy of her. Xu Yan started buttering him up again. Hold on, we've known each other for less than half an hour, and you're calling me a good person? Hee, your Gucci loafers tell me you're a man of substance. Oh, I thought it was intuition. You're telling me it's visual? To be honest, he did appreciate Chen Feifei's legs, but her figure was just plain ordinary that took away too much of the fun. Then he looked at her cousin. Now that was a true hidden gem. Why couldn't these two sisters combine their best features? Seeing Zhang Yang sizing her up, Xu Yan smiled knowingly, stretched lazily, then said, people have always said we sisters look alike. You could start with me first. Want to test the waters? Chapter 18, The Mercedes-Benz Stuns Roommates. Seeing Zhang Yang's eyes widen, Xu Yan didn't get angry. In her view, both men and women were animals. Men thought with their lower halves, while women flaunted their upper halves. Zhang Yang's obvious lust only proved her irresistible charm. Men driven by lust were often the easiest to manipulate. Give them a taste of sweetness and you could drain their wallets dry. To heighten the allure, Xu Yan deliberately leaned forward slightly, allowing her deep, mysterious cleavage to reveal just a hint of its true form. Just as she thought this routine would hook Zhang Yang, he flatly replied, no deal. From her past actions, Zhang Yang knew she was no ordinary woman. posing as a security guard in the middle of the night to catch couples in the woods, then selling condoms at inflated prices. Only she would pull off such outrageous schemes.
Taking advantage of her?
Who knew what price he'd end up paying? Cats love fish, but not the kind with too many bones.
Hey! I'm this gorgeous, this big, doesn't that make your heart race? The moment Su Xinyan thrust out her chest, Zhang Yang felt something swaying before his eyes.
But he still waved her off.
Alright, I'm outta here. Hit me up on the drift bottle if you need anything.
Seeing him about to leave, Su Xinyan panicked. She hadn't made a single sale today. She hurriedly reached out.
Hey, wait! Give me money, 100. Another 100?
Zhang Yang turned back, looking at her in disbelief.
Of course.
As they say, if business fails, friendship remains.
What are you talking about? Isn't it no deal, no affection? You won't even date me. Where's the goodwill supposed to come from? Now it's just business, right?
You didn't wash my clothes properly, so I can't earn money today.
That's why I want 100 yuan. I'll wash them myself. Su Xinyan argued logically. Fine, take the money and leave. I give up. Zhang Yang decided to cut his losses.
After taking the money, he was about to leave.
Zhang Yang, seriously, if you want to chase my sister, go for it. I can actually help you. Honestly, I'd rather see my sister find happiness than make money.
Of course, you just need to butter me up a little.
What do you say? My sister has killer legs, you know?
The kind that could crush you.
Su Xinyan emphasized again.
Of course, she wouldn't betray her sister. She just thought Zhang Yang was easy to fool.
Heh, no thanks. Zhang Yang turned and walked straight back to the dorm without looking back. Bro Yang. How'd it go? Did she agree to the mixer? Mao Xian immediately crowded over. What? No way. I didn't even bring it up. I told you, I barely know her.
Hearing this, Mao Xian felt a pang of regret. After all, this was one of the rare chances to meet a girl.
Zhang Yang didn't want to engage. He'd gotten up early today and planned to catch some sleep.
Just then, dorm leader Zhou Wenbin called out to him. Hey, Zhang Yang, the homeroom teacher wants to see you.
Class advisor? What class advisor? Don't they all call them counselors in college?
Zhang Yang asked, puzzled.
Of course there is. Our economics professor is our homeroom teacher. You must have been out of class too long. Zhou Wenbin's words jogged Zhang Yang's memory, and a slender, curvaceous figure gradually took shape in his mind. Their economics professor, Wu Qiutong, was a mature woman in her 30s with wavy hair.
She always wore a form-fitting uniform to class, leading students to believe that uniform was her true form. But Zhang Yang remembered that during his student days, he never seemed to have a chance to speak with this sexy female teacher.
Oh, did she need something from me? I don't know.
She just texted me, saying you should go see her this morning.
Alright, I'll take a shower. Sweating in these clothes would be a hassle.
Zhang Yang dressed up today to gain the trust of the securities manager, but he naturally preferred a more casual look on ordinary days. After his shower, he tossed his clothes along with his stinky socks into the laundry bin. He gave them a quick soap before starting to stomp on them with his feet. Seeing this, Lu Hao was a bit surprised. Zhang Yang, you really should take these clothes to the dry cleaner.
Why are you washing them like regular clothes? Oh, it's fine. They're not worth much anyway.
Zhang Yang didn't see the issue, and besides, the dry cleaner was too far from campus. Fan Xiaobai chimed in again, Lu Xiao, these are cheap goods, of course he doesn't care about them.
You forgot he just visited Jiangao town. I remember that area is full of counterfeits, fake clothes, fake bags, you name it. That explanation actually made sense.
After all, Zhang Yang's sudden drastic change did seem a bit hard to justify. Only then did Zhang Yang remember something. He quickly pulled his car keys from his already soaked pants and tossed them onto the dorm room desk.
Phew! Almost forgot.
Zhang Yang said, continuing to stomp on the clothes in the tub. The earlier tumble naturally drew everyone's attention. When they saw the prominent Mercedes-Benz emblem on the keys, another wave of surprise washed over the group.
Bro Yang, you bought a car? Mao Xian's voice dripped with envy. Yeah, not that expensive. Zhang Yang chuckled. Back in his previous life, this car wouldn't even qualify for his garage. Wait, it wasn't that expensive? A Mercedes? You're not joking, right? Hey, Mao Xian, let me remind you, someone here can't even afford real clothes. Expecting him to buy a car? That's just a fairy tale. Fan Xiaobai scoffed again.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door.
Zhou Wenbin opened it to find the dorm supervisor stepping inside. Is that car parked downstairs yours? Move it right away. Oh, uncle, it's mine. By the way, where do I go to register the license plate? Go to the housing office to register it.
But let me tell you, even with a new plate, you still can't park downstairs.
The bosses are coming for an inspection today. Don't blame me later for not doing my job properly. Got it. Thanks, uncle. I'll go take care of it right away.
Zhang Yang quickly hung up his clothes and followed the old man downstairs. Only after he'd been gone for quite some time did the others snap out of their shock and start discussing what Zhang Yang could possibly have done these past 2 days, how he'd managed to buy both luxury goods and a car in just that short time.
It's fake, all fake. Don't fall for it. Fan Xiaobai stubbornly insisted.
Xiaobai, his car's already parked downstairs.
You still say it's fake? That just sounds like jealousy talking.
Lu Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fan Xiaobai was the type to pick on the weak but back down when confronted. He might have argued back a bit if the others in the dorm had called him out, but Lu Hao's words left him speechless. He could only vent his frustration in the game. Not long after, Zhang Yang finally returned with the parking permit, casually tossing it on the table before heading out again.
Mao Xian couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He picked up the permit and let out another gasp. Holy crap! It really is a Mercedes. Chapter 19, Sweat-Soaked Uniform.
His exclamation drew the others over, and they all murmured with envy.
Fan Xiaobai couldn't resist coming over either.
The moment he saw the license plate, he burst out laughing.
Ha! Wasn't this the car he rented? A rental car? Yeah, UAXX388. Lu Xiao, remember when I went on a road trip with classmates over winter break and asked if you knew any rental places? That's the exact car I rented. I even have a photo.
Fan Xiaobai pulled up his QQ space, where a picture of him with the car confirmed the license plate. Lu Hao recalled something and nodded. He did ask me for a rental agency contact yesterday.
But what's the point of this? Why would someone renting a car even bother getting a parking permit? Is he planning to rent it long term? What's the point? Just his vanity kicking in.
He'd do anything to chase after his goddess. I told you guys his clothes were definitely fake, but you wouldn't listen.
You can tell a lot about a person from a young age.
From the day he moved into the dorm, I knew he'd never amount to anything.
Fan Xiaobai started gloating and mocking again. Getting carried away, he launched into another tirade about Zhang Yang's terrible taste. How could he chase such an ordinary girl for so many years without ever getting a response? What a total failure. Just wait and see, guys. This summer, I'm going to win over Chen Feifei. Then I'll show him what a real romantic hero looks like.
Let him drool with envy. Fan Xiaobai was radiating that mysterious confidence again. But no sooner had he finished speaking than another knock sounded at the door.
Opening it revealed none other than Chen Feifei. I'm looking for Zhang Yang.
Oh, class monitor, Zhang Yang isn't here.
What do you need?
Girls rarely came to the boys' dorm, so Zhou Wenbin asked with some confusion.
Oh, he's not here? Where'd he go? Chen Feifei sounded anxious.
Fan Xiaobai, feeling a touch of jealousy, stepped forward and said, Oh, Feifei, he's in the office.
The economics teacher called him in. That guy must have gotten himself into trouble again. Have you eaten yet? I'm actually hungry myself. Want to grab lunch together? Nah, I've got a lunch date. You go with your roommates. I'm heading to the office to find Zhang Yang. With that, Chen Feifei walked away, not giving Fan Xiaobai a chance to say more.
Xiaobai, she doesn't seem that close to you.
Maybe you shouldn't waste your effort. A girl like Chen Feifei, there are definitely plenty of guys after her at school. Lu Hao offered a well-meaning reminder. Fan Xiaobai knew that well enough.
But losing to others was one thing, losing to Zhang Yang, whom he'd always looked down on,
that was unacceptable.
So he turned back, feigning nonchalance.
We're actually pretty close.
We've been in the same class for 3 years.
Maybe she just didn't want to say yes in front of everyone here. No big deal. She's traveling over summer break anyway. Plenty of chances then.
But his explanation left everyone at a loss for words. After a moment of awkward silence, Fan Xiaobai quickly changed the subject. Hey, Lu Hao, what do you think Zhang Yang is doing renting a car for so long?
How should I know what he's thinking? Who rents a car for that long?
At 300 a day, it's fine for occasional use, but renting it constantly is such a waste unless he has something serious going on.
But where's he getting all this money? I only lent him 10,000. Now he's splurging on clothes and renting a car. Last night he stayed out all night celebrating his crush's birthday that must have cost a fortune too. Lu Hao was just as puzzled.
Man, Lu, I told you those clothes must be rented.
How else could he afford to be so flashy? But yeah, he probably blew a ton of cash.
His fancy days won't last long. After discussing it with his roommate, Fan Xiaobai finally felt a bit better. He realized he shouldn't have been so anxious after all. There were plenty of chances to travel during summer break. And that broke-ass Zhang Yang couldn't afford to come along anyway. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but smile.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had arrived at the office.
He inquired but found Teacher Wu absent.
After asking around, he learned she was reporting work in the vice principal's office. As Zhang Yang pushed open the door, he witnessed a delightful scene.
Standing on a chair to adjust the curtains, economics teacher Wu Qiutong wore a black bodycon skirt and a white sleeveless t-shirt, an outfit that could be summed up in one word: tight.
Oh, Zhang Yang, you're here. Could you help me hang these curtains? I can't quite reach them.
As she turned to him, Zhang Yang noticed she was wearing glasses today, adding an extra touch of intellectual beauty to her appearance. At her request, Zhang Yang immediately stepped forward and discovered the 2 hooks at the top of the curtain had come loose. Zhang Yang stood on tiptoe, but the height was too much, forcing him to stretch as far as he could.
How about it, Zhang Yang? Can you reach? Oh, I think I can manage. I'll step on the windowsill.
Looking down at her from this angle, Zhang Yang felt a sudden sense of conquest. After finally fixing the curtains, Wu Qiutong mentioned the printer wasn't working and asked him to take a look.
Zhang Yang examined it thoroughly but couldn't find anything wrong.
It wasn't until she pointed out, "Hey, Zhang Yang, take a look here. There are several cables, which one connects to the printer?"
Zhang Yang walked over to take another look.
Just as he was about to start working, playful voices suddenly echoed from the doorway, followed by someone barging in.
See, honey? I told you no one was here. Oomph. You're so impatient. If your wife catches you, you're dead meat. You're not impatient? You weren't impatient when you kept kicking my leg during the meeting? Besides, that sourpuss wife of mine wouldn't dare control me.
Her dad used to be the old principal and had some clout, but now he's off selling salted duck eggs.
Who gives her any face anymore? The 2 who entered were Vice Principal Ma Yan and English teacher Pan Shuelian.
Their conversation made Wu Qiutong's face flush crimson. Fearing discovery, Wu Qiutong crawled under the desk too, then pulled the cloth from the top over them, creating a makeshift hiding spot. Once the couple outside realized no one would interrupt their business, they began to get down to business. Their voices grew louder as they moved from the doorway to the sofa, terrifying Wu Qiutong into clutching Zhang Yang's hand tightly. "Ms. Wu, my hand hurts."
"Oh, sorry."
Wu Qiutong quickly released his hand, but her face was already bright red.
Zhang Yang wasn't much better off.
The space under the desk was already cramped, and his 1.8-meter frame felt particularly confined in such a small area. He could only lean forward as much as possible to ease the discomfort in his neck. However, with the computer tower right beside them, the space beneath the desk grew stiflingly hot. Before long, both of them were breaking out in a sweat. Outside, the 2 seemed even more engrossed, having shifted their battlefield onto the desk. Startled, Wu Qiutong retreated further inward, nearly pressing herself completely against Zhang Yang. Observing her at such close range, he realized she truly was flawless. It was hard to believe she was over 30, her skin still as smooth and supple as a young girl's. What was even more agonizing was that she was wearing a gray t-shirt today.
Didn't he know that white would have an amplifying effect?
Moreover, the sweat trickling down her neck had pooled at the front, reflecting a vivid green hue. Zhang Yang felt his breathing quicken. Compared to other women her age, Wu Qiutong was truly ripe and ready. Inhaling the sweet scent of her hair, listening to the sensual music playing on the table, and having such a ripe peach right beside him, what man could resist?
Zhang Yang couldn't resist and kissed her cheek. Ah!
Wu Qiutong's sharp cry snapped Zhang Yang back to his senses, while also successfully alerting Vice Principal Li.
"Honey, did you hear that sound just now?" "What sound?" "Stop being so paranoid. You locked the door, so it's definitely fine." "I know. It's the end of the semester, right? I have a lot of work to handle." "Oh my. If someone comes, we'll deal with it then. Hurry up, don't leave me hanging like this."
Soon, the 2 were lost in passion again. The space was already cramped, the computer tower hummed away, and the 2 of them were pressed so close together that the heat radiating from their bodies turned the area under the desk into a steamy sauna.
Wu Qiutong was drenched in sweat.
Her white t-shirt was practically soaked through, so she could only frantically cover her chest.
Chapter 20, You can stay at my place during summer break. Zhang Yang pulled out his phone to start recording.
He reasoned that since the man above was Vice Principal Li Yan, who held some status at the school, there might be times in the future when he could use this information. Better to record evidence of his misconduct now, just in case. However, the moment she saw his phone, Wu Qiutong froze in terror, fearing he intended to secretly film her. Yet in this helpless situation, she could do nothing but close her eyes, too afraid to resist. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes only to find Zhang Yang still holding his phone aloft. Anger surged within her.
This guy wasn't taking photos, he was recording video. That subtle difference felt.
Just as she was about to stop him, the person above moved again.
"Hey!
Slow down, hold on a sec, sweetie."
Hearing the voice upstairs, Zhang Yang knew the vice principal was about to get tech savvy. "Oh my, why are you taking medicine? You're so weak. Did you touch your wife last night?" "Pfft, me with her? Just looking at him makes me sick. This isn't medicine, I've been under a lot of stress lately, and my heart's been racing. This is Synaph, for heart issues."
Li Yan hurriedly explained, though his tone betrayed a hint of guilt.
"Well, that's good. If you're already worn out so quickly, I wouldn't want to be with you either. I'm still in my prime, you know." No, baby, just give me a minute."
Hearing his words, Zhang Yang could only stifle a laugh.
Wu Qiutong didn't understand what was so funny about their earlier exchange, so she leaned close to his ear again and asked, "What's sildenafil? Why are you laughing?" "Wei gu." Hearing those 2 words, along with the even louder banging above them, Wu Qiutong's face flushed even redder. Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised. Ms. Wu was over 30, yet she didn't know about this? She seemed a bit too innocent. Fortunately, after another 10 minutes, the wild lovebirds upstairs finally departed, and Wu Qiutong hurriedly left for her own office. No sooner had she entered than Zhang Yang arrived right behind her, startling Wu Qiutong. "What do you think you're doing?" Ms. Wu, shouldn't I be asking you that? Didn't you have someone call me here?" "Oh, I forgot. Lock the door first." "Lock the door?" "Teacher, calm down. I'm still a student." "You. I told you to lock the door. I need to discuss something with you, something that concerns your future. Come here." Seeing her stern expression, Zhang Yang immediately locked the door and approached. "Zhang Yang, think for yourself, have you offended anyone?" "Why do you say that?" "Our Yangcheng Normal University has regulations. Failing more than 4 required courses triggers an academic warning. 6 failed courses mean you have to repeat the year. But today during the meeting, I saw the document. They've already issued you an academic warning. If you fail one more course, you'll be expelled outright, without even the chance to repeat the year." "So I'm asking, have you offended anyone?" Wu Qiutong asked, her face tense. "I don't think I've offended anyone." Zhang Yang had no time to think carefully about it, because the teacher in front of him seemed to have forgotten that her t-shirt was greenish-white. But his gaze was far too obvious, infuriating Wu Qiutong to the point she couldn't help but slap his hand. "Done looking yet?" She then grabbed a towel to cover herself. "Zhang Yang, I'm trying to help you, and you're still being so inappropriate?" Oh, teacher, I really hadn't thought about who might have set me up like this, especially someone with enough clout to know our vice principal." "Alright, you don't need to worry about that now. You've already failed 3 courses, and with mine coming up this semester, you'd better study hard these next couple of days. As long as you get decent marks, I'll give you full credit. As for the other failed courses, you'll need to make them up quickly next semester. I know your family situation is tough. Juggling part-time work and studies means you have to put in more effort than others, but I know you're a good kid." "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Professor." Zhang Yang nodded, feeling genuinely touched. After all, his college years had been marked by extreme poverty. He'd often missed class activities due to lack of funds, facing criticism from others, making those 4 years incredibly difficult. People like Teacher Wu are truly rare. This is what it means to educate without discrimination. "Here, I have 1,000 yuan. Take it for now. If it's not enough, just let me know. If you plan to work over the summer, you can stay at my place temporarily. I have an empty apartment, so you won't have to pay rent. Saving some money is always good." Wu Qiutong was sincere, but Zhang Yang had changed since those days. Naturally, he declined the money. "Teacher, I don't need the money, but I'll consider staying with you. I've nowhere to go during summer break. In the past, I'd just work in factories as a slave laborer. I never want to go back to that life." Wu Qiutong understood he was a boy after all, likely with a strong sense of pride, so she didn't press the issue. At the same time, she held him in higher regard. Though poor, he remained steadfast and unyielding in his aspirations. Despite his poverty, Zhang Yang possessed remarkable integrity. She reflected on her own privileged upbringing. As an only child, she'd been showered with affection since childhood. When her grandmother passed, the house was left to her. She'd never had to worry about food or clothing. This made it all the more difficult for her to imagine how Zhang Yang had endured so many years of hardship. "Teacher Wu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Thank you for today. I'll pass this exam." Zhang Yang's confidence wasn't blind. Economics in China had only gained prominence after joining the WTO. Compared to the complex theories that would emerge a decade later, the economics of his era held little difficulty. When he first appeared on the Huruan Rich list, he'd been invited to lecture at numerous universities. The concepts came effortlessly to him, and even university professors applauded his insights. As he turned to leave, Wu Qiutong suddenly remembered something. "Hey, wait a minute. Hand me your phone." "What is it?" Zhang Yang trusted her implicitly and handed over his phone without hesitation. Wu Qiutong took the phone and immediately opened the gallery to browse. Accidentally, she tapped into a video, and an unspeakable sound erupted, startling her into closing it quickly. It was normal for someone his age to have such videos on his phone, but Zhang Yang hadn't really paid attention before. Having grown accustomed to smartphones, he found this Nokia 6288 rather cumbersome and basically only used it for calls. "Seems like it's time to upgrade that phone soon. Teacher, if you really want to see this stuff, I can upload it to Kuaibo for you." "I wouldn't. Where did you put that video you secretly recorded of me just now? Which one is it?" Since the videos didn't have preview thumbnails, Wu Qiutong didn't dare click randomly. "What video? What just happened?" "I didn't record a video, I was just recording audio." "Huh? Audio? That's a relief." Wu Qiutong exhaled softly. "Alright then, you can go." "Alright." Zhang Yang nodded, unlocked the door, and prepared to leave, only to be called back by her. "Hey, Zhang Yang, what are you going to do with that recording?" "Oh, well, it'll come in handy when the time is right." Zhang Yang left with a mysterious smile. "When it's needed?" Wu Qiutong pondered for a moment, then began to blush again. Chapter 21, Free Airline Ticket.
As soon as Zhang Yang stepped out of the office building, someone called out to him.
He turned to see Chen Feifei. Hey, class president, what's up? Big class leader? Don't call me that, it sounds weird. Then call me little class president.
Zhang Yang realized the word little did suit her better.
Fine, whatever you say.
Zhang Yang, you should keep the class fund for me. I need to start booking tickets, summer break starts in a few days.
Ha? Now. It's not convenient right now. Ha? What's up? Didn't you win almost $1 million on the lottery the other day? Yeah, I did win.
But here's the thing, when I asked you for the money, I told you I had a cheap source for tickets at 20% off.
I promised you that, and I'll definitely get you the tickets. It's fine.
I know you were lying to me back then, but it doesn't matter.
I have to buy the tickets anyway. I'll keep it a secret. Just buy them at full price. Chen Feifei looked at him with an incredibly sincere gaze. No way. I promised you, and I'll make it happen.
Trust me, I'll buy those tickets within the next couple of days. Don't worry about me losing money, I earned all this through the class fund anyway.
Think of it as my way of making it up to you.
Zhang Yang said this because his money was tied up in the stock market and he didn't want to pull it out just yet. So he had to buy some time.
Still, his explanation won Chen Feifei's favor.
Though she'd been annoyed at being deceived earlier, seeing his sense of responsibility made her think he wasn't such a bad guy after all.
Oh, Zhang Yang, I checked the list, you're not on it. Aren't you coming with us? I have something to do. What kind of business? You should participate in group activities more. I really have something to do. You guys go ahead and have fun.
Oh, right, wait for me downstairs at the dorm.
I have something to give you. What is it? Chen Feifei was curious, but she followed him anyway.
Zhang Yang returned to the dorm, grabbed all the Asian Games commemorative dolls given by the securities firm, then hurried back downstairs.
Hey, why's brother Yang rushing out again right after coming back?
Mao Xian wanted to ask him why such top-tier girls kept showing up these past couple days.
Fan Xiaobai couldn't resist mocking him. What else could it be? He's definitely going to get something for his goddess. That idiot actually thinks anyone would want a few crappy dolls.
He should at least give a more generous gift. After muttering this, he couldn't resist running out to take a look, grabbing a few roommates along the way. Zhang Yang hurried downstairs, where he encountered Wen Caiyi heading up the stairs. Seeing what Zhang Yang held, she frowned and declared, I did tell you I love this Asian Games commemorative gift.
But after last night, I hate you. You think this measly thing will win my forgiveness? No way.
Look at Zhao Zicheng, he even bought me a Longines watch today. Unless you bring something more valuable than that to apologize, I won't forgive you. I'm going to confirm our relationship with him right now. I'll give you 3 days.
If you can't win my forgiveness by then, I won't let you pursue me anymore. Wen Caiyi stormed off, leaving Zhang Yang utterly baffled. Was this girl out of her mind?
That idiot Zhao Zicheng spent thousands on a gift, while all I needed was an empty box, and it was my first time.
What's there to pursue?
With her flighty personality, even if she were flawless now, Zhang Yang wouldn't chase after her. Finally reaching the dorm building, he saw Chen Feifei still waiting.
He quickly pulled out the items. Little class monitor, these are for you. Ha? For me? Chen Feifei looked down and found the items rather cute.
The others watching from upstairs speculated about their relationship.
They definitely aren't boyfriend and girlfriend.
That Zhang Yang guy couldn't win over his goddess, so now he's trying to get close to my Feifei.
But he probably doesn't know Feifei comes from a pretty wealthy family, she wouldn't even glance at his cheap little gift. Fan Xiaobai was utterly confident. But the next second, he was proven wrong.
Chen Feifei decisively accepted the gifts.
Holy crap, are they actually getting together already? Mao Xian was loving the drama. Impossible, impossible. Fan Xiaobai instantly collapsed like a pile of mud onto the ground.
He always believed Chen Feifei, who rarely spoke to boys, would never accept a gift from one.
No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't make sense of it.
Suddenly, he felt his emotions collapse.
Damn it! That bastard! I'll fight him.
Fearing he might cause trouble, the others quickly banded together to carry Fan Xiaobai back to the dorm.
The two downstairs had no idea what was unfolding upstairs.
Chen Feifei accepted the gift and immediately expressed her gratitude.
Thanks so much, Zhang Yang. These Asian Games souvenirs are pretty hard to come by right now.
You managed to get one, you're amazing.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for trusting me earlier. And wasn't it your birthday a couple days ago? Consider this my belated birthday gift.
As class monitor, Chen Feifei might need his help someday, and since the dolls were useless to him anyway, he figured it was a good favor to return.
Ha! Thank you, thank you. When I mentioned it, I really wasn't trying to hint at anything. I don't celebrate birthdays. Chen Feifei hurriedly clarified, afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. See? That's the difference between people.
Back when Wen Caiyi's birthday was approaching, she'd hinted what she wanted you to give her every single day for a month beforehand. If the gift was even slightly less valuable, she'd get upset.
But Chen Feifei was completely different.
The gift wasn't particularly expensive, but her attitude was genuinely sincere.
I know you're not that kind of person. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Alright, see you later. Only after watching him leave did she finally smile.
Looking at the doll in front of her, she found Zhang Yang rather amusing. Zhang Yang returned to the dorm and sensed something off. Fan Xiaobai sat there staring silently, but since they never got along anyway, Zhang Yang didn't pay it much mind.
His immediate task was to buy plane tickets for his classmates.
Instead of opening the booking site right away, he began searching online for usable QQ accounts. Soon, he found a bunch of QQ accounts he could log into. He then started searching for relevant group chats about working abroad and began adding people using the QQ accounts he had.
After about half an hour, he hurriedly asked Chen Feifei to send over the classmate's identity information.
He then forwarded the details to the person on the other end of the network. Only after receiving confirmation that the tickets to Yunnan City had been purchased did Zhang Yang begin deleting all the newly added contacts. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Yang stepped out onto the balcony to smoke. Today's power consumption at the Miandian Industrial Park was bound to be significantly higher.
Chapter 22, Junior, are you telling ghost stories? June 28, 3 days before the economics exam.
So Zhang Yang rose early, heading to the library to study and avoid failing his final exams. Truthfully, his current knowledge was already sufficient, even expulsion wouldn't faze him.
But Yanqing Normal University was among Guangdong Province's top institutions, and its alumni network was formidable. Such opportunities to expand connections were best not squandered.
On his way to the library, he suddenly received a call from an unknown number.
Hello, is this Mr. Zhang?
Your recent online purchases are suspected of involving prohibited items.
We require you to pay a security deposit.
If you wish to avoid liability, please complete this by 5 p.m. today. Hearing this, Zhang Yang recalled the rampant drug-related parcel scams circulating in recent years. However, the caller on the other end clearly lacked familiarity with the procedure, stumbling over their words.
Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle.
Bro, you're not very good at this job. Looks like you didn't memorize your script well enough. I saw right through you. Team leader, give him a good shock. Zhang Yang said into the phone. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a crackling electrical noise filled the line, followed by the man's agonized screams. The call abruptly disconnected.
Phew, that felt good. Watching someone suffer put Zhang Yang in a good mood.
These scumbags had ruined so many lives they deserved a good jolt. After walking a few steps, his phone rang again. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. You've hit the jackpot this time.
Again?
If it's a prize, just collect it for me. If it's money, transfer it over. If it's goods, keep them for yourselves. Zhang Yang hung up again, musing that telecom scams were indeed rampant these days. But barely had he hung up when the same number called again.
Wait, is this never going to end?
Oh, Mr. Zhang, it's me, Manager Song. I didn't explain clearly earlier. I'm calling to congratulate you. Your stocks have risen by a full 10 points. Fearing another hang-up, Securities Manager Song Yu quickly identified himself.
Oh, 10 points? I thought it might hit the limit up.
Mr. Zhang, as your investment advisor, even though your stocks have risen this time, I still think you should allocate some funds to other stocks. Currently, Shenzhou Taiyue's monthly gains have been quite extreme, and there's a risk of a sudden crash at any moment.
If this is your first investment, I suggest taking profits now.
Your account has gained nearly 100,000 yuan, an outstanding result for a first-time trader.
Song Yu advised.
If Zhang Yang took profits now, it would add another success story to her portfolio, helping a stock market newbie earn 6 figures on their first trade. But if Zhang Yang insisted on continuing to play and ended up losing money, his reputation would inevitably suffer some damage.
No need. Keep playing. There's still room to grow. Ha? You mean you won't reduce your position?
Mr. Zhang, out of responsibility to you, I must share this. Have you heard of Jin Yukai, our country's renowned southern stock guru? In his article last night, he specifically highlighted the stock Shenzhou Taiyue. He stated that based on analysis of candlestick charts and various industry insights, this stock is poised for a sharp decline tomorrow. As you know, Jin Yukai is an authority in the investment world.
If he doesn't favor a stock, I think you should reconsider. Song Yu read the financial newspaper yesterday and also lacks confidence in this stock. Oh, you mean little Jin?
He's got some skills, but he's not exactly a god.
So-called stock gurus just see things a step ahead of ordinary folks. If someone could accurately predict every single day's ups and downs, they wouldn't be human, they'd be divine.
That said, Jin Yukai does have some skill.
This stock is currently on a strong upward trend, yet he has his own perspective. Unfortunately, he's only human.
He can only roughly predict that the stock will crash soon, but he can't pinpoint the exact timing. Song Yu found this reasoning plausible, yet pressed on. Mr. Zhang, you're right, he can't pinpoint every single day's movement.
But virtually every major investor in the industry is signaling pessimism now. Why not? Manager Song, this is my personal investment.
I'll bear the consequences. And yes, they can't predict daily fluctuations with precision, but I can.
Don't interfere with my profits. Zhang Yang didn't want to argue further, explaining more to them was exhausting. Noticing the slight irritation in Zhang Yang's tone, Song Yu finally sensed the hint and hung up. After he hung up, the operator beside him asked, "So, Manager Song, should we help Mr. Zhang sell?" "No need. He wants to hold the position." "Ha? He wants to hold? Didn't Golden Stock God predict the market would plunge as soon as it opened today?" "Ignore him. I've done my part advising him. He just told me those experts can't predict daily swings, but he can. That guy, does he really think winning a little money makes him a stock god?" Song Yu muttered a few complaints. "Ha, young people are like that, confidence is normal.
Once the market opens after 9, he'll learn his lesson." The operator offered a few words of reassurance, then waited quietly for the market to open. Zhang Yang also arrived at the library. With finals approaching, many students were studying early in the morning. After searching for a while without finding a seat, he settled for a corner spot and sat on the floor. After flipping through macroeconomics for a while, he realized the material wasn't particularly challenging. There weren't many calculation sections, and the exam mostly covered memorization-based content. Perhaps an unexpected perk of his rebirth, Zhang Yang felt his memory was exceptionally sharp. Combined with his prior grasp of this financial knowledge, memorizing the textbook content proved surprisingly effortless. Back in school, he hadn't fully grasped the concept of memorization through understanding, but now he finally had some insight. After reading for a while, the librarian suddenly approached and whispered, "Student, this is the library. Please don't disturb others." "What? Sitting here reading could bother others?" Zhang Yang was baffled. "Oh, sitting here reading is fine. It's that student over there who complained you were using reading as an excuse to peek at her." "Me? Peeping?" Zhang Yang followed the librarian's pointing finger and saw it was Lin Xiaofan. The moment she saw him looking, she actually walked over herself. Crossing her arms, she declared haughtily, "Zhang Yang, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're trying to get close to Caiyi by pursuing me. I'll give you credit for the idea, but I won't give you that chance. Can you please just die already? Go hang yourself if you've got nothing better to do. Look at you, your weight is almost as tall as I am. Back home, someone like you would be served up for the New Year feast." Zhang Yang nearly had a stroke staring at her body, where the horizontal and vertical axes were perfectly aligned. "Zhang Yang, what do you mean by that? Now that I've called you out, you're just embarrassed and angry, right?" "Exactly. How could you speak to a female classmate like that? Even if it's a romantic dispute, this is unacceptable." The nearby administrator chimed in to support her. "I know exactly why she acts so brazen. It's because there are too many administrators like you who just sweep things under the rug," Zhang Yang said helplessly. "Oh, honey, there you are." Just then, Su Xinyan appeared out of nowhere, wrapping her arm around Zhang Yang's and thrusting out her nearly bursting chest. She shot Lin Xiaofan a disdainful look. "Junior, were you telling ghost stories back there?" Chapter 23, Guess the Color Inside. People's values follow their senses. Seeing Chu Yan's figure and appearance, the administrator instantly knew she was right, so he turned to warn Lin Xiaofan. "Classmate, next time look more carefully before making such accusations." "Teacher, what do you mean by that? Are you saying just because she's pretty, she's right? Besides, my foundation isn't any worse than hers." Lin Xiaofan felt deeply resentful. "What foundation? Soup base? You're just picking on me because I don't have corn or carrots on hand right now. The first to provoke deserves it. No hard feelings if they get beaten." Zhang Yang never held back with people who couldn't see their place. "All right, honey, ignore her. Let's go. We'll travel everywhere this summer and drive her crazy." Xu Yan smiled as she pulled Zhang Yang away. For her, time was money, and she had no intention of wasting it on endless verbal sparring. Humiliated like this, Lin Xiaofan was furious, but she wasn't about to let Zhang Yang off easily. "Hey! Do you even know your boyfriend chased my best friend for 3 years?" Hearing this, Xu Yan turned around. Lin Xiaofan shot Zhang Yang a triumphant glance. "Zhang Yang, you can't deny this. Your confession post is still up on the school forum. Wow! Zhang Yang, so you were that devoted once? I like you even more now." "Ha? Wait, he was deeply in love with someone else before, and you agreed to date him?" Lin Xiaofan asked in shock. "He loved someone else before, but he never married her. Besides, Zhang Yang is so outstanding. Even if he had been married, I'd still love him without hesitation." Xu Yan smiled. Zhang Yang nodded. "Chen Feifei's cousin is quite the character, thick-skinned just like me. But he just insulted me. He doesn't respect women. He's not a gentleman." Lin Xiaofan waved the moral banner, her voice rising several notches, determined to thoroughly ruin Zhang Yang's reputation. "Respect is earned," Zhang Yang retorted. "You claim I insulted you, but you insulted me first with your looks. Besides, look at what's written on the wall to your left." He pointed to the wall beside her and walked away. Lin Xiaofan glanced to the side. There, plastered on the wall, was a sign, "And no loud noise." Her lips twitched. Unable to swallow her pride, she quietly informed Wen Caiyi of the incident. If Zhang Yang dared treat her this way, she would make it her mission to sabotage his relationship with Wen Caiyi. By the time Zhang Yang had reached the opposite corner, Su Xinyan finally released her grip.
Hee, Zhang Yang, what do you think? Pretty professional acting, huh? Professional, indeed. Thanks for today. No need to thank me.
We're so close now, just pay me.
What money? Whoa, you're not going to turn your back on me now, are you? What money? The fee for accompanying you in that performance.
If it weren't for me, you'd have been swallowed whole by that fat cow.
Fine. Name your price.
Zhang Yang thought for a moment he really should pay her something.
Look, you've got to pay the performance fee, right? Plus, I talked so much just now my mouth's completely dry. Are you going to cover the tea money?
And to show how close we are, I kept my arm around you the whole way. That's my most charming part, and it's definitely taken some wear and tear.
You've got to give me some maintenance fee, right?
She pointed to her chest and argued with great conviction.
100.
Zhang Yang pulled out a red bill, ready to dismiss her.
Ha? Only 100? I'll add 20 more. 20?
Hey, Zhang Yang, 2 years ago on the school forum's campus beauty rankings, I was number 12.
With my figure and looks, I'm your temporary girlfriend and you're offering me 120? If you don't want it, forget it.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to take the money back, Su Xinyan quickly snatched it and stuffed it into her pocket.
Oomph. Cheapskate. Tricking you out of money is really tough. Su Xinyan muttered discontentedly. What did you say? No, I mean, providing you with services isn't easy. Yeah, nothing else. You can go now. Use me and then toss me aside, typical of you. Su Xinyan left, silently cursing him as a dog of a man before walking away.
After reading for a while longer, Zhang Yang felt his eyes growing sore. He decided to step out into the hallway for some fresh air, only to spot Su Xinyan in the lobby. She was pushing a small cart loaded with stacks of books all the way to the school's east gate. There, someone met her, handed her a stack of cash, and they exchanged a few words. The scene stunned Zhang Yang. Using the school's library resources for resale, was this really something humans could do? Unaware of the watchful eyes, Su Xinyan grinned broadly as she counted the money all the way to the library basement. Only when she casually glanced up did she catch Zhang Yang staring at her. She quickly suppressed her smile and tucked the cash into her pocket. Before long, Zhang Yang watched her ascend the stairs, approaching him with a mischievous grin.
Hee, Zhang Yang, morning. Morning, evil. I saw everything. What? You saw? What color?
She pulled her top open to check, then smiled at Zhang Yang.
No need to play dumb. I just saw you taking books from the school library to sell outside.
Hearing this, Su Xinyan rushed over to cover his mouth.
Keep it quiet, keep it quiet. 200, Zhang Yang said calmly. Hey! That's outrageous.
Besides, I didn't take them to sell. People outside just asked for some materials they couldn't find there, only the school had them.
I was just helping them out. Look how eager they are for knowledge. Shouldn't I assist them?
Su Xinyan tried to justify herself with this excuse.
You should have. That's why it's 200. Hey! Are you never going to let this go? I'm still Fei Fei's sister, you know. How could you charge me so much? Fair enough.
Since you're her sister, I'll give you a 20% discount, 160.
I didn't. Anyway, it's 120. What you just gave me, forget it. Go ahead and report me. Deal. And just like that, Zhang Yang successfully got his money back and snagged a temporary girlfriend for free in the process.
Zhang Yang, you're so loaded now, why must you bully a helpless woman like me?
Because I have no manners.
Su Xinyan was furious, but giving up wasn't her style. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Then, she looked at Zhang Yang with a playful smile.
Zhang Yang, let's play a game. Back to the question from earlier, guess what color is inside here. If you guess right, you get 10 minutes to do whatever you want.
If you guess wrong, you'll need 1,000 to revive once.
Yellow? Zhang Yang guessed offhand. Hey, no rush. Think it through first. Tell me when you're ready. I'm gonna hit the bathroom. How was he supposed to guess? There wasn't even a range to work with.
Just then, he spotted Su Xinyan in the library and called her over.
Not long after, Su Xinyan emerged from the restroom. So? Zhang Yang asked. Have you figured it out?
You can use any method except walking over to look directly. Su Xinyan smiled smugly. The color of the underwear she wore this time was quite rare, so it should fetch a good price.
At that moment, Zhang Yang gave Su Xinyan a nod. Su Xinyan nodded back, walked over, and pulled open her clothes. Oh, brown. Chapter 24, a provocative form of revenge. Wow. You're cheating.
Su Xinyan was so flustered she could barely speak coherently. You said it yourself, any method except looking directly is allowed.
I'm ready. Are you? Ready my ass. You filthy pervert.
Su Xinyan cursed and stormed off. Zhang Yang, your little girlfriend is quite something.
Su Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle.
No, she's just a passerby. She suddenly wanted to make a bet, and since I wasn't losing anything, I agreed.
By the way, what are you doing here? What do you mean, what? Coming to the library means studying, of course. I have an exam tomorrow. Also, Zhang Yang, I've noticed you've changed a lot. When I saw you at the bar the other day, you seemed so honest. How did you suddenly become so slick, like some old guy? Su Xinyan voiced her suspicions. Me, not honest? I'm as honest as they come.
Zhang Yang spread his hands helplessly.
Honest? If you were honest, you wouldn't be playing games with that girl. You even claimed she initiated the bet.
She looked shy and timid to me. Clearly you saw her figure and got the wrong idea.
Su Xinyan voiced her guess. Her? Shy? Timid? Isn't she?
Zhang Yang shook his head.
Su Xinyan was still too young. Of course she was. What decent girl would propose such a bet?
Before Su Xinyan could finish speaking, two hands suddenly appeared in front of her, grabbing fiercely.
Ouch!
Su Xinyan cried out in pain, turning to see Chu Yan fleeing in panic.
Oomph! You're no angel either. Chu Yan cursed as she ran.
Now in pain, Su Xinyan crouched on the ground, too exhausted to chase after her.
Hey, you okay? Zhang Yang thought to himself, amused.
Just moments ago she was calling Chu Yan a good person, now she's finally learned her lesson.
What do you think? Damn! This guy's got issues. I can feel it's all red. Let me see. Look at your sister.
You were worse than her last time. Hearing that, Zhang Yang could only give an awkward chuckle.
After a long while, Su Xinyan finally stood up. Don't let me run into her again.
If I do, I'll tear her apart. Zhang Yang pictured the scene and found it rather appealing.
Make sure to invite me next time. Ugh, every time I run into you, nothing good happens. I'm going to read. Don't bother me. Su Xinyan grumbled discontentedly, stepping into the library before coming back out. Oh, and by the way, you must have lost a fortune on those stocks, right?
My dad's friends with that stock guru Jin Yukai. I asked him about it the other day, and he said the stock you bought wasn't looking good.
Not bad. I made over 100,000.
Zhang Yang replied calmly.
Huh? You've made over 100,000? That can't be true. You're lucky.
But you should liquidate your position soon. This stock is bound to crash any day now.
No need. There's still profit to be made. Profit my ass.
You don't even trust the stock guru's advice.
You don't believe him? Wanna bet? Speaking of which, I just remembered our wager. You bought real estate stocks, I bought Shenzhou Taiyue. We settle in a week.
If my gains are several times yours, you have to wear black stockings and accompany me for several days.
Your real estate stocks must have dropped, right? Zhang Yang almost forgot the main point. Su Xinyan felt awkward after Zhang Yang brought it up.
After a long pause, she replied, it only dropped a little.
Oh, a little drop? That's not insignificant.
I've made over 100,000 so far. Let's round it down to 100,000. Even if you subtract a zero, my profit would still be 10,000. And you're not just in the red. Let's say you made a single yuan.
That means I'm 10,000 times your profit.
You'll have to wear black stockings for 10,000 days to keep me company. Zhang Yang glanced at her legs. They weren't as long as Chen Feifei's, but the shape was nice, perfect for black stockings.
Don't get cocky.
I trust the stock god you're bound to lose today. Then you'll obediently serve me for free.
Speaking of which, the market's about to open. Let's see how cocky you are then. Su Xinyan, buoyed by last night's stock analysis, regained her confidence. Fine, very confident. We'll see about that.
Zhang Yang glanced at the time and realized it was almost 9 a.m. Market opening was imminent. Meanwhile, at the Yangcheng Stock Exchange, all employees were on high alert, preparing for today's opening. After Jin Yotsai's article hit the blog yesterday, many retail investors chose to reduce their holdings in Shenzhou Taiyue. So as soon as the market opened, they'd have to act immediately. At 9:15 a.m., the market officially opened. Traders began executing sell orders for relevant stocks based on the day's market conditions. Some immediately noticed the unusual activity surrounding Shenzhou Taiyue, the stock many were targeting today. However, within 5 minutes, the stock price did not plummet as Jin Yukai had predicted. Instead, it remained completely still.
Strange, Song Yu wondered aloud into his walkie-talkie, why no data? Is the ticker malfunctioning? No, Manager Song, everything's normal. What about Shenzhou Taiyue? It was yesterday's top gainer, why isn't it moving? Something's wrong.
The other stocks are fine, Manager Song.
It's moving. It's rising. This stock is climbing again. What?
Song Yu hurriedly glanced at the ticker board and saw the stock continuing its strong momentum. Zhang Yang had predicted it again.
Could it be he's the real stock god? How could so many financial experts' market predictions fall short of his? Impossible, impossible. There are no gods in this world.
Or perhaps there was an even more terrifying possibility, he himself was the speculative capital.
This stock defying the downtrend was being artificially inflated by his own efforts. Otherwise, how could he be so confident, declaring it would rise today?
Zhang Yang might be far more formidable than he ever imagined. Before long, Zhang Yang received a call from Song Yu.
Oh, it's rising, huh? I know. You don't need to do anything. Just wait for my call. Mr. Zhang, I'm truly in awe. How did you pull this off? All those financial experts were bearish. Son, you genuinely sought insight.
The stock market was a magical place. It could make someone rich overnight. If one could truly grasp its rules, their future would be set for life.
Well, it's something you grasp intuitively, not something you can explain. See enough of it and you'll understand naturally.
Zhang Yang couldn't explain it to him, so he resorted to some mystical-sounding explanations. Mr. Zhang, you're truly a sage beyond this world.
I apologize for my attitude this morning. From now on, I'll learn more from you. No need for that. You were just doing your job. By the way, how's that stock my friend bought? Oh, Miss Su? Let me check. Son Yu hung up the phone and glanced at the market board again.
Oh, Mr. Zhang, your friend's stock pick is really poor. Their company was reported for financial fraud yesterday, and it dropped 5 points right at the opening today.
Alright, thanks.
Zhang Yang hung up, smiling warmly at Su Xinyan.
Looks like you'll need to stock up on more black stockings. Chapter 25, an even bolder bet. Su Xinyan had thought losing 1 or 2 times her investment was acceptable. But now she was in the red while his stock soared. Did that mean she'd have to wear black stockings and serve him for the rest of her life? No way, no way. I can't keep playing like this. I want to switch. I'm out of real estate. You want to switch? Fine.
Zhang Yang knew that Shenzhou Taiyue was currently the stock with the highest gains in June. Even if she switched to other stocks, her returns would never catch up.
Thanks, Zhang Yang. You're so kind. I won't lose this time. Hey, hold your thanks. Of course there are conditions. What do you want? Su Xinyan took a step back, watching him warily. Simple.
First, admit you lost these past 2 days.
When we tally the total gains later, don't try to ignore those losses. Fine, deal.
Su Xinyan calculated that she'd lost about 2,000 yuan over these 2 days.
As long as she picked the right stocks, she should recoup it quickly. All right.
And since you're switching stocks, the stakes need to change too.
How can I be sure you won't suddenly pick a hot stock and make me lose out? What exactly do you want? Honestly, your legs are just average. As for legs in black stockings, I've got someone else in mind. What? Men really are liars.
Just the other day, he claimed my legs were the most beautiful he'd ever seen.
Oomph. If you don't want to see them, I won't show them to you. Zhang Yang's words were hurtful, and Su Xinyan felt a bit resentful. Fine, tell me how you want to change the bet.
Anyway, I'm a person of my word. What I promise, I deliver. Zhang Yang knew this wasn't something to discuss in public, so he walked over and whispered 2 words in her ear.
What? Feet?
Zhang Yang hadn't realized how innocent she was, so he had to explain it in detail. Unexpectedly, her face grew redder and redder as he spoke, and he quickly stopped halfway through.
You're shameless. What? Miss Su, you just said you'd keep your word. You wouldn't go back on your promise, would you? Zhang Yang used reverse psychology. Fine, I agree. But I've never done this before. I'll only agree to this once. We'll settle it with a win or lose, no multipliers added. Su Xinyan wasn't stupid.
If he dared to make such an outrageous demand, she naturally had to push for better terms.
Deal. Zhang Yang agreed immediately. So what if she wears black stockings? It's just for looking, not doing anything. Might as well go for something more substantial. I'm done talking to you, you rascal. I'm going to eat.
Su Xinyan felt utterly embarrassed, her blush making her want to leave quickly.
Zhang Yang, however, was in a good mood. Then let's go together. I'll treat you to dinner. Stop always saying I'm always taking advantage of you. Oomph.
At least you have a shred of conscience. As they descended the stairs, they bumped right into Wen Caiyi.
Lin Xiaofan, standing nearby, immediately spoke up. Huh? Where's that girl from earlier? What's it to you? See, Caiyi? He admitted it. No, Zhang Yang, do you think this back and forth game is amusing? Aren't you just trying to make Caiyi jealous? Do you really think she'd be hurt by this? Actually, your tactics are only pushing her further away.
Lin Xiaofan continued to fan the flames. When Caiyi shook her head, her voice tinged with disappointment. Zhang Yang, I didn't believe Xiaofan when she told me earlier. I never imagined you'd be so childish resorting to such a ploy just to chase after me. I'm punishing you. This summer, you'll buy me the latest fruit phone model.
You can reflect on your actions. Don't follow me. Even if you do, I won't say a word to you. With that, the two walked away.
As Lin Xiaofan passed by, she deliberately stuck out her tongue.
Once they were out of earshot, Su Xinyan awkwardly remarked, Zhang Yang, your goddess seems a bit off. You've been chasing someone like that for 3 years? Don't mention it. It's the stain on my life. Fine, I'll keep it a secret.
But you're buying me a big meal.
Of course.
You've made such a big sacrifice, it wouldn't be right if I didn't treat you to a big meal. A few minutes later, Su Xinyan stared at her plate of roast meat rice, glaring at Zhang Yang with obvious displeasure.
Zhang Yang, this is the big meal you promised? Yeah, how about this portion? Pretty generous, right? Every time I come here, I get stuffed. Zhang Yang was enjoying his meal.
After all, the normal university was a key institution in Guangdong province, and the cafeteria prices were subsidized by the government. A roast meat rice dish only cost 8 yuan, and the flavor was quite excellent.
Stop using those words.
They sound weird, Su Xinyan reminded him, feeling a bit embarrassed.
What? Stuffed? Fine, I'll rephrase it. This place always makes my belly bulge. You better watch out or you'll end up bulging too. Ah. Wait, I just remembered I've been feeling a bit queasy these past few days. Su Xinyan suddenly gasped. No way.
Zhang Yang was startled.
He was a playboy and didn't want to marry young. Ha! Just kidding. That day was excruciating. I went straight to the hospital after leaving the hotel.
Oh, and you jerk, I paid for the hotel that night, including the medical bill.
2,000. Su Xinyan reached out her hand demanding money.
If she didn't need it to placate her family, she'd never let this guy off the hook.
I don't have any cash. My money's tied up in the stock market. You've got to be kidding me. Not a single penny? That'd mean I let you walk all over me for nothing. Fine, forget it.
Erase the losses from these past 2 days.
I'll call it even. Fine, whatever. The terms have changed anyway.
As long as I make more than her later, it doesn't matter how much she loses.
Su Xinyan felt a surge of triumph. She'd finally outmaneuvered him with her sharp wit.
Tonight, she'd ask Uncle Jean to recommend a blue-chip stock.
After dinner, it was time to part ways.
Zhang Yang went to the restroom and returned with a bag of oranges he'd bought from somewhere.
What's this? Don't think a few oranges will make me forgive you.
I remember that pain vividly.
Su Xinyan declared with feigned pride.
Oh, you're overthinking it. I just thought oranges were tasty and bought some to eat.
What exactly do you need to forgive me for? I was the one who gave everything that day. You just lay there the whole time, no effort at all. So you're saying I came out ahead? How dare you say that? I'm such a pretty girl, I gave you everything, don't you think I have every right to hate you? Su Xinyan was genuinely amazed at where he came up with such twisted logic. Well, let's just call it mutual assistance.
You may be pretty, but I'm not exactly 2 eyes and a mouth either.
I'm going on a trip after your exams tomorrow. Don't bother me anytime soon. Su Xinyan's chest heaved with fury. How about this, have an orange? Free of charge. That should be acceptable, right? No way. You jerk. Su Xinyan stormed off in a huff.
This scene was witnessed by Zhao Zicheng, who happened to be passing by. His sidekick Ma Quan chuckled beside him. Young Master Zhao, looks like you were telling the truth. That fool lost his goddess to you, so now he wants to steal your fiancée.
I know. But he's really overthinking it. I wouldn't even bother with his measly assets.
Besides, that fool is so petty, first giving a doll, now offering oranges.
Does Su Xinyan really need such trifles? Come on, let's go mock him.
Zhao Zicheng finished speaking and headed toward Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang, you're really jumping to conclusions. If I snatched your girlfriend, it'd be your honor. But you trying to snatch mine? That's just overstepping your bounds. And those crappy oranges? Do you really think she'd eat your stuff?
Actually, she really likes my stuff.
Ha! You think we didn't see her storming off just now?
Bro, you've got to step up your game.
Don't think inheriting some fortune will win over Miss Su. Ma Quan chimed in from the side. Fine, I'll get her something else next time. Chapter 26, didn't hurt your pride, did it? They say success can make you forget yourself.
Today, he just tricked Su Xiaohua into agreeing to that outrageous condition. On the way back to the dorm, that Nokia 6288 slipped and fell, officially declaring its end.
But he didn't feel too bad about it.
After all, he'd made a decent chunk of cash lately, and that clunky keypad phone was a pain to use anyway. Perfect excuse to upgrade. But he didn't have any cash on hand right now, so he had to call Su Xinyan. She immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to him, and didn't even ask for repayment. Of course, the condition was that this 10,000 would count as her profit, leaving their mobile bets even.
Zhang Yang didn't mind at all.
This money was essentially free money to him, because no matter which stock this silly girl invested in on the main board, it couldn't possibly match the gains of the Chinext board. He had her completely figured out. After getting the money, Zhang Yang drove to Banawi and headed straight for the Apple store on the second floor. Domestic smartphones were still in their infancy, and he had to admit that Apple phones were ahead of the curve in terms of performance. But after his rebirth, he had come to realize that the mobile phone industry was one he would soon enter himself. In this lifetime, he would make the golden age of domestic smartphones arrive much sooner.
Upon reaching the second floor, he intended to purchase the legendary iPhone 4.
However, he was informed that due to network access licensing policies, the domestic version wouldn't be available until September.
Reluctantly, he settled for an iPhone 3GS instead. It was a bit of a letdown, though.
Unlike those brainless novels where the protagonist gets looked down upon by salespeople when buying a phone, only to be humiliated later, that kind of story never played out for him. Even with a second chance at life, it's still tough to pull off a cool move.
After buying the phone, I headed back downstairs to my dorm. Just as I was about to go up, Zhang Yang suddenly called out to me. Zhang Yang, this is my book. Teacher Wu said I should help you more with your studies. I've highlighted all the likely exam topics. Take it and study it thoroughly. Zhang Yang flipped through the book and was immediately overwhelmed by the dense, fluorescent highlighted annotations covering nearly every page.
Class monitor, you've practically highlighted the entire book.
We just thought it was all important. Are you sure? You're memorizing the author's biography for the Wealth of Nations? What if it comes up? When it came to studying, Chen Feifei was always meticulous, something Zhang Yang couldn't emulate.
Thanks, but you should keep this book and memorize it yourself.
You'll need it for the exam anyway, I won't be using it. What's wrong? Too much for you? Should I borrow from our senior model team members? No, really, it's fine. I'm confident in this subject.
After days of memorization and drawing on his existing knowledge, Zhang Yang had already grasped the core concepts of this macroeconomics textbook.
But, no buts about it.
Oh, right about those plane tickets I mentioned earlier, I already bought them but never picked them up.
Are you free today?
If you are, go grab them.
Sure. Good. I remember you have the ID, right? Just make sure to pick up the tickets.
Zhang Yang delegated the task to her, intending to wash his hands of it. Hey, Zhang Yang, come with me.
Chen Feifei, afraid things might go wrong, quickly called him back. Class monitor, how old are you? You want me to accompany you? You're not scared, are you? Well, I am scared. No, really. Can you come with me? On the way back, I'll treat you to ice cream. Fine, fine. I'll just go change. I just came back from the library and it's so hot I'm drenched in sweat.
Zhang Yang thought about how she'd played a big part in his first big payday, so he decided to help her out with this small favor.
Yeah, okay.
Zhang Yang quickly went upstairs to shower, tossing everything from his pockets onto the desk. When dorm leader Zhou Wenbin returned from playing basketball, he immediately spotted the new phone on the desk. He instinctively assumed it belonged to Lu Hao.
Holy crap! Lu Hao, you upgraded your phone already? And it's a fruit phone? But why didn't you wait for the Fruit 4 in September? I was planning to work over summer break to save up for one. Brother Ben, Lu Hao's got the cash to spare. Why wait? He can just buy one when it launches. Man, I don't know when I'll ever afford a fruit phone. Probably have to trade my kidneys for it. Mao Xian looked on with pure envy. Kidney deficit kid, are you sure anyone wants your kidneys? You're grinding away in bed all year round. No wonder my gaming setup was shaking last night, I thought it was an earthquake. Fan Xiaobai delivered the final blow.
Hearing their conversation, Lu Hao, who was gaming, took off his headphones and glanced at the phone on the table.
Not mine, he said.
I upgraded to a 4-star model. Zhang Yang just got back, it must be his phone.
Ha? Brother Yang's? He's so loaded, buying a car and upgrading his phone? Mao Xian was stunned. Actually, let me correct you, the car is rented. Fan Xiaobai couldn't stand anyone praising this country bumpkin. No way, Xiaobai. If it really is a rental, he's still spending a lot. 300 a day. I've seen his keys on the table every day this week. That's already 2 or 3,000. He's really going all out to chase his goddess.
Zhou Wenbin sighed, wishing he had that kind of determination when pursuing girls.
Just then, Zhang Yang emerged from the bathroom, grabbed his phone, and prepared to leave. Mao Xian couldn't help but ask, Bro Yang, did you buy that phone? It must be expensive, right? Not bad. I got the 8GB version, the most basic model. Around 3,000 yuan. It'll do for now.
Zhang Yang probably didn't realize that his so-called not trying to show off was the ultimate show-off.
In this day and age, an Apple phone was practically a luxury item for the average young person. 3,000. Just getting by? Mao Xian inwardly gasped. Fan Xiaobai chimed in with a sarcastic tone, too bad, huh? Got a car and the latest phone, but the goddess still won't give you the time of day.
I just saw her getting pretty cozy with that rich kid Zhao Jicheng from our school who drives a Ferrari.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
Zhang Yang sneered contemptuously. For someone like him, a minor player, it wasn't always necessary to get his hands dirty.
Opening the door, he was surprised to find Chen Feifei there too. How'd you get up here?
Oh, I saw you taking so long in the shower and thought something might have happened. Heard someone in the university town collapsed after a cold shower following intense exercise.
Thanks, little squad leader. You're surprisingly kind. Chen Feifei was just that observant. If it weren't for her utterly uninspiring figure, she'd be an ideal girlfriend.
Watching the two of them chat, Fan Xiaobai's eyes nearly shot flames. But now wasn't he the time to make a scene, so he could only silently clench his fists. He couldn't figure out why Chen Feifei had been getting so close to Zhang Yang lately. Was it just because Zhang Yang had a Mercedes? Didn't she know it was rented? That bastard Zhang Yang must be lying. No, he had to get his uncle at the DMV to check who the car was registered to. Then he'd snap a photo and send it to Chen Feifei, warning her not to fall for the scam.
Alright, enough. Let's go. I've got things to do this afternoon. Alright, I'll close the door and turn on the AC. Zhang Yang turned back to close the door, adding casually, oh, sorry, off on a date with your goddess. Hope I didn't hurt your pride? Chapter 27, The Strong Trample, the Weak Eat Dust. Fan Xiaobai was so furious he wanted to punch someone. That country bumpkin Zhang Yang what gave him the right to go on a date with Chen Feifei. Wait, Lu Xiao, you lent him money again? How come it feels like you're giving Zhang Yang 10,000 yuan like it's endless? Renting a car, those high-end clothes and leather shoes, and now buying a phone that's gotta be more than 10,000, right? Zhou Wenbin was genuinely puzzled. Don't be fooled. You're not familiar with Yangcheng. He went to Jiangao town before it's practically Huadu. That place is full of knockoff leather shoes. Fan Xiaobai emphasized. That doesn't add up. I saw his clothes that day, they're practically authentic. And those leather shoes? I know Gucci's craftsmanship. My brother loves wearing them. Those shoes are real, probably around 3,000 yuan. Lu Hao voiced his opinion. Huh? Seriously? But renting a car for 3,000 plus 3,000 for the shoes, 3,000 for the phone, and if the clothes and pants are real too, that should totally blow the budget. Zhou Wenbin was thoroughly baffled. I feel like Brother Yang has really struck it rich, but he's just too low-key to talk about it. No wonder the girls around him are all so high quality. Wish he'd take me along. Mao Xian regretted not jumping on this bandwagon sooner, but then he remembered something. Wait, if he's really loaded, why didn't he join us for the Yunnan City trip? It wasn't expensive, just 1,000 yuan per person. Alright, speaking of that, I signed up earlier but haven't paid yet. My family transferred the money this morning. I'll quickly tell the class monitor so she doesn't forget to buy my ticket. Zhou Wenbin hurriedly messaged Chen Feifei on QQ. A moment later, Chen Feifei replied that she'd already handed her money to Zhang Yang for safekeeping and he was handling the ticket purchases. Huh? Zhang Yang's handling the class fund? I should have just given it to him earlier. After Zhou Wenbin said that, Fan Xiaobai suddenly realized something. Oh, so that's where he gets the money to buy all this stuff, he's using our class fund. Damn it. That can't be right. Brother Yang isn't that kind of person. Both Mao Xian and Zhou Wenbin found it hard to believe. Then how do you explain his recent extravagant spending? That bastard's using our money to live it up. No way. I need to tell the class. He has to cough up the money today. We can't let him mess up our trip in 2 days. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Chen Feifei were on their way back with the plane tickets. Zhang Yang kept checking the stock market on his tongue-washing app the whole way. Hey, Zhang Yang, are you trading stocks? Huh? Yeah. This must be your first time playing the stock market, right? You shouldn't bet too big on stocks. It's easy to lose money. I watched my dad play the market and he lost quite a bit. Chen Feifei advised. Not bad. I've already made over 100,000. Wow. Over 100,000? You made that much on your first try? Did you bet all your lottery winnings? Exactly. You have to give to receive. Chen Feifei suddenly felt quite impressed by him. Not everyone could be so bold and uninhibited. I really admire your guts. I never have my own opinions about anything. When I was applying for college, I wanted to major in computer science, but my family wouldn't let me. They insisted I study business administration instead, but I don't like business at all. Computer science? Honestly, that field can be a bit challenging for girls. What? You look down on me? My skills are actually pretty solid. Really? Speaking of computers, I wanted to ask, do you know anyone? I want to build a website similar to the trendy social networking sites. Zhang Yang thought about the money he'd made from stocks. It was perfect for investing in a new field, starting with the relatively low-cost internet sector. As for tangible industries like mobile phones, he'd wait until he was more established. Huh? A social networking site? Actually, I've been enjoying that platform since it launched, so I've been collaborating with some tech friends I met online to build one. Really? Seriously? Sell it to me. Zhang Yang never expected such a coincidence. He needed a website as his base of operations. Well, it's not quite ready yet. We should have it done this summer. I'll let you know the moment it's up. Awesome. Class monitor, you're my lucky charm. Zhang Yang couldn't resist giving her a hug, making Chen Feifei blush instantly. Chen Feifei suddenly realized Zhang Yang was actually quite a decent guy. Even though he'd tricked her earlier with the airline ticket discount excuse, he'd later bought it at full price that showed real responsibility. For someone indecisive like Chen Feifei, a responsible guy was actually quite charming. She couldn't help stealing a few glances at him, her heart racing wildly. Chen Feifei. Hey! What are you doing? I'm not drilling you. Zhang Yang couldn't resist giving her forehead a light tap. Didn't you say you'd treat me to ice cream? Oh, right. Ice cream. While eating their ice cream, they decided to distribute the pre-purchased plane tickets to everyone first. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the boys' dormitory building, the entire class swarmed around them. Feifei, what's going on? I heard Zhang Yang spent our travel money recklessly. Exactly. Zhang Yang, where are our plane tickets?
You used our money without permission.
We're going to report you to the police. Hey, everyone, there must be some misunderstanding. The tickets, here they are. Chen Feifei quickly pulled out the tickets to clear things up.
Now, everyone's gaze shifted to Fan Xiaobai.
Feifei, let me tell you, you put your trust in the wrong person.
You gave him the money to hold, but lately he's been buying luxury goods and upgrading his phone. Clearly he's dipped into that fund.
Fan Xiaobai stepped forward urgently, determined to bring Zhang Yang down today. How could that be? Zhang Yang is a great guy. Look, the tickets are right here. He didn't touch that money.
Others might not know, but Chen Feifei certainly did. Zhang Yang had won nearly $1 million in the lottery. It was perfectly normal for him to upgrade his wardrobe.
So what? There's over 40,000 yuan between all of us. He must have money left after buying the tickets. Make him hand over the rest. Fan Xiaobai pressed relentlessly.
Fine, since you put it that way, I'll hand the money over to Chen Feifei tomorrow for safekeeping.
Why wait until tomorrow? If you can't produce it now, it proves you really did squander our money, right?
Everyone, this guy really did touch our money without our consent.
Fan Xiaobai stirred up the crowd again. Wait, misunderstanding. The money is with me.
Each ticket cost 400 yuan, and there's still over 20,000 yuan here. Chen Feifei knew Zhang Yang's money was still tied up in the stock market, so she quickly pulled out her bank card to defuse the situation. She then gave Zhang Yang a meaningful look.
Zhang Yang, you forgot? You gave me the money yesterday. I just used it to buy the tickets.
Seeing this, the others realized they were in the wrong.
After apologizing to Zhang Yang, they left.
Zhang Yang was deeply grateful to Chen Feifei for saving the day. He turned to look at Fan Xiaobai. Fan Xiaobai stubbornly defended himself. It's not my fault. You're the one who changed so drastically lately.
I was just looking out for everyone's best interests.
Zhang Yang said nothing, just gave a cold laugh and raised his hand.
Smack. Then, Zhang Yang pulled Chen Feifei close. You like Chen Feifei, don't you? Now I'm holding her. What are you going to do about it?
Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Chen Feifei froze, momentarily unable to react. Fan Xiaobai was so enraged by the scene that he gasped for breath, then suddenly went blind and collapsed. Seeing the student collapse, the dorm supervisor rushed out to check on the situation. Zhang Yang simply stepped over Fan Xiaobai's fallen body and walked upstairs as if nothing had happened. Chapter 28, The beautiful teacher issues a co-living invitation. After all, school was a place that emphasized rules. Assaulting someone naturally meant facing consequences.
Zhang Yang was now in the office, where homeroom teacher Wu Qiutong was pouring him water.
Today, she was still dressed in a pencil skirt, and the sight of her bending over to pour water was quite a sight. Once Wu Qiutong had poured the water, Zhang Yang quickly averted his gaze. After placing the glass on the desk, she moved her chair forward a few steps and gently touched Zhang Yang's forehead with the back of her hand.
Teacher, what is it? They said you hit someone, but I've always thought you were the most well-behaved student in the class. Could it be you're feeling unwell?
For a man, this kind of maternal warmth from a woman was actually quite comforting. Being treated this way, Zhang Yang's earlier anger subsided considerably.
Teacher, I'm fine.
He accused me of taking money from the class fund, so I hit him.
But the fact is you didn't touch it. Let him talk. The innocent will be proven innocent.
Teacher, in my view, the saying the innocent will be proven innocent doesn't hold much weight in this era. If a good person is wrongly accused, you should correct their misconceptions promptly, not let things fester. Rumors are terrifying, and the pace of the times is so fast no one has time to listen to your explanations of the truth.
Zhang Yang knew well that the innocent will be proven innocent was merely an idealistic fantasy.
In today's society, moral gentlemen were few and far between. If you didn't deny the accusation, the public would nail you to the pillar of shame with their scorn. Zhang Yang, I suspect you hold these views because life has dealt you too many injustices.
I understand your perspective, but next time, no more hitting people. Wu Qiutong's voice was gentle as she spoke.
Zhang Yang recalled how she'd looked at her desk that day, just an inexperienced young girl. It was a pity he'd only kissed her then, without going further. Teacher, if he says that again next time, I'll hit him again. Because this isn't just about my reputation. I was chosen by you to be the vice class monitor. If he disrespects me, he disrespects you. Hearing this, Wu Qiutong looked apologetic.
Zhang Yang, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were standing up for me this time.
Did I really say that? Zhang Yang felt a bit dazed. But if she misunderstood, so be it. Having the beautiful teacher feel a bit more favorably toward him wasn't bad. After all, exams were coming up in a couple of days, and maybe she'd grade his papers a little more leniently then. Oh, and Zhang Yang, after the exams, the school will start clearing out. You should come stay at my place then.
No, that's not necessary.
Yes. Just think of it as helping your teacher check out the place, okay? You know the Asian Games are coming soon, and a lot of foreigners have been arriving in Guangzhou lately.
Alright then.
With the beautiful teacher putting it that way, Zhang Yang naturally had no reason to refuse.
Alright, you can go now. Do your best on the exam. Alright. Zhang Yang nodded and took a few steps before realizing the ice cream he'd just eaten felt a bit sticky in his throat. He turned back to grab the glass of water on the desk. Wu Qiutong had been buried in organizing her lesson plan. Spotting Zhang Yang looking down, she quickly covered both cheeks with her hands. Teacher, what are you doing? Afraid I'll kiss you? You little rascal, you scared me half to death. Wu Qiutong patted her chest and said with a hint of seriousness, last time was an accident, but it won't happen again. I know you haven't had much experience with girls, but you should go out and find a suitable relationship. I'm getting old. Teacher, in my eyes, you're actually more charming than any girl in our class. Zhang Yang wasn't speaking carelessly. Judging by the age he'd reincarnated into, mature women like Wu Qiutong were naturally more appealing. Alright, stop talking. Focus on your exams. Here's the key to my place. If the school won't let you stay, you can go there. Alright, thank you, teacher. Zhang Yang took the keys and left. Wu Qiutong felt her face burning hot, her heart even racing a bit. She hurried to the bathroom to splash water on her face. 2 days passed quickly. With exams starting tomorrow, Zhang Yang rose early to head to the library. Fan Xiaobai happened to be getting up too. Seeing Zhang Yang head for the bathroom, he immediately retreated. Ever since Zhang Yang slapped him, Fan Xiaobai had become much more subdued. Zhang Yang, of course, was delighted by this turn of events. After a quick wash, he headed to the library. No sooner had he sat down than Manager Song called. Mr. Zhang, you're incredible. This Shenzhou Taiyuan stock has surged for 5 consecutive days. Today will likely be another limit up. In all my years in this business, I've never seen such an extraordinary stock. Song Yu expressed genuine excitement. Manager Song, you called me this early just to tell me that? Oh, it's more than that. I've got some huge news for you. Our famous Guangdong brokerage, Huaxin Tairan 6th Road, just bought 52 million shares. The market is predicting that Shenzhou Taiyuan's stock price won't break 100 in the next couple of days. This is absolutely going to be our first stock on the Chinex board. So, Mr. Zhang, I'm asking if you want to add to your position. This opportunity to make a fortune is right before our eyes. Sell it off before the market closes today. Zhang Yang knew this massive bubble was about to burst. On July 1st, the company would release its annual report and a major bombshell would drop. Smart investors had already bailed long ago after all, that sky-high 100x PE ratio said it all. Ha! Song Yu froze for a long moment upon hearing this. Mr. Zhang, did I hear you correctly? You said sell? Yes, sell it all today. But Mr. Zhang, why does your approach to stock trading feel so different from others? The market is flooded with positive news and you're thinking of cutting your losses? Manager Song, remember this, the most crucial principle in the stock market is to buy when others sell. The market is currently too overheated, there's no need for excessive analysis. Zhang Yang said calmly. Song Yu tried to persuade him further, but was again rebuffed. Reluctantly, he offered another suggestion, Mr. Zhang, perhaps you're being overly cautious this time. Why not wait and see how the market opens today before deciding whether to sell? Zhang Yang's profits weren't his to claim, but as Zhang Yang's first-time stock trading mentor and fund manager, the better Zhang Yang performed now, the more valuable his own resume would become. Fine, you watch it first. I won't change my mind anyway. Let's leave it at that. The stock market was a place where hot money flowed. Few could stay rational when they saw stocks rising. Hearing the fervor in his voice, Zhang Yang decided not to argue further. Opening bell time approached swiftly. When the exchange data appeared, the traders erupted in celebration. It seemed the bull market was truly arriving. Song Yu called immediately, Mr. Zhang, great news. The stock opened at 90 today, it's rising again. See? I told you not to worry, it would climb. Should we add to our position now? Sell. Not a single share left. Chapter 29, The Campus Beauty Falls Again. Ha? Sell? Mr. Zhang, did I hear that right? The momentum is already strong. Not only are you not adding to your position, you want to sell? Song Yu couldn't fathom his reasoning. Oh, right, Manager Song. About that shorting we discussed earlier? This stock is about to blow up tomorrow, so Zhang Yang will likely start making his moves soon. Oh, I see why you stopped trading, you're freeing up capital to short other stocks. Mr. Zhang, you're truly unlike ordinary investors, always thinking 3 steps ahead. But you know, unlike the US market, we don't have short selling here. Still, we have our own strategies. The most popular one is securities lending. Normally, without margin trading permissions in your account, this isn't possible. But as your account manager, I can handle these minor issues for you. Tell me which stock you want to short, and I'll check if there's available inventory. Just a heads up, the fees might be a bit steep. Manager Song was professional, laying out the entire situation in plain terms. Shenzhou Taiyuan. Ha? Mr. Zhang, did I hear that correctly? You heard me correctly. Check how much Shenzhou Taiyuan stock is available in the market right now. I want it all. Mr. Zhang, I'm genuinely baffled. Just days ago, you were bullish on this stock, it was trending strongly. Now you suddenly want to short it? Do you even understand what shorting means?
Shorting means betting against a stock you don't believe in, predicting it will fall.
Manager Song now concluded Zhang Yang's stock profits were pure luck.
As for shorting, he figured it was just a trendy term young people casually throw around.
Manager Song, I've stated my requirements. Just execute them.
Check the available shares for me. Today is the last trading day of the month, you must be swamped.
Let's not waste time. Zhang Yang cut straight to the chase, urging swift action. Alright, I'll look into it.
Seeing Zhang Yang was resolute, Manager Song didn't elaborate further and promptly asked a colleague nearby about available securities.
After a moment, the reply came, we do have them. Currently, the market has about 3 million in available securities. But as you know, your account doesn't have the necessary permissions. This would be a violation of regulations. I've estimated that the stocks you currently hold are worth about 1.8 million.
I can only operate with securities of that value. If you're worried about my insufficient funds, I can find a way to raise more money. No, Mr. Zhang, even if you had that much money, I wouldn't dare handle such a large amount.
I'm just trying to make a living. When it comes to the fees. Got it. Go ahead.
After hanging up, a colleague nearby asked Manager Song why he'd been watching the market just moments ago and then inquired about available securities. Oh, a client bought shares in Shenzhou Taiyue and just told me he wants to short it.
I'm handling the trade for him.
Manager Song explained honestly.
No way. Is this guy out of his mind?
With all the hot money pouring in these past 2 days, plus financial experts predicting this stock will break the 100 yuan markets on the rise.
And he wants to short it? Forget it, never mind him. He just doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Song Yu grumbled under his breath.
He was clearly doing his job diligently, but Zhang Yang didn't seem to appreciate it.
Oh, and old Song, you've been secretly trading too lately, right?
Seeing how many people are bullish on this stock, I jumped in too.
Of course. With momentum this strong, you'd sell your soul to get in. What's that saying from Guangzhou? Better to lose your shirt than squander your fortune.
Now was the prime time to rake in profits. The more you invested, the more you earned. So Song Yu secretly started eyeing his clients' money. July 1st, the day of the exam, finally arrived. His last-minute cramming had paid off.
Zhang Yang wrote with divine inspiration, finishing first to the astonished stares of his classmates.
Back in the dorm, he barely sat down before Su Xinyan's call came through.
Zhang Yang, why didn't you answer my calls this morning? What's gotten into you? Didn't I tell you? I had an exam today.
Oh, right, I totally forgot.
Damn it, that stock tanked. Which one?
The one you bought, that Shenzhou stock. Weird, it kept going up when you bought it, but the moment I bought it, it started crashing.
Su Xinyan's tone was full of complaints. Turns out she'd secretly added to her position yesterday.
Oh boy, congratulations.
Looks like someone's going to lose big time. What loss? I didn't lose anything. That day I gave you 10,000 yuan to even out our profit gap, then I bought into your stock too. Either we lose together or we win together.
Oh?
So clever?
You bet.
Think you can take advantage of this lady so easily? Not a chance. Just consider that one time a pleasant experience. You won't get another chance to get close to me.
That was Su Xinyan's only consolation. Losing money was fine, but losing face was out of the question. After all, she was the campus beauty queen. How could she help him with something like that? That would be self-destructive.
Then let me tell you, I sold everything yesterday. Didn't you blow it? Su Xinyan exploded upon hearing this. What? You sold? Why didn't you tell me?
Why should I tell you?
We're betting, aren't we?
You bastard.
I'll remember this.
I refuse to believe it'll fall when everyone's bullish.
Tomorrow it'll definitely rally against the trend, and I'll recoup every penny I lost. Su Xinyan, have you forgotten? Today is the 6th day. Tomorrow is settlement day.
Even if it hits the limit up tomorrow, you won't surpass my gains. So, you lose. Zhang Yang's words were like a game-ending shot, completely killing any suspense. It must be said, Miss Su has some brains, but not many. I refuse to accept this. I demand we extend the wager by another month.
Fine. If you're changing the terms, then I'll change mine too. If you keep talking, it won't just be a simple kick.
Zhang Yang wasn't afraid of her tricks.
Handling this little campus beauty was too easy. What exactly do you want? If you want to extend the bet, the stakes definitely have to go up. So how about your mouth? I have to admit, I kinda like the way you talk every day. What? My mouth? Forget it. I'll never do that for you again in my life. Fine, fine. I'll admit defeat. This time, I'll concede. I just can't outplay you.
Su Xinyan resigned herself to her fate.
Mainly, she now sensed that Zhang Yang wasn't some simple guy. Continuing this game would likely drag her deeper into trouble. Who knows what other outrageous demands he might make next?
Well then, I'll be waiting for Miss Su to honor her promise.
I know, soon. Soon. Don't try to stall me. If you can't handle it, just say so. It's no big deal anyway. It's nothing. What does that even mean? You're implying I'm not attractive, you jerk. I'm vacationing in Bali right now, not in China. Wait till I get back. And what's this about using my feet? I don't know anything about that stuff.
I'll have to learn slowly.
Not bad, you're a quick learner.
I'll reward you with some study materials tonight.
Zhang Yang nodded. He'd finally managed to lure the campus beauty back into his clutches. Chapter 30, Living with the Beautiful Teacher.
Before long, his roommates returned.
Upon entering, they found Zhang Yang packing his belongings. Just like last semester, Zhang Yang was leaving immediately after the break ended.
His current plan was to find a factory that provided room and board until the new semester started. His roommates were used to this by now, exchanging a few casual greetings before letting him go. Once he was gone, the others began packing their own bags, as tomorrow was the day for their group outing. Midway through packing, Su Xinyan remarked that Zhang Yang seemed to be leaving even more hastily this semester than last, wondering if he stumbled upon another money-making opportunity.
Su Xinyan, I've realized you're the dumbest one in this dorm. Fan Xiaobai, hearing someone praise Zhang Yang, spoke somewhat irrationally. If he really had money, when I asked him to chip in the leftover cash after buying the plane tickets, would he have made excuses?
It was obvious Chen Feifei stepped in to save him.
Really? I wasn't downstairs that day. What happened?
I heard the teacher called him to the office afterward.
Su Xinyan inquired about the situation.
This was awkward. Luckily, most classmates had left after getting their tickets, so he could just make up an excuse.
Wow! The class monitor's family is that wealthy? Tens of thousands of yuan just like that?
But why would she help Zhang Yang?
Su Xinyan fired off another soul-searching question.
What else could it be? She just felt sorry for him.
Fan Xiaobai didn't buy that Chen Feifei like Zhang Yang.
He was sure Zhang Yang was just playing the sympathy card with his tragic background. But Fan Xiaobai wouldn't get a chance to prove it anyway. Before this summer trip, he'd already studied tons of guides online. This time, he was determined to win her over. He'd paid for this trip in advance, and now he'd suffer for it. This summer, he'd not only have to work to earn tuition but also repay Chen Feifei.
Oh, and Lu Hao's 10,000 yuan too.
That kid would probably be so stressed his screws would smoke.
Ha!
Barring any surprises, Zhang Yang should be stuck in that stinky factory dorm right now, choking on acrid smoke. Guys, take lots of photos and post them in the group chat.
It's a rare trip out, and I brought my camera.
He felt smug inside, thinking he'd really rub it in Zhang Yang's face this time. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had already arrived at Building 1, 8th floor of Huanjiang Residential Complex, following the address Wu Qiutong had given. As he pushed open the door, a wave of fragrance immediately filled his nostrils. After tidying up the guest room, this would be his base of operations for the next 2 months. A golden nest or silver nest couldn't compare to his own humble abode. Having his own place would be ideal, but right now was a critical period for leveraging capital to generate greater profits.
Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't invest in real estate.
Hauling his luggage here had left him drenched in sweat, so Zhang Yang promptly took a shower.
After showering, he tossed his clothes into the washing machine.
After searching for a while without finding liquid detergent, only powdered detergent was available. He decided to start the cycle anyway. Washing clothes by hand was too time-consuming, and he had no desire to do it manually. After confirming with Wu Qiutong that the guest room computer was operational, Zhang Yang began browsing the rival platform he was about to target, Songzhong. The site's dominance stemmed not only from its core dating features but also from its popular minigame, Happy Farm. The term stealing crops held immense value in the internet era back then. Anyone who lived through it understood its significance.
Zhang Yang intended to preserve this feature as a priority.
However, the site's eventual decline stemmed from a certain company's unethical practices. They copied the farm game, causing traffic to plummet. With such a massive cancerous growth in the market, originality would indeed face significant obstacles.
What could be done?
Zhang Yang pondered for a moment, then a flash of inspiration struck him. If he feared being easily defeated by later entrants, he needed to build a moat. With that thought, he quickly grabbed paper and pen to jot down his plan, building an exclusive online-offline integrated ecosystem based on the SNS platform. Having worked in tech in his previous life, Zhang Yang swiftly outlined numerous theoretically viable approaches. So engrossed in his writing, he even forgot to eat lunch. Only when someone tapped his shoulder did he snap out of his creative frenzy.
Ha! Teacher Wu, what brings you here?
Oh, Zhang Yang. Wu Qiutong had assumed he was hot and had taken off his shirt, only realizing upon closer approach that he hadn't been wearing one at all.
Ah!
Wu Qiutong shrieked, covering her eyes. Hearing the scream, Zhang Yang realized he'd forgotten to put clothes on after his shower. He hurried into the room to get dressed. When he emerged, he said somewhat sheepishly, "My apologies, Teacher Wu. I thought I was the only one staying in this house for now, and that you wouldn't be coming, so I got a little carried away."
It's fine.
Well, plans changed. I had some things I could handle during the break, but this semester we have to conduct teaching quality monitoring. The principal asked us to grade the students' papers as quickly as possible and finish other pending tasks within this semester.
So I guess we won't have a break until next week. I might have to stay here for a week. Wu Qiutong looked utterly dejected. Oh, I see.
Well then, you stay here, teacher. I'll find another place.
Zhang Yang realized he was being a bit intrusive as a grown man. Ah, no need. The principal didn't mean to turn you away. I told you, just stay here comfortably. If you find a job nearby, that'd be even better, it'd be more convenient for you.
I'll only stay a few days before leaving.
I have plenty of empty houses at home, but this one is close to school.
Otherwise, I'd have to commute for ages, which is exhausting. Her demeanor had hinted at a privileged background, but I hadn't realized it was this extraordinary. Huanzhang community is considered a high-end neighborhood, but from her tone, it seemed like it didn't matter much to her.
All right, take a seat. If you need to work, go ahead, I won't disturb you. Feel free to use the computer. It's almost dinner time, so I'll cook for you. Don't be too critical of my cooking, I've gotten used to making meals for one over the years. It should be passable.
With that, Wu Qiutong tied on an apron and headed to the kitchen to get busy.
Zhang Yang certainly didn't mind having such a gentle, beautiful teacher cook for him who needed confidence boosts.
Still, since they were living together now, he should pay a bit more attention to cleanliness to avoid giving his teacher a bad impression. Just then, he remembered the clothes in the washing machine should be done, so he hurried to hang them out to dry. Stepping onto the balcony, he reached into the washing machine and pulled out a green undergarment.
That color, why did it seem so familiar? Chapter 31, Don't go to sleep so early tonight.
It must be said, the size was beyond what could be grasped in one hand. But for some reason, he couldn't recall ever seeing him walk with any male teachers before.
Could it be that teacher Wu wasn't interested in men?
Just then, Zhang Yang sensed something was off. Glancing to his left, he saw Wu Qiutong holding a spatula, staring at him in surprise.
Teacher, let me explain. It's fine, I understand. Just go buy me some soy sauce, we're out at home.
Zhang Yang felt a bit awkward and hurried downstairs. This upscale neighborhood was truly something else. Just a few steps away was a two-story supermarket. After buying the soy sauce, he remembered he'd rushed out without a towel, so he headed back upstairs to get one. That's when he spotted a familiar face. Principal Li Yan was also shopping, and the woman beside him was none other than Xiao Zimei, the English teacher who had been flirtatious with him in his office last time. Although he had recorded their conversation last time, he hadn't captured their faces, making it too easy for them to turn the tables on him. So this time, Zhang Yang took out his phone and snapped photos of the two of them together, looking intimate. This way, he could ensure the evidence was complete. Though they weren't far away, getting caught taking covert photos would ruin everything. Zhang Yang had to protect himself first. Fortunately, the clothing section was just ahead. He casually walked over, pretending to browse clothes while covertly observing the pair. After watching for a while, a sales clerk approached and asked, "Sir, may I help you? Are you here to buy clothes?" Yes. But this is the lingerie section." "Did you come to the wrong place?" the saleswoman awkwardly reminded him. Only then did Zhang Yang notice that almost all the shoppers here were women. But the location was prime, so he had to lie and say he was picking something out for his girlfriend. What he didn't know was that Wu Qiutong, concerned that something might have happened since he'd been gone so long just to buy soy sauce, had followed him to the department store. Upon reaching the second floor, she spotted Zhang Yang snapping photos in the lingerie section. Not wanting to interrupt, she quietly left. Persistence paid off. Zhang Yang finally gathered enough evidence to leave. But when he handed the soy sauce to Wu Qiutong back home, he noticed she seemed hesitant to speak. "What's up, teacher? Is there something you need to tell me?"
Nothing. Go sit down. Dinner will be ready soon." Wu Qiutong decided against saying anything.
At this age, boys were so sensitive. Blurting it out would only cause him unnecessary trouble. After dinner, Zhang Yang returned to his computer to continue working, and before he knew it, it was late at night. As he lay down to sleep, he suddenly felt something sharp and uncomfortable beneath him. Turning on the light, he discovered it was another piece of underwear. Teacher Wu looked so polished and put together, yet her private life was surprisingly messy, even tossing her intimate garments around like this.
But he wasn't surprised anymore.
In his previous life, attending those high-end events, he'd met plenty of minor celebrities who looked glamorous and polished. Yet when he visited their homes to discuss art in depth after the events, he'd discover their bedrooms were practically indistinguishable from dog kennels. Even more outrageous was how they pile up their clothes without washing them, creating a stench that rivaled any male dormitory. That's when he lost all illusions about so-called beauties. Zhang Yang had initially planned to just toss the item on the sofa and be done with it. But remembering the kindness she'd shown him by taking him in, he decided to wash it and hang it up instead. It was late at night, and Wu Qiutong had to work the next day. So when she went out, she tried to be as quiet as possible. She deliberately chose to wash the clothes on the balcony and close the balcony door to minimize noise. As he worked diligently on the balcony, Wu Qiutong quietly pushed open a crack in the door. Seeing this scene, she didn't feel happy. Instead, she sighed.
Could Zhang Yang turn into a pervert if this kept up?
She needed to find a way to help him. Zhang Yang woke up at noon, exhausted from all the planning he'd done the previous day. Opening the door, he found a note stuck to the wall. It read, "Steamed buns are in the kitchen. Lunch will be ready when I get back." Just as he took down the note, the door opened. Wu Qiaotong was back, still wearing her form-fitting uniform that perfectly accentuated her figure.
"Oh, you're awake? Good afternoon, teacher."
Zhang Yang stepped forward to take her bag.
Wu Qiaotong nodded. Zhang Yang was indeed a gentle and considerate young man.
His reckless actions yesterday at this hour were likely due to a lack of proper guidance during adolescence. After all, he was an orphan. On her way to work today, Wu Qiaotong had reflected deeply. As his teacher, she felt her responsibility extended beyond academics to include life guidance. She resolved to personally fill in the gaps in his understanding of such matters. But she herself had never had a boyfriend, so she was also clueless about these things. That's why today, for the first time, she mustered the courage to buy a set of adult magazines on the street. Zhang Yang set down his bag and saw her calling him from the kitchen.
"Teacher, what is it? Didn't you eat breakfast?"
"Oh, I was too tired yesterday and overslept."
"Sigh, you're still growing. Don't overwork yourself like this. I'll cook for you." Teacher, you really shouldn't wear that outfit. It's inconvenient for cooking and you'll get all greasy. You won't feel comfortable teaching this afternoon."
"This outfit looks nice, but it's just too uncomfortable for the kitchen."
Zhang Yang didn't want to burden her too much.
Zhang Yang, you're so considerate."
"It's fine. I don't have class this afternoon. My office is being renovated. Today, I'll make you something delicious."
"But you're right, I should change clothes first." Before long, she returned in a loose-fitting outfit. But Zhang Yang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was a strapless top, and purple at that. It really did have a certain charm.
"What's wrong? You want to cook too?"
"Nah, forget it, teacher.
My cooking isn't great, but I can help out."
"Good boy. Alright, I'll teach you how to wash the vegetables. Today we're making stir-fried pork, oil-braised shrimp, and black pepper beef strips."
"I'll go marinate the beef first." Wu Qiaotong went out to find a basin for marinating.
The shrimp in the sink had a faint fishy smell, but whatever perfume Wu Qiaotong had sprayed on herself managed to mask it completely. Setting aside her habit of leaving clothes everywhere, living with such a beautiful teacher was truly a pleasure. Soon, the 3 dishes were served, and the flavors were as authoritative as ever.
"Is it good?"
Delicious.
"Teacher, your cooking is the most fragrant I've ever tasted. Whoever marries you will surely be happy for life."
Zhang Yang sighed sincerely. In his previous life, he had indeed been wealthy, but all those women were after his money. That's why he had countless lovers but couldn't find a single sincere wife.
"I'm already 30. You really shouldn't comfort me like that."
"I'm not, teacher. Your skin is as smooth as a young girl's. I bet if you stood next to any girl in our class, no one would say a word. They'd just assume you're the teacher."
Zhang Yang was genuinely puzzled. With her looks, why wasn't she married yet? "Alright, let's eat. After dinner, you can play on your own. Teacher needs to read."
"What book?
Maybe I'd like it too."
Since he was dining in someone else's home, Zhang Yang tried to find topics to avoid awkwardness. At this remark, Wu Qiaotong's face flushed instantly and her voice rose slightly.
"I'm just browsing casually."
"Oh, okay." Hearing her raise her voice, Zhang Yang assumed she disliked prying questions and decided to shut up and eat.
A moment of silence hung in the air.
Wu Qiaotong hesitated, then gathered her courage.
"Zhang Yang, don't go to bed so early tonight. I need to talk to you about something." Chapter 32, Grading Papers in a Spaghetti Strap Top.
After lunch, Zhang Yang volunteered to wash the dishes. When he finished, he noticed Wu Qiaotong hadn't taken her afternoon nap and felt a bit curious.
I wish I could nap too. Being a student is so great.
You guys get off when you get off, but we still have to grade papers. Over 100 students across 2 classes. The principal wants us to finish grading today so the academic affairs office can input the scores. Wu Qiaotong spoke with a look of frustration on her face. Truthfully, she enjoyed her job, but the end-of-term period was always exhausting.
"Teacher, let me help you."
"You?
Right.
How about this, you handle the multiple-choice questions. They all have standard answers. I'll take care of the essay questions myself."
"Sure. Wait, won't this hold you back? If you have something else to do, just go ahead, don't worry about me." Wu Qiaotong remained as gentle as ever, though Zhang Yang genuinely had nothing pressing.
He'd already sold off his stocks, and the short positions were going smoothly. Waking up today, he saw that Shenzhou Taiyue had dropped again, meaning his profits were growing. Even just sitting back and letting things run their course, he was raking in a decent sum.
"No problem, teacher. I'll handle it. I really have nothing else to do."
Seeing him so insistent, Wu Qiaotong finally relented and handed him a portion of the papers. After grading for nearly an hour, Zhang Yang felt an unusual ache and stiffness in his neck. No wonder this job wasn't for just anyone. Prolonged work like this inevitably led to occupational issues with the cervical spine. He lifted his head and cracked his neck, noticing Wu Qiutong still poring over papers with intense focus. Her dedication earned Zhang Yang's deep respect. It was only then that Zhang Yang truly realized how perfectly the spaghetti strap top suited her. Especially from such close proximity, he could distinctly catch the scent of her feminine perfume. Not only that, but her skin shared the same icy white pallor as Su Xinyan's, a complexion so pale that even snow seemed inadequate as a comparison. Moreover, as she leaned forward over her work, an unseen force seemed to press against her blouse, pulling it into a distinct V shape. Beneath that, the beast hidden within had already revealed half its form, appearing poised to burst free from its cage at any moment. Ah, Zhang Yang. Ha? Oh, teacher, you spoke. Zhang Yang quickly averted his gaze. This is your exam paper. I'm about to grade it. Are you ready? Wu Qiutong took a deep breath. Teacher, could you please stop being so adorable? Just grade the paper. I can accept whatever score I get. Zhang Yang said with a smile. You're such a little devil. Who calls their teacher adorable? Besides, I'm just worried about you. If you fail this subject again, you'll be expelled. Where would you go then? Wu Qiutong said with concern. It's fine, teacher. I won't fail your class. Seeing his confidence, Wu Qiutong couldn't help but tell him the truth. Of course I don't want you to fail. I was actually thinking of making the exam easier, but then Principal Li came by and said he wanted to set the questions himself. I've graded over a dozen papers already, and this exam is genuinely tough. The scores on the essay questions are low across the board. Even your class monitor, who's always been diligent, only got 40 out of 70 on hers. Teacher, you don't believe I can pass? I want to believe you could, teacher. In past exams, cramming for a few days might have been enough to pass. But this time, the difficulty is significant. Many questions are quite challenging. And since you haven't been attending class at all, I'm worried. Wu Qiutong could imagine Zhang Yang's essay section was probably a complete mess. How about this, teacher? If I pass, can I kiss you? Get real. What kind of time is this for jokes? Besides, I said I'd do my best to help you pass. I'm being kind, and you're trying to take advantage of me? Wu Qiutong tapped Zhang Yang's forehead. That single gesture nearly unleashed the beast within her again. How about this then? If I can get 70 points. No way. I'll bump you up to 61 at most. If your score is too high, Principal Li will definitely get suspicious. Besides, your class monitor only got 73. Then how about this? If I pass 70, I'll give you a kiss. If I pass 80, you agree to have a candlelit dinner with me? Fine. Let's see if you've got what it takes. Wu Qiutong didn't think he could possibly get 70. If he really did, giving him a little reward wouldn't be out of the question. As long as he studied diligently, that was all that mattered. Given his family's circumstances, excelling in his studies was his only path forward. She then began grading the objective questions. After finishing the multiple choice section, she nodded approvingly. Not bad, all correct. Looks like he studied hard. Wu Qiutong ruffled Zhang Yang's hair, feeling a sense of accomplishment. A grown man being patted on the head by a woman felt a bit awkward, but catching a glimpse of that snow-white skin made it all seem not so bad after all. Ah, the fill-in-the-blank questions all correct. Excellent, that's 30 points already. Wu Qiutong hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation until she graded 2 essay questions. Zhang Yang, how did you suddenly become so skilled? Even with strict grading, these 2 questions wouldn't lose many points. Hee, that's all thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher. I really took your advice to heart. Watching his smile, Wu Qiutong couldn't shake the feeling she'd been tricked. After grading the paper, she stared at the 2 pages covered in red checkmarks, a sense of foreboding rising within her. So, teacher, what's my score? Let me see. 10 here, 12 here. 991. The moment Wu Qiutong finished speaking, Zhang Yang planted a kiss on her, leaving her utterly flustered. What are you doing? Teacher, you promised me, 70 gets a kiss, 80 gets a candlelit dinner together, and 90 gets us together. You little rascal, I suspect you set me up on purpose. Wu Qiutong gave a playful scolding and rolled her eyes. That roll of her eyes was filled with endless charm. Teacher, when should we go for that candlelit dinner? How about today? Hold on a moment. Since this one's a bit challenging, I added a 10-point bonus question about your vision for e-commerce. Basically, as long as it's grounded in reality, you'll get credit. But I'm having trouble making sense of what you wrote here. What part don't you understand? For instance, what you wrote about new retail, combining offline group buying, and the ping-ping duo model. I've never heard of these terms. Yet your explanation makes sense, so I want to give you credit. Could you clarify? Wu Qiutong reviewed his bonus question answers and realized her current knowledge base was falling short. Oh, never mind if you haven't heard of them, I just made them up on the spot. Zhang Yang didn't want to explain too much either. After all, much of this involved concepts that didn't exist yet. Even as a university professor, Wu Qiutong probably hadn't encountered them, so explaining would be pointless. What he was most looking forward to now was seeing how Wu Qiutong would fulfill her promise. Professor, a candlelit dinner?
You really want to have a candlelit dinner with your teacher? Zhang Yang nodded.
Sharing a candlelit dinner with a woman like her would be pure bliss. Seeing he wasn't joking, Wu Qiutong pursed her lips before finally nodding in agreement.
Chapter 33, Tonight's Makeup Lesson. Teacher, shall we go today? Ha? Today? Today won't work. I still have so many test papers to grade. Then I'll help you. We'll speed things up.
Zhang Yang hadn't expected the beautiful teacher to agree so easily, so naturally he pressed his advantage. Wu Qiutong could see how eager he was, but she didn't think it stemmed from affection. She was much older than him, and his unusual behavior likely came from having little experience with girls. It seemed she'd have to work hard these days to reshape his values. So no matter how awkward it felt, she had to keep reading that magazine. Despite their best efforts, grading the papers stretched past 10 o'clock. It seemed the candlelit dinner would have to be postponed until tomorrow. She reheated her lunch and ate a light meal. Thinking about having to get up early for work tomorrow, Wu Qiutong decided to take a shower and go to bed first. After washing up, Wu Qiutong checked her to-do list as usual before bed.
That's when she noticed one item remained unchecked, explaining sexual knowledge to Zhang Yang.
Determined to finish what she started today, she climbed out of bed and retrieved that magazine whose cover alone was enough to make one blush. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang remained in the guest room, continuing to draft his proposal. The weather was indeed sweltering today, and with no air conditioning in the room, the small electric fan offered little relief. Zhang Yang had no choice but to open the door. As he wrote, a QQ message popped up. Opening it, he saw it was from Su Xinyan.
So bored here in Bali. Nothing but ocean. Zhang Yang, come visit me. Sure, book me a ticket. Nice try. I'm not stupid. Come over and I'll show you my swimsuit. I bought a really pretty one. How about it? I've seen everything already. What's the point of one more layer of fabric?
Zhang Yang wasn't her lapdog. He wasn't about to fly halfway around the world just because she asked.
But I'm so bored.
I planned to travel for a month, but after just a few days, I already want to go back.
Zhang Yang, you're full of tricks. Tell me, if you were in Bali right now, what fun things would you do? Watch movies. What? I'm serious. I'm being serious too. Bali is only paradise for you girls.
At night, it gets pretty wild outside the central areas, and there's plenty of petty theft during the day. Food-wise, the seafood's okay, but if you want home-style cooking, forget it. Their local produce is just limited.
Zhang Yang replied offhandedly. Su Xinyan found it odd again.
Logically, Zhang Yang's family background shouldn't have allowed him to visit here before, yet his description was so accurate.
Wait, why does it feel like you know this place so well? Have you been here before? Ha? Oh, well, I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run, right? I've seen it on TV all the time. All right. After a moment of silence, another message came through. Send it to me. What? You know, watching videos. I don't understand what you mean. Su Xinyan, do you realize you're the school beauty? Can't you act a little more reserved?
Imagine how disappointed your admirers would be if they saw you like this.
Zhang Yang teased. Campus beauty? When you made me kneel and serve you the other day, you sure didn't treat me like one. Cut the crap, send it over. This is annoying. Su Xinyan was thoroughly bored.
She couldn't fathom why anyone would call Bali the most romantic place in the world.
Zhang Yang chuckled at her reply. So this ethereal campus beauty was actually a total goofball. Fine, fine.
Since you're such a studious little thing, I'll find you a good one. The industry in the notebook was thriving, producing content that even covered all sorts of bizarre fetishes. It was just that the teachers in this era seemed so old. Teacher Aoi, Teacher Ozawa, aren't they practically grandma-level figures? What about my teacher Mikami?
Zhang Yang flipped through the pages while ranting, then suddenly recalled something.
Back when he first made big money, he'd flown to Japan to meet with his teacher, treating himself to a feast for his younger self. But when they met, he realized it was the camera that saved them. Few actually had looks that could stand up to scrutiny. But for now, the priority was finding suitable material for Su Xinyan. This one won't work, her face is too ugly.
About an hour later, Wu Qiutong emerged from her room.
For some reason, reading all those little stories always made her need to use the restroom. After returning from the bathroom, she passed by Zhang Yang's room. She intended to tell him to get some sleep, but instead witnessed an utterly shocking scene.
What was he watching? What was happening to that woman's feet on the screen? Could it really be like that?
Wu Qiutong watched for a moment, and that urge to use the restroom came back. Yet she didn't want to walk away, because somehow, what was on the screen seemed far more captivating than anything in the magazines. Having grown up in a strictly disciplined household, Wu Qiutong had always avoided discussing such topics. After completing her master's degree, she stayed on as a faculty member at her alma mater, leaving her romantic life virtually untouched. Consequently, everything unfolding before her eyes was shattering her worldview. As she watched, she noticed a pattern. Zhang Yang seemed particularly fixated on feet. As soon as the footage of feet ended, he would immediately shut it off and move on to the next clip. This baffled Wu Qiutong. In her mind, feet were for walking and surely harbored bacteria. How could they be used for such things? Her thoughts raced as the urge to use the restroom returned, prompting her to leave quickly. Zhang Yang finally found a longer segment of content and immediately sent it to Su Xinyan. Seeing that it was already late at night, he didn't bother with anything else and went straight to sleep. After all, he had a candlelit dinner planned for tomorrow, and he was looking forward to it. The night passed without incident. The next day, around 6 in the evening, Wu Qiutong finally returned. That morning on her way to work, she'd finally mustered the courage to ask a married colleague whether the scene from yesterday's movie was actually healthy. Her colleague advised that occasional indulgence was acceptable, but not as a long-term habit, since feet were particularly unclean. However, she cautioned against overcorrecting, noting that men needed outlets for release. Comparatively, using one's hands would certainly be preferable. She thought about how Zhang Yang was so obsessed with this wrong way, and figured it must be because he was exposed to dirty information during his upbringing. So today, she came with a mission, to teach Zhang Yang the right way. Teacher, you're back. Oh, right, you said you wanted to talk to me yesterday. I forgot. What was it about? Never mind. Forget it. We'll make up for it tonight. Wu Qiutong had already mapped out her strategy and was confident today would be successful. Chapter 34, Candlelight Dinner. Teacher, come on. I've reserved a table. After hearing her agree to a candlelight dinner yesterday, Zhang Yang had booked a spot at the Riverside Xianxi Western restaurant that very night. Ha? You made a reservation? Ha! So you've been tricking me into this from the start, you little rascal? Of course not. Dining with a beauty like you, teacher, has always been my dream. I've been preparing for this day all along. Never knew you were such a smooth talker. Fine, let's go. No girl dislikes being complimented. Hearing Zhang Yang constantly emphasize her beauty, Wu Qiutong feigned annoyance on the surface, but deep down, she felt immensely satisfied. Teacher, are you just leaving like this? Yeah, is that a problem? Zhang Yang glanced at her still dressed in her business attire, finding it far too formal. Teacher, this outfit is professional wear meant to project competence for work. But now we're going for a candlelit dinner, it's time to relax. Don't you have an evening gown or something? Evening gown? Well, I do have one. Wu Qiutong flushed slightly, recalling how revealing that particular dress seemed. But Zhang Yang didn't know any of this. He just urged her to change quickly and pushed her into the room. Wu Qiutong sighed. She thought about how Zhang Yang had always been a wallflower in class. Due to poverty, he often skipped lessons to work, and there were no girls in his class to talk to. At his age, he must have fantasized about girls. Since this rare opportunity had presented itself, she might as well indulge him better than him spending 4 years in college without ever interacting with the opposite sex. Soon after, the door opened. Wu Qiutong emerged, and the moment Zhang Yang saw her, he was instantly struck by her breathtaking beauty. Teacher, you look absolutely stunning. She wore a black strapless dress, a sparkling necklace around her neck, and though her lips were bare, they naturally radiated a rosy, delicate beauty. Even more stunning, the skirt featured a slit at the hem. The breeze from the balcony made the fabric flutter, revealing glimpses of her thighs. Her aura was so striking, she could easily pass for a model. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Teacher, I'm not superstitious, but seeing you makes me realize fairies do exist in this world. Oh, come on, Wu Qiutong, she scolded outwardly, though inwardly she was overjoyed. Teacher, dressed like this, my outfit feels inadequate next to yours. Enough, stop talking. If you keep saying that, I'll be too embarrassed to wear it. Actually, this outfit was what she wore to her master's graduation ball years ago. It had stunned the entire crowd back then, but for certain reasons, she hadn't dared to wear it again all these years. No way. The teacher actually agreed to meet me, I have to go. Come on, let's go. Zhang Yang, afraid she might change her mind, grabbed her hand and hurried out the door. Wu Qiutong was already a mature beauty, and with this outfit today, she was turning heads everywhere she went. Even at a red light, a taxi driver stared at her so intently he forgot to watch the signal, causing a minor accident. Fortunately, a traffic officer was directing traffic at the intersection and handled the accident quickly. Just then, another one happened. This time, he finally learned the truth from the driver and could only urge Wu Qiutong to hurry up. Teacher, this outfit suits you perfectly. Even the traffic cop told you to hurry up to avoid causing a bigger accident. You're telling me, Wu Qiutong retorted, her face burning hot. Yet deep down, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight. Upon entering the restaurant, Wu Qiutong's arrival made the women frequenting this upscale establishment feel ashamed by comparison. The men accompanying them couldn't help but glance her way twice, sparking new disagreements. Amidst the soft background music, the restaurant echoed with a succession of arguments. Teacher, look at how charismatic you are, first causing a traffic accident, now stirring up family discord. Stop exaggerating, Wu Qiutong protested, though she secretly relished his compliments every time. The waiter arrived just then. Seeing Wu Qiutong's beauty and her flashy, attention-seeking style, he instantly imagined the cliché of a wealthy woman keeping a young lover. He grumbled inwardly, why couldn't he ever meet such a beautiful wealthy woman? What did this man in front of him have?
Wasn't he just good-looking and taller than him? What else was there? Feeling resentful, he promptly handed Zhang Yang an English menu.
Zhang Yang, unaware of the waiter's assumptions, assumed it was simply for accommodating foreign guests. Undeterred, he began flipping through the menu. After all, he'd spent many years in the United States.
Sir, if you don't understand it, don't force yourself to read it. You wouldn't want to order our restaurant's address, would you?
Hearing this, Zhang Yang gave a cold laugh and closed the menu.
Is your steak grain-fed or grass-fed? Huh? What? You claim to be the best Western restaurant around, yet you don't even know whether the steak is grass-fed or grain-fed? Is it your restaurant's inadequate training, or did you just not pay attention? I don't know, I'm not the chef.
The waiter rolled his eyes. Since you don't know, I'll give you a free lesson. Grass-fed beef comes from cattle raised on pasture. Because the cows get plenty of exercise, the meat has a firm texture and rich flavor. Grain-fed beef has more marbling, making it buttery and sweet.
Got it? Got it.
Watching this, Wu Qiutong felt puzzled. How did Zhang Yang know all this?
Just remember it for next time. If a customer asks and you don't know, you'll get docked pay.
You only make 2,000 a month, you'd better work harder. Hearing this, the waiter clenched his fists.
But remembering the wage deduction for customer conflicts, he gritted his teeth and asked, So, sir, and this lovely lady, what would you like to order?
This elegant and lovely lady would like a ribeye steak. I'll take the sirloin.
Well done, please. Well done.
The waiter suddenly realized this was another country bumpkin. Everything earlier must have been researched before he arrived. Well, sir, if you know so much about steak, how come you don't know that steak doneness levels are only odd numbers?
I know, but I just prefer mine well done.
You cook it, I pay.
Problem?
Also, the steak for the lady should be tender. Cook it DA style. Hearing this, the server scratched his head awkwardly again. Sir, what's DA?
Dry aged? You've never heard of dry aging?
Oh, dry aged.
I know. Sorry, I'm still new here.
The waiter finally fell silent. You've already made 2 mistakes while taking our order, but I'm a generous person, I won't complain. If you mess up one more time while serving us, though, I won't be able to help myself. Zhang Yang's mix of kindness and authority left the waiter thoroughly impressed.
Oh, no way. Watching the waiter's abrupt change from haughty to obsequious, Wu Qiutong couldn't help but laugh.
She suddenly found him quite charming. He seemed far from ordinary.
Zhang Yang, how do you know all this?
Oh, teacher, I looked it up secretly before coming.
Don't expose me. Ha, you little rascal. Wu Qiutong chuckled, finding Zhang Yang rather endearing. Such a charming kid, how did he end up on the wrong path?
Tonight, she absolutely had to help him.
Chapter 35, Class begins. Zhang Yang ate his dinner happily. Wu Qiutong looked incredibly charming in that outfit.
Are you full, teacher?
I'm full.
And it was delicious.
Zhang Yang, you really went out of your way. This steak is so tender and flavorful. If you're satisfied, then it was worth it. Let's go.
As Zhang Yang approached the front desk, someone suddenly called out to him.
Hey, buddy. What a coincidence.
Zhang Yang turned to see none other than Li Dikuei, the middleman he hadn't seen in ages.
With garlic prices still skyrocketing lately, he must have made a killing.
He was accompanied by a woman wearing a spaghetti strap dress, but whether it was her makeup or not, she gave off a distinctly sleazy vibe. Zhang Yang barely glanced at her before she flashed him a seductive look.
Well, what a coincidence, Mr. Li. Li Dikuei had a business principle. When talking to men, he always judged their standing by the women accompanying them. He remembered seeing Su Xinyan last time and knew she was no ordinary woman.
The woman before him now was even more exceptional. Mr. Li, where have you struck it rich lately? Zhang Yang knew this man was no ordinary figure after witnessing him pull out hundreds of thousands in one go last time.
Making money? That's just small-scale business for me.
You, on the other hand, are doing quite well.
This lady here is a celebrity, right?
Wu Qiutong quickly waved her hands. Calling her pretty was fine, but calling her a celebrity made her feel a bit embarrassed.
Oh, she's my teacher. Teacher? What kind of teacher? Can I get some tutoring too? Li Dikuei perked up instantly.
A woman with that kind of influence, he'd spend any amount to win her over. Zhang Yang jumped at the implication and quickly clarified, she really is my teacher from school.
Oh, my apologies.
Li Dikuei apologized, inwardly marveling at Zhang Yang's connections. Just a student, yet he could attract a woman of this caliber.
His family must be quite influential.
Perhaps there could be business opportunities in the future. With that thought, he promptly instructed, Manager Ma, this is my friend.
Put the bill on my tab. That's too generous, really. No need, Mr. Li. I don't accept favors for nothing. How about this, next time I'll treat you to tea. I've actually been mulling over some ideas lately and I'd like to chat with you about them.
Zhang Yang knew full well that someone like Li Dikuei was sharper than a monkey. Accepting a meal from him meant owing a favor, and whatever he'd have to repay later would likely be worth far more. Li Dikuei knew Zhang Yang was a man with ideas.
The moment he mentioned a business opportunity, Lee perked up. Hey, forget next time, let's do it now, buddy. Come on, let's hit the bar. No, my teacher has class tomorrow. Seriously, next time. I'll make plans with you. Wu Qiutong's outfit today had already caused quite a stir. If they went to the bar and ran into some intoxicated individuals, it could easily lead to a bloody incident over him. That would be entirely unnecessary. When Zhang Yang pulled out his card, Wu Qiutong immediately reached for hers, ready to pay. Watching this, Li Dikui felt even more envious. Not only was this beauty stunningly attractive, but she also had such a great personality. He rarely encountered women who proactively offered to pay the bill, especially one who was also a well-educated university professor. Turning to the useless ornament beside him who only knew how to ask for money, he felt bored and left after exchanging a few polite words. Wu Qiutong ultimately couldn't persuade Zhang Yang to let her pay. Once outside the restaurant, she voiced her curiosity. Zhang Yang, where did you get this money? Oh, it's money I earned myself. Don't worry, Professor. A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. I wouldn't do anything illegal. Alright, thank you for treating me today. Teacher, don't say that. A beauty like you lets me stay in your place and cooks for me, I should be repaying you. Stop teasing your teacher. Wu Qiutong scolded playfully, though she was genuinely touched. This money must have come from his part-time jobs. He worked so hard to save it just to treat her to dinner. He truly was a grateful and kind-hearted young man. No, this only makes it more important to set him on the right path. Come on, Zhang Yang, let's go back. I have something to tell you. Wu Qiutong said with a determined look in her eyes. Teacher, wait. It's rare we get to eat together. Let's take a photo to remember this moment. Such a precious moment deserved to be captured. Wu Qiutong didn't refuse. After all, today was all about giving him a wonderful experience. Click. Zhang Yang pressed the shutter, capturing a beautiful scene. He then planned to post it on QQ Space as a keepsake. Hey, Zhang Yang, you're going to post that? Yes, teacher. I haven't posted anything on my space yet. Since this is my first post, I thought I'd share something meaningful like our time together. I think that's truly valuable. Heh, you're good with words. Go ahead then, but I can't show my face. No one else has seen me in this outfit yet. Alright, let's take another one without showing my face. Considering her profession, Zhang Yang understood. But this time, the photos seemed even more beautiful. By cropping out her lovely face, the advantages of her figure became even more striking. After admiring them for a while, Zhang Yang considered posting them in the group chat. But today, the messages hadn't stopped and almost all of them were travel photos from Fan Xiaobai. After mulling it over, Zhang Yang decided this approach was too childish and reconsidered. Meanwhile, the residents of Dorm 344 were hiking up a mountain in Diancheng. The pleasant scenery helped dissipate much of Fan Xiaobai's recent worries. Ever since learning that confronting Zhang Yang head-on would get him beaten up, Fan Xiaobai had devised a new strategy, winning over the other dorm mates to isolate Zhang Yang. So since arriving in Diancheng, he'd enthusiastically taken photos with his classmates, immediately posting them to the group chat. Seeing Zhang Yang's continued silence, he knew his tactic was working. Zhang Yang was probably so furious he couldn't eat, and worst of all, he couldn't retaliate. Seeing everyone else resting nearby, he chimed in again. You guys think Zhang Yang is eating instant noodles at some screw factory right now? I really don't get why someone like him can't fit in. He won't even spend a little money. He clearly doesn't respect us as roommates. Oh, Xiaobai, haven't you checked his space? Lu Hao asked. What? I deleted him ages ago. What's up? Brother Hao, what did Brother Yang post? My crappy phone has terrible reception. Mao Xian leaned in, all gossipy. Lu Hao didn't say a word. He pulled out his phone, opened QQ Space, and showed it directly. Holy crap! That physique! Mao Xian's gas drew everyone else over, and their verdict was unanimous, top-notch. This is clearly just some random guy trying to pick someone up. His face must be ugly, otherwise, he'd have shown it by now. Fan Xiaobai remained skeptical, refusing to believe Zhang Yang's life would actually improve. With a body like that, does the face even matter? Mao Xian was the first to ask in the group chat, Bro Yang, where'd you meet that beauty? Ask her if she has any sisters? But Zhang Yang had no time to reply. As soon as Wu Qiutong returned, she dragged him into the room, shut all the windows, and produced a magazine with a revealing cover. Zhang Yang, today your teacher will teach you something not covered in class. Class is in session. Chapter 36, Hands-on Practice. Teacher, what kind of game are you playing now? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Ahem, she cleared her throat. Teacher passed by your room last night and noticed you were browsing unsavory material. Ha? Last night? Only then did Zhang Yang recall leaving his door open due to the sweltering heat. Yes. As your teacher, it's my duty to correct such misguided behavior. Zhang Yang, did you know human feet harbor countless bacteria? Prolonged exposure could lead to serious health issues. That's why today I'm going to teach you how to scientifically release tension. You're teaching me? Zhang Yang was curious, how exactly would she do that? Ahem. Now, I'll give you the mantra first, then twist it, finally soak it. There. With the mantra recited, you should get it. By the time Wu Qiutong finished, her face was flushed crimson, yet she felt immensely accomplished. She'd saved a young man from straying down the wrong path. Seeing her flushed face, Zhang Yang couldn't help but think this beautiful teacher was adorably innocent. But now that things had progressed this far, doing nothing would be a waste of this beautiful night. Besides, if he didn't make good use of her outfit, he might never see it again. Teacher, I don't understand what you're saying. Ha? Should I read it again? My brain's a bit slow. Even if you read it, I won't understand. Why don't you show me? I'll learn faster that way. Ah. Hands-on? Yes, teacher. I'll only understand if you demonstrate it yourself. I want to correct these bad habits too. Wu Qiutong bit her lip, pondered for a long moment, then nodded. Ah, thank you, teacher. Wait, I need to turn off the lights. Soon, Zhang Yang turned off the lights. In the pitch-black room, Zhang Yang sat on the chair. Wu Qiutong slowly felt her way over. After gathering her courage, she finally reached out her hand. Cool, slightly chilly. But Zhang Yang felt only intense heat. Wu Qiutong followed the magazine's instructions, explaining each step as if giving a sermon while putting the theory into practice. Before they knew it, 10 minutes had passed. Shouldn't it be done by now? Wu Qiutong could only hear her own heartbeat in the silence of the room. No, teacher. According to this book, we haven't reached the final step yet, right? You need to demonstrate the entire process so I can remember it better. Zhang Yang continued to coax her. All right then. Wu Qiutong nodded, determined to see it through to the end, and proceeded with the demonstration. Another 10 minutes passed before she finally conceded defeat. Zhang Yang, my arms are killing me, and my back is numb from squatting. How about tomorrow? Strike while the iron is hot. How could such matters wait until tomorrow? Especially now that the arrow was already on the string. Zhang Yang changed his tune again. Teacher, I get it. Maybe it's not the technique. It's because you turned off the lights, and I'm a little scared. What should we do then? Simple. Just turn on the light. Zhang Yang switched on the lamp, then gestured for Wu Qiutong to sit on the bed. He leaned against her legs, savoring the moment. Messages pinged incessantly in the QQ group, all inquiries from roommates, but Zhang Yang had no time to respond. Wu Qiutong felt incredibly shy, but she kept telling herself she was helping a student get back on track. So even though it was awkward, she didn't stop. To Zhang Yang, this moment felt like a dream. He closed his eyes to savor it for a while. When he opened them again, however, he couldn't see that stunning face. Instead, he was met with a large, swaying mass of black so dark it made his eyes blur. Before long, Wu Qiutong's arms grew tired again. Zhang Yang, are you done yet? I feel like I'm just a little bit away. How about you try a little harder? Giving up now would mean throwing away all our progress, but her hands were so sore. What little bit was missing? How about I switch hands? I checked the magazine. It says the physical stimulation is there, but without mental stimulation, the final step can't be completed. It says that? Wu Qiutong asked, wide-eyed with curiosity. Where? Of course that line didn't exist. It was just a theoretical basis Zhang Yang made up to justify his next move. Oh, I just flipped through it earlier, can't remember which page. But I doubt the teacher would help me with this step. Just tell me, what should I do? Zhang Yang pointed directly at the dazzling culprit. Ha? You're something else. Wait a sec. Zhang Yang hadn't expected her to agree so readily. If this were a dream, he truly hoped he'd never wake up. Wu Qiutong reached behind her and soon produced a green object. Here you go, Zhang Yang. If you have any particular preferences like this, just tell me next time. I can give you one or two, but you absolutely can't steal from others. That's a crime. Ha? Zhang Yang finally understood why there had been an extra piece of underwear in his bed that day. She'd mistaken him for a pervert. But his thoughts just now hadn't been like that at all. Compared to this seemingly tempting garment, what lay beneath was the real key. Now that her guard was down, Zhang Yang felt emboldened to act. He wrapped his arms around her waist. Wu Qiutong hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. Seeing him hold her waist, she even patted his head with her other hand, like a mother showing affection. Teacher, I like you. Ha? What's wrong? You're beautiful and kind. Isn't it okay for me to like you? No, you should like the girls in our class. You probably just haven't had much contact with girls. You won't think that way once you do. Teacher, you're not only kind and beautiful, but you can cook too, and you have such a great figure. If I were to find a girlfriend, you'd definitely be my top choice. Wu Qiutong felt something was terribly off. She'd only meant to help him, so how had she ended up making Zhang Yang fall for her? This plot twist is all wrong. Stunned, she failed to notice Zhang Yang's hand had already crept up over 10 centimeters from her waist. Ah! The restroom! Wu Qiutong immediately pushed Zhang Yang away and ran off. This was precisely why she'd never dated anyone. The moment a guy got intimate, she felt the urge to use the restroom. After using the restroom, she felt too embarrassed to go back out. She could only text Zhang Yang to tell him she was tired tonight. Zhang Yang was filled with regret. His actions today had been too hasty, and missing out on such beauty would be a lifelong regret. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. Only the lingering warmth of the green clothing beside him hinted that it had truly occurred. Helpless, Zhang Yang fell asleep with his regrets, only to be shaken awake the next morning. Opening his eyes, he saw Wu Qiutong's stunning face again. "Teacher, I'm sorry about last night." "It's fine. I understand. Want to go on a trip with me? Travel? This early?" "Yes, I've been wanting to go to the beach. I bought a swimsuit 2 years ago, wonder if it still fits." "A swimsuit?" Hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately jumped up. "The beach? Great idea. We have to go to the beach. Let's head out right away." Chapter 37, Let's go on a trip together. Spontaneous departure. 2 hours later, they were already at the airport. "Teacher, why did you suddenly decide to go to Diancheng?" "Diancheng is wonderful, so romantic, with mountains and waters and a pleasant climate."
Zhang Yang had traveled extensively, and Diancheng absolutely ranked among China's top 3 tourist destinations. Its spring-like climate year-round, coupled with the majestic Sangshan Mountains and Irai Lake, captivated countless artistic souls. It's also a gathering place for folk music enthusiasts. As someone once said, the foundation for living in Diancheng is learning to play the guitar first. Today, Wu Qiutong's outfit was as form-fitting as ever, but traveling didn't call for a uniform. Instead, she wore a gray yoga jumpsuit. Whether intentional or not, gray, often dubbed the tech color, can visually elongate certain areas when worn by women. Her figure was already stunning, and this outfit only accentuated it further. And her waist was truly slender. When Zhang Yang held her yesterday, he felt he could snap it with just a little pressure. Of course, the real MVP last night was everything above the waist. Last night, he dared to cross a line. The moment his hand pressed down, he could feel an incredible resistance. It was unimaginable how, past 30, her skin could remain so incredibly firm and elastic. "Zhang Yang, what are you looking at?" Oh, teacher, you're so beautiful, I just can't help but look a little longer." "Stop it, you're teasing me again." "I'm not teasing you, teacher. I genuinely like you." To Zhang Yang, a woman like her, ripe and mature, was far more captivating than any so-called campus beauty.
Fine. Wait another 2 years. If you still like your teacher, then I'll agree to it." Wu Qiutong made a casual promise, fully aware that Zhang Yang's special affection stemmed from his limited interaction with girls. 2 years would be more than enough time for things to change. 2 years? That long? "Teacher, after what happened last night, can I still come to you for lessons?" "Of course not." Just thinking about last night made Wu Qiutong's face flush instantly. "Then I won't touch you next time? Couldn't you just accompany me on this trip first?" "Last night, I taught you how to release tension scientifically, not to obsess over it constantly. As that book says, overdoing it will ruin you in the long run. Just look at Principal Lee, he needs medication before he even hits 50. Oh, speaking of which, why did you record that day?" Wu Qiutong suddenly remembered something. "I have a use for it." Zhang Yang couldn't very well say it was to keep leverage over Principal Lee later, could he? Seeing him hesitate, Wu Qiutong's imagination ran wild. That recording must be supplementary material too, right? Are boys this age really so impulsive? "Attention passengers, please board." As the airport announcement sounded, Wu Qiutong's expression changed. She grabbed Zhang Yang and hurried off. "Oh no, the plane's here. Quick. 3 hours later, the plane landed in Diancheng. Zhang Yang kept imagining the beach date they'd have later. As soon as they stepped off the plane, Wu Qiutong hailed a taxi and they headed straight to a large villa. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. Why had they booked such a large villa? Upon opening the door, they discovered nearly the entire class was gathered inside. It turned out that Wu Qiutong had spent the entire previous night pondering. She still believed Zhang Yang lacked experience with girls, so she had booked a flight overnight to bring him here. "Oh, teacher, you're here." Chen Feifei greeted them warmly. This morning, Teacher Wu felt Zhang Yang's summer break was too lonely, so she specially paid for him to join our summer activities. "Right, Zhang Yang, have fun with your classmates here. I'll be leaving now." Wu Qiutong bid farewell and hurried away. Her true intention was for Zhang Yang to interact more with girls his own age, hoping he wouldn't develop feelings for an older woman like herself. But Zhang Yang thought Wu Qiutong was still upset about last night. Seeing her act like this now, he felt a bit disappointed. It seemed like last night had been nothing but a dream. "Zhang Yang, put your luggage away. We're heading to the beach later." Chen Feifei didn't know why, but seeing Zhang Yang come along actually made her quite happy. "Hey, brother Yang, let me help. We'll still share a room in the dorm." Mao Xian was eager to assist, convinced by Zhang Yang's social media post last night that he was a hidden master at wooing girls. Fan Xiaobai muttered under his breath, "Suck up." After stowing their luggage, the group prepared to head out. Thanks to the repeated disappointments inflicted by Wen Caiyi, the goddess of his past life, Zhang Yang had become immune to emotional setbacks. He figured he might as well treat this as a vacation. It had been ages since he'd last visited the beach. The beach lay just beyond the villa.
After setting up their tent, they slipped inside to change into swimsuits. When they emerged, the boys in their class were all staring in awe.
Chen Feifei drew the most attention.
While her figure wasn't the most perfect, her legs stretching a full 1.2 meters more than compensated for any natural shortcomings. Fan Xiaobai noticed her and recalled the guidebook's advice: create more opportunities for physical contact.
So he approached Chen Feifei and invited her to play volleyball.
Little did he know she was a homebody with mediocre athletic skills, and his invitation was promptly declined.
How about we go for barbecue?
Or take photos?
Fan Xiaobai flashed his professional camera again. No, I want to walk alone. Chen Feifei declined outright.
She'd seen him using photography as an excuse to take liberties with girls these past few days. She had little interest in chatting with such a vulgar person. As she walked, she spotted Zhang Yang sitting on the beach, writing something. She flushed slightly, remembering how ED suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulders last time near the boys' dorm. She still didn't know what Zhang Yang meant by that, so she deliberately paced back and forth in front of him. But seeing he had no intention of calling her over to chat, she instantly felt annoyed. What could he possibly be writing that demanded such focus, that he didn't even want to talk to her? So Chen Feifei walked over herself, determined to see where she'd gone wrong.
Zhang Yang remained deeply engrossed in drafting his proposal for a Kaisen-style social network, oblivious to Chen Feifei standing beside him until her startled exclamation, "Wow! Zhang Yang, is this your vision for the future of dating websites?"
Zhang Yang immediately covered what he was working on. Seeing his reaction, Chen Feifei immediately pouted in displeasure.
"Zhang Yang, are you really that guarded around me? Last time you said I was your lucky star."
Hearing her voice, Zhang Yang finally looked up. The first thing he saw were those legs longer than his own life, and as he looked up further, he felt almost overwhelmed.
Had this girl gone tech-heavy? "Hey, class president."
Chen Feifei frowned, crouching down to stare at him sternly.
"What do you mean by little when referring to your little class monitor?" Chapter 38, pinching the class monitor's thigh. I meant you're young." "Nonsense.
I'm only a year younger than you, humph. Don't think I don't know you're mocking my figure."
Chen Feifei glared at him indignantly. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. This girl was so sharp, how did she figure it out so fast?
Seeing him silent, she took it as confirmation of her suspicion.
Chen Feifei crossed her arms angrily. "If you want me to forgive you, you'd better tell me what you were writing just now."
Zhang Yang realized he'd need her help with the website later anyway, so there was no point in keeping it from her. He laid out his radical ideas directly. The more Chen Feifei listened, the more her worldview felt shattered.
She couldn't fathom how anyone could be this brilliant. "Zhang Yang, you're a genius." Chen Feifei couldn't help but praise him. "So, how's the progress on that website you and your friends are building? My core demand is that we absolutely must focus on developing the farm game." Hearing this, Chen Feifei felt a bit awkward.
Zhang Yang, my friend said yesterday they wouldn't sell the website for less than 1.5 million.
"I'm sorry." "What do you mean, sorry?"
"I let you get your hopes up for nothing. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but it seems like you deleted me." Only then did Zhang Yang recall that Wen Caiyi had previously forbidden him from keeping any girl's contact information, so he deleted them all outright. "I know you won the lottery last time, but that was only 1 million.
You bought a car too, so it definitely won't be enough.
My friends say they poured a lot of effort into this website, and just the server costs alone were significant in the early stages."
"Sorry about that." Chen Feifei apologized again. "No need to apologize. 1.5 million? I've got it. I'll buy you all out." Zhang Yang thought the price was quite reasonable. "Ha? Zhang Yang, where'd you get the money? That's 1.5 million. Chen Feifei couldn't fathom how his wealth had skyrocketed in just 10 days. "Oh, stocks. Remember when I went to pick up the tickets? You saw me trading on my phone." "Oh, right, I remember now. But didn't the Shenzhou Taiyue stock crash recently? My dad lost a lot."
"I saw Teacher Wu cover your trip expenses and thought you'd lost all your money."
Chen Feifei explained honestly. "No, I shorted it. The more it drops, the more I earn." "Ha? When everyone else was bullish, you went short?"
"Zhang Yang, you're not the legendary stock god, are you?"
Chen Feifei now found Zhang Yang incredibly charismatic. Not only did he understand the internet, but he also knew finance. He'd been so low-key before.
"Stock god is an exaggeration. By the way, you have to keep the future development model of that website I just mentioned to you confidential."
"Don't worry, Zhang Yang. I swear."
Chen Feifei flashed a four-finger gesture, then pulled Zhang Yang toward the villa.
"Come on, no time to waste. We need to stop my friends from selling the site early. Head to my room, my computer's there. I'll video call them and introduce you."
Zhang Yang was also eager to meet this group of tech talents, so he nodded in agreement.
The two hurried back to the villa. This scene broke the hearts of countless boys. Fan Xiaobai clenched his fists, wondering why Chen Feifei always hung out with this penniless guy.
Chen Feifei arrived at the villa, dashed upstairs, and began rummaging through her room for the computer. Her back turned as she searched. Chen Feifei looked quite alluring.
When she bent over, Zhang Yang could only see her legs. Though her swimsuit was a conservative style, it perfectly showcased her long legs. Found it. Zhang Yang, come here. Should I step out first? After all, this is your girl's dorm. No need. I'm alone in this room. Since my sleep quality is poor, I don't want to disturb others. Hearing this, Zhang Yang relaxed. Come over here and sit with me. I'll introduce you to my friends. She opened the QQ group and started a video chat. Just then, she suddenly remembered something and quickly fetched a jacket from the bed. Chen Feifei, are you cold? No, it's just that they're all guys. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to dress like this. Heh, broke but still got a password lock. Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. What did you say? No, the video's starting. Zhang Yang quickly pointed at the screen. Oomph. I'll deal with you later. Chen Feifei scolded playfully, then began greeting the people on the computer screen. There were 8 people on the computer screen. Since the laptop screen was too small, Zhang Yang couldn't make out their faces clearly. He only remembered one was Yang Zihao, the main initiator of the website. There were also 2 key technical experts providing support, one named by Jianqing and another named Tang Xian. Zhang Yang greeted each of them in turn, receiving responses from almost all except Tang Xian, who seemed to be ignoring him. Wow! We just found out today that Feifei is such a stunner. Seriously impressive, tech-savvy and gorgeous? That's rare. Yeah, Feifei, at every offline meetup before, you always said you were too busy with school to come. Turns out you were busy dating Boss Zhang. Everyone generously showered her with compliments. Women in the computer industry were already rare, and a top-tier beauty like her was practically impossible to find. Oh, wait, you've got it all wrong. He's just a classmate. I don't like him, I like handsome guys. Chen Feifei cut in bluntly, aiming to get back at Zhang Yang for mocking her figure earlier. Oh? Who do you like then? Tang Xian. Tang Xian is the campus heartthrob at the University of Science and Technology. He's perfect for you. Say something, old Tang. Yang Zihao egged him on. Heh, Feifei's so gorgeous, it's only natural she likes handsome guys. Feifei, did your break start this early? I was planning to grab dinner with you after my exams in a couple days. Tang Xian perked up immediately upon realizing it was a misunderstanding. Damn it! Old Tang, that's not fair. So you've met Feifei before? Yang Zhigao finally caught on, and the others started grilling him too. You've all misunderstood. Feifei and I have known each other since childhood. It was actually because of her that I chose computer science. We were supposed to attend university together, but her family wouldn't let her study computer science, so she ended up repeating a year to get into normal university. Oh, I get it, childhood sweethearts. Boss Zhang, you totally deserve that one. Yang Zihao teased. Zhang Yang retorted bluntly, no problem. My standards for a partner are high, not just kind, but also beautiful. Chen Feifei's decent, but she doesn't quite meet the mark. Everyone listened in silent astonishment. Chen Feifei's looks were just okay? What level of girls did Zhang Yang usually date? Chen Feifei, however, immediately grew displeased. Though she maintained a smile, her hand had already slipped over to Zhang Yang's and gave it a sharp twist. Zhang Yang yelped in pain, then retaliated by pinching her thigh with his other hand. Ah! A soft gasp instantly plunged the atmosphere into silence. Chapter 39, A Slap. Feifei, are you okay? Tang Xian asked anxiously. Ha? I'm fine. Some damn bug bit me. Chen Feifei glared at Zhang Yang with hatred. This girl dares to fight back? That meant Zhang Yang couldn't indulge her any longer. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped her thigh. Smack! Ah! Chen Feifei cried out again. Feifei, what's wrong? Are you okay? Tang Xian asked again, using the same excuse as before. What kind of bug is so poisonous? You'd think there wouldn't be that many bugs by the sea. Yang Zihao asked. Chen Feifei could only turn to Zhang Yang, giving him a withering look. Oh, right. We're in Diansheng. You know how it is here, lots of mosquitoes and bugs. Zhang Yang's explanation eased everyone's concerns. At the same time, to warn Chen Feifei against further mischief, he added, there's a saying that the insects in Diansheng, having consumed too much miasma, have become sentient. The more you curse them, the more likely they are to retaliate. Chen Feifei, I think if you start behaving yourself from now on, they probably won't bother you. Really? You made that up, didn't you? What kind of twisted logic is that? Chen Feifei wasn't about to let him off the hook just because he'd hit her. Tang Xian, unaware of the situation, just kept defending his goddess. Yeah, never heard of that. Feifei, if that bug bites you again, just hit it hard. Who's scared of bugs? You're right. Who's afraid of bugs? Chen Feifei chuckled, then continued pinching Zhang Yang's hand. In that case, I wish you luck, Mr. Yang. Let's continue discussing the acquisition. I hope today's negotiations proceed smoothly. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, he slapped Chen Feifei's leg again, this time with even more force. This time, Chen Feifei was prepared, so even though it hurt, she bit back the cry. Mr. Zhang, we can discuss the price, but my principles won't change. If you acquire this website, you can't fire any of us as long as we haven't made major mistakes, and you must respect our opinions on everything. We're the experts when it comes to technology. Yang was a man of honor. These people had been his friends for years, and he didn't want to tear them apart. Of course, Mr. Yang. I've always held technical talent in high regard. I don't force people to do things they dislike. You can ask Chen Feifei about that, right? Zhang Yang said, delivering another slap. Chen Feifei nodded with a smile, then tightened his grip slightly. Zhang Yang had participated in countless business negotiations over the years. His negotiation skills were so formidable that even the US president once tweeted his admiration. Through his silver tongue, Zhang Yang successfully negotiated the acquisition price down from 1.5 million to 1.2 million. Alright, Mr. Zhang, it's settled. 1.2 million and will handle the website's main operations. Yang Zihao emphasized. No problem. I won't interfere with the website, but my condition stands: develop the farm game according to my model as soon as possible. If it's not done by this summer, the partnership is off. Zhang Yang stated calmly and confidently. While he respected talent, if these people proved too incompetent, he'd simply fire them all, including Chen Feifei, when the time came. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. What we promise, we deliver. The game is already in debugging, it's just a matter of adding some code. However, I'm not optimistic about your idea of integrating the game with real-world elements. No problem. I have a peculiar trait: the more others doubt me, the more motivated I become. Alright, Boss Zhang, I like that kind of drive. Let's find a chance to meet up in Guangzhou sometime. Feifei, you absolutely can't skip this one. Yang Zihao nodded. No problem. Now that I'm her boss, she'll definitely come, right? Shun. Fei. Zhang Yang deliberately slowed his speech when saying her name, his hands never stopping their movements. Smack. Chen Feifei didn't hold back, squeezing his arm with every ounce of strength she had. But he quickly sensed something was off. No matter how hard she squeezed, Zhang Yang's skin seemed completely impervious to pain. Not only did he not stop, but his slaps only grew harder. Having learned from her earlier attempt that pinching him was useless, Chen Feifei quickly switched tactics and started slapping his leg. But his angle was off. The slap landed squarely on the man's most vulnerable spot. A blow to that spot would bring even Tyson to his knees. Zhang Yang let out a pained cry and immediately curled up in his chair like a dried shrimp. Hey, Boss Zhang, what's gotten into you? Asked Yang Zihao. Zhang Yang was too shaken to speak, merely waving his hand dismissively. Tang Xian, who was somewhat bothered by Zhang Yang's presence, deliberately added, Feifei, hurry back after you're done. Don't go to the beach, those boys are all bad. Wait for me. I'll be on break soon, and I'll come find you then. Ha? Oh, okay. Everyone get some rest. My laptop's running low on battery. Chen Feifei, still worried about Zhang Yang, hurriedly finished her sentence and hung up. As soon as she closed her laptop, she immediately asked about Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, are you okay? Say something. Don't scare me. Damn it. What the hell? I hit you there, you tell me if you're okay? Zhang Yang was in so much pain he wanted to curse. If hitting me makes you feel better, go ahead. Chen Feifei held out her hand, half closing her eyes as she looked at Zhang Yang. Forget it. Go get me a glass of water. This hurts like hell. Zhang Yang had genuinely felt a wave of dizziness just now. Okay. Chen Feifei quickly fetched her water bottle, which had a kitty cat design printed on it. Whose water bottle is this? Where are the disposable cups? No, it's mine. Just drink it. Chen Feifei looked slightly embarrassed. Zhang Yang was a bit annoyed. Regardless of whether she was a neat freak or not, he drank straight from the bottle. Surprisingly, the water had a sweet, pleasant taste. After finishing the water, Chen Feifei finally spoke up. Alright, Zhang Yang. I hit you, but you used my water bottle. We're even now. What? That's even? I never said I had to drink from your bottle. Whether you said it or not, you drank from it. This bottle is a commemorative edition. My mom brought it back from England. It's very precious. Now that you've drunk from it, I definitely can't keep it. Zhang Yang had always thought she and her cousin Su Xinyan were nothing alike, one innocent, the other scheming. Now it seems both sisters are equally cunning. Chen Feifei, you've really pissed me off. Get on the desk now. What's the big deal? I've already apologized. Cut the nonsense. Get down. If you keep talking like this, you won't be involved in the website anymore. I'm your boss now. Oh, no. Chen Feifei naturally didn't want to be kicked out early. It wasn't about the money, she genuinely loved the internet and wanted to see what position the website she helped build would hold in the industry. Besides, she had indeed heard him just now. So Chen Feifei leaned over the desk. The way she leaned forward made her legs look even longer, and Zhang Yang nearly got a nosebleed. And that posture seemed a bit suggestive. Chapter 40, Zhang Yang, I just haven't developed yet. Zhang Yang, my cousin said you were a pervert and I didn't believe her. But now, I kinda do. Chen Feifei glanced back and saw Zhang Yang staring at her with burning eyes. What? Your cousin called me a pervert? Your sister's way more perverted than me. That Su Xinyan last time she tried to lure me in with her figure, but I easily saw through her. Now she won't admit defeat. My sister's a pervert? I knew that. I just didn't expect you to. Chen Feifei's eyes flickered with disappointment. You know your sister's a pervert?
Yeah, every time she sees me, she asks if I've developed yet, then secretly pinches me.
What? Then your sister really is a pervert. I can't compete with that. Zhang Yang inwardly gasped. So this girl has that kind of kink too. Actually, you're already on par with my sister. You've been staring at my backside for ages, shouldn't that have calmed you down by now? Chen Feifei reminded him. Calm down? It's not that simple. Lift your butt.
Zhang Yang said, then smacked it with a loud slap.
Ouch. How could you hit me?
Hitting you here is the least of my worries.
Do you realize if I damage this area, I could become infertile? Then I'd have no descendants. Do you understand?
You nearly caused a genius to have no heir.
Really? Is infertility hereditary? Probably not, right? What if your future kids turn out fine? I'm not well read, don't try to fool me. Chen Feifei asked innocently.
Zhang Yang was so exasperated he laughed.
If I'm infertile, how could I pass it on to my offspring?
Seeing she still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yang raised his hand to strike.
Ouch, easy there.
Chen Feifei widened her eyes, adopting a helpless expression. Just then, Fan Xiaobai arrived at the doorway, accompanied by several other roommates. Originally, he'd intended to bring everyone along for the show. When the two had run past him earlier, he'd overheard them discussing money matters.
Fan Xiaobai assumed Chen Feifei was pressuring Zhang Yang to repay a debt, so he'd brought his friends to witness Zhang Yang's humiliating predicament. Whoa! Easy? Mao Xian heard the commotion and felt a pang of envy. No way. Feifei is so innocent, it must be a misunderstanding. Fan Xiaobai even doubted if he'd heard correctly.
Then came a loud smack from inside, followed immediately by Zhang Yang's voice. Cover my mouth, don't let the sound escape.
Please, be gentle. I'm sorry. You were so cocky just now, calling me a pervert? Now I'll show you what a real pervert is. As another slap echoed from inside, an awkward silence fell.
Dorm leader Zhou Wenbin cleared his throat awkwardly.
Maybe he's just swatting mosquitoes. It's hot out. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Feifei's trembling voice echoed again. That hurts. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Yang, you bastard.
Fan Xiaobai tried to kick the door down but was carried away by his roommates again. Hearing someone call his name, Zhang Yang opened the door only to find the doorway empty.
Turning around, he saw Chen Feifei already cowering in the corner.
Thinking he'd gotten his venting out this time, he decided to let her off the hook, better not to risk anyone overhearing and misunderstanding.
Alright, I'll let you off this time. But remember, never hit a man in certain places. That's a rule for life. Zhang Yang emphasized. Okay, I know. Sorry. Chen Feifei was actually quite cute, rubbing her butt while apologizing. Does it hurt?
If it does, don't sit down yet.
Turn around and lie down on the bed for a bit.
That's how kindergarten teachers used to discipline us when we were little. Chen Feifei hobbled over to the bed, lay down, then picked up her laptop to continue chatting. Seeing she was fine, Zhang Yang prepared to leave. But as he reached the door, Chen Feifei suddenly called out to him.
Hey, Zhang Yang, can you add me back now?
Oh, sure.
Hold on a sec. Zhang Yang pulled out his phone to make the change, only to find the network here was abysmal.
Seeing him make no progress, Chen Feifei grew frustrated.
What's the matter? You really don't want to add me back? Was I wrong about what happened earlier?
Forgive me, or else I'll let you spank my butt again.
Oh, it's not that. The signal's bad.
Zhang Yang hadn't expected her to have such an adorable side, but he had to admit the feel of her thigh was truly exquisite. When he spanked it, it seemed to bounce back with incredible force. Then log in from my place. The villa has broadband, it works.
Alright. Zhang Yang didn't think much of it. He logged into QQ and quickly added Chen Feifei. Hearing the distinctive cough sound of the verification message, Chen Feifei finally laughed and clicked into Zhang Yang's space.
She'd always thought Zhang Yang was dull and clueless, but today had completely changed her view.
He seemed to have a deep understanding of the internet industry.
So, starting today, she wanted to get to know Zhang Yang all over again. His space was clean and uncluttered. His photo albums and message board were empty, with only one entry in the sayings section.
Chen Feifei clicked on it and was immediately startled. Was Zhang Yang going out to dinner with her? And this girl, wasn't she dressed a bit too revealingly? Chen Feifei glanced at the timestamp. It was from last night.
She felt a pang of unease.
Who was that girl he had dinner with?
After pondering for a moment, a sudden realization struck her.
Could it be that the person who had dinner with Zhang Yang last night was Teacher Wu?
And today, Teacher Wu had even brought him along. Teacher Wu was certainly charming, but given their significant age difference, it seemed unlikely.
Seeing the woman's great figure in the photo, Chen Feifei felt a pang of envy. Zhang Yang didn't notice. Seeing the task completed, he prepared to leave immediately. Before departing, he asked her to keep his QQ online in case someone contacted him. Chen Feifei nodded. As he was about to step out, for reasons unknown to herself, the words just popped out, "Zhang Yang, I just haven't developed yet." "Huh?" Zhang Yang froze for a moment before nodding. "Alright, I'll wait for you to develop." Only after Zhang Yang left did Chen Feifei bury her face in the pillow. What on earth had she just said? How could she have blurted that out? Her face burned fiercely, and the memory of Zhang Yang spanking her but made her heart pound wildly. Just then, the computer emitted a series of beeps. Chen Feifei thought it was that annoying Tang Xin bothering her again, but she realized the message wasn't from her QQ. She moved the mouse down, and the message automatically displayed, "Zhang Yang, I found a better one." Then, the sender's nickname read, "The world's most seductive woman." Chen Feifei had been raised in a strict household and knew she shouldn't pry into others' privacy. But her curiosity got the better of her. Zhang Yang was usually so reserved. Who on earth would he give such an exaggerated nickname to? After a moment of internal struggle, she finally opened the chat window. It was like unlocking a whole new world. Chapter 41, 2 Wishes, 1 Fulfillment. When she saw the videos sent from the other side, their covers were so outrageous that she immediately closed the chat window. Judging by the situation, the sender was likely another girl. But how could a girl watch this kind of stuff? What kind of friends does Zhang Yang hang out with? Chen Feifei muttered discontentedly. Just as she was about to shut down her computer, another reply came through. "Hey! Zhang Yang, reply already. You didn't pass out from pleasure, did you? Is it good or what?" Everyone has a touch of OCD. That ding sound meant a message was waiting. No one could just shut it off. So Chen Feifei couldn't help but open it. Seeing the video thumbnail, her mouth instantly went dry. She instinctively grabbed the water bottle beside her and took a few gulps. After a few gulps, it hit her. Zhang Yang had just drunk from that bottle. So they'd indirectly kissed. "Hey, answer me. Dead? Is it that good?" The other person sent another message, shaking 2 windows. Chen Feifei was too curious to resist. What could possibly be that satisfying? She clicked straight in. The first thing that popped up was a pair of delicate feet. The camera panned up to reveal a scantily clad woman speaking English. "Try it?" Listening to their conversation for just a moment, Chen Feifei felt her face flush. The plot seemed to be moving way too fast, diving straight into the main event. When that incredibly shocking image appeared, Chen Feifei felt her whole head explode. How could Zhang Yang have become like this? Chen Feifei instinctively criticized him, but her hand hovering over the mouse didn't click. Instead, it moved her further down the page. The beep sounded again. This time, the voice warned that if he didn't respond, they wouldn't help him. Help him? This person wanted to help Zhang Yang do this? Good heavens! How could they do this? They were just college students in their early 20s. This was way too advanced. Outside, Zhang Yang's signal slowly returned, but he was so caught up in the thrill of acquiring the website that he forgot his QQ was still connected to his phone. Seeing the flood of messages Su Xinyan had sent, he reflexively called her by her nickname. "What? What did you just call me? You dog of a man, just wait till I get back from Bali, you're dead meat." Su Xinyan was furious. She was the campus beauty, after all. Bad signal, stop sending. I can't see it. Oh, so you can't find a spot with better reception? I even paid extra for Skynet just to send you these messages. Foreign companies really know how to rip people off. No way. Stop sending them. I'm too busy to reply. I'm writing something. Oomph. I'll send them anyway. Can't see them? Too bad for you. Zhang Yang ignored her, closing his phone to continue drafting the proposal. Su Xinyan, purely out of spite, sent a barrage of messages. She felt satisfied with her casual spamming, but poor Chen Feifei suffered. That Zhang Yang, what a pervert. Chen Feifei criticized him while her hands reached the places she desired. After 10 minutes, her whole body felt hot, yet her hands refused to stop until a knock sounded at the door. "Knock, Feifei, are you okay?" "Nothing, what's up?" "Oh, right. Fan Xiaobai seems to have mushroom poisoning." "What?" Chen Feifei jumped in alarm. As class monitor, if something happened during a group outing, it would be disastrous. She immediately shut down her computer and joined her classmates in rushing Fan Xiaobai to the hospital for emergency treatment. After 3 days in the hospital, Fan Xiaobai was finally out of danger. But he refused to say a word about why he'd accidentally eaten the poisonous mushrooms. With this sudden incident and taking turns keeping vigil over Fan Xiaobai for 3 days, everyone lost their desire to continue the trip. As soon as he was discharged, they declared the journey over. Chen Feifei, ever the smooth operator, promptly settled the remaining funds with everyone upon the trip's abrupt end. The next day, the group ordered a flight back to Yangchang. Ah, nothing beats our Yangchang. Food and drink so convenient. Fan Xiaobai sighed with relief the moment he stepped out of the airport. Last night, feeling sorry for him, his roommate went to Zhang Yang to inquire about what happened in the room that day. Zhang Yang knew this matter concerned Chen Feifei's reputation, so he didn't make things up. He only said that a mouse had appeared in the room, and while he was swatting it, he accidentally hit her, which was why she had said it hurt. When his roommate returned and relayed this, Fan Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt fortunate he'd taken the risk, otherwise, Zhang Yang and Chen Feifei's relationship might have progressed much faster these past few days. Hey, guys, where are you headed? I'm heading home. Dorm leader Zhou Wenbin called out. I'm heading back too. Need to help out with the family business. Lu Hao had lost interest in hanging around. Hey, brother Hao, we're heading that way. Why don't I crash at your place for a couple more days? Mao Xian was a bit of a hustler. Knowing Lu Hao was loaded, he figured he could piggyback on free meals for a few more days. Lu Hao didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. Hey, brother Yang, what about you? Want to join us? Mao Xian now regarded Zhang Yang as the dorm's hidden big shot, treating him with special respect. He was just trying to curry favor, hoping Zhang Yang might share some secrets to getting rich. You guys go ahead. I still need to explore Yangcheng. Since my parents passed away, I haven't felt the urge to go home. Staying in the big city, living freely, is pretty good. Explore? Screw that. Let's go home for a feast. Fan Xiaobai scoffed, but fearing a beating, he immediately dashed toward Chen Feifei. Zhang Yang muttered under his breath, "What a clown," before leaving as well. But after walking a while, he began to wonder where he should go next. His rash actions a few days ago had rubbed Wu Qiutong the wrong way, and now staying at her place was definitely out of the question. After much deliberation, he still couldn't find an answer. Zhang Yang decided to go back and pack his belongings first, figuring out where to go later. Of course, failing to win Wu Qiutong's heart was somewhat disappointing. But he had long since tempered his heart into steel through the brutal trials of the business world. If she rejected him, Zhang Yang wouldn't pursue her. He wasn't about to play the role of a desperate suitor. While walking, a message from Su Xinyan popped up. It said she'd be returning the day after tomorrow due to an approaching hurricane and asked Zhang Yang to remember to pick her up at the airport. Pick you up at the airport? That far? No way. Zhang Yang flatly refused. Baiyun Airport was practically at the far end of Guangzhou. The subway line connecting it to the city center wouldn't open until late October, and driving there took over 2 hours. He'd never driven that distance himself, he'd always had a driver handle it. Come on, pick me up. Pick me up, and I'll grant you 2 wishes at once. What 2 wishes? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. How about I help you with the black stockings? What do you say? Chapter 42, The Senior Visits. Closing the chat window, Zhang Yang felt quite pleased. Su Xinyan must have watched quite a bit these past few days. She even knew to pair it with black stockings. The day after tomorrow would be the perfect chance to see how much she'd improved. What he didn't know was that Chen Feifei had read every word of their exchange. This left her feeling rather disappointed. For the first time, she'd felt a flutter of attraction toward a boy, only to discover someone else had already beaten her to it. Disappointed, she deleted Zhang Yang's QQ, hearing Fan Xiaobai chattering on beside her only worsened her mood. Too lazy to make excuses, she simply shooed him away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had arrived at the entrance of Linjian residential complex. Just as he was about to swipe his card to enter, someone suddenly called out to him. Zhang Yang. Hey, man, show some backbone. Didn't you walk away so decisively last time? What's the matter? Freaking out because Zhao Gongzi is going on a trip with Caiyi today? No, Lin Xiaofen. Could you please stop ruining my mood every time I'm feeling good? Zhang Yang looked at the plump woman before him, feeling a tingle in his feet. Who's disgusting knows it best. This is an upscale community. If it weren't for Caiyi, why would you even be here? They'll be out soon. I'm ready to capture you kneeling and apologizing. As they spoke, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled out from inside. After the door opened, Lin Xiaofen hurriedly loaded her things into the car, not forgetting to throw in a parting jab. Zhang Yang, buying a used car? How embarrassing. Look at young Master Zhao, brand new car, living in such a high-end place. Even if you got lucky, so what? In front of him, you're still nothing. When Caiyi rolled down her window, her face equally disappointed. Zhang Yang, I gave you chances before, but you didn't value them. Now I'm taking back even your right to pursue me. Don't text me anymore. I don't want to give Ziqing any false hope. Zhang Yang had no desire to be hounded by them any longer. Since he'd run into them today, he might as well make his stance crystal clear. He pulled out his phone and deleted her QQ right in front of Wen Caiyi. You once said if I behaved better, you'd give me access to your main account. Now I'm telling you plainly, I don't want any of your contact info. Stop bothering me. Zhang Yang realized his past misery was entirely self-inflicted. He'd gone through hell just to add her QQ, even a secondary account. What a waste of his previous life. Hey, bro, she's just telling it like it is. Don't get so worked up. Sure, you say you inherited millions, but properties around here start at tens of millions. Still, you're young, work hard for another decade and you might make it. As Zhao Ziqing spoke, he flashed the green submariner on his wrist. Wen Caiyi had been utterly dazzled by Zhao Zicheng's financial prowess these past few days, so she couldn't care less about Zhang Yang now. Zicheng, you don't need to spare his feelings. He can't even afford a house and doesn't reflect on whether he's truly worked hard all these years. But then again, not everyone can be as capable as you, Zicheng. Effort? Zhang Yang nearly burst out laughing. Back then, working hard to buy her a new phone was called not trying hard enough, while Zhao Zicheng squandering his family's money to take her on trips was called trying hard. Wasn't this just bullying the honest? But it didn't matter. Zhao Zicheng would get his comeuppance sooner or later. There was no need to rush it. Bro, look, only the strong deserve to reproduce. Your goddess has made her choice. Out of pity for your pathetic state, I want to have security throw you out. If you know what's good for you, get lost. And let me tell you, I see right through your little schemes. But mark my words, a noble white peacock like Su Xinyan? You'll never get close to her in a million years. With that, Zhao Zicheng pulled Wen Caiyi into his arms, as if everything was under his control. White peacock? What kind of white peacock would willingly wear black stockings? Forget it. Since he's already wearing the green hat, let him enjoy his delusions for a few more days. Indeed, she only tramples on me. Zhang Yang chuckled and nodded, then pulled out his keys to unlock the door. Amidst the stunned gazes of the three, he walked into the residential compound. Holy! He lives here? How is that possible? Lin Xiaofan felt like the biggest fool in the world. Zhao Zicheng couldn't believe it either, immediately confronting the security guard beside him. What's going on here? You don't even check people coming in? You didn't notice he swiped a fake card to get in? What if he's here to steal something? The security guard looked at him as if he were an idiot, then sternly replied, Mr. Zhao, what's your language? Our access cards utilize the most advanced technology available. No one on the market can replicate them yet. Wen Caiyi felt a pang of regret. Had she made the wrong choice again? Zhang Yang was the one with real potential. As for Zhang Yang, he didn't give the earlier incident a second thought. He hesitated at the door for a moment before pushing it open. The room was empty. After calling out twice with no response, Zhang Yang noticed a photo taped to his door. Zhang Yang, teacher had to return home for some family matters. Don't worry about what happened earlier, I'm not blaming you. Feel free to stay here. We'll have a meal together when I get back. Zhang Yang hadn't expected teacher Wu to have such a sweet side. Suddenly, he didn't want to leave. Staying here had been quite comfortable. He then tried to put his luggage in the room. Pushing the door open, he saw a pile of colorful underwear. Next to the computer desk was a note stating they were all worn by the teacher. Zhang Yang was instantly speechless. Teacher Wu was being way too considerate, but seriously, he wasn't that kind of pervert. Ah well. Ever since that day, his reputation with Wu Qiutong was already ruined. Might as well stop resisting. The immediate priority now was to resolve the website issue. As previously discussed, they did need in person to sign the contract once he returned. Zhang Yang promptly opened his laptop and sent a message to Chen Feifei. Chen Feifei sat alone in a taxi heading home, feeling rather down. But when she saw Zhang Yang's message, her face lit up instantly. We're busy. Can't make it these next couple of days. Oh, okay then. Oh? Seeing that reply nearly made Chen Feifei explode with frustration. Couldn't he just ask me out alone? Zhang Yang, I have a competition tomorrow. Can you come? Chen Feifei finally mustered the courage to send the message. How could I not? No, I was thinking after the competition ends, we could talk about the website. Yang Lauda asked me to. Is that okay? Since it was business, Zhang Yang naturally didn't refuse and agreed. Okay. The moment he sent the message, he heard a knock at the door. Sir, do you have any old clothes at home? I can help donate them to children in mountainous areas. Zhang Yang opened the door and was immediately struck by a deep, unfathomable chasm. And the person standing there, he knew her all too well. Su Xinyan, are you sure you're donating? Ha? Zhang Yang? Why are you here? Heh, someone here seems to have something left undone. You wouldn't want your secret exposed, would you? Chapter 43, is the shy class monitor a surprise? What secret? I don't know what you're talking about. Su Xinyan had no intention of giving in immediately. Zhang Yang had already guessed her intentions earlier. She was using charity as a front to swindle clothes from the residents. Su Xinyan, you're unbelievable. I never imagined charity could be turned into a business. The residents here are pretty well off. Those collected clothes could probably fetch a good price resold in the second-hand market. How did you know? Su Xinyan stared at him in surprise, unsure how he'd figured it out. You guess? Zhang Yang teased, playing it coy. Truthfully, the second-hand clothing collection business wouldn't be anything special a decade or so later. Green recycling bins dotted the streets everywhere, and Zhang Yang had understood their tactics early on. But back then, 10 years ago, she really did deserve credit for being clever. Su Xinyan was furious. She couldn't believe one of her prized money-making schemes had been exposed by Zhang Yang in an instant. Yet she was powerless against him. If Zhang Yang exposed this scheme, she'd likely never set foot in this neighborhood again.
To earn money quickly and buy her own spacious home, Su Xinyan had no choice but to compromise. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed Zhang Yang's hand and placed it on her chest before quickly pulling it away with disgust.
Is that good enough? What's okay? You're a liar. Su Xinyan glared at him angrily. What broken promises? I didn't even say anything. You just grabbed my hand and pulled it up. How was I supposed to know what you wanted? Besides, even if you're trying to seduce me, you could at least show some sincerity. Let me explore it myself, for crying out loud. You want to do it yourself? Forget it. You missed your chance. Opportunities like this won't come again. Su Xinyan adopted an uncompromising stance. Oh? Then I'll shout scam alert and warn everyone. Don't shout. Su Xinyan immediately covered his mouth. You have to admit, this girl is fierce. Zhang Yang glanced down. Her feet were completely covered. Catching Zhang Yang's gaze, she hastily crossed her arms over her chest. Anyway, touching me is out of the question. No man has ever touched me since I was a child. What happened just now was your gain. You call that a win? It happened so suddenly, Zhang Yang hadn't even had time to fully process it. Fine then, she said. Give me half the profits from reselling used clothes in this building. Zhang Yang thought of the website's early operational phase, where expenses were everywhere. Naturally, he'd take whatever he could get. Half? No way. Ahem, I have an announcement to make. Fine, I'll agree to it. Every time she ran into Zhang Yang, nothing good ever came of it. Su Xinyan was nearly furious. Thanks for the gift, senior. Hand over the cash. Zhang Yang reached out his hand. These two sisters were quite something. One was his lucky charm, the other his money magnet. I just started this business and made 500 these past few days. I'll give you 300. Fair enough? Are you sure it's only 500? If I find out you're shortchanging me, I'll spill the beans. Zhang Yang didn't believe she'd cave so easily. Through recent events, Su Xinyan knew Zhang Yang was no ordinary man. He might actually uncover how much she'd earned. Rather than risk a complete falling out, she figured she might as well squeeze out every last bit she could. Later, she reluctantly handed over 3,000 yuan. Over 6,000 total. You didn't lift a finger. Is it really so unreasonable for me to take a little more? Su Xinyan pouted. Fine. I'm not completely heartless. Consider those few hundred as your hardship allowance. Senior sister, work hard, our future is bright. Zhang Yang tried to sugarcoat it, but Su Xinyan wasn't buying it. Oomph. Ever since I met you, my future looks nothing but bleak. Don't say that. Come on, let's take a photo to celebrate our first successful collaboration. Zhang Yang found her pouting expression rather adorable and couldn't resist teasing her. Su Xinyan grew angrier the more she thought about it, and she was about to headbutt him. But Zhang Yang was watching her every move. Seeing her charge in, he sidestepped her attack. Seeing herself about to fall, Su Xinyan frantically reached out and grabbed something beside her only to snatch Zhang Yang's arm and pull him down with her. The moment they fell, Zhang Yang felt like he'd landed on a soft cushion. But the position seemed off. His face was suddenly buried between her curves. A heady fragrance immediately filled his nostrils, almost intoxicating. Su Xinyan shoved him away and bolted down the stairwell. Only after several flights of stairs did she pause to check her injuries. That bastard Zhang Yang took advantage of me again. 602, Zhang Yang, mark my words, I'll get you yet. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang sneezed, suspecting Su Xinyan had just sneaked up behind him. Still, today's haul was pretty decent. Zhang Yang stuffed the money into his pocket and treated himself to 2 extra chicken legs that night. The next morning, he was back to working on the website. Though he couldn't burn the midnight oil today, he had to attend Chen Feifei's competition that evening. Around 4 p.m., Zhang Yang drove to the competition venue's parking lot. As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Feifei happily ran up to greet him. Zhang Yang, you finally made it. Chen Feifei naturally hooked her arm through his and whispered, Zhang Yang, I'm sorry. Since you're filling in as my boyfriend today, someone's been bothering me. Zhang Yang didn't mind. He'd been playing boyfriend for others lately anyway. But Chen Feifei's affectionate gestures didn't stir much in him. No way around it, she just didn't meet his standards. Class monitor, aren't you hot? Wearing such a big coat in this weather? Zhang Yang couldn't help but stare at her black trench coat, utterly baffled. You called me that again. No way. You have to change it. From now on, call me Feifei like everyone else. Alright. Sister Feifei, my bad. It just slipped out. That's more like it. Chen Feifei glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then untied the belt of her black trench coat and opened it completely. Zhang Yang, quick, look. What? Zhang Yang looked down and saw she was wearing a black lingerie set underneath. Paired with her cool, aloof face, it gave her an aura of icy beauty. And those legs, is this her full glory? Truly divine. Holy. Seeing Zhang Yang's stunned expression, Chen Feifei felt satisfied. She thought to herself, he always mocks my figure, now he's speechless. It took Zhang Yang a moment to recover from the shock. He'd never imagined the usually shy and reserved Chen Feifei would dress like this. For a second, he thought he was dreaming. The contrast was simply too stark. Chapter 44, 3 Women Make a Play. This competition was the selection for the Asian Games hostesses. The preliminary and final rounds would be completed within the day. Since hostesses represented the face of a city, appearance naturally played a significant role. All the girls present tonight had already been selected through online preliminary rounds, and each possessed remarkable beauty. But Chen Feifei was a rare breed of cool, aloof beauty, which is why she advanced to the finals without a hitch. The finals were a visual feast, with the beauties competing in swimwear. When Chen Feifei emerged, her long legs drew a flurry of camera flashes from the media. Unsurprisingly, she took home the grand prize that night. By the time the event concluded past 8 o'clock, Zhang Yang intended to leave, but Chen Feifei insisted on taking him to a nearby Western restaurant for dinner. As soon as they got out of the car, Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask the question on his mind. Chen Feifei, knowing you, you don't seem like the type to enter a contest like this on your own. Are you really Chen Feifei? Ha ha, you caught me. Actually, I'm your little sister, Chen Xiaofei. After Chen Feifei said this, Zhang Yang playfully flicked her forehead. That joke was really lame. Ouch.
Zhang Yang, you really don't know how to treat a lady gently, Chen Feifei complained.
Let's eat first. I'm starving. Alright.
Thanks for accompanying me to the competition tonight and for chasing away those pesky flies.
Zhang Yang had certainly made a difference tonight.
As soon as Chen Feifei's legs were exposed, people kept approaching her after the competition ended, asking if she was available for private shoots.
Of course, things wouldn't end there. Once tonight's competition hit the newspapers, her harassers would only multiply.
Tonight, he was genuinely stunned by her. Zhang Yang hadn't realized her legs held such allure, though it was a shame she rarely showed them off.
At the restaurant, knowing Zhang Yang liked wine, Chen Feifei specially ordered a bottle of Lafite. Zhang Yang, if you ever want a drink, just ask me. Don't settle for those cheap bottles. Call you? You wouldn't know how.
Zhang Yang chuckled, recalling how she'd straddled him after getting drunk last time.
What are you laughing at? Did you remember that again? I can learn slowly, you know.
Girls really shouldn't drink alone with guys outside, Zhang Yang advised.
I'm not just anyone, Chen Feifei muttered under her breath. The dishes arrived quickly. Zhang Yang's table manners were impeccable, which made Chen Feifei like him even more.
Everything he did matched what she'd been taught at home since childhood.
But it also made her wonder, had Zhang Yang really grown up in the countryside all this time? Chen Feifei, back to the earlier question, why did you enter this competition? From what I know, you're not the type to crave attention, and your family doesn't seem to be short on money either? I didn't actually want to enter. My parents signed me up.
They said I absolutely had to participate in these prestigious competitions to make my resume more impressive. Ever since I was little, they've made me enter all kinds of competitions.
If I didn't place, they'd be unhappy.
But tonight, with this big prize, they should be pleased.
And are you happy? Zhang Yang suddenly asked, chewing on his steak.
Chen Feifei froze at the question. It was the first time in all these years Zhang Yang had asked something like this. Suddenly, she felt like she had so much to talk about with the man in front of her. Seems I need to work on my drinking tolerance, then I'll be able to open up to Zhang Yang better in the future.
Zhang Yang, is the wine good? Can I drink it? Last time at the bar, you drank it and said it was bitter. This bottle costs thousands. I've never tried it either. Can I have a sip? It's your wine, you decide. Chen Feifei immediately took the bottle, poured a glass, and said, thanks, Zhang Yang. You're the best.
Zhang Yang wanted to laugh. She was the one treating today, so why was she thanking him? This class monitor was adorably clueless. After one sip, her face flushed again.
How is it? Not good, right? No, it's delicious.
Chen Feifei found the red wine far more bitter than beer, but to avoid looking foolish, she had to lie.
Are you sure? Zhang Yang watched her expression. It didn't look like she was saying it was good at all. I'm sure. And you know what? I think my tolerance is getting better.
I took such a big gulp and barely felt it.
Looks like I'm really improving. Chen Feifei smiled smugly, realizing the wine wasn't so bad after all.
Today, she would conquer her fear. Then, the next morning, Chen Feifei woke up to find herself lying in an unfamiliar bed, instantly putting her on guard. Only when she spotted Zhang Yang passed out on the sofa outside the door did she relax with a sigh of relief. So he brought her home after she'd gotten drunk last night. She scanned her body for any unusual marks and breathed a sigh of relief. While she felt some attraction toward Zhang Yang, jumping straight to that step seemed a bit too fast. Besides, from their conversation that day, it seemed he had a girlfriend.
Wondered what she looked like. Was she prettier than me?
She tried to get up, but excruciating pain shot through her feet. Looking down, she saw both ankles tightly bandaged.
A vague memory surfaced.
Yesterday, drunk and stumbling down the stairs, she declared she wanted to fly free like a bird, and then she missed 2 steps.
Ouch. No wonder it hurt so much. Just then, Zhang Yang's phone rang.
Startled, she immediately pretended to be asleep. Immediately after, she heard Zhang Yang rush in, urgently telling her to get up.
Chen Feifei opened her eyes groggily and asked, what's wrong? Zhang Yang only said a friend was coming over and he was afraid it might cause misunderstandings. A friend? Chen Feifei's expression suddenly changed. She remembered Zhang Yang logging into his QQ on her computer a couple days ago. He'd been chatting with some girl about all sorts of embarrassing stuff, and they'd even arranged to meet up for practice apparently today. Ah! But my leg. Only then did Zhang Yang remember that he had promised Su Xinyan 2 days ago to pick her up. How could he have forgotten about it? She was furious now. If she stormed in and found another girl in the room, it would be a huge problem. Zhang Yang had seen her family's wealth and was actually considering asking her for an investment later. A rich woman's legs weren't something to let go of lightly. No time to think. Zhang Yang had to get downstairs fast to delay Su Xinyan's ascent. As he stepped outside, a shadowy figure finally emerged from the stairwell. She deftly pulled out a coil of wire and swiftly picked the lock. The intruder was none other than Chu Yan. After being tricked by Zhang Yang yesterday, she planned to sneak into his home today to install surveillance cameras. She intended to use this leverage to get him back. But as soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Chen Feifei leaning against the sofa in the living room. "Feifei, what are you doing here?" Chu Yan froze. Bullying her was one thing, but bringing her cousin home? Feifei had always been the perfect little girl in the family. This bastard was being way too harsh. Her cousin was limping now. Today, she wouldn't let Zhang Yang off the hook. Chen Feifei watched as 3 women were about to cram into this tiny apartment and her head began to throb. Chapter 45. Zhang Yang, where's the bathroom? Zhang Yang opened the door inside in relief when he saw Chen Feifei wasn't there. He turned to Su Xinyan with a smile. "See? I told you there was no one else. Oomph. If I find out you forgot to pick me up because you were hanging out with some other woman, I won't let you off the hook." Su Xinyan waited at the airport all morning today, only to discover Zhang Yang hadn't come to meet her, so she hailed a cab and rushed straight to the residential complex. Not at all, Zhang Yang lied without batting an eye. "I've just been so exhausted lately and slept in too late today." The moment Su Xinyan stepped inside, her brow furrowed. She began scanning the room as if searching for something. When she entered the guest room, the 2 sisters hiding under the bed scrambled further back. Chen Feifei had originally wanted to run, but her cousin insisted they needed to catch Zhang Yang red-handed, forcing them to hide under the bed. And since she was immobile, she'd been dragged into this mess against her will. Outside, Zhang Yang noticed Su Xinyan's unusual behavior and quickly asked, Su Xinyan, what are you looking for?" "A scent. A woman's scent. It's strong. Are you hiding another woman here?" Su Xinyan said, spotting a bag hanging on the wall. She pulled it down and discovered it was filled with all kinds of lingerie. "Whoa, Zhang Yang, you're something else. Explain yourself." "Explain what?" "This place belongs to my homeroom teacher. She let me stay here. Her clothes being here is perfectly normal. Last time, Wu Qiutong left these undergarments with you." Zhang Yang had intended to return them immediately but found her room locked. So, he had no choice but to keep them here. "Your homeroom teacher is that nice to you? That doesn't add up. You've made so much money, yet you still need someone to let you stay in their place? I bet you sweet-talked your way into that beautiful teacher's favor again." For some reason, Su Xinyan found him annoying before with his honest guy act, but now she thought his mischievous charm was kind of appealing. This same question was on Chen Feifei's mind too. Why would Zhang Yang still live here after winning the lottery? Could it be he also had feelings for teacher Wu? Plus, this girl before him seemed strangely familiar. She was quite pretty, and her figure was better than his. Chen Feifei felt a pang of inferiority. Facing Su Xinyan's questioning, Zhang Yang remained unflustered, simply stating he was preparing to start a business and naturally wanted to save wherever possible. "What kind of business?" "Internet. I'm building a site to rival Cakesenwang. Let me in on it. You can invest if you want. You can put money in and become my shareholder." Zhang Yang had originally planned to sweet-talk her into investing some cash, but he hadn't expected her to offer up front. Just because you're easy on the eyes, would you give me some shares?" "No way, Miss Su. You want to freeload?" "What freeloading? That sounds awful." "I'm giving you a chance, give me some shares, and who knows, I might just fall for you." Su Xinyan deliberately fluttered her eyelashes. "Su Xinyan, do you think I'm stupid?" "You? No, you're very smart. That stock defied even the stock god's predictions, yet you saw its upward trend. That proves your intelligence." This was also why Su Xinyan had begun to feel a flutter for Zhang Yang. "See? You even called me smart. Of course I wouldn't make such a losing deal." "Oh, no, it's not that you're not smart." Su Xinyan quickly corrected herself. "See? You're scolding me. Why would I give you shares?" No. Su Xinyan tried to explain, but when she saw Zhang Yang smiling, she knew she'd fallen into his trap again. She immediately pouted. "Oomph. Fine, don't give me any. I don't think your business will make money anyway." "Wait, do you even have money to invest?" "That stock has plummeted." "Isn't that a good thing? Plummeting is good? You must be losing your mind lately." Su Xinyan touched his forehead, unaware of Zhang Yang's short-selling scheme. Just then, Zhang Yang's phone rang. Hello? Who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Zhang?
I'm from the stock exchange. We've detected irregular trading activity in your account and will be liquidating all current positions.
What? Irregular operations? That's not my problem. Talk to Manager Song, he's handling the account.
Zhang Yang felt a headache coming on. Since his account lacked short-selling permissions, he'd entrusted the matter to Song Yu earlier. Though aware of the risks, he hadn't expected exposure so soon. Mr. Zhang, the details have been thoroughly investigated.
Your violation is confirmed. We will therefore liquidate all accounts under your name. We urge you to voluntarily uphold market financial order.
The voice on the other end was cold and unyielding, leaving no room for explanation. Zhang Yang felt a pang of disappointment. He'd been counting on raking in some quick profits during this initial phase of the stock market.
Oh my, I heard you got banned from stock trading? Does that mean the money in your account is gone too? Su Xinyan's words jolted Zhang Yang into action.
He hurriedly logged into his online account, only to find it marked as abnormal. He then hurriedly checked his bank account, but unfortunately, the network was a bit sluggish, making Zhang Yang feel increasingly irritated. Fortunately, after waiting a few minutes, the backend finally popped up. Available balance, 22,936,665. Seeing that string of numbers, Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the transactions from his previous short selling hadn't been affected.
Wow! Over 2 million?
Wait, I thought you started with
1.5 million in stocks. You made this much in less than half a month? How did you do it? Su Xinyan was genuinely curious.
If she had that kind of money-making skill, she wouldn't have to listen to her family's arranged marriage plans. Meanwhile, Xu Yan, listening from beneath the bed, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. They say the stock market is as fierce as a tiger, yet Zhang Yang managed to walk away unscathed and rake in such profits in just half a month.
He must possess extraordinary skills. If he were truly interested in her, perhaps she could offer him a taste of that sweetness?
Come on, Zhang Yang, teach me.
Call me brother and tell me.
Brother, hello, brother.
Oh, Su Xinyan, you're so sassy. What?
Nothing, I said it too fast, too fast. Zhang Yang chuckled awkwardly. Su Xinyan angrily sat down on the bed, propping her feet up on the chair where Zhang Yang was sitting.
You jerk. I'm the school beauty, you know. People don't even have the right to talk to me. You won't flatter me, and you bully me all the time.
Fine, fine, he said. There's another way to play the stock market called short selling. When you think a stock will drop, you can buy it through various methods.
The more it falls, the more you profit.
This time, I pre-purchased 20,000 shares from the stock market. Over 8 days, the price plummeted from 90 to 65. After factoring in stamp duty, I netted around 500,000 yuan. Zhang Yang briefly outlined the entire short selling process.
500,000 in 8 days.
Su Xinyan gasped, suddenly realizing this seemingly honest man might be a hidden stock trading genius. Who knows? Maybe he could even help her escape this arranged marriage.
With that thought, Su Xinyan rose from bed and stretched. He didn't even come to pick me up this morning. Now I'm all sweaty from waiting for the bus outside.
Where's the bathroom? I need to shower.
You want to shower here? What?
If I don't shower, should I just wear stockings? As long as you don't mind the dirt.
Only then did Zhang Yang realize what she intended to do.
Naturally, he promptly escorted her to the bathroom with great deference. Seeing the two leave the room, Chen Feifei hurriedly said, "Cousin, let's slip out while we can."
No way. Zhang Yang is so skilled.
I need to learn more from him. Xu Yan felt her petty thievery and money-making abilities were nowhere near Zhang Yang's level. Seeing her cousin stay put, Chen Feifei grew tense. She was the only one who'd seen their chat logs that day and knew exactly what they planned to do next.
Chapter 46, Each to Their Own.
With a sharp rip, Su Xinyan slipped on her newly purchased black stockings. Her legs were admittedly slightly less impressive than Chen Feifei's, but with the black stockings, it was a different story.
Hurry up. Sit down properly. Don't say I can't play fair, this lady means what she says.
Su Xinyan gritted her teeth as she sat on the bed, though deep down she still felt incredibly shy. Zhang Yang wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue. Hearing she was willing to fulfill her promise, he immediately climbed onto the chair and quickly stripped down to his underwear.
Whoa!
Su Xinyan covered her eyes, too embarrassed to look at him.
What? You've seen it before. You're not scared now, are you? If you are, we can just call it off. Who's scared? I was just thinking, could you put on some music? I'd like to listen to some songs. Fine, whatever you want. I'll listen to Jay Cho. Just pick any song.
Listening to her idol's music, Su Xinyan felt her heart relax a little.
This song's just okay, I've heard it too many times.
Zhang Yang hummed along for a bit before getting bored. It wasn't that it wasn't good, he'd just listened to these songs for so many years. Back when the company had its anniversary celebration, they even invited Jay to perform, so he knew this guy's songs inside out.
Put. Average? Write one yourself then. Su Xinyan was a bit defiant. It's not like I can just spit it out. Listen up.
Zhang Yang cleared his throat strategically before singing, I've searched for you 1,000 times, from dawn till dusk.
In this vast world, I've drifted and sunk. Wow. Chen Feifei gasped from below, genuinely impressed by the lyrics. So, what do you think, sassy girl? Pretty good, huh? Zhang Yang asked. No, it's not good. Su Xinyan thought it had real flavor but still shook her head, unwilling to admit it. Then how about another one?
Heaven may be kind or cruel, but love always ends in parting. The mark of your reincarnation falls upon my brow, until the day I can no longer breathe. Zhang Yang was also a singer at heart. Back then, he'd even created a music platform that launched many folk singers. Later, with the rise of a certain short video platform, these singers gained massive exposure.
Chen Feifei still thought it sounded wonderful.
If Zhang Yang weren't in his current state, she'd have rushed out to applaud him. At the same time, her eyes inevitably wandered to places they shouldn't, and she couldn't help but swallow hard.
This seemed even more. Spotting her cousin filming with her phone, she grew puzzled and whispered, "Cousin, what are you doing?" Xu Yan chuckled twice.
The music drowned out the sound.
Isn't it hilarious seeing Zhang Yang sing without pants? I've gotta record this. Hee, I'll use it to blackmail him later. You, cousin, you're so pervy, Chen Feifei teased. How about it? Sounds good, right? Zhang Yang asked again.
Su Xinyan couldn't help but nod, though she still refused to give him too much praise, only managing a not bad.
Just okay?
Then I'll bring out the big guns.
The song was gentle. The moment she heard the first line, Su Xinyan froze.
Her lifelong dream had been to make it in the entertainment industry, otherwise, she wouldn't have majored in music in college.
That was precisely why she'd always looked down on Zhao Zicheng. Because compared to money, she preferred men with talent. Su Xinyan, why are you spacing out? You don't actually think I'm confessing to you, do you? Don't be silly, you're not my type at all.
Zhang Yang had only intended to play around from the start. After all, due to their past lives, he still harbored a bit of resentment toward her.
Developing real feelings would be disastrous. Whoever froze up, I'm just listening to my idol's song. And besides, I don't like you either, you little pest. I'm only here to fulfill our agreement. Fine then. We're just a contractual relationship. I pretend to be your boyfriend, you pay me, and that's it.
Zhang Yang reiterated their roles.
Chen Feifei, listening from under the bed, felt a surge of excitement. So this wasn't his girlfriend? Did that mean he had a chance? I know. Like I need you to remind me. I was just about to say it myself. Su Xinyan shot him a displeased glance. She was the campus beauty of a prestigious normal university, how could she possibly fall for just any guy? Then don't say it.
Come on, Su Xinyan, let me see what skills you've learned.
Zhang Yang lay back, ready to enjoy the show. Su Xinyan took a deep breath and silently placed her foot on his chest.
10 minutes later, her feet felt sore, but Zhang Yang showed no sign of ending the battle.
Is that enough? Su Xinyan asked, her face flushed. What's good enough? We haven't even resolved the issue yet. Oh, and if you want to speed things up, I can teach you a trick. What trick?
Like, you could take off your shoes to give me more visual stimulation.
Oomph. No way. Su Xinyan thought she couldn't give him too much at once, lest he grow bored quickly. Then keep going.
Anyway, I think your skills are just average.
Oomph. Just you wait. Su Xinyan muttered defiantly, then began shifting her footwork. While the two put on a show up there, the two below were suffering.
Chen Feifei was the type of innocent girl who knew nothing about such things. She'd only learned about it through their conversations a couple days ago, and now she was witnessing it live. Her breathing grew slightly ragged. Xu Yan, though well-read, hadn't delved much into this particular subject. She watched with rapt attention, then glanced at her cousin beside her. Seeing her face flushed like a monkey's bottom, she couldn't help but feel amused.
Cousin, don't look at me. Chen Feifei covered her face.
Xu Yan had always found her cousin adorable since childhood. Seeing her like this, she couldn't resist teasing her again. Come on, let your big sister see if you've grown up. Before Chen Feifei could protest, Xu Yan's hand darted toward a place it shouldn't have.
Cousin Chen Feifei resisted slightly. Shu, your cousin is teaching you. Look at my figure, this is how it developed. Think about it, your physical features are already so perfect. If your figure were just a bit better, imagine how many boys would like you, right?
Persuaded by this logic, Chen Feifei realized there was some truth to it. After all, Zhang Yang had always criticized her figure. Slowly, her resistance faded. With no resistance, Xu Yan seized the opportunity to get straight to the point, though she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at how easily her silly little cousin fell for it. But the two above her had stirred some desire within her too. She'd just have to find an outlet to vent it. And so, the four people in the tiny room reached a temporary state of harmony. Chapter 47, You let me invest, I let you invest. Ah! Su Xinyan was startled by the sudden turn of events, but that shock was quickly replaced by endless disgust.
Zhang Yang, you're disgusting. Can't blame me for that.
Your technique was too unique, I couldn't control myself. Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders. Forcing control in such matters could be harmful to one's health.
Ugh, ugh. I have to shower again.
Su Xinyan muttered, you dog of a man, before turning and heading back into the bathroom. Zhang Yang tidied up the mess, then closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, he heard a faint, mosquito-like sound again, instantly piquing his curiosity. Ever since earlier, he'd been hearing faint, intermittent sounds in the room. He'd initially thought it was something left running in the background on his computer, so he'd closed all active programs. But even after the music stopped, the sound persisted, making him briefly suspect it was haunted. Just as he was about to investigate the source of the sound, Su Xinyan called out from the bathroom, Zhang Yang, I didn't bring any clothes in.
Zhang Yang was too lazy to move.
All he wanted was to lie still and ignore everything.
Just come out like that then. It's not like I haven't seen it before. No way.
You keep saying it's no big deal, no big deal.
Well, then I won't show you anything in the future. Hurry up and get my clothes.
Su Xinyan knew she couldn't act too casual around Zhang Yang, or he might think she was some cheap, common woman.
Fine, stop nagging me.
Zhang Yang had no choice but to hand her the clothes. Too lazy to even go into the bedroom, he flopped down on the sofa. Seeing the guest room empty, Chen Feifei finally dared to make a sound. She quickly pulled her cousin's hand away. Enough, cousin, stop squeezing.
Look, your cousin is helping you. No more, no more. I have to get ready to go home. My parents went to a banquet last night.
If they find out I didn't come home all night today, I'm in big trouble.
Chen Feifei quickly pleaded for mercy.
Truthfully, there was another reason she was rushing home. After being teased like that by Chu Yan, besides feeling shy, she also sensed a tinge of pleasure similar to the feelings she had watching that video at the seaside villa. She dared not imagine what strange sounds she might make if this continued. Hearing her plea, Chu Yan stopped teasing her and withdrew her hand. Seeing Chen Feifei's flushed face again, Chu Yan found her utterly adorable and couldn't resist giving her a kiss. This little cousin was so innocent she'd have to protect her from being easily deceived by men in the future. Glancing back at the contents of the phone, Chu Yan felt thoroughly satisfied. At last, she had something to hold over Zhang Yang.
Cousin, how are we getting out of here? We can leave any time we want.
Look, we've got Zhang Yang by the balls now. He'll be begging us. Just as Chu Yan was about to stand up, Chen Feifei pulled her back.
Cousin, maybe we shouldn't. Let's wait until they leave before we go.
Chen Feifei was a kind-hearted girl. Such deeply personal matters were probably something no one wanted exposed, so she felt it was better to spare him the embarrassment.
Fine. I've got nothing better to do anyway. If you want to wait, go ahead.
Oh, and do you know that girl?
Chu Yan was eyeing another opportunity.
Last time she'd bet against Zhang Yang, she thought victory was hers for the taking, only to have it ruined by someone snitching.
Her name was Su Xinyan, from the Conservatory of Music.
Chen Feifei knew Su Xinyan because of a fight in their class. Two boys had gotten into a brawl over pursuing her. At the same time, she couldn't understand why this girl would help Zhang Yang with something like this. She was clearly so talented.
Su Xinyan, fine. I'll remember that.
Sooner or later I'll tear her apart.
Chu Yan declared, snapping her fingers at the air before her. Ha? Cousin? What's this about grabbing?
Oh, nothing.
Kids shouldn't pry into grown-up matters. Su Xinyan finally emerged from the shower, then seemed to remember something and sat down on the sofa.
Hey, Zhang Yang, I saw what you posted on your space.
Who were you out to dinner with that day? What? You're not jealous, are you?
Su Xinyan, don't you dare fall for me.
Get lost. Who would fall for you? Besides, what's there to be jealous of? Does that girl have a better figure than me? Su Xinyan puffed out her chest defiantly. Well, actually, Su Xinyan's figure was indeed top-notch, but Wu Qiutong possessed an added aura of mature elegance. What? Someone in this world has a better figure than me? Su Xinyan felt a pang of resentment, leaning half her weight onto Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang had already entered sage mode. He opened his eyes and glanced at her. Though her collar was slightly open, he still found it rather uninspiring and nodded. Ah, you're doing this on purpose to provoke me.
Tell me, who is that woman?
I want to compare myself to her.
Su Xinyan's face was flushed with indignation. It's our teacher Wu. How about it? Does she have a better figure than you? Zhang Yang recalled the day's class and still felt somewhat unsatisfied. You mean teacher Wu, you don't mean that Wu Qiutong, do you?
Ha?
Fair enough.
Since you know, I won't need to explain much.
Losing to her you won't feel wronged, right?
Of course I know. She was the city ballet competition champion several years ago. I competed alongside her back then, though she was in the adult division.
Ha? Ballet competition? Zhang Yang perked up instantly.
No wonder Wu Qiutong's body looked so graceful and supple. Turns out she trained in dance.
Yeah, didn't you know? Wait, I know you're lying to me. Faking what? She wouldn't wear that kind of outfit. It's way too revealing, she'd never wear it. And even if she did, it wouldn't be for you, right?
First off, you're not exactly handsome. Second, your million or two doesn't mean much to someone like her. Apartments around here start at tens of millions.
Su Xinyan laid out her reasoning. Believe it or not,
Zhang Yang knew no one would believe him if he told them, and besides, he probably wouldn't get another chance. He'd just have to cherish it as a beautiful memory.
Of course I don't believe it. Someone with her status would never look at you twice. And you? Just be grateful you ever got this close to me. Most people wouldn't dare dream of it.
Su Xinyan's words carried a hint of jealousy. After all, she'd always been confident in herself. She'd agreed to be Zhang Yang's fake girlfriend partly for the sake of the performance, and partly as revenge for how he'd bullied her before. She wanted to leave a fragrant mark in Zhang Yang's life before walking away coldly, making him taste the agony of unrequited love. Yet these past days, he never seemed to care much about her. Oh yeah, I should have recorded a video just now to commemorate our campus queen's dedicated service. Zhang Yang suddenly felt like teasing her.
What? Helping you is one thing, but you want to film it too? Go to hell. Su Xinyan was furious. Fine, forget it.
Zhang Yang shifted upward and casually rested his head on Su Xinyan's lap. Su Xinyan suddenly flashed a seductive smile.
Zhang Yang, wanna do it again? Holy crap. Su Xinyan, you're not addicted, are you? Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. Of course not. This is exhausting work, how could I get addicted? It's just a condition.
If I help you again, you have to agree to give me some shares. I also think the internet industry has a bright future.
This deal isn't a loss for you, right? No deal.
Zhang Yang shook his head flatly.
What do you mean? Isn't my beauty worth a little stock? Your beauty?
Zhang Yang opened his eyes wide to appraise her, prompting Su Xinyan to straighten her back in defiance. Not impossible, but we'll need to renegotiate the terms.
Go ahead. You want me to give you shares? I'll let you have shares. You want me to let you in? What does that even mean? I don't have any business for you to join. Su Xinyan asked, puzzled.
But seeing the mischievous grin on Zhang Yang's face, she quickly caught on.
Go to hell. You bastard.
Chapter 48, Deal Sealed, Senior Visits.
Fine, don't give it. Anyway, you might not even succeed.
I was planning to stay here tonight, but I didn't expect you to be so heartless.
Fine, I'll just leave. Su Xinyan was genuinely angry. Demanding such outrageous conditions just for a few shares?
She was beautiful and had a great figure. Even if he got her for free, he wouldn't be losing out. Earlier, he'd been so eager with his goddess, yet when it came to her, he wouldn't budge an inch. Was she really worse than his so-called goddess? So now she wanted to use this chance to threaten Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang had already achieved his goal. He merely waved her off, leaving Su Xinyan with nowhere to go. She could only curse him as a bastard. Oomph. Zhang Yang, you're bound to fail this time. You've crossed this lady, and heaven won't grant you that kind of luck. Su Xinyan hurled one last curse before leaving, her frustration boiling over at Zhang Yang's refusal to pander to her. Soon, the room fell silent again. Zhang Yang closed his eyes to rest for a moment before receiving a call from Yang Zihao. He said everyone's schedules aligned for the day after tomorrow and wanted to arrange a meeting to discuss the contract.
Great. I've been waiting for you. The money's ready. See you the day after tomorrow.
Hanging up, Zhang Yang felt elated. His internet strategy had finally taken a substantial step forward.
Zhang Yang's strategy was straightforward. First, leverage the dating site to generate massive traffic. Then, use that traffic to fuel offline business expansion, thereby building his own private domain traffic.
Once this model was established, he could gain a head start in related industries.
Of course, the foundation for this model's success was an online platform that was sufficiently appealing.
Zhang Yang had researched that the most popular dating site in China at the time was Wang, and its Kaisen farm game was a key factor in increasing customer retention. That's why he insisted this crucial feature be integrated into the website. 2 days later, Zhang Yang finally met Yang Zihao's small team at a nearby restaurant. Unfortunately, Chen Feifei couldn't attend due to a sprained ankle, which disappointed everyone else. Hey, Tang Xian, how did Feifei suddenly sprain her ankle? Everyone was really looking forward to seeing her. Bai Jianqing, one of the team's technical experts, suddenly patted Tang Xian on the shoulder. Tang Xian had no idea either, but to discourage Zhang Yang, a potential romantic rival, he blurted out an excuse. Oh, she went hiking with me a couple days ago and twisted it. I had to carry her all the way down the mountain. Luckily, it wasn't too bad. Wow. You two went hiking alone? Old Tang, you're something else. Feifei's a total stunner. If you don't go for her, I'm stepping up. Yang Zihao was clearly envious. Guys like them, long out of school, knew just how adorable the girls back in their school days were. It's no big deal. My family and Feifei's are old friends. We're really close. Plus, no offense, but even if you wanted to pursue her, you wouldn't stand a chance. Feifei's super attached to me. She doesn't really like other guys, she doesn't even want to talk to them.
As soon as Tang Xian said this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh.
What are you laughing at?
Think I'm lying? You were only in the same class as Fei Fei for a year, you don't know her nearly as well as I do. Tang Xian's tone grew impatient. Hey, bro, you've got it all wrong. I'm just happy we got the contract signed today. After all, you guys are rare talents. Zhang Yang knew this guy was a top student from the University of Science and Technology. With technical talent like this, it was best to avoid direct conflict. Exactly, old Tang, you're too sensitive. My buddy was just joking. And don't doubt Boss Zhang either. Didn't you hear during that video call that Fei Fei said she just likes handsome guys? Hey, Boss Zhang, I didn't mean you weren't handsome. Yang Zihao felt his explanations were only making things messier. After all, he excelled at technology but was admittedly weaker in interpersonal skills. It's fine, I get it. I know my place. Come on, let's not stand out here. Come inside, I've already ordered everything. Zhang Yang ushered everyone into the private room. Seeing Zhang Yang enter, Bai Jianqing hurriedly reassured his buddy, Old Tang, don't worry. You're the campus heartthrob from the University of Science and Technology, plus you know Tech, you and Fei Fei are a perfect match. Boss Zhang has a bit of money, but I'm sure Fei Fei isn't the type to be dazzled by it. No, I'm not worried. I just can't stand the sight of him. You can tell he's a complete hack. Fei Fei obviously wouldn't give him the time of day. Anyway, make sure Boss Yong remembers our principle. Zhang Yang is not allowed to participate in substantive decision-making. We won't let amateurs boss around professionals. Of course. Let's go. If he objects, we won't serve him. As the group entered the private room, the dishes were all served. Only after signing the contract with Zhang Yang and receiving payment did Yang Zihao voice his lingering question. Mr. Zhang, to be perfectly honest, you know why I'm selling this project I poured 2 years of effort into? It's because I recently discussed it with a tech-savvy friend. They don't see much promise in Wang's model, all traffic but no real revenue streams. Just charging for mini-games and running ads. That approach is too limited. So I'm genuinely curious, have you really thought this through? What exactly do you plan to do with this website? Zhang Yang listened to his words and couldn't help but admire Yang Zihao. His insight was spot on. The reason Wang declined over the next 2 years was precisely because of insufficient exploration of its business model. But now that the contract was signed and he knew they were all on the same team, Zhang Yang shared his vision. His vision centered on integrating virtual game items with real-world experiences. Farming games wouldn't just involve planting vegetables, each harvest would offer users a chance to win prizes, specifically discount coupons for local restaurants. Players would use these coupons for offline spending, and businesses eager to attract customers would be willing to offer discounts. The website would function as a platform distributing these coupons, earning revenue from advertising fees paid by various merchants. Upon hearing this, Yang Zihao was utterly stunned. Zhang Yang's vision was remarkably ahead of its time. The others were equally impressed. They had initially dismissed him as an outsider, but now they saw he possessed truly unique insight. Though Tang Xian felt a twinge of newcomer envy, he couldn't help but admire the logic. People couldn't go without eating. Once the game deeply integrated with offline restaurants, a steady stream of eateries would come to advertise here, ensuring stable advertising revenue going forward. Yang Zihao was especially pleased, as he too hoped to see his website flourish. Later, Zhang Yang suggested renaming it to Dazhangnet, a name that won the approval of most. Everyone enjoyed a wonderful evening. The website development progressed smoothly. Within less than 2 weeks, Chen Feifei's team had successfully integrated all required features. Zhang Yang had been actively engaging with merchants and had achieved some tangible results, with a significant number of businesses now willing to participate in the trial. With everything ready, the launch date was set for August 8th. Being from Guangdong province, they chose this date for its auspicious connotations. Exactly 1 week before the launch, Zhang Yang returned home after a business meeting. Opening the door, he found Xu Yan sitting on the living room sofa with her legs crossed, her pale, delicate feet dangling idly. Zhang Yang, Xu Yan declared triumphantly, waving her phone. You've threatened me enough. Now it's my turn. You don't want your videos leaked, do you? Get down on your knees. Zhang Yang smiled, gently closing the door behind him. Now it's just the two of us alone in this room, he said. Who do you think holds the greater leverage? Xu Yan's expression changed abruptly as she clutched her chest. Chapter 49, The Senior Sisters Deal. Xu Yan felt a wave of fear wash over her, but then she suddenly shrugged it off. Zhang Yang was so outstanding. If he tried anything with her, she'd make him take responsibility. If he dared refuse, she'd call the police and hit him with a hefty fine. With that thought, she felt she held all the cards offensive and defensive. What was there to fear? Instead of running, Xu Yan pulled her collar down slightly. Come on, she said, don't pity me just because I'm delicate. Just kidding, I'm not interested in you. Zhang Yang harbored some prejudice toward Xu Yan. Seeing her darting about all day, he wondered what kind of people she might have encountered in her life. He certainly didn't want to pay with his life for a moment of pleasure. Well, I'm not messing with you then. I've got videos of you and that Su campus beauty right here on my phone. Stop bragging. Get out. Even though our door isn't locked, barging in like this could be considered illegal. Since I'm in a good mood now, you should leave.
Zhang Yang didn't know this person could pick locks, so he assumed he'd forgotten to lock it in his morning rush.
Ha, you don't believe me, huh?
Su Xinyan chuckled, then played the video on her phone, cranking the volume all the way up. The phone soon filled the room with their voices.
Zhang Yang recognized it as the conversation from that day.
Where'd you get this video? Zhang Yang lost his composure.
Haha, I'm not telling you. Anyway, I've got you now. You've been swindling me out of money all this time.
Give me back every penny you've taken from me. No, I demand 10 times the amount back.
Zhang Yang wasn't one to sit idly by. He quietly pressed the record button on his phone and said, Su Xinyan, I can't even see the video. How do I know it's really me in there? It could be some voice actor you hired. Oh, you stubborn fool. Fine, I'll show you it's real.
Su Xinyan stepped back, reopened the video, and displayed the footage. The angle showed it was filmed from under the bed in the guest room. Only then did Zhang Yang realize why he felt like someone else was in the room that day.
But how did she even get in?
Zhang Yang pondered briefly before the answer came to him. Chen Feifei was her cousin, so it was highly likely Chen Feifei had let her in.
Zhang Yang felt a pang of disappointment toward Chen Feifei.
He hadn't expected her to be in cahoots with her cousin.
He'd actually thought she was a pretty cute girl. Well, do you believe me now? Su Xinyan waved her phone triumphantly. Why aren't you laughing? Are you just not the smiling type? What do you have to say now? Well done, Su Xinyan.
So you deliberately infiltrated my home to film my private moments with Su Xinyan.
Impressive.
Zhang Yang gave her a thumbs up.
Of course. How else would I tame a monkey like you?
I was thinking of just making you pay to settle this, but considering how badly you treated me before, you deserve a little punishment. Now, take off your pants and spank yourself 100 times. Su Xinyan said, getting a little carried away with her triumph.
That's a harsh punishment. But you won't get the chance. Zhang Yang smiled, pulling out his phone. I recorded our entire conversation. From now on, if any private videos of me surface online, you'll be the prime suspect. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say from this moment onward can and will be used against you in court.
What?
Zhang Yang, you're screwing me over.
Su Xinyan was furious, never expecting her elaborate scheme to be so easily thwarted.
Same to you. Now you can get lost.
Zhang Yang opened the door wide. Su Xinyan stepped out, feeling disappointed that her efforts had been wasted. But as she reached the doorway, an idea suddenly struck her, and she pulled the door shut again.
Zhang Yang, how about we make a deal? A deal? Then go get your medical exam report from the hospital and hand it over to me first. What report? What kind of person do you think I am? I'm still a pure young lady. Su Xinyan was furious. She might act a bit wild, but she wasn't that kind of person. Alright then, you scared me. What's this deal? No wonder that campus beauty Su called you a dog. Man, you really are a dog. Su Xinyan was still fuming over what just happened. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm closing the door. Wait, don't.
I'll tell you. Su Xinyan quickly braced the door against him and said, that day I heard you wanted to build a website.
You'll need promotion in the early stages, right?
I'll promote your site and you pay me.
How about it? Website promotion? You know about that?
You bet. I'll take on any money-making venture, as long as you can afford to pay.
Alright, here's the deal. The site officially launches next week. For the next 7 days, you recruit new users for me.
I'll pay you $8 per user.
Honestly, $8 isn't much. In the internet industry, traffic is an extremely valuable resource. It doesn't matter if they're the target audience or not. The first step is to get them in.
Whether they stick around is another story.
Wow. $8. That's 800 for 100 people, 8,000 for 1,000, and 80,000 for 10,000. Su Xinyan started daydreaming about striking it rich.
Hey, listen up, don't get people to register a bunch of fake accounts.
Those don't count. What I need is customer stickiness.
Say 10,000 people visit today, but only 5,000 come back tomorrow. Then I'll only pay you for 5,000. If even fewer show up the next day, I'll pay based on that lower number. Zhang Yang was essentially taking advantage of her lack of knowledge. Most online platforms pay per unique user acquired, but Zhang Yang saw her as an easy mark and added some strict conditions.
To his surprise, Su Xinyan didn't argue back.
Instead, she said with confidence, sure, no problem.
Just make sure you have the money ready. You better not back out then.
Unlike someone who breaks promises saying they'd let you run wild for 10 minutes if you guessed the color right, then bolting themselves, Zhang Yang shot back.
Su Xinyan instantly realized he was referring to their last bet, and her face flushed. But I'm a girl, can't you just let me off? She protested. This kind of thing can't just happen on a whim. If it can't just happen like that, then you shouldn't have agreed in the first place.
Seriously, get lost.
I can't be bothered to explain more. Zhang Yang said, reaching to close the door. Su Xinyan felt embarrassed by his words.
Though half her body was already outside the door, she turned back and shut it.
Missy, what are you up to now? You're annoying. Stop hovering around me all the time. Zhang Yang snapped impatiently.
Su Xinyan suddenly grabbed his hand and placed it on her most prized asset, then pressed down firmly. Chapter 50. The tempting little card. This person feels familiar.
What are you doing? No debt, no problem.
I'll pay you back slowly, so you can stop talking so much. Su Xinyan said with a touch of pride, then turned to leave.
Wait, don't go yet. What? You want to do it yourself? I never agreed to that. Su Xinyan covered her chest again. Seriously, can you stop treating that thing like it's some kind of treasure? It's not that special. I just want you to send me a copy of the video you took. What? You want a copy too? Gross. I'll send it to your QQ when I get back. Su Xinyan shot him a disgusted look before walking away. Zhang Yang chuckled. That feeling just now had been pretty good. A young girl's body really was different, no technology or rough stuff involved. But he was curious, what method would Su Xinyan use to promote it? That girl always had such wild ideas. Who knew if he'd be in for a pleasant surprise or a nasty shock? Only then did Zhang Yang realize he'd forgotten to give her his QQ number. By the time he rushed out to find her, she was already gone. Oh well. Today, he'd just have to check out Aunt Beijo's new work. Only after returning home did Su Xinyan realize she'd forgotten to get Zhang Yang's QQ. So she sent a message to her cousin, Chen Feifei. Chen Feifei was still busy with the website launch lately. Seeing her cousin's message, she couldn't help but wonder what the two of them could possibly have to talk about. Then it hit her that video her cousin had taken last time. She mentioned something about trying to get something out of it. So she hurriedly texted Su Xinyan, "Cousin, haven't you deleted that video yet? Are you planning to blackmail him for favors? Seriously, cousin, don't bully Zhang Yang. May, are you okay? I'm your sister. Why are you siding with this outsider? Besides, he's the one who bullied me." Su Xinyan typed while glancing down. This place, which had driven all the boys in school crazy, had already been touched by Zhang Yang twice. What was most infuriating was that ever since meeting him, her plan to earn money for a house had hit snags. Zhang Yang was truly her nemesis. May, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on him, would you? That question made Chen Feifei feel a little guilty. She took a while to reply. No way, cousin. He's technically my boss now. What if you piss him off and he fires me? Sis, your dad isn't like my gambling-addicted old man. Every penny he earns goes to you. Who at school can match your net worth? Only you would still be thinking about making money. That's not the point. When I see something I like, I want to save up and buy it myself. I told Dad that unless something urgent comes up, he doesn't need to give me money. Chen Feifei had been independent since childhood. She didn't like spending money, but she had plenty. Su Xinyan's situation was the exact opposite. She desperately wanted to live a life of luxury and excess, but her circumstances wouldn't allow it. Plus, because her mother died young and her father remarried, she was now driven to earn money relentlessly just to own a place of her own. Hey sis, remember this, if you ever meet some rich playboy you don't fancy, hook me up with him. Your big sister here is dying to be kept. Su Xinyan felt making money was just too exhausting. Chen Feifei thought this was utterly unethical, but since she was her sister, she didn't know what to say and simply closed the chat window. But she also thought her cousin was completely unreliable. Adding her on QQ couldn't mean anything else, it was definitely to threaten Zhang Yang. So, feeling a bit worried, she sent Zhang Yang a message. Zhang Yang received the message immediately, but remembering that she'd been the one to let her cousin in, coupled with her deliberately absurd tone, made him feel uneasy. He decided not to reply. Meanwhile, Chen Feifei remained unaware of the misunderstanding brewing between the two. Seeing Zhang Yang's delayed response, she didn't read too much into it, assuming he was busy with offline work and choosing not to disturb him further. 5 days passed like this. When Zhang Yang woke up that morning, he received a call from Yang Zihao. "Boss, where'd you find that promoter? They're pretty effective. Yesterday we officially hit 2,000 online users." That impressive? I didn't expect that. This person really knows their stuff. Since the internet is still viewed by some as a dangerous beast, promotion isn't easy. Plus, our site's positioning overlaps heavily with Kaisen. It's tough to compete for users with that established giant. Yang Zihao's voice carried a hint of excitement. After all, he had built this site from scratch. Seeing its steady upward momentum naturally filled him with joy. Zhang Yang was also highly satisfied. He hadn't expected Su Xinyan to actually have some real talent, no wonder she'd been so confident that day. This guy had been strutting around lately, knocking on her door punctually every day to collect his promotion fee, and it had to be cash. According to her, he claimed he only had the drive to work if he got paid in hand. When Zhang Yang inquired about yesterday's registered users, Yang Zihao reported 420. At 8 yuan per user, that meant over 3,000 yuan was owed. Coincidentally, the 10,000 yuan in cash he'd previously withdrawn had all been spent, so Zhang Yang planned to go withdraw more. Honestly, the weather in Yangchang was unbearable. Mid-July temperatures hit 37 C, making walking outside feel like stepping into a steamer. But even without needing cash, he had to go out anyway.
In those days, food delivery wasn't widespread yet, so getting a meal meant heading downstairs himself. Stepping outside into the blazing sun, Zhang Yang silently resolved to prioritize launching a delivery service. Zhang Yang withdrew 20,000 yuan in cash from an ATM, then headed to a nearby Hong Kong-style restaurant to grab a pork chop bun and jasmine green tea. The sweltering heat made him lose his appetite for a proper meal, so he opted for some junk food instead. Upon returning to his apartment complex entrance, he spotted a group of kids flying paper cards. One card fluttered to his feet. Zhang Yang glanced down. The image was far too revealing. Claiming he'd call the police, he dispersed the rowdy kids and confiscated all their cards. Zhang Yang had expected some other surprise, but the cover featured the same person repeatedly. The images showed a half-naked woman whose face was never revealed. Crucially, she crossed her arms to cover herself, yet it was still clear she possessed an extraordinary figure. Her arms only managed to conceal half the scale of what she was holding. A figure like that Zhang Yang could only recall seeing it among the Western women during his in-depth academic exchange at Duke University in his previous life. Oh, and there was one more. Chen Feifei's cousin, Su Xinyan. The moment he heard that name, Zhang Yang instantly recalled her distinctive features, the lady's hairstyle, large eyes, and the red string around her wrist. Zhang Yang now noticed the woman in the image also wore a red string. Could it be that Su Xinyan had expanded into other ventures? Chapter 51, 8-minute dribbling time. Knock. With a series of knocks, Su Xinyan pushed open the door and walked in. Zhang Yang, hand over today's payment. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa. Before he could speak, he flicked a few small cards onto the table. Su Xinyan, I'm truly impressed. I was wondering why the website promotion was progressing so smoothly. You're using your looks, aren't you? What? I don't get it. How did you get these cards? You're so gross. Su Xinyan continued her act of feigning ignorance. Go ahead, keep making stuff up. You took the photos, and you can't even remove the red circle on your right hand. Aren't you afraid someone you know will recognize you? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Su Xinyan finally noticed the details on the cards. Panic surged in her heart, but she forced herself to stay calm. So what? It doesn't have to be me. These red circles are everywhere. True, the circle itself wasn't unusual. But would you mind checking what's written on the back of the card? Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. Su Xinyan flipped it over. There, in bold letters, was the message, want to hang out? I'll be waiting for you on Dazhangnet. Aha, she chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head. Gotcha, Zhang Yang. You're seriously impressive. I'll never match your level of ingenuity. So what? I tried handing out flyers at first, but everyone said Kaisen is the big site. They only use dating sites here. What could I do? If you want to snatch me from their mouths, you gotta be ruthless. Su Xinyan sounded resigned. If she could, she wouldn't have resorted to using her looks either. You're ruthless, I'll give you that. You earned this money. Yesterday we had 420 registrations at 8 yuan each. That's 3,360 yuan total. Count it yourself. Zhang Yang handed her a stack of red bills. Su Xinyan immediately snatched them like a money-hungry fox, licked her fingers, and began counting. Wait, it's not 3,360. Why are you giving me 4,000? Su Xinyan finished counting and noticed the discrepancy. Her curiosity piqued. Guess? Zhang Yang grinned mischievously at her. No way. You think throwing in a few hundred extra gets you a live show? The little cards are plenty for you to admire. Su Xinyan covered them up again. Do I really seem that perverted to you? The extra money is compensation for your hard work. I just realized how much you sacrifice doing this job. Zhang Yang said, tracing a wavy line along her figure with his hand. Haha, aren't you the pervert? If you weren't, would you let Sue, the campus beauty, step all over you? Well, she was willing. It was consensual. So tell me, Miss Chu, where exactly am I perverted? Zhang Yang's counter-question left Su Xinyan speechless. Indeed, romantic attraction was only human nature. If they themselves had no objections, she certainly had no right to comment. Still, she did see a different side of Zhang Yang. While he was shameless, he seemed to have a shred of humanity. Thanks, Zhang Yang. I'll work even harder to promote you. Don't thank me. We're just business partners. You earned it. I'm not the kind of boss who expects gratitude for paying a salary, Zhang Yang stated plainly. In the business world, he might be a ruthless competitor who struck fear into rivals, but he genuinely treated his employees well. That was precisely why their team had climbed to the pinnacle of Asia in just a decade. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Su Xinyan's opinion of him improved. She no longer felt the need to leave immediately and instead sat down on the sofa beside him. Aren't you leaving? I've been running around outside these past few days exhausted. Your AC is so nice here, it won't kill me to chill for a bit. Fine, take your time then. I'm going to eat. Zhang Yang remembered the pork chop bun he'd just bought sitting on the table, so he dug right in. The bun's crust had been fried in oil, making it crispy and golden brown. As Zhang Yang bit into it, the satisfying crunch echoed in the room. Sitting beside him, Su Xinyan could almost taste the burst of savory oiliness in her own mouth. Hey, Zhang Yang, can I have a bite?
No way.
Seeing Zhang Yang's cold response, Xu Yan started spinning a tale. I used to work at this place.
Everything here is so expensive, but I couldn't afford it back then.
I always thought, once I earn enough money, I'd have to try one.
Would you mind fulfilling a little girl's wish? Ha? You had it that rough? Well, good luck then. Zhang Yang offered a half-hearted encouragement before returning to his pork chop bun. Hey! Let me have a bite, I skipped lunch. Xu Yan grew impatient. No way. If you want it, buy it yourself.
You've already made tens of thousands off me these past few days. I put every penny I earned straight into a fixed deposit. I have to keep myself in check, can't be too extravagant. Xu Yan really poured her heart and soul into buying that house.
Oh, what's that got to do with me?
Zhang Yang dismissed her sob story while taking another bite of his pork chop bun.
Ah. Let me have a bite. Just one bite. Xu Yan dropped all pretense, opening her mouth wide to take a bite. But Zhang Yang was already prepared.
He blocked her with his arm, turned his head away, and continued eating and even sped up.
Stop. Ah. Let me have a bite. Xu Yan pushed forward desperately.
Zhang Yang felt that substantial weight again, marveling at how two sisters could be so different. Pushed against her like this, Zhang Yang was starting to lose control.
Seeing she couldn't get the food, Xu Yan shifted her focus.
She casually grabbed the jasmine green tea from the table, opened it, and took a big gulp.
Ah, that's better. Serves you right for not sharing your food. Jasmine green tea is really nice, huh? Hey, this tea restaurant is pretty interesting. They even have Cantonese transliterations here.
Touch your luck, Zhang Yang, touch your luck.
It feels so good, you definitely haven't tried it. Xu Yan said triumphantly. Oh? Then rub it some more.
Zhang Yang didn't understand Cantonese, but he recognized the slang. Xu Yan, being a native of Guangzhou, realized just how awkward her previous remark had been upon hearing this.
Her face flushed instantly. Ha? Why the silence? Keep rubbing Lucci. Zhang Yang couldn't resist teasing her. Xu Yan abruptly pushed her drink away. No more. No more. You pervert. Drinking perverted drinks. Hey, why am I the pervert now?
You were the one who grabbed it.
I'm not even holding it against you.
Zhang Yang couldn't resist tapping her head as she kept arguing. Both your sisters' heads make such a crisp sound when tapped.
Smart little heads. What did you say? Xu Yan lunged forward again.
This time Zhang Yang wasn't braced and was knocked down beneath her. Xu Yan, oblivious, was still searching for the right spot to hit. Zhang Yang tried to grab her hand but ended up clutching a ball of cotton instead.
Xu Yan immediately sat up.
Zhang Yang shrugged his hands.
Can't blame me for this. It's bound to happen when you're roughhousing. You dog of a man. Oomph. That's 2 minutes deducted this time. With that, Xu Yan ran off. 2 minutes deducted? Zhang Yang didn't register it at first, but then it clicked she was referring to their last bet. Oh. So that meant he still had 8 minutes of dribbling time left. Chapter 52, The Beautiful Teacher Returns.
August 8th, Dazhong Net officially launched. On that very day, Wu Qiutong, having finished her business, was seated on the train back to Guangzhou.
The train's TV was still airing Taiwan's meteor shower.
She'd long since grown indifferent to such romantic dramas, making the journey feel tediously boring.
Her laptop offered little entertainment after all, she was on the move and couldn't watch movies.
Her QQ, however, was buzzing with activity. Ever since graduation, those guys hadn't stopped bothering her. Every day, someone would ask if she was having dinner, and she was starting to get annoyed. The last guy she'd initiated a conversation with was Zhang Yang, and it just so happened to be the day she taught his class.
Thinking back to that day, Wu Qiutong instantly flushed.
But he was different from the others. After all this time on the road, he hadn't said a single word.
Maybe he'd already gone to work?
Women are always like this, they aren't interested in men who show them too much attention, but those who ignore them often end up winning the goddess's favor. Wu Qiutong certainly wasn't in love with Zhang Yang yet. She just felt sorry for his poor family background and wanted to show him more care. As for what happened that day, it was mostly her inner saintly nature at play.
After much deliberation, she clicked on Zhang Yang's social media page.
It was completely empty, with only one post, the group photo from that dinner.
She hadn't worn this evening gown in years, yet it still fit her perfectly.
Though she no longer danced, she kept up with her workouts over the years, so her figure remained in great shape. This thought reminded her that she hadn't practiced yoga at her hometown home in ages. She decided to bring out the yoga mat from the house when she returned later.
I wonder if Zhang Yang is online.
She hesitated for a long time before opening the chat window to ask, but just then, a message popped up in the faculty group chat.
Who hasn't registered for Dazhong Net yet? Hurry up and sign up. It features a novel economic model. Let's gather at school next week to share insights.
The message came from Jing Shuizhi, Dean of the School of Finance and Trade. A professor with significant achievements in economics, his presence was key to Yangqing Normal University's dominance over similar programs at other provincial universities. Wu Qiutong had been busy with matters back home lately, and I had no idea what was going on.
I could only ask a colleague. Her colleague explained that they couldn't clarify it yet, suggesting she register an account first to explore it herself before they discussed it further. Wu Qiutong promptly searched for the website and found its interface strikingly similar to Kaisen. She was immediately puzzled what was there to study? Wasn't this just a social networking site that had been popular over a year ago? Back then, they had thoroughly researched this model. However, Wu Qiutong was meticulous in her work. If the dean said it, there must be a reason. So she patiently began exploring the site. After adding friends from the academy group, Wu Qiutong discovered her favorite minigame stealing vegetables was available here. She couldn't resist clicking in. After playing for less than 10 minutes, her farm game leveled up. Accompanying the level up, a text prompt appeared on the screen. Congratulations, lucky player. You've received a food voucher. A food coupon? Curious, Wu Qiutong clicked into her game backpack. There, quietly resting, was a coupon. Opening it revealed it was a 20% off voucher that could even be used for offline purchases. She asked her co-worker curiously whether the coupon was just an in-game item or if it could actually be used. Her co-worker confirmed it could be used in real life, explaining she had just used it to treat her family to a nice meal out. Wu Qiutong finally felt a sense of wonder this game had actually achieved online-offline interaction. Suddenly, something occurred to her. The notes Zhang Yang had written in the guest room that day seemed to touch upon this very concept. Could it be? She quickly dismissed the thought. Zhang Yang was just an ordinary, honest kid. How could he have such capabilities? Besides, where would he get the startup capital? What truly astonished Wu Qiutong, however, was that after reading some of that material, she had dismissed it as pure fantasy. Yet here was someone already making it happen, proof that Zhang Yang was indeed a student with remarkable vision. Coincidentally, just then, Zhang Yang also saw the visitor log in the space and proactively sent her a message. Teacher, have you returned to Guangzhou? Wu Qiutong hesitated for a moment before typing her reply, yes. Then I'll wait for you to have dinner together that night. She typed a string of words, then deleted them, finally replying with a simple okay. Shortly after 3 p.m., the train pulled into Yangcheng. Wu Qiutong boarded Metro Line 5 and returned to the Riverside neighborhood in the city center. Opening the door, she blushed slightly upon seeing Zhang Yang shirtless in the guest room, playing with his computer with his back to her. But she quickly regained her composure. She'd seen such outfits in fashion magazines before, and besides, the guest room had no air conditioning. It must be tough for him. Wu Qiutong approached the guest room door and knocked. Zhang Yang, your teacher is back. Hearing that magnetic voice, Zhang Yang turned around and saw Wu Qiutong wearing a flowery hat, black eye silk sleeves on her hands, jeans, and a shirt looking utterly girlish. Teacher, you've gotten even prettier. Zhang Yang couldn't understand why someone as outstanding as Wu Qiutong didn't have a boyfriend. Could she have some hidden flaw? You're just good at flattering your teacher. At my age, I'm only going to get older, Wu Qiutong said with a smile. Teacher, that's not aging, it's becoming more mature. Like a late ripening fruit, it's often exceptionally sweet. Smooth talker, Wu Qiutong said as she opened her room door. Is the guest room too hot? Want to come to my room and cool off under the AC? No thanks, teacher. I still need to use my computer. I've been making a little extra money online lately. Oh, you work online? That's not bad. Actually, I've always encouraged you all to pursue things that benefit your career prospects. Jobs like waitstaff or handing out flyers while they earn a little cash, they lack technical skill and don't help your career planning. Of course, we respect every profession and don't look down on those roles, but I hope you can find better paths. With that, she turned on the air conditioner and beckoned to Zhang Yang. Come on in, Zhang Yang. There's a computer in my office too. Don't overheat out there. No, thank you, teacher. You must be cold after your trip. You should cool off first. I'm going to take a shower. The train was filled with cigarette smoke. Be good, okay? With that, she set down her bag, gathered her tank top from the nearby rack, and headed for the bathroom. This damn weather was unbearably hot. He'd been taking 2 or 3 showers a day lately, so Zhang Yang didn't hesitate. He plunged straight into her room. Coolness and fragrance flooded his body all at once. Chapter 53, Progress Deserves Reward. Zhang Yang was still discussing today's website launch with his team members, receiving nothing but good news. With the announcement that the game would give out food vouchers, the website was flooded with more and more users. Currently, the number of registered users had already exceeded 30,000, and the number of online users was still rising. Boss, there's some bad news. If traffic keeps growing like this, our servers might not hold up. You might need to spend some money upgrading them. Yang Zihao, ever cautious, didn't get carried away by the excitement. He saw the potential problem. Fine. Save where we can, spend where we must. Though it meant shelling out another several $100,000, Zhang Yang felt it was money well spent. Since the site was still in its initial launch phase, the profit-sharing percentage negotiated with merchants was extremely low, almost a loss leader. But once they witnessed the substantial customer traffic the site generated, he was confident they'd be willing to invest heavily later on. Zhang Yang already had preliminary plans for the next phase, introducing a bidding ranking system where restaurants paying more could secure premium ad placements. By then, ad revenue alone would be pouring in. Meanwhile, Wu Qiutong had finished her shower and was drying her hair in the bathroom. The scent of her hair quickly drifted into Zhang Yang's nostrils. Zhang Yang turned to see Wu Qiutong standing with her back to him, drying her hair. Her graceful figure was truly captivating. He recalled Su Xinyan mentioning that Wu Qiutong had once won a dance competition championship. This thought stirred something within Zhang Yang, making him wonder when he might have the chance to witness her dance. There was a persistent rumor online that if you stared at an inexperienced girl from behind, she would sense it after a while. Sure enough, Wu Qiutong sensed something odd. Turning around, she found Zhang Yang staring at her. What is it, Zhang Yang? Are you hungry? If you are, I'll quickly tidy up and we can go out to eat. No, teacher, it's only just past 4. How could I be hungry so soon? I just think you're so beautiful. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my entire life. Look at you, at it again. Wu Qiutong shot him a playful glare, her eyes and brows brimming with alluring charm. Wu Qiutong stepped closer and gave Zhang Yang a light pat on the head. How old are you, anyway? Just this lifetime. If you say I'm the most beautiful girl in the world, then you're the biggest liar in the world. Teacher, I'm serious. Do you have a boyfriend? If not, I think I could be your knight in shining armor. Zhang Yang just found her utterly captivating. Alright. Stop teasing your teacher. I need to tidy up the room. You can play on your computer. Wu Qiutong gave him a gentle warning before starting to organize the space. Zhang Yang chatted with his team for a while longer, but the thumping sounds in the background made it hard to concentrate. He turned to see if she needed any help. He shouldn't have turned around. The moment he did, Zhang Yang discovered an incredibly beautiful scene. Wu Qiutong was facing away from him, organizing clothes in the wardrobe. Half her body was tucked inside, and the curves of her figure were more captivating than any stock chart. Zhang Yang considered himself a man of considerable self-control, but seeing Wu Qiutong always made him feel a bit unhinged. He quickly dismissed the strange thoughts, reminding himself it was broad daylight. He didn't want to scare her away again. Zhang Yang decided to help her organize. His attention was drawn to a book left open beside the nightstand. He reached over to pick it up and instinctively glanced at its contents only to startle and shock. The passage was about how women could pleasure themselves, and the explicit description was even circled with a red wavy line. Zhang Yang glanced at the cover. It was the very magazine Wu Qiutong had been holding that day. Did she really need to learn this? Wu Qiutong was so innocent it was adorable. Wu Qiutong finally finished organizing the wardrobe and found the unopened yoga mat. Turning around, she spotted Zhang Yang holding a magazine. That cover. Oh, wasn't this the very magazine she'd been reading that night? Wu Qiutong recalled that night. After helping Zhang Yang correct his misguided actions, she returned to her room feeling an emptiness inside. Unable to resist, she opened the magazine again. When she stumbled upon a particular chapter, its content had drawn her in, prompting her to tentatively try it out. That single moment had opened Pandora's box. Could Zhang Yang be reading that very section? The thought brought back vivid memories, herself leaning against the headboard, teeth clenched on the nearly unfastened spaghetti strap. The scene seemed to replay before her eyes, unfolding right before Zhang Yang. She quickly snatched the magazine back. Zhang Yang, I've tidied up. Let's go eat. Wu Qiutong hid the book behind her back, her head bowed guiltily. Are you sure? It's taken care of. Oh, right. Then shall we go? Are you sure you don't want to change clothes? What's wrong with my clothes? Are they dirty? Wu Qiutong was quite particular about cleanliness, so she nervously began flipping through her clothes. No, teacher, I mean you should probably change yours. Didn't you forget? Last time we went out to eat, that evening gown you wore was so stunning it caused people to crash their cars on the road. Zhang Yang thought this enchanting Wu Qiutong was best appreciated by himself alone. It's not that exaggerated. It's just a simple strapless top. Do I really need to change? It's absolutely necessary, teacher. You have no idea how captivating you look in these outfits. Hurry up and change. You don't want to cause another major accident, do you? Zhang Yang stepped forward, urging her toward the bathroom to change. Alright, I get it. But you have to let me grab something to wear. Wu Qiutong reached into her bag for clothes, then turned back at the bathroom door. Teacher, what's wrong? Aren't you changing clothes? Zhang Yang, I have a question for you. Did you wash the clothes I gave you? Wu Qiutong asked, her face flushing. Zhang Yang didn't catch on at first, but then he remembered the bag of underwear she'd left in his room before leaving. He quickly replied, No. Oh, okay. The weather back home hasn't been great these past couple of days. Those clothes are pretty thick and don't dry easily. I thought we had some at home, Wu Qiutong said, sounding a bit awkward. Finally realizing that if he didn't explain now, things would only get worse, he hurried to his room and brought out the bag. Teacher, I really haven't used any of them. You haven't? Wu Qiutong looked skeptical. She flipped through the items, nothing seemed amiss. The order was intact clearly, no one had touched them. Wu Qiutong thought he'd overcome that strange habit and felt genuinely happy for him. It seemed her teaching had paid off. Good. You're doing well. Progress. Progress? Zhang Yang wasn't sure what she meant. Still, hearing her say that, he decided to play along. Well, since I've made progress, would you like to give me a reward, teacher? Chapter 54, Wild Mandarin Ducks in the Little Park. Reward? Well, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? I just discovered a nice place. Wu Qiutong remembered the discount coupon she'd won in the game today, perfect for trying out tonight. You call this a reward? Teacher, how about after dinner, you accompany me for a walk in the nearby park? I've been so exhausted lately. Zhang Yang had been running around outside recently. Seeing the website launch so smoothly today, he also wanted to relax a bit. Oh, sure. It's been ages since I took an after-dinner stroll. But we need to be home before 9. I haven't exercised back home and feel like I've gained weight. I need to do some yoga tonight. Yoga? Yeah, what's wrong? Then let's head back after dinner. No more wandering around. Teacher, I know girls dread gaining weight the most. Go ahead and do your yoga. Zhang Yang had never seen Wu Qiutong dressed in yoga attire. Ah, no need. Besides, who does yoga right after eating? A stroll to aid digestion is perfectly fine. Don't you want to walk with me? With her putting it that way, how could Zhang Yang possibly refuse? But now, he was even more eager for nightfall. Changing into simple clothes, Zhang Yang followed Wu Qiutong to a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant near their neighborhood. This place was an old established shop with decent flavors. She used to come here often after work. When she arrived, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief at the sight of the place packed to the rafters. She remembered that while the food was decent, the menu hadn't seen any updates in years, causing it to gradually lose favor with the younger crowd. So why were there so many young people dining here now? Moreover, the rent here wasn't cheap. With fewer and fewer customers, a for sale sticker had been posted last month. Wu Qiutong had been thinking of it as a taste of childhood and, seeing it on the verge of closing, had been coming to support it lately. But now, where had that for sale sticker gone? Only one possibility came to mind: the influx of customers from that website. It was terrifying. Just a little manipulation could revive a tea house on the brink of closure. Whoever came up with this model is a genius. Hey, you two eating? We're brothers here, how's it going? You came to eat? Why didn't you say so sooner? Come on in, grab whatever you want, it's on the house. Seeing his benefactor come in, the owner showed his savvy side. Teacher, let's go. Zhang Yang hadn't expected Wu Qiutong to want to eat here. Coincidentally, this was the very first restaurant he'd secured for their partnership. Unexpectedly, Wu Qiutong took his hand and said, "No need, boss. There are only a few people ahead of us. Let's wait and catch up." Hearing this, Zhang Yang could only decline the owner's offer. Sorry, boss. My teacher is covering the bill tonight. She'll decide everything. No problem. I'll have someone bring you 2 cups of red bean ice cream. Wait, I'll make them myself. The owner chuckled as he headed inside. Watching him leave, Wu Qiutong spoke up. Zhang Yang, you should know there's no such thing as a free lunch. Honestly, once you've eaten this meal, who knows how they'll make you repay them later. So there's no need to skimp on this kind of expense. Just let your teacher treat you today. Wu Qiutong assumed Zhang Yang had worked here before, which explained his familiarity with the owner. But considering his youth and naivety about social conventions, she saw this as a chance to teach him a lesson. Truthfully, Zhang Yang felt like laughing. Here was Wu Qiutong, as pure as a blank sheet of paper, lecturing him on how to navigate the world. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yang, do you think your teacher is deceiving you? No, teacher. I'm just thrilled to be dining with such a beautiful woman. Considering her role as his teacher, Zhang Yang didn't want to elaborate further, lest he embarrass her. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. Zhang Yang's witty banter and occasional compliments toward Wu Qiutong made her blush with embarrassment. Now, as they strolled through the park after finishing their meal, Wu Qiutong voiced a slight complaint about his constant flattery during dinner. Zhang Yang, you're not allowed to flirt with your teacher like that in public anymore. After all that, you keep saying how pretty I am. It makes your teacher feel embarrassed. But I was just stating the truth. What's wrong with that? You're such a smooth talker with girls, yet I've never seen you with a girlfriend. How about it? Want to tell your teacher if you have someone special in mind, or if you like someone in class? I could help play matchmaker. Wu Qiutong suddenly turned gossipy. No, I think everyone in the class is too young. Too young? You always act so old and wise, but are you that old yourself? Wu Qiutong chuckled. Teacher, you should know best whether I'm mature or not. You've seen everything about me. Zhang Yang's remark made Wu Qiutong flustered. What are you talking about? When did I ever know everything about you? I'm not wrong. You're our homeroom teacher, so you must know my personal details best. You know how old I am, right? What I mean is, you're a very responsible homeroom teacher who knows each of our situations. Zhang Yang changed the subject, leaving Wu Qiutong in an awkward position. You're teasing me again. I give up, teacher. Wu Qiutong quickened her pace, afraid he'd see her flushed cheeks. The stars were quite beautiful tonight. She suddenly recalled her childhood, when her parents would bring her here to stargaze. So, without worrying about getting dirty, she lay down on the grass beside her as if guided by some unseen force. Zhang Yang watched her lie down. From this angle, the unusual parts seemed less conspicuous, which was actually a good thing, because this was the real deal. A figure that maintained such perfect contours even when lying down could only be attributed to technology. The two lay there silently, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. But soon, sounds approached from afar. Vague words like "too late" and "open your mouth" drifted closer. Quickly, they spotted figures colliding beneath a nearby tree. Ha! Wasn't that Principal Li? And Teacher Pan? Why them again? Their voices drifted to Wu Qiutong's ears, allowing her to recognize them. Wu Qiutong tried to pull Zhang Yang away, only to find he'd already pulled out his phone, zoomed in with the camera, and pressed record. Shoo, teacher, hold on. I'm doing important work here. You call this important business? And what's the point of filming this? Wu Qiutong realized that after being gone so long, he probably had no outlet for his frustrations. After watching this today, wouldn't he end up going down the wrong path again? Looks like she'd have to help him out again. Chapter 55, Teacher, I have a small request. Wu Qiutong felt utterly mortified at that moment, for Principal Li, who had always conducted himself with integrity at work, was now engaging in a sordid affair right before her eyes. What shocked her even more was that the English teacher, Pan Shuilian, who was complicit with him, was a married woman. In the past, she would have fled at the sight of such a scene, but Zhang Yang's presence kept her rooted to the spot. Yet as time passed, her initial urge to flee gradually gave way to a desire to watch a little longer. Principal Li and his partner seemed oblivious, transformed into lustful beasts under the tree, giving free rein to their desires. Pan Shuilian had initially covered her mouth to stifle her moans, but eventually succumbed, her cries rising in rhythm with their movements. Wu Qiutong listened to the sound, tinged with sobs, and felt quite sorry for Teacher Pan. She was even debating whether to call the police. Suddenly, a beam of light swept over from nearby. The sounds of their struggle had alerted the patrolling security guard. As the light swept past, Principal Li, fearing discovery, quickly grabbed Teacher Pan and fled. Zhang Yang quickly turned off his phone, grabbed Wu Qiutong's hand, and started running. Zhang Yang, why are we running? What do you think? There are only 4 of us here. If they aren't caught, we'll be the scapegoats. You understand the principle of a suspicion in a melon patch, right? Wu Qiutong realized he had a point. After all, at this critical juncture, they were a man and a woman alone in this place. With such an incident occurring, the security guards wouldn't bother investigating who was involved. Wu Qiutong was a university professor. If she got publicly reprimanded, her career would be over. Zhang Yang, I can't run much further. Having just eaten, Wu Qiutong was already feeling the twinge of indigestion. Zhang Yang had no choice but to pull her along and quickly hide in the restroom nearby. Phew, I'm exhausted, Wu Qiutong gasped. Teacher, let's wait until the security guard leaves before we go out. Zhang Yang peered out and saw the flashlight beam sweeping nearby, so he quickly retreated. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Startled, Zhang Yang thought the security guard was chasing them and pulled Wu Qiutong into the last stall. As the door closed, another door slammed shut shortly after. Judging by the distance, it must have been the first stall. A moment of silence fell over the space, and then the motion-activated lights went out. In the now silent restroom, voices began to converse. Damn it! I told you to stop. We almost got caught. It's all your fault. Why did you have to rub your foot against mine during dinner? Hearing this, Zhang Yang pulled out his phone and started recording again. Kicking you? You should have held back. You're a grown man, can't even control yourself? And why did you take that citalopram again? Is your heart that bad? If you're sick, I'm done with you. I hate pill poppers just like my ex. Oh, this is just for digestion. You know I ate way too much earlier. Plus, you look so gorgeous today, how could I resist? Lian, keep going. Cover your mouth. Soon, the soft, sensual music began to play again. Though much quieter than before, the bathroom's echo carried the sound clearly to Wu Qiutong's ears. Wu Qiutong felt nervous and embarrassed, yet also a little excited. Looking at Zhang Yang, she saw him recording again. Wu Qiutong felt a flicker of fear, worried he might be heading down a twisted path. After a moment's thought, she slowly reached out her hand. Ah! In the pitch-black darkness, Zhang Yang felt something touch him and instinctively cried out. He shone his phone's light downward and saw Wu Qiutong's hand, grabbing it firmly. Teacher, what are you doing? Wu Qiutong just shushed him. She believed Zhang Yang had become this way because of excessive pressure that hadn't been properly released, so she intended to help him again. Unaware of her intentions, Zhang Yang assumed Wu Qiutong was interested in him. If that was the case, there was no need to resist. 5 minutes later, 2 secret lessons were quietly underway in the men's restroom of the small park. In the first stall, the two collaborated on a lewd drawing. In the last stall, supplementary knowledge was being imparted. Zhang Yang was undoubtedly the biggest winner at that moment. He recorded Principal Li's compromising evidence on his phone while watching Wu Qiutong give her all in the performance. Perhaps the presence of others provided an intense thrill, forcing Zhang Yang to quickly withdraw from the session. The other side wrapped up quickly too. Seeing them leave, Zhang Yang noticed the small park was about to close, so he hurriedly pulled Wu Qiutong away. On the way back, Wu Qiutong remained silent. Noticing the awkward silence, Zhang Yang broke the ice. "Teacher, why haven't you said a word? Why didn't you say anything?" "Say what?" Only then did Zhang Yang notice the large wet stain on her pink t-shirt. It suddenly dawned on him what she meant. "Teacher, I'm so sorry. Let's go back, I'll wash your clothes for you." "Ah, never mind. Let's hurry back. I need to take a shower." Wu Qiutong couldn't really blame him. After all, her initial goal of helping him relieve his stress had been achieved. Back home, Wu Qiutong immediately grabbed her clothes to take another shower. Zhang Yang didn't seem content to let the night end like this. He had sensed Wu Qiutong's feelings tonight. She clearly harbored affection for him. So he stepped in front of her. "Teacher, is that it? Just like that? Yes, isn't this better? Teacher will tell you not only is using your feet wrong, but eavesdropping on others' privacy is also wrong. Delete that recording later. I know you don't have a girlfriend, so you're under a lot of pressure. But you absolutely mustn't go down the wrong path because of it. If you need material to express yourself, I can buy magazines from the street stalls." "Ha? So that's what you meant, teacher?" Zhang Yang finally understood. Had she thought he was recording for entertainment? What else could it be? "Oh, you should be feeling better now. I read in a book that this should do the trick." Wu Qiutong pointed to the watermark on her clothes. Though Zhang Yang knew it was a misunderstanding, he didn't want tonight to end like this. So he spoke up. "Textbook methods aren't always reliable. Just now only eased it a little. You know how long you've been away, teacher." Wu Qiutong fell silent for a moment before nodding. "All right, then. This will be the last time. More than that is bad for your health." "Understood, teacher. But this time, I have a small request." Chapter 56, Taking it further, the hunt begins. July in Guangzhou felt like a steamer basket, and August brought little relief. Even at night, the temperature outside remained a sweltering 30 degrees Celsius. Yet Wu Qiutong's attire brought a refreshing coolness to this stifling summer night. "You really like this gown that much?" At Zhang Yang's persistent urging, Wu Qiutong was wearing the graduation ball gown for the second time. Both were now on the bed, even lying in the exact same positions, a reenactment of their previous encounter. Wu Qiutong couldn't deny feeling shy, but her sense of responsibility as a teacher overrode that embarrassment. In her view, helping a student avoid straying from the right path was a good thing. "Yes, teacher, you truly are the most beautiful in the world. That evening gown, only you could ever pull it off." Zhang Yang rested his head on Wu Qiutong's lap, eyes closed, simply savoring the moment. Having learned from his previous mistakes, he knew he couldn't rush things this time. By advancing step by step, he could naturally achieve ultimate victory. Moreover, to reach that point, he needed to draw Wu Qiutong into the moment too. If she remained fully conscious, his overly aggressive actions would scare her away. But the night was still young, and he felt confident about it. "Teacher, are you tired?" Zhang Yang tentatively asked. A little. But as long as you're okay, Zhang Yang." Wu Qiutong was very attentive, and her technique had improved significantly since last time. Zhang Yang felt utterly blessed. Where else in the world could he find a woman so pure yet so mature? The Wu Qiutong who usually stood at the lectern in various form-fitting uniforms was the dream girl of countless boys in the school. And now, the goddess in their eyes was so close to Zhang Yang. Hearing the clear-headed tone in her voice, Zhang Yang decided to escalate his approach slightly. "Teacher, may I see that magazine? I'd like to learn some healthy knowledge too." Zhang Yang pointed to the magazine resting on her bedside table. "Oh, sure. Go ahead." Wu Qiutong had already memorized this section, so she didn't need to look at it. Seeing his plan succeed, Zhang Yang nearly burst out laughing. He picked up the magazine, scanned the table of contents, and spotted a sufficiently enticing headline. He quickly flipped to the corresponding story and skimmed it. He found the content compelling enough to get someone in the mood fast. "Teacher, may I read this section aloud?" "I find it quite interesting," Zhang Yang tentatively asked. "Go ahead. Do whatever you want. Don't mind me," Wu Qiutong replied gently. In truth, her mind was elsewhere, the viral success of the website. She wasn't sure whether to tell Zhang Yang about it. Last night, the website's operational model bore an uncanny resemblance to the draft Zhang Yang had shared with her. He must be feeling quite smug about his plan right now. But if he knew his idea had already been implemented by someone else, would he be devastated? Ah, what a pitiable young man. Zhang Yang began reading aloud from the story. Its protagonists were a superior and subordinate within the company. The plot revolved around a married female employee falling for her team leader after a minor incident, culminating in a passionate encounter during a rainstorm.
The plot was incredibly cliché, nothing more than the two leaving work together, getting caught in a sudden downpour, and the team leader having no choice but to take shelter at the female employee's nearby home. There, he saw her clothes become transparent from the heavy rain, and their feelings quickly intensified amid the ambiguity. Yet the writing is remarkably detailed, creating vivid imagery through the words alone. As Zhang Yang began reading this part, a scene slowly materialized in Wu Qiutong's mind. Then, she naturally substituted the events that had just occurred with Principal Li. Once the substitution began, it was as if everything she had just experienced before her eyes suddenly flooded into her mind. Voices, movements. Wu Qiutong's breathing grew increasingly rapid. In the pitch-black darkness, she slowly used her free hand to trace her waist and move upward. Though he couldn't see the scene, Zhang Yang knew from her slowing movements that Wu Qiutong was gradually getting into character. "Teacher?" Zhang Yang tried to pause his reading and called out. Wu Qiutong didn't respond, her eyes closed as she immersed herself in her own world. Zhang Yang didn't rush to turn on the light. Instead, he took out his phone and shone its faint glow onto Wu Qiutong. At that moment, it was as if he were witnessing the most beautiful painting in the world. Wu Qiutong's right hand had already slipped inside. From the outside, the knuckles of her 5 fingers opened and closed with a wide range of motion, clearly showing they had endured considerable abuse. Zhang Yang sat up and gently guided her shoulders with his hands. Originally leaning against the headboard, Wu Qiutong now shifted inch by inch until she was fully nestled in Zhang Yang's embrace. Yet utterly captivated by the sensation, her hands never slowed. Zhang Yang reached out and took her free hand, guiding it slowly upward until both her hands were symmetrically positioned. Under the dual stimulation, Wu Qiutong's breathing grew increasingly ragged, even emitting muffled moans as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang gently released her hand, slipped his own beneath hers, and executed a clever substitution. He then employed the same technique to free her right hand, allowing his own hands to fulfill her desire. It must be said that despite being over 30, her skin condition was truly remarkable. Even under heavy pressure, it quickly regained its original form. Zhang Yang finally succeeded, conquering this crucial first step. He had always wondered what kind of beautiful body lay hidden beneath that usually tight uniform. Seizing the moment, he slowly switched on the bedside lamp. Beside her stood a full-length mirror, now reflecting the beautiful scene of the two of them. "You're beautiful, teacher. So beautiful." Wu Qiutong remained silent, responding only with a muffled sound, while that urge to use the restroom surfaced again. This had been her since childhood. Whenever she interacted with boys, nervousness would make her urgently need the bathroom. She always thought there was something wrong with her. But now, a voice inside her kept telling her not to go to the bathroom. Because if she did, this unprecedented happiness would vanish suddenly. "Fine, then I won't go." Wu Qiutong silently made up her mind. Seeing she was fully immersed in the moment, Zhang Yang no longer needed to keep up the act. He slowly lifted the hem of that evening gown, the one that had caused a chain reaction car accident, the one that had captivated countless high achievers at the graduation ball, the one that concealed her stunning figure. Chapter 57, Su Xiaohua's Equity Compensation. Perfect. Those contours, smooth as water droplets. If she entered a related competition, Zhang Yang had no doubt she'd take the crown. Seeing her eyes still closed, Zhang Yang knew there was no need for further testing. With a light touch, the shoulder strap slipped down, yet the gown remained suspended, held in place by something. With just a slight upward tug, the black gown slid down to her waist. Zhang Yang had seen countless women, but never one with such a perfect waist. She must have danced before not a single ounce of excess fat graced her abdomen. His hands circled a few more times. Wu Qiutong's low murmurs spoke volumes, so Zhang Yang prepared to take the most crucial step. It was precisely at this moment that the phone rang at the most inopportune time. In the empty room, the ringtone echoed loudly, jolting Wu Qiutong out of her trance. Her eyes snapped open. She caught her reflection in the mirror. And a wave of crimson instantly flooded her face. Clutching the evening gown that had slipped off her shoulders, she darted into the bathroom. The ringing persisted. Zhang Yang was furious enough to curse. He walked over and saw it was Su Xinyan calling. Answering in a bad mood, he asked, "What?" "Nothing, just checking if you're asleep. You took so long to answer. You weren't doing anything with other girls, were you?" Su Xinyan, unaware of the gravity of the situation, chuckled twice as she spoke. "Damn it! Su Xinyan, you're crazy." Zhang Yang finally snapped. The sound of the bathroom heater turning on meant this hard-won opportunity was slipping away. "Why are you so mad? You weren't actually doing that, were you? You tell me." Zhang Yang felt like crying. Tonight had been perfect timing in place, but the person just wasn't cooperating. I don't know. Shouldn't you have turned off your phone first? And could you at least be nicer? All the women out there are just common s. If you sweet-talk me, I might actually be willing." Su Xinyan snapped out of it, feeling a bit resentful. After all, no guy had ever called her names before. "Tacky and vulgar, my ass. This girl is better than you in every way: her looks, her figure. Plus, she's the champion of the ballet competition. That waist. Su Xinyan, I hate you so much."
Zhang Yang was nearly crying from frustration. Alright, I know I was wrong. How was I supposed to know? So she's the dance competition champion? I've got that too. I don't want to talk to you right now. Hey, don't hang up yet. I need to talk to you. Come over to my place tomorrow for dinner. It's my grandpa's birthday. Use this chance to show off. Ideally, outshine that Zhao Zicheng guy. That way, I won't have to marry him. Get lost. I'm busy. And I'll pay you back. Don't contact me anymore.
Zhang Yang was still fuming. This kind of loss was impossible to explain to her. Only guys would understand Wu Qiutong's true worth.
Zhang Yang, please, I'm begging you. I was wrong earlier. I really don't want to marry that scumbag. Help me.
Hearing the pleading in her voice, Zhang Yang's heart softened. After all, she had promised her help.
Backing out now felt like breaking a trust. Fine. We'll have plenty of time to deal with Wu Qiutong later. We're living together anyway. Alright, I got it. Dinner tomorrow, right? I'll be there. Yes, okay. Zhang Yang, you absolutely must come. My happiness for the rest of my life rests in your hands. Su Xinyan emphasized once more. Got it. What I promise, I always deliver.
After hanging up, Zhang Yang felt a pang of melancholy. Her room was filled with fragrance and cool air. He really didn't want to leave so easily. But now she was surely on guard.
Trying to say anything more would be difficult.
Zhang Yang could only return to the guest room, turn on the old, creaking fan, and sigh until dawn.
Early the next morning, Wu Qiutong's door remained tightly shut. Zhang Yang knocked but received no response, wondering if she had left again.
She hadn't returned by afternoon, and Zhang Yang could confirm she'd likely left because of last night's events. Last night, he had been so close to succeeding.
If only that phone call hadn't come. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Xinyan's call came through. Hey, Zhang Yang, are you there yet? Do you need me to pick you up? No, I'm about to head out.
I'll drive myself.
Huh? You're driving that beat-up old Mercedes? Let me pick you up instead. Zhang Yang was speechless. What junk Mercedes?
That thing cost over 200,000 yuan.
How could owning a luxury car at 20 seem so embarrassing to her? Soon after, Su Xinyan finally arrived, driving a red Ferrari.
She wore sunglasses and a Gucci scarf around her neck, the quintessential look of a city socialite.
Her pale complexion seemed to glow against the vibrant red ensemble. Get in the car. What are you standing there for? Are you sure you want to be my driver? Not the other way around? Since I'm taking your money, I might as well drive for you. At least you won't feel like you're wasting your cash. Hey, a Ferrari isn't like your beat-up Mercedes. This is a luxury car,
and you've never driven one before, Su Xinyan said with a hint of disdain.
Zhang Yang chuckled. What Ferrari hadn't he driven?
Back then, he'd deliberately bought several garages, one of which was dedicated solely to housing various Ferrari models.
Take the passenger seat.
At his word, Su Xinyan obediently moved over. Suddenly, she found Zhang Yang's tone rather charming. Zhang Yang expertly turned the ignition, started the car, and even drove it with one hand, looking completely at ease.
How about it? Driving a Ferrari with one hand isn't that cool? Not cool at all. Su Xinyan retorted with feigned indignation. You're such a show-off. You must have watched tons of videos online again. Do I need videos? True skill makes the legend champions aren't born by accident. Ha! Zhang Yang, you're so alternative. Su Xinyan felt much lighter, though she knew today would be a tough battle. Suddenly, she remembered something. You yelled at me so loudly yesterday. I'm still mad. You're mad? I'm not even mad yet. Hey, girl, do you even know what top tier means? What top tier? Is there really someone better than me? Besides, teacher Wu kindly let you stay in her place, and you're partying with other girls in her room? If she finds out, she'll kick you out for sure. Su Xinyan was actually a bit jealous.
She felt that after Zhang Yang got to know her, he wouldn't meet any girls prettier than her. Yet her confidence was being chipped away bit by Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang didn't bother explaining, because Su Xinyan would never guess that the ultimate girl he was referring to was none other than Wu Qiutong herself. Seeing him silent, Su Xinyan assumed he was upset about yesterday's incident.
She suddenly blurted out, if you accompany me for this meal, I'll make it up to you tonight.
Compensation? What kind of compensation? Money? Don't you realize this isn't about money? Then let's go with the investment. Su Xinyan said, her face flushing. What kind of investment? With money? Didn't you say you didn't think much of my website before?
I said you should buy shares.
Chapter 58. This is my boyfriend, he's a stock guru. Fine. I'll give you a chance to win me over. Since I've already lost the watermelon, I might as well pick up the sesame seeds. If I can't have Wu Qiutong, Su Xinyan will do in a pinch. Hey! What do you mean win me over? Explain yourself. Su Xinyan grew annoyed at his nonchalant tone and made a move to punch Zhang Yang. Calm down, sweetheart. I'm driving. I'll treat you to a nice dinner tonight. Zhang Yang's words instantly placated her. Su Xinyan snorted coldly before starting to touch up her makeup. Halfway through, though, something clicked. I absolutely won't eat it. Don't even think about it. Soon, the car pulled up to a detached villa on the outskirts of the city. While the land value here couldn't compare to downtown, the scale of this construction must have cost a fortune. Surrounded by mountains and forests, with natural hot springs nearby, the people living here probably enjoyed longer lives than those in the city. So, how about it? Pretty big, huh? Su Xinyan said with a hint of smugness. She wanted Zhang Yang to know that he owed his good fortune to his ancestors for getting this one chance to be close to a little princess like her. Not bad. Zhang Yang merely noted the pleasant air. He didn't find it particularly spacious, having previously purchased estates in Europe measured in hectares. You call this passable? Come on, don't get flustered when we go in. You've got to play your part well tonight. I'm counting on you. Oh, and I've set up a few identities for you. Just nod along with whatever I say. Maybe not? Zhang Yang wasn't keen on fighting unprepared battles. If she made up something too far-fetched, he wouldn't even know how to cover it up. It's fine, come on. Dinner's about to start. Hurry up and come in. Before Zhang Yang could react, Su Xinyan had already grabbed his arm and pushed him through the door. The villa's interior was ridiculously spacious. The first floor alone held at least 50 tables. They'd even set up a temporary stage in the living room, hiring performers to entertain the guests. The singing was professional, definitely good enough for a career. Wow, this really brought back memories of his own extravagant lifestyle back in the day. Though it fell short of his own past extravagance back when he celebrated his birthday, they'd hired American diva Beyoncé to perform on stage, not some second-rate singer like these. Led by Su Xinyan, Zhang Yang took the seat of honor. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a wave of surprise. They distinctly remembered Su Xinyan had recently become engaged to the Zhao family's young master. Seeing the unexpected man, Su Xinyan's parents instantly felt their faces burn with embarrassment. But with so many people present, they could only gently remind her, Xinyan, today is your grandfather's birthday. Did you bring a friend to celebrate? Su Xinyan was about to go along with it, and everything would have been fine. Instead, she shook her head and said triumphantly, no, he's my boyfriend. Nonsense. You're already engaged to the Zhao family's son. What are you thinking? Su Xinyan's father, Su Fujia, slammed his hand on the table. I don't like him, so I'll make my own decisions, Su Xinyan declared stubbornly. Yan, has young Master Zhao mistreated you? If he has, we can sit down and talk it out. Your wedding date is already set. Why are you causing this commotion? Cai Jinfeng, Su Xinyan's stepmother, also tried to reason with her. Su Xinyan had always despised this two-faced stepmother, so she shot back immediately, Auntie, I've only just started college. Are you in such a hurry to marry me off because you're afraid I'll compete with your son for the family fortune? Oh, no, Yan, that's not what I meant. Cai Jinfeng adopted a feigned look of vulnerability. How dare you speak to your stepmother like that? You'll marry him whether you like it or not. The Zhao family's status is unmatched. You'll live in luxury. Do you think your stepmother hasn't considered your future? I personally selected him. Su Fujia slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Zhang Yang as if she wanted to devour him. An ordinary college student would have bolted at this scene, but Zhang Yang, who'd even spoken with the president, found it unremarkable. Ignoring the commotion, he simply cracked open a peanut and began eating it as if watching a play. Enough. I'm not dead yet. Why are you banging on the table? The old man's single sentence instantly silenced Su Fuji. My apologies, uncle, i.e., I'm late. Zhao Xiqing apologized as he took his seat. Following him was his father, Zhao Qiankuan, now the provincial agent for Songxia Electronics in Guangdong. Immediately after, Zhao Xiqing presented a scroll painting Zhou Ying's Drunken Mountain from the Ming dynasty. Grandfather, I know you appreciate calligraphy and paintings, so I specially bought this for you. Ah, very thoughtful. The old gentleman nodded with evident pleasure. The Zhao family truly knew how to make a grand gesture. In contrast, Zhang Yang's gift felt rather inadequate, just a watch for a birthday. Zhang Yang felt a bit awkward at that moment. Su Xinyan was truly brainless. Knowing full well that he and Zhao Xiqing were rivals for the same woman, she still gave such a cheap gift. She was already losing big from the start. But as Zhang Yang examined the painting, something felt off. The Drunken Mountain painting shouldn't be here. The genuine piece had been acquired by a Hong Kong businessman surnamed Rong 20 years ago. That businessman had later sent numerous gifts to curry favor, including this very painting. Xinyan, you saw Mr. Zhao. Why didn't you greet him? He's your future father-in-law, Su Fuji reminded her. Zhao Qiankuan glanced at Su Xinyan, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. He thought to himself, that little bastard sure knows how to live. If Su Xinyan really marries into this family, I'll get to taste this little beauty. Future father-in-law? I never agreed to marry into their family. Besides, I have a boyfriend. The engagement is off. Su Xinyan finished speaking and then took Zhang Yang's hand. Zhang Yang felt the dagger-like stares from those around him and finally understood why she agreed to his 5,000 yuan demand back then.
Turns out, this fake boyfriend act was no walk in the park.
Just then, the old man spoke again.
Yen, Grandpa is an open-minded man. You have the right to decide your own marriage. However, I must personally approve the person you choose.
Young man, since you've come here, why not introduce yourself first? Just as Zhang Yang was about to speak, Su Xinyan quickly interjected, his name is Zhang Yang. He's my college classmate.
He's a stock market genius.
The room erupted in astonishment.
Among the attendees was none other than a genuine stock market guru.
Xinyan, why make up stories? Why claim he's a stock genius? This kid's from my hometown, don't you think I know his background? Zhao Xichen laughed. Though he couldn't fathom why Su Xinyan would bring Zhang Yang to impersonate someone, he was certain Zhang Yang was doomed.
A stock genius?
Interesting. Old Jean, come over. Here's a stock trading prodigy, you two should exchange insights.
Su Fujia called out, and Jin Yukai, known as the Southview stock guru, approached.
Chapter 59, Zhang Yang's prophecy comes true. Stock guru Jin is stunned. Young man, you understand stock trading at such a young age?
Jin Yukai looked down on Zhang Yang the moment he saw how young he was. After all, the stock market was never a domain for the young. So-called stock gurus were forged through countless storms. Uncle Jin, he really knows his stuff. Last time, he turned 1.5 million yuan into over 2.4 million.
Su Xinyan immediately chimed in.
Yen, $1 million in profit sounds impressive, but for professional traders, making $1 million in the stock market doesn't make you a stock god. Jin Yukai pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up and shot Zhang Yang a dismissive glance. I know, Uncle Jin, but he only spent half a month doing it.
As soon as Su Xinyan said this, Jin Yukai gasped. Yen, this guy must be a con artist, right?
If it was only half a month, as you said, that would mean his investment return rate is 60%.
Even if the stocks he bought hit the daily limit up every single day, it wouldn't be enough.
Jin Yukai became increasingly convinced that Zhang Yang was a fraud.
Ha! Xinyan, you've been duped by this guy, haven't you? Does he look like he has 2.5 million? He probably can't even scrape together $250.
Zhao Ziqing wasn't in a rush to expose him. After getting outmaneuvered by Zhang Yang at the bar last time, he was determined to make him lose face big time this time.
Wait, I don't get his game. Zhang Yang, how did you make all this money? Su Xinyan couldn't explain it either and could only look helplessly at Zhang Yang.
As the saying goes, take the money and do the job. Besides, Zhang Yang needed to defend himself now, lest he truly be labeled a fraud. Zhang Yang gave a faint smile and revealed the divine move he pulled off earlier with short selling.
Seriously? You bought shares of Shenzhou Taiyue at the end of June, then sold them at their peak right before the market crashed and started shorting? How is that even possible?
Jin Yukai had been trading stocks for years, and his analysis was usually spot on. Seeing the newly launched Gnext board these past few months, he had shifted his focus to this emerging sector only to suffer a crushing defeat.
First, he predicted Shenzhou Taiyue would crash at the end of June, only to see it surge against the trend.
Then, on June 30th, he forecasted another strong rally, only for it to plummet. Of course, he wasn't alone in this. Other so-called financial experts also stumbled on this stock. So he couldn't believe a young man in his early 20s could emerge victorious from this volatile stock.
Exactly, that's how it is.
It's true, Uncle Gene, Dad.
I know you don't believe it, but when you were trading stocks before, didn't you go to that guy surname Song?
The one who manipulated Zhang Yang's stock is this Song guy. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself.
Nonsense. He's already left the company, how could I find him? I bet you're counting on us having no proof.
Su Fujia certainly didn't believe Zhang Yang could be wealthy, given his plain attire.
Well, uncle, it's simple. Have someone bring up a computer and log into the Tonguewashan software. Then you'll see his account's profits and losses, won't you? Zhang Yang, do you accept?
Zhao Ziqing chimed in with a suggestion.
Exactly. You talk such a big game, young man.
Dare you show us your account details? Jin Yukai challenged, eager to see just how extraordinary this guy really was.
Well, I can't log in. My account was forcibly suspended for violating trading rules.
That guy surnamed Song got fired because he helped me execute a short sale. My account was less than a month old at the time, so I didn't have the required qualifications. He took a risk to help me with the trade, Zhang Yang explained honestly.
Young man, stop joking around. So you've been trading stocks for less than a month, yet you know how to execute short selling trades and even made a 60% profit?
Jin Yukai was now almost certain this guy was a fraud.
Sounds too good to be true.
Zhang Yang, just tell the truth.
Stop beating around the bush. You said your account was suspended when I asked to see it. Fine, let's assume all this is true. Then how about this, recommend a few stocks for everyone?
Zhao Zichun launched into another round of nitpicking.
If you're planning to hold long-term, buy Mutai.
It's a blue-chip stock.
Healthcare has been performing well these years, especially IRI Hospital. Steer clear of real estate. And that railway construction sector? My advice is to sell off as quickly as possible.
Zhang Yang recalled an incident. In August 2010, authorities began investigating the funding sources for high-speed rail projects. This triggered panic selling across related sectors, causing stock prices to plummet. By 2011, it had led to a massive corruption case involving an official surnamed Lu. That's alarmist nonsense, you're just spouting nonsense. Mutai's been surging for 2 years straight. Your warning is as good as meaningless. Real estate will also see some decline due to the National 10 measures. These are all foreseeable. But I can assure you, the railway sector will absolutely surge. National infrastructure demands will drive ever-expanding rail networks, and now they're integrating a new technology called high-speed rail, something you probably haven't heard of. Wen Caiyi immediately voiced his dissent. Zhang Yang almost laughed. High-speed rail? What's so unfamiliar about that? He'd personally invested in Southeast Asian high-speed rail projects. But that's beside the point, his investment there had indeed flopped. Those monkeys took the money and dragged out the project, forcing him to cut his losses in the end. Could it be that the problem lies in the very project you just mentioned? Zhang Yang asked with confidence. Impossible. This project absolutely won't fail. I can guarantee it. Everyone's been emphasizing the concept of the 4 trillion yuan infrastructure stimulus since July. I'm sure you've heard about it. This project is strongly advocated by the state. It's pure positive news. Wen Caiyi may not be deeply involved in the Chinex board, but his interpretation of national policies was spot on. Having placed a heavy bet on Dinghan Technology, one of the stocks in this sector he was bullish on, he was convinced he couldn't lose. Wen Caiyi was hailed as a stock god, but when he met Zhang Yang, the real deity, his brilliance instantly dimmed. At this moment, Zhang Yang offered no further explanation, only reminding him to stay alert to market news over the next couple of days. Just then, Wen Caiyi received a call from his assistant. The moment he hung up, he collapsed to the floor, utterly drained. Old Gene, how are you? Su Xinyan rushed over to support him. The Railway Bureau released new information, announcing a thorough investigation into high-speed rail funding. It's over. Everything is over. With those words, Wen Caiyi's vision darkened, and he fainted. Chapter 60, A Little Punishment for Campus Beauty. Wen Caiyi was carried away to rest. After Zhang Yang had just shown off a little earlier, old Master Su had begun to look at him with new respect. Yet he still hesitated to entrust his granddaughter to him. A report had just come in. Zhang Yang hadn't driven his own car, it was the Ferrari registered under his granddaughter's name. For a young man with such keen financial acumen, making money should be a breeze. How could he not even afford a car? The more he thought about it, the more it didn't add up. Zhao Zicheng also sensed something was amiss. Though momentarily stunned by Zhang Yang's display, he remained perplexed. This guy was just an orphan with no connections or influence. He'd even been collecting financial aid during his freshman year. How could he suddenly have such a deep understanding of finance? If that damn woman Su Xinyan had chosen someone with real money, he could have accepted it. But choosing this penniless kid, especially in front of so many people? That was practically slapping him in the face. So he wasn't about to let it go. An idea quickly formed in his mind. Zhang Yang, as you just said, you made a fortune through stock trading, right? Alright, then it's simple. Even though you got delisted, the money will eventually be returned to you, won't it? Just show everyone your bank account right now. If it doesn't have that much money, won't they believe you? Zhao Zicheng was certain this was a surefire move. Although he had seen Zhang Yang living in a high-end residential complex before, he later sent people to investigate and found the property wasn't registered under his name. This led him to conclude that Zhang Yang hadn't bought a house at all, but was actually working as a cleaner in the Linjiang neighborhood. Therefore, he could conclude that the inheritance from the grandfather from the treasure island Zhang Yang mentioned last time was most likely fake too. Besides, if Zhang Yang truly had money, why wouldn't Wen Caiyi choose him? This devoted admirer was willing to sacrifice everything for his goddess. How could he possibly carry millions without offering them to her? Just flash it around? Zhang Yang found it utterly tedious, even a bit beneath him. Was flaunting a few million really worth the effort? See? That's clearly fear talking. If you were really that capable, you wouldn't have shown up to Grandpa Yan's birthday party with such a cheap watch. A mere citizen watch and you had the nerve to give it? Su Xinyan's father, Su Xinyan, looked utterly contemptuous. This was a bit unfair to Zhang Yang, because the watch was actually Su Xinyan's. Besides, he and her were just contractual partners. Why should he shell out big bucks for her grandfather's birthday? Ha? Citizen? A millionaire, and this is what you bring? Look at my gift, this calligraphy scroll. Even a conservative estimate puts it at over $1 million. Does your watch even cover the tip of that painting's price? Stop making us laugh, will you? Zhao Zicheng's words drew laughter from the surrounding guests. At that moment, someone chimed in, exactly, Miss Su. If he can be so careless about your grandfather's birthday, you shouldn't stay with him. You'd be better off choosing young Master Zhao. Exactly. He talks a big game, but turns out to be a stingy miser. You won't find happiness marrying someone like that. Marrying Mr. Zhao would be different. I hear Mr. Zhao is about to be promoted to general agent for the South China region. Truly wonderful news.
Ah, that's all thanks to everyone's kindness toward yours truly, Zhao Qiankuan said.
Today, I'd like to raise a toast first, to thank all my colleagues for their support, and second, to celebrate the old man's birthday. Zhao Qiankuan was indeed a heavyweight in Guangzhou, and as soon as he spoke, everyone stood up to toast him. During the toasts, Zhao Ziqing shot Zhang Yang a disdainful glance, a provocative hint that this was no place for him.
When the toasts concluded, everyone returned to their seats. Hearing those words, Su Xinyan felt a bit awkward, for today's gathering was indeed somewhat lacking.
But there was nothing she could do about it. She had spent a lot of her pocket money on a recent trip to Bali, and then she had bought her grandfather a rather expensive gift on her own, so the budget for Zhang Yang's gift was a bit tight. Still, she didn't want Zhang Yang to lose face like this.
Quickly adding, Grandpa, Zhang Yang is also an expert in calligraphy and painting.
I know you particularly love art, which is why I chose him as my partner.
That way, during family gatherings, you'll have someone to talk to, right, Zhang Yang?
Su Xinyan said this to showcase her filial side, because Grandpa still held the ultimate say in the family. If she could win his approval, she could find a way to secure her marriage. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang slipped his hand around Su Xinyan's waist from below, then offered a fake smile.
Heh, that's right, Grandpa. I'm an expert. Xinyan, how did you discover I have so many good qualities?
Zhang Yang was so exasperated he laughed.
This girl really said whatever came to mind.
Tonight, he was going to shut her up for good. Su Xinyan felt the movement on her waist and assumed it was Zhang Yang's condition for playing along with her act, so she dared not make a fuss.
Zhang Yang, I've always known how exceptional you are. Thank you for coming to my grandfather's birthday. I promise to deliver on the reward I promised you. Su Xinyan's eyes pleaded. Enough, enough.
This girl just loves to make things difficult for herself. But luck was on her side, she actually knew a thing or two about calligraphy and painting.
Oh? You know calligraphy and paintings?
Young man, then tell me what are the distinctive features of Qiu Ying's work? The old man was genuinely intrigued now.
Ah, Grandpa, let's not go there. This is your birthday celebration, why are you making it feel like work? Su Xinyan quickly intervened, afraid of giving herself away.
Ah, again, just let him speak.
I happened to buy this painting by Qiu Ying too. I'd love to hear what our expert has to say. Zhao Qiankuan chimed in.
Su Xinyan hadn't expected her words to put Zhang Yang back on the spot. She could only look at him with a pitiful expression. Zhang Yang merely smiled faintly.
Qiu Ying was quite unique.
His paintings straddle the line between literati artists and professional painters, both vulgar and masterful. Coming from a lacquer artisan background, his brushstrokes are bold and richly pigmented yet meticulously detailed. He excels at outlining landscapes with delicate lines while mastering the aesthetic balance of solid and void. Summed up in 8 words, exquisite craftsmanship infused with scholarly spirit. With that, Zhang Yang finally withdrew his hand, giving it a firm squeeze as a warning to someone not to speak out of turn.
Well said, masterful craftsmanship and scholarly spirit.
Young man, drop by my place sometime to chat about painting. The old master toasted Zhang Yang cheerfully.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Zhang Yang smiled and downed his wine, only to notice Su Xinyan had also placed her hand on his waist, but instead of mimicking his upward motion, hers slid downward.
Zhao Ziqing felt a surge of irritation.
He couldn't stand by and watch Zhang Yang outshine him, especially since the text he just recited was clearly memorized on the spot. Zhao Qiankuan naturally understood his son's intentions. Moreover, he himself didn't want to lose this chance to get close to Su Xinyan, such a stunning beauty. So, under the guise of praise, he began to test him. Impressive, young man. I didn't realize you knew so much about Qiu Ying's paintings. Then you must know how much I paid for this piece. Zhang Yang caught the fidgeting hand beneath the table and calmly uttered 2 words. Fake.
Chapter 61, How's the car's suspension? What? Fake? I bought this from Su Fubi auction house. Do you even know what you're talking about, kid?
Zhao Qiankuan was furious that Zhang Yang dared to publicly call his purchase a forgery. Zhao Ziqing, however, laughed. Dad, you're wasting your breath mentioning Su Fubi to him. He doesn't even know which way the doors open at that place.
Fakes from Su Fubi? Pretending to know what you don't, do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? Who told you Su Fubi auctions never have fakes? If you really believe that, you'll never have the real thing in your lifetime.
Zhang Yang used to buy antiques on this platform too, but after several counterfeit incidents, he realized it was all hype, just like Swiss banks, supposedly the world's most secure, were just marketing gimmicks.
Fine, I won't argue with you. If you say this is a fake, then you must know where the genuine article is. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this isn't over. He's the provincial agent for a world-renowned electronics company in Guangdong. If word gets out that he's giving people counterfeits, it'll be disastrous. Uncle Zhao, please don't get angry.
Zhang Yang was just speaking off the cuff.
Su Xinyan sensed the situation escalating and quickly stepped in as a peacemaker. At this time, Su Fubei's auctions still held significant prestige among Chinese buyers. Their first counterfeit scandal wouldn't erupt for several years, so high society circles still held the venue's offerings in high regard.
Seeing her reaction, Zhao Qianquan was almost certain Zhang Yang had just been spouting nonsense.
Off the cuff? Even off the cuff comes at a price.
If that brat is willing to kneel and apologize to me, I might consider forgiving him.
No way, Dad. He humiliated our Zhao family today. If we let him off easily, people will think we're pushovers.
Zhao Shiqing spoke up. He never held back in his dealings. Once he found an opening against an opponent, he crushed them completely.
Su Xinyan now felt utterly doomed.
She could only turn to Zhang Yang and whisper, "I told you to exaggerate a bit, but I never said to just make stuff up."
You're no expert, how would you know anything about fakes? I'm no expert, but this is definitely a fake. The genuine piece is with Boss Rong in Hong Kong. What? Mr. Rong? Which Mr. Rong? The old man had already risen to his feet, having just authenticated the painting himself.
But seeing Zhang Yang so confident, he felt his own confidence waver. This meant his own appraisal skills weren't up to par, a blow to someone who'd immersed himself in the world of calligraphy and painting for decades.
Exactly. Hong Kong is huge. Who knows which Mr. Rong you're talking about?
As soon as Zhao Shiqing finished speaking, his father silenced him.
You wouldn't be referring to that super wealthy family, would you? Zhao Qianquan asked tentatively. There are many people surnamed Rong, but the only one I'd remember is that particular person.
Zhang Yang delivered this line with such gravitas that Su Xinyan inwardly marveled at his acting chops.
Dad, you wouldn't be referring to that Rong family, would you? No way. Who is this Mr. Rong you're talking about? How could you possibly know him?
Don't concern yourself with how I know him. Just know that the painting you brought today is a fake, and the genuine one is in Mr. Rong's possession.
Zhang Yang offered no further explanation. The crowd began murmuring again. He sounds so confident, could he really know Mr. Rong? Most likely. I knew Miss Su wouldn't have such poor taste as to choose an ordinary person. Hard to say. We don't know who Mr. Rong really is, so how can we verify if it's real or fake?
At that moment, Zhao Qianquan chuckled.
Zhang Yang, if you claimed the genuine piece was with the world's richest man, I couldn't prove you wrong. But if you say it's with Mr. Rong, well, I actually know him.
Our company recently expanded operations to Hong Kong, and I had the honor of obtaining his contact information.
Zhang Yang, keep spinning your yarns. You've hit a nerve, haven't you? Dad, call him up. Put it on speaker so they can hear just who really has the genuine article.
Zhao Shiqing egged him on.
No problem. Zhao Qianquan dialed the number.
After a long ring, it connected, and a Hong Kong accented Cantonese voice came through.
Hey, Xiao, what's up? Oh, Mr. Rong, it's like this. I heard you have quite a collection of calligraphy and paintings.
I happen to have a friend who's quite fond of Xiao Ying's work.
Would it be possible to borrow your collection of Drunken Mountain for a look? Xiao Ying? Drunken Mountain? Do I have that? Time had blurred the memory for Mr. Rong. Oh, you don't? Well, never mind then.
Zhao Qianquan hung up and shot Zhang Yang a disdainful look.
Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want.
You slandered me, Zhao, accusing me of giving the old master counterfeit goods.
What do you plan to do about it? What do you want to do?
Zhang Yang stared back calmly.
Fine, you've got guts. Still so defiant even after your lies were exposed.
But don't think I'll let you off the hook just like that.
First, before Zhao Qianquan could finish, his phone rang.
Seeing it was Boss Rong, he immediately put on a smile.
Hello, Boss Rong. What can I do for you?
Oh, I just asked the staff managing my warehouse. They confirmed there is indeed such a painting.
It must have been so long ago that I'd completely forgotten about it.
When you come to Hong Kong next, bring your friend along to take a look.
Mr. Rong hung up after that.
To him, it was just a minor matter, but to Zhao Qianquan, it was a major crisis.
Delivering a fake? That would ruin his reputation.
Just then, Zhao Qianquan was about to use his company's busy schedule as an excuse to have a drink and leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang spoke up. Mr. Zhao seems in such a hurry to leave.
Is it truly because of work, or because you're ashamed of delivering a fake?
Zhao Qianquan stumbled slightly but quickly escaped the scene with his son's support. The old gentleman grew furious upon learning it was a fake. Zhang Yang, of course, intended to play the part to the fullest. Prompted by Su Xinyan's subtle hint, he quickly interjected, "Old master, my family background truly can't compare to the Zhao family. So the gift I brought today isn't valuable. But like my feelings for Xinyan, it's genuine. If you'll grant me 3 years, I'll stand atop the clouds and pluck a star for Xinyan." The old man didn't immediately agree. Instead, he raised another glass to Zhang Yang, inviting him to visit often in the future.
Zhang Yang was thoroughly enjoying himself tonight. The banquet's wine was excellent, and he drank quite a bit in one go.
Su Xinyan had no choice but to drive him back to the residential complex herself. Just as she was about to help him up the stairs, Zhang Yang suddenly grabbed her wrist.
Su Xinyan, how's the suspension on your car? Chapter 62, Making Campus Beauty Su Call Me Daddy. I hate you, you jerk.
You nearly kicked a hole in my car's starlight headliner.
Su Xinyan grumbled as she stepped out of the vehicle.
She thought he liked the car and was asking about the suspension to learn more about it, but it turned out he was just trying to get up to no good inside.
That's not my fault. You kicked the roof, I didn't touch it. Then don't grab my legs. The car's already cramped enough, and you flipped me over. Where am I supposed to put my feet? Su Xinyan gave him a dissatisfied slap before adding, fine, you did well today. I'll let this slide as a reward. By the way, how did you know the railway sector was going to crash? Uncle Jean had heavily invested in it.
When he saw that news, he nearly fainted.
Simple, read more books, read more newspapers, have fewer children, and get more sleep. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Su Xinyan gasped in surprise. Ah. Zhang Yang, you just... Huh? Seriously? You're that fertile? Don't scare me.
Zhang Yang had no desire to settle down so soon, especially after getting a glimpse today of the family's wealthy clan feuds.
He truly didn't want to get too involved in such emotionally draining affairs. Just kidding. I'm safe today. Oomph. Knew you were an irresponsible jerk. This is the end of that today.
You won't get another chance like this, so stop obsessing over this lady's body all the time.
Su Xinyan felt today's plan had gone off without a hitch. At the very least, she'd succeeded in making grandfather dissatisfied with the Zhao family's counterfeit goods.
With that, the engagement naturally became uncertain.
Afterward, Su Xinyan helped Zhang Yang upstairs.
After giving him a glass of water, she was about to leave when Zhang Yang suddenly pulled her back.
What? Someone's reluctant to let go? See how good I am. Su Xinyan felt a surge of pride.
With her fair skin, beauty, wealth, and status as the undisputed campus beauty, how could Zhang Yang not miss her?
No. You still owe me compensation. What compensation? Oh, you mean that time I ruined your experience? No way. Just now in the car, you said don't go too far, right? I made it up to you once, now you want me to make it up to you for an entire night?
Su Xinyan took a step back, first covering her chest, then realizing that wasn't enough, she pulled her skirt down.
But your compensation isn't enough. Zhang Yang lit a cigarette, leaning lazily against the sofa. Not enough. My stomach still aches. Su Xinyan angrily pinched him, condemning his brutishness.
While I'm flattered by your compliment, your compensation really isn't enough.
Think carefully, what exactly did you say you'd compensate me with that day?
Su Xinyan recalled, suddenly realizing something was off, and quickly hid her hands behind her back.
You actually came?
Oh, so our campus beauty Su is the type to go back on her word.
Got it. Fine, I'll just go find my other girl instead.
She's gorgeous with a sweet voice, every sound she makes is like singing.
Yours, Su, falls short. All that screaming is just deafening. Zhang Yang said this deliberately. Truthfully, Su Xinyan's flawless fair skin alone made her top tier.
But as the saying goes, when flowers are in bloom, pluck them while you may. The night was still young, the perfect time to pick those blossoms.
Su Xinyan wasn't stupid.
She knew this was reverse psychology, but he had a point, she hadn't fully made up for it yet.
Fine, I get it. You're driving me crazy. You even ripped my donkey brand scarf just now.
Su Xinyan muttered, then untied the slightly damaged scarf. She placed it on the table and casually reached over to pinch out the cigarette in Zhang Yang's mouth.
What? Don't you like the smell of smoke?
I'm worried about your health, you jerk. Su Xinyan shot him a glare, but the flush on her cheeks only added to her allure. Zhang Yang pulled her close, and she fell naturally into his embrace. Her entire body was soft, like an oversized rag doll. Holding her felt incredibly good. Of course, he was well aware of the softer parts.
Soon, Su Xinyan was completely enveloped by Zhang Yang's arms. The sensation reminded Zhang Yang of being cradled by his mother as an infant.
After a while, he found himself drifting off to sleep.
Hey, Zhang Yang? Su Xinyan called out twice.
Finding no response, she looked up to see Zhang Yang sleeping with his eyes closed. This jerk. He falls asleep without a word. And seriously, this guy is a pervert. Even when sleeping, he has to hold on to her soft spot. Su Xinyan gently pried his hand away, stood up, and examined the bright red spot.
Annoyed, she gave Zhang Yang's calf a sharp kick. Ouch. Almost dozed off. Come on, let's go, important business awaits.
Zhang Yang jolted awake, remembering the task at hand.
He hurried into the room.
Su Xinyan slapped her forehead.
She really shouldn't have taken the chance to get revenge just now. Now she was going to suffer for it.
Pacing the living room for a while, the thought of what awaited her made her hesitate to go in. Only when Zhang Yang called out did she finally move.
Yan Yan, come quick. I found the golden monkey staff.
So Journey to the West really is true.
Journey to the West is real? What does that mean?
Su Xinyan felt puzzled, yet suddenly intrigued, so she headed toward the bedroom.
What the heck?
Su Xinyan approached and saw Zhang Yang lying completely exposed on the bed.
She burst out laughing. Ha! Zhang Yang, you're crazy.
Zhang Yang seized the moment to respond, yes, Yan Yan, come help cure me.
My certain area is still oozing pus. Probably inflamed. Need to cool it down. Don't call me Yan Yan.
Only my dad calls me that, Su Xinyan retorted, clearly annoyed.
Exactly. Only dad can call you Yen Yen. So whoever calls you Yen Yen must be your dad. Come on, call him dad. No way.
Su Xinyan pouted, her face flushed with pride. A school beauty usually adored by thousands suddenly displaying this girlish demeanor, it was precisely at moments like this that she was most captivating. Zhang Yang swept her into his arms, pinched her cheek, and coaxed, "Say daddy for me."
Zhang Yang, stop fooling around. That's impossible.
Su Xinyan struggled to maintain her aloof goddess persona.
Just call me daddy, and I'll treat you to something delicious. Really? Oomph. Don't think I don't know what you're getting at. I won't call you that, and I won't eat.
Su Xinyan refused sternly.
Oh? Suddenly so clever? Looks like spending time with me has boosted your IQ.
Teased like this, Su Xinyan gradually let a smile slip.
Her aloof persona was crumbling. Forget it, I'm not. I'm just naturally smart.
I heard smart people run a higher temperature.
Let me check if yours is. Zhang Yang seized the moment, sliding his hand all the way down. Chapter 63, Campus Beauty Su falls for it again. Zhang Yang, you're so hot.
The outside temperature was nearly 30 degrees Celsius. With the rickety fan barely moving in the room and the intense physical activity they'd just engaged in, Su Xinyan was sweltering.
She pushed him away.
Zhang Yang, having drunk alcohol, was also quite hot.
But the environment here was what it was. If they went out to find a hotel now, Su Xinyan would likely regret it on the way.
Then it hit him Wu Qiaotong had mentioned yesterday that if it got too hot, he could hang out in her room.
Wasn't this the perfect moment? Come on, I'll take you somewhere cooler.
He acted immediately, opening the door and pulling the slightly grumbling Su Xinyan inside.
Hey, why does this room look so girly? Wow, this isn't your teacher's bedroom, is it?
If your teacher found out we were doing this in her room, she'd probably kick you out.
Su Xinyan was speechless.
Men really had no shame when it came to this sort of thing. No wonder there was a saying about shamelessness born of lust.
Well, if I get kicked out, I'll just have to stay with you then. Zhang Yang casually added. Su Xinyan felt a wave of dread.
If they ended up living together, she'd probably lose her ability to walk straight.
No way. After tonight, we need to hit the gym. I'm afraid you'll keep torturing me. Understood. Then tonight's torment will be worth every penny. What did you say? Oh, I meant, getting to kiss the campus beauty Su Xinyan?
That's a lifetime's worth of payback. Zhang Yang quickly backtracked, afraid he'd scare her off.
Oomph, that's more like it. But you've already gotten grease on the table at dinner and now in the car. Better not mess up the place. Go take a shower. I don't want to see you getting kicked out.
Su Xinyan hadn't been too picky earlier in the dim car, but seeing Zhang Yang's current state, she really couldn't bring herself to scold him.
Wait, where can I shower after drinking? I'll pass out. Really? Never heard of that.
Anyway, you're not skipping a shower.
No way, I don't like you all grimy. Su Xinyan had her own principles.
She was somewhat of a neat freak to begin with, and her earlier behavior in the car had been largely due to someone's persuasion.
Ah, I've got a great idea, a win-win solution.
A moment later, Su Xinyan stood in the shower, holding the showerhead, looking down at Zhang Yang below with resignation. "This is your brilliant solution," she grumbled.
Hey, where are you squeezing the shampoo? Oh no, don't get my custom-made stuff dirty. 3 minutes later, Su Xinyan carefully folded the clothes and placed them on the sofa outside.
She shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Yang, who was humming in the bathroom. She couldn't shake the feeling he'd done that on purpose. She then crossed her arms over her chest and walked to the bathroom door.
Stop blocking the door, Yen Yen. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Don't call me Yen Yen. Just because you've seen it doesn't mean I have to keep letting you see it. Su Xinyan pouted, clearly reluctant. Ugh, after drinking, I'm feeling kinda weak. Help me wash my hair. Hey! Don't push it, am I your servant or something?
Su Xinyan grumbled, but still gently began massaging his scalp. Zhang Yang loved how she protested with her words but obeyed with her actions.
Girls like this gave him a real sense of conquest. Su Xinyan closed the bathroom door. Ha! You just said you were afraid of oxygen deprivation and told me to leave it open, but now you want it closed? I really don't know what you're thinking.
Su Xinyan still got up and closed the bathroom door. But when she turned around, she saw Zhang Yang had already stood up. Now she finally understood why he wanted the door closed.
Hey, Zhang Yang, stop it, stop it. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened and the two emerged wrapped in towels.
Su Xinyan, judging by your earlier performance, you must have never been short on water growing up, Zhang Yang said with a laugh.
Stop it.
Su Xinyan flushed as she recalled the scene in the bathroom.
How could she have? Was she a bad woman? No. This was all Zhang Yang's doing, he's the bad guy. When are you going to let me go? Su Xinyan felt a bit stifled. Not until you're dry.
Su Xinyan, your beauty has earned my initial approval. Zhang Yang watched her half-seated on him, her skin glowing white, only her face flushed. They say fair skin hides all flaws, and she wasn't even ugly to begin with. This combination only accentuated her beauty. Get lost. I need your approval?
Who do you think you are? You're a filthy toad, a dog of a man.
Well, I suppose you could say a toad has eaten swan meat.
Zhang Yang pinched her waist and asked, Su Swan, did you dislocate a rib? How come your waist is so slender and soft? Su Xinyan? Gosh, what a strange name. Su Xinyan couldn't help but laugh.
No matter how beautiful a girl is, women always take compliments at face value.
So despite the oddness of the name, she found it surprisingly flattering.
Seeing Zhang Yang still pinching her waist, she quickly brushed his hand away.
What's this about a dislocated rib? This lady's never had any surgery.
My waist is slim because I take good care of myself. I don't eat junk like you do, stuffing yourself with greasy food all day.
Plus, I'm an artist. I've won over 100 dance competition championships. Of course, my waist is supple. How about it, do you like it? Only then did Zhang Yang recall she was an art student and he quickly nodded. Liking me won't help. Today was because you did me a huge favor. As for the future, that depends on your performance.
Zhang Yang almost laughed. This little girl was already threatening him.
You love art so much, planning to become a dance teacher after graduation? No way. That's exhausting and miserable. I want to be a star, a huge star.
Oh, and Zhang Yang, that song you sang last time, did you really write it yourself?
Of course. Was it good?
Zhang Yang felt a bit smug. Though seeing his smug expression annoyed her, she had to admit his singing last time showed some skill.
It was okay, I guess. I'll give you a chance. When you come up with a song, I'll write the music for it. Then I'll sing it.
If it becomes a hit, I'll share the profits with you.
Well, that depends on your performance.
Zhang Yang returned her words.
You? No, I'm genuinely not that interested. It's exhausting for such little money. I'd rather focus on my business. But if you really beg me, I'd even give it to you for free.
Zhang Yang suddenly realized this wasn't the end of the story. Since she loved singing so much, he happened to have a small repertoire of tunes in his head.
From this perspective, the entertainment industry might be worth exploring. Please. Su Xinyan's expression changed instantly.
She desperately wanted to make a name for herself in the entertainment world. That was the only way she could stand on her own without relying on her family.
You call this begging? Just asking nicely? Zhang Yang retorted. Got it. Su Xinyan slipped out of Zhang Yang's embrace and walked into the room on her own. Chapter 64, Fierce Confrontation, Head-on Clash. Su Xinyan was speechless. The silk scarf she usually cherished was now wrapped around her leg, temporarily restricting her movement.
She covered her mouth, gritting her teeth, yet muffled moans still escaped, her eyes and brows radiating sensuality. Just as their passion was peaking, Zhang Yang's phone rang, displaying an unknown number. It was late at night, and Zhang Yang wasn't sure if it might be a business opportunity, so he decided to answer.
Hello? Who is this?
The moment he answered, the other end erupted in curses.
Zhang Yang, you son of a. You think I can't handle you, huh?
The voice was instantly recognizable. It was Zhao Zicheng, the man who had been humiliated tonight.
Oh, Mr. Zhao? Where did that come from? We have no grudge against each other. You're the one who's been targeting me, right?
Zhang Yang glanced at Su Xinyan below him and chuckled smugly.
No grudge? You dare say that?
I merely stole your goddess, yet you had the nerve to touch my fiancée.
Have you had enough of living? Zhao Zicheng roared.
He was accustomed to pinning blame on others, and tonight's events had him fuming with rage.
Those words, weren't you the one who told me to pursue her, saying Su Xinyan wasn't interested in me? Right now, I'm ordering you to get away from Su Xinyan. If you don't, come school day, I won't let you off the hook. If this hadn't happened, you'd let me off once school starts? Zhang Yang retorted.
This kind of rich kid who didn't know how to respect others would bully anyone he set his sights on until graduation. Begging for mercy was useless.
Ha, you know me well. Exactly, begging won't help.
I'll make your entire college life a living nightmare.
Why?
Because you're poor.
The poor deserve to be trampled underfoot by the rich.
Zhao Zicheng's voice swelled with smug satisfaction.
What good is money if you don't use it to crush others' dignity?
Zhang Yang was seething inside. In his previous life, Zhao had pushed him to the brink of suicide. Later, unable to endure life back home, he'd been forced to flee abroad to make a living. Back then, while washing dishes in the kitchen of an American restaurant, Zhang Yang cursed Zhao Zicheng daily.
Yet the notion that evil begets retribution was pure self-comfort for the poor.
Zhang Yang later learned this bastard's life had been remarkably smooth after graduation. Not only did he secure the title of top 10 youth through charity work, but by inheriting his father's empire, he transformed into a tycoon of Yangcheng's electronics industry.
But when Zhang Yang returned to China after achieving fame and fortune, he wiped him out with a single move.
From that day forward, he embraced a simple truth: to those who treated him well, he repaid tenfold; to those who treated him poorly, he repaid 1,000-fold.
Zhao Zicheng, shut your mouth. Ha? Xinyan, you're here too? Why are you yelling at me like that? I'm just looking out for you.
Let me tell you, he's a penniless nobody with no skills.
He's an orphan who was bullied constantly in school.
Plus, every holiday he takes those lowly waiter jobs.
Someone like that is truly beneath you. Hearing this, Su Xinyan felt even more sympathy for the young man before her. He came from a small town, got into a prestigious university in Yangchang, and now had to bear the weight of so many people's expectations. So she decided she wouldn't let Zhang Yang carry this burden alone. She had to step up and prove herself. Having navigated the turbulent seas of business for years, Zhang Yang was long accustomed to the rocking waves and the blaring ship horns. Receiving her affirmative response, Zhang Yang's earlier anger dissipated. He spoke with renewed confidence. Zhao, if you want revenge, bring it on. Once this game starts, it doesn't stop. Don't bother us late at night. What do you think you're doing? Stop it. You penniless bum. Do you really think a toad can ever eat swan meat? Zhao Zicheng cursed, only to realize the call had already been hung up. It was soon 11:30 p.m. Exhausted, Wu Qiutong returned home. Recently, the school had become quite curious about the model of Dazhong. So, several teachers had arranged to visit some offline businesses that had joined the website to observe the increase in customer traffic. They discovered it had indeed been very helpful. Before she knew it, it was late at night. Wu Qiutong pushed open the door and found the living room lit up. From the doorway, she could see straight into the guest room. Strangely, the light wasn't on in there. Had Zhang Yang gone out so late? After tossing her bag onto the sofa, Wu Qiutong headed straight for the shower. After bathing, she planned to flip through a magazine before turning in. But just then, she heard voices. At first, she thought it was her imagination, but the voices grew louder and clearer. Wu Qiutong finally pinpointed the source, her bedroom. Wasn't that her own room? What was Zhang Yang doing in there with another girl? Could those voices be? Though she knew it was someone else's privacy, Wu Qiutong reassured herself that she was just going to see who it was. After all, Zhang Yang was so innocent she couldn't let him get involved with those shady girls. So, she gently turned the doorknob to open a crack. What she saw next was the most shocking sight of her life. As she watched, curiosity piqued. This girl was actually quite pretty. How had an introverted boy like Zhang Yang managed to convince her? No, now wasn't the time for such thoughts. As a teacher, she knew better than to pry into others' affairs. She quickly shut the door. Yet, after fetching a glass of water from the kitchen, she found herself inexplicably drawn back. She opened the door a crack once more. After watching for a moment, she closed it again and went to get dressed, lest any misunderstanding arise later. Once dressed, she hurriedly packed her bag. She knew she couldn't stay here tonight and would have to find a hotel for the night. But as she finished packing and stepped outside, her footsteps grew heavier with each descent of the stairs. The events unfolding before her eyes held an almost magical pull. If she walked away now, would she ever get another chance to see it? Yet a voice inside her condemned her. How could she spy on someone else's privacy like this? Wu Qiutong nodded to herself, trying to bolster her confidence. All the way to the door, she sang uplifting songs to encourage herself. Yet, only when she reached the entrance did she realize she'd forgotten her access card. Her return journey was remarkably swift, taking barely 2 minutes to reach her doorstep. There, she engaged in another internal struggle, deliberating for a full 5 minutes before finally presenting an utterly ridiculous scene. The midnight chimes struck as the room door swung halfway open. Wu Qiutong hid behind the wall, clenching the keys tightly in her mouth to stifle any sound. Chapter 65, An Unexpected Surprise. With another cry of pain, Su Xinyan surrendered. Whether it was the alcohol or not, Zhang Yang felt his desires amplified beyond measure today. Of course, Su Xinyan, the campus beauty, was becoming increasingly responsive and in sync with him. She was growing more and more captivating. Panting heavily, Su Xinyan finally noticed the door had opened at some point. Ah! Zhang Yang, you didn't close the door. Su Xinyan gasped, quickly pulling the quilt over herself. Zhang Yang had forgotten whether he declosed it, but he didn't care much. It was just the two of them. What difference did it make whether the door was open or closed? Little did he know, Wu Qiutong behind the wall was startled out of her wits. She forced herself to steady, slowly stood up, and moved to the side to put on her clothes. But then she heard the girl mention wanting water, so she quickly hid on the balcony. Watching the girl drink water in the living room, her face grew more and more beautiful the longer he looked. Wu Qiutong concluded this must be his girlfriend. In her mind, only couples would engage in such intimate acts. That was fine by her. Now, if anything came up, his girlfriend could teach him personally. But what she hadn't expected was that after just 1 day away, Zhang Yang had found such a beautiful girl to be his girlfriend. Perhaps he really did have some qualities she hadn't noticed. Yen, I'm coming. Stop. That's enough for today. Time to sleep. Su Xinyan pointed to the red mark left by the scarf on her thigh and looked at him with a hint of complaint. It'll fade tomorrow, no big deal. Besides, you still didn't take that step. What? You were in the room this whole time? Why didn't you just come over? Now I'll have to, again. You dog of a man, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Su Xinyan felt she'd need quiet rest for the next few days, and might even have to withdraw from the dance competition she'd signed up for that summer. I did it on purpose? I didn't do anything just now. You pulled me in yourself. Listen, stop talking. Su Xinyan's face flushed red. She'd been forced into it, but afterward, she'd seemed to get a little carried away too. But if this kept up, she wouldn't get any sleep tonight. Better to get it over with quickly than suffer longer. She took 2 deep breaths and lay down on the sofa. You dog of a man. Oh? You dare curse me? Fine, then I'll have to punish you. The sofa soon became the scene of another steamy encounter. Meanwhile, Wu Qiutong on the balcony was suffering. Not only were there mosquitoes, but now this was happening right before her eyes. Terrified of being discovered, she couldn't do anything. She was already regretting coming back tonight. When Wu Qiutong finally opened her eyes the next morning and saw the two of them sprawled out on the couch, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was the worst night's sleep she'd ever had. Last night had been especially absurd. Those two had nearly come to the balcony to vent their frustrations. Thankfully, the girl had refused outright, preventing the risk of exposure. Though the situation remained dire, now was her only chance to escape. Once they woke, she'd have no cover of darkness to slip away. Wu Qiutong tiptoed across the living room. As she passed the two men, she couldn't help but glance at them. Their sleeping positions were just too awkward, stacked on top of each other like that. I can't imagine how they managed to sleep. Wu Qiutong watched for a moment but ultimately dared not linger any longer. She didn't even dare to take a shower and quickly fled the scene. Around 9 o'clock, Xu Yan also arrived. Since her promotional efforts had been quite effective, Zhang Yang had given her a new task, helping to promote the website at internet cafes. Each visit earned her 500 yuan, so she had practically run herself ragged yesterday, visiting nearly 30 cafes. She came early this morning to collect her payment. However, after knocking on the door for a long time, she received no response. Xu Yan grew anxious. She'd once worked for someone who vanished without a trace just as she was ready to collect her payment. Xu Yan couldn't stand it anymore. She figured Zhang Yang couldn't run away from his responsibilities forever, so she decided to pick the lock again. The moment she pushed the door open, she was utterly stunned. No wonder Zhang Yang hadn't heard her. He must have been utterly exhausted from yesterday's exertions. She quietly closed the door behind her. As she stepped inside, she stumbled upon a puddle of water in the entryway. Her original plan was to snap embarrassing photos of Zhang Yang, but she remembered this guy was far smarter than her. It might be another wasted effort, so she put her phone away and looked for another way. Just then, she noticed the girl's face looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Su Xinyan again. How could she let the culprit who made her lose the bet off the hook so easily? An idea quickly formed. Raising her phone again, she panned the camera across Su Xinyan's face, pausing to ensure every feature was perfectly framed. Then the lens slid downward, settling on the woman's first point of allure. Then, she reached out her hand. Under the lens, Su Xinyan soon let out a soft moan. Xu Yan chuckled inwardly. What a campus beauty, now she was just a helpless puppet. At the same time, she couldn't help but envy Zhang Yang. How did he manage to land such a stunning beauty? She recalled her cousin mentioning that Su Xinyan was quite wealthy, so it couldn't be about the money. The thought of Su Xinyan being both stunningly beautiful and incredibly wealthy made Xu Yan seethe with anger. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip. Let you be so rich. Let you help Zhang Yang last time. I'll crush you. Ah, Zhang Yang, it hurts. This soft murmur from her sleep successfully stopped Xu Yan from continuing her mischief. Xu Yan decided the footage was sufficient, so she quietly closed the door and slipped away. Only after stepping out of the building did she burst into laughter. Zhang Yang, you're too clever for me to handle. But this Su woman? I'll have plenty of chances to get back at her. Let me think, how should I deal with her next time? Xu Yan pondered for a moment, and in her mind, Su Xinyan's fate was already utterly miserable. The two didn't wake up until late morning. Zhang Yang had drunk heavily the night before, and now the full force of the hangover hit him. His head pounded, his mouth was parched, and his stomach churned violently from the alcohol. His face flushed crimson with urgency, yet he couldn't relieve himself. Su Xinyan was taking far too long in the bathroom. Su Xinyan, don't you know people have urgent needs? I really can't hold it any longer. Zhang Yang pounded on the door in desperation. People can endure anything, but not this. After another long moment, Su Xinyan finally opened the door, glaring at him with a look of resentment. You took forever in there. Constipated? He asked. I told you to cut back on spicy food. You're the one with constipation. I'm perfectly clear now, it just hurts. Pain? Why? You tell me. You dog of a man. Su Xinyan hobbled over to the sofa and collapsed onto it, too exhausted to even bother getting dressed. Chapter 66, Zhang Yang, you're fired. After this incident, Su Xinyan avoided being alone with Zhang Yang for a long time. During this period, Wu Qiutong hadn't returned either, leaving Zhang Yang curious about her sudden disappearance without a word. Meanwhile, Dazhong.net's reach grew steadily, evolving into a fairly well-known website within the Yangcheng area. By late August, the new semester finally began. Zhang Yang had been busy these past few days, working with several technical staff to upgrade the website server.
By the time he rushed back to the dormitory, it was already the last day for new semester registration, and everyone else had arrived long ago.
As soon as he entered the dorm leader, Zhou Wenbin, asked curiously, Zhang Yang, where have you been? Why are you so late? The academic affairs office has been calling several times asking you to pay your tuition.
Oh, I got here ages ago. Just had some things to take care of.
Screwdriving is one thing, but handling matters? It's obvious you worked until the last minute before coming to register.
Fan Xiaobai, having forgotten the pain of his recent injuries, had already lost track of how long it had been since Zhang Yang's beating. His words remained as sharp and sarcastic as ever.
Just then, the registrar's office teacher arrived, knocked on the door, and asked, Is Zhang Yang here? If he doesn't register by 6 p.m. today, the school will revoke his degree.
Oh, sorry, teacher. Zhang Yang scrambled through his bag for cash.
He couldn't help but think, in this era without online payments, paying tuition sure was inconvenient. Looks like this age still needed him to pioneer the way.
I'm sorry, but I'd say you're the student with the most clout in this entire school. I even had to come personally to ask you, the teacher said, counting the money while chattering on. Seeing the teacher's displeasure, Zhang Yang quickly slipped in a pack of Ziyun cigarettes.
The teacher finally broke into a smile.
Mr. Zhang, you know I didn't mean to be difficult.
I was just worried you weren't keeping up with your studies, so I came to remind you a few times. You understand, right?
Sure.
I understand, teacher. You're just doing your job. I wouldn't dare complain.
Ah, this student sure knows how to talk.
Wishing everyone great grades this new semester. With the matter settled, the finance office teacher left in high spirits.
Lu Hao, looks like your money's not coming back after all.
He promised to pay back before summer break. Is he playing dead or something?
Fan Xiaobai quipped sarcastically. Only then did Zhang Yang recall borrowing 10,000 yuan from Lu Hao. But with the summer break keeping him busy and Lu Hao not reminding him, he'd nearly forgotten. He knew he was in the wrong about this, so Zhang Yang didn't deny it. He quickly explained, Lu Hao, I'm really sorry.
Things have been pretty hectic at the company lately. Company? Mao Xian, who'd been gaming nearby, lost his composure. He'd spent the entire summer grinding his crossfire rank up to second lieutenant, planning to brag about it.
Instead, Zhang Yang had gone and started a company.
Ha! That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. A screwdriver turning guy starts a company?
And Zhang Yang, I can already guess what you're about to say.
When I asked you to pay the class fund earlier, you claimed your money was stuck in the stock market. Fei Fei only helped you out of pity.
Now you're probably going to say your funds are tied up in the company, so you still owe me, right?
Fan Xiaobai mocked again.
In his eyes, Zhang Yang had no chance of turning things around. Zhang Yang said nothing, immediately initiating an online bank transfer.
Why so quiet now, Zhang Yang? Hit a nerve?
No worries, Zhang Yang.
I'm not in a rush. We can talk about this money later.
Lu Hao didn't want to create tension in the dorm, so he quickly stepped in to stop the argument. Only then did he notice the 20,000 yuan that had been transferred into his account.
Lu Hao, you're just too lenient with him. Let me tell you. Fan Xiaobai was cut off mid-sentence by Lu Hao. Ha? 20,000? Zhang Yang, you transferred me 20,000? Yeah, sorry it took so long. The extra is compensation. Thanks for looking out for me since college. Zhang Yang said generously. No, bro, this is unnecessary. I'll transfer it back to you. Lu Hao was no fool. It seemed Zhang Yang was genuinely building a business.
A friendship like this could bring value far beyond 10,000 yuan in the future.
No need. It's only right. Think about it, you used to treat me to meals all the time. That adds up to quite a bit. Just take it. We'll keep in touch. Zhang Yang's final words were his way of acknowledging his friend's value. Lu Hao was delighted and immediately announced that he'd treat everyone to a meal at the start of the new semester.
Now Fan Xiaobai was completely stuck.
If he went, he'd be spending Zhang Yang's money.
If he didn't go, he'd miss out on a big meal. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang transferred another sum to Chen Feifei and apologized to her. Chen Feifei was pleasantly surprised to receive an unsolicited message from Zhang Yang, as he barely acknowledged her all summer. The chat window remained open for a long time as she carefully weighed every word before finally typing, "Is sorry all you've got? Treat me to dinner tonight." After typing that, she hurriedly covered the screen with her book, imagining what Zhang Yang might reply. Only when the notification chimes sounded did she slowly slide the book aside, as if revealing a lottery ticket.
No time.
Seeing those two words, Chen Feifei deflated instantly, lying on her bed feeling a bit miserable.
Feifei, come on, dinner's ready. I'm not going. I'm not hungry, Chen Feifei replied listlessly. Feifei, what's wrong? Did someone harass you again?
Those guys just get ideas when they see a pretty face.
After your competition went viral, you must have gotten a lot of harassment, right?
Don't worry, tell us who it was and we'll yell at them for you.
Her roommates immediately noticed the pallor on Chen Feifei's face. Nothing's wrong. Nobody's bothering me. Chen Feifei answered lazily. She wished Zhang Yang could bother her. Beep.
The computer's voice sounded again, and this time Chen Feifei sprang up like a coiled spring.
Dinner with my roommate tonight. Weekend plans with you. Sure.
Chen Feifei nearly jumped out of her seat. Seeing this reaction from the usually reserved girl, her roommate suddenly perked up with interest.
Feifei, you're not in love, are you? Oh my god. What kind of guy could win you over? This guy must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Come on, spill it, who is he? Chen Feifei didn't dare make things up, since it was all just wishful thinking so far.
To shut her roommates up, she quickly announced she'd treat them to dinner tonight. Meanwhile, in the boys' dorm, room 344, everyone was dressed and ready to head out. Fan Xiaobai had finally decided to go, finding a perfectly reasonable excuse. Eating at Zhang Yang's dinner was also a form of revenge.
Just then, the finance office teacher returned.
Hey, teacher, is there something you need? Our dorm has already paid all the fees, Zhou Wenbin asked. The teacher, however, kept a stern face as he dropped the purple cloud packet.
Zhang Yang, you're expelled. Chapter 67, Principal Li's ace up his sleeve.
Zhang Yang showed no sign of panic. He told his roommates to eat normally and that he'd join them shortly. Lu Hao, though aware Zhang Yang was no ordinary person, was still curious to see how he would handle this crisis. When Zhang Yang arrived at the finance office to collect his expulsion documents, he immediately ran into an old acquaintance. At that very moment, Zhao Ziqing was also here, pretending to help the teacher organize documents, just waiting to see Zhang Yang make a fool of himself.
Hey, isn't that Zhang Yang? What's he doing in the finance office? Got fired already?
Looks like you're pretty involved in this, Zhang Yang remarked with a smile.
Hey, don't pin that on me, I can't take the blame. Expelling you is school policy, I have no authority to interfere.
Zhao Ziqing absolved himself completely, but Zhang Yang naturally didn't buy it.
Zhang Yang wasn't afraid, though, because he'd been prepared for this.
Last semester, Wu Qiutong had told him that the decision to expel students for failing a single course was somewhat irregular. Back then, Zhang Yang had already suspected someone was meddling behind the scenes.
Teacher, if the school expels me, they must have grounds, right? Like an expulsion document or something? That's none of my concern. If you have any questions, take them up with Principal Li. He's the one in charge of these matters.
All right. As Zhang Yang turned to head upstairs, the finance teacher called after him.
Wait. You haven't finished processing your paperwork. Where are you going?
The principal said to wrap up your case before quitting time.
Don't delay my departure. No problem, teacher. You can leave on time. I'm confident Principal Li will reverse this decision.
With that, Zhang Yang headed upstairs.
Hey, kid, what kind of person is that? Zhao Ziqing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Zhang Yang was so naive.
Vice Principal Li was his uncle. Whether the decision was reversed or not was entirely up to him. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang came downstairs and walked straight in, telling the finance teacher she could leave.
I've been waiting for you. Just sign here and I can go home.
The finance teacher had barely finished speaking when Principal Li called, saying the decision had been temporarily revoked.
Oh, cancelled, huh? All right. Zhang Yang, you can go now. Everything's fine. Wait. Teacher, he's off the hook?
He failed the course. Zhao Ziqing was stunned.
In just a few minutes, his uncle had been bought off? This isn't something I can decide. Go talk to the principal. The finance teacher left, leaving only the two of them in the office.
Zhang Yang approached with a smirk, while Zhao Ziqing backed away, issuing warnings.
Zhang Yang, I'm warning you.
Assaulting someone isn't just about expulsion, I'll have you locked up. He seemed oblivious to an obstacle behind him. Tripping over it, he fell flat on his backside. Now towering over him, Zhang Yang said, Young Master Zhao, don't be afraid. We're civilized people. But since the game has begun, it won't stop now.
Zhang Yang's expression was eerily calm as he spoke, leaving Zhao Ziqing holding his breath in terror.
Only after Zhang Yang left did Zhao Ziqing scramble up the stairs.
Uncle, why did you suddenly go soft? Li Yan, recognizing his nephew, replied honestly, I couldn't help it. That kid's a tough nut to crack.
I told him he failed last semester's economics exam, and I was just following the rules.
I even threatened him a bit.
But somehow he found out the Education Bureau is coming for a teaching quality inspection in a few days. Since what we did isn't exactly above board, school rules say we can't expel him outright, only give an academic warning. He threatened to report me.
With all this trouble brewing, how could I risk going against the grain? How did this kid suddenly get so tough?
I know what we did was against the rules, but he's always been a quiet kid.
I thought you'd just scare him off and he'd leave. Nonsense. That kid isn't the pushover you make him out to be.
The way he held his ground just now, even I felt intimidated. But don't worry, I've got a plan to deal with him.
Li Yan suddenly smiled. What? Uncle, you've got something up your sleeve?
Zhao Ziqing's eyes lit up with surprise. Of course. Because of his poor performance earlier, I've already issued an academic warning. He has no recourse. As for his economics exam, I've already altered his score behind the scenes to fail him. By the rules, he'll need to retake it. This time, not only will I set the exam, but I'll also grade it myself. I'll make sure there are absolutely no mistakes.
Ha! Uncle, if you're going to meddle with the retake, won't others fail too? If too many people fail, there'll be trouble again. Not a chance.
His class teacher grades leniently. I made the questions tough, yet that kid still scored over 90. But thanks to her lax grading, everyone else passed. That's why I can make him retake it alone this time with a custom-made exam. If he fails again, there's no way out.
Li Yan grinned wickedly. That's why Zhang Yang hadn't even used the compromising video to threaten him earlier.
Zhang Yang felt that would be overkill. The crucial stuff had to be saved for the crucial moment.
No, uncle, I still think that's not safe enough. What if he actually goes back and studies hard and passes? I can't stand seeing him at school for one more day. Here's what we should do, you swap his exam paper. That way, even if he objects and wants to request a review, it won't matter. Zhao Zicheng felt embarrassed recalling how Zhang Yang had just intimidated him, and his desire for revenge grew stronger. Ah, that's a brilliant idea. Alright, let's do it. I'll find someone skilled at mimicking notes. Alright, thanks, uncle. Don't mention it. We're family. Your uncle can't wait to drink at your wedding banquet. How's your relationship with that Su Xinyan? You're one lucky bastard.
She's the flower of our music academy.
Li Yan couldn't help but swallow hard as he recalled Su Xinyan's soft curves. And, it's okay. Zhao
Zicheng felt a bit uneasy recalling that day's events, so he gave a perfunctory answer and left. When Zhang Yang arrived at the restaurant, the dishes were just being served. Moreover, several more people had joined the private room, none other than Chen Feifei and her dormmates.
Bro Yang, sit down. Sit down.
Our dorm was heading out for a meal too, so how suggested we all join up, Mao Xian said excitedly.
Feifei, don't be so formal. We've known each other for years. Coming here today is just like being in our own dorm.
Fan Xiaobai was eager to make a good impression, busily washing dishes for the girls. Chen Feifei, meanwhile, gazed at Zhang Yang, her eyes brimming with unspoken words.
Chapter 68, The Long-Legged Class Monitor, Waiting Late into the Night.
Throughout the meal, everyone tacitly avoided asking about the outcome of Zhang Yang's visit to the finance office earlier. They knew the normal university maintained strict academic standards and wouldn't expel someone lightly. So right now, Zhang Yang was surely forcing a smile.
Hey, anyone up for a drink?
Alcohol helps you sleep. Lu Hao suggested drinking, hoping to numb Zhang Yang's sorrow for the night.
Sounds good. I'll go get it. Mao Xian saw tonight as a prime opportunity and immediately dashed outside to fetch the liquor.
When the alcohol arrived, Chen Feifei was the first to grab a bottle. She just heard from their roommates that Zhang Yang was facing expulsion. After today, he might leave the school forever.
She didn't want to have any regrets.
They say alcohol gives cowards courage. She needed some bravery to say what she wanted to say.
Hey, Feifei, you can't drink, her roommates urged. It's fine. I'll try.
You have to try everything, Chen Feifei said firmly.
Exactly. Feifei's right. Feifei, I'll open it for you. Don't worry about getting drunk, I'll walk you back. Fan Xiaobai eagerly dashed out.
He couldn't wait for Chen Feifei to drink more tonight, hoping it would give him an opportunity to take advantage of her. Zhang Yang, unaware of everyone's ulterior motives, simply thought that since everyone seemed interested, he wouldn't be the one to hold them back. But this cheap beer costing 3 or 4 yuan was purely for cleansing the palate, utterly uninteresting. So he headed straight to the nearby liquor store and brought back 2 bottles of champagne.
This is a bit stronger than beer, 12% ABV.
The ladies can skip it, but you guys should give it a try.
Zhang Yang chilled the other bottle first, then opened one. Its fragrant aroma immediately wafted up.
Fan Xiaobai ignored him, pouring Chen Feifei another glass of the freshly opened beer. Here, Feifei, stick to the low alcohol stuff.
But Chen Feifei pushed his glass aside and looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, why didn't you tell us you had something good? I want some too.
Chen Feifei had just finished a bottle of beer, and her face was now slightly flushed.
Are you sure?
Just don't get too drunk later.
Don't worry about it.
I can get myself home even if I do get drunk.
Chen Feifei didn't believe for a second that Zhang Yang would abandon her. Fine, if you want it, I'll pour you some.
Though Zhang Yang disliked her collusion with her cousin last time, she'd contributed significantly to the website recently.
It balanced out.
Hee, Zhang Yang, you're the best.
Chen Feifei giggled foolishly. The remark carried a hint of ambiguity, infuriating Fan Xiaobai.
She snatched the bottle and announced she'd pour for everyone. After pouring around, Mao Xian looked puzzled.
Xiaobai, what about you? I don't drink. I can't stand the smell of alcohol. Here, have this glass. No thanks, I don't like it either.
You guys drink. Fan Xiaobai had it all figured out. If he got drunk, he wouldn't be able to walk Chen Feifei home.
Lu Hao, meanwhile, examined the bottle repeatedly before remarking, this is that Dom Perignon Rose, right? I saw my dad drink it during the New Year. It's the 2000 vintage. That bottle alone costs 5,000 yuan. Bro, you're loaded. 5,000. Mao Xian gasped, snatching the bottle to sniff it. Honey, apples, toasted bread. All sorts of flavors seemed to blend together. It was rather peculiar. But if it's that expensive, it must have something special. Mao Xian couldn't resist taking a sip only to choke and cough violently. Wait, Mao Xian, didn't you say you don't drink? Zhou Wenbin asked, puzzled. Oh, I figured I should just blend in. After all, the class monitor a woman is drinking, so I shouldn't be so picky. Mao Xian made an excuse, then couldn't resist taking a few more sips. Though the taste remained unbearable, he forced himself to endure it. This was his best chance to see the world. After 2 sips, he started coughing again. Actually, Zhang Yang chimed in, champagne pairs best with caviar, but we don't have that here. Oysters are a decent substitute though. Oysters sound great. I'll go get some. Yang, don't tire yourself out. When it came to things that could boost his vitality, Mao Xian was most enthusiastic. At that moment, Fan Xiaobai couldn't resist pouring himself a glass of champagne either. Once he'd subconsciously grasped the value of this drink, he couldn't stay calm. He thought about how Chun Feifei's family was no ordinary one. If he didn't broaden his horizons while he was young, he'd probably struggle to hold a conversation with his future father-in-law. So he decided to drink a bit more. Still, he offered an excuse. Mao Xian was right earlier. We're here to enjoy ourselves, so I won't be a killjoy. Zhang Yang sneered inwardly, too lazy to bother with such petty behavior. After all, today was primarily about thanking Lu Hao. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was half drunk. Mao Xian, who claimed never to drink, had transformed into an old turtle, struggling to crawl across the floor. Then there was the stubborn Fan Xiaobai, now completely intoxicated, who started declaring his love to the standing air conditioner in the private room. Feifei, you look so aloof and cold, but I know beneath that icy exterior lies a fiery heart. Let me embrace that heart of yours now. With that, he threw his arms around it. Chen Feifei, also drunk, burst into laughter at the scene beside her. Seizing the moment, she sat next to Zhang Yang, struggled to raise her glass, and declared, Zhang Yang, did you hear that? I have a fiery heart too. You're drunk, Chen Feifei. Stop drinking. Zhang Yang took her glass away. I'm not drunk at all, Chen Feifei insisted, collapsing onto Zhang Yang's lap. Her roommates rushed over to pull her up, but they couldn't budge her. Lu Hao, having read her intentions, patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested. Just as he was wondering how to break the awkward silence, his phone rang. It turned out Wu Qiutom had forgotten her keys at home that morning and asked if Zhang Yang could bring them over. When the beautiful teacher spoke, Zhang Yang naturally had no objections. He excused himself and hailed a cab to Linjiang Residential Complex. However, nothing seemed to happen tonight. Wu Qiutom appeared to be deliberately avoiding any emotional connection between them. Even when Zhang Yang asked if she could continue tutoring him in the future, she didn't respond, simply ushering him out the door. Zhang Yang knew their chances were gone, and he left feeling rather disappointed. Linjiang Residential area was in the city center. Though nighttime traffic was heavy, every taxi driver shook their head upon hearing the destination was University Town. University students had curfew restrictions, and arriving there would likely be past midnight. Returning would mean an empty fare. With no other choice, Zhang Yang paid extra for another cab. After a frantic dash to the campus, Zhang Yang found the main gate already locked. Normally, his disciplinary record would have granted him access, but with Education Bureau officials visiting these days, the security guards seemed particularly inflexible. They insisted he lacked a student ID and refused entry as non-campus personnel. So Zhang Yang moved to a gap in the perimeter wall to try his luck, hoping to find students sneaking out to go online and offer a ride. But as soon as he arrived, he spotted someone crouched in the corner. Approaching closer, he was startled. Chen Feifei? What are you doing here? Oh, Zhang Yang. I was worried you couldn't get back. Here, step on my back to climb over. Don't sleep outside, it's freezing out here. Chapter 69, 3-minute one-handed dribbling practice. Though the idea of climbing the wall using a girl's back felt abstract, it was the only option available. After scaling the wall himself, he pulled Chen Feifei up, and soon both were perched atop the parapet. Zhang Yang, look, the moon tonight is beautiful. Chen Feifei pointed toward the sky. When Zhang Yang looked up, he saw no moon at all. Dark clouds completely obscured the sky, not even a single star visible. Just then, he suddenly noticed a glow around them. Looking down, he saw Chen Feifei had produced a lit candle from somewhere. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Zhang Yang was taken aback. How did you know it was my birthday? Of course. I'm the class monitor, Chen Feifei replied with an adorable smile. Hey, you too, how long are you going to flirt? Zhang Yang, come down and eat some cake. Just then, Zhu Yin appeared below them, seemingly out of nowhere. She was wearing a security guard uniform, apparently picking up some extra cash tonight. Right, cake time. Zhang Yang, remember to come down. I'll go first. Chen Feifei finished speaking and jumped down. Xu Yan hadn't even had time to brace herself, so she tumbled headfirst down the stairs. And then, she lay completely still. Chen Feifei, are you okay? Zhang Yang was startled. He was a loyal and considerate guy. He couldn't bear the thought of her getting hurt because of him, so he immediately jumped down. Su Xinyan, being her cousin, was naturally even more anxious. But after checking her condition, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was fine, just asleep. Huh? She just fell asleep? Zhang Yang looked down. It was grass, but it must still hurt, right? After all, she was flat-chested with no cushioning. Of course. My sister usually sleeps by 10, 11 at the latest. She only stayed up this late for your birthday. I really don't know what you're so great about. You're clearly a jerk. Su Xinyan muttered discontentedly. Hey, explain yourself. What do you mean jerk? When have I ever been a jerk to you too? You've got some nerve. My sister cries all the time during summer break, saying you never reply to her messages. How is that not being a jerk? Also, what's your deal with that campus beauty Sue? If you don't like my sister, just tell me. Save her from getting her hopes up. What business is it of yours what my relationship with her is? And I don't like your sister. Zhang Yang cut straight to the point. I don't believe you. I don't care if you believe me or not. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, unwilling to explain further. Impossible. A jerk like you should be the type who never turns anyone down. Plus, my sister isn't ugly, no, she's practically angelic. She even auditioned for the Asian Games hostess selection, you know? She won Best Legs award. Lately, magazines and ads have been clamoring for her. And you say you don't like her? Su Xinyan couldn't shake the feeling this wasn't like Zhang Yang at all. Not everyone's like you, jumping at every opportunity. I've never had any interest in your sister. Please tell her to stop wasting her time. Zhang Yang was still bitter about what happened last time. He'd kindly taken her in, and she'd gone and snitched to her sister. Ah, no. My sister's already hurt enough. If you tell her the truth outright, won't she cry even harder? Su Xinyan had feared Zhang Yang might fall for her cousin, but realizing how fragile her cousin's heart was, she also dreaded the blow of his disinterest. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. So what exactly do you want? You're upset if I pursue your sister, and you're upset if I don't. Do you really dislike my sister that much? Why? She's not much less attractive than your Su campus beauty. Su Xinyan still couldn't fathom why any man would reject a goddess like her cousin. I'm not angry. After drinking, Zhang Yang spoke more bluntly and revealed the real reason. What? Can't you just give her a chance? My sister is still developing. Give her a chance? What the hell? Does your family start developing at 20? Are you aging backward? Zhang Yang considered this a matter of principle. He didn't mind going hungry himself, but he couldn't let a child go hungry. Su Xinyan doted on her cousin. Seeing Zhang Yang's attitude, she grabbed his hand without a word and placed it on her most prominent asset. What the hell are you doing? If you're trying to scam me, I'm not paying up. Touch it. Consider it my reward. Don't be so cold to my sister. If she's not well endowed, then focus more on mine. After all, we're sisters, we don't need to be so particular about dividing things. Su Xinyan said, her face flushed. Not split much? That phrasing. Does that mean even after marriage, there'd be no division? Ha! A bold thought suddenly struck Zhang Yang. Hey, no answer means you agree. Remember to reply when she texts next time. Su Xinyan released his hand, relieved that men were so easy to placate. Hold on. When did I agree to that? And your security guard uniform stinks to high heaven, it's dirtying my hands. You call that a reward? Su Xinyan had been up to no good earlier, and Zhang Yang hadn't punished her yet. Then what do you want? Do you want to go back in? Su Yan's eyes widened in surprise. You said it, not me. Besides, was your earlier behavior a reward or fulfilling a promise? Don't forget, you still owe me 8 minutes. Zhang Yang asked curiously. He'd planned to sleep early after tonight's drinks, but her actions had ignited the flames of desire. Su Xinyan pondered for a moment, then finally said, her face flushing, all right, forget what happened before. This time, I'll give you 3 minutes. Do whatever you want. Consider it paying back your promise, and also to smooth things over between my sister and you. 8 minutes down to 3? Wait, you mean 3 minutes to do whatever I want? Zhang Yang perked up instantly. Su Xinyan murmured a faint and nodded. So? If you don't agree, it's fine. Anyway. Alright. I'll take it. I never said no. Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly. 8 minutes might seem like a lot, but you couldn't actively do anything, just place your hand on it. It was like having a feast in front of you but not being able to eat. But these 3 minutes? You can do whatever you want. The experience is completely different. Her assets were far more impressive than Wu Qiuton's or anyone else's. Seeing Zhang Yang's flushed excitement, Su Xinyan felt a quiet satisfaction. It seemed he was just like the others, a mysterious 36D could make them all surrender. Su Xinyan, are you ready? Let me fulfill your dreams with my hands. Ha? Now. You're kidding, right? You're a total pervert. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. An inch of time is hard to buy with an inch of gold. I'm not a pervert, I'm just exercising. For exercise? Yes. I've recently gotten hooked on basketball. My coach told me I need to master one-handed dribbling first. Chapter 70, Wishes Lost When Spoken. Here we go, Xu Yan. Why do I feel like you're trembling? Are you sure you're not scared at all? Zhang Yang asked. Su Yan had to put on a brave face. Shaking? It's just the cold night air. What's there to be afraid of? I've had plenty of boyfriends before and done all sorts of things. This is nothing. Zhang Yang thought about it and realized she was right. Someone who could even use her own half-body photos to make money must be incredibly open-minded in private. His worries were completely unnecessary. Well then, let's get started, Zhang Yang said. He'd been looking forward to this for a long time. The moment his hand entered, Xu Yan began trembling again. Are you really okay? If you don't continue, I'm leaving. This is so annoying. Asking. Is it because your hand is freezing cold? The moment she voiced her frustration, Zhang Yang thrust deep inside, capturing two hidden beasts that usually remained unseen. To defeat an enemy, you don't need to conquer everything, just strike at the vital points. The same principle applied in warfare. When facing enemies entrenched atop towering mountains, one must first locate their camp and strike it decisively. With just a bit of probing, Zhang Yang effortlessly pinpointed the enemy's main base on the hillside. That crimson speck marked their vital center. However, attacking it directly was not the solution. Instead, feigned assaults were needed, first harassing and raiding the surrounding areas, then gradually closing in on the main camp. Of course, during this process, one could deliberately or seemingly accidentally bypass the main camp, causing the enemy to tremble with fear. Xu Yan was trembling now, wishing time would pass faster. She glanced at the countdown on her phone. Only half a minute had elapsed. Xu Yan, you could actually express it. Express what? I couldn't care less. You're nothing special anyway. Hearing her stubborn defiance, Zhang Yang launched a direct assault on the main base. Fingertips became razor-sharp blades, capable of piercing and stabbing. Yet Zhang Yang favored the coordinated assault of thumb and index finger. This method delivered the most satisfying crushing blow to the headquarters. Xu Yan kept glancing at the time. She didn't want to lose just yet, but the battle raged on. The beacon tower had already been lit, casting a faint blush across her small face. Surprisingly, Xu Yan was gradually adapting to this drawn-out battle, even fantasizing about more rounds. Yet, Zhang Yang suddenly sounded the retreat gong. The battlefield he had single-handedly dominated ended just like that. Ha? Pause? Still a minute and a half left? Saving it for next time? Ha? You're saving it for next time? Of course. If we stop now, there won't be another chance like this later. I have to make it last longer. When I'm feeling down, I can just spend 10 seconds buying myself some happiness. Thinking about it that way, the remaining minute and a half meant nearly 10 more rounds. Zhang Yang felt this deal was incredibly worthwhile. No way, no way. How shameless can you be? I'll ask you this, you gave me 3 minutes, right? Are those 3 minutes up yet? Zhang Yang fired back. No, no. Xu Yan answered awkwardly. This time, she really had been careless. She'd completely forgotten to add the rule. No big deal, let's go back to sleep. Next time wear something nicer. This security uniform looks ridiculous. People might think I'm up to no good with the security guard. That was also one reason Zhang Yang abruptly stopped. The security outfit was just too distracting. Nice try. I have no idea what Su, the school beauty, sees in you. You're nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Watch out, I might just spill the beans to her someday. Oh, go ahead and tell her. Maybe she'll drag you into it too. You shameless jerk. Thick skin gets you fed, thin skin leaves you hungry. At times like this, playing the moral high ground only leads to big losses. Zhang Yang never pretended to be one of those. Hey, wait, we haven't finished your birthday celebration yet. Seeing her cousin collapse, Xu Yan had no choice but to take over the rest of the proceedings. She pulled a cake from the grass, then lit 3 candles and stuck them in the ground. Come on, make a wish. The scene was oddly surreal. The cake sat in the center, 3 candles piercing its surface, resembling ancestral offerings during Qingming festival. Zhang Yang immediately questioned the setup, but Xu Yan simply stated that these were the conditions and he'd just have to make do. Zhang Yang decided not to quibble. The sisters had clearly put thought into tonight, so he went along with the necessary wish-making ritual. Alright, wishes made. Time to blow out the candles. Zhang Yang blew out all 3 candles in one breath, then looked at the cake with some hesitation. It's late at night, and all my roommates are asleep. You really didn't have to buy this. As he lifted it, Zhang Yang realized the cake box felt absurdly light. Opening it, he found it completely empty. What are you looking at? I did it for everyone's sake. I heard you all drank today, and eating cake afterward could easily give you diarrhea. So I called the bakery and cancelled it. Are you sure it was for our sake? Not because you got something out of it? Xu Yan, fearing Zhang Yang might see through her, raised her voice several notches. What do you mean I got something out of it? What kind of nonsense is that? I gave up earning money tonight to celebrate your birthday with you, and you accuse me of getting something out of it? Tell me, is that even human speech? This cake box is from a nearby bakery, so you must have gone there. As for why you didn't buy it. Oh, this is so hard to guess. Good heavens, you wouldn't even cheat your own cousin out of her money, would you? Zhang Yang instantly guessed the truth. You figured it out? What ripoff? You said it yourself you weren't going to eat it anyway.
I just anticipated your move a step ahead. I can go without eating it, but you can't do without it. Besides, this was a gift from your sister, not from you. Su Xinyan, you're really obsessed with money. Receiving an empty cake box for his birthday was a first for him. Alright, enough chit-chat. It's late. I need to carry my sister back to bed. Su Xinyan feared Chen Feifei would catch a chill if she slept any longer, so she quickly hoisted her onto her back. Halfway through the walk, Chen Feifei suddenly murmured in her sleep, "Sis, why won't Zhang Yang talk to me?" Su Xinyan glanced at Zhang Yang and replied, "He'll talk to you once you wake up." After delivering Chen Feifei, Zhang Yang still needed her security uniform for cover. Su Xinyan understood perfectly. Once downstairs, she promptly removed it, revealing the sports tank top underneath, straining at the seams. Zhang Yang couldn't help but glance at it a few times. This was the very place he'd just conquered, though he hadn't actually seen it. What are you staring at? Why don't you use up the rest of your time? I don't want to owe you. No way. Save it. There'll be plenty of chances later. But Su Xinyan, you're being pretty ungenerous. Today's my birthday. My sister sent me a cake. What did you get me? And I've made you so much money. Zhang Yang was a bit speechless. Hearing this, Su Xinyan asked somewhat sheepishly, "Alright then, what's your birthday wish?" "I'll try my best to make it happen. My request isn't much. Next year on my birthday, just make sure to get me a birthday cake." Ah, wishes stop working the moment you say them out loud. Su Xinyan finished speaking and promptly bolted away. Chapter 71, Inviting the beautiful teacher to dinner, the rich kid flips out. Zhang Yang had drunk quite a bit yesterday. If his roommate hadn't woken him up today, he probably would have slept until afternoon. "What's up, Wenbin? Needs something?" "No, Teacher Wu is here." "Huh? Which Teacher Wu?" Zhang Yang glanced toward the doorway and saw Wu Qiutong standing there quietly in her form-fitting uniform. He scrambled out of bed immediately. "Teacher, what's up?" "What else? You have a makeup exam today. Didn't you know?" Wu Qiutong said with a look of urgency. Zhang Yang frowned in confusion. "Huh? Makeup exam? Aren't those usually held during the second week of the semester?" Principal Li said that since the Education Bureau leaders are coming for an inspection, all unfinished teaching work from last semester must be completed today. "Come with me quickly." "Oh, okay. I'll head over after breakfast." Zhang Yang wasn't the least bit afraid of Li Yan causing trouble because he still had a trump card up his sleeve. "What time is it now, and you're still eating breakfast? Come on, take my breakfast." "Hurry up." Wu Qiaotong quickly pulled him away. Zhou Wenbin, who had risen early, watched the scene with puzzlement. He couldn't shake the feeling that Wu Qiaotong and Zhang Yang shared a special bond. In her haste, Wu Qiaotong practically jogged the entire way. Due to her uniform, the movement in a certain area was particularly noticeable. Yet when she glanced back, Zhang Yang was still dawdling. Rushing back, she exclaimed, "Zhang Yang, I know you're scared about this exam. But please, never give up, okay? I'll do everything I can to help you. Hurry to the classroom, I'll bring you some materials. Study as much as you can. It's really fine, teacher. There's still an hour before the exam starts. I'll make it." Zhang Yang showed no signs of worry. After all, the questions would only cover textbook material, and he had thoroughly mastered that book. No problem could stump him. "Zhang Yang, promise me you'll take this exam seriously, okay? No cheating. If you cheat, I won't like you anymore." Wu Qiaotong said this because she misunderstood the reason Zhang Yang's scores were cancelled. After seeing Zhang Yang's results invalidated yesterday, she had confronted Principal Li, but the principal had said he couldn't disclose the reason. Later, recalling the recording Zhang Yang possessed, she surmised he must have used that audio to blackmail Principal Li into leaking the answers early. Only then did Wu Qiaotong understand the meaning behind his words about having his own uses. No wonder, on such a difficult exam, only Zhang Yang could score above 90. He never attended classes regularly, how could he possibly write so well? "Teacher, does that mean if I don't cheat and get good grades, you'll like me?" Zhang Yang countered. Su, the school beauty, might be alluring, but she truly couldn't hold a candle to Wu Qiaotong's charm. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm much older than you. Don't joke about such things. And you little rascal, are you really that desperate for female attention?" Wu Qiaotong stared at him, recalling the scene she'd witnessed in the room that day. She still couldn't let it go. The seemingly innocent Zhang Yang was far more experienced in certain matters than she was. "I am. Very much so. Especially with a girl as beautiful as you, teacher. Who wouldn't be moved? Alright, no more nonsense. Here's the deal, if you pass this exam, I'll give you a gift." "What kind of gift? Can I choose it?"
Nope, can't. But trust me, you'll definitely love it. Wu Qiutong teased him. Her words instantly fired up Zhang Yang. Within 2 minutes, he appeared in Wu Qiutong's office, diving into his review materials while munching on the breakfast she'd personally cooked that morning. Knock. Come in. Just then, someone pushed open the door and saw Zhang Yang. He looked somewhat surprised. Zhang Yang was also slightly surprised, for the visitor was Zhao Zicheng. What brings you here, classmate? Wu Qiutong adopted a naturally stern expression upon seeing him. Zhao Zicheng wasn't concerned about Zhang Yang's presence, knowing he'd be gone after today. He stated directly, Teacher Wu, Principal Li has invited you to dinner tonight to discuss your professional title evaluation. No need. If there's anything to discuss, we can do it right here. There's no need to wait until tonight. I'm not used to eating out. Ms. Wu, don't be so ungrateful. My uncle really appreciates you. If you go, you might get that promotion. Don't you want to advance? As he spoke, Zhao Zicheng looked Wu Qiutong up and down. In his eyes, Wu Qiutong's clothes no longer existed. Recalling how Teacher Pan had been taken advantage of under the pretext of promotion, Wu Qiutong naturally refused to attend the private dinner. His leering gaze infuriated her even more. Is this your idea? Or Principal Li's? Get out. Calm down, Teacher Wu. You're so beautiful you should smile more often. Zhao Zicheng grinned lecherously. Zhang Yang intervened at that moment. Hey, teacher, what does this part mean? Hearing Zhang Yang's question, Wu Qiutong instantly switched to a smile. Oh, where? Let me see. This part says. Seeing Wu Qiutong treat Zhang Yang so gently, Zhao Zicheng felt a pang of jealousy. Ms. Wu, are you going or not? Give me an answer. Before Wu Qiutong could answer, Zhang Yang stood up. I can't go. I've got dinner plans with her tonight. Where did you even crawl out from? Do you think Teacher Wu would give a toad like you the time of day? Zhao Zicheng sneered with contempt. You useless piece of trash. Your goddess never gave you the time of day, but she treats me like royalty. And you think you can ask Teacher Wu out to dinner? Before he could finish, Wu Qiutong stood up and took Zhang Yang's hand. Zhang Yang, I'll have dinner with you tonight. Seeing this, Zhang Yang naturally seized the chance to demand more. His hand slipped discreetly around her waist, pulling her close. Then, he planted a kiss on her cheek. She's already got plans. Try again next time. You two enjoy yourselves. Zhang Yang, just you wait. Zhao Zicheng's heart shattered once more. Wu Qiutong was famously the school's most beautiful teacher. He'd fantasized about kissing her before, but no one had ever succeeded. He never imagined Zhang Yang, that penniless kid, would pull it off. And to his surprise, Wu Qiutong didn't push him away, she seemed rather shy instead. Could they really be dating? It shouldn't be possible. A proper woman like Teacher Wu should still have her first kiss intact. There's no way she'd ever look at Zhang Yang. Yet the reality was staring him in the face. Zhao Zicheng could only spit out a threat before hurrying away. Watching him leave, Zhang Yang didn't release his grip. Instead, he subtly tightened his hold, drawing her delicate frame closer until their bodies pressed tightly together. Chapter 72, A Dog's Companion, Forever and Ever. Still not letting go? You're not reading anymore, are you? Wu Qiutong pouted reproachfully. Oh, sorry. I just got carried away. Zhang Yang chuckled, releasing her to continue reading. Wu Qiutong knew he already had a girlfriend. She should have been angry at his earlier behavior, yet for some reason, a flutter of excitement stirred within her. Could she really be this shameless? Meanwhile, Zhao Zicheng, upon returning, immediately recounted everything he'd seen and heard, embellishing the story with dramatic flair. Vice Principal Li Yan listened with utter disbelief. Are you serious? That's impossible. How could Wu Qiutong possibly be interested in a poor student? Uncle, look, that last exam was super tough, yet he scored 90%. That clearly proves Teacher Wu leaked the questions. Zhao Zicheng was now consumed by the urge to get revenge on Zhang Yang. No. Ms. Wu is known as the school's most virtuous teacher. She never attends drinking parties, and her family is quite wealthy. The most likely scenario is she felt sorry for Zhang Yang and helped him out of sympathy. But it doesn't matter. After this exam, he'll be gone anyway. It's about time. I'll take the test papers over. Li Yan picked up the papers and walked to one of the classrooms in the teaching building. Zhang Yang had been waiting here for quite some time. Seeing Li Yan, he remained completely unfazed, for he still held a trump card up his sleeve. Noticing Wu Qiutong present, Li Yan cleared his throat to summon her. Ms. Wu, you don't need to proctor this exam. I'll handle it myself. Ha? Principal Li? You're supervising? Isn't this makeup exam handled by the subject teachers? Wu Qiutong looked puzzled. Oh, I happen to be free today. Ms. Wu, I'll also take this opportunity to inform you that your School of Finance and Trade has a meeting today. The school is taking the recent buzz surrounding that popular website, Dazhong Wang, very seriously. Oh, okay. Then I'll leave this student in your care. Principal Li, he's been through a lot, don't be too hard on him. Wu Qiutong shot Zhang Yang a sympathetic glance. Not at all. I'm always easy to talk to. It's you, Ms. Wu.
I wonder if my nephew miscommunicated my intentions. My original plan was to invite a few people from your college to discuss the mass network issue. The Education Bureau is also paying close attention to it, so I thought we could organize a dinner gathering to see if we could come up with any new research topics. This was Li Yan's clever approach, having others relay the message. If Wu Qiutong agreed, perfect. If not, he'd simply rephrase it. Either way, the goal remained the same.
Oh, I see. If it's for research purposes and everyone else is attending, then I can join.
But I wouldn't feel comfortable going alone, no offense intended. I'm a bit reserved, and with just the two of us, I fear the atmosphere might get awkward.
I hope Principal Li will understand. Wu Qiutong replied calmly and confidently. Oh, no problem.
I'll discuss it with Dean Jing later.
Let's all have dinner together. You go ahead to your meeting now. All right.
Wu Qiutong nodded, then re-entered the classroom to encourage Zhang Yang, promising him a gift that evening to boost his confidence.
Soon after, Li Yan entered with a stern expression and announced the start of the exam. Zhang Yang finished the exam in just 1 hour.
He found this test even easier than the previous ones and handed in his paper before time was up. Walking back to the dormitory building, Zhang Yang was in a good mood, his mind already anticipating the evening's gift. Unnoticed, he bumped into a person who seemed quite sturdy.
The impact sent Zhang Yang staggering back several steps. Sorry. Who walks without looking where they're going? Oh, it's you, Zhang Yang. Staging another chance encounter here? Sai, ignore him.
The voice belonged to Lin Xiaofan. Zhang Yang had just been wondering why there seemed to be an extra wall blocking his path.
What do you mean staging encounters? Fatso, why do you always fantasize about things that don't exist?
You should switch careers and write sci-fi novels. Zhang Yang thought her imagination was way too vivid. She interpreted every one of his actions as attempts to keep Wen Caiyi from leaving.
Isn't it obvious? It's not even class time yet. Why would you be in the academic building? Don't tell me you came to study. People like you, always cutting corners, just make others look down on you. Not just Sai, even I wouldn't want to associate with a man kept by a rich woman.
Lin Xiaofan said with utter disdain.
Kept?
Zhang Yang frowned in confusion.
What? You're denying it? The day you entered Linjiang residential complex, we found it odd. How could you possibly afford it?
Then Sai returned from her trip and saw you helping an old lady carry groceries, the two of you chatting and laughing.
You're something else, going for someone that old. Lin Xiaofan laughed.
Zhang Yang suddenly remembered. That day, an elderly woman had fallen, so he'd simply helped her out of kindness.
He hadn't expected it to cause such a huge misunderstanding. But he didn't feel like explaining. Even if he did, they wouldn't believe him.
Zhang Yang, I'm so disappointed in you. I used to believe that being poor wasn't a problem as long as you were willing to work hard, you could definitely make something of yourself.
But I never imagined you'd sink so low as to let someone keep you. Wen Caiyi also looked utterly disillusioned.
What she hated most now was losing her virginity that day. If she hadn't immediately found Zhao Ziqing to take over, she would have been the one who lost out big time.
Oh? And you? Did you earn all these designer labels through hard work? Zhang Yang retorted. How could it be the same? Caiyi has all this because young Master Zhao loves her.
And here's something else that'll really get to you, he loves her so much that he even put her name as the legal representative of the company he founded last month.
She gets a free salary of 5,000 a month. How does that feel? Pretty painful, huh?
Lin Xiaofan's words left Zhang Yang stunned.
Wait, was she serious? So what if it is? You see I'm doing well and want to suck up to me?
Let me tell you, Zhang Yang, you don't stand a chance. I told you before, if you won't pamper me, someone else will.
Wen Caiyi said triumphantly. Zhang Yang couldn't bear to listen anymore, afraid he'd actually burst out laughing. This was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. He'd heard of treating a girl like a lover, but treating her like a legal entity? That was a first. A legal representative? Isn't that just a classic scapegoat role? And this brainless woman is actually happy about it?
Fine, then I wish you all the luck being thoroughly pampered by him. I'll pass, I can't compete with him.
Zhang Yang couldn't help but admire Zhao Ziqing now that was a master. He might toy with her, but Zhao Ziqing?
He toys with her and then hands her over to the authorities. Well, I suppose that's how it goes, a dog's life is forever.
Chapter 73, next time I'll introduce you to a foreign girl.
The moment he got back to the dorm, Mao Xian rushed over.
Bro Yang, gotta show you something awesome. Oh? Something good? Could it be that teacher Karaki has released a new work? Zhang Yang walked over immediately and saw the Dazhong website open on his computer. I'm telling you, this site is so cool.
There's this little game where you steal vegetables. Once you level up in the game, you get all kinds of prizes.
There's a chance to win coupons, and you can even use them offline.
I scored 5 or 6 coupons this afternoon. Xiaobai told me about it. He said his friend runs the site, and that guy is seriously awesome. Mao Sen felt like he'd snagged a sweet deal, so he was thrilled.
Yeah, pretty awesome. Zhang Yang nodded. Bro, you don't have a computer. Borrow mine. Sign up for an account and grab a few more coupons.
We'll grab a bite later, Mao Xian said. Truthfully, he had another motive. Going alone would cost him money, but tagging along with his roommate might land him a free meal or at worst, a split bill.
Forget it, I'm not interested.
You guys go ahead. Zhang Yang shook his head in refusal. Truthfully, with Dazhong's recent surge in popularity, the merchants offering these coupons had been bringing him plenty of free meals lately.
He was getting a bit sick of it.
Well, too bad these places are all downtown. If only there was a way to get them to deliver to campus, Mao Xian lamented. Mao Xian, they're already giving such big discounts and delivering to you, you're dreaming.
But thanks anyway. Xiaobai, this website is really interesting. Your friend is amazing.
Zhou Wenbin also found it quite fun.
Of course. The founder of this website is a close friend of mine.
If you guys have any suggestions for improvements, just let me know.
It's no trouble at all.
Fan Xiaobai said proudly.
Truthfully, he had no idea who actually created the site.
It was just that Chen Feifei had asked him to help promote it that day, and he'd eagerly jumped at the chance to do something for his goddess.
Close friends? Are you sure? Zhang Yang countered. What's it to you? Zhang Yang, you're just jealous I have such an outstanding friend, aren't you? Jealous? Fine, think whatever you want.
Zhang Yang figured this clueless kid could help promote his website on the side, saving him a chunk of advertising costs. So he decided not to call him out. Besides, Mao Xian's earlier words had reminded him, since some customers found the distance inconvenient, launching a delivery service seemed like the logical next step.
That meant he needed to recruit writers.
Being a student with limited resources, his first thought was Li Dequay, the jack-of-all-trades middleman. He should have connections.
No time to waste. Zhang Yang quickly gathered his things and prepared to head out. Hey, Zhang Yang, where are you headed? Aren't we having dinner together tonight?
Lu Hao said he'd treat us. He found a girlfriend, so we're going to try out these merchants from the coupons.
Zhou Wenbin reminded him. Ha? These? I'm out. You guys go ahead.
Zhang Yang was still thinking about meeting Wu Qiutong for dinner tonight after all, she'd mentioned bringing him a gift.
With that, Zhang Yang left. Mao Xian couldn't understand this behavior.
Free dinner was on the table, yet Zhang Yang turned it down.
Weird. Why isn't Brother Yang coming with us?
Brother Hao said he'd treat us.
Simple. He's upset.
Hearing how awesome my friend is, he feels embarrassed to tag along.
Fan Xiaobai analyzed smugly, then thought he should show off more. Call me when it's time for dinner. I'll promote the website again.
Once the whole school is hooked on Dazhongnet, he'll sign up for sure. As soon as Zhang Yang stepped out of the dorm, he called Li Dequay. When the other end picked up, Zhang Yang heard a series of OMGs and instantly sensed something was off.
Mr. Li, am I interrupting something? Not at all, I'm just grabbing dinner out.
Zhang Yang then briefly outlined his idea. His first step was to get the merchants already partnered with the coupons to launch takeout services, with dedicated delivery personnel handling the orders.
So this is food delivery? Sounds interesting. I think it's doable. But have you considered some issues?
Like if I order from another district, you'd need to hire someone just to deliver it to me.
How much do you think is fair? Too little and you won't do it, too much and I won't.
Li Dequay immediately spotted the drawbacks. His idea was indeed sound. Since no corresponding app existed yet, individual orders were impractical. Zhang Yang's vision leaned more toward a group buying model, multiple people in one area placing orders together, forming a collective batch for unified delivery.
Hearing his question, Zhang Yang decided to explain it more clearly. Got it.
So this is essentially the delivery service common in Hong Kong-style restaurants, only you're consolidating multiple merchants.
Exactly.
Some merchants might not have enough staff, especially during peak hours when their own employees can't handle deliveries. That's where a professional delivery team comes in. Zhang Yang was pleased. Explaining things to smart people was straightforward.
Got it.
So your idea is for me to find you a professional team?
No problem, leave it to me.
But I need to be part of this. I want a 30% cut of the takeout profits.
No problem.
Your share was already budgeted.
I'm not the type to hog everything.
Zhang Yang wasn't trying to build a persona. Li Dequay was sharp enough to see through that, but he genuinely needed Li's expertise. As a student, managing a fleet of delivery riders would be beyond his reach.
Giving Li a cut would save him a lot of headaches. Ha, alright, bro. No need to say more.
For showing that big brother spirit, I'll make sure you're first in line for any good deals.
No sooner had he finished than a series of TSK sounds reached his ears. Then he muttered under his breath, think you're a freaking water pump or something? Ha, Boss Li, you really have refined tastes.
Zhang Yang could tell the other party was definitely up to something shady right now, and his companion was a foreign girl. Hey, little bro, don't expose your big brother like that. But rest assured, I'll make this my top priority tomorrow. Zhang Yang knew Li Dequay was the type who wouldn't get out of bed for free. Money mattered more than people. But at least he could be driven by it.
It's nothing serious.
We're all men, I get it.
Zhang Yang didn't mock him after all, he'd had his fair share of foreign girls back in the States. Bro, next time I'll introduce you to Mary. That girl's a real handful. After he said that, the foreign girl seemed to understand and immediately put on an energetic performance, as if extending an invitation to Zhang Yang. Whoa, bro, enough talk, this chick's really turning it on. Chapter 74, The Drunken Beauty Teacher. Upon hearing Li Dikuei agree to help, Zhang Yang didn't sit idle. Back at school, he headed straight for the startup park. The startup park is a facility established by the university to encourage student entrepreneurship. Students can apply to use rooms here at extremely low prices, saving a significant amount of money during the initial stages of their ventures. Zhang Yang's interest in this space went beyond mere cost saving. He aimed to pave the way for DaZhongNet's future expansion. Following his previous model, he planned to negotiate partnerships with nearby businesses, making it convenient for students to order takeout. Since outsiders couldn't enter the park, he needed a dedicated storage space for deliveries. He planned to hire students from the university to handle the distribution. Things went smoothly. Zhang Yang's negotiation skills were spot on, and his savvy approach paid off. The teacher managing the entrepreneurship park waved his hand and approved 2 rooms for him. However, shortly after Zhang Yang left, Principal Li happened to witness the entire scene. After inquiring, he learned about Zhang Yang securing space in the entrepreneurship park. Uncle, what do you think Zhang Yang wants the space for? Is he really planning to start a business? Zhao Zicheng hadn't grasped Zhang Yang's true intentions either. Start a business? With his skills? He just finished collecting his poverty subsidy last semester. What capital does he have to start a business? Young people are young people. I know what he's thinking. He knows he won't pass this exam, so he's using entrepreneurship as an excuse to stay in school. Li Yan thought of Zhang Yang as just a kid, convinced he had figured out his every thought. What should we do? Uncle, this guy is shameless. Don't panic. It's just a matter of me saying the word. I'll have the logistics department cancel his application, and that'll be that. But what if he brings up the school regulations? After all, the startup park was established specifically to support students. Zhao Zicheng knew Zhang Yang was cunning, so he had to crush him completely in one go. Easy. We've got a new batch of seniors graduating soon, and they'll all be vying for space in the incubator. I'll organize a business plan competition. Whoever presents the most viable proposal gets priority access. Brilliant, uncle. Zhang Yang will lose fair and square, and he won't be able to find fault with it. Zhao Zicheng gave a thumbs up, confident this would finally drive Zhang Yang out of the school. In reality, upon learning that securing land required competing first, Zhang Yang immediately signed up. He was confident his business plan would be widely praised once presented. By the time he finished all this, it was already evening. Zhang Yang went to the office to find Wu Qiutong, only to receive some rather disappointing news. Ha? Teacher, you have a dinner meeting? Didn't you promise to have dinner with me? I can't help it. The school recently added a new project, and we need to discuss it tonight. There might even be changes to your textbooks next year. After today's meeting, Wu Qiutong had learned of the power of DaZhongNet, so she was quite looking forward to tonight's dinner. What about us? What about us? You little rascal, when did I ever agree to have dinner with you? This morning's excuse was clearly just a ploy to get away. Wu Qiutong knew it was time to set boundaries, especially since he'd already found a girlfriend. But you said you'd give me a gift? Well, that can be arranged. I reviewed your test answers, they were excellent. It seems you've been studying diligently. Your teacher ought to reward you. Here's the plan, pick me up around 9 p.m. tonight and I'll give you your gift then. But teacher, aren't you having dinner tonight? Ah, tonight's a bit special. There'll be a lot of people at the dinner, including leaders from other schools. Drinking is inevitable. You'll have to come pick me up afterwards so I don't embarrass myself. What? You don't want to? Wu Qiutong was actually in a bind. She'd already made it clear she didn't want to get too involved with Zhang Yang, but she didn't have many male friends to turn to. At this critical moment, Zhang Yang was her only option. Of course. Helping a tipsy beauty teacher is every man's duty. Zhang Yang agreed immediately. Stop talking nonsense. Remember to pick me up tonight. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of all these school leaders. No problem, teacher. I always keep my promises. Zhang Yang began to wonder what kind of gift she might give him tonight. To make picking her up easier, Zhang Yang deliberately went downtown for dinner. After eating, they strolled around, and it was nearly 9 o'clock when he finally headed to the agreed-upon location. And that's when he happened to run into Principal Li, who was lingering near the entrance, being supported by someone. Li Yan was slightly surprised to see Zhang Yang, but he didn't want to miss this golden opportunity. He'd finally gotten Wu Qiutong drunk tonight and planned to take advantage of the pretext of escorting her home to get her away. Hold on, Principal Li. You can go back and continue drinking. I'll take care of Ms. Wu. No need, no need. Zhang Yang, you shouldn't be out this late. You should hurry back to campus. I'll take her home. We've been colleagues for years, nothing will happen. Li Yan's heart raced with excitement. Due to the heat and alcohol, Wu Qiutong had 2 buttons undone on her blouse. Zhang Yang wasted no words, stepping forward to pull Wu Qiutong toward him. Principal Li panicked. Zhang Yang, what do you think you're doing? How can I be sure you won't take advantage of Teacher Wu? That's something I should be asking, isn't it? Besides, Teacher Wu asked me to pick her up. You say so? Fine. Zhang Yang, I advise you to put her down and get out of here immediately. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to deal with you. Li Yan tried to project his usual air of authority. By now, Wu Qiutong had sobered up a bit. She gazed at Zhang Yang dazedly and murmured, Zhang Yang, you came to pick me up. I love you the most. With that, she planted a kiss on Zhang Yang's cheek. This scene left Principal Li completely dumbfounded. The goddess he'd fantasized about for so many years had actually kissed some young punk? No, it must be the alcohol talking. Wu Qiutong was famously the school's pure and virtuous maiden. How could she be so reckless? Fine. Since you won't listen to reason, I'll have to resort to more forceful methods. Li Yan rolled up his sleeves, intending to teach this arrogant student a lesson. Though Zhang Yang was tall and burly, Li Yan believed he wouldn't dare strike a teacher. Reality, however, proved him wrong. Zhang Yang sent him crashing to the ground with a single kick. After that, Zhang Yang took Wu Qiutong back to his place. Upon arriving home, Zhang Yang intended to pour her a glass of water to sober her up. But as soon as they entered the room, he found her curled up inside the blankets. Teacher, drink some water. I don't want cold water. How could it be cold in this weather? Could she have a fever? Zhang Yang grew anxious and quickly pulled her out from under the covers. Then, he saw the most beautiful sight he'd ever witnessed in his life. Her body was now as bare as a skin lamb, her clothes gone who knows where. Zhang Yang stared at her, unable to stop himself from swallowing hard. Chapter 75, Let's go soak in the hot springs together. The next day around noon, Wu Qiutong woke up groggily. Seeing she was at home, she breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly pulled back the covers and discovered her clothes were still intact, which made her feel a wave of relief. Yesterday, with the big boss present, she reluctantly downed 2 drinks under pressure. Little did she know the aftereffects would be so potent. Now she recalled Zhang Yang had helped her home last night. Stepping out, she spotted Zhang Yang asleep on the sofa. She couldn't help but think he was a decent guy. He hadn't taken advantage of her after all. Beep. His phone kept buzzing with notifications. Worried it would wake him, Wu Qiutong quickly moved his phone aside. In the process, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the message. Su Xinyan, Zhang Yang, I've transferred this month's payment. You still need to pretend to be my boyfriend for another month. Seeing this message, Wu Qiutong realized she'd misunderstood. But it was also Zhang Yang's lucky break. Last time, Su Xinyan had accidentally seen the Thai girl label on his contacts and insisted he change it. Otherwise, Zhang Yang's image in Wu Qiutong's mind would have completely collapsed by now. Only then did Wu Qiutong realize they weren't actually dating. Upon learning this, she felt a strange sense of relief. So it turned out that the money Zhang Yang had used to treat her to dinner wasn't scholarship money at all, it was from this girl. The thought touched her. While Zhang Yang's methods weren't exactly commendable, he had clearly gone to great lengths to treat her. Could it be he really liked her that much? But she was 30, was she really that charming? Wu Qiutong suddenly crouched down, studying Zhang Yang's features. He was actually quite handsome. Then, she couldn't help but kiss him. This jolted Zhang Yang awake. Startled, she scrambled to her feet, her face flushing with panic. Teacher, you're awake? What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Oh, thank you for bringing me home yesterday. Also, what happened last night? I have no idea how I ended up leaving the restaurant. Wu Qiutong was curious about the previous night, as she had completely blacked out. Teacher, I think it's better if you don't know. Drunk people usually make fools of themselves, and Zhang Yang felt a bit reluctant to tell her. Just tell me. Did I do something really bad? Yesterday when I drove you home, I was going to have the security guard open the gate. But as soon as you got out of the car, you kicked over the railing. I had to pay 1,000 yuan for that. Then when we got inside, you said you had to pee badly and went to the bushes. And when we got back to your place, you insisted you were cold and took off all your clothes, then dragged me forcefully into bed with you. Okay, stop. I get it. Wu Qiutong's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. She felt that if this went on, she'd have to die to atone for her sins. Teacher, if you can't handle your liquor, just don't drink next time. When a girl gets drunk out in public, anything could happen. Last night, Li Yan tried to drag you away by force. Ha? Principal Li? Actually, I can hold my liquor pretty well, but after drinking that glass he handed me, I started feeling off. Wu Qiutong recalled the details before her blackout last night. That's it. The drink he gave you yesterday must have been spiked. Zhang Yang thought Li Yan was utterly despicable. While he wasn't exactly a saint himself, using drugs was truly vile. No wonder rapists were the most bullied in prison. What? He's that despicable. Thank goodness for you. Did he cause you any trouble yesterday? No problem.
He tried to stop me from taking you away, but after I kicked him, he backed off.
What? You kicked Principal Lee? How could you do that? You're in big trouble now.
Wu Qiutong felt a wave of dread wash over her.
Don't worry, teacher. If he seeks revenge, it'll be on me, not you. After what he did to you yesterday, he's the one in the wrong.
Zhang Yang wasn't entirely defending her. This guy was the one who orchestrated her expulsion for failing courses.
Anyway, that kick yesterday felt damn satisfying.
Zhang Yang hadn't realized that to Wu Qiutong, his words just now had been incredibly charming. Wu Qiutong's life had always been too smooth, leading her to believe the world was still a pretty wonderful place.
But last night, if it hadn't been for Zhang Yang, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
A boy with such backbone truly struck a chord with girls.
Zhang Yang, thank you. Teacher, you've been looking out for me all this time, why thank me? I'm more curious about what gift you actually want to give me.
Wu Qiutong pondered for a moment, then beckoned him closer.
So mysterious? Secrets aren't meant for prying ears, right?
Zhang Yang leaned closer.
Wu Qiutong leaned close and whispered in his ear, how about accompanying me to soak in the hot springs this week? Soak in hot springs. Teacher, you're not pulling my leg, are you? If you don't want to go, don't overthink it.
The teacher just thinks it's too dangerous for a girl to go to the hot springs alone, so he wants you to protect me.
If you don't want to. I'm willing. 100 times, 1,000 times willing.
Zhang Yang was overjoyed, never expecting that kick yesterday would lead to such a bright future. Seeing his reaction, Wu Qiutong felt pleased. It seemed she really was quite charming.
Teacher, I think we should do some prep work before going to the hot springs. What kind of preparations? Wu Qiutong was puzzled.
What else could you possibly need to prepare for a hot spring?
This is my first time going to a hot spring with a girl.
I'm worried I might get too excited and drown.
So could we start with a simplified version? Like taking a bath together in the bathroom first? What did you say?
Hey,
teacher, don't get mad, I was just joking. Zhang Yang, afraid of upsetting her, quickly made an excuse. No, I'm not angry. Actually, I think your suggestion is pretty good.
I didn't shower yesterday either, so I could use a hot spring soak.
Go run the bath for me. I'm a bit tired and want to rest a little longer. Got it, I'll go right now.
Zhang Yang felt today was truly his lucky day she'd agreed to such an outrageous request.
If this is a dream, I hope it lasts forever. Soon the tub was full, and Zhang Yang immediately motioned for her to come in.
Wu Qiutong turned her back to him, slipped off her top, and revealed flawless skin. Zhang Yang felt his mouth go dry. He took a step forward, but she stopped him. Zhang Yang, I still want to wash my hair. There's hair care products in the room, go get them for me.
Got it, I'll go right now.
Zhang Yang dashed back to the room. But when he returned, he found the door locked from the inside.
Hey, teacher, open the door. Don't worry, I'm not up to anything. Ha! No way. Only then did Zhang Yang realize he'd been tricked.
Of course Wu Qiutong had always been such a good girl.
How could she possibly agree to something so outrageous? Teacher, you weren't just tricking me, were you? Of course not, really. It's just not possible right now.
Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt quite satisfied.
Well, no rush anyway. This weekend should be fun. Chapter 76, Website Upgrades and Business Expansion.
Back in the dorm, Zhang Yang wasted no time gathering his team to upgrade the website.
This time, they needed to integrate food delivery functionality. Naturally, challenges arose.
The most pressing issue was insufficient manpower. Unlike in later times, they couldn't guarantee every order would be filled. Thus, they needed to refine this delivery model.
Zhang Yang's initial concept centered on large office buildings, internet cafes, and schools.
The delivery service would be confined to areas near these locations. After users placed orders through the website backend, writers would pick up the orders from the corresponding merchants, bring the meals back, and have each customer collect their own order. Upon hearing this plan, team leader Yang Zihao was once again struck by its ingenuity. He sensed that Zhang Yang wasn't some clueless outsider. Every step he took seemed meticulously calculated, laying the groundwork for something larger. He wasn't merely building a dating website, he intended to use it as a hub to radiate out to related industry layouts. Of course, the concept had its flaws.
Yang Zihao raised a valid concern: the financial aspect alone was complex enough.
First, there was the risk of customers skipping out on payments.
Second, merchants might refuse to prepare meals if they hadn't received payment. Finally, what if the delivery riders, acting as intermediaries, absconded with the money?
Zhang Yang had a solution: limit each rider to 30 orders per shift. With meals averaging around 10 yuan, this capped their maximum cash on hand at 300 yuan.
Even if they absconded, losses would be minimized. Regarding the merchants' concerns, an initial solution could involve the platform covering costs upfront. However, this was clearly not sustainable long-term. Zhang Yang understood that cash flow was the lifeblood of any company. Once it faltered, even the largest enterprise could collapse overnight.
Therefore, someone was needed to manage the finances.
A name immediately came to mind, and he dialed the number without hesitation. Hello, is this Mr. Song? Who is this? It's Zhang Yang. I need you to buy shares in Shenzhou Taiyue. Time was tight, so Zhang Yang didn't beat around the bush. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry about last time. I violated the rules, which caused your account to be restricted from trading. No worries. Since you lost your job, have you been up to anything? If you're free, come help me out. No, I'm barred from the industry for 3 years. Sigh, I guess I'll never touch stocks again. I'm thinking of becoming a seaman. Mr. Zhang, what exactly do you mean by help?
Zhang Yang then briefly described the type of person he needed.
Mr. Zhang, this is too much. With so many merchants and individual deposits, that means daily reconciliation.
The workload is enormous.
Song Yu shook his head.
Salary, 4,000.
Mr. Zhang, this isn't about the money. 5,000.
The workload is just too heavy.
I feel like 6,000. Look, I'm still back home right now. I'll rush back immediately to help you sort out the accounts. 7,000. Mr. Zhang, please cut me some slack.
I was swamped with work before, and I finally made it back to spend time with my parents.
6,000. Ha? Wait, Mr. Zhang, why did you lower it? 5,000. Wait, no more lowering. Just 6,000. I'll buy the ticket right now. I'm a master at calculations, hold on.
A salary of 6,000 yuan, that's way more than most office workers make. Sure, it's not as much as when he was a securities manager, but at least he won't have to go back to being a seaman.
With the finance person sorted, Zhang Yang could finally get down to business.
Now it all depended on whether his team members could deliver.
Over the following days, the tech team began upgrading the website.
Zhang Yang wasn't idle either, starting negotiations with businesses near the school. These partnerships progressed much more smoothly.
Businesses around campus understood that the student population represented a massive consumer base.
They had long wanted to expand their reach into this market but had previously lacked effective strategies, leaving them to passively wait for students to come by after class. Another matter proved less straightforward. Zhang Yang had hoped to establish a payment platform to better track funds, but his team lacked the capabilities of a platform like Taobao. Instead, he planned to let users pay via mobile phone credit, using telecom operators as intermediaries similar to prepaid card top-ups with settlements processed at month-end.
However, when he approached the Yangchang headquarters of the mobile company, he was turned away.
Since Dazhong was a new website modeled after Kaisen, manager Chiu at the Yangchang headquarters believed it would likely fail soon.
He refused to connect their system, forcing Zhang Yang to find another solution.
3 days later, the website update was complete and the food delivery feature officially launched. When Mao Xian woke up that morning and saw the new food delivery feature on the website, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised.
Food delivery? Holy crap! I just mentioned it casually a couple days ago, and now the site's updated? Could it be I've gained the superpower of words becoming reality? Mao Xian, what words become law? Didn't Xiaobai say the website's founder is his friend? It must have been Xiaobai's suggestion, right? Xiaobai? Zhou Wenbin reminded him.
Fan Xiaobai woke up groggily and heard this. At first, he was a bit slow to catch on, but once he realized what was said, he kept nodding in agreement.
That's amazing, Xiaobai. When can we meet your friend? He's a genius.
Mao Xian was genuinely envious of having such a friend.
A genius? Well, maybe.
Zhang Yang had already gotten up and was packing his things. Today was the business plan competition. If he passed smoothly, he could secure land in the startup park, paving the way for Dazhongnet's future operations. With such a supportive team, he had to step up his game.
Zhang Yang, what's your point? If you're jealous, just say so.
Fan Xiaobai raised his voice slightly.
Me, jealous of you? Jealous of what? You're jealous that I have such outstanding friends, that's what. Are you sure she even considers you a friend? Zhang Yang almost laughed. This guy was putting on airs to the point of absurdity. Of course they do. We've been friends for years.
Fan Xiaobai still believed the website was co-founded by Qin Feifei, which is why he was so enthusiastic about promoting it.
Zhang Yang probably didn't know about this. He'd better show off more, then he'd be stunned. Forget it, I won't argue with you. You'll see just how outstanding my friend is soon enough. Zhang Yang didn't want to say much either.
He gave a faint smile, then confidently picked up his proposal and headed toward the competition venue.
When he submitted his proposal, the teachers perked up instantly. Chapter 77, all universities in Guangzhou frenetically compete for Zhang Yang. Are you kidding me? You led the Dazhong Network project?
The judges' eyes lit up as they recognized the name, instantly recalling the recent research initiative launched by the School of Finance and Trade.
The other contestants were also baffled. MassNet had been quite popular lately, with many students registering accounts on the platform. Its innovative online-offline integration model struck everyone as novel. Moreover, they simply couldn't believe the website's founder was just a freshman.
At this point, another contestant voiced their doubts. Hey freshman, if you're gonna brag, at least make up a decent story.
You know what?
Dazhongnet is all the rage lately.
You're telling us you started that website? Exactly.
I don't believe someone that talented would enter our school's small business plan competition. After all, the top 3 prizes are just free use of land in the startup park.
Why not just claim you'll be China's richest person someday?
Hearing the murmurs from the audience, the judges also found it hard to believe.
After all, how could someone with such talent be just a freshman? Hey, classmate, cut the jokes. We're in the middle of a competition here. Teacher, am I joking? Just take a close look at my proposal and you'll see. What I've written here should be detailed enough.
After hearing Zhang Yang's words, the group flipped through the proposal and found the content to be remarkably well crafted. Moreover, terms like payment platforms, QR codes, and new retail mentioned later were entirely unfamiliar to them. Realizing this was no simple matter, they immediately called Jing Shuizhi, Dean of the School of Finance and Trade. At that moment, Dean Jing was attending a meeting at the Education Bureau. The research project he had initiated had garnered significant attention within Yangqing's education sector. The economics curricula at Yangqing's universities had largely stagnated over a decade ago, failing to incorporate the internet economy, including the booming e-commerce sector that had emerged in recent years. Consequently, Dean Jing's research initiative had prompted numerous universities to follow suit. He was currently speaking at a conference organized by the Education Bureau on economic discipline reform, intending to use Dazhong as a starting point to explore new directions for educational reform with his peers. His phone rang repeatedly. The vice dean waiting outside hesitated to interrupt, but finally answered. Upon hearing the urgency conveyed by the caller, he realized the gravity of the situation and pushed open the door.
Dean Jing, there's news from Dazhong Net. Dean Gong, I know.
You were supposed to arrange a meeting with their website's head.
News about that, right? But I'm speaking now, please be polite.
Dean Jing reminded him.
No, it's their founder. We found him, and he's one of our students. What?
President Jing dropped the microphone from his hand. Without even pausing to pick it up, he left the room full of professors and experts behind and rushed straight to the university.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had been escorted to the administration building.
The teachers present at the competition site were undecided, so they planned to wait for the dean's return to take charge. Then they began offering Zhang Yang water, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable.
Student Zhang Yang, here, have some water. Are you hungry? I have some cookies here. Zhang Yang, you must be tired. Let me give you a shoulder massage.
Since Dean Jing had organized a meeting last time, these teachers were well aware of the website's immense potential. They treated Zhang Yang with great respect, and one teacher even pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes.
Teacher, didn't the principal just announce last semester that we're building a smoke-free campus? Smoking is harmful to your health.
Ah, the principal meant creating a smoke-free environment among students.
We teachers aren't bound by that. Feel free to smoke in the office. No, really, it's fine.
You teachers should head back to the competition venue first.
I don't want to make an exception just for myself. I'll wait here for the dean to arrive. You go ahead and get back to work.
Zhang Yang figured since he was already in the teaching building, he might as well go tease Wu Jiotong instead of wasting time here.
After Zhang Yang's persistent insistence, the teachers finally left.
But the moment Zhang Yang stepped outside, someone called out to him. Zhao Ziqing approached with a smug look.
Zhang Yang, I've got some good news for you.
What good news?
Did you rape a sow?
Zhao Ziqing was about to explode with rage, but the news he just heard instantly lifted his spirits. Zhang Yang, I'm impressed you can still joke around even though you're about to get expelled.
Expelled? You're overthinking it.
This exam just requires hands.
Anyone can pass? Ha! Uncle, Zhang Yang is here.
Zhao Ziqing gave a nod, and Principal Li hobbled over. Seems that kick I landed that night was a bit too hard, this old guy couldn't take it.
Zhang Yang. Glad you're here, no need to trek to your dorm to deliver this. Your expulsion notice. Principal Li, you're pulling this again? This doesn't seem to follow procedure.
Zhang Yang reminded him. What procedures? You failed your makeup exam, and I already issued your academic warning in advance.
This time, the school is expelling you for failing to meet academic standards.
Principal Li pulled out his transcript, displaying a score of 59, a shameful number.
Well, Zhang Yang, anything to say? Showing off, huh? I warned you not to cross me.
Just let me push you around. Once I'd had my fill, I'd let you off. But you had to resist and draw my attention.
Now you're in for it.
Principal Li, I advise you to reconsider this decision.
Because soon, the school will be begging me to stay.
Zhang Yang said confidently.
Ha? Keep you? Fine. I'll wait and see. Wait. Principal Li, you can't expel Zhang Yang.
Wu Jiotong rushed out of the office.
Teacher Wu, it's policy. He's failed consecutive exams. Expelling him is perfectly reasonable. I reviewed the makeup exam papers. Zhang Yang couldn't have scored 59 points. There must be something wrong with the test. Ms. Wu, are you implying I'm targeting him?
If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Today, I stand by Zhang Yang. Wu Jiotong didn't know the ins and outs of the situation. She only knew that Zhang Yang had kicked Principal Li that night to protect her, and now he was being expelled. Therefore, she felt it was her duty to stand up for him.
Teacher, it's fine. I'm really okay. You should go back to work. Zhang Yang didn't want her involved.
After all, she was a teacher and could easily become a target.
Enough. What time is it? Stop being so stubborn. I'll back you up. It'll be fine.
Wu Qiutong's words surprised Zhang Yang. This was the first time a girl had ever stood up for him.
Come on, let's go see the principal.
I'll vouch for you.
Wu Qiutong grabbed Zhang Yang's arm and headed straight for the principal's office. Uncle, what should we do? It's fine. I anticipated this step and am prepared. Let's go too.
Upon arriving at the office, Wu Qiutong explained the situation.
Principal Gao Jipeng frowned deeply. Principal Li, is this true? Of course not. Student Zhang Yang has multiple failed course records, which the Academic Affairs Office has documented. Here's his exam paper. Take a look at my grading. Is there any issue? Li Yan handed over the exam paper.
The principal examined it and confirmed there were no issues. But Wu Qiutong insisted the exam paper was forged. Zhang Yang then wrote a few words, and the principal compared the handwriting. It matched perfectly.
Li Yan seized the opportunity to pile on. Principal, you see, I'm only trying to uphold our school's academic standards.
Teacher Wu clearly accepted money from this student to forge his certificate. I demand Teacher Wu be suspended and Zhang Yang expelled.
Meanwhile, Dean Jing was rushing toward the principal's office, followed by visiting professors from other universities. Before their arrival, their respective university leaders had issued orders: recruit Zhang Yang at any cost.
Chapter 78. Bigwigs from all sides come calling for Zhang Yang. Old Jing, slow down. Transfer that student Zhang Yang to our Asian University. You name the conditions.
Old Jing, bring him to our agricultural university.
When the research funding comes through, we'll split half with you.
Professor Jing, please let Zhang Yang come to our Yangcheng University. We'll confer upon you the title of honorary chancellor for life.
This summer, economics professors across every university were closely monitoring DaZhongNet. Upon learning its founder was a freshman, they all concluded he must be extraordinary and must be recruited immediately. Dean Jing naturally refused. He was nearing retirement, and wealth was but a fleeting thing. Most importantly, he sought someone to carry on his legacy, and Zhang Yang was the perfect candidate.
Gentlemen, please return.
Zhang Yang is a student we at Normal University will cultivate ourselves. There's no need for your concern, Dean Jing emphasized once more. Just then, the campus broadcast system came to life.
Good afternoon, students.
The university now broadcasts an important notice. Zhang Yang, student of Business Administration Class 092 in the School of Finance and Trade, has repeatedly failed academic assessments. The university hereby expels him. While university studies may not be as rigorous as high school, they should not be taken lightly.
We urge all students to take this as a cautionary lesson.
The moment the announcement began, Dean Jing's footsteps faltered.
Who was the fool who made this decision?
His momentary hesitation allowed the other faculty members to surge past him.
They sensed their opportunity. What had been a high-stakes recruitment battle now seemed unnecessary. Back in the office, Zhang Yang watched Principal Li after the announcement and couldn't help but chuckle. Principal Li, did you really have to be so ruthless? Making a school-wide announcement? Looks like you're deliberately trying to humiliate me.
Zhang Yang, the Education Bureau will be conducting teaching quality inspections soon.
We're doing this to serve as a warning to the students.
Even if you report us to the Bureau today, we have solid grounds for our actions. I'm giving you one last chance. Retract this decision and kneel before me to apologize.
If you do, I might consider staying at this school.
Zhang Yang said with a smile.
What? Kneel and apologize to you? Are you out of your mind, or am I?
Teacher Wu, look at this student of yours, he's starting to talk nonsense.
Zhang Yang, are you okay?
Wu Qiutong, thinking Zhang Yang had suffered severe emotional shock, looked at him with concern.
Hey, hold your horses with the concern, Teacher Wu. You're covering for a student with such a long record of misconduct? It's hard not to suspect you've taken some kind of bribe. Principal Li seized the chance to retaliate against Wu Qiutong.
Only by holding her over a barrel would she come begging him for a second chance.
Principal, there must be some misunderstanding.
I hope this expulsion decision can be reversed.
Wu Qiutong now felt even more guilty, believing it was all her fault Zhang Yang couldn't continue his studies.
If only she hadn't let him pick her up yesterday.
Ms. Wu, the evidence is clear. You still insist on this? I agree with Principal Li.
Here's what we'll do, you'll be suspended from your duties for 1 month to reflect. Afterward, you'll write me a 10,000-word self-criticism. Principal Gao's expression was stern, for he knew the Education Bureau was coming for an inspection soon. If word got out that a teacher had shielded a student, it wouldn't reflect well. Principal Wu Qiutong tried to speak, but Li Yan cut him off.
Principal, you're brilliant. Alright, everyone out.
Teacher Wu, you're no longer required to participate in the DaZhongNet project your college was planning internally. And Zhang Yang, I'm giving you until the end of today to leave the campus. No sooner had Principal Gao finished speaking than a knock sounded at the door. Before permission was granted, a group of people burst in.
Which one is Zhang Yang? Oh ho, Zhang Yang, you've offended this many people?
That's Zhang Yang.
Settle your grievances and grudges with him.
Zhang Yang has been expelled from our normal university and is no longer our student. Principal Li pointed, and all eyes followed his gesture.
Wu Qiutong immediately stepped in front of him. What do you think you're doing? This is school property. You can't bully my students here.
Ah, no, teacher, you misunderstand.
I'm from Xian University. Since Zhang Yang has left normal university, why not enroll at our university instead?
The professor wearing reading glasses hurriedly explained.
Ha? Xian University? Their admission standards are even higher than our normal university. Are you pulling my leg? Teacher Wu was taken aback.
At that moment, a balding male teacher beside the old professor chimed in. Exactly.
He's a fraud.
I'm from the agricultural university next door and I share his surname, Zhang.
We might even be distant relatives from 500 years ago. We'd be thrilled to have Zhang Yang join our institution. Hey, old Zhang. What's this supposed to mean? How am I a fraud?
Explain yourself clearly. Anyway, I'm taking Zhang Yang today and none of you are going to take him from me. The old professor had also recognized Zhang Yang's potential and wanted to take him as his final disciple.
Hold on, everyone.
Zhang Yang has already been expelled from our school.
And you still want him? Principal Gao looked utterly bewildered. Had the heads of these universities lost their minds?
Ha! Zhang Yang, you're really pulling out all the stops, hiring so many actors.
Is this amusing? Principal, don't be fooled. These people are clearly frauds.
I refuse to believe these prestigious universities would actively compete for such a good-for-nothing.
Li Yan naturally didn't believe for a second that a loser like Zhang Yang could turn his life around.
What con artists? Just look at your fat, piggy face. I know you're the one who issued the expulsion order. You didn't know how to cherish an outstanding student like Zhang Yang, so naturally, other schools will.
Exactly.
You're just a dead weight.
How could normal university tolerate a blind fool like you? Zhang Yang, leaving here is the right choice. Come to our school, we'll nurture your talent wholeheartedly. Hearing these people speak up for Zhang Yang only made Li Yan more irritated.
You'd better get lost quickly, or I'll call security.
This is normal university's property.
Even if you really are teachers from those schools, you have no right to run wild here.
Principal Li, I wonder if I have the right to act out here?
With a resonant voice, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit stepped into the room.
Li Yan certainly recognized this man. He was Chenin, the school's board member.
Many of the school's modern facilities had been funded by his donations.
He was a very mysterious tycoon. Ah, Chairman Chen, what brings you here? Don't let these unimportant people dirty your eyes. Why don't you come to my office first? I'll make you some tea. Li Yan hurried forward to curry favor. But Chen An's tone remained cold. I came here today solely for Zhang Yang. Right now, you're the irrelevant one. Chapter 79, Revising School Rules for Zhang Yang.
Just then, Dean Jing rushed in.
Dean Jing, are you alright? Why are you so out of breath? Come, sit here and rest.
Principal Gao held Dean Jing in high regard, for he was a renowned expert in economics within the country. Over the past 2 years, he had secured numerous research projects that could significantly enhance the school's prestige.
No sooner had Gao Jipeng finished speaking than Dean Jing coldly declared, Principal, I'm resigning.
Representatives from other schools, whose original plan for the day had been merely to poach Zhang Yang, now realized that Professor Jing was also resigning. They quickly extended another invitation.
Principal Gao grew anxious.
Jing was a senior professor recruited at great expense. He certainly didn't want to lose him.
Why? Dean Jing, is there something about the school that dissatisfies you? We can make changes. Why did you expel Zhang Yang? He's a promising talent. If he leaves, I'll leave too.
Ah, Principal, our normal university has always upheld rigorous academic standards.
Zhang Yang's mistake is unforgivable. We cannot compromise lightly. Li Yan quickly intervened.
Seeing so many people standing up for Zhang Yang today, he understood well the principle that if you don't finish off a snake, it will bite you again.
Principal Gao, my schedule is tight. I won't waste time on further discussion.
My flight to Shenzhen departs in half an hour.
You have 5 minutes to make your decision.
Shannon flashed the watch on his wrist. Zhang Yang recognized the intricate engraving on the movement and knew this man had taste.
Patek Philippe, one of the world's premier watch brands.
Back when watching Hong Kong films, he'd always assumed Rolex was the most expensive, but this brand was truly the pinnacle of luxury. Patek Philippe produces 60,000 watches annually, while the latter churns out over 1 million, hardly top tier by comparison. Patek Philippe's brand slogan was even more intriguing: no one truly owns a Patek Philippe, they merely look after it for the next generation. This phrase truly showcased the brand's confidence. The watch on the man's wrist was the Ref 5180. Zhang Yang had owned one before, not particularly pricey for its era, around 700,000 yuan. It looked similar to other series, but its engraving was entirely handcrafted. Zhang Yang couldn't help but recall a common trope from those extravagant luxury novels he'd read. Whenever the protagonist wore a Patek Philippe, most authors would automatically specify it as the 175th anniversary edition. The reason? Simply because that particular series commands astronomical prices, fetching over 200 million yuan at auction. However, this particular watch was a limited edition, only released in 2014. It wasn't until Zhang Yang later learned about the top-tier luxury watch series that he realized how absurd the descriptions in those novels where characters reincarnated back to before 2014 had been. Moreover, due to its complex craftsmanship, this watch requires several years to produce. Simply stating it's available for pre-order means that even the wealthiest individuals would struggle to secure one. Furthermore, those who do acquire it rarely wear it instead. It serves as a symbolic collector's item. Principal Gao reviewed both sides of the argument. The vice principal demanded Zhang Yang's expulsion for violating school regulations, while prominent academics and the school board insisted on protecting him. Gao Jipeng hesitated for only a second before making his decision. Zhang Yang, I just heard from Teacher Wu that this exam paper isn't yours. She said that based on your actual ability, you would have passed. I choose to believe her. After all, Teacher Wu is one of our university's outstanding graduates who stayed on after graduation. She wouldn't lie. No, Principal, look at this paper. Even if he passed this subject, he still failed multiple others. Principal Li only wanted to expel Zhang Yang, so he was utterly blind to the situation, determined to antagonize everyone. Gao Jipeng's mouth twitched, nearly slapping Li Yan across the face, but he ultimately restrained himself. Smiling, he said, Principal Li, the essence of university education lies in cultivating virtue. A good school should nurture students' moral character, not just focus on academics. Our students worked hard to get in, we should give them a chance. From now on, the policy of expelling students for failing courses is revoked. Instead, we'll implement a graduation make-up exam. If they truly can't pass, we'll issue them a certificate of non-completion. Li Yan was utterly dumbfounded. The principal was actually amending university regulations for Zhang Yang alone? This was outrageous. Ah, Principal Gao, I don't recall agreeing to keep you here, Zhang Yang said, turning to Li Yan. Understood, understood. Principal Li, you maliciously slandered our school's outstanding student. Shouldn't you apologize? Principal Gao cleared his throat twice. Li Yan was speechless. Setting aside other issues, Zhang Yang had failed so many courses and frequently skipped classes, how could he be considered outstanding? But with Chairman Chen watching, Li Yan realized it was unlikely he could make a big deal out of this incident. Worse, it might drive away this major financial backer. My apologies, Zhang Yang. I was wrong. I shouldn't have expelled you without a proper investigation. As Li Yan finished speaking, Principal Gao rushed forward and gave his injured leg a subtle shove. This caused Principal Li's knees to buckle, nearly bringing him to his knees. Gao Jipeng quickly caught him, then pleaded earnestly, Zhang Yang, look, Principal Li is practically begging you on his knees. Why not forgive him? Fine. I'll give Principal Li a chance. Ms. Wu, let's go. Zhang Yang gave a faint smile and led Wu Qiutong away, while the others hurried after them. Upon learning he was the founder of Dazhong Net, Dean Jing immediately approved the use of the entrepreneurial parkland, telling him to take whatever he needed. Seeing their recruitment efforts had failed, the others now hoped Zhang Yang would find time to give a lecture at their university, spreading new ideas about the internet economy to current students. Zhang Yang readily agreed. No matter how advanced his ideas were, he still needed funding at this stage. He required others to first accept his theories to build a mass foundation for his business plans, and college students were easy to convince. After the crowd dispersed, Zhang Yang sought out Chenin, who was preparing to leave. Wait, Uncle Chen, why did you help me? Spare me the pleasantries. You should be grateful heaven granted you this chance to speak with me. Had Fei Fei not insisted I come today, I wouldn't have been here. Now, you may ask me 2 questions, an opportunity most people can only dream of. Chenan's imposing presence revealed his deep confidence in his standing. But Zhang Yang wasn't intimidated. He'd heard even bolder talk before. He simply asked calmly, are you Chen Feifei's father? You still haven't grasped what I said, kid. You could ask me about entrepreneurial experience, my answers could benefit you for life. But unfortunately, you only have one chance left. Seeing this, Zhang Yang pulled out half a pack of cigarettes, the one someone had just forced on him in the office, and took one out. Cigarette? Chenin paused, then burst into laughter. Chapter 80, The Drunken Sisters. Chenin suddenly found this guy quite amusing. He'd expected Zhang Yang to seize the moment to butter him up, but instead, he'd asked if he smoked. And given his status, Zhang Yang hadn't even spared a whole pack. When Chen Feifei arrived, she was intrigued to find her father, who always cared about his image, standing in the corner of the second-floor corridor smoking with Zhang Yang. Dad, aren't you catching a flight? Oh, Feifei, right. I need to catch my flight. While Chen Feifei was coming up, Chenin patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder.
You still haven't earned my approval yet. Keep working hard, young man.
From their earlier exchange, Chenin sensed something extraordinary about this young man. Though he wasn't yet worthy of his daughter, Chenin believed he held great potential.
Zhang Yang, however, was left somewhat baffled. What did it mean to earn his approval?
Just as Zhang Yang wanted to continue the conversation, he noticed Chenin had already moved ahead to speak with his daughter.
After Chenin left, Chen Feifei couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yang, my dad always smokes cigars at home. How did you convince him to try these cigarettes? Zhang Yang gave a brief explanation and Chen Feifei chuckled. Well done, Zhang Yang. You've finally gotten my arrogant dad to stop acting so high and mighty. Chen Feifei, thank you for today. Zhang Yang was genuinely touched that she'd offered help immediately when he needed it. Is a verbal thanks all you're offering? Chen Feifei gave him a shy glance. What gift would you like? I'll get it for you. I want. Chen Feifei pondered for a moment when suddenly a voice cut in from behind. I want money. I want all the money.
Zhang Yang turned to see it was Chen Feifei's money-obsessed cousin, Su Xinyan.
Su Xinyan, what business is it of yours? I'm thanking Chen Feifei, not you. How isn't it my business?
My sister's so shy, she'd never dare ask you for anything in return.
I'm just helping her speak up, right, Feifei? Su Xinyan gave Chen Feifei a knowing look. Ha? No, Zhang Yang, I don't want your money. Chen Feifei quickly explained, afraid of provoking Zhang Yang's dislike again. Su Xinyan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Good heavens, why is my sister so stupid? You don't want the money, but I do.
Zhang Yang, why don't you just give a symbolic amount, say 10 or 80,000?
Zhang Yang couldn't be bothered with her rambling. Chen Feifei, how about I treat you to dinner?
That place we went to the day before yesterday, I thought it was pretty good.
I was too busy drinking that day. Sure. Right now? Chen Feifei wouldn't pass up any chance to spend time with Zhang Yang. It's only a little past 4. You're already hungry? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Come on, let's take the bus today.
We can chat all the way, and we'll arrive just in time.
Chen Feifei urged eagerly. Hey, I'll come too. Su Xinyan joined them. What are you coming for? I'm not treating you to dinner. Who needs you to treat me? My sister will treat me. Sis, it's the start of the semester, how about treating your dear big sister to a meal?
Chen Feifei hesitated a bit. After all, she'd rather spend time alone with Zhang Yang.
Hey, my sister said yes. Let's go.
Su Xinyan was an expert at taking advantage of people with thin skin. Seeing Chen Feifei hesitate, she shamelessly followed along.
Chen Feifei, if you don't want to, you can refuse. Never mind, it's fine. Chen Feifei reconsidered and decided against it. After all, it was her sister. Inviting her to dinner wasn't a big deal. Zhang Yang was the type to draw clear lines.
Since the three-person setup couldn't be changed, he laid down ground rules first. Su Xinyan, let me make this clear, I'll cover Chen Feifei's meal.
You're responsible for your own. I'm not paying for yours. Yeah, I know. Just treat my sister. She'll treat me later.
Su Xinyan was no fool either. She knew that when a guy and a girl went out to eat, the guy would never let the girl pay. The trio returned to the same restaurant as last time. After ordering, Su Xinyan stepped out to use the restroom.
Just then, the restaurant owner approached, asking if they wanted to open the bottle of liquor they'd left here last time. Wine. What wine? Oh, we don't know much about it. Take a look, should we open it? The owner brought out the bottle of Dom Perignon. Never seen this before. Hold on, let me look it up. Su Xinyan pulled out her phone.
Upon learning it cost thousands of yuan, she couldn't help but sigh. Life sure is sweet when you've got money.
So, miss, shall we open it? Open it. Of course we'll open it.
After all these years of studying, I deserve to enjoy myself.
But owner, bring me a bottle of Sprite too.
A few minutes later, Su Xinyan pushed open the door to the private room, a soda bottle in hand. She walked in, glancing smugly at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had this nagging feeling she was up to something again, so he quickly zipped up his pants. This time, Su Xinyan felt insulted.
Hey, why are you zipping up? Do you think I'm a thief? Zhang Yang didn't answer, instead checking his fly again. This time, Su Xinyan was furious. What are you doing? I have no interest in your body. Why such a big reaction? Guilty conscience? When we're out, I'm just being careful. Don't be so sensitive. Zhang Yang felt even more certain she was hiding something. Su Xinyan calmed down slightly. That bastard Zhang Yang always deliberately provoked her. Today, she'd drink every last drop of his stash.
So Su Xinyan went out to buy more liquor.
Cousin, the food's here. Aren't you eating?
Chen Feifei was puzzled. She'd come wanting to eat, but now her cousin seemed uninterested. When she returned, she wore a smug look and began gulping it down in big swigs.
This wine was actually quite smooth, far superior to those cheap beers.
Zhang Yang watched her, growing increasingly curious.
What are you staring at? Never seen a fierce beauty before?
Su Xinyan straightened her back, her face beaming with smugness.
Hey, don't get so cocky. Is being cocky illegal? What law says you can't be cocky? Let me tell you, Zhang Yang, today you're going to learn what it means to be intellectually crushed, ha. Su Yan's laughter grew wildly maniacal. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang watched her head gradually droop until it finally collapsed onto the table. He couldn't help but feel curious. Wait, Chen Feifei, is your sister allergic to soda? Can you even get drunk from that? Zhang Yang curiously waved his hand under her nose. Still alive. Seriously? How can soda cause an allergy? Chen Feifei was puzzled too. She picked up the Sprite can and sniffed it. This smells so familiar. She took a sip and exclaimed with surprise, "Hey, Zhang Yang, this Sprite tastes just like that champagne from last time. Did they change the formula? Champagne? Hold on, don't drink it yet. If it's gone bad, we're in trouble." Zhang Yang rushed out to investigate and discovered the champagne bottle was indeed half empty. Just as he was about to return and confront them, he found both sisters collapsed upon his return. What was he to do now? Was he really going to have to deal with two of them? Chapter 81, I won't be sleeping here tonight. With no other choice, Zhang Yang called Wu Qiutong over. "Teacher, I'm terribly sorry to call you out so late." Zhang Yang carried Chen Feifei on his back, while Wu Qiutong supported Chu Yan. Wu Qiutong shook her head. "It's fine. That girl helped you today. You should treat someone to a meal." When she learned today that Zhang Yang had founded Dazhong Net, Wu Qiutong was utterly shocked. She realized this introverted boy at school was actually exceptionally talented. But the girls around Zhang Yang were simply too numerous and all exceptionally talented. Take the girl she was supporting now with that figure, she could probably win any modeling contest. Then there was Chen Feifei, whom Zhang Yang was carrying on his back, a student in her own class. Not only was this girl kind-hearted and talented, but her legs were top tier. Most importantly, they were all in the prime of their youth. She couldn't help but feel she truly couldn't compete. Zhang Yang, however, wasn't dwelling on such thoughts. Being surrounded by beauties felt genuinely wonderful. Envious glances followed them along the way. As they passed a certain spot, he suddenly stopped. Ahead stood the Yangqing Tower, colloquially known as the Little Waste. Planned as a new landmark for Guangzhou at the turn of the century, it was now largely complete and set to open to the public during the National Day holiday. Though not yet operational, crowds of tourists had already flocked to the riverside, jostling for photo spots. Zhang Yang held a special affection for the city of Yangcheng. Seeing the slender waist nearing completion, he couldn't resist wanting to take a photo with it. "Teacher, let's take a picture together." "Ha? A photo? Should we really take one like this?" Wu Qiutong felt a bit awkward. "Take it. A photo captures the feeling of this moment. Adjusting angles and editing it later is too artificial." Makes sense. "Alright then, let's do it. Too bad it's so late I came out without makeup." Wu Qiutong touched her cheek. The tiny nasolabial fold she'd noticed 2 days ago made her feel a bit anxious. "Teacher, see? I just said we want authenticity." You're right. Go ahead and take it. Just don't laugh at how ugly I look." Zhang Yang raised his phone, framing all four faces against the backdrop of the illuminated Yangqing Tower, a scene brimming with everyday life. "Wow. Teacher, are you sure you really didn't put on any makeup?" "No, I just got out of the shower when you called." "What's wrong? Am I too ugly?" She anxiously checked her appearance. "No, not at all. Your face is glowing with collagen. You look prettier than both of them. Are you sure you're not wearing makeup?" "Ha? You're just teasing me again, aren't you?" Wu Qiutong gave him a playful scolding, though deep down she was overjoyed. Earlier today, being compared to these two young girls had made her feel a bit insecure. But after receiving Zhang Yang's affirmation, she didn't feel so bad anymore. "Teacher, be confident. You truly have top-tier divine looks. You won't lose to anyone. Come on, say cheese." During the photo session, Chu Yan also stirred awake. Spotting the camera in front of her, she flashed a dazed smile and gave a thumbs up. Click. Zhang Yang pressed the shutter. Though modern phone cameras hadn't yet developed night vision capabilities, the three girls' divine beauty rendered such tech unnecessary. Any casual snap turned out stunning. The more he looked at the photo, the more beautiful it became. Zhang Yang couldn't resist posting it to his QQ space. The first person to see it was his roommate, Mao Xian, who was about to go online to find study materials for the evening. "Holy crap! Is this real? Zhang Yang. What happened? Got expelled, right? Seriously, you were out during the day and missed it. The principal announced it over the school-wide broadcast." Fan Xiaobai said this with a smile still on his face. "Ha? Expelled? What's going on? No wonder he hasn't come back." Zhou Wenbin had gone to another school for a basketball game that afternoon and hadn't heard about it either. Just then, Lu Hao returned from a date and asked about Zhang Yang's whereabouts. "No way, you guys didn't know? Your luck really sucks. You missed such a spectacular moment. Looks like I'm the lucky one today. If I'd known, I would have asked Feifei out to dinner tonight. I'm sure it would have worked." Fan Xiaobai felt incredibly elated, thinking that since you weren't going to the bathroom, his biggest rival was out of the picture. No one could compete with him now. "Xiaobai, I still think you'd fail."
Mao Xian looked at the photo before him, hesitating to break the truth.
For eyes, what's that supposed to mean? Look down on me, huh? You think I'd fail if I wanted to pursue Chen Feifei?
I told you, I just didn't want to chase her before.
Fan Xiaobai was getting annoyed. Holy crap.
Check the social feed. What did Zhang Yang post?
Zhou Wenbin noticed it too. What? A suicide note? Or just playing the victim? Fan Xiaobai hadn't added Zhang Yang, so he didn't know what was going on and leaned in to take a look.
In that instant, his heart clenched painfully.
The photos were taken by the riverbank, surrounded by stunning women, especially the one on his back. Wasn't that his goddess, Chen Feifei? This was so unfair.
All he wanted was to ask Chen Feifei out for a meal, but she wouldn't even give him a chance. Yet here was Zhang Yang, carrying her on his back, and judging by her flushed face, she was clearly drunk. How could she go out to dinner with another man and drink alcohol at that?
Not only that, but he just said that if he asked Chen Feifei out to dinner today, he'd definitely succeed. Now he felt like a complete fool. Photoshop. It must be photoshopped. That was Fan Xiaobai's only lifeline. But it didn't look like it. The editing was too flawless, it looked completely real. I'm so jealous of Brother Yang. Mao Xian had also taken a Photoshop elective, yet he couldn't spot any flaws in the image.
Even if it were a real photo, nothing would happen. Look, since Teacher Wu is here, she never let Zhang Yang get out of hand. Don't try to stop me later, I'm going to settle this with Zhang Yang.
Fan Xiaobai was furious.
He'd warned him repeatedly not to touch his goddess, yet Zhang Yang kept crossing the line and getting more brazen by the day.
If he didn't assert his claim now, did Zhang Yang really think he was made of paper? Just then, Zhou Wenbin's phone rang.
Glancing at the number, he muttered, "Oh, Zhang Yang's calling.
Why's he phoning me now? Answer it. Put it on speaker. I'm about to lose my temper." Fan Xiaobai's voice rose several notches. Startled, Zhou Wenbin reluctantly activated speakerphone. "Hey, Zhang Yang, what's up?" "Oh, I won't be coming back to sleep tonight." "Lock the door." Chapter 82, Morning Surprise. Get out of my way. Don't stop me.
I'm going out to settle this once and for all.
Fan Xiaobai couldn't take it anymore.
He bolted out the door, only to run straight into the dorm supervisor conducting a room check. The old dorm supervisor had retired, replaced by a bald man in his 40s. Hearing the commotion, the bald supervisor turned with a sinister grin as terrifying as that actor surnamed Wu in the Hong Kong film We Kill, staring Fan Xiaobai back inside.
"Xiaobai, forget it. Don't go.
We're all roommates, no need to make things this tense," Lu Hao tried to reason.
"Forget it? No way. But I won't go tonight. We'll settle this tomorrow." Fan Xiaobai quickly burrowed back under the covers, feeling both scared and angry, thinking about what Zhang Yang might face tonight.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had already arrived at Wu Qiutong's doorstep with the three beauties. Chen Feifei, having drunk relatively little, had actually sobered up during the bumpy climb up the stairs. Seeing Zhang Yang carrying her, she chose not to make a scene. Su Xinyan, however, had drunk quite a lot.
She'd been babbling nonsense since entering the building. Now at the door, she said, "Finally home. This is my place. Make yourselves comfortable." "Zhang Yang, how much did your friend drink? She's talking nonsense."
Wu Qiutong reached for her keys but was pushed aside by Chu Yan.
No need. How could I let you open the door yourself? I'll handle it."
After saying this, Chu Yan began fumbling in her pocket.
"Teacher, don't mind her. I want to see how she does it."
Zhang Yang intended to capture Chu Yan's embarrassing moment, but unexpectedly, the door swung open the very next second.
"Holy crap. Chu Yan, how did you do that? Ms. Wu, didn't you lock the door?"
"No, it's supposed to lock automatically when I close it."
Wu Qiutong was puzzled too.
She'd bought this place precisely because of its high security level.
If just anyone could open the door, that would be a disaster.
Only then did Chu Yan chuckle and flash the small piece of wire in her hand. "Make yourselves at home, just like you're at your own place.
I'm going to bed." With that, she collapsed onto the floor. "Ah, cousin?" Chen Feifei jumped in surprise, rushing over to check on her.
After confirming Chu Yan was fine, she felt a pang of regret for having voluntarily climbed down from Zhang Yang's back earlier.
Zhang Yang finally understood everything, so this was how Chu Yan had gotten in. That meant he'd wrongly accused Chen Feifei last time.
Recalling how he'd barely acknowledged her all summer, yet she'd been the first to offer help when trouble struck, Zhang Yang realized Chen Feifei was truly someone worth having as a friend.
"Oh, you're awake. Want to head back to campus?
I'll go with you and have the security guard open the gate." Wu Qiutong realized they were girls after all and probably wouldn't feel comfortable staying out overnight.
Chen Feifei felt a bit awkward.
She wished she hadn't woken up, because she actually wanted to spend more time with Zhang Yang.
Unaware of her thoughts, Zhang Yang assumed she was just tired and suggested, "Teacher, why not let them stay here for the night? It's quite late now. If you take them back and come back alone, it might not be safe. They can sleep in the guest room." Well then. The guest room is too warm. They'll feel hot after drinking. They can sleep in my room."
10 minutes later, watching the sisters fall into peaceful sleep, Wu Qiutong gently closed the door behind her. She turned and found Zhang Yang smiling broadly at her, making her feel slightly uneasy.
Don't get any ideas, there are people here. Teacher, what are you thinking? I didn't say anything.
Though if you were to invite me to sleep with you, I suppose I could accept that request.
Get lost. Who wants to sleep with you? You have no respect. At your age, you could be a mother. Stop joking around. Mom? You pervert. I'm going to bed. You can sleep on the couch. Wu Qiutong quickly shut the door. That night, Wu Qiutong couldn't sleep.
It wasn't just because the guest room was stiflingly hot, it was also because of the shift happening inside her. Before, she thought Zhang Yang was just a kid, but after learning today that he'd founded Dazhongnet, she slowly began to see him as a mature, outstanding man.
Women are naturally drawn to strength. She had witnessed Zhang Yang's capabilities.
Though she'd once been bothered by his age, now she saw youth as an asset.
Young people have more stamina, right? Ugh, how could she even think that?
She was a university professor, after all.
It was all Zhang Yang's fault.
Ever since he'd taught her how to please herself that night, she couldn't resist. Her hand lingered on her waist for a moment before, as if possessed, it began to creep upward. It wasn't until past 6 in the morning that Wu Qiutong finally lay down, while Zhang Yang remained deep in a blissful dream. Perhaps because he'd been with too many women the night before, his dream today was exceptionally vivid. The woman in his dream remained faceless, yet Zhang Yang was already lost in the swaying waves. Suddenly, he felt an urge to use the restroom. Only then did he snap back to reality, desperately summoning his willpower to suppress it before rushing to wake up and grab some paper. Only to discover someone lying on top of him. The delay proved fatal. By the time the tremors subsided, Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over his body. Only then did he have time to look up at the face above him and discovered it was none other than Su Xinyan, her cheeks flushed. Now he finally understood why he'd kept feeling like he was swaying in his dream.
Holy crap! Su Xinyan, what the hell? Sneaking up on me first thing in the morning?
Zhang Yang was startled.
Was this girl addicted or something? You're getting away with it and still acting all innocent.
I heard you got fired, so I came to cheer you up.
Did you drink?
Just a little.
I ended up here in a daze. Wait, how did you even get in?
Zhang Yang suddenly noticed something was off.
The door?
Oh, it seems it wasn't locked.
It wasn't locked?
Zhang Yang was suspicious, but Su Xinyan wasn't that Curian type. She probably didn't know how to pick locks. Little did he know, Chu Yen was hiding in the kitchen, secretly filming the two of them. Just then, a noise came from the guest room.
Startled, Zhang Yang quickly pushed Su Xinyan away. What's the point? You just use me and then dump me, huh? Oomph. You dog of a man. Next time, I won't give you this kind of surprise.
Zhang Yang tapped her head.
What's gotten into you? Don't you know this house isn't just mine? There are other people here. Huh? Other people? No way. I thought you lived here alone.
No, I have to hide in the bathroom. Su Xinyan stood up, wincing in pain, and prepared to run into the bathroom without even fixing her clothes.
But Zhang Yang was quick-witted.
He knew there was only one bathroom, and someone would surely need it early in the morning. So he hurriedly directed her to hide in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Su Xinyan was hiding under the dining table, unaware that a pair of hands had already crept over.
Chapter 83, Come, remove the armor. Ha? Zhang Yang? You weren't asleep?
Wu Qiutong had indeed been exhausted, but after lying down for a while, she felt the urge to use the restroom.
Upon emerging, she discovered Zhang Yang hadn't slept either.
Zhang Yang, seeing Su Xinyan safely concealed, turned back to her.
Oh, right, teacher. I'm just stretching. Ah.
Wu Qiutong pointed at his pants, suddenly realizing what kind of exercise he meant. Zhang Yang followed her finger and gasped in shock. His zipper was down.
Sorry, teacher. My pants just slipped down.
Not sure if she believed him, Zhang Yang made up a casual excuse.
Wu Qiutong just sighed and went into the bathroom.
When she came out, Zhang Yang quickly added, Teacher, I'm in the habit of exercising in the morning.
Oh, come on. Don't you think I know you? You've lived here for so long. When have you ever exercised in the morning? I know all about it. You know?
Zhang Yang was startled.
Had she seen everything just now?
Sorry, teacher, I didn't mean to.
No need to apologize. Seeing his guilty expression, Wu Qiutong smiled gently, ruffling his hair. I know, dear.
Magazines say it's more common at your age, but too much isn't good for your health.
Just hold on a couple more days, wait until the weekend.
With that, Wu Qiutong blushed and returned to her room.
At first, Zhang Yang didn't grasp the meaning behind her wait until the weekend.
But as he thought it over, a surge of excitement filled his heart.
Weekend meant their hot spring trip together, didn't it? She wanted him to hold off for 2 days? That meant.
Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy, making him even more eager for the weekend.
But the excitement soon gave way to overwhelming drowsiness.
Ignoring Su Xinyan still hiding in the kitchen, Zhang Yang collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly, but Su Xinyan was in for a rough time.
She clutched her chest, glaring warily at Xu Yan, who stood before her with a wicked grin. What are you doing? Don't take advantage of me like this, it's not fair. Fair? Oomph. Miss Su, I never wronged you, first you started this. I'm not bothering with you. I'm leaving. Think you can stop me?
Su Xinyan hurriedly pulled her clothes back on, wary of another sneak attack from this woman.
Let me show you something. If you can still walk after this, I'll admit defeat.
Su Yan spoke as she pulled out her phone and opened a video.
Su Xinyan's expression shifted from disdain to utter shock. You shameless scoundrel. How dare you secretly film me? I'm calling the police. Go ahead.
I can't guarantee this video won't end up on the school's online forum. Su Xinyan seethed with anger, but after watching the video for a moment, she suddenly burst out laughing.
Wait, this only shows my back. Post it if you want. If you like it, keep it as a souvenir. What?
Xu Yan flipped her phone around and realized it was indeed just a swaying silhouette.
Su Xinyan chuckled, then stood up to leave. Hey, hold on, Miss Su. Now look, what's this?
Su Xinyan turned at the sound and saw another video playing on Xu Yan's phone. This time, her face was crystal clear.
Startled, Su Xinyan snatched the phone away.
The footage showed her lying on top of Zhang Yang, while a pair of hands off camera groped her freely. It suddenly dawned on her this was from after grandfather's birthday banquet, when they discussed compensating Zhang Yang with shares. You're a pervert. We're both girls, how could you do this?
Su Xinyan stared at her in utter shock. Thanks for the compliment. Zhang Yang always says I'm a pervert too. You two really know people well.
Xu Yan's expression clearly bore 8 words, not ashamed, but proud. Su Xinyan knew that if this video leaked, her reputation would be utterly ruined. She quickly hit delete. Ha! Deleted, little girl. Let me teach you a lesson, never leave crucial evidence in someone else's hands.
Su Xinyan thought the matter was settled and was about to leave when a voice called out behind her, so sure there's no backup copy on my USB drive?
Su Xinyan halted, turned back, and finally softened her tone.
What exactly do you want? See? That's more like it, Miss Su.
I'm only after money, I have no personal grudge against you.
Alright, how much do you want?
Let me think. I recall you drive a Ferrari, so your family must be well off.
I'll take $1 million.
Xu Yan immediately made an outrageous demand.
1 million. How dare you ask for that? What? Surely the granddaughter of the Su family can't be unable to come up with $1 million? I won't believe that if you say it.
Xu Yan knew that if she got this million, she'd finally have a chance to buy the house she wanted.
She could finally escape her family of origin.
I could have given you that money, but I've recently fallen out with my family and can't come up with $1 million yuan.
At my last birthday banquet, although grandfather was quite pleased, it angered my father's side.
In a fit of rage, he cut off my allowance.
What? No way. How could you fall out with your family? Good heavens. Can't you spoiled princesses just settle for being rich kids? Why must you rebel? No, are you out of your mind? How I choose to live is none of your business. Su Xinyan couldn't help but snap.
Though she'd lost her former carefree lifestyle, she had no regrets.
Oh. You dare curse me? I'll post this online right now.
Xu Yan, having failed to get the money, was now furious.
Wait. I'm sorry.
But your demand for $1 million yuan is way too steep.
I can't come up with that much. If not $1 million, surely you have 500,000? Even 500,000 would do. Not even 50. How about 30,200? Not even 100K. I only have a few tens of thousands on me. Ugh. This is so annoying. I don't care, I want $1 million yuan.
Xu Yan really didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Since DaZhongNet had recently started gaining popularity, Zhang Yang no longer needed her to promote it, and she'd lost a perfect chance to earn some extra cash. How about this, you delete the video first and I'll save up the money gradually.
Then I'll pay you later? Do you think I'm stupid? What if I delete it and you don't pay? Here's the deal, you can save up slowly. Once you have enough, give me the money and I'll delete the video.
But I can charge some interest.
Interest? Su Xinyan was stunned again. Just say it, how much interest do you want? No, my interest isn't money. Then what is it? Come on, take off your armor first.
I'll tell you slowly.
Chapter 84, Testing Your Figure Golden Ticket 50 Bonus Chapter.
Seeing Su Xinyan finally open up, Xu Yan smiled smugly.
See?
Why the rush to get dressed?
What exactly are you trying to do? Don't go too far. How could it be too much?
Last time in the library, I noticed you have a pretty good figure, so today I'm testing just how good it really is. Xu Yan began flexing her wrists.
I'm warning you, if you cross the line, I'll call the police.
Recalling the force of that claw last time, and now without clothes to block her, Su Xinyan genuinely feared Xu Yan might not hold back.
Come on, let me see. How captivating is this campus beauty who drives men wild? Xu Yan yanked Su Xinyan into her embrace. I'm warning you. Xu, keep your voice down, I'm giving you a free massage. With that, Su Yan began to get carried away.
A few minutes later, Su Xinyan's breathing grew ragged, while Chu Yan seemed to get even more into it. This campus beauty Su really had a great figure, far better than her cousins.
Damn, Zhang Yang, just how much was he enjoying this? Why would such a top-tier woman be so willing to take the initiative?
With that thought, she increased the pressure of her hands.
She was having fun, but Su Xinyan was suffering. Rectangular prism, cube, ellipsoid. Watching Chu Yan transform into a geometry master before her eyes, Su Xinyan could only seethe in silence.
Fortunately, someone came to her rescue just then. Thirsty Chen Feifei came to the kitchen to get water and heard strange sounds coming from under the table.
Curious, she peeked in. Oh, cousin, what are you two doing?
Su Xinyan jumped in fright, half carrying her clothes into the bathroom before quickly escaping the scene. Seeing her cousin's bewildered expression, Chu Yan chuckled, nothing to worry about. She said her chest felt tight, so I was giving her first aid.
Oh, cousin, you're so kind. Of course, your cousin is a good person. Chu Yan chuckled inwardly. This cousin of mine is so adorably naive. Here, do you want your cousin to check your body? Ha? No, Zhang Yang's here. I'm so tired, I just want to go back to sleep. Chen Feifei hurried off as well.
Now that the fun was over, Chu Yan felt a bit bored. She savored the sensation from earlier and roughly estimated the size.
Probably a C cup.
Stupid Zhang Yang, if I were a man, I'd steal every woman you have.
Chu Yan thought bitterly.
But she still couldn't figure out how Zhang Yang had done it last time, how he'd made her surrender in just 1 minute. Seems she needed to practice her technique more. She'd learn from him later, after all, she already had a practice partner. By late afternoon, everyone gradually woke up. Skipping lunch, they all headed back to school. When Zhang Yang returned to the dorm, he found the stereo blasting "Good Day."
Curiosity piqued, he wondered, what's got everyone so cheerful? Did something good happen? Brother Yang, you're back? Mao Xian looked surprised. What? You're surprised to see me?
No, but Xiaobai said you got expelled.
Zhang Yang glanced at Fan Xiaobai, who stood up and retorted, what? I didn't start any rumors. You can't hit me.
But his tone was so weak he didn't dare mention the word duel again.
You're that scared of me hitting you?
Zhang Yang shook his head. This guy was simply unworthy of being his opponent.
Zhang Yang, I'm warning you. You're no longer a student here. You're an outsider.
If you hit me, that's trespassing on campus grounds to murder an outstanding student.
Fan Xiaobai's voice still trembled as he spoke.
His presence shrinking threefold the moment he saw Zhang Yang.
You? Outstanding?
I wouldn't dare listen to you say that. Just as Zhang Yang finished speaking, he felt someone wrap their arms around his thigh.
It was Mao Xian, kneeling on the ground. Brother Yang, I'm literally on my knees here. You have to teach me how to pick up girls.
You don't need to pick up girls.
When dealing with women, don't reveal your neediness too much. Once you do, women will keenly sense that you need them, not the other way around. Then, in front of you, they'll constantly elevate their own status.
There's a saying that captures it perfectly: if you bloom, the butterflies will come.
Bro, can you break it down for me?
My brain's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Mao Xian had been determined to find a girlfriend since college, but now in his sophomore year, he still hadn't made any progress. Seeing Lu Hao already in a relationship had him panicking.
Alright, here's another tip. Women are like birds, they're easily drawn to shiny objects. Got it? Shiny objects? Oh, I get it. Mao Xian was overjoyed, thinking his chances of finding a girlfriend were finally looking up. Zhang Yang nodded, impressed by his grasp of the concept. Shiny gold and silver jewelry, few women could resist that.
After showering back at the dorm, Zhang Yang didn't rest. With the land secured for the startup park, he still needed to pave the way for the upcoming campus food delivery project. So he lit a cigarette and headed straight out. Truthfully, Zhang Yang had been forced into the food delivery project. His original plan was to make more money in the stock market, then invest capital to pave the way. However, the stock market crash forced him to launch a project quickly to generate income, ensuring he'd have more capital to invest in the mobile phone industry before year's end. If memory served him right, this year marked a major upheaval in the mobile phone industry. Domestic smartphones were beginning to rise, and through contract phone deals, Huawei, ZTE, Coolpad, and Lenovo were gradually establishing themselves as the 4 major brands. Therefore, Zhang Yang had to secure his share of the market before the landscape solidified, allowing him to better execute his next plan: online payments. The website deal was struck during summer break, before the new semester started. Zhang Yang initially targeted working professionals as his user base. But when the food delivery project launched shortly after, he treated it merely as an experiment. He harbored doubts about the off-campus food delivery venture due to the lack of transparency in many operational aspects. Zhang Yang never fought unprepared battles, and the off-campus food delivery project felt uncontrollable. First, the delivery riders were supplied by Li Dequay, a middleman, and Zhang Yang had no way of knowing their quality. Second, there was the issue of payments. The riders played a crucial role in the process, and he couldn't guarantee that Li Dequay wouldn't use his people to cut corners. Therefore, Zhang Yang had long decided that if this project spiraled out of control, he would sever ties immediately. That's why he went to such lengths to secure land in the creative park to allow the delivery project to thrive within the campus itself. Campus regulations imposed constraints, and the quality of most students was indeed higher than that of the outside world. Take the simplest issue: if someone tried to skip out on a delivery bill later, he could easily track them down and make them pay up.
Control was Zhang Yang's foremost principle in any venture. Chapter 85, Food Delivery Feature Launches, Heading to the Hot Springs. One day later, the campus food delivery service officially launched. The project was an instant hit among students, who had long grown tired of the cafeteria food. Most had simply found the food court too far away, forcing them to settle for the cafeteria. In dorm 344, Mao Xian woke up this morning to harvest his virtual garden and found a food delivery voucher among his rewards. Unlike previous food coupons that required in-person use, this one could be redeemed online. Eager to try it out, he clicked on the delivery feature, prompting him to access the webpage. Following the prompts, he clicked the takeout feature on the webpage. A series of images quickly popped up, essentially showcasing the menus of participating merchants. After much deliberation, he settled on braised eggplant from a stir-fry restaurant. Priced at 8 yuan, the same as campus meals, it tasted far superior. He sent his order to the official account, Nan Garden Building 3, Room 344, Mao Xian. Braised eggplant from stir-fry house. His order notification was promptly seen by the back-end. Chen Feifei forwarded the order to the merchant based on this message, then logged into his back-end account to delete the student's food voucher, completing the voucher redemption process. Admittedly, this wasn't particularly intelligent, but there was no alternative. Many conditions were still lacking and needed gradual improvement. The plot of land secured by the startup park now served as a food delivery hub. After merchants prepared meals based on orders, Zhang Yang had them all delivered to the park. Students could then pick up their meals according to their orders. After noon, Mao Xian received a group text confirming the meal's arrival. He eagerly grabbed 8 yuan and dashed downstairs, eager to see how this experiment would turn out. When he returned upstairs and opened his meal, he found it still warm. Taking a bite, he realized the flavor hadn't changed at all. He couldn't help but praise it. "Xiaobai, you're amazing. Your friend is incredibly smart. How did he even come up with this? I'd rack my brain and never think of such an idea." Mao Xian grew increasingly impressed with the so-called founder mentioned by Fan Xiaobai. "Of course. My friend studied abroad in the US. He received a Western education. He's just smarter than us." Fan Xiaobai knew this person was fictional, but he kept embellishing the story, as if this genius were himself. Zhang Yang remained silent, sitting on the bed and remotely directing his team's work. Since he didn't have a computer, this laptop was actually borrowed from Chen Feifei. Watching the lunch rush finally subside, Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief and was about to wash his hands and grab a bite to eat. As he closed the laptop, a wave of fragrance swept over him, and Zhang Yang realized that items used by girls truly did smell lovely. Just then, Lu Hao returned with a takeout order in hand. Noticing Zhang Yang hadn't eaten, he politely offered to share. "Oh, no thanks. You go ahead. I've got plans." "Bro, I know you've been raking it in lately, but you shouldn't push yourself this hard. See? Ordering takeout is so convenient." "Nah, I'm good. Gotta go." Zhang Yang washed his hands and headed out. He had lunch plans with Chen Feifei. She'd been working herself to the bone these past few days. As a member of his team, and with their previous misunderstanding cleared up, Zhang Yang felt he absolutely had to treat her. As soon as Zhang Yang left, Mao Xian grew curious. "Brother Hao, didn't Brother Yang say he got expelled from school? Why hasn't the dorm supervisor come to kick him out?" "Oh, I asked him. He said the matter's resolved. A few professors from the college banded together to protect him," Lu Hao replied truthfully. "Bull. Why would a bunch of professors team up to protect a guy who failed every single class? I bet he just went begging to Teacher Wu, and she pulled some strings for him." Fan Xiaobai couldn't stand the sight of Zhang Yang. Come to think of it, Teacher Wu and Zhang Yang seem pretty close. She brought him along on that trip last time. Honestly, I don't think it's just a teacher-student thing. That girl in the spaghetti-strap dress who had dinner with Brother Yang? The more I look at her, the more she resembles Teacher Wu. Mao Xian voiced his doubts. "Come on, that can't be true. Professor Wu is renowned as the most beautiful woman among our faculty." Lu Hao found it hard to believe, struggling to fathom the reason. Just looking at Professor Wu's usual attire, it was clear she wasn't short on money. "Exactly, Mao Xian. I think you're overestimating Zhang Yang. He's just playing the victim card, and Teacher Wu feels sorry for him. He doesn't have what it takes to pursue her. I bet she's getting annoyed with him by now, especially since he's always getting into trouble." "Alright, Xiaobai, cut it out. We're roommates. Tomorrow's the weekend. My girlfriend's dorm wants to grab drinks at a bar. You guys in?" Lu Hao, a carefree rich kid, actually hoped for better dorm harmony. He was willing to spend more to bring everyone together. "I'm perfectly fine. I just can't stand Zhang Yang. I've attended every single one of your events, but that guy never fits in. Fan Xiaobai chimed in with another sarcastic remark. What about you? Mao Xian. Ah, Lu, don't even ask him.
Mao Xian's the type who'd never pass up a free meal. Fan Xiaobai, relying on his superiority as a local, actually looked down on both Zhang Yang and Mao Xian, who weren't from the Pearl River Delta region.
So he basically never spared them any face when speaking.
Mao Xian felt a bit annoyed, but he didn't argue.
Shortly after, Zhou Wenbin returned and urged everyone to look out onto the balcony.
They rushed out to find a red Ferrari parked beneath the cafeteria, its door leaning against a girl in sunglasses, none other than campus beauty Su Xinyan.
Holy! She's gorgeous. If I could marry her, dying right now would be worth it. Mao Xian nearly drooled. It's not even night yet, and you're already daydreaming. Forget marrying her, just holding her hand would be a luxury.
Zhou Wenbin knew full well that girls like her weren't within the reach of ordinary guys like them.
Hey, what do you think? If Brother Yang tried to chat her up, would he stand a chance?
I feel like he's got a knack for chasing girls. After all these incidents, in Mao Xian's mind, Zhang Yang was practically a love guru. Just as they were chatting, Zhou Wenbin watched in shock as campus beauty Su Xiaohua actually reached out to take Zhang Yang's hand only to have him ruthlessly brush her off.
Holy!
The group nearly shouted in unison as the scene felt like something out of a sci-fi blockbuster. They immediately rushed to the water fountain to rinse their eyes. But Zhang Yang wasn't acting crazy. He genuinely had to decline Su Xinyan's weekend shopping invitation because he'd just received a text from Wu Qiutong instructing him to drive to the suburban hot springs tonight.
Chapter 86, Only One Room Booked. As the car rolled down the road, Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement.
Glancing at Wu Qiutong in the passenger seat, it all felt like a dream. The stunningly beautiful teacher who had captivated countless students in his past life was now in his car, and they were even planning to soak in hot springs together.
Teacher, hurry up. Pinch me. Huh? What's wrong? Though confused, Wu Qiutong gently pinched him and asked, Are you too sleepy?
Sorry, teacher. I just think that new hot spring place looks great and I can't wait to enjoy it.
Teacher, what I mean is, am I dreaming? How did I get the chance to go to the hot springs with the most beautiful teacher in the whole school? Ha! Gah, you always tease me. Wu Qiutong laughed and playfully tapped Zhang Yang.
But her sheep-like strength felt like nothing when it landed on Zhang Yang. Instead of pain, it felt pleasurable, making him even more eager for tonight's story.
Zhang Yang, did you buy this car? Wu Qiutong suddenly asked. Yeah, how about it, teacher? Pretty impressive, huh? When he bought this car, his roommates were shocked, but Zhang Yang didn't think it was a big deal.
He'd never been one to show off that seemed tacky to him.
But timing matters.
In front of the girl he liked, Zhang Yang was willing to be a little tacky.
Impressive, impressive. Wu Qiutong smiled, gently ruffling his hair with a hint of concern.
She'd seen the message Su Xinyan sent last time and knew Zhang Yang was pretending to be that rich girl's boyfriend all for the money. At first, she'd found it hard to accept her nature lean conservative, but after learning he'd launched a website, Wu Qiutong had imagined a narrative. Zhang Yang was doing all this to realize his entrepreneurial dream. Watching Zhang Yang transform from a struggling student to a website founder, an astonishing journey completed in just one summer, Wu Qiutong recognized how exceptional this young man was, while also understanding the immense sacrifices he must have made. Around 8 p.m., the two arrived at the hot spring guesthouse on the outskirts of the city. Upon arrival, they received some disappointing news. Due to the inn's recent opening, some electrical wiring hadn't been properly installed, leaving several rooms without power. Guests who had booked 2 rooms might have to reduce their reservation by 1. The inn manager, seeing Zhang Yang constantly calling out teacher, naturally dismissed the idea that the two were a couple. Zhang Yang felt a headache coming on. No air conditioning in this weather was bad enough, but no fans either? That was pure torture. This isn't our fault, it's yours. We came all this way, and now you tell us this? I just want to know what your solution is. Zhang Yang stared sternly at the manager.
Oh, well, it's like this. If you two are willing to stay in just one room, we'll give you a nice discount on your stay. Teacher, what do you think? Zhang Yang still wanted to ask Wu Qiutong's opinion. Wu Qiutong's face was flushed bright red.
Zhang Yang thought she might just be overheated, so he added, Teacher, if you're not satisfied, we can leave right now and find a better place next time.
No. No? No what? Actually, I only booked 1 room.
Wu Qiutong finally explained the situation.
Just 1 room. Meaning this incident wouldn't affect them.
But the innkeeper let out a startled gasp.
What's wrong?
Wu Qiutong panicked, thinking she'd done something wrong.
Oh, no problem, no problem. I'll check you in.
The manager smiled, though something felt off inside.
These young folks sure play hard. Is this some kind of role play?
But deep down, he felt more envy. Being able to soak in the hot springs with such a beauty would be a pleasure. Zhang Yang was naturally thrilled. Wu Qiutong's words alone were enough to excite him.
She'd only booked 1 room. Wasn't that tacit approval for whatever might happen? After checking in and dropping off their luggage, Zhang Yang couldn't wait to pull Wu Qiutong toward the hot springs. Hey, slow down.
We should shower first. Taking a bath before the hot springs is better, it helps open your capillaries so you absorb the minerals more effectively.
Come on, I'm ready. Wait, no. I misspoke.
I meant we should shower separately. Wu Qiutong hastily clarified her slip of the tongue.
Alright, teacher. Maybe next time we can bathe together.
Zhang Yang thought for a moment, deciding there was no rush. After all, they were staying together tonight and it was bound to be a wonderful night. After showering, Zhang Yang headed toward the hot spring pool with eager anticipation. He'd heard this hot spring had no gender separation, it was mixed bathing.
It was already past 9 o'clock, so Zhang Yang figured there probably wouldn't be anyone in the pool yet.
His steps quickened.
Teacher, hurry up. I love soaking in hot springs the most. Alright, coming.
Wu Qiutong emerged wrapped in a bathrobe, her face flushed crimson.
Finally reaching the bathhouse entrance, Zhang Yang excitedly pulled open the sliding door only to be met with disappointment.
The pool was large enough, but it was packed.
Middle-aged men and women were telling dirty jokes, while unruly kids ran wild, treating the place like a playground.
What was even more infuriating was the manager approaching them, asking if they could help fill out a feedback form to help improve their service. Zhang Yang was so angry he immediately shooed him away. Though tonight's crowd did dampen his mood somewhat. But that dissatisfaction vanished quickly. Because on the shore, Wu Qiutong was slowly untying her bathrobe. Truthfully, the anticipation was the most beautiful part. Most men who studied Japanese materials understood that an actress's full body charm paled in comparison to the allure of her preparing to shed her restraints. At this moment, Wu Qiutong had already reached to untie her sash, just peeling back the bathrobe slightly to reveal her fragrant shoulder. At that moment, countless men were desperately swallowing hard. When the robe finally fell away, every man's gaze was drawn to her, for beneath it she wore a white swimsuit with a sexy open-back design. The outfit seemed familiar decades later. On a short video platform, a certain borderline influencer surnamed Jiang would be known for wearing this exact ensemble. But this was a decade ago. The outfit was truly ahead of its time. No wonder everyone had lost their composure. Wu Qiutong was simply too skilled. Perhaps feeling exposed by the stares, Wu Qiutong shielded herself with her hands and prepared to enter the water. Zhang Yang reached out his hand at just the right moment.
Come on, teacher, come to me. They're all bad people. I'll protect you. Chapter 87, The Sensation Caused by a Set of Battle Armor.
If all those jealous stares could turn into arrows, Zhang Yang would have been pierced through the heart by 1,000 of them. But Zhang Yang claimed he was used to it. After all, he'd experienced it during that candlelit dinner. Her fragrance wafted through the air, and Zhang Yang found the surrounding atmosphere itself seemed to smell wonderful.
What are you smelling? Teacher, did you put on perfume? No, do I smell weird?
She raised her arm, sniffing it nervously. As she raised her arm, that flash of white appeared again, drawing the attention of the men still chatting. This scene naturally drew discontent from their respective female companions, and murmurs of discontent echoed from several corners of the bathhouse. Zhang Yang quickly pressed her shoulders, submerging her entire body back into the water.
Teacher, stop. Stop. Stop right now. What's wrong? Teacher, look at you.
If you keep flashing that inner thigh, tomorrow's divorce rate in Yangchang will skyrocket.
That's exaggerated. You're just trying to flatter me. Wu Qiutong gave him a flirtatious glare. Don't believe me?
Just now, when you barely surfaced, those men's eyes turned predatory. Their partners felt overshadowed by you. Of course they're upset. This whole commotion is your fault, teacher. You bear primary responsibility. It's not my fault. You're the one who said I smelled weird.
When did I say you smelled weird?
What I meant was, you smell so good. Did you put on perfume?
No, I didn't. Am I really that fragrant?
Wu Qiutong sniffed but detected nothing.
Still, seeing Zhang Yang speak with such conviction, she asked with a smile, really? That strong?
Seeing Zhang Yang nod, Wu Qiutong moved closer.
Then smell it some more.
Seeing Wu Qiutong being so forward, Zhang Yang naturally took the chance to wrap his arm around her shoulder.
Ahem, Zhang Yang, are you sure only they're the bad guys here?
Yeah, I'm worried someone might have ulterior motives toward you, so I need to show off my boyfriend skills.
Boyfriend material? Zhang Yang, I never said I wanted to be your girlfriend. Wu Qiutong pouted, feigning pride, though her heart was already bursting with joy. Well then, looks like I'll have to find someone else.
Oh, come on, the teacher just hasn't made up her mind yet. Seeing her adorable reaction, Zhang Yang couldn't resist giving her cheek a kiss.
Wu Qiutong playfully smacked his chest, then returned the kiss.
Seeing her respond so eagerly, Zhang Yang immediately leaned in for another kiss, and this time, his target wasn't just her cheek. Just as he was about to succeed, Wu Qiutong quickly raised her hand to block him. Now it was Zhang Yang's turn to scratch his head awkwardly.
Sorry, teacher, I couldn't help myself. Shoo, there are people around. Can we do this later? Later? This response caught Zhang Yang off guard.
He'd expected a flat refusal, not this.
Teacher, what did you say? Say it again.
Zhang Yang grabbed her shoulders, his voice trembling with excitement.
I won't say it. Calm down. You calm down first. Wu Qiutong had never been in a relationship, but through these interactions, she'd gradually learned a lesson: don't casually test young boys. After all, this was a public place, and there were children around. If someone reported them and they got kicked out, these 2 days of bliss would be ruined. So she had to hold back. Anyway, the hot spring soak wouldn't last long. The dream scenario would play out in an hour at most. The atmosphere cooled momentarily. Worried about dampening the mood, Wu Qiutong quickly shifted the topic. Zhang Yang, I really admire you. How did you come up with the idea to create a model like DaZhongNet? Oh, teacher, it's like this. Ever since the internet entered our country, it's been heavily criticized. Most people think it's virtual and full of falsehoods, but I believe its rapid and widespread dissemination makes it perfect for business. After market research, I noticed that industry giants like Wang, despite their massive traffic, primarily profit from advertising and selling virtual game items. I don't think that's sustainable because games aren't necessities. People using these sites might just be looking to make friends, which overlooks a segment of potential consumers. Food is different. You can't avoid 3 meals a day. Combining this with the fact that most people are too lazy to wait in restaurants during lunch rush, I added a food delivery feature. Wu Qiutong listened in stunned silence. Only now did she realize how exceptional Zhang Yang was: the sheer boldness required to take an idea from conception to field research, then immediately invest funds to test it. Though the money might not be entirely above board, Wu Qiutong understood. After enduring so much hardship, he must desperately crave success. Yet a question also surfaced in her mind: Zhang Yang, you seem like someone with exceptional learning ability. So why did you fail so many courses before? Well, teacher, I was chasing after a girl back then and skipped class a lot. Zhang Yang didn't hide it from her. It wasn't exactly a big secret. Oh? Well, never mind. She just had poor taste, had no idea you were so outstanding. Wu Qiutong offered her encouragement. After soaking in the hot springs for a while longer, seeing that few people had left, Zhang Yang finally spoke up, reluctant to waste tonight's precious moment. Teacher, you must be tired. Not at all. This hot spring water is quite relaxing. I'm getting a bit sleepy. Let's head back and get some rest. Seeing the eager look on his face, Wu Qiutong couldn't resist teasing him. Oh? Then you go ahead. You can sleep first. I'll soak a bit longer, then get a back scrub, and after that, grab something to eat. Huh? Seriously? That'll take until the wee hours. Zhang Yang had already gotten out of the water and stepped onto the shore, now stuck between leaving and staying. Just then, he heard a soft chuckle. Looking down, he saw Wu Qiutong smiling to herself. Giggle. Alright then, teacher. You dared to trick me, so I'll have to punish you. Zhang Yang said, preparing to tickle her. Wu Qiutong quickly begged for mercy. After that, Wu Qiutong stretched lazily and stood up, once again drawing many glances. The women present were busy covering their husbands' eyes with one hand and their children's eyes with the other. I'm a bit tired today. Let's enjoy ourselves properly tomorrow. Zhang Yang, remember to bring my clothes. I'm going to take a shower. No need to remind him. The moment she stood up, Zhang Yang knew what was coming and promptly gathered her clothes. This shower was just a quick rinse, so she emerged from the bathroom swiftly. Zhang Yang noticed the men lingering at the door, pretending to smoke and hesitating to enter the shower area. He knew something was off. The moment Wu Qiutong came out, he immediately wrapped himself in a bathrobe. Wu Qiutong knew how to please people. Sensing Zhang Yang's little thought, she wrapped her arm around his. Come on, let's go to bed. Stepping into the room, a wave of stifling heat hit them. Zhang Yang immediately closed the window and turned on the air conditioner. Turning back, he saw Wu Qiutong had already turned her back to him and was slowly slipping off her bathrobe. She then turned around, gazing at him with a look of tenderness. Chapter 88, see how much impact it has. Snap. Zhang Yang flipped the light switch off. Hey, why'd you turn off the lights? Wu Qiutong asked, puzzled. Because the last 2 times, you were the one who asked me to turn off the lights. Not this time. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yang flicked the light back on. Zhang Yang had thought the front was already peerless, but never imagined the back would be the ultimate masterpiece. Her flawlessly smooth back, sharing the same icy white complexion as Su Xinyan, glowed under the incandescent light like a radiant goddess. Wu Qiutong had already approached him slowly, her face flushed with shyness as she asked, do you like this swimsuit? Zhang Yang shook his head. You don't like it? No, I mean, it's a shame I've only seen such a beautiful sight after so long. Giggle. Wu Qiutong covered her mouth and laughed. If you like it, I'll wear it for you every day. Every day. That's way too much. An image instantly flashed through Zhang Yang's mind, the serious Wu Qiutong standing at the lectern, clad in a form-fitting uniform. She looked utterly professional, imparting knowledge, yet no one could have guessed the alluring undergarments she wore beneath. The contrast. Absolute contrast. Zhang Yang couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward, pinned her against the desk, and kissed her. Wu Qiutong finally broke free, gasping, I can't breathe. Your tongue. Haha, sorry, teacher. I couldn't control myself. You're just too beautiful. Always sweet talking me like this. Don't rush. Tonight, we have plenty of time. Zhang Yang, I want to review what I learned from that magazine last time. Would you be willing to be my teaching tool? Zhang Yang was more than willing. As soon as she finished speaking, she flopped onto the tatami mat beside them and swiftly shed every last piece of clothing. Teacher, come quickly. It's cool here. Alright, coming. Wu Qiutong flashed a sweet smile and walked over. About 10 minutes later, Wu Qiutong released her grip and spoke up. Zhang Yang, why do you keep touching my back? Teacher, with such a perfect back, it'd be a shame not to do cupping therapy. Ha? Just kidding. I didn't realize your back was so beautiful, so I couldn't resist. Oh, I see. So you like looking at my back, huh? Then lie down properly. I'll change the angle. Then, Zhang Yang witnessed an incredibly beautiful scene. Wu Qiutong sat on his chest, her hands continuing to perform the actions described in the magazine. Zhang Yang was speechless, wishing time would simply stop right there. After a while, Zhang Yang couldn't resist wrapping his arms around her slender waist, pressing his face against her smooth back. His warm breath tickled her skin, sending a tingle through her body. What's wrong? Not done yet? No, I don't want to think about anything else. Teacher, did you dance before? Your waist is so supple. Zhang Yang squeezed her waist, inhaling her scent, nearly intoxicated by it. Yes, my mother forced me to learn all kinds of dance from a young age. It was exhausting back then. Daily leg stretches were mandatory. And it paid off. I saw all those trophies and certificates in your room. Yeah, that's right. Back then, whenever I entered a dance competition, everyone else could only fight for second place. Wu Qiutong felt a bit smug. Then why did you stop dancing, teacher? Because. Wu Qiutong turned her head, hesitating to voice the reason. Because? Teacher, why? I'm not telling you. Come on, teacher, I want to know why you stopped dancing. I've never seen you perform on stage. Zhang Yang said this while using her back as a slide, sliding his face up and down. Hey, I'm sorry, I'll tell you. Wu Qiutong was ticklish and quickly begged for mercy. Only then did Zhang Yang stop his antics. He wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, holding her like a big doll, afraid she might run away. Come on, tell me. What's the reason? My back developed. Wu Qiutong finally blurted out the reason, her face flushed. Ha? Does that even matter? Of course it matters. Think about it, dance costumes are form-fitting. If they're too big, they'll pull and tug while you're dancing, and that hurts. It can't be that bad. I don't buy it. Zhang Yang started teasing Wu Qiutong again. It's true. You've never danced, so you wouldn't know. I know, but if you say development affects dancing, I definitely won't believe it unless I see just how much of an impact it has. Zhang Yang finally revealed his true intentions. Ha, you little rascal, so you were waiting for me all along. Wu Qiutong shot him a glare but still whispered, whether it really matters or not, you'll have to find out for yourself. With her tacit permission, Zhang Yang boldly moved his hands upward. Within mere minutes, Wu Qiutong had surrendered completely. She'd never been treated this way before. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yang knew he could take things further. He slowly moved his mouth toward the ribbon around her neck, preparing to bite it off. Just as he loosened it slightly, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Yang had no intention of responding, but the knocking grew louder and louder, gradually rousing Wu Qiutong from her daze. As her guard went up, she pressed her hand over her chest, afraid someone might see. Zhang Yang sighed in resignation and reluctantly opened the door. There stood a middle-aged man, with a young girl hiding behind him. What's the matter? Zhang Yang asked impatiently. The middle-aged man pushed the girl forward from behind him. Bro, wanna trade? Swap? Swap what? Wu Qiutong emerged curiously, wrapped in her bathrobe. This father and daughter say it's too hot and want to switch rooms. Zhang Yang knew exactly what they meant, but he didn't plan to tell Wu Qiutong the truth. Instead, he made up an excuse and whispered it into her ear. The man's eyes immediately turned greedy when he saw Wu Qiutong. Oh, that's fine. Wu Qiutong thought her parents were just being considerate and didn't read much into it. Ah. Really? The man grew excited. Zhang Yang, of course, wouldn't agree and started to close the door. Zhang Yang, what's the matter? If we switch, we switch. It's no big deal. Wu Qiutong's voice once again stirred the man's excitement. No, teacher, don't switch. Zhang Yang wished he hadn't lied. Now things were awkward. The man, thinking his offer wasn't enticing enough, quickly signaled with his eyes to the young girl behind him. The girl glanced around, satisfied no one was watching, then yanked her belt loose, instantly revealing she wore nothing underneath. Bro, what do you think? Swap or not? Chapter 89, Tie Up Your Hair. Zhang Yang wasn't stupid. This girl was young and somewhat attractive, but compared to Wu Qiutong, she wouldn't even measure up to a second or third tier celebrity. Trading his big gun for a rice bowl and a rifle? That deal was clearly not worth it. Besides, Zhang Yang wasn't the type to wear a hat. When it came to women he liked, he never held back. No deal. Zhang Yang repeated his final words, then slammed the door shut before she could respond. Wu Xiaotong was still clueless about what had happened. Zhang Yang, why not swap? She's not having an easy time either. Thankfully, Wu Xiaotong hadn't seen the young woman's bare state earlier. Otherwise, Zhang Yang wouldn't have known how to explain it after all. He just claimed they were father and daughter moments before pulling this stunt. The less Wu Xiaotong knew about that sort of thing, the better. After all, she was so adorable and pure. It's fine, teacher. Don't let these irrelevant people ruin tonight's lovely atmosphere. With a few quick words, Zhang Yang coaxed her back onto the tatami mat.
Non-tech stuff felt so much better, everything was intensely real. Zhang Yang could distinctly feel the counterforce from her hand. Fortunately, the earlier incident hadn't caused any lasting effect. Within moments, Wu Xiaotong had returned to her previous state. Even more amazingly, Zhang Yang noticed the dimples on her cheeks had turned slightly pink. It was utterly adorable. Zhang Yang's hand slipped toward the ribbon and deftly undid it. Teacher, how come it feels like it's grown again? Don't say that. Zhang Yang was teasing her on purpose, of course. This was a matter of physiology. When overly aroused, women did experience certain physical changes. Seeing her flushed with embarrassment, Zhang Yang seized the moment decisively. Knock. That annoying knocking sound again. Zhang Yang ignored it, increasing the pressure between his thumb and index finger while moving his mouth closer. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, buddy. Before Zhang Yang could even get angry, Wu Xiaotong was already fed up. Though usually gentle-tempered, she couldn't tolerate being repeatedly interrupted during such a moment. Hastily wrapping her bathrobe around herself, she flung open the door ready to scold. Opening the door, she found it was the same man again, and this time he had a girl behind him, a dark-skinned girl, at that. Wu Xiaotong was puzzled. Was Guanzhou really that hot? Even dark-skinned girls were bothered by the heat? Hey, beautiful. The man's eyes still sparkled with excitement. It's you again? Want to switch? Fine, switch. Just stop knocking on my door. Wu Xiaotong muttered, speechless, because she didn't want to be disturbed anymore. Okay. The man stammered, clearly flustered. He'd never encountered a beauty like Wu Xiaotong before. Wu Xiaotong, still unaware of what was happening, stepped inside and asked Zhang Yang to pack his luggage. Teacher, pack your luggage? Hey, bro, it's me. The beauty said it's your turn. The man poked his head in, rubbing his hands together with a lecherous grin. What? No way. That's not happening. You guys get out now. Zhang Yang quickly shielded Wu Xiaotong behind him. Hey, come on, that's not fair. Bro, the beauty already agreed. The man felt a pang of regret at the opportunity slipping through his fingers. Teacher, listen to me, don't agree. Bro, you're being unreasonable. This girl has her own mind. How can you interfere with someone else's decision? The man had hoped to sow discord between them, but Wu Xiaotong stood firmly by Zhang Yang's side. Seeing his persistent rejection, she changed her mind. Sorry, I'm sticking with him. No swap. Wait, no, the man reconsidered, deciding Zhang Yang was the real prize. He shoved both girls back in. Bro, swap both of them. How about it? Both? Zhang Yang glanced over. One was the girl he'd just met, and the other was still the dark-skinned beauty. He had to admit, this guy really knew how to play the game. But honestly, even 10 girls like that wouldn't hold a candle to Wu Xiaotong. No thanks, you guys can go. Hey, don't be like that, bro. Hey, you two, can't you at least put on a show? You're such a stick in the mud. The man glared at the two girls, and the latter immediately began undoing her clothes. The scene stunned Zhang Yang, and Wu Xiaotong froze too before letting out a shriek. Startled, the man feared exposure and hurriedly pulled the two girls back into the next room. Watching them leave, Wu Xiaotong, still shaken, asked, "They're perverts, right? Who just starts taking their clothes off over nothing?" Yeah, exactly. Zhang Yang couldn't help but admire the guy's sheer nerve. Teacher, it's okay. They probably won't come back. Let's continue. All right. Lie down. I'll take care of it. Wu Xiaotong gently unfastened her outer robe once more. Zhang Yang didn't want to risk any more delays. He wanted to switch to a more aggressive approach right away. Teacher, could you tie your hair up? What's wrong? Don't you like my hairstyle? It's fine, I'll change it when we get back. What style do you prefer? Wu Xiaotong looked utterly gentle. Teacher, it's not about the hairstyle. It's that I want to. What do you want? I'm afraid if I say it, you'll get angry. When has this little rascal ever made me angry? But today, whatever you do, I'll forgive you. Go ahead, what do you want? Zhang Yang leaned close to her ear and whispered two words. What does that mean? I didn't catch that. Wu Xiaotong was naturally pure-hearted and certainly didn't understand such things. Seeing her confusion, Zhang Yang had to be more direct. He pointed at her lips. You mean? Yes, teacher, please. I'm sure your hands are tired too. I don't want to see you struggle like this. Wu Xiaotong didn't buy his sweet talk. So you're worried about my hands getting tired? Or are you just trying something else? Well, if you're willing, teacher, I definitely would.
Zhang Yang didn't hide anything, there was no need for shyness at this point. Wu Qiutong pondered for a moment before nodding. Alright, sure. What? Really? Zhang Yang was overjoyed, half thinking he was dreaming.
In his eyes, Wu Qiutong was conservative and proper. She'd never agree to such an outrageous request.
He'd only been testing the waters.
Let me make this clear, she stated firmly.
Just once.
You can never bring up such outrageous requests again.
It's not proper, you understand?
Wu Qiutong couldn't explain why she'd agreed to this idea, but seeing Zhang Yang's desperate eyes, she pushed aside her reservations.
Got it. Teacher, I'm all set and ready to go anytime.
Zhang Yang never imagined she would agree. Even Su Xinyan, with whom he'd already shared intimacy, had refused such a request.
Seems today really is my lucky day. Chapter 90, Opening the Door, Uniform Temptation. Out of respect for Wu Qiutong, Zhang Yang went to quickly rinse off.
When he returned, Wu Qiutong had already tied her hair up and was smiling warmly at him.
Teacher, you've been through a lot. Hard? If it's hard, then I don't want it.
Oh, no, it might actually be sweet, not bitter.
Ha, just teasing you. I'll definitely do what I promised, don't worry. Teacher, how did you learn to tell dirty jokes? You're going bad. Yeah, I've gone bad. But who taught me that?
It's because you're such a quick learner, teacher. Zhang Yang couldn't help but praise her again, making Wu Qiutong laugh so hard she was shaking like a leaf.
Alright, enough with the banter. Come on, sit down on the chair. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yang looked at Wu Qiutong before him and couldn't help asking, Teacher, how does it taste? Not bitter, right? You wanna know? How about I give you a kiss so you can feel it for yourself?
Wu Qiutong took the chance to catch her breath.
No thanks, teacher. Calm down. You rascal.
Wu Qiutong shot him a glare and returned to her task.
Just then, sultry music began drifting over from the next room.
Having been interrupted in his moment of pleasure, the man remained unsatisfied and sought to rekindle their interest through this method.
Ha? What's that sound? Oh, it's the neighbors. Don't worry, teacher, it's normal. After all, they're adults.
Zhang Yang patted her head, signaling her to continue.
Wait, that's not right. Didn't you say they were father and daughter? They're taking it way too far. No way, I have to call the police.
Wu Qiutong's sense of justice flared up. She couldn't stand such filth happening right before her eyes.
Zhang Yang grew impatient, not wanting to be interrupted, so he blurted out the truth. Surprisingly, hearing this only made her more agitated. What?
They're so disgusting.
How can they do that? No way, I absolutely have to call the police. Noticing Zhang Yang's disappointed expression, Wu Qiutong apologized.
Then Zhang Yang came up with an even more amusing idea.
Hey, I'm calling the police. This hot spring inn. After finishing the call, Wu Qiutong playfully smacked Zhang Yang on the arm, still a bit annoyed.
Seeing him grinning like an idiot, she couldn't resist giving him a couple more whacks.
Teacher, what's wrong? What's wrong? I almost couldn't breathe.
Wu Qiutong shot him a glare, clearly annoyed.
My bad, teacher. Honestly, you look so adorable on the phone I couldn't help myself. With a beauty like her, who could resist teasing her? Cute? Is cute an excuse? Wu Qiutong was speechless. How could he be so bold? She was calling to report the gathering next door.
If she'd been exposed just now, she would been the one to lose face first. Fortunately, Wu Qiutong had always been gentle by nature. After he hugged and comforted her for a moment, she continued what she was doing. The man next door was still eagerly anticipating the moment Wu Qiutong couldn't resist knocking on his door, so he gave it his all, letting the sultry sounds carry farther and farther. As he labored, he fantasized about what would happen next.
How would the beauty approach him? Walk in completely naked? That would be a bit boring.
It would be much better if the beauty slowly revealed her secrets. But judging by her figure, she'd look great in a uniform. If only she opened the door to reveal that uniform temptation.
Knock.
At that moment, the anticipated sound finally came. The man didn't even bother with the battle at hand. He opened the door without even putting on clothes.
Come on in, I'm ready.
He opened the door, grinning lecherously. But when he opened it, he saw two uniformed police officers standing there.
Uniform temptation was indeed on display.
The officers glanced at the man, then at the two girls crouched on the chairs inside, and promptly presented him with a pair of silver handcuffs. The man, unaware anyone had called the police, saw the male and female officers dressed like that and actually thought they were there to play too.
Hey, I've got handcuffs.
You two put them on too. Let's play escape room today. Seeing the clueless man, the officers zapped him with a stun baton.
Escape room? Come on, I'll send you to the police station, see if you can escape that. Wait, no. I'm innocent. I'm a good guy.
The man finally realized it was real and started struggling.
You're a good guy? Then what about those two girls in there? Oh. They're good people too, proper folks. Students from a nearby high school. What? Students?
The officer, enraged, delivered another shock from the baton, then called his station colleagues to fully charge all the batons.
Ah! No, help! Help! The police are beating me! The man began wailing like a pig being slaughtered, but he couldn't escape being dragged away. Neighbors emerged, but none came to his aid. That bastard had been so noisy tonight, parents with kids nearby were practically itching to kill him. As the man was being dragged away, he couldn't help but glance at the next room and saw a shadow flickering on the door. That's how these Japanese-style rooms are, just like in ancient times. Though cool, any light shining through casts everything like a movie screen. Officer, I'm reporting this. Others did it too. Reporting? Sort out your own mess first. Don't try stalling. Move. The officer wasn't in the mood for excuses. Hearing the shouts outside, Wu Qiutong, pressed against the door, jumped in fright and tried to pull away. But Zhang Yang wasn't about to let her off the hook. Officer, I really am reporting. Just look back once. Watching the shadow's movements quicken, the man grew frantic. And his jealousy only grew. Why the hell? Why would a beauty like that choose that skinny young guy over me? Just because he's a bit better looking and taller? Back in my youth, I was nicknamed Triple Andy Lau, the ultimate catch among men. Sure, work stress had given him a bit of a receding hairline. And why do they get away with doing bad things too? This world is so unfair. Officer, turn around quickly. Or it'll all be over. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You want us to turn around so you can make a run for it, right? We won't look. No, please. I beg you, just look back once. The man was practically begging them on his knees, his voice growing louder and louder until it woke more people nearby. Complaints erupted from their lips. After all, they'd come all this way for a vacation, and now their perfect experience was ruined. You dare disturb the peace? I'll shock you again. The officer, visibly angry, delivered a ZZZZT. A jolt of electricity sent the man reeling backward, unconscious. Zhang Yang cupped Wu Qiutong's flushed cheeks and couldn't resist kissing her forehead. Chapter 91, The False Accusation Incident. After Wu Qiutong finished cleaning up, she immediately lay down. Zhang Yang, however, felt this was just the beginning and wanted to proceed with bolder actions. But Wu Qiutong refused. Teacher, what's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? I just told you to let me know if you remembered. But Wu Qiutong felt a surge of irritation at the memory of that taste. I'm sorry, teacher. Is that not enough? No. I see you're getting bolder and bolder. How dare you do that by the door? What if they had turned around just now? But they didn't turn around. Zhang Yang muttered under his breath. Oomph. Whatever. I'm going to sleep. That's enough for today. Teacher, you're so beautiful, how could you possibly hold this against me? Don't try buttering me up again. And do you really have to reveal all the answers at once? Tomorrow's only Saturday, we're not heading back until Sunday. Wu Qiutong said, her face flushed. Hearing her say that, Zhang Yang felt relieved. It seemed she'd come prepared mentally this time. Since that was the case, he wouldn't push her further. After all, he'd already gained enough tonight. Teacher, one last request. What do you want now? Wu Qiutong was genuinely afraid of him. Why were young people so obsessed with this sort of thing? I want to hold you while we sleep. I can't stand you. Wu Qiutong shot him a glare before pulling back the covers. Fine, whatever. Seeing her consent, Zhang Yang practically dived into the covers at lightning speed. Breathing in the sweet air around him, it felt like he was immersed in a sea of flowers. In this warm embrace, he felt transported back to infancy, his hand instinctively seeking out the place he'd loved most in his memories. Zhang Yang. Teacher, just like this is enough. Today had indeed been exhausting, rushing straight here after class, then exerting himself again just now. Slowly, Zhang Yang drifted off into sleep. Seeing he made no further moves, Wu Qiutong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, thinking of what might happen tomorrow, she found herself oddly anticipating it. Glancing down at his hand, Wu Qiutong's face flushed crimson once more, and she didn't manage to fall asleep until well past midnight. The next morning, Zhang Yang intended to invite Wu Qiutong to try the local specialty hot spring congee. Yet the beautiful teacher was unusually slow to rise, so he headed to the cafeteria alone, planning to bring her a takeout portion later. When he arrived to eat the porridge, he noticed the innkeeper had deliberately given him a large bowl and added 2 extra eggs. This puzzled Zhang Yang. Owner, what's this about? I just wanted regular congee. The owner pulled him aside and asked mysteriously, brother, just tell me, where's the camera? Camera? What do you mean? Huh? Aren't you here to film a variety show? Your girlfriend looks just like a celebrity, so I assumed you were here for a location scout. Zhang Yang realized the misunderstanding and quickly clarified. But the owner was a decent guy. Realizing the mix-up, he generously tossed in an extra serving of peanuts. After all, when couples came in, it meant double the business, exactly the kind of customers he loved. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude and then began eating his porridge. Just then, someone tapped his table. Zhang Yang, it's you again. Zhang Yang looked up to find Wen Caiyi, whom he hadn't seen in ages. But Zhang Yang didn't want to acknowledge her. He glanced at her once before lowering his head to continue eating his porridge. Zhang Yang, you think pretending not to know me will make everything okay? Heaven has eyes.
You got expelled from school, you bastard.
Now that your rich woman dumped you, you're trying to win me back?
Wen Caiyi said with a smug look. Zhang Yang still refused to answer her, but she only grew more aggressive.
Zhang Yang, you're feeling guilty because I hit the nail on the head, aren't you?
I gave you so many chances before, but you didn't cherish them.
Now you want me to take you back? Don't you think about it? Do you even deserve it?
Zhang Yang had no intention of engaging with her, but since she kept pushing his buttons, he couldn't be blamed for responding.
Wen Caiyi, I told you before I don't feel anything for you. Are you deaf? Why do you keep thinking I'm stalking you? Honestly, I thought you'd be more appealing, but after trying, you're just average.
Zhang Yang hadn't intended to be so harsh, but her relentless provocation forced him to fight back.
You! What did you say? Say it again. Say it again? Can't you just replay it in your head? Wen Caiyi's face flushed crimson. Finally, she stood up and shouted, sexual harassment.
Her scream drew the attention of everyone nearby.
Seeing the attention, Wen Caiyi began tearfully accusing Zhang Yang. Everyone, please help me.
This guy has been obsessed with me since high school, but I don't like him. Not a single day has passed without him harassing me.
Even when I come here on weekends, he follows me.
Just now, while I was eating, his hands kept touching me.
I couldn't take it anymore, so I yelled.
As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, instantly stirring righteous indignation among the crowd.
This is outrageous. Young man, don't you understand that forced affection never brings happiness? Scum. Beautiful lady, don't be afraid, I'll stand up for you. Is there no justice in this world? It's so cruel to young women.
This girl clearly looks gentle and timid.
Can't you men stop persecuting girls? Hold on, you're just taking her word for it?
Zhang Yang asked, clearly surprised.
Why wouldn't we? No girl would joke about her own honor.
Men really are all potential criminals.
Sister, I'm with you. Boss. Boss. Call the police. There's a rapist here.
A larger-than-average girl let out a shriek, summoning the boss who was still stirring porridge.
After hearing the rough account, the boss looked at Zhang Yang and asked incredulously, are you sure it was him? Yes. It was him.
That guy's been stalking this girl for 3 years, but since he never got her consent, he's been bottling up his frustration. Today he finally lost his mind and did this outrageous thing.
He? Repressed? Are you sure you're not mistaken?
The boss was dumbfounded.
With a girlfriend who looks like a movie star, how could he possibly be repressed? What do you mean, boss? Are you trying to cover for him? Do all you men have to stick together? This world is rotten to the core. Everyone, let's just drop it. I know my strength is insignificant. Zhang Yang, I beg you don't do this anymore.
You can bully me, but don't bully other girls. Wen Caiyi said with a hint of sarcasm.
Wah, she's too gentle. Call the police, we have to call the police today. The big-boned girl, who'd been twisting the truth all along, now glared at Zhang Yang as if she could devour him.
The crowd, stirred up, began clamoring to drag Zhang Yang to the police station. Just then, Wu Qiutong pushed through the crowd and wrapped her arm around Zhang Yang's. You're saying my boyfriend sexually assaulted you because he was repressed?
Are you sure? Chapter 92, The Night the Water Was Cut Off. If Wen Caiyi's looks were a 6, Wu Qiutong was a 99. On a scale of 100, that was the gap between them.
Wen Caiyi saw the girl beside Zhang Yang, her figure and looks were in every way superior to her own. For a moment, she was at a loss for words.
Me? What's wrong? Just say it.
I want to see where I fall short compared to you. Wu Qiutong took 2 steps forward, her expression serious. This must be the goddess Zhang Yang had been pursuing for 3 years.
She didn't look that impressive.
It was understandable that she wouldn't agree, after all, love couldn't be forced. But to refuse his advances while still accepting his gifts?
That was downright outrageous. And now she dares to falsely accuse Zhang Yang?
This won't be let slide.
I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Exactly. I think there's a huge misunderstanding. A huge one. The onlookers weren't blind or deaf anymore.
They all started backing Wu Qiutong.
What's the meaning of this? Are you abandoning justice just because someone's pretty? What's so great about that woman? She's clearly a loose woman. A typical seductress. The plump girl who had just supported Wen Caiyi was still ranting.
Zhang Yang raised his hand and slapped her.
How dare you hit me? Everyone saw it, he hit a woman. I'm just a delicate little girl, you have to help me. The plump girl wailed. If Wen Caiyi's tears had been like pear blossoms in the rain, hers were a downpour utterly pathetic.
Seeing no one responded, she wailed, this world is so cruel. She hopped up and down twice before plopping down onto the ground.
Thud. Her tantrum made the entire cafeteria floor tremble.
Zhang Yang ignored her tantrum, instead smiling as he continued, I saw you reach in to touch her just now. That means there must be traces of me on her clothes.
With a little effort, this can be investigated. I'm calling the police right now. If there's nothing, then you're making a false accusation. Hearing this, the plump girl slunk away in a hurry. Zhang Yang turned to Wen Caiyi. And you? Your so-called witness ran off. Still want me to call the police? You owe me an explanation. Wen Caiyi glared at him angrily, but she knew no one would believe her nonsense now. She could only slap herself across the face. Fine. Fine. Just as she turned to leave, Wu Qiutong suddenly called out to her. Before Wen Caiyi could react, a sharp slap landed across her face. If you ever slander my boyfriend again, I won't let you off so easily. Wen Caiyi clutched her stinging cheek, glaring hatefully at Zhang Yang. You're ruthless. The farce ended, and the crowd dispersed. Wu Qiutong turned and caught Zhang Yang's surprised gaze. She instantly resumed her gentle demeanor. What's wrong? Did I look fierce when I was angry just now? Not at all. It was just right. Teacher, even your anger has a unique charm. Come on, let's eat breakfast. Join me for a stroll today, there's a waterfall nearby. We should go see it. Zhang Yang nodded and joined her for breakfast, once again drawing envious glances from others. Meanwhile, Wen Caiyi returned to her room. Zhao Ziqing noticed the slap mark on her face and inquired about it. Wen Caiyi naturally embellished the story, turning Zhao Ziqing's good mood upside down. That bastard. Can't get you, so he hits you? I'm going to settle this with him. Zhao Ziqing soon arrived at the cafeteria. Spotting teacher Wu dining beside Zhang Yang, he immediately relayed the news to his uncle, Li Yan. Li Yan couldn't believe it at first. Wu Qiutong was widely regarded as the school's most beautiful teacher. How could she possibly fancy a penniless student? It wasn't until he saw the MMS his nephew sent that he realized his goddess had already been taken. Li Yan could no longer tolerate it. Since the school was protecting Zhang Yang and he couldn't touch him for now, Wu Qiutong, as a teacher, had gone to the hot springs with someone from his class. Such a violation of professional ethics would surely be dealt with by the school, preferably with a city-wide announcement. Li Yan had made up his mind, if he couldn't have her, he'd destroy everything. Zhang Yang and his companion remained oblivious to all this, still planning their day's activities. Evening arrived quickly, and the pair finally returned to their guest house. Today had been exhausting. They'd visited the waterfall and discovered lush flowers and plants blooming along the way, so they'd followed the stream, essentially exploring the entire surrounding mountain. Upon their return, the owner delivered some less than ideal news. The hot spring pool required maintenance today, and the tap water for showers would be shut off at 10 p.m. No way? 10 o'clock? Boss, why didn't you mention this earlier? Zhang Yang glanced at the clock. It was already 9:40. While a man could shower in minutes, Wu Qiutong might not be so quick. On the way back, birds had pecked at her hair, and she'd been clamoring to wash it ever since. Sorry about that, bro. I posted it by the cafeteria entrance. I figured everyone would see it today. Well then, tell me, is 10 p.m. set in stone? We need to plan our time so the water doesn't cut off before we finish washing. We sweated way too much today. With that settled, Zhang Yang could only make the best plan possible with the information at hand. Well, the notice said around 10, but that's not exact. It might cut off 5 minutes early. Honestly, I'd recommend you two wash together, the owner said awkwardly. What? Shower together? Wu Qiutong, who was still drying her hair with the fan, jumped to her feet in shock. Right? Aren't you two a couple? The owner asked, looking at them in confusion. Wu Qiutong hesitated. Though she mentally prepared herself, showering together felt incredibly awkward. Alright, after your shower, get some rest early. I'm truly sorry about today. I still need to notify the others there's a performance tomorrow. With that, the owner left. Once the door closed, the atmosphere grew distinctly awkward. Time ticked by, and the water cutoff time drew ever closer. Finally, Zhang Yang spoke up. Teacher, you sweated a lot today, and your hair is greasy. You go first. You'll definitely need more time. Huh? What about you? Wu Qiutong noticed he was drenched in sweat too. Sleeping like that would be unbearably uncomfortable. Me? I'm fine. I can tough it out. It won't bother me. Besides, you know how the saying stinky man came about, right? Teacher, please hurry. The boss said around 10, and who knows when the water might cut off. Alright then. Wu Qiutong didn't dare refuse. She grabbed the gift and hurried into the bathroom. But barely a minute later, she poked her head out. Zhang Yang, come wash with me. Chapter 93, The Completely Soaked Tatami. The misty steam made Wu Qiutong look ethereal and otherworldly. But she wasn't some untouchable goddess on a pedestal. Goddesses were untouchable. The droplets were perfectly formed, sliding through her palms now, making one forget the world. Wu Qiutong wasn't made of wood. She was already fully immersed. When the man touched her, that urge to go to the bathroom returned, yet this time she didn't want to call a halt. If Zhang Yang's sharp intellect had conquered her spirit earlier, then the fingers now teasing her up and down represented a different kind of conquest. Zhang Yang, don't stand there, carry me out. This was a historic moment in her life, and Wu Qiutong wanted to do something to commemorate it. Zhang Yang naturally respected her wishes.
After all, having such a beautiful teacher agree to anything was like winning the lottery. Her small request deserved to be granted.
Zhang Yang carried Wu Qiutong out to the tatami mat.
Blushing, she pulled a silk scarf from her bag and spread it over the mat. Its signature printed pattern and hand-rolled edges instantly identified it as Hermès' Lady d'Orsay collection.
Then, she proactively lay down on it.
Everything unfolded naturally, but by the end of it all, Zhang Yang's excitement had cooled. Wu Qiutong looked at him shyly and said softly, "Let me help you." Soon, Zhang Yang was fully prepared to take complete possession of his beautiful teacher.
When the long-dreamed-of contact finally happened, Zhang Yang felt his whole body tremble. However, Wu Qiutong pulled back first, clenching her teeth and looking terrified.
No, Zhang Yang, it hurts." Zhang Yang knew that if he backed down now, it would surely ruin the experience, so he gritted his teeth and pressed on.
"Zhang Yang, I need to use the restroom."
"Really?" Wu Qiutong's old habit had resurfaced. All she wanted now was to get to the bathroom quickly. Zhang Yang, unaware of this, assumed she was using fear as an excuse. Soon after, he paid the price for his impulsiveness.
Teacher, you..."
Zhang Yang looked at the tatami mat, now completely soaked, feeling rather awkward.
Wu Qiutong's face flushed crimson, equally mortified. She could only speak the truth. "Huh? Getting close to a guy makes you need to pee?"
"Yes.
I've known since I was little. I even took Latin dance lessons for a while back then. Every time the teacher picked a partner for me, I couldn't go through with it. I'm sorry. I thought after all these years, it would be fine." Wu Qiutong felt embarrassed too, thinking she'd left Zhang Yang with a very bad experience.
Zhang Yang did feel a bit disappointed, but her actions over the past 2 days, yesterday's verbal assistance, today's shared shower clearly showed she had accepted him internally. "I'm sorry, Zhang Yang."
"I embarrassed myself."
Zhang Yang wrapped his arms around her, ruffling her hair.
"Come on, let's clean up before the water shuts off. We should get some sleep."
Before the water shut off, Zhang Yang finished cleaning up the mess from the earlier awkward situation. However, the water-soaked tatami mat was beyond salvage. He'd probably have to compensate the owner for it.
Fortunately, they just removed the quilt, so they could temporarily sleep on the floor tonight. After laying one quilt on the floor, only one remained in the room.
But tonight, they'd essentially crossed every boundary in their relationship, so there was no need for shyness anymore. They were practically wrapped up together under one quilt.
Given what had just transpired, Wu Qiutong's mind was still in a state of extreme excitement. "Teacher, you're trembling? Does it hurt?" "Yeah, a little. Also, don't call me teacher anymore. It makes me feel uncomfortable, like I'm bullying you." "You are bullying me."
"What did you say?"
"Who's bullying whom?"
Wu Qiutong turned her head, glaring at him with a hint of anger.
All right. I'm sorry, Qiutong."
"What did you just call me?"
"Qiutong. I wasn't trying to call you teacher, you don't like that."
Wu Qiutong seemed to like the name, smiling as she got back up to braid her hair.
Qiutong, what are you doing?"
"It was my fault just now."
"I'll take responsibility." "Huh? Didn't you say this kind of thing could only happen once?"
Wu Qiutong flushed, whispering softly, "You did well.
I'll make an exception this once."
Zhang Yang hadn't expected such an unexpected delight tonight, and he certainly wasn't going to pass it up.
Only when the midnight chimes rang did he finally drift off to sleep, satisfied.
As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin.
After a night of reckless abandon, Wu Qiutong received bad news the next morning. Expulsion. How dare the school expel me?
After hearing the reasons, Wu Qiutong fell silent.
"Teacher, what's wrong? The school wants to expel you?" "No, I have to go back." "Zhang Yang, I'm sorry, I promised to give you a wonderful weekend." "It's okay. You gave me the most wonderful night yesterday." For 2 days straight, Zhang Yang had experienced something divine. And once you open that door, things become much easier afterward. Zhang Yang drove back to school.
He intended to follow Wu Qiutong into the office, but the principal stopped him. "Mr. Zhang, Ms. Wu is a school employee. You're just a student. You shouldn't get involved in this."
"Zhang Yang, it's fine. Wait for me at the door."
Zhang Yang could only wait outside, and during that time, he received another call from Song Yu from the finance department.
"Hello? What's up?" "Boss, I've noticed something's off with our business." "What kind of problem?"
"I've been observing things these past few days. While the campus food delivery service is growing nicely, both merchants and students seem satisfied we're fronting way too much money. When students place orders, we have to pay the merchants up front with our own cash. Plus, after the food arrives, we have to haul it all the way to the startup park.
That means hiring porters, and the labor costs are huge."
The off-campus business has 2 parts.
One is delivering to office workers in commercial buildings.
You said another manager handles that, so I haven't been involved.
The other segment is offline group dining.
We use game-based food vouchers to drive customers to partner restaurants, then take a cut from their revenue. But the restaurants hold all the leverage here. I checked today and found some outright denying voucher usage, basically refusing to share profits.
They're treating us like disposable tools for customer acquisition.
Got it.
You know? Boss, aren't you going to do something about this? I've had a plan all along.
I was just testing whether this model could work.
The current surge in customer traffic at those restaurants proves our website's traffic generation is effective.
For the campus operations, we'll keep it going for a while longer to help students develop the habit of ordering takeout. As for the off-campus merchants, our site has been driving traffic to them for over half a month for free.
It's time for us to reap the rewards.
Zhang Yang spoke, his face unconsciously brimming with confidence.
Chapter 94, Zhang Yang's rage boils over. In the office at that moment, Principal Li was reprimanding Wu Qiutong.
Truthfully, envy played a significant role. After all, Wu Qiutong was widely regarded as the school's most beautiful teacher. Countless young talents harbored feelings for her, yet she had chosen one of her own students.
But to avoid appearing vindictive, he brought in school board member Chen in as a mediator.
Ms. Wu, you should also consider your future together.
Zhang Yang possesses tremendous potential and will undoubtedly achieve great things. But how much support can you realistically offer him?
I know your family is well off, but you've surely seen his business proposal.
Its scope is vast and requires substantial funding. Your family's resources alone likely won't suffice, but Chairman Chen is different.
His daughter favors Zhang Yang. If he becomes a son-in-law to the Chen family, he could easily soar to great heights. I hope you'll consider this carefully.
Li Yan adopted a tone of genuine concern for her.
Wu Qiutong listened, sinking into deep thought. Previously, passion had guided her decisions. She hadn't truly paused to contemplate their future together.
First was the age gap.
Though she was only 30 hardly old, her youth was nearing its end. Keeping pace with younger people's lifestyles would likely prove challenging.
Second, Principal Li had a point.
If Zhang Yang wanted to start a business later, she could sell the two-family apartments, but that would only raise a few tens of millions at most. Several tens of millions would certainly be enough for a comfortable life together for the rest of their days, even in a first-tier city. But Zhang Yang's business plan already revealed his ambition. He wasn't the type to settle for a quiet life. If the company ever hit a bottleneck in the future, she doubted she'd be able to help him much. The principal standing nearby was unaware of these complexities. He only saw the photo Principal Li handed him, depicting the two at a hot spring inn, and found it utterly indecent, especially given their positions.
Teacher Wu, you've disappointed me deeply. You've been with this school since your graduate studies, staying on as faculty afterward. I've always held high hopes for you. How could you make such a mistake?
I've discussed this with Principal Li. You must be suspended for 6 months to reflect on your actions, and all eligibility for commendations or awards will be revoked for 3 years. Furthermore, Zhang Yang is a promising student who could bring honor to our school in the future. I urge you, Teacher Wu, to conduct yourself with dignity.
Gao Jipeng's words left Wu Qiutong feeling even more uncertain about her future.
Yes. Being with Zhang Yang, she could see his sincerity, but she didn't know what others would say.
Would his roommates laugh at him for dating an older woman? What about his colleagues? Would they call him an old cow grazing on tender grass? In an instant, a wave of pressure washed over her.
By the time she emerged, her mind felt completely foggy.
Teacher Wu, what's going on? What happened?
Zhang Yang looked at her with concern. Suspended for 6 months.
Suspended for 6 months? Why?
I'll go talk to the principal.
Ah, no, Zhang Yang, just take me home.
I'm so exhausted these past couple of days. Seeing her low spirits, Zhang Yang agreed to take her home. He even joked that if she lost her job, she shouldn't worry, he could support her.
But Wu Qiutong didn't respond.
She just walked up the stairs, looking completely lost. When Zhang Yang returned to campus and parked his car, an unexpected visitor approached him.
Hey, Zhang Yang, what's got you looking so deep in thought? Li Yan asked with a broad smile. Are we that close?
Zhang Yang shot back, clearly not in the mood for small talk.
Whoa, you're in a foul mood. Let me guess, is it because Teacher Wu got suspended? This must be your doing again, right? Zhang Yang, how can you accuse the principal like that? I had nothing to do with this time.
It was my nephew.
He accidentally took a funny photo with his girlfriend.
Li Yan pulled out his phone, displaying a scene from earlier that day when he and Wu Qiutong had been eating at the Hot Spring Guesthouse cafeteria.
Now Zhang Yang understood. But you can't really blame Jiqing for this. He was just looking out for you too.
Look, Teacher Wu is an educator and she's involved with her own student.
How scandalous.
Still, I suppose I could give her a chance. Come on, face the camera and say you want to withdraw voluntarily.
I'll let her come back. What do you say?
The moment of truth for your friendship has arrived.
Li Yan pulled out his phone. If Zhang Yang declared he was voluntarily withdrawing, he'd hand it over to the principal.
If he refused, he'd show the video to Wu Qiutong, shattering their relationship so he could swoop in and take advantage of the situation. He knew Zhang Yang would undoubtedly take full advantage of Wu Qiutong this weekend, but he relished the thrill of watching someone else's woman being consumed. Zhang Yang merely chuckled.
Make me withdraw? Fine. But you'd better be prepared. Go ahead, say what you want to say.
Li Yan chuckled smugly, admiring his own cleverness at how easily he'd manipulated these two.
He grabbed his phone just as Zhang Yang pulled out his own and played an audio clip. "Oh my god, you bastard, slow down. Little Pan Pan, I can't slow down, you're just too beautiful." After listening for a moment, Li Yan realized something was terribly wrong and rushed over. "Zhang Yang, when did you record this? How could you be so despicable? Dishonorable? Principal Li, you call stealing someone else's wife honorable, but what I did is dishonorable? Be a man. Fine, this time it's my fault. What do I need to do to get you to delete the recording? Simple. Do as I say and go tell the principal." After Zhang Yang finished speaking, Li Yan went to explain the situation to the principal. Upon learning that the suspension order had been revoked, Zhang Yang honored his promise and deleted the audio clip. "Zhang Yang, you're something else. I'll remember this. We'll meet again someday." Failing to expel Zhang Yang and unable to break them apart, Li Yan stormed off in a rage. Zhang Yang, however, remained unconcerned. Not only was this guy a complete fool, but even if he tried some underhanded scheme, Zhang Yang wasn't afraid because he still had a video recording of their encounter tucked away in his phone. Zhang Yang immediately shared the good news with Wu Qiutong, but she remained unenthusiastic. "Teacher, should I accompany you?" "No, it's fine. Actually, my boyfriend just returned from abroad." "Boyfriend?" "Yes. I'm sorry I lied to you. He's my college classmate. After he went abroad, we gradually lost touch, but we never actually broke up. What I've been doing lately has already hurt him enough. I can't keep doing this." Wu Qiutong still backed out. The school board chairman's daughter was indeed a better match for him and could offer significant support, so she had to tell a lie. She knew that if she simply said she feared rumors, Zhang Yang's temperament would never let her off easily. She wanted Zhang Yang to soar higher. A long silence hung on the other end before a curt "I understand" ended the call. Zhang Yang's calm exterior was merely a facade. In his previous life, he'd been a playboy. Meeting Wu Qiutong had finally given him the hope of settling down with someone for the rest of his life. "Alas, you were born before me, and I was born after you." After smoking several cigarettes, Zhang Yang was still seething with anger. He decided to vent his frustration by finding someone to distract him, so he called Su Xinyan directly. The moment she answered, he heard moans and sighs coming from the other end. Chapter 95, a few billion in business to discuss. "Su Xinyan, where are you?" "I'm shopping on the commercial street, aha." Zhang Yang wasn't stupid. He could figure out what she was doing just by thinking about it, but he didn't care. After all, they were just bound by a contract. Rich girls like her were always up for fun, no need to demand loyalty. Besides, he wasn't exactly a saint himself. So right now, Zhang Yang just wanted to call her over to relieve some stress. "Come to school and meet me. Hurry." "Okay, I'm on my way." After hanging up, Su Xinyan struggled to break free. "Su Yan, what exactly do you want from me?" Su Xinyan turned, glaring at Su Yuan with visible irritation. Due to immense pressure from her father, Su Xinyan had planned to go shopping with Zhang Yang this weekend, only to be turned down. Left with no choice, she decided to shop alone. But no sooner had she arrived at the shopping district and bought a Chanel scarf than Xu Yan spotted her. Xu Yan accused her of preferring to spend money on luxury goods rather than give any to her. So she dragged Su Xinyan into a fitting room, declaring it was punishment. She initially refused, but when Xu Yan threatened to show her the video, she backed down. "What do you want? I should be asking you that. First you say you have no money, then you go buy luxury goods. Do you really think I'd believe that? I really don't have money. If you don't believe me, look it up. I only bought that luxury item because I was in a bad mood. When I'm in a bad mood, I just want to shop. And I used my own credit card, I'll pay it back." "Fine. Since you won't pay me back, just wait." Xu Yan was furious. She had been counting on that million to buy her dream house, but this rich girl had dragged her along for so long. Driven by rage, her hands once again reached up, then began roughly tugging and pulling. If she didn't have that leverage over her, she'd have called the police to report a pervert. What was even more terrifying was that this fitting room was located in the bustling mall. Called a fitting room, it was really just a small space covered by a piece of fabric. Anyone outside could pull the curtain aside and see everything inside. When the two had tried to enter together earlier, the sales clerk had attempted to stop him, but Xu Yan had insisted they were sisters and were allowed in. Over 10 minutes had passed, and the sales clerk at the entrance seemed to be wondering what was taking so long. Watching the figure pacing back and forth before her, Su Xinyan felt her nerves stretch to breaking point, yet at the same time, Xu Yan's torment was stirring a strange excitement within her. "Excuse me, have you two finished trying things on?" the saleswoman inquired again. Seeing her feet already at the fitting room door and her hand reaching for the curtain, Su Xinyan hurriedly replied, "We're almost done. Just one more minute, please wait." Hearing this, the saleswoman politely stepped away for the moment. Su Xinyan knew this couldn't go on. Otherwise, she'd be humiliated later. She wasn't like this shameless woman. "So, are you going to give me the money or not?" Xu Yan said, tightening her grip. "I will. Just let me go first. I'll go borrow from Zhang Yang." "That should work, right?" Su Xinyan said breathlessly. Alright, I forgot you're Zhang Yang's girlfriend. He adores you. Fine, go borrow from him.
That jerk's bullied me enough, robbing him blind is just what he deserves. Making Su Xinyan go to Zhang Yang for money was killing two birds with one stone, getting the cash while simultaneously getting back at Zhang Yang.
Let me go. Let me go first. Deal? Once you get the money, you have to delete that video. Of course. My most important principle in this world is 3 words, integrity. Isn't integrity just 2 words? That's beside the point. Your top priority now is to get that money back for me.
Su Xinyan felt this guy was still unreliable, but now that she was at his mercy, she had no choice but to go along with it. Stepping out of the fitting room, she hurried away under the saleswoman's awkward gaze. She vowed that once this matter was resolved, she would exact brutal revenge on Chu Yan. Stepping outside the mall entrance, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chu Yan hadn't followed. She then called Zhang Yang to come pick her up. Shortly after, Zhang Yang pulled up in his Mercedes E280. Zhang Yang, you're here? What's going on? Why the rush to find me? Su Xinyan asked curiously. No time to explain. Get in the car. We've got a deal worth hundreds of millions to discuss. Huh? Hundreds of millions? Su Xinyan was taken aback. While she knew Zhang Yang's business was thriving, this growth was staggering. In just over a month, he'd secured orders worth hundreds of millions. This wasn't just genius, it was downright monstrous. Still, Su Xinyan found it rather convenient. The more successful Zhang Yang became, the easier it would be for her to ask for that million today. Once she got it, she could finally be free. That freak Chu Yan one day, she'd trample her head into the ground. No, she'd trampled her somewhere else entirely, just like Chu Yan had done to her today. Fine, fine. Let's go. Su Xinyan was quite pleased. Zhang Yang bringing her along to a 100 million yuan deal clearly meant she was just window dressing. This Zhang Yang knew a thing or two. He recognized that the school beauty was a valuable asset, someone who could make him look good. After she got into the car, Zhang Yang glanced at the shoulder strap lying nearby and probably understood what she had just been through. But who could that person be? Could it be Zhao Zicheng? If it was Zhao Zicheng, he wouldn't hold back today. After all, the root cause of Wu Qiutong's situation was the photo Zhao Zicheng had taken. As Zhang Yang drove past a coffee shop near the mall, Ma Quan, the president of their hometown association, recognized the pair and hurriedly informed Zhao Zicheng beside him. Oh? You say Xinyan got into his car? No big deal, she probably just thinks he's her driver. Ha? Young Master Zhao, you're putting up with this? What? Do you think that penniless kid Zhang Yang could ever compare to me? Of course not. But why would Su Xinyan, the campus beauty, get into his car? She's just using him for the act. Last time, I had an insider friend check Su Xinyan's transfer records. Turns out she deposits 50,000 yuan into Zhang Yang's account at a fixed time every month, marked as acting fees. That silly kid probably doesn't really think Xinyan would fall for his fake romance, does he? Zhao Zicheng chuckled after saying this. Ha, makes sense. That explains how Zhang Yang suddenly had enough for a car, earning it through such a humiliating scheme. Ma Quan chuckled along, though envy gnawed at his insides. Getting paid and dating the campus beauty? Why did all the good fortune skip him? That's all this kid's got going for him. In 2 months, it'll be my wedding day with Xinyan. Then, she'll be all mine, from head to toe. Zhao Zicheng downed his coffee in one gulp, his eyes greedily fixed on the receding car. Zhang Yang didn't drive anywhere else, he headed straight for the hotel. That's so strange. Do you guys conduct business meetings in hotels? How mysterious, Su Xinyan asked curiously. The moment they entered the room, Zhang Yang lunged at her. Chapter 96, The Proud and Spoiled Campus Beauty. Su Xinyan finally understood what he meant by a deal worth hundreds of millions. But she didn't stop him now. After all, she'd been boiling with anger herself back at the mall. Zhang Yang, be gentle, don't rip my clothes. Seeing her eyes redden, Su Xinyan felt a flicker of fear. Next, Zhang Yang tore off the Hermes scarf she'd just bought and tied her knees together. Su Xinyan remembered how her previous Hermes scarf had been ruined this way, so she quickly protested, "Stop, Zhang Yang. That scarf was brand new. I'll pay you back later." Zhang Yang knew it was too late to back out now, so he had no choice but to go through with it. Barely 10 minutes had passed before Su Xinyan couldn't take it anymore. This time, Zhang Yang was too rough, not a trace of tenderness, as if he were treating her like a tool. "Zhang Yang, don't get it wrong, I don't want it like this." Seeing him prepare to change positions, Su Xinyan hurriedly stopped him, remembering how she'd barely been able to walk properly for a week after the last time. But Zhang Yang seemed determined to ignore her, continuing his actions until Su Xinyan, overcome by pain, bit down hard on his arm, finally forcing them apart. Su Xinyan yanked off the scarf. A red mark was already etched into her thigh. Everyone had always thought of Zhang Yang as honest, but now it was clear he wasn't at all. He was just a rough brute. "What the hell are you doing? That hurts like hell." Su Xinyan couldn't help but punch him again. Zhang Yang glanced at the bloody bite marks on his hand and suddenly realized he might have gone too far with Su Xinyan. "Sorry, Su Xinyan. I'm just in a bad mood."
This was the first time Su Xinyan had seen him look so dejected. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yang considered telling her about the events of the past 2 days, but felt it would be overly sentimental. After all, in his previous life, he had been a billionaire. Dwelling on a woman like this was making a mountain out of a molehill. Nothing. Sorry about today, Su Xinyan. With that, he got up and began dressing. Hey, you're leaving already? Su Xinyan pouted. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. But now I'm stuck in limbo. What am I supposed to do? Well, you were the one who rejected me first. You jerk. Can't you be nicer to me? I am the school beauty, after all. Countless guys begged just to see me once, and you treat me like this? Su Xinyan complained. She had agreed to pretend to be his girlfriend, but somehow she felt like she'd unknowingly agreed to a lot of his unreasonable demands. Today's incident was my fault. I'm sorry. I'll compensate you for your clothes and scarf. Oh, come on. We'll talk about financial compensation later. Right now, you need to make it up to me emotionally. What do you mean? You idiot. Su Xinyan scolded, then pulled him closer. 5 minutes later, watching Su Xinyan kneel before the chair, Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask, Su Xinyan, do you like me? What the hell? Like you? Like you my ass? Like my head? That's what you love most anyway. Su Xinyan opened her mouth, pretending to bite him hard. Whoa! Stop, Su Xinyan. You're the school beauty. You should be gentler. Bastard. Let me tell you this, Zhang Yang. I never loved you from the start. I only wanted to deal with the pressure from my family. Stop flattering yourself. And don't you dare fall for me. Once this engagement is settled, I'll kick you to the curb. Su Xinyan said sternly. Zhang Yang nodded, responding perfunctorily, got it. Let's continue. You dog of a man. Su Xinyan cursed again, but obediently lowered her head. A pleasant afternoon passed like that. After a shower, he held Su Xinyan close and slept soundly, waking up feeling much more refreshed. Su Xinyan woke up and made a request. Zhang Yang, can you lend me some money? No way, Miss Su, you're asking me for money? Surely you don't need it from your family's fortune. Stop calling me Miss Su. My family cut off my allowance because I'm rebelling against them. I only have a few thousand left this month to scrape by. Seriously? A few thousand? Barely scraping by? Zhang Yang was speechless. This was 2010. A few thousand could sustain an average family for 2 years, yet she worried it wouldn't last a month. But I have to shop. Look at that scarf I bought today, 6,000 yuan. A 6,000 yuan scarf. Missy, I thought you already had that Burberry one? Buying another? Zhang Yang shook her head. This rich girl really had it too easy. She had zero concept of money. How dare you say that? Tell me, where did my scarf go? Think about it yourself. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment, then recalled the compensation from the last investment deal. Well, it was my fault, but it wasn't all my fault. Su Xinyan, your legs are so beautiful, I couldn't hold them with just one hand. I had to tie them up to make it easier. Damn it. How shameless can you be? So you tied me up, and now it's my fault? I don't care. I don't have any money right now, but you still have to compensate me. Fine, how much do you want? Even though they bickered constantly, Su Xinyan provided such rich emotional value. Every time they argued, she'd end up dutifully serving him. That tsundere personality was truly something else. Let me think, the clothes, the scarf, and that time in the car when you ripped my skirt make it $1 million. 1 million? Su Xinyan, are you crazy or am I? Just give me $1 million. You definitely have it. Su Xinyan cooed softly, acting all sweet and spoiled. She was adorable like this, but $1 million was a bit much. No way. You're lying to me again? I remember you had over 2.4 million from your stock investments back then. Well, I started a website, bought servers, hired a team, and promoted it. All that costs money. I only have a few 100,000 left now. What? You lost that much? That's rough. But I really need $1 million. It's a matter of life and death. Life saving? What happened? Su Xinyan hesitated, but ultimately didn't say it out loud. Mainly because it was too embarrassing. She couldn't very well admit she needed the money to buy back her compromising videos, could she? It's fine. You respect me, and I respect you. If you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. Here's what we'll do, come with me today. We'll see how much money we can get, and I'll give it to you right away. Zhang Yang remembered he still needed to collect advertising fees from nearby partner businesses later. That should bring in a decent sum. Come with you? Where to? To collect payments. Those merchants aren't partnering with us for free. How much could that possibly bring in? It doesn't sound reliable. Those restaurant owners are all sharp as tacks. Getting money out of them will be tough. Just come with me. Seeing Su Xiaohua's skepticism, Zhang Yang planned to surprise her. Chapter 97, Would you buy my tonight? As it turned out, Zhang Yang's confidence was well-founded.
Among the first 50 merchants he approached, nearly everyone agreed to pay the proposed monthly advertising fee of 5,000 yuan.
Of course, a few merchants believed their products were delicious enough on their own merits, unrelated to website promotion, and thus refused to pay Zhang Yang advertising fees.
Zhang Yang didn't bother with them, directly instructing Yang Zihao, the head of the tech team, to remove those merchants from the partnership.
Before arriving, Su Xinyan had been skeptical, thinking the money Zhang Yang collected today wouldn't even fill her Chanel bag.
But she was proven wrong. The bag filled up quickly, and he had to buy 5 large bags from a roadside vendor just to fit all the cash.
How about that? All 42 merchants paid up. That's a total of 210,000 yuan. Impressive, right? Impressive. Impressive.
Zhang Yang, you're truly amazing. Su Xinyan had always paid with cards and hadn't used cash in ages. She never realized that over 200,000 yuan could fill up the back seat of a sedan.
Take all this money for now. It's just for an emergency. If it's not enough, I'll give you more when I get my next payout.
Oh, and I have a question. You said you needed this million to save a life.
Is someone sick? Well, not exactly. Is it extortion? Will they harm someone if you don't pay? Not exactly. Then why did you say it was life-saving? I thought you were facing some urgent crisis. Since it doesn't involve someone's life, well, this is all I can help you with. Alright, Zhang Yang. Thanks, you're really good to me. Su Xinyan didn't press him further.
After all, his website was still operational, and coming up with over 200,000 yuan was already more than generous. Zhang Yang chuckled, flicking her forehead playfully.
No need to get all emotional, this is a loan. Ha? I have to pay you back? Damn it. You weren't planning on paying me back at all? Then I won't lend you anything.
I don't want my money going down the drain. It didn't just fall from the sky. Just as Su Xinyan was about to respond, she caught sight of a sudden gust of wind in the rearview mirror. The money was flying out the window. Only then did she suddenly remember earlier, complaining about the car being too hot, she'd opened every window the moment she got in. She quickly pressed the button to close the windows.
Why'd you close the windows? You just said it was too hot.
Zhang Yang, oblivious to the situation, asked with some confusion. Zhang Yang, your money wasn't blown in by the wind, it was blown away by the wind.
Su Xinyan pointed at the rearview mirror.
Zhang Yang looked and saw 100 yuan bills flying everywhere on the road, with passers-by scrambling to grab them.
Holy crap! Zhang Yang immediately got out to pick them up.
After a frantic scramble, he managed to recover only a small portion.
The main problem was those little electric scooters. They were too agile.
They'd grab the money and speed off. Panting, Zhang Yang returned, tossed the recovered money onto the back seat, and then smiled at Su Xinyan.
Hey, Zhang Yang, don't be mad. I didn't know.
Zhang Yang counted the bills. Originally 2,100 notes, now only 1,700 remained.
That meant she'd just lost 40,000 yuan by opening the window.
Alright, Su Xinyan, you owe me 40,000 now.
Ugh. Why am I so unlucky? You dog of a man. Nothing good ever comes from meeting you. Su Xinyan also complained bitterly.
She hadn't even borrowed the money yet, and already 40,000 had vanished.
Su Xinyan, I should be the one saying that.
That night at the bar, you took my virginity, and now you've cost me money.
Zhang Yang slapped his forehead, thinking this woman was truly his nemesis. What? Who took whose first time? Say that again. Oh, so who was on top, demanding to be in control?
Caught off guard, Su Xinyan flushed crimson.
Ugh. This is so annoying. I owe you. Just lend me some more money, please.
With no other choice, Zhang Yang transferred another 30,000 to her. Adding that to the 170,000 in cash, he scraped together 200,000. As for the money that just flew out, well, that could be considered payment for tearing up her 2 scarves earlier.
Of course, 200,000 yuan still wasn't enough. Chu Yan was demanding 1,000,000.
So she muttered under her breath.
25 days left, still 800,000 short. That day is just.
Zhang Yang, sitting nearby, overheard the conversation and chimed in immediately.
Earning 800,000 yuan in 25 days?
You can't think about it with conventional wisdom. The stock market is a solid option.
Where would I even get the capital? Didn't I just lend you 200,000? No way. The stock market is risky. I can't take that chance. Zhang Yang, is there any way I can make 800,000 yuan in 25 days without risking my principal? Su Xinyan could only turn to Zhang Yang for help now. You don't have to play the stock market. Think about it, what advantages do you have?
Zhang Yang said with a smile.
Su Xinyan thought for a moment, then suddenly grew angry. What kind of person do you think I am? Zhang Yang, would I sell my body for money? Could you please stop thinking so filthily?
Zhang Yang flicked her forehead again.
What are you thinking? Is your head filled with trash? I mean, you're studying music, right? Can't you leverage that to make some money? Oh, you mean that? No way. You make it sound so easy. You think every music major becomes a pop star? We just study music theory and instruments. Without proper promotion, we'll never become celebrities. Others can't, but I can.
Zhang Yang thought about all those classic songs from the future stored in his head. He couldn't let them go to waste.
Ha! Zhang Yang, now you're bragging too? How exactly are you going to package me? Are you planning to throw money at me for promotion? Well, your few 100,000 won't cut it. You gotta be solid yourself. Even if you spend tens of millions, what good is fame?
What I'm building for you is a classic that'll carve out your place in the Chinese music scene,
Zhang Yang declared confidently. Seeing the unwavering determination in his eyes, Su Xinyan realized he wasn't joking. Seriously? You mean you're going to write songs for me? But wait, you didn't study music formally. Did you teach yourself music theory? No, I haven't. Self-taught? Then why are you so sure of yourself? If you don't even know music theory, how can you write songs for me?
That first idea was more reliable.
Su Xinyan assumed Zhang Yang had just been joking. What idea? Zhang Yang hadn't caught up yet. Well, Zhang Yang, do you think I'm beautiful? If you were to rate me using your guy's standards, what score would you give me?
Beautiful. On a scale of 10, you'd get at least an 8 in my eyes.
Then would you pay 100,000 to buy tonight with me?
Su Xinyan batted her eyelashes, her aura suddenly tinged with a seductive charm.
Chapter 98, Su Xinyan, the campus beauty, played with again. Tonight? Yeah, 100,000. Seems like a good deal, right? But tonight already belongs to you, doesn't it? Me? Su Xinyan frowned in confusion before realizing something was off. She tapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder. I wasn't joking. How about 50,000?
That's a steal for you.
Such a bargain? Forget it. You get what you pay for.
Zhang Yang waved her off.
Free stuff is sweet enough. Why pay for it? What did you say? Am I not quality goods? Say it, say it. Su Xinyan pulled down her collar, glaring at him defiantly. All right. Put your powers away. You won't be earning this money. If I really gave you 100,000 a night, I'd be a bit more ruthless.
Such beautiful legs, it'd be a waste not to tie them up.
You dare. Su Xinyan backed down again because Zhang Yang truly would.
In his eyes, even a beauty like her was treated as just another ordinary woman.
I really don't know if he just doesn't recognize quality or if he's seen too much. This is so annoying. Zhang Yang, even though we're just a contract couple, you didn't help me when I needed it. I hate you. Aren't I helping you? I already said I'd write you a song. When it becomes a hit, just give me half the profits. Who can't do that?
Making it in music isn't that easy, especially with original songs.
What kind of hit could you possibly write?
Su Xinyan also dreamed of becoming a singer, pursuing her passion while raking in big bucks.
But she just didn't have the capital. Just listen to me sing and you'll know if it's good or not. Listen up. Sing it then. Don't try to fool me with some kid's song.
The wind sweeps over the mountains, the boat docks at the shore, the scenery bit by bit. As she began to sing, her soft voice stunned Su Xinyan.
Seeing her mesmerized, Zhang Yang smiled and asked, nice, huh? Good. Well, I guess. Is that all you know? How could that be?
Let's go straight to the chorus. If the moon hasn't risen yet, the streetlights can still illuminate the windowsill, casting light on the white camellias just beginning to bloom.
As Zhang Yang sang, Su Xinyan found herself composing melodies in her mind to the rhythm, Rido de Sosolasomi.
By the end of the verse, Su Xinyan felt a bit intoxicated. But being the proud and stubborn type, she wouldn't readily admit her admiration for Zhang Yang. Instead, she deliberately remarked, it's just okay. You don't have just this one song, do you? If you want to make an album, this isn't enough. Don't worry. I promise to promote you, so it won't be just one song. Get ready, these next couple of days I've signed you up for a music competition. Zhang Yang reasoned that without a professional team to manage her image, the best way for an amateur to break into the industry was through music competitions. Only by gaining initial recognition could she secure greater exposure later. Wait, I'm not ready for that. Prepare what? I'll handle the lyrics. You just focus on composing the music. Is that even possible? I've never heard of anyone doing it this way, writing lyrics before the melody. That's absurd. Su Xinyan couldn't fathom how he managed it. Who doesn't understand music theory yet can write songs directly? Well, the proof is right in front of you. Come on, let's find a hotel to write some songs. You better practice hard these next few days. In his previous life, Zhang Yang wasn't just a business tycoon, he was also a renowned angel investor who personally crafted numerous business legends. The entertainment industry, however, was less familiar territory. This lifetime, he wanted to try his hand at creating a superstar. Hotel? Zhang Yang, you're not going to use songwriting as an excuse to sneakily take advantage of me again, are you? I'm warning you, no touching me today. If you touch me again, you're paying up. Don't think I'm free. How could that be? I'm not Iron Man, I get tired too, okay? The hotel is for confidentiality. If we just pick any random place and someone stole our original work, we'd be screwed. Su Xinyan thought about it and realized he had a point. Today had already pushed her to her limits, and Zhang Yang probably didn't have much energy left either. Turns out, she was overthinking it. That night, Zhang Yang wrote numerous songs about love, friendship, and philosophy. Among them, When You're Old featured lyrics adapted from an Irish poet's work, leaving her in awe of his talent.
Zhang Yang, you're a genius. I'm in awe of you. No sooner had Su Xinyan finished her praise than she saw Zhang Yang smile, then reach toward her t-shirt. Impressed? Come on, let's get undressed. Ha? What did you say? The hotel room's already booked, might as well make the most of it, don't you think? It wasn't really Zhang Yang's fault. It was mostly Su Xinyan's doing. Earlier while listening to the song, she casually propped her leg on the table and started swinging it back and forth, sending Zhang Yang's thoughts soaring. No, you said you wouldn't touch me today. That's not fair. Right, I won't touch you today. But look, what time is it now? Su Xinyan glanced at the time and realized it had just passed midnight. Strictly speaking, it was technically a new day. No, Zhang Yang, I don't want to. Su Xinyan protested fiercely, but 5 minutes later, she helplessly watched as her thigh pressed down on his head once more. Recalling how she'd been toyed with by that woman at the mall today, then twice more by Zhang Yang at the hotel, she just wished this night would end quickly. The next day, Zhang Yang returned to the dorm feeling refreshed and alert. The moment he walked in, his roommate Mao Xian cried foul, claiming Zhang Yang had tricked him. What did I deceive you about? Oh, Zhang Yang, did you design that battle suit of his? Lu Hao pointed to a jacket hanging on the door. But this jacket seemed unusual. A small mirror was attached to every part of it. Of course not. What does that have to do with me? Zhang Yang isn't that tasteless. Bro, you told me women are like little birds, they love shiny things. That's why I designed this outfit. But yesterday when we hit the bar, not a single girl paid me any attention. Some even got mad, saying I was implying they should look in the mirror. I almost got beaten to death yesterday, Mao Xian said, sounding genuinely distressed. Could it be that shiny things actually meant gold, silver, or jewels? Zhang Yang was speechless, wondering what his roommate was even thinking. Ha? Gold and jewels? Well, that's out of my league. Yang, can't you teach me something more practical? Practical stuff? Sure. Just like in games, if you don't go for the economic playstyle, then go for the modeling approach. You can boost your base stats and still get results. What's that supposed to mean? Mao Xian, Brother Yang's telling you to get plastic surgery. Zhou Wenbin delivered the final blow. It's not that you absolutely need plastic surgery. A man's sexual energy should be expressed more through body language. I think you should consider working out first. If you've got a set of abs, you won't have any trouble with the ladies. Losing weight can definitely make someone look more vibrant. After all, not every girl can handle that big belly of his. Alright, I've decided starting today, I'm losing weight. Wenbin, your basketball team trains often, right? Drag me along next time. Mao Xian declared with great enthusiasm. No sooner had he finished speaking than a notification popped up on his phone. He grinned and brought over a plate of fried chicken. Mao Xian, that fried chicken is way too high in calories. Are you sure you're starting your diet today? Zhou Wenbin reminded him. Of course. How else am I supposed to have the energy to lose weight if I don't eat my fill? Mao Xian replied, then chugged another big gulp of cola. What about the Coke? Oh, ice-cold Coke, 0 calories. Zhang Yang shook his head. Looks like this guy won't be finding a girlfriend this year. Chapter 99, A Seductive Bet. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a week had passed. With classes just starting and assignments light, life was pretty laid back. Dazhong.net's food delivery service had become a household name on campus. Now, about 60% of the students ordered at least one meal daily, and the service was quietly expanding its reach to other universities in the college town. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He believed he'd soon secure his first pot of gold to invest in a more lucrative industry. The only regret was that his relationship with Wu Qiutong had grown distant. Ever since that day, she seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. Zhang Yang actually envied her boyfriend for landing such an intelligent and mature beauty. Still, Zhang Yang seemed to have no shortage of female attention. Lately, he'd been taking advantage of Su Xinyan quite often. Each time, she'd start by firmly refusing, only to end up begging for more. Afterward, she'd warn him not to fall for her, insisting their encounters were purely casual. Now, spotting Zhang Yang in the cafeteria, Su Xinyan didn't even dare finish her meal. She clutched her buttocks and bolted, making Zhang Yang want to laugh. Zhang Yang, what are you laughing at? Chen Feifei waved her pale, delicate hand beside him, snapping Zhang Yang back to reality. Oh, no problem. Just thought of someone fun. Zhang Yang was about to pick up the plate when the other person snatched it away. Let's go. I'll handle it. This girl's surprisingly sweet. She saw me twist my wrist during basketball class today and insisted on joining us for dinner. Fun person? Who? My cousin? Chen Feifei set down the tray and asked curiously. Your cousin? She's anything but fun. Ahem, I heard someone talking about me. Shu Yan cleared her throat twice before setting down her plate too. Oh, if you don't admit it, then it's not about you.
Zhang Yang didn't even bother looking at her and started eating.
Oomph. Xu Yan suddenly remembered the 200,000 yuan she'd swindled from his girlfriend Su Xinyan recently and couldn't help but chuckle. Cousin, what are you laughing at now? Oh, I just remembered someone amusing. Ha? Are you two thinking of the same person?
Chen Feifei's innocent mind couldn't possibly grasp the twists and turns of this situation.
Ignore her.
Your sister has these random crazy spells.
She'll stop laughing soon.
Just let her talk, don't let her rub off on you.
Zhang Yang added.
Oh, okay.
Chen Feifei shut her mouth and started eating. Xu Yan couldn't stand it anymore.
How could this little sister she'd played with since childhood be so docile in front of Zhang Yang?
Hey!
Zhang Yang, don't even think about driving a wedge between us sisters.
Or else, I won't be nice to you. How exactly do you plan to be unkind? Haven't you forgotten you still owe me something? Zhang Yang looked up and reminded her.
Xu Yan suddenly remembered the promise she made him last time there was still a minute and a half left.
Poof. Xu Yan fell silent.
That brief minute and a half had nearly caused her to lose her composure in front of Zhang Yang, and she couldn't quite swallow her pride over it.
Oh what? What does my sister owe you? I'll help her repay it, okay? Chen Feifei feared her cousin might burden Zhang Yang, which could then make him dislike her too.
You? Zhang Yang glanced down. This little lotus bud was truly uninteresting.
Forget it. Only your sister can repay this. Only my sister can repay it?
Chen Feifei glanced at Chu Yan, who, fearing her cousin might discover her true nature and damage her image, had casually claimed she could cook.
Cooking? Zhang Yang, you want to learn how to cook?
Ah, right, steamed buns.
Your sister's secret recipe is amazing.
The buns she makes are big and fluffy.
Zhang Yang took another subtle jab at Chu Yan. Zhang Yang.
Chu Yan glared at him, slightly annoyed.
If you keep this up, I won't teach you next time. No problem, Zhang Yang.
If my cousin won't teach you, I will.
Chen Feifei smiled innocently. No.
Ah Mei, you can't teach him. Zhang Yang already knows how.
You don't need to teach him. The more Chu Yan explained, the more confused Chen Feifei became.
It seemed like her cousin was deliberately trying to keep her apart from Zhang Yang.
Could it be that they were already?
Meanwhile, Zhang Yang watched Chu Yan's flustered expression and chuckled to himself, once again infuriating her. Fuming, she pulled out her phone and texted Su Xinyan.
Come to school. I need a massage.
Lately, whenever Chu Yan felt down, she'd seek out Su Xinyan for a massage to cheer herself up and to get back at Zhang Yang. Su Xinyan always reluctantly agreed, but today she refused, citing her participation in a singing competition. Unable to contain her curiosity, Chu Yan walked straight out of the cafeteria and called Su Xinyan.
Contest? What contest? Didn't I tell you?
Until you've paid off your debt, you're on call whenever I need you.
A music contest. Zhang Yang asked me to enter. Zhang Yang again? How did he brainwash you all? You just do whatever he says.
No, I think Zhang Yang makes a good point. I need to earn 1,000,000 yuan within a month, so I should definitely leverage my strengths. Since I'm a music student, pursuing music is the obvious path. He said opportunities for overnight fame are rare for amateurs like us, so we need to maximize our exposure. A music competition is the perfect stage for that. Su Xinyan's argument made sense, but Chu Yan was just opposing Zhang Yang for the sake of opposing him. He does have a point, but you're just taking his empty words and running with them.
Have you even considered how difficult this is? How can you be so sure you'll succeed? He wasn't just talking out of thin air. He wrote me a song and said if I performed it, I'd definitely make it through the preliminary round. At this point, Su Xinyan had no choice but to trust Zhang Yang. If she didn't repay the money quickly, who knew how much longer she'd be tormented by this female demon? What? He wrote a song for you? That's it, then you won't even make it past the preliminary round. Want to bet on it? No way. I'll definitely pass the preliminary round. I listened to his song, it's actually pretty good. Hearing Su Xinyan praise Zhang Yang only fueled Chu Yan's resentment. Fine, you're convinced you'll pass the preliminary round? Then dare you make a bet? Yeah, I'm confident I'll make it through. I'll take the bet. If I do, how about we call this debt between us even? Su Xinyan seized the moment to propose a condition. No way. That's not fair at all. I'm talking about a full 800,000 yuan here. Chu Yan still firmly believed Zhang Yang's work wasn't up to par, but she wasn't about to risk 800,000 yuan as a bet, even if she knew her odds of winning were 99%. Seeing she hadn't taken the bait, Su Xinyan had to change her terms. How about half? No way. Our wager isn't about money, I desperately need it. Xu Yan still refused. Then what do you want? Xu Yan thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. How about this? Given how I've treated you lately, I'm sure you've got plenty of resentment. If you make it through the preliminary round, I'll let you have your way with me. Fine, you say so? What's the big deal? You're just too sensitive. Every time I touch you, you go mom and making it sound like I'm doing something else.
After hanging up, the production team called Su Xinyan to the stage.
Su Xinyan pumped herself up.
This time, she had to win. She would vent her frustration fiercely and squeeze that perverted woman to pieces.
Chapter 100, The Perfect Wife Candidate. Not long after, Xu Yan returned, seeming in a good mood. Cousin, what good news did you get? Chen Feifei asked curiously. No need to guess, she's definitely planning to screw someone over again. Zhang Yang delivered his spot on assessment. So what if I am? Mind your own business, Zhang Yang. Instead of wasting time bickering with me, why don't you focus on your own girlfriend? Ha? Zhang Yang, you're dating someone? Chen Feifei grew flustered. I have no idea what you're talking about. Where did this girlfriend suddenly come from? What? Afraid to admit it? Trying to play the innocent guy again? That Su girl, she's your girlfriend, right?
Speaking of which, Xu Yan felt a bit annoyed. A beauty of her caliber, how could she be so blind as to fall for Zhang Yang?
What do you mean I'm afraid to admit it? When did I say she was? I'm not interested in her.
Zhang Yang had vowed never to be a bootlicker in this lifetime. When he was with Su Xinyan before, she always emphasized their contractual relationship, so naturally, he didn't put much effort into it. Plus, after finding out during that last phone call that she'd been seeking pleasure with other men on the side, he lost all interest. True, she possessed stunning looks, a top-tier figure, and a waist as supple as jelly candy from her dance training. But Zhang Yang's macho pride made him hate the idea of being cheated on.
What? You didn't fancy her? More like she didn't fancy you.
Xu Yan laughed out loud, thinking the beauty was blind, but it turned out to be all a misunderstanding.
So what were those two doing on the couch earlier? Oh, that makes sense. After all, their adults' occasional flings are to be expected.
It seemed Su, the campus beauty, had never been interested in an ordinary guy like Zhang Yang at all. She'd just been using him as a tool. Thinking this, Xu Yan's mood lifted considerably.
Chen Feifei felt even better since Zhang Yang was still single. It meant she still had a chance. Zhang Yang, wanna grab dinner this weekend?
I landed a print ad gig and made some cash, let me treat you.
Weekend works for me. I shouldn't have anything planned. But really, let me treat you.
You've been handling extra order follow-ups lately, you've been working so hard.
Zhang Yang wasn't the type to exploit his employees.
He'd seen how hard Chen Feifei had been working recently, and treating her to a meal felt only fair.
Setting aside that little tablet, Chen Feifei was top-tier inside and out, from her personality to her family background. She was absolutely the #1 choice for a wife.
The only problem was, that very point couldn't be ignored.
You're treating? Then I'm coming too.
Xu Yan, adhering to the principle that refusing a free meal makes you a jerk, immediately jumped in.
Why should you come? Give me a reason to treat you to dinner. Remember who promoted your website when it first launched? You've forgotten all about that, haven't you? Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge? Pulling the rug out from under me?
First off, we had an employer-employee relationship. You promoted my site, I paid you, admit it, you got paid.
So why are you bringing up feelings now when we're talking business?
I made huge sacrifices for your website. Xu Yan mentioned how she used her own headshot as a business card to promote the site.
What big sacrifices? Cousin. Chen Feifei asked like a curious little kid. Ignore your cousin. She's a weirdo. Oh, okay. Chen Feifei went back to eating. Zhang Yang. How am I a freak?
Stop misleading my cousin all the time, I'm a big deal in her eyes.
Xu Yan said, sounding a bit annoyed.
No, not at all, cousin.
You really can be a bit weird sometimes. Zhang Yang's right.
Chen Feifei recalled how, ever since high school, Xu Yan would always find excuses to touch her under the pretense of physical checkups.
Fine, Zhang Yang, you're something else. I'll remember you corrupting my cousin like this.
Xu Yan didn't reflect on her own role at all, just shifting all the blame onto Zhang Yang. Fortunately, she'd just made a bet with her goddess, Su Xinyan. Now she had her chance for revenge. Even though Zhang Yang claimed she wasn't his girlfriend, Xu Yan was treating her as such.
Right in the middle of their meal, Chen Feifei suddenly got a call.
After listening, her face visibly turned panicked.
Zhang Yang, something's happened. What happened? Colleagues at the startup park said the students responsible for bringing meals through the main gate showed up. They're complaining the pay is too low and don't want to work anymore.
They're demanding a raise, threatening to sabotage today's deliveries.
What should we do? Zhang Yang, we barely started and already face this.
If the students lose trust in us now, we're finished. Chen Feifei said frantically.
Got it, let's go check it out. Human greed is inevitable.
Even though Zhang Yang had promised them earlier a monthly salary of 700 yuan for just moving stuff around and occasionally contacting students placing orders, which was actually higher than the pay for part-time jobs at the school cafeteria, it still couldn't escape being resented.
Zhang Yang, I'm sorry. I messed things up again. Chen Feifei felt embarrassed.
She had wanted to be Zhang Yang's right-hand person, but she'd already dropped the ball right at the start.
It's fine, I don't blame you. Go take a look. Zhang Yang didn't think much of it.
Song had warned him earlier to save money wherever possible, like with the school's delivery service, which had hired too many people and could easily be streamlined. But Zhang Yang knew these were impoverished students who'd been working part-time jobs all over campus. It wasn't easy for them, so hiring one or two extra was just a way to help him afford better meals. Now, he could conveniently kick them out of the team. The two headed toward the startup park, with Su Xinyan following behind.
Cousin, are you coming too? Didn't you just get your meal? Put. Who cares about him?
It's rare to see Zhang Yang make a fool of himself. I've got to tag along for the fun of it, Su Xinyan said with a look of schadenfreude. Soon, the three arrived at the startup park. A crowd had gathered here.
Spotting Zhang Yang, they all clamored for more money.
Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd.
Spotting Zhang Yang, he sneered, "Zhang Yang, what's going on here? Your startup's off to a rough start, huh?"
"Whether I'm doing well or not depends entirely on whether you, Mr. Zhao, decide to stir up trouble," Zhang Yang retorted. Seeing Zhao Ziqing present, everything suddenly made sense.
"Hey, don't pin that on me. You know what? If you just improved their benefits, they wouldn't be striking. It's not like I can order them around. At the end of the day, you're the one who's not doing your job right? Everyone."
Zhao Ziqing stirred them up, and the crowd began to clamor.
"Exactly.
Zhang Yang, in this heat, we haul goods from the entrance to here twice a day. It's exhausting.
Your pay is nowhere near enough." "Exactly. You're being too stingy. Only 700 yuan, and you expect us to work like oxen and horses?"
"Zhang Yang, you need to give us a proper explanation today. Otherwise, we'll make sure your midday delivery operation gets ruined." Zhao Ziqing watched their aggressive standoff, offering only a faint smile.
"An explanation? Fine. You're all fired." Chapter 101, Easily Defusing the Crisis.
Fired? The group froze in shock. They had hoped to use this opportunity to negotiate better terms, but Zhang Yang had unexpectedly fired them outright. Now they were panicking. After all, this job was genuinely good. 2 photo shoots a day didn't take much time, and the pay was higher than the part-time gigs on campus.
As they hesitated, Zhao Ziqing interpreted Zhang Yang's move as a bluff to force compliance. He began rallying them. "Guys, don't fall for this.
Zhang Yang's just trying to scare you.
Don't be intimidated. Think about it. If you leave, we'll deliver his meals.
When lunchtime rush hits, he'll come crawling back.
He doesn't respect you at all. Let's just walk out now." "Exactly. Let's go. Zhang Yang, if you've got the guts, don't come begging us." "Exactly. We just wanted a raise. Since you won't budge, forget it."
The group united and left the startup park together.
Chen Feifei sensed Zhang Yang was acting on impulse, so she chased after them to try and persuade them to stay.
But her efforts were in vain. She could only return, head hanging low.
"Zhang Yang, what should we do?
Everyone's gone, and the lunch rush is about to start."
Chen Feifei was at a loss. "It's fine. Good riddance. We never needed them anyway.
The school initially asked if we could use this website to create some jobs for them. There are plenty of underprivileged students here.
Who knew they'd be so ungrateful?"
"Zhang Yang, stop trying to prove yourself.
Everyone could see your decision was driven by anger. Now that you've chased them away, how are you going to solve the meal delivery problem?" Su Yan couldn't help but gloat from the sidelines. "Zhang Yang, why so impulsive?
If they want a raise, just give it to them first.
We can discuss it later." Chen Feifei also felt Zhang Yang's approach was a bit off. "I can't. The terms I offered were already the best I could manage. If they remain so ungrateful, I'll take everything back. And rest assured, I'll handle the problem." Zhang Yang wouldn't let Su Yan gloat. He stepped outside and began calling various off-campus vendors one by one. About half an hour later, he returned. "Done. Those vendors will deliver the meals to the startup park shortly." "Ha! Zhang Yang, you're just bragging again. Everyone knows the school has access control. Outsiders can't get in.
Whether they can get in or not is just a matter of a phone call."
Zhang Yang dialed the principal, Li Yan. "Hello, Principal Li. It's Zhang Yang.
I recall you oversee the school's access control.
Could you do me a favor?" Li Yan was taken aback by the call. "Zhang Yang, are you overthinking this? Do you really think I'd help you?" "You will help me." "Ha! Me help you? Unless you're my dad."
"I have something on my phone recorded at the Riverside Park."
"Dad, where are you?"
Shortly after, Zhang Yang met with Li Yan. After watching the video on his phone of him and Teacher Pan having sex under a big tree in the park, he exclaimed, "That's despicable."
"Principal, how am I being underhanded? You're the one being sleazy. If you didn't go around spreading your affections, I wouldn't have caught you on camera." "Fine, you win. What do you want me to do for you?" "Simple.
I have arrangements with restaurants outside campus.
I need your permission to let them deliver meals inside."
Zhang Yang stated his purpose directly.
"Impossible. That would put immense pressure on campus security.
Soon anyone could show up claiming to be your partner and try to barge in.
If something happens, can you take responsibility?" Li Yan dared not risk it. Rest assured, Principal Lee. I've already figured out a solution. Just issue a pass to the partner businesses. It'll be passcode based, not person based. Anyone with the pass can enter. I guarantee they won't cause major disruptions to campus order. Thinking about it, that seemed feasible. But he had little choice now after all, he didn't want his affair exposed. Fine, Zhang Yang, you're clever. I'll arrange it. But you must delete that video. If I ever see it circulating, I won't let you off the hook. Li Yan issued a warning. Rest assured, Principal. I, Zhang Yang, always keep my word. We're just meeting each other's needs just like you and Teacher Pan. Hearing this, Li Yan turned back. Zhang Yang, how many videos of me did you actually record? Principal, you'd have to ask yourself that. Think about how many times you've done this kind of thing out in the wild? Li Yan pondered for a moment. It seemed like just that one time last time. Well, that's manageable. At least I won't be constantly threatened by Zhang Yang endlessly. Fine. I'll get it done for you. Li Yan moved swiftly, securing dozens of passes in no time.
When Zhang Yang brought the passes to the startup park, Xu Yan couldn't help but feel envious.
Zhang Yang, how did you get all these passes? Could you spare one for me?
With a pass came unrestricted access to campus anytime, anywhere. No wonder Xu Yan was so envious.
No way. How I got them isn't your business. Trust me, I've got my ways. Zhang Yang had no intention of sharing the details with her. If she learned this blackmail tactic, the entire school administration would be in for a rough time. Oomph. If you won't give me one, I don't need it anyway. I'll just keep climbing the walls from now on. Xu Yan said, pretending not to care.
Seeing the pass in hand, Chen Feifei voiced the question that had been puzzling her.
Zhang Yang, how did you pull this off? Why would these merchants agree to deliver to us? Doesn't the extra trip feel like a waste of their time? Feifei, let me explain. It's like boiling a frog slowly. First, our platform isn't charging them advertising fees right now. They're getting this huge customer base almost for free.
So when I ask them to deliver some meals for us now, of course they won't refuse.
Oh, that makes sense. Zhang Yang, you're so impressive. Chen Feifei looked at him with admiration. To girls, a boy who stays calm under pressure and solves problems with ease is incredibly charming.
Zhang Yang had truly changed so much.
Last semester, he was still timid and introverted.
Ever since winning that lottery ticket, he'd become a completely different person. He once said he won that lottery because I was his lucky star. Could it be that his very existence was what had sparked such a profound change in him? The thought made Chen Feifei feel a surge of happiness. Su Yan, however, was annoyed. Watching Zhang Yang effortlessly resolve the crisis, even her cousin who had always idolized her now looked up to someone else, filling her with resentment. Hey sis, in my opinion, all his methods are just quackery. Don't get too caught up in his stuff or you'll end up getting played. Had she not spoken up, Zhang Yang would have forgotten her earlier schadenfreude.
Xu Yan, come in. I need to talk to you about something. What is it? Zhang Yang, can I join? No way. This is between me and your sister. Hearing this, Xu Yan's pupils dilated. This guy, he wouldn't be using this as an excuse to get back at me, would he? Chapter 102, The Birth of Takeout Prototype.
A few minutes later, the two emerged from the room.
So fast? Cousin, what did Zhang Yang tell you? Nothing, Feifei. Come help me out. The way we deliver food is about to change. Oh, okay, coming right up.
Hearing Zhang Yang call her, Chen Feifei didn't have time to dwell on it. Watching them walk away, Xu Yan finally rubbed her chest. That bastard Zhang Yang in just 30 seconds in the room, he'd given her a memory she'd never forget.
Daring to use his nails? Zhang Yang, just you wait.
I won't go easy on you when it comes to Su Xinyan, the campus beauty. Just then, Su Xinyan's call came through, bringing news that she'd passed the preliminary round.
Huh? I really made it? No way. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Besides, you said it yourself, if you lose, you have to let me squeeze you back. This. Whoa. You're not thinking of cutting corners, are you? If you try that, I'm not paying you back. Hey, no, snap out of it. We'll find a time, whenever you want.
Xu Yan slapped her forehead.
Why was today so unlucky? Alright, you're at least honest. I'll schedule it then.
After hanging up, Su Xinyan felt much better. Recently, I've been getting bullied by Xu Yan non-stop, but I finally found a chance to get back at her. I need to brush up on my techniques big time, let her see what I'm really made of. At the same time, Su Xinyan knew that this victory was largely thanks to Zhang Yang, so she called him to share the good news. Zhang Yang, I've got some great news, I made it through the preliminary round.
I know. You know? Did Xu Yan tell you? No, Xu Yan? Are you that close with her?
Why did you tell her first? Zhang Yang was puzzled. Oh, well, since you're close with her cousin, as your contract girlfriend, I naturally need to build good relationships with your social circle too. That'll help with the act later. Such an embarrassing thing, Su Xinyan dared not mention it.
No need. Xiu Yan? Keep your distance from her. She's a total weirdo. Ha? Got it. Su Xinyan agreed wholeheartedly. Wait, no, if Chu Yen didn't tell you, how did you know I passed the preliminary round? Because I picked the song for your preliminary round. I was confident I could get you through. Zhang Yang said confidently. That song, The Wind Rises, was an absolute viral sensation back in 2018. Using it in the preliminary round of some small music competition in 2010? It was a total game changer. Yeah, you're the best. Su Xinyan replied dismissively. Good luck in the semifinals. Just do what I said, and you'll be fine. Got it. Zhang Yang, can I ask you a favor? Go ahead. Could you send me some more of those you posted last time? Huh? Seriously? Su Xinyan, you're really hooked now? No need. If you really want them, come find me tonight. Watching this once aloof and pure school beauty gradually fall into decadence seemed to hold a peculiar fascination. No way. The finals are the day after tomorrow. Let me stay in top shape, don't mess with me, please. I was limping on stage today, and the host even asked about it. I lied and said I twisted my ankle. If I'm still like this in 2 days and someone notices, I'll be humiliated. This is televised. Su Xinyan quickly refused. She knew Zhang Yang inside out. Once she got involved, it would likely be another round of torment. Zhang Yang immediately realized she must be feeling overwhelmed and wanted to blow off some steam. Fine, then go home and download that software with the little red icon. Open the radar function, it's got everything you could possibly need. Red icon? Everything you could want? In her 19 years of life, Su Xinyan had never encountered such things. The moment she first tried it, she felt drawn in by some strange, magnetic pull. I'll send you the software when I get back. Got something to do here. Gotta go. After hanging up, Zhang Yang continued arranging today's meal deliveries. How's it going, Fei Fei? Finished writing? Almost done, Zhang Yang. But I don't get why we have to sort these meals by building. You'll see soon enough. All preparations were complete, and the lunch rush was about to begin. The vendors smoothly entered the campus with their passes. After delivering the meals, some voiced complaints. After all, they'd never been assigned to such a remote location before. Yet they knew Zhang Yang had provided significant assistance, so they merely expressed their dissatisfaction before leaving. Soon, all the vendors' meals were delivered. As a tall, lanky student entered to pick up his order, the lunch rush officially began. South Building 3, Zhang Jian, stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, right? Found it. Thanks to the categorization system, Chen Feifei quickly located the corresponding meal. Seeing the beautiful girl handing it over, the tall, slender student instantly felt his mood lift. The food in his hands seemed to glow with anticipation. Unfortunately, he was too shy to exchange more than a few words with her. Hey, classmate, wait a sec. Huh? Did that beautiful girl just call me? Did I hear correctly? The tall, lanky student turned back in disbelief, asking excitedly, Senior Sure, were you calling me? Yes, Zhang Jian. You haven't paid yet. Oh, sorry about that. 12, right? My bad. Hold on, Zhang Jian, you can just pay 10 yuan. Huh? Why? Zhang Jian was a bit flustered. Could it be that his good looks had earned him a discount? Here's the thing, Chen Feifei repeated what Zhang Yang had said. Dazhangnet just launched a new campaign to find the most beautiful classmates around. These orders are all from students on your same floor. If you could deliver their meals, you'd get a 2 yuan discount this time. 2 yuan? Yes, Zhang Jian. Are you willing? Would you like to help your classmates? Yes. I'm in. With the wind blowing like this, he'd be willing to do anything, even beat up the principal, let alone save money. And so, the tall, lanky guy paid 10 yuan for a 12 yuan stir-fried beef rice bowl and conveniently picked up 8 more meals for his floormates. Later, by promising small perks to those picking up meals, they willingly volunteered to deliver them. This effortlessly eased the lunch rush. What's more, this approach garnered widespread praise. Previously, everyone had to come downstairs to collect their meals, but now they were actually delivered right to their doors. Zhang Yang, you're a genius. Using their habit of going out of their way to deliver our meals. Meanwhile, Chu Yen, who'd just been thoroughly roughed up, chipped in with a sarcastic remark. Impressive? $2 per person? That building's losing a fortune. All that money's just being given away. Oh right, Zhang Yang, what about the money? Don't worry. Someone will cover it. Zhang Yang looked confident, having just thought of another brilliant idea. Chapter 103, Conquering the University Town Within a Month. Without delay, Zhang Yang quickly gathered the off-campus partner merchants for a meeting to discuss changes to the delivery model. Now that these merchants had access passes, entering normal university would be much easier. Henceforth, all merchants must follow the rules. Once students placed an order, their staff had to personally deliver the meals to the innovation park. Furthermore, on-campus delivery services would undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Students placing orders would no longer need to pick them up themselves. Dedicated personnel would handle deliveries. These deliveries would follow today's model of along-the-way pickups, with delivery personnel promised a small bonus for making these stops, allowing them to earn extra money.
To establish a unified standard, a rule was agreed upon: each delivery route must include 6 orders including the delivery person's own meal. Each delivery reduces the meal cost by 2 yuan. Those willing to earn more can return for additional deliveries, achieving the goal of everyone being a delivery person and eliminating management costs. This approach served 2 purposes: first, to ensure delivery team stability and prevent strike incidents like today's; second, to simplify cost accounting for merchants. For example, if a merchant delivers 60 meals to normal university at 10 yuan each, the total receivable should be 600 yuan. However, due to the delivery rule, 2 yuan is automatically deducted per set of 6 meals, reducing the receivable to 580 yuan. Regarding this expense, Zhang Yang suggested each merchant bear their own share. However, upon hearing they would have to pay out of pocket, every merchant complained about how tough business was, arguing they weren't making much profit to begin with. Some vendors even threatened to pull out. After all, Zhang Yang had initially promised access to the entire university town's customer base, yet currently only normal university students were using the service. This meant some shops were barely selling any meals at all. As the old saying goes, the driver, the boatman, the porter, and the broker, even if they're not guilty, they should be killed. Zhang Yang understood their greed all too well. However, Zhang Yang also presented a condition that instantly captivated everyone: within a month, he would open the doors to every university in the campus town, allowing merchants to freely deliver to them and expand their customer base. Upon hearing this, all objections vanished instantly. The merchants who had just been clamoring to leave immediately offered Zhang Yang sincere apologies and quickly sat back down. Hearing his words, the 2 sisters standing by the door were stunned. Zhang Yang had secured delivery access to normal university because the school supported his venture and issued him a pass. But other universities likely wouldn't extend him the same favor. Cousin, how could Zhang Yang make such a huge promise? Can he really secure the support of so many university leaders in the campus town within a month? Chen Feifei knew Zhang Yang was capable, but this clearly exceeded her imagination. No way. That guy's a total hustler. He's probably just trying to sweet-talk merchants into paying up first. And he says I have bad character? I think he's the one with the biggest problem. Sis, don't let him fool you. Xu Yan said dismissively. Ha? No way. Zhang Yang seems like a decent guy. Sis, you never disagree with me. You haven't actually fallen for that guy, have you? Ah. No. Chen Feifei flushed, desperately trying to cover it up. Sis, you're being foolish. Is he really that great? With your qualifications, what kind of guy can't you find? He's using you as free labor, making you do all this work without paying you extra. You need to be brave and speak up. Don't let him lead you around by the nose, okay? Got it. Chen Feifei nodded half-heartedly. Then Zhang Yang called out, Feifei, re-register all the boss's contact info for me. We need to streamline our delivery system for greater efficiency. Coming. Chen Feifei shot back, dashing inside immediately. After finishing the contact list, Zhang Yang gave some more details. For instance, he instructed each vendor to purchase colored bags corresponding to each building block on campus. Orders for South Buildings 1 through 7 would use red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple bags respectively. This system would streamline sorting. After all, once merchants deliver the meals, his staff still had to sort them by building before handlers could pick them up. This boosted delivery efficiency. Without this system, randomly assigning 5 orders to a handler would force them to run all over the place. Soon enough, no one would want to deliver on their way anymore. So, putting in this extra effort ensured the model could run long-term. Additionally, starting now, a 50-cent delivery fee will be charged per meal. After all, their delivery service has been upgraded, allowing students to enjoy the convenience of having meals delivered right to their dorms. Naturally, Zhang Yang pocketed this money himself. After all, it was high time he started earning something, especially since the website's operations required funding. The mini-meeting went smoothly, largely because Zhang Yang's promise filled every merchant with anticipation. He vowed to open doors to other universities within a month, meaning more and more customers would be ordering takeout in the future. After all the merchants left, Zhang Yang immediately called his team leader, Yang Zihao, instructing him to post an announcement on the website informing users about the upgraded delivery service and the new 50-cent delivery fee. Boss, that essentially means charging them more for better service, but ultimately it increases their expenses. Some might take issue with us. I know. So frame it differently, say the notice that increased delivery pressure from merchants necessitates this extra fee. Let users complain about the merchants instead. We're not just not profiting, we're upgrading our service. Trust me, users will appreciate us more. That's the contrast technique. Brilliant, boss. With that contrast, customers will surely think we're amazing. Boss, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. I'm afraid you'll get angry if I do. Yang Zihao said awkwardly. Why would I? No criticism, no progress. Remember what Zhou Ji advised King Qi? Those who dare to confront my faults shall receive the highest reward. Boss, I think you're starting to sound like a shady businessman. Oh? Fine, 200 in penalties then.
Ha? Didn't you say those who point out my faults to my face shall receive the highest reward? Yes, but I'm not this ruler, I'm a shady businessman. Boss, I suddenly remembered I have a lot to do. Gotta hang up. Fearing a fine, Yang Zihao quickly ended the call.
Meanwhile, Chen Feifei chimed in with her own question. Zhang Yang, you just said you'd open the gates of other universities within a month to boost foot traffic for merchants, is that really true?
Of course it's fake, sis. This sly bastard just wants to trick these merchants into agreeing first. Other schools won't let him run wild. Su Xinyan chimed in from the side. Oh? Care to bet on it? Let's make it a fun wager. Chapter 104, The Long-Legged Class Monitor's Utter Admiration. I won't bet with you. Su Xinyan reconsidered and decided against it.
Zhang Yang always seemed to pull off things that looked impossible. Remembering she still hadn't paid her bet to Su Xinyan today, she decided not to add more trouble for herself.
See? You say you don't believe it, yet you won't bet with me. Zhang Yang felt like laughing.
This Chu Yan seemed to be arguing just for the sake of arguing.
Not betting doesn't mean you'll win. Anyway, this time you absolutely can't succeed.
Shu Yan didn't want to bet, but she knew it was impossible.
There were currently 10 universities in the campus town.
Zhang Yang couldn't possibly gain the trust of the leaders of all 10 schools, especially within just 1 month.
Zhang Yang, I believe in you. I know you can pull this off. Chen Feifei was the first to offer encouragement. That's more like it, Shu Yan.
Learn from your cousin, look how well behaved she is.
Put. When you guys use the word good, it's just to tame us girls, right?
Sis, don't get fooled by men's sweet talk.
It's all empty promises. Shu Yan was pragmatic.
To her, no amount of flattery could compare to the sparkle of a diamond. You make it sound like I'd been shortchanging her.
Feifei, I'll treat you to dinner this weekend. Yeah. I'll definitely be there. Chen Feifei nodded frantically, afraid Zhang Yang might change his mind.
Ame, you're a girl, you need to be more reserved. Don't let him win you over with just one meal.
Look at how many guys at school want to treat you to dinner. You're not exactly short on invitations.
Shu Yan couldn't figure out what kind of love potion Zhang Yang had slipped her cousin to make her so infatuated. It was almost enough to make her jealous. Chen Feifei certainly didn't need this meal, but the chance to dine with Zhang Yang was something that didn't come around every day.
Oh, right, Feifei, I'll take you stargazing later too without your weird cousin. Okay. Wait, Zhang Yang, what's your deal? Stop trying to drive a wedge between me and my cousin. Me and Feifei?
We're so tight we could practically share a pair of pants.
Look at you, you'd even fight over wearing your cousin's pants. How twisted is that?
Zhang Yang sighed and shook his head.
Su Yan, unable to win the argument, turned to persuade Chen Feifei instead.
Sis, I'll say it again, don't fall for his sweet talk.
Taking you stargazing? That's the kind of line he uses to trick kids.
Zhang Yang, don't treat my sister like a 3-year-old. Nobody would believe that nonsense. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Shu Yan was stabbed in the back again.
Chen Feifei nodded and said, I believe him.
Seeing her cousin so easily swayed, charmed by a man in just one meal, Shu Yan felt a pang of disappointment.
I'm done with you. Sis, you don't appreciate your own beauty at all. Su Yan was determined to be a gold digger.
She might let men deceive her for sex, but she never let them swindle her out of money.
Chen Feifei, however, couldn't care less.
Money was irrelevant, what mattered was ambition, and Zhang Yang clearly possessed grand aspirations.
She was willing to walk this entrepreneurial path alongside Zhang Yang.
When Zhang Yang returned to the dorm, he found Mao Xian happily singing the newly released song Fireworks Fade Quickly while eating his pork knuckle rice. Mao Xian, if you keep singing, your pork knuckle rice will get cold. You should eat first, Zhou Wenbin urged. Mainly, his singing was too moving. If he kept going, Zhou Wenbin really wouldn't be able to resist punching him.
Wenbin, what's gotten into him? He's so happy, Zhang Yang asked curiously. Oh, him?
He says he scored big today because he got a free lunch.
Bro Yang, since we're on good terms, I'll let you in on a money-making secret. Remember to order more takeout from now on.
When I went to pick up my lunch today, I discovered they launched a convenient delivery feature where you pick up meals for other students in the same building.
Get 6 orders, and you save $2 on your meal.
My pork knuckle rice was $8, so after running back and forth 4 times, they waived my entire bill.
I totally hit the jackpot this time. Mao Xian said triumphantly. Ha? Free takeout?
Fan Xiaobai, who was eating his own delivery, asked.
Yeah, wait Xiaobai, didn't you say the website founder is your friend? Didn't you know?
Well, I did give him some useful advice when he first started the website, but I can't keep helping him forever. He needs to grow on his own. He stopped telling me the details later on.
Exactly. Looks like he can fly solo now.
No need for me to worry about him anymore. They say one lie requires 1,000 more to cover it up, and right now, Fan Xiaobai was the perfect example. Mao Xian thought there was some truth to that, so he didn't press further.
Zhang Yang, however, couldn't quite hold back a laugh. Zhang Yang, what's that supposed to mean? What are you laughing at?
Fan Xiaobai felt his laughter was odd, as if he'd been seen through, making him feel both annoyed and embarrassed.
Can't I even laugh? You're too sensitive. Could it be you've got some little secret I've uncovered? Zhang Yang sneered. I'm straightforward and honest. I don't hide things like you do. Fan Xiaobai's voice trailed off, clearly betraying his unease. Just then, Lu Hao beside them suddenly shouted, "Holy crap! You guys, hurry up! Quickly log into 56, there's a video from our school on the homepage." What? Hot girls? Not if they're not hot, I'm not watching. Mao Xian now felt only the free pork rice he just scored tasted the sweetest. Yes. Top-tier beauties. Watching this video is pure bliss. Lu Hao emphasized. The mention of a hot girl video instantly sparked everyone's interest. Bro Yang, come over here. Let's watch it together. Knowing Zhang Yang didn't have a computer, Mao Xian quickly beckoned him over. He quickly opened 56, and soon a singing video appeared on the screen. Normal university beauties singing blows the crowd away. Seeing this unremarkable title, Zhang Yang felt a bit dazed. Back in the early days of video sites, they hadn't been corrupted by certain C-brand browsers yet, so they didn't use those eye-catching, sensationalist titles. Below the title was a brief description: the Asian Games Rising Star Singer competition is in full swing. Today, a beautiful contestant from Normal University scored high in the preliminary round. Let's all enjoy her original song. Holy crap! Isn't that Su, the campus beauty? She entered a competition? She can sing that well? And she passed with flying colors? What's so surprising about that? You guys just don't get it, this is all capital at work. A beauty like her is pure buzz. The farther she goes, the better. I don't even need to watch to know her singing is just average. Fan Xiaobai put on an air of knowing it all. Then, Mao Xian opened the video. Soon, a sweet voice filled the air. Along this journey, stopping and starting, following the traces of the drifting youth. Chapter 105, behind every goddess lies a man she's grown weary of. I once couldn't escape the vastness of the world, nor the dreams I was lost in. Uncertain if it was real or not, I didn't struggle, nor did I fear ridicule. The lyrics sounded deeply evocative, brimming with untold stories. No wonder the judges below the stage hesitated to press pause. Due to the large number of contestants, the preliminary round focused on evaluating basic skills to save time, with judges making judgments in about 30 seconds. At this level of competition, high-caliber contestants were rare. Before Su Xinyan took the stage, the best performer had only lasted 40 seconds. Yet the video had already played for over a minute, and the judges still hadn't pressed pause. They even let the song's interlude play out completely before starting the second half of her performance. By this point, Su Xinyan's expression clearly showed her growing panic. The judges hadn't given her the pass signal yet. But remembering Zhang Yang's confidence in this song, she persevered. When she finally finished, she was met with thunderous applause from the entire audience. Holy crap! Campus beauty Su is amazing, not only stunningly beautiful, but she sings so well too. Mao Xian looked utterly envious. Yeah, I heard it's even original. I thought Su was just a pretty face, but her songwriting skills are surprisingly high. She'll probably make it to the finals easily. Zhou Wenbin nodded in agreement. The song truly had a rich flavor to it. Fan Xiaobai, however, felt a bit embarrassed by his roommate's praise. With a hint of defiance, he retorted, "I'll admit her voice is beautiful, but those lyrics clearly aren't something someone our age could write. I'm certain she has a highly skilled lyricist backing her up. It's just another game of capital." Yeah, Xiaobai has a point, Lu Hao agreed. Su Xiaohua's family isn't ordinary. They could easily afford to hire famous lyricists to tailor songs for her. After all, Lu Hao's own family had some money, and he knew these wealthy circles loved splurging to polish their image. Hearing support, Fan Xiaobai finally felt a bit smug. See? I told you I was right. Brother Hao has the same eye for talent as me. He saw right through it. Man, you know, a girl who's both rich and gorgeous must be irresistible. I wouldn't even dare dream of dating her. Just chatting with her would make me happy for ages. Zhou Wenbin suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. His family wasn't exactly poor, he was on the basketball team, and he had a decent build, so why couldn't he find a girlfriend? Seeing his roommate Lu Hao already in a relationship, Zhang Yang hadn't made his own public, but judging by the photos of beautiful women he posted on QQ Space that day, his luck with women was probably the best in the entire dorm. Could he really be worse than those two? Anxiety suddenly gripped him. Old Zhou, stop thinking about it. Rich girls like that are all gold diggers. You're better off staying away. Plus, these women are so obsessed with money, marrying one would bring you nothing but misery for the rest of your life. Even if they threw themselves at me, I wouldn't want them. Fan Xiaobai launched into his usual eloquent analysis. Zhou Wenbin disliked Fan Xiaobai's tone, which felt deliberately confrontational, so he retorted with some irritation, "Well, I heard the class monitor is pretty well off too." Hearing this, Fan Xiaobai immediately snapped, "How can you compare them?" Mao Xian ignored their squabble, growing more captivated by Su Xinyan's beauty. He planned to save her picture as his screensaver. He'd recently read an article claiming gazing at a beauty could add 7 seconds to your life. Just as he was about to do so, he noticed Zhang Yang flipping through the comments under the video, grinning like an idiot. This is truly beautiful singing. What nonsense were those earlier performances? Within 10 minutes, I want all her information. Fire pliers Lu Ming. Jia Junpeng, your mom's calling you home for dinner. Zhang Yang was naturally thrilled. It was clear this song was a hit with the youth, meaning he could move forward with his next plan. His original strategy was to first build fame through offline music competitions, then capitalize on the momentum to release paid online songs. So far, the plan was going smoothly. As long as Su Xinyan made it to the finals, he could drop his trump card song, then it would absolutely explode the Chinese music scene. Bro Yang, still smiling? You must really like her. You were so foolish last time when campus beauty Su Xinyan almost fell in the cafeteria and grabbed your hand. Why didn't you seize the chance to pull her close? Mao Xian was referring to last weekend, the morning he planned to go to the hot springs with Wu Qiutong. That is when Su Xinyan ran into Zhang Yang at the cafeteria entrance and invited him to go shopping together over the weekend. But Zhang Yang had important business to attend to and turned her down. He had no idea his roommates witnessed the whole thing from the balcony. So when confronted back in the dorm, he lied and told them Su Xinyan had just tripped and grabbed his hand. Mao Xian, stop joking around. A rich, beautiful girl like Su Xinyan isn't someone Zhang Yang could ever touch. If what you said is true, she accidentally fell and you tried to hug her, you'd probably get slapped in the face before you even got up, Fan Xiaobai analyzed with perfect logic. So what? If she slaps me, so be it. If I could just hold a beauty like that for a second, I'd feel it was worth spending a few days in jail. Mao Xian was purely frustrated, so his words were a bit out of line. Hey, Mao Xian, it's not worth it. Seriously, getting locked up for a few days just to hug her? That's just ridiculous. Don't go down the path of crime over something like this. Zhang Yang quickly tried to dissuade him. I know, brother Yang. I was just saying. Getting arrested for a hug? Not worth it. But if I could go on a date with her? Now that might be worth it. Mao Xian began fantasizing. Put. You guys still have way too much rose-colored glasses on when it comes to women. The ones who look innocent are often the wildest. Don't be fooled by Su Xinyan's pure, high mountain flower appearance. She's definitely got some guy who's played her to exhaustion behind the scenes. Fan Xiaobai started analyzing everything like he knew it all. I agree with that. Zhang Yang nodded. If he hadn't overheard the suggestive sounds on the phone call with Su Xinyan that day, he'd have genuinely believed she was a goody two-shoes. Also, I've honestly grown a bit tired of this game myself. Seems like there really isn't anything new left to explore. But when Fan Xiaobai heard Zhang Yang's agreement, he put on an act instead. What are you agreeing to? Do you even understand the daily lives of these girls in the upper echelons? I don't think you know anything, you're just a yes man. True, I don't. You do. Zhang Yang nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Got it. Mao Xian announced, having successfully captured Su Xinyan's image. I hereby declare Su Xinyan, the campus beauty, my new goddess. I'm gonna print this out and hang it above my bed. That figure is absolutely killer, right, brother Yang? Mao Xian looked like a lovesick fool, growing more and more satisfied with the photo. Zhang Yang, reminded by him, suddenly realized there was one place he hadn't tried yet. Yeah, it's pretty good. Chapter 106, The Pure-Hearted Maiden. The weekend arrived quickly. True to their agreement, Zhang Yang prepared to take Chen Feifei out to dinner. Since Chen Feifei had booked a print ad, she had already headed to a nearby magazine office for the shoot. Seeing the time was right, Zhang Yang drove over. Below the Urban Beauty magazine building, Zhang Yang watched the diverse beauties coming and going, marveling at Chen Feifei's incredible luck with stardom. This magazine had a reputation for casting spell models who posed for them almost always rose to fame shortly after. Unfortunately, Chen Feifei only wanted to earn some extra cash and didn't see this as an opportunity to become famous. If he remembered correctly, the Chen Feifei of his past life had risen to fame after this very advertisement, gradually stepping into the entertainment industry until she became one of the new generations for pure-hearted flowers. Shortly after entering the building, Zhang Yang encountered someone quite unexpected. Hey, Lu Hao, what are you doing here? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Ha? Zhang Yang, what are you doing here? I'm here to accompany my girlfriend during her shoot. After saying this, Lu Hao quickly gave Zhang Yang a knowing look. Got it. You're here to pick up girls, right? Nice move, Zhang Yang. You know what you're doing. The girls here are definitely top-notch. A friend in the same circle told me about this during summer break. That's how I ended up staking out this place for my girlfriend too. Just as they were talking, a girl dressed up like a peacock ran out of a room and threw her arms around Lu Hao's waist. Her outfit was so revealing it made anyone blush. Her cleavage was practically on full display. Zhang Yang instinctively glanced over. The girl sized him up from head to toe, then rolled her eyes at his plain outfit. Honey, you promised to take me out for a fancy French dinner tonight. Alright. This is my roommate, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, this is my girlfriend, Bai Wujie. You can just call her Xiaojie. Oh, hello. Zhang Yang nodded politely while the girl gave a perfunctory greeting, clamoring to get to the fancy dinner. As she spoke, she bounced playfully, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance, causing certain parts of her to bounce along. Bai Wujie? Wu means no, might as well just call her. Zhang Yang, who'd seen a share of women, instantly knew this girl was no ordinary girl. She might be fun as a girlfriend, but marrying her would be a whole different story. Lu Hao seemed like a decent guy, so Zhang Yang pulled him aside to offer a warning. Lu Hao, if you listen to me, find yourself a new girlfriend. You can't handle this one. Ha? Ha, bro, thanks for the advice, but it hasn't gotten to that point yet. Xiao Jie's pretty conservative, she said no before marriage. Though Lu Hao was a rich kid, his family had kept him tightly controlled until college, so he was clueless about many things. Zhang Yang was speechless. That wasn't what he meant by handle. Though from that perspective, this girl really wasn't right for Lu Hao. Are you sure? Conservative? Zhang Yang looked at her t-shirt tight-fitting, no less, and felt skeptical. Having a great figure isn't her fault, but deliberately dressing like that knowing the risk of exposure? That's a bit. Oh, you misunderstood. Xiao Jie is really pure. She's dressed like this because of today's shoot. The Asian Games are coming up, right? The magazine is running a special feature on Asian Games babes, and she's auditioning for it. Lu Hao didn't catch the hint in Zhang Yang's words. Instead, he pulled Zhang Yang over and introduced him openly. Xiao Jie, let me tell you, this is my best roommate, and he's super talented. Do you have any girlfriends you could introduce him to? Oh, and didn't you say Ying doesn't have a boyfriend? She'd be perfect for my buddy. Ever since Zhang Yang paid off his debt in just one summer, Lu Hao knew this guy was no ordinary person. That's why he was trying so hard to build a connection with him. But Bai Wujie, unaware of this, had already passed judgment on Zhang Yang based purely on his outward appearance and clothing. Hearing Lu Hao's suggestion, she quickly interjected, no need, no need. Ying already has a boyfriend. Huh? That fast? You said yesterday she hadn't found one yet. Lu Hao asked, puzzled. Just then, the security guard at the entrance suddenly said, Sir, could you please move your car? It's blocking others from entering or exiting. It's the weekend today, so please understand. Oh, sorry. Zhang Yang apologized before heading out to move his car. Bai Wujie didn't know much about cars, but seeing the upright Mercedes emblem told her it was no ordinary vehicle. She tentatively asked, How, is that car your roommate's? Oh, no, it's rented. Lu Hao's impression of the car was still from last semester when Fan Xiaobai showed him photos proving he had rented it before. But now he was puzzled, how could Zhang Yang have rented it for so long? Counting from before summer break, it had been nearly 2 months. At 300 yuan per day, he'd spent over 10,000 just on rental fees. That seemed a bit abstract. Oh, it's a rental car. Hearing this, Bai Wujie breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her judgment was correct. Zhang Yang really was broke. Sure, he was kinda handsome, but looks couldn't put food on the table. After Zhang Yang returned from moving the car, Lu Hao extended another invitation. Bro, my girlfriend wants to grab a few drinks. Her girlfriends will be there too. Want to join us? I'll introduce you to some girls. Ahem, ahao, maybe we should pass. Your friend here clearly isn't the bar type, right, Zhang Yang? Bars are really noisy, you wouldn't enjoy it. Zhang Yang chuckled, catching her subtle hint. Truth be told, he wasn't keen on going either. This was clearly a setup. He wasn't about to waste his money on such pointless entertainment. Yeah, I'm waiting for someone. You guys go ahead. Zhang Yang, don't wait. Girls who come here for shoots all have star dreams. Most are stuck up. Innocent girls like Xiao Jie are rare. I'm worried you'll get played. Lu Hao, oblivious to his own predicament, started worrying about Zhang Yang instead. Bai Wujie knew Zhang Yang was just trying to save face, so she smiled and said, How, do you really have to dig so deep? Can't you spare your roommate a little dignity? Ha? Oh, sorry, Zhang Yang. I didn't mean to. Lu Hao finally caught on, his voice tinged with regret. Just then, Chen Feifei emerged, wearing black and white stockings on her feet. She ran toward Zhang Yang with a delighted expression. The person you're meeting is the class monitor? Lu Hao asked, surprised. Yeah, I'm meeting her for dinner alone today. Hey! What do you mean alone? What about me? Xu Yan walked over angrily, holding a pair of fishnet stockings. Chapter 107, Zhang Yang's identity revealed, roommates shocked. It's you again? When did I ever say I'd treat you to dinner? Why are you following me? Can you just get lost? Zhang Yang said with obvious annoyance. Bai Wujie was mesmerized. While the magazine building wasn't short on attractive girls, these two were clearly in a league of their own, far beyond ordinary beauty. Those legs in the black and white stockings were absolutely stunning, the kind she'd dream of having. And that girl Zhang Yang was dismissing? Her figure was far superior to Bai Wujie's. Seeing her pride so effortlessly overshadowed, Bai Wujie felt a pang of insecurity about her own physique for the first time. She discreetly tugged her top up a bit. Lu Hao beside her was utterly speechless. Just moments ago, Zhang Yang had warned him he couldn't handle it, yet here he was with two girls both even more stunning than his own girlfriend. How ridiculous was that? Hold on, Zhang Yang, come here. Lu Hao was genuinely impressed. How had he managed to land two stunning beauties at once? He wanted to learn some of his dating secrets. What? Misunderstanding. I'm not dating Chen Feifei, I just invited her to dinner. As for the one who insisted on tagging along, that's her cousin. Zhang Yang hurriedly explained. Sisters? Damn, bro, you've got me beat. And here I was worrying you couldn't find a girlfriend. Lu Hao now realized just how foolish he'd been acting earlier. What sisters? I really didn't mean it that way. If you didn't mean it, why invite them out? Dude, you can't be a jerk. You wouldn't just want to mess around, right? With beauties of this caliber right in front of him and two of them at that, Lu Hao couldn't possibly believe nothing happened. Seeing that explanations were futile, Zhang Yang could only reveal the truth: Chen Feifei was his employee. Besides, Lu Hao came from a well-off family, he wouldn't need to ask Zhang Yang for favors. To his surprise, Lu Hao was even more shocked upon hearing this. You mean you founded DaZhangNet all by yourself? Yeah, don't believe me? No, bro, I believe in your abilities. But this is beyond my imagination. You accomplished all this in just one summer? Wait, where did you get the startup capital? Zhang Yang recounted his World Cup lottery win, but conveniently skipped over his stock market gains. Holy crap! Bro, you've been keeping this way too under wraps. So that car wasn't rented, you bought it? Lu Hao's astonishment hadn't subsided. When did I ever say it was rented? Huh? Oh, right. No, you called me earlier asking if I knew anyone at the rental place. I just assumed you kept driving the rental. Lu Hao almost blurted out that Fan Xiaobai was behind it all, but he didn't want to stir up trouble in the dorm, so he kept it under wraps. Zhang Yang just chuckled, reminding him to keep it under wraps. Zhang Yang, I've just realized how truly great you are. Xiaobai always brags in the dorm that the website's founder is his friend, but it turns out you're the founder. Yet you never called him out on it, must have been out of pity for his fragile ego, right? Lu Hao said with genuine admiration. Zhang Yang was a bit speechless. How did this get tied to being great again? He hadn't exposed him because he simply didn't bother to argue with him. After all, showing off all his skills in front of a loser wouldn't bring him any satisfaction. Well, I guess you could say that. Good. Rest assured, I'll keep this confidential. As for helping you find a girlfriend, I'm not worried. Your luck with women is way better than mine. I only got Xiaojia because of pure luck. I should have asked you to set me up. Lu Hao, I have to warn you, this girl is no angel. Zhang Yang didn't want to ruin their budding romance, but out of concern for his friend, he spoke up. Haha, I get it. You mean she's fierce, right? To be honest, that's exactly what I like about her. Xiaojia's figure is indeed great, though nothing compared to that senior sister back then. Anyway, I won't bother you in the class monitor anymore. With that, Lu Hao pulled his girlfriend away. Zhang Yang hadn't expected him to misinterpret his words again. He'd been about to say more, but seeing Lu Hao's hurried departure, he swallowed his words. Bai Wujia had sensed Zhang Yang's unusual nature from the start. To her, a beauty like herself would only fancy wealthy men. The fact that Zhang Yang could charm two at once proved he was no ordinary guy. So before leaving with Lu Hao, she turned back and flashed Zhang Yang a blatant, flirtatious glance. Xu Yan witnessed this and instantly exploded. Damn it! Zhang Yang, you're shameless. You accused me of having character issues, but clearly yours are far worse. Don't you even understand the principle of not betraying a friend's wife? Which eye of yours saw me betray her? I have no interest in that. My sister and I both saw it. Hurry up and treat me to a meal, or else I'll tell your roommate. Go ahead, tell them. See if they'll believe you. Zhang Yang isn't the type to cave to threats easily. No, I really will tell them. Look, they haven't gone far yet. Xu Yan had already taken several steps, waiting for Zhang Yang to cave and treat her to dinner. But Zhang Yang remained unmoved. Infuriated, she turned back. Ugh. Treating a pretty girl to a meal won't kill you. Beautiful girl, maybe. Stunning beauty? Not so much. Don't flatter yourself. What? Not a stunner? Xu Yan instantly puffed out her chest in defiance. Fake or not? You tell me. Stunner or not? Fake. Fake? You still say that? You've tried it yourself, so tell me, is it fake or not? Ha? Tried? Cousin, Chen Feifei seemed to have overheard some earth-shattering secret. Xu Yan quickly changed the subject. Oh, no, of course not. I was just saying, with a body like mine, this guy must have fantasized about me countless times in his dreams. Can't be bothered with you, Feifei. Done shooting? Let's go. Not yet? One more set. Chen Feifei blushed as she spoke. Originally, they'd agreed on 3 sets of girlish photos. But her cousin, acting as her agent, negotiated with the magazine. While the pay was higher, 2 of the sets required her to wear fishnet stockings. She was already mortified after finishing that set, and now there was another one with fishnet stockings? She just couldn't bring herself to do it. Zhang Yang, unaware of the situation, simply assumed she hadn't finished yet. Then hurry up and shoot, he said. Once we're done, let's go eat. I'm starving. You're hungry? Zhang Yang, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it.
To spare Zhang Yang from going hungry, Chen Feifei decided to just go for it.
Zhang Yang, it's hot out here. Why don't you wait inside? I'll be quick.
This was her first time wearing such revealing stockings, so she preferred Zhang Yang to see them first.
Oh, sure. Zhang Yang didn't suspect a thing.
When he pushed open the studio door, all he saw was a sea of long legs.
It seemed even hotter inside. Chapter 108, Xu Yan imitates a dog bark. It must be said, when it came to legs, Chen Feifei was an absolute authority.
Her legs, stretching over a meter long, paired with stockings, truly amplified her personal charm infinitely. If the black and white stockings earlier had perfectly accentuated her youthful innocence, the fishnet stockings she wore now added a previously unseen layer of sensuality.
The scene was undeniably beautiful, and Zhang Yang couldn't resist snapping a photo. How about it? Zhang Yang, I'm being nice to you, right? Xu Yan had crept up beside him again without him noticing. What's that supposed to mean? Trying to get cozy again? You're being ungrateful. If I hadn't persuaded her today, Feifei would never have worn these stockings. It was all to give you something nice to look at. So, how about it? I'm being so good to you, would it be too much to ask you to treat me to a meal?
After saying this, Xu Yan nudged Zhang Yang with her shoulder.
Do I look stupid?
I saw you happily collecting money at the front desk earlier.
Obviously, you made a pretty penny off those photos she took, right? Ha? No, just the standard fee. Normal pay would make you grin from ear to ear? I'm speechless.
You're even using your own cousin to make money.
I could tell she clearly didn't want to take those photos. None of your business.
She's my sister, not yours. Besides, you were enjoying the show just fine.
You cheapskate. Couldn't you have pretended not to notice and treated the gorgeous lady to dinner? I'd remember your kindness. Xu Yan said with a hint of resentment.
Why is it so hard to get Zhang Yang to shell out some cash?
No way. Being remembered by you isn't a good thing, you'd just milk me dry. I'm not doing that kind of losing deal. Come on, am I really that bad? Haven't you ever thought that if you treat me well, I might get touched one day and become your girlfriend? No way. You want me to be nice to you, then you want to be my girlfriend? That's biting the hand that feeds you. If we dated, you'd probably run off with all my money the next day.
Zhang Yang took a step back, clutching his pockets tightly.
Don't be so greedy.
If other guys ask me out, I won't give them a chance.
Besides, are you really that unwilling to have me as your girlfriend? Don't I have anything that makes your heart flutter?
Zhang Yang glanced down naturally.
Actually, there were two things, but that was all.
Her personality was too materialistic, and Zhang Yang naturally kept his distance. But this subtle gesture was keenly noticed by Xu Yan. She suddenly flashed a mischievous grin and lowered her neckline a bit.
How about it?
If I become your girlfriend, they're all yours.
I refuse. Ha? Why? I don't see any reason for you to refuse. Because you're the most calculating person I know.
If we ever dated, by the time things got serious enough for me to get my hands on you, I'd probably end up emptying my savings for you.
Zhang Yang pointed it out without hesitation. Damn Zhang Yang. I hate you. Xu Yan muttered before turning away to count her money again.
That was her way of relieving stress. Whenever she felt down, she had to take out her money and count it. After counting, she felt much better and came back to soften her stance. Please, Zhang Yang, just treat me to a meal.
Otherwise, the weekend will be so boring. I don't want to eat alone. I want to eat with you guys. Just think of it as feeding a dog. Fine. Bark twice for me. So you're agreeing? All right then. Woof. Woof.
Xu Yan immediately started barking like a dog.
Damn it. You really think I'm a dog? I asked you to say something nice, not bark twice. Hee hee, no problem. As long as you're treating, I'll say whatever you want.
Woof, Zhang Yang, you're so handsome.
Zhang Yang, my husband. Zhang Yang, my dear. Stop, Xu Yan. You've just set a new low for human behavior.
That was a pretty vicious insult, but Xu Yan still ignored it. In her mind, getting free food and drinks was more important than any dignity. Meanwhile, Chen Feifei had finished filming and quickly pulled off the fishnet stockings.
Finished? Let's go eat. Chen Feifei nodded, her face flushed.
She wondered if her earlier behavior had been a bit too forward, so she quickly explained, Zhang Yang, I didn't want to take these photos.
We originally agreed it wouldn't be like this. My sister said adding stockings would pay more. It's fine. They're pretty. Your legs, they look great. Zhang Yang offered a sincere compliment. No wonder they call you leg goddess.
These legs are truly top-notch.
Hearing Zhang Yang's praise, Chen Feifei felt delighted.
The thought that he actually liked her so much in stockings made her wonder if she should wear them more often.
Alright, enough catching up. Come on, let's go eat.
Save the rest for Qingming when we visit the graves, Xu Yan urged them.
She hadn't even eaten lunch, waiting for this feast.
Just then, she received a call. Moments later, her expression darkened.
You guys go ahead. I have something to take care of. Chen Feifei sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, Cousin, what's wrong?
Under her persistent questioning, Xu Yan finally revealed that her father had been in a car accident and was now in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. They needed to pay a deposit of 300,000 yuan.
Zhang Yang thought, how familiar does this sound? Isn't this a common scam in later generations? So he quickly cautioned.
No, look, this is my dad's number, Xu Yan said fearfully.
Phone numbers can be spoofed with apps. It might not be him.
You should call his neighbors or relatives to confirm, Zhang Yang advised again.
Oh, right.
Xu Yan forced herself to calm down and called her stepmother again. The person on the other end was also sobbing, and this time Xu Yan believed it.
She immediately went to the bank to transfer the money.
While she was transferring the money, Chen Feifei took the chance to tell Zhang Yang about their family situation. It turned out Xu Yan's mother had passed away early, and her father, Xu Di, was a smoking, drinking, gambling wreck.
Xu Yan's childhood had been anything but happy.
Back then, because Xu Yan was his niece, Chen Feifei's father had taken her in to live with the Chen family for a while. But Xu Di constantly came by causing trouble, eventually escalating to the point where they had to threaten to call the police. Xu Yan felt humiliated and dared not stay with the Chens any longer. Over the years, every penny Chen Feifei's father sent her was gambled away by Xu Di. It wasn't until she entered university and became an adult, with her own bank account, that she managed to save any money for the first time.
Zhang Yang, my cousins had a rough life.
Her family situation was terrible from childhood, and she felt she caused our family so much trouble. Later, when my dad offered to help her, she refused. She said she wanted to buy her own house through her own efforts, so no one could ever kick her out again.
I'll cover the cost of your dinner for her today. She must be in a really bad mood. No problem. I said I'd treat. Small matter.
Hearing her story, Zhang Yang felt a pang of emotion.
Who would have thought that the seemingly carefree Xu Yan had endured such a tragic childhood?
It was comparable to his own childhood, raised without parents and constantly bullied. Zhang Yang suddenly felt a strange kinship with her.
Chapter 109, Stay Here Tonight bonus chapter for 50 votes. Alright, it's fine now. Let's go.
After leaving the bank, Xu Yan no longer had that energetic look she'd worn earlier.
Cousin, aren't you going to the hospital? No. That bastard he'd be better off dead. Xu Yan snapped angrily.
Xu Yan, the fact that you transferred money to him the moment you could shows you actually care about your father. You want to care for your parents, but they're no longer here.
I think it's better not to leave things as regrets. How about this? I'll drive you there. Who cares about him?
I'm worried he'll die suddenly without a will, and then that house will go to my stepmother.
Xu Yan retorted stubbornly.
But in the end, she got into the car.
After nearly 2 hours, Zhang Yang finally arrived at the hospital near her home. The place looked increasingly familiar to Zhang Yang.
After a moment's observation, he realized it was just a short distance from the hot spring guesthouse he'd visited with Wu Qiuton last time. Though Xu Yan acted indifferent, she dashed inside the moment they neared the hospital.
Excuse me, nurse, where is the emergency room? Emergency room? Are you family of a patient?
Oh, I'm Su Xiu's daughter.
She just had a car accident.
Hearing this, the nurses at the station looked puzzled.
That doesn't add up. There haven't been any car accidents today. You should call and confirm. Did you bring him to the wrong hospital?
But my mom said it was here, Xu Yan replied, puzzled herself. She immediately dialed her stepmother's number, but the line was busy.
Shortly after, a number called her back. Hello, Xiaoyan, it's Dad. Dad, didn't you get into a car accident? Oh, no, I was traveling with your mom. We just ran out of money.
Well, this is perfect, my good girl. You're quite capable knowing how to earn money for your dad to spend.
300,000 yuan. We can keep traveling for a while longer. What? Xu Da. Give me back my money. Xu Yan immediately flew into a rage.
Her heartfelt act of filial piety had been so utterly trampled upon.
You little brat. What did you just call me? How dare you address me by name? Were you born without a mother to teach you manners? I never had a mother to teach me.
My mom died when I was little. Xu Di, I never imagined you'd lie to me about a car accident. Yeah, I never imagined my precious daughter would complain about being broke when she had so much stashed away.
Last time I asked you to send me 200 yuan for drinks, you wouldn't even do that. I don't care. Give me my money back.
I worked my ass off for this cash.
Talk to you later, I'm catching a ride. As the call ended, Xu Yan's emotions completely shattered.
She smashed the phone to pieces and rushed out. Zhang Yang had just stepped out of the restroom when he heard Chen Feifei's desperate plea and rushed after her. Then he saw her leap over the river embankment and plunge downward. Startled, Zhang Yang rushed over. He saw the water already submerged her head. Grabbing a life ring, he jumped in after her. Only after jumping in did he realize the water barely reached his waist. The river must be in its dry season. He waded over and yanked Xu Yan back up.
What the hell? Playing a water ghost here?
Xu Yan glanced at him before wrapping her arms around him.
Zhang Yang, I'm such a fool. I got scammed again. I knew that kind of person wouldn't die easily. How could he have been in a car accident?
He swindled me out of 300,000 yuan and went traveling with that cheapskate of a mother of mine. Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Xu Yan's father was truly the worst kind of person, using a car accident as an excuse to swindle his own daughter out of money. It was the first time Zhang Yang had seen her cry so bitterly, and he couldn't help but hold her close. After crying for a while, Zhang Yang noticed the onlookers around them were about to pull out their phones to call the police. He finally reminded her, Su Yan, if we don't get up there soon, tomorrow's front page headline will probably be Love Suicide Couple Found by the Riverbank.
Get lost. Who said we were a couple? You were just complaining about me earlier.
Xu Yan wiped her tears and climbed back onto the embankment. But once she reached the top, she didn't get up.
What? Planning another hunger strike protest? I twisted my ankle.
Seriously, Xu Yan, you're nothing but trouble.
Get up.
Zhang Yang crouched down, his clothes were soaked too, and if he lingered any longer, he'd catch a cold tomorrow.
Who's causing trouble?
Xu Yan retorted defiantly, but she still hopped up onto his back. Zhang Yang hoisted her onto his back and muttered, damn, you're heavy.
Heavy? I'm only 100 pounds. If anything's heavy, it's over there.
After carrying her for a while, Xu Yan suddenly blurted out something utterly unexpected. Zhang Yang, do you like me?
Stop grossing me out. Then why carry me if you don't like me? I'll give you a chance to pursue me.
Give me 300,000 yuan, just 300,000 is enough and I'll be your girlfriend. Xu Yan was desperate to recoup her losses quickly, otherwise, her home buying plans would be delayed yet again.
Just 300,000? Yeah, isn't that a great deal? Not at all. How is that not a bargain?
Think about it, for 300k, you get a quirky ray of sunshine, a loyal partner through thick and thin, a smart and busty life partner.
36 is definitely bigger than 30, right?
Think about it, you might not even marry someone like me for 3 million.
If you can't marry me, I'll just order one.
3-legged toads are rare, but 36D beauties are everywhere.
Zhang Yang realized this girl was incorrigible, always scheming to take advantage of people.
Anyway, you're carrying me now, and my is pressed against you.
That means you're taking advantage of me.
Since you're taking advantage, you have to take responsibility, pay up now. Zhang Yang decisively set her down on a roadside flower bed.
You can walk back on your own.
Hey!
Zhang Yang, come back. Xu Yan called out twice, which actually drew Chen Feifei over.
Oh, cousin, what are you doing here?
Your clothes are all wet.
Your sister was just testing the river water to see if it was cold. Xu Yan, I got this outfit soaked trying to save you.
You owe me for that.
Plus, it's past 6 now and we're both starving.
How do you plan to make it up to me?
Zhang Yang thought he couldn't let her take advantage of him every time it was time to turn the tables.
Zhang Yang, what do you mean? I didn't ask you to save me. Cousin, you can't talk like that.
Zhang Yang saved you out of kindness.
You shouldn't treat him this way. If you keep this up, I won't play with you anymore.
Chen Feifei pouted, clearly annoyed. It was the first time Xu Yan had seen her cousin upset, but she knew her behavior was inappropriate. Finally conceding, she said, all right. I'll treat you both to dinner tonight.
Let's have chicken hot pot. The chicken hot pot here is really delicious. Let's go then. It's rare for Xu Yan to treat us. I'll drive right now.
Zhang Yang immediately planned to head back for his car.
By the time you drive back, it'll be past 9. We'll be starving. Just stay here tonight.
Zhang Yang, don't get any funny ideas about us sisters.
If you do, it won't be 300,000 anymore.
Xu Yan emphasized.
Chapter 110, Money's off limits, everything else is fair game, 50 plus bonus. No way, Xu Yan. This is the chicken hot pot you were talking about?
Zhang Yang's mouth twitched when he saw her carrying a raw chicken back from the market.
What's wrong? Can't we just cook it at home? My cooking skills are pretty good.
I'm just worried about eating out, it might not be clean, and I don't want you guys getting sick.
Just admit you're being cheap. Diarrhea? We could eat at home.
But you should at least buy some seafood.
This is too half-hearted. I saved your life and you won't even spend money.
Zhang Yang shook his head. Trying to get Xu Yan to treat him was proving difficult.
Oh, seafood, huh? Fine, seafood it is. I'm going all out today.
He claimed to be throwing caution to the wind, but then watched as she emerged carrying a bag of seaweed.
Don't tell me you're making seaweed and egg drop soup.
Nope, seaweed and dried shrimp soup. Seaweed is like dried shrimp from the sea, still super fresh.
Seafood soup, makes sense, right?
Xu Yan was so stingy it made Chen Feifei cringe, then she dug into her own pocket to buy some shrimp and crab. After leaving the market and getting into the car, Zhang Yang finally couldn't resist complaining, Xu Yan, you really are a penny pincher.
Penny pincher?
This chicken is free range from Huazhou, I paid $40 for the whole thing.
Forget the chicken. The seaweed and dried shrimp you bought? I'm seriously impressed. Look, you only bought 2 sheets of seaweed. How did you even convince the vendor to sell them to you? And this tiny bit of dried shrimp, packed in a plastic bag? I bet you didn't spend a single penny and swindled the vendor again, right?
Zhang Yang genuinely admired her business tactics, how she managed to avoid getting beaten up.
Nonsense, it's not that exaggerated.
I bought the shrimp flakes for 5 cents and had the vendor throw in 2 sheets of seaweed for free. Su Yan hurriedly explained.
No? Are you even human? Seaweed costs $1 a sheet. I thought you'd buy more and ask for a little extra, but you bought less and got more for free? How could you even ask? What's there to be embarrassed about? Business people are crafty. I got cheated all the time growing up. Now that I'm older, what's wrong with tricking them back once? Fine, you're the boss, you win. Oomph. Good to know. Su Yan felt a surge of satisfaction at having outmaneuvered Zhang Yang verbally. Before long, the three of them finally arrived at a dilapidated residential complex.
Starting from the 3rd floor upwards, red paint graffiti began appearing on the peeling walls. Choose, pay back the money, or I'll slaughter your entire family. Big brother Chu, if I find you, I'll chop you to pieces. The walls were covered in shocking insults and curses, yet Su Yan acted as if nothing was wrong, even casually commenting that the handwriting on the walls was quite nice.
Cousin, shouldn't we buy some white paint to cover these graffiti?
They look awful, Chen Feifei said timidly.
No need. It's none of my business. He cursed the Chu family to hell, but I'm not a Chu. I take my mother's surname Chen. I've just used the name Chu Yan for school all these years. After graduation, I'll change it back. My real name is Chen Yan. Whether you're Chu Yan or Chen Yan, get your ass in the kitchen and cook right now. I'm starving.
Zhang Yang quickly changed the subject, afraid she'd dwell on her recent heartbreak. The two sisters bustled about in the kitchen while Zhang Yang sat back, sipping beer and watching TV with a relaxed air. The TV was airing the preliminary rounds of the Asian Games Rising Star Singer competition, giving Zhang Yang a chance to gauge the stage's acoustics. Before long, the meal was ready. Zhang Yang took a bite and immediately nodded approvingly. Not bad, this chicken stew was quite flavorful.
Ha! See? I'm a pro at this.
Su Yan beamed with pride.
Chen Feifei felt a pang of jealousy and quickly chimed in, Zhang Yang, let me peel your shrimp. Hey, I want some too.
Su Yan naturally didn't want her cousin to give away her favors so easily. Her looks could have earned her so much more, yet she always gave her kindness to Zhang Yang without hesitation.
Zhang Yang enjoyed the shrimp peeling service while sipping beer, feeling utterly content. Just then, Chen Feifei noticed someone on TV and blurted out, Hey, Zhang Yang, isn't that your friend? Zhang Yang glanced at the TV. It was just Su Xinyan's turn to perform. Yep, I encouraged her to enter the competition. Listening to her song, Chen Feifei felt a wave of emotion. This song is so well written. Zhang Yang, your friend is truly talented. Actually, I wrote that song. What? Really?
Zhang Yang, you're the most talented person in the world.
After learning he could write songs, Chen Feifei admired Zhang Yang even more.
Su Yan, however, had known about this all along and couldn't help but sneer, muttering under her breath, show off. But her eyes were soon drawn to the TV as the host on stage explained the competition rules. If she made it to the finals and won the championship, she'd receive a 300,000 yuan new star award. If Su Xinyan won the championship, wouldn't that money be hers? The thought lifted her spirits. She opened a beer and raised it. Here, Zhang Yang, I'll drink to you. Thanks for saving me today. You're toasting me? You're opening my beer? Why didn't you just buy your own? Zhang Yang was unaware of her history with Su Xinyan and assumed she was simply trying to freeload. After all, she had a history of doing just that. Ah, never mind the details. Just drink. Just then, rain began falling outside again. Zhang Yang couldn't find anyone to drink with, so he had to swallow his pride for now. Chen Feifei watched her cousin and Zhang Yang clink glasses and exchange toasts. Feeling a bit neglected, she decided to join in. The three of them ate and drank until around 11 o'clock, when Chen Feifei finally couldn't hold out any longer and passed out first. Zhang Yang noticed Chu Yan also seemed unable to drink anymore. Feeling the room was stuffy, he stepped out onto the balcony for a cigarette. No sooner had he lit it than someone snatched it from behind. Turning, he saw it was Chu Yan. You're hogging it again. Let me try it, she said, coughing. Look at you, you don't even smoke, Zhang Yang teased directly. Oomph. Boring. Here, take it back. Chu Yan shoved it back into his mouth. Before Zhang Yang could react, he just kept puffing away. Chu Yan returned to the living room, opened another bottle of wine, then stood beside Zhang Yang. The two stood there silently, watching the rain fall. Suddenly, Chu Yan leaned her head against Zhang Yang's shoulder. Because these past years, she had truly grown weary. What kind of crazy idea are you thinking of now? If you're using me as a pillow, I'll charge you for it. Fine, fine. Take it. I've got money, I've got 1.5 million on me. Oh, wait, only 1.2 million left. Chu Yan didn't know if she was genuinely drunk, but she actually volunteered her savings amount. Fine, then just give me 100. No way. My money's all in the bank. Can't touch it. The moment those words left her mouth, Zhang Yang knew she wasn't nearly as drunk as she seemed.
But what she did next genuinely startled Zhang Yang. But you can take it from somewhere else. Su Xinyan took Zhang Yang's hand and slipped it inside her collar. Chapter 111, The Senior's Reward. With a full stomach comes lust. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang Yang did indeed feel inclined to do something. Alright, we've got 1 minute left, let's not waste it.
Zhang Yang opened his phone and set a 1-minute countdown timer. But Su Xinyan snatched it away and stopped the timer.
Wait, what's this? You're trying to back out. What cheating? Su Xinyan, always follow through on what I promise you. What I haven't promised is another matter. Then what's this?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
Tonight, you're free. You don't have to be my collateral.
Su Yan's face was already flushed from the alcohol, but Zhang Yang noticed it deepened further.
Still, Zhang Yang was always cautious. What kind of devious scheme are you plotting now? Just say it. If the terms are right, I might agree.
Senior Su Xinyan might be a bit shameless, but you couldn't deny she had a killer figure. With her like this, he really didn't want to take his hands off her.
And with the alcohol flowing tonight,
Zhang Yang did have certain thoughts. Nothing like that, Su Xinyan replied earnestly.
Consider this repayment for saving me today.
I don't want to owe you such a huge favor, lest you use it to blackmail me later into doing even more outrageous things.
Did I hear that right? Just touching me isn't going too far?
In principle, as long as you don't rip me off, nothing's too much.
Oh my. Are you going to touch me or not? If not, forget it.
I'll just consider this meal as payment for your favor.
That's absolutely out of the question.
Now that he understood her mindset, Zhang Yang felt no reservations. He boldly tested the boundaries once more.
Su Xinyan couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, her breathing growing slightly ragged.
If you feel too pressured, we can stop.
Cut the nonsense.
Su Xinyan gritted her teeth, unwilling to let Zhang Yang see her discomfort. The rain poured heavily tonight, shrouding the pitch-black alleyway in darkness that concealed secrets from the light of day. The street lamp at the alley entrance cast an eerie glow, tempting one to venture deeper. A pink insect landed on the lamp, begging to be squashed. Her mouth spewed filthy curses, all directed at Zhang Yang. She'd intended to warn him not to go too far, but instead, she'd gotten the opposite result. Zhang Yang tested her limits like stretching a spring, pushing her further and further until she finally yielded.
Zhang Yang. What's wrong? It hurts.
Her expression was pleading, stripped of her earlier arrogance.
Fearing she might halt the compensation, Zhang Yang dared not act too recklessly.
Instead, he turned to concrete actions to dispel the resentment she had just stirred up. Before long, her curses were replaced by muffled moans. Su Xinyan refused to admit she could be so helpless, yet she truly couldn't control herself. At the same time, she was attentively feeling the techniques involved. One could even say she was learning. After all, she was human too, and needed to find ways to entertain herself when under pressure. And that campus beauty Su, once she mastered this, she'd deal with her properly. She'd make Su desensitized to Zhang Yang, leaving him alone for the rest of his life. Oh, Su Xinyan forgot the next round would be hers to dominate.
Su Xinyan. Ha? It's over already?
No, your clothes, they're too much of a hindrance.
You can't do this, don't push it too far. She quickly adjusted her straps back into place. See, you promised me free reign. Honestly, what's the difference?
Besides, I'll tell you this, when your blood flows faster like this, it carries away heat.
Your clothes are in the way, it's not good for your health.
Zhang Yang said this as a test. If she believed him, it could only mean one of two things: either she was gullible, or her trust in him had grown. Either way, Zhang Yang could conclude he successfully got the upper hand.
But Su Xinyan was clearly no naive little girl. How could she not see through his twisted logic? You're talking nonsense. I'm not some gullible fool like my cousin. Don't try to fool me.
Su Xinyan clutched her clothes, stubbornly refusing to budge.
You're being so unreasonable. You get to touch it, but you won't let me see it? Zhang Yang sighed in exasperation.
She might look young, but she definitely couldn't be thought of as a little girl.
No way. Only my boyfriend gets to see it. You don't have that right. Then how about I be your boyfriend for one night? We'll break up tomorrow. No way. Absolutely not. I did all this today just because you don't have a girlfriend. It was charity. Don't think I'm falling for you. Do you really think you're that handsome? To me, you're nothing.
Su Xinyan was getting angry because she knew Zhang Yang was pushing his luck. She had to make him understand her boundaries. However, her final remark was too harsh, and Zhang Yang instantly lost interest. After all, in his past life, any woman he wanted was his with a snap of his fingers. He had absolutely no interest in the kind of tough-looking women like her. This whole thing was about mutual consent. Making the other person feel too uncomfortable was unnecessary. Men had feelings too.
This is pointless. I'm going to bed. I'll sleep on the couch tonight, right? Need me to carry your sister in? No need.
I'll manage myself.
Su Xinyan was also a bit annoyed.
She'd made such a huge sacrifice today, yet he still wasn't satisfied.
A man like this deserved a lesson.
Soon, the room fell silent. Zhang Yang was genuinely exhausted from driving today, and after drinking quite a bit, he fell asleep on the couch almost immediately.
But Chu Yan in the bedroom couldn't sleep. Her emotions were complex: bitter resentment over today's deception, shame from being bullied on the balcony, and disgusted Zhang Yang's attitude just now. Damn Zhang Yang, he never softened in front of her? Couldn't he have spoken more gently?
If he'd just said the right words, she might have agreed to him.
What man in this world doesn't know how to charm a girl? And with such a lame excuse?
He knew she was sharp, yet he tried to wriggle out of it with such a low-level excuse.
Wasn't that just blatantly insulting her intelligence? Su Yan suddenly realized someone as sharp as Zhang Yang couldn't possibly have such low emotional intelligence. So, was he testing her reaction just now? What was he playing at? Did he really think she'd fallen for him?
Su Xiaohua was right. After all, this guy was a total jerk.
A shameless man like this shouldn't be given any more favorable treatment. Su Yan rolled over, trying to force herself to sleep.
Yet, her mind raced with thoughts. Without Zhang Yang, her savings plan wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Take his help with Su Xinyan's competition that indirectly benefited her too. And today, he'd saved her again.
Shouldn't she properly thank him?
After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yang was suddenly shaken awake. Opening his eyes, he saw Chu Yan crouched right in front of him, her hand reaching straight for his wallet. Chu Yan naturally noticed his gesture, but this time she didn't scold him harshly. Instead, she whispered softly, "Just tonight."
Chapter 112, Don't Freeload.
How could Zhang Yang have known that waking up in the middle of the night would bring such a blessing? For a moment, he thought he was still dreaming. Before him, Chu Yan knelt, carefully folding his short-sleeved shirt and placing it neatly on the living room table. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang sat on the sofa, watching her arms rise and fall. The scene was truly breathtaking. Earlier, she de-emphasized the rule, touch allowed, but no looking. Now she made a concession: looking was permitted, but only with the lights off. Zhang Yang had felt a hint of disappointment, but tonight's rain was truly heavy. A crack of thunder lit up the sky for a split second, and with frequent claps of thunder following, Chu Yan had no secrets left to hide. Of course, whether he saw or not didn't matter much now, for the scene before him was utterly captivating. Su Yan held it in her hands, her eyes darting away in apparent disgust, yet her fingers never stopped gliding.
Zhang Yang was thrilled beyond belief.
He'd been planning to try this with Su, the campus beauty, but Chu Yan had beaten him to it tonight. In his previous life, Zhang Yang had amassed immense wealth and experienced countless women. Such games were nothing new to him, yet watching Chu Yan perform them now brought the pleasure to its peak.
In Zhang Yang's eyes, who was Chu Yan? Shamelessly greedy, selfish, and self-serving.
Yet at this moment, she was the most beautiful. Before long, things flowed naturally.
Su Yan inhaled the faint scent of soybeans lingering in the air, her days growing hazy. How could you do something so outrageous? What? Chu Yan, are you blushing? Zhang Yang chuckled. Without her usual shameless demeanor, she actually looked kind of cute. Pfft, that's nothing. When I was servicing my boyfriend, you were still sniffling somewhere.
Chu Yan quickly put on a mature act.
Yeah, I believe that. Your technique is pretty skilled. Alright, no more talking about it. I've repaid my debt. You can't blackmail me with today's events anymore.
Chu Yan certainly wouldn't tell him she'd learned all this from foreign language materials online. She remembered when she first entered university. Back then, her conflict with her father had reached an irreconcilable point, sparking her desire to buy her own apartment. She eventually set her sights on a complex in the city center, but the total price for that unit was 2.5 million yuan. So she began saving frantically. Then one night while working a bar gig, she noticed some girls getting tips equivalent to her monthly salary just for flattering the overweight owner. That's when she first considered hooking up with rich guys. To serve wealthy men, she first needed to master various techniques for pleasing others. From that point on, she frantically crammed knowledge on the subject, gradually becoming a theoretical expert.
You're overthinking it. I never coerce girls into this. Mutual consent is what doubles the pleasure. If the other party isn't willing, Zhang Yang won't push it.
But this wasn't due to his noble character. It was because the women he'd encountered before were all top-tier beauties with a higher threshold for pleasure. So what he sought wasn't just physical satisfaction, but a dual conquest, both physical and psychological.
Say what you will. Either way, we're even now. Fine, thanks for the hospitality.
Zhang Yang figured he'd gotten his money's worth anyway, so he pulled the covers over his head and fell asleep. Su Yan watched him take advantage without offering a single kind word, and felt a pang of irritation.
Don't you have anything to say to me? Remember to clean up the floor. I couldn't control myself just now.
You. Just then, the door creaked open.
Chu Yan was puzzled. Her cousin had drunk herself to sleep and usually slept until noon. Why was she awake now?
But there was no time to think, because the door swung open and Chen Feifei was already standing in the doorway.
Chu Yan immediately dove back under the sofa blanket. Zhang Yang jumped in surprise, cursing, "Damn it! What are you doing? Chu Yan, are you out of your mind?" "Shu, my cousin. Zhang Yang looked up and saw someone standing in the doorway. Zhang Yang, don't yell at me. It's thundering and I'm scared. Just then, thunder rumbled again. In the flash of lightning, Zhang Yang saw tears welling in her eyes. She was clearly terrified. But her next action truly startled Zhang Yang. She ran over, pressed her face against the sofa, and covered her ears with one hand, trying to block out the thunder. Seeing her tremble, Zhang Yang felt a pang of sympathy. He reached out and covered both her ears with his hands. Thank you, Zhang Yang. You're so kind to me. Chen Feifei was still tipsy, so under Zhang Yang's care, she actually felt warm and comfortable, slowly drifting back to sleep. But Zhang Yang couldn't sleep. That damn Chu Yan was rubbing against his back, and he noticed her short-sleeved shirt was still lying on the table. If her sister weren't here, he'd have taken her right then and there. Su Yan, what are you doing? Your sister's here. Xu Yan didn't answer, just kept rubbing back and forth. After a few minutes, Zhang Yang finally couldn't take it anymore. He tentatively called out, Feifei, Chen Feifei. When he got no response, he raised his voice a bit. Gradually loosening his grip, he realized Chen Feifei hadn't woken up. He immediately sat up and pulled Xu Yan out from under the covers. Xu Yan quickly covered her chest with one hand while reaching for her clothes with the other. But the moment her hand reached out, Zhang Yang grabbed it. Instantly, she found herself pinned beneath him. Mum. Zhang Yang embraced her and kissed her passionately. Well, if she dared to test a man's self-control at a time like this, she'd have to pay the price. Su Yan clearly didn't want to give away her first kiss so easily. But she couldn't push him away. In a fit of frustration, she bit down hard on Zhang Yang's darting tongue. Ouch! Zhang Yang winced in pain, immediately pulling away. He scolded her angrily, Su Yan, are you crazy? Su Yan, her face flushed, pulled the blanket over them and retorted, I didn't tell you to kiss me. Bull! Then what the hell were you grinding against me for? Zhang Yang's tongue stung fiercely, so he stuck it out to let the cool air blow on it. Seeing this, Xu Yan burst into laughter. Zhang Yang, you look like a dog doing that. Seeing her carefree expression, Zhang Yang reached out to yank her blanket away. Xu Yan clutched it tightly, even preparing to scream loud enough to wake Chen Feifei. Fine, Xu Yan, you've got guts. I'm going to the bathroom to check. If anything happens to my tongue, you owe me a new one. Zhang Yang felt like his tongue was bleeding, so he didn't dare delay and hurried into the bathroom. A moment later, he emerged cursing again. Xu Yan, you damn dog. Get lost. You're the dog. Serves you right for forcing yourself on me. Xu Yan shot him a withering look. Today's sacrifice had been too great, especially since it hadn't even earned her any money. Deserved? If you hadn't rubbed up against me, would I have been so desperate to force myself on you? I rubbed against you because you couldn't control yourself. Of course I had to return the favor. Hearing this, Zhang Yang suspiciously reached behind his back. When his hand touched something sticky, he instantly flew into a rage. Su Yan, you bastard. Chapter 113, Hot Springs, are the sisters coming too? After last night's chaos, Chen Feifei ended up being the one who slept the most soundly. So when she woke up and saw the other two still asleep, she thoughtfully went downstairs to buy breakfast. Only after returning did she wake them up. Seeing both of them with dark circles under their eyes after washing up, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Cousin, Zhang Yang, did you two not sleep well last night? Yeah, we got harassed by a dog last night. Zhang Yang glanced at Xu Yan, then took a sip of millet porridge only to yelp instantly from the scalding heat. Xu Yan witnessed this and burst into laughter again. Yeah, I got harassed by dogs last night too. Chen Feifei, unaware of the previous night's events, offered her analysis. The dog was just too noisy, right? Well, there's not much we can do about it. This place is so remote, people probably don't keep their dogs as well behaved as they should. But Zhang Yang, was that porridge really that bad? No, it's because the dog bit my tongue. I can't handle anything too hot right now. Zhang Yang had seen the bleeding on his tongue last night. He should have taken the chance to get revenge. Ha? The dog actually came inside? That's way too messed up. You need rabies shots after a dog bite. I'll take you. It's fine, I may. Ignore him. That's not a dog bite at all. He just bit his tongue while bragging. Zhang Yang, don't talk nonsense. This place is perfectly safe. If a dog ever ran in, wouldn't you say a wolf ran in? Wait, actually, there is one wolf. Xu Yan shot him a withering glance. Last night wasn't about preventing future troubles. She wouldn't have helped him with such a perverted act otherwise. Too bad my first kiss lost its value before it even happened. No way, gotta find a chance today to make Zhang Yang pay for this. I'm not eating. No appetite. You guys go ahead. I'm grabbing some raw meat buns. Raw meat buns? Where are they from? Zhang Yang, I'll go buy some. Chen Feifei was eager to prove herself again. Oh, no need for you to go. You probably can't get them from that place. There's a hot spring guesthouse nearby I've been to before. Their raw meat buns are pretty tasty. After we finish eating, you guys can head back on your own. I won't see you off. I'm going to soak in the hot springs today and head back tomorrow morning. Classes don't start until the afternoon anyway. After driving so long yesterday, my neck feels a bit stiff. Zhang Yang stretched his neck. Sleeping on the couch last night plus the chill had probably given him a stiff neck. Hot springs? Here? Oh, right, there is a place nearby. I actually visited it as a kid. Zhang Yang, I'm coming too. We're in the same class anyway. You have no classes, and neither do I. Chen Feifei decided not to go back either. Hey, Zhang Yang, you're trying to take advantage of my sister again, aren't you? Is it normal for a guy to invite a girl to the hot springs alone? Are you crazy? When did I ask her out? Didn't I say you two should go back on your own? Good to know. Little sis, let's go after dinner. Ignore this jerk.
Xu Yan knew she'd been wronged, but she couldn't let her cousin suffer the same fate.
No, cousin, I want to go.
It's been years since I've soaked in hot springs. Chen Feifei, however, saw this as a rare chance to spend more time with Zhang Yang.
Fine, but I'll keep an eye on you to make sure this jerk doesn't get any funny ideas.
Zhang Yang, today we sisters are accompanying you to the hot springs. You're really hitting the jackpot. Just so you know, you're footing the bill for the hot springs. Xu Yan figured that after getting such a big perk yesterday, Zhang Yang would surely know how to behave. Instead, he shamelessly declared that Chen Feifei was his employee, and since he hadn't gotten to treat her to dinner yesterday, today's hot spring outing would serve as compensation. As for Xu Yan, he expected her to foot the bill herself. So from the moment they entered the hot spring inn, she hadn't given Zhang Yang a single friendly glance. Zhang Yang, of course, pretended not to notice and headed straight to the cafeteria to devour the raw meat buns he'd been craving. But Xu Yan was out for revenge. Without a word, she grabbed 2 buns and shoved them into her own mouth while he was eating.
Damn it! Who the hell are you? Spit that out.
Zhang Yang was about to pry her mouth open, but Xu Yan darted away in a flash. Xu Yan stuck out her tongue at him, then started chewing away.
Karma struck fast. She choked from eating too hastily. She started coughing violently, but luckily Chen Feifei acted fast and got her some water to drink.
Zhang Yang just shook his head.
Su Yan, oh Qianyan. I never thought karma would hit so fast. Looks like even the heavens won't tolerate shameless jerks. Cough, cough. Eat your buns, you dog of a man. Ame, come on, let's go change. Xu Yan pulled Chen Feifei away indignantly.
The moment they left, the owner suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Hey, here I am again. Boss, how do you appear and vanish like a ghost? So mysterious.
Zhang Yang was startled. Bro, I'm nowhere near as mysterious as you. But those 2 beauties, they're like little celebrities.
And you brought them here?
Seriously, you gotta teach me how you pulled that off.
The owner was green with envy.
Sure, he had a bit of money and occasionally hung out at nightclubs, but this caliber of beauty was a once-in-a-lifetime find. One had a killer figure, the other had legs that went on forever, and they were sisters.
Who could resist that? You've got the wrong idea. They're just classmates of mine. I get it. Confidentiality is key in this line of work.
I won't spill the beans about that beauty from last time, don't worry, bro. The boss kept pestering him for the secret, so Zhang Yang just blurted out, if you want college girls, just post on the school forums. Though it sounded dubious in the boss's eyes, Zhang Yang was now a god of seduction. He took Zhang's advice without question and immediately registered a forum account. Then he sent Zhang Yang another tray of steamed buns. After devouring 2 steamer baskets of buns and a bowl of mountain water tofu pudding, Zhang Yang felt his tongue no longer ached. He was much more comfortable, though he was now too full to soak in the hot springs. So he returned to his room to rest for a while. Half an hour later, he felt sufficiently rested. Grabbing a bathrobe at random, he prepared to soak in the hot springs. On the way, his imagination ran wild again. What would he find inside? Xu Yan, that shameless girl, he had to admit she had a great figure. He wondered what kind of scene he'd encounter with her soaking in the hot springs. Yesterday had been a beautiful dream indeed. Though it ended abruptly, the experience itself had been utterly perfect. Before he knew it, he'd reached the entrance. Just as he lifted the curtain to step inside, someone called out to him.
Hey, Zhang Yang?
Zhang Yang turned to see none other than Su Xinyan, whom he hadn't seen in days. She too was wrapped in a bathrobe, though the simple fabric seemed barely able to contain her figure.
Chapter 114, The Senior Who Kept Dodging 50 Votes Bonus Chapter. Su Xinyan, what are you doing here? Zhang Yang asked in confusion. Could she be here with a man? I've been so stressed lately. My friend mentioned a new hot spring inn opened here with good reviews, so I decided to try it. Su Xinyan stretched lazily. Zhang Yang glanced at her twice before quickly averting his gaze. What's wrong? Did something happen? You know that music competition I'm in? I made it to the finals. There are so many professionally trained contestants. I have no idea if I can win. If I don't take the championship, I won't get all those exposure opportunities. My dream of becoming a star. Su Xinyan sighed. She hadn't mentioned another reason. If she didn't win the 300,000 yuan prize, she'd likely face more torment from Chu Yan. Thinking of her excessive methods, Su Xinyan had been eating poorly and sleeping badly lately, terrified that losing would send her tumbling back into the abyss. Relax. As long as you follow my plan, you'll win for sure. You've been practicing the song I assigned, right? Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on that song I gave you and you'll absolutely take the crown. Zhang Yang declared with absolute confidence. The songs you wrote are decent enough, but I'd be satisfied just making it past the semifinals. Winning the championship? I don't think it's possible. Some of the contestants are relatives of TV station executives. I don't stand a chance against them. That's so unfair? Yeah, wait, you still haven't answered me. Who did you come with? Su Xinyan hasn't dared to see Zhang Yang lately, worried her condition might be affecting him. I'm a bit concerned he might have moved on. Oh, she's one of my employees. She's been a huge help, so I invited her to soak in the hot springs. Oh, that's nice. This place is pretty good. Su Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yang worked in internet tech, and in her eyes, people in that field should be young men. Zhang Yang glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then pulled Su Xinyan close. Su Xinyan, don't worry about the pressure. I'll give you a shot. No way. You never know when to stop. Last time was like 4 times, right? My immunity dropped and I almost caught a cold the next day. That's because you're so beautiful, Su Campus Flower. Really? No way. You're just buttering me up again. I'm not falling for it this time. Something feels off lately. You swore it was just that one time, but it feels like I'm becoming your personal tool. Su Xinyan realized belatedly that she hadn't even liked Zhang Yang at first. How had things gradually taken such a strange turn? They were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but the things they did were the kind only married couples would do. How could that be? I just saw you under so much pressure and wanted to help you unwind. Think about it, how miserable you must feel in the dead of night. Nah, not at all. I told you no more messing around until after the competition. I brought my laptop. Downloaded that little red icon app you mentioned. Those teachers you recommended are really great. Su Xinyan felt she couldn't let him get away with this so easily. Got it. After the competition, then? I'll wait for you. Oomph. I never said that. It'll depend on how you perform then. Su Xinyan shot him a withering look before heading inside ahead of him. Zhang Yang followed closely behind. He thought this early hour would mean fewer people, hoping for a bit of excitement. But upon entering, he discovered it was even more crowded than last time. To make matters worse, some bratty kids were running around, making it unbearable. He decided to step outside for some fresh air. Just then, he spotted the owner frantically glancing around. Zhang Yang immediately grabbed him and demanded an explanation. Hey, boss, what's going on? It's only Wednesday, why are there so many people? Don't they have to work? Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. He'd been hoping to make up for what he hadn't gotten to do with Wu Jiotone last time. Bro, it can't be helped. It is Wednesday, but today is the 29th. What about the 29th? September 29th. That means the National Day holiday starts in 2 days. These folks are taking time off early to enjoy themselves. The boss's explanation finally clicked for Zhang Yang. No wonder there were so many people. It was all because of the National Day holiday. Back then, there wasn't that damn thing called compensatory leave. Those days really were pretty happy. Hey, bro, can you teach me a few tricks right now? I just spotted an absolutely stunning girl. Really? Where? Zhang Yang was curious, he hadn't seen any stunning girls go in just now. Bro, don't try to compete with me. You've got plenty of beauties already. I just need you to teach me a couple of tricks. How can I tell you if I can't see her? The thing is, every girl is different. Some like muscles, some like wealth, some like talent. If all else fails, just play it safe and get some flowers. Zhang Yang could only give him a quick, off-the-cuff tip. Flowers? Oh, great. I do have some roses growing in my backyard. I'll go pick some right now. The owner ran off happily. Zhang Yang didn't think much of it and went back inside. The moment he entered, he spotted Su Xinyan's location immediately. The men were all staring intently in one direction, making her incredibly easy to find. He scanned the room, searching for Chen Feifei and the others. Not spotting them yet, he decided to head over to Su Xinyan's table first. What Zhang Yang didn't know was that they weren't hard to find, they were deliberately avoiding him. The moment Chu Yan spotted Su Xinyan, she lost her composure. Remembering she still owed her a massage, she used the excuse of needing quiet to drag Chen Feifei to the farthest corner behind a large rock. She'd originally planned to slip away quietly, but with him stationed right at the entrance, escape was impossible. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and stay put. Cousin, what's wrong? You seem really tense. Oh, nothing. The hot spring just feels so good. Ha? Strange. Why isn't Zhang Yang here yet? I should go find him. No, Su Yan, fearing her position would be exposed, hurriedly tried to stop her, but Chen Feifei had already taken a step forward. As Zhang Yang made his way towards Su Xinyan, he overheard whispers along the path. No way, he's that bold? Youth is truly wonderful. What good is boldness? That girl's clearly from a wealthy family.
If you just walk up to her, she'll probably slap you around later to teach you a lesson. Hearing their voices, Zhang Yang chuckled and walked over, casually asking Su Xinyan to massage his shoulders.
You, always bossing me around, humph.
Though she complained outwardly, she still reached out to massage Zhang Yang's shoulders.
Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought? Could boldness really get you anywhere? Now every man was itching to try, wanting to find a beauty as their target.
Just then, they spotted a pair of long legs striding gracefully toward the shore.
Almost simultaneously, they all started swimming over.
But just as they were about to extend their invitations, they saw the long-legged beauty sit down right next to the young man from earlier.
They froze instantly, exchanging bewildered glances.
Unwittingly, they'd made complete fools of themselves.
Chapter 115, The 1000 Group Battle 50 Votes Bonus Chapter.
The moment Chen Feifei sat down, she naturally took over Su Xinyan's role and began massaging Zhang Yang's shoulders. Zhang Yang sensed the change and turned to see it was Chen Feifei. She now wore a green one-piece swimsuit, looking cute and gentle but not remotely sexy.
Oh, Feifei, there you are? Yeah, did you invite her too? Chen Feifei shot a wary glance at Su Xinyan.
No, I just ran into her. I've been coaching her for a music competition lately, so we were chatting.
Zhang Yang, this is your employee? Your employee is actually a girl? Su Xinyan looked at Chen Feifei and silently compared them.
Her legs were slightly better, but her figure completely outclassed her. She should win this one.
Zhang Yang couldn't possibly have such poor taste.
She felt much more at ease.
Exactly. Who says employees can't be girls? The internet isn't just for guys.
Zhang Yang still held high hopes for Chen Feifei. Her technical skills were definitely up to par.
You're right, Zhang Yang. Let me give you another massage. Chen Feifei beamed at the mention of her name. Hey, where's your cousin? Cousin? Zhang Yang, you brought her cousin along too? Su Xinyan was a bit suspicious. Bringing sisters to soak in hot springs, was this really just to reward employees? Or to reward himself?
This was an unexpected addition.
Hey, cousin, where are you going? Come over here. Chen Feifei looked up and saw Chu Yan standing at the doorway.
Upon hearing this, Chu Yan froze for 3 seconds before turning around awkwardly. Zhang Yang noticed she was also wearing a one-piece swimsuit, but her upper body was practically bursting out of it.
Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Su Yan? Your cousin? Su Xinyan exclaimed upon seeing her. Ha? Su Xinyan, how do you know her? Zhang Yang asked curiously. He'd sensed their unusual connection before. After the preliminary round, Su Xinyan had actually informed Chu Yan first.
Su Yan approached awkwardly, fearing her extortion scheme might be exposed. She quickly explained, Miss Su here is clearly from high society.
It's not unusual for us to associate.
Zhang Yang thought about it and realized it made sense.
Since Chu Yan had previously impersonated a philanthropist to trick residents of high-end communities into donating clothes, the two must have crossed paths before. That girl Chu Yan always loved mingling with the wealthy, so it made perfect sense they'd become acquainted.
As for Su Xinyan, she'd come here to unwind. Spotting Chu Yan's presence, she instantly knew her evening's frustrations would find an outlet.
Hey, Miss Chu, come on, let's linger a bit longer. We've got some unfinished business to discuss. Su Xinyan said with a smile.
She'd been bullied by her plenty of times before, and now she finally had her chance for payback.
Ha? Here? Su Yan knew she couldn't escape this time.
She'd forced her into that department store fitting room before, risking exposure just to bully her. Now, the moment of reckoning had finally arrived. Now, she only hoped no passers-by would notice her embarrassment.
I understand. Let's talk inside.
There's a big rock over there, not many people around, perfect for a chat. Chu Yan pointed to where they'd been sitting.
Oh, sure. We really need to talk properly. Su Xinyan flexed her fingers.
Today, she'd finally get her revenge.
Alright, let's move.
It's way too noisy here.
Zhang Yang watched the nearby kids running around and felt a headache coming on.
Just as he was about to leave, Chu Yan quickly stopped him.
No. You can't go, Zhang Yang. This is between me and her.
Exactly, Zhang Yang, you shouldn't go. I still need to ask you about some minor details for the website's follow-up work.
Chen Feifei also chimed in quickly.
Rarely getting Zhang Yang's undivided attention, she wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip away. As a team member, helping Chen Feifei with her questions would benefit future work, so Zhang Yang decided not to join the commotion.
Watching them leave, the third wheel gone, Chen Feifei felt much happier. Zhang Yang, do you like my outfit today? Yeah, it's nice. Why was the gap between the two sisters so huge?
Zhang Yang unconsciously glanced in their direction, only to find his view blocked by a large rock.
He felt a bit disappointed. Chen Feifei noticed this too. Was Zhang Yang looking at her cousin or at that Su girl? Zhang Yang, what about my cousin? What do you think? Yeah, she looks good. Chen Feifei's mind started wandering again. She was pretty, and her cousin was nice. Did that mean they held equal standing in Zhang Yang's heart?
Seeing how familiar her cousin seemed with Zhang Yang yesterday had hurt her feelings.
But Chen Feifei was always a strong person. She didn't give up right away. Instead, she wanted to talk to Zhang Yang about something deeper. She believed someone like Zhang Yang was deeply thoughtful. Only by reaching his level of understanding might she truly qualify to be his other half. Zhang Yang, what do you think the future of the internet will look like? Oh, the internet. First, we must clarify, though it's virtual, that doesn't mean everything is fake. Everyone entering the internet space now must understand the importance of integrating virtual and real elements. Online activities must nourish offline ones. Only by breaking down this barrier can we inject more vitality into businesses. I don't quite get it. Feifei, have you heard of online shopping? Online shopping? I know all about it. Taobao, Amazon, and Lasso, which I love browsing. Oh, you browse Lasso too? Yeah, the stuff there is so cheap. Lots of people at school use it. I think this site is definitely going to be huge. Wrong. If you ask me, that site won't last 2 years. No way. They just got $5 million in series of funding this June, and my dad invested some money too. If you can, tell your dad to pull out. That site looks hot right now because they're burning cash to grab traffic, but their user stickiness is terrible. They're all attracted by low prices. Once the discounts disappear, users will vanish immediately. Plus, their payment cycle is too long, which will lead to distrust with merchants. Huangtuan is a giant in the food delivery industry, and its predecessor was a group buying platform. Back then, Zhang Yang analyzed its success factors in detail, including why its contemporaries failed. 2010 marked the dawn of the group buying wars, dubbed the 1,000 group battles in internet history. Lasso once led the pack but collapsed swiftly after its IPO failure, a consequence of relentlessly chasing traffic while ignoring numerous underlying flaws. Zhang Yang went on to share insights with Chen Feifei about emerging trends like short video platforms and co-oil-driven sales models. Chen listened wide-eyed, completely absorbed, until noon arrived before they realized it. Only when staff entered to remind them that the studio needed to be reset did the group finally head out for lunch. During lunch, Chen Feifei noticed her cousin's face was unnaturally flushed. When she asked why, Su Xinyan claimed it was from sitting in the hot water too long. Little did she know, beneath the table, a pair of small hands was already getting up to no good with her. Chapter 116, My Sister's Breathless Words. At that moment, Su Xinyan finally understood the meaning of what goes around comes around. Her earlier reckless behavior towards Su Xinyan in the crowded mall fitting room was now being met with equal retribution. Lunch felt awkward. Even though Zhang Yang was treating, the food lost its appeal. While chatting with them, Su Xinyan kept increasing the pressure. What was even more terrifying was that, with the pool under maintenance, no one wanted to go out for a stroll at noon, so almost everyone had come to the cafeteria. She was deeply worried if anyone dropped their chopsticks, bending down would reveal this absurd scene. But there was nothing she could do. This was the agreement they'd made. If she broke her word now, Su Xinyan would likely break hers later. Thankfully, lunch finally ended. Chen Feifei grew increasingly uneasy. Earlier, when she asked her cousin why her face was flushed, Su Xinyan had blamed it on soaking too long in the hot spring. Yet now, long after leaving the pool, the flush hadn't faded. Something was definitely off. Cousin, should we have Zhang Yang drive you to the hospital? Your face is still so red. Are you really okay? Chen Feifei asked with concern. No, I'm fine, really. Probably just too stuffy. Su Xinyan couldn't pinpoint the exact reason and could only blame today's weather again. But her explanation didn't quite hold up. After all, it had rained all night last night, and today was merely cloudy. The conditions weren't harsh enough to cause facial flushing. Su Xinyan, of course, didn't want the fun to end so quickly, so she quickly changed the subject. Well, we've finished eating. What are you guys planning to do this afternoon? No idea. Zhang Yang, last time you came here, besides soaking in the hot springs, what else did you do? Chen Feifei asked. Oh, hiking. The scenery on the back mountain is pretty nice. Oh, hiking. That sounds great. Su Xinyan chimed in eagerly. Anything was fine as long as they could all hang out together. At least Su Xinyan would tone it down a bit. Wait, cousin, didn't you sprain your ankle yesterday? Maybe we shouldn't hike. It's exhausting. Chen Feifei reminded her again. Actually, I can handle it. Forget it. I don't want you blaming me if something happens later. How about fishing instead? The fish caught here can be sent straight for processing, just pay a small fee. Zhang Yang brought up the local specialty farm stay again. Su Xinyan was the first to agree. Chen Feifei thought this was a good idea, it wouldn't be too tiring, so she nodded in agreement. Su Xinyan declined, however, because she disliked such dull and boring activities. You guys go ahead. I'm not joining. I'm so tired. I just want to go back and rest. Alright, May. Zhang Yang, let's go. I can't wait to fish. Su Xinyan thought she was off the hook and immediately wanted to escape. Wait, senior sister Chu Yan. We haven't finished our business yet. Let's discuss it in detail in the room. Su Xinyan had been plotting her revenge for ages and wasn't about to let her off the hook easily. Hearing this, Chu Yan instantly slumped her shoulders and reluctantly agreed. Then, the two of them returned to the room together. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Yang felt puzzled. Fei, how come your sister suddenly got so close to Su Xinyan? What exactly were they talking about? Huh? No idea. Hey, Zhang Yang, forget about them. Let's go fishing. I've never tried it before. Chen Fei had no other thoughts at the moment. She just wanted to seize this rare chance to spend more time with Zhang Yang. Seeing he couldn't pry any useful information out of her, Zhang Yang gave up and followed Chen Fei to the fishing spot. Chen Fei was thrilled, but Chu Yan was in for a world of trouble. From the moment she entered the room, she saw Su Xinyan warming up. Now she was genuinely scared. She quickly protested, Su Xinyan, don't push it too far. You already got your revenge at the hot springs and the cafeteria. Oh, wait, senior sister Chu Yan, you never specified a time limit when we made that bet. You only said I could squeeze you back after passing the preliminary round. Since you didn't mention it, I assumed it was for one day. Su Xinyan was in high spirits. This method of stress relief seemed incredibly satisfying. This woman before her hadn't shown much mercy when she begged for mercy earlier. So now, she wouldn't be spared either. Don't push it too far. You still owe me money. According to our deal, as long as you don't pay up, I get to pinch you once a week. Don't you care about next week? Leave a little room for future encounters. Chu Yan quickly played her trump card. Oh, senior sister Chu Yan, if I let you off now, will you spare me next week? Sure, I can. Chu Yan quickly employed a delaying tactic. However, spending time with Su Xinyan and Zhang Yang had honed Zhang Yang's wit, and she wasn't about to fall for such a ploy. See? You hesitated for 3 seconds, proof you're against this deal. Since you won't let me off, I won't hold back either. Come on, today's not over yet. Besides, I treated you way better than you treated me. At least I didn't humiliate you in public. Here, no one's around now. Strip. Su Xinyan chuckled, then stepped forward, grabbing the crucial spot with one hand. Fine. You just wait. I'll make you pay. Chu Yan gritted her teeth, knowing escape was impossible today. All she could do was leave a parting threat. Oh my, you're quite the tough talker. Well, I won't hold back then. Su Xinyan's smile remained fixed as she twisted it with force. Ah. Rumor had it that all afternoon, guests heard pigs slaughtering screams nearby, but the owner kept insisting no one raised pigs in the area. Zhang Yang and his friends spent the entire afternoon fishing and returned with a bountiful haul. The owner was indeed reliable. In this modest pond, he even raised crisp-fleshed anhui fish imported from the neighboring city. It was said that this variety of anhui fish was farmed differently from others fed on broad beans, resulting in crisp, springy flesh that made it an excellent choice for hot pot. Seeing their bountiful catch and knowing they'd be in for a treat tonight, Chen Fei immediately called her cousin. Strange. After hanging up, Chen Fei voiced her confusion. What's wrong? Your sister doesn't want to eat? Passing up free food would indeed be strange. No, she said she would. But she was panting heavily, like she'd been running. That is strange. Your lazy dog of a sister choosing to exercise now? What's gotten into her? Acting so out of character, could she be possessed? Ha! Zhang Yang, don't scare me, I'm sleeping with my sister tonight. Hearing that, Chen Fei felt genuinely frightened. But the one who was even more terrified was Chu Yan, because Su Xinyan had said today wasn't over yet. Chapter 117, Slowly soak it, slowly savor it. Zhang Yang brought the fish to the cafeteria, paid the processing fee, and waited for his meal. Seeing the two hadn't arrived, Zhang Yang asked Chen Fei to call and hurry them along. Okay, they'll be here soon. They said they were just taking a nap. Napping? Napping together? Their relationship was progressing rather quickly. Zhang Yang didn't read too much into it. After all, female friendships were quite peculiar. A single remark could sour things, while a simple compliment about someone's clothes could turn them into best friends. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. That saying wasn't made up for nothing. Finally, the two emerged. After lecturing Chu Yan all afternoon, Su Xinyan felt rather smug. Senior sister, did I impress you today? You said I moan and groan when I'm touched, but you're not much better yourself. What are you talking about? It was nothing special. All that moaning and groaning? I didn't hear it. If I didn't hear it, it didn't happen. But Chu Yan wasn't about to admit defeat so easily. Oh? Is that so? Looks like I'll have to step up my game tonight. Su Xinyan decided this wouldn't do. She'd need to study up tonight to better handle her. Ha? Tonight? What? I said today, so anything before midnight counts as today. No. My sister's still here. We share a room at night. What if she catches us? Chu Yan didn't want this exposed. It'd be too embarrassing. After all, she was always the one doing the bullying. I don't care. You agreed first. The plan starts at 8 p.m., so we have 4 hours to play. Come whenever you want, just make sure to make it up to me later. She knew opportunities like this wouldn't come around often, so Su Xinyan was determined to vent all her pent-up frustration now. Fine. I'll remember today. Xiao Yan gritted her teeth, determined to hit back hard next week. Before they knew it, the two had reached the cafeteria entrance. Seeing them finally arrive, Zhang Yang couldn't resist teasing, Su Xinyan, I thought you weren't coming. Oomph. Why wouldn't I come? You'd be a fool not to take advantage of a free ride. Su Xinyan shot him a withering look. Then, Zhang Yang burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Bastard. Cousin, Zhang Yang just bet me you'd say not taking advantage of a good deal makes you a jerk, and you actually did, Chen Feifei explained awkwardly. See? I told you your sister loves freeloading. Su Xinyan, you didn't disappoint me. Zhang Yang chuckled. Say I love freeloading? Who was freeloading off who yesterday? Su Xinyan glared at Zhang Yang, clearly hinting at last night's events. At that moment, Su Xinyan burst out laughing. Not taking advantage of a good deal makes you a jerk? That's actually pretty funny. After saying this, she sat down beside Su Xinyan, making the latter tense up. Just then, the waiter finally brought the dish. But seeing the pot of plain water and sliced fish meat, Zhang Yang was puzzled. Wait, what kind of dish is this? Clear broth fish? No, Zhang Yang, this is a local specialty here, clear broth hot pot. It's delicious. Chen Feifei, a true Cantonese native, enthusiastically advocated for this cooking method that emphasized the natural flavors of ingredients. Exactly, Zhang Yang, you're so old-fashioned. Let me handle it, I'll cook the fish slices. You guys just eat. Su Xinyan seized the chance to switch seats. Though she coveted the crispy fish slices, she preferred to keep busy now otherwise, who knew what Su Xinyan might do to her. The pot finally came to a boil, and Su Xinyan began her ritual. Alright, tonight we're having clear broth hot pot with crispy fish slices perfect, she declared in the local dialect. She picked up several slices of fish and placed them in the water, still muttering to herself, soak them slowly, savor them slowly, so good to eat. Finished with the incantation? Zhang Yang was genuinely puzzled by her ritual, wondering if it was some secret technique to enhance the fish's flavor. All done. Dig in. My blanched fish slices are top-notch. Su Xinyan declared with a hint of pride. Zhang Yang took a bite and nodded. Delicious, right? Just okay. Average? What's that supposed to mean? Su Xinyan shot him another disapproving look. The meat's okay, but without any dipping sauce, it tastes a bit fishy. Chen Feifei, hearing this, thoughtfully brought him a dipping sauce. Seeing what was in the dish, Zhang Yang was speechless for a moment. Soy sauce? Yeah, soy sauce. You can order it with fish slices, blanched shrimp, coconut chicken, it's a universal seasoning. Seriously, you locals from Yangcheng, how can your imagination for sauces be so limited? Hey, Zhang Yang, don't talk nonsense. I'm from Guangzhou too, and I know my condiments. Let me handle this. Su Xinyan was always out and about, rarely eating at home, so she wasn't too keen on this traditional Cantonese style of eating. While eating the clear broth hot pot, Zhang Yang went out to buy a few more bottles of liquor. Su Xinyan, I'll make sure to put on a good show later. Just relax and enjoy yourself today. Zhang Yang poured her a glass of wine. Pfft, look who's talking. Zhang Yang, I can polish off a whole bottle of red wine at home. Su Xinyan grabbed a can and started drinking straight away. This scene gave Su Xinyan a glimmer of hope. If Su Xinyan got drunk tonight, wouldn't she be off the hook? So she started urging her to drink too. Su Xinyan, how dare you keep urging others to drink while you stay sober? Drink then. Who's afraid of who? To avoid suffering tonight, Su Xinyan decided to go all out. Zhang Yang, I want to drink too. Chen Feifei saw everyone drinking and wanted to join in. Kids shouldn't drink. I'm not a kid. I'm drinking. Chen Feifei snatched a glass and downed it. As they drank and chatted, it was suddenly past 9 o'clock. Seeing the cafeteria staff cleaning up, the group finally dispersed. Chen Feifei, who could hold her liquor the least, was the first to pass out. Su Xinyan helped her back to her room. Zhang Yang supported Su Xinyan, who was swaying unsteadily, back to her room. After a few drinks, he felt a bit mischievous. When he helped her onto the bed, he collapsed beside her. Then, swiftly, he transformed her into a smooth little lamb. No, Zhang Yang, the competition is coming up. We can't do this. Su Xinyan naturally fought back fiercely, knowing she'd be in for a rough night otherwise. Seeing her fierce resistance, Zhang Yang quickly lost interest. He dressed her and prepared to leave. But Su Xinyan, always sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, feared hurting Zhang Yang and decided to make it up to him. Don't go, Zhang Yang. I can grant you one wish. Not this one, but anything else. Zhang Yang recalled yesterday's perfect experience. He'd never tried this with Su Xinyan before, so he bluntly stated what he wanted. Su Xinyan felt profound shame upon hearing it, but knowing Zhang Yang had been instrumental in her advancing to the finals, she suppressed her embarrassment and knelt before him. Chapter 118, A Good Show. Zhang Yang had to admit Su Xinyan was stunning after drinking. Her naturally pale skin now glowed with a rosy flush, making him want to bite her skin. Tonight's experience was truly delightful. Yet, having experienced something similar the night before, Zhang Yang couldn't help but compare the two. He soon reached a conclusion: if judging solely by physique without considering looks, Su Xinyan was truly unmatched. Of course, it wasn't that she was unattractive, it was just that Su Xinyan's face was a once-in-a-century rarity.
Seeing her service complete, Zhang Yang happily kissed her forehead.
Sleep well, Su Xinyan. Good luck in the finals. Why didn't you tell me beforehand, you jerk? And what about my hair? Su Xinyan pointed to the mess on her clothes, complaining about Zhang Yang's sudden outburst.
Recalling how Chu Yan had rubbed against him yesterday, Zhang Yang naturally chose to make a quick escape. With no other option, Su Xinyan resigned herself to taking a shower to clean up. But after her shower, sleep eluded her.
Her wavy locks wouldn't dry quickly, even with a hairdryer. It looked like she'd have to stay up for another hour or two. What should she do to pass the time?
She opened the red icon app Zhang Yang had recommended and activated the radar feature as he'd instructed. Soon, a long list of video download entries appeared. Since she was idle anyway, she decided to kill time. In the process, she accidentally woke up Chu Yan, who was on the verge of falling asleep, with another phone call.
Su Yan regretted it instantly. She shouldn't have answered that call.
Glancing at the clock past midnight and then at her soundly sleeping cousin, she really wanted nothing more than a good night's sleep. But since she had already made plans, she reluctantly changed clothes and headed out. At Su Xinyan's door, she barely knocked before being pulled inside. "You're so reliable, senior."
"Nice." Su Xinyan smiled faintly, knowing this night wouldn't be boring.
"Cut the chatter. You came here on your own, I'm not afraid of you." Chu Yan knew this short-sleeved top wouldn't stay on, so she sensibly pulled it up herself. Unexpectedly, Su Xinyan stopped her. "Hey, no rush, senior sister.
Tonight, we take it slow. Didn't you say you wouldn't lose control? Well, tonight I'll need some backup." You want to call someone?" "No way. Is it Zhang Yang?" "Absolutely not."
Chu Yan clutched her chest. She'd already suffered a major setback yesterday. If she suffered another one at his hands, she'd never be able to hold her head up in front of Zhang Yang again. "Sis, why are you so tense?
We agreed from the start this is our little secret. I wouldn't tell a third party."
"Relax, I haven't called anyone else." Hearing this, Chu Yan relaxed slightly.
"Then what do you mean by help? Come here."
Su Xinyan pulled her over to sit on the bed. The computer screen was frozen on a particular scene, clearly the opening sequence of some film or TV drama. The text alone was enough to make anyone blush at first glance.
"What?
Senior sister, you're not backing out already, are you? If you're scared of me, I won't call in that backup. Better to spare you the embarrassment later."
"Scared?
Scared of what?
Bring it on. Do whatever you want."
Su Yan chuckled inwardly. She wasn't a child, she'd seen this kind of thing countless times. Why would she lose her composure over it? This Su girl really was simple-minded. "Fine, if you say so. Come on, senior sister, sit down properly. Put your clothes back on first, don't catch a chill." After Chu Yan finished dressing, Su Xinyan pressed the enter key. The main feature began. The plot was straightforward. A man moves into a new place and becomes fixated on his neighbor's curvaceous wife, fueling his fantasies. Su Xinyan chose this film because the woman on the cover bore a resemblance to Chu Yan. Both possessed similar alluring qualities. The early scenes were pretty dull, especially with the male actor's sleazy performance. Su Xinyan kept complaining, "This is way too sleazy. That woman is so beautiful, he's not actually going to get his way with her, is he?" Su Yan, however, found it rather dull. She hadn't expected Su Xinyan to be so naive. Who actually watched this stuff to analyze the plot? Shouldn't everyone just be frantically hitting the forward button? But soon, an explosive plot twist unfolded. That night, the wife next door came home late from work. Exhausted, she forgot to lock the door and fell asleep on the couch. The man slipped inside and began sniffing her. "You pervert. Total pervert. How disgusting. Why does this show have to be so gross? The actress is pretty, but they had to pair her with an ugly guy? Disgusting." Su Xinyan felt sick again. But she probably didn't know this was actually the production company's deliberate choice. As one literary figure once said, the greatest tragedy is destroying what people perceive as beautiful right before their eyes. The producers of Little Life clearly understood this principle. Their approach served two purposes: first, to stir viewers' empathy and emotional engagement; second, to connect with the masses, since not everyone is a heartthrob. Just as Su Xinyan finished her outburst, the actress in the film suddenly woke up. Realizing something was wrong, she began struggling fiercely. However, her meager strength was naturally insufficient to free herself. Soon her hands were bound, and to prevent her from calling for help, the man stuffed a ball of towel into her mouth. Then he formally began his performance. He approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist as his hands gradually moved toward her most sensitive areas. The woman tried to struggle, but could only manage muffled groans.
"Ah, this is good, this is good. Come on, Chu Yan, you play the actress."
Though Chu Yan was utterly reluctant, she thought about getting it over with quickly so she could go back to sleep, so she ultimately agreed.
Seeing Chu Yan now styled identically to the movie's heroine, Su Xinyan adjusted her position, ready to replicate the male actor's role and formally engage in a scene with her.
First came the appetizers from earlier that day, so Chu Yan felt everything was manageable though the hand gripping her was uncomfortable, already plotting her revenge for next time. Su Xinyan, however, took her role seriously, even studying the male actor's lines. Though her hands never stopped moving, she automatically skipped certain actions. Because among these was a forced kiss scene asking her to kiss a girl? That was just too bizarre. So she mostly ignored those parts. As the film progressed, the actress's upper body was fully exposed, and Su Xinyan naturally replicated the same look for Chu Yan. But then she witnessed something utterly shocking. The male actor actually moved his lips. The woman on screen seemed to tremble, leaving Su Xinyan puzzled. Was that reaction really that exaggerated? After watching for a moment, she decisively leaned in, slowly extending her tongue. Chapter 119. The beauty was all about flaunting herself, leaving the innkeeper stunned. Su Xinyan realized she had apparently flipped some incredible switch. With just that one lick, Chu Yan's entire body began to tremble. Senior sister, you're not getting carried away, are you? Su Xinyan gave her a sly smile. With a towel stuffed in her mouth, Chu Yan couldn't speak. She could only turn her head away, unwilling to let Su Xinyan witness her embarrassment. Avoiding it? That won't work, you know. Su Xinyan was overjoyed. She never imagined she'd get to see her in such a humiliating state. Recalling how Chu Yan had bullied her in the past and fueled by the alcohol, Su Xinyan felt a surge of playful mischief. They say gentlemen use their words, not their hands. But Su Xinyan was a woman, so she used both. She finally understood why God designed women's bodies this way clearly. It was for moments like this. Chu Yan had been dismissive earlier, limited by the methods available during daylight. But now, she was genuinely impressed. This move was downright unfair. Finger teasing alone would have been bad enough, but using her tongue? Didn't she know this area was packed with sensitive nerves? Worst of all, Chu Yan noticed Su Xinyan seemed to be drifting away. She recognized that look all too well. It was the same expression the heroine in the movie wore at this very moment. Tonight was truly going to be the end. She couldn't tell how much time had passed until the alarm she'd set earlier finally rang, signaling she'd survived the night. Chu Yan had actually been able to move for a while, but she'd been teased into a state of excitement, so she'd slowly drifted back into it. But the moment the alarm rang, her first instinct was to push Su Xinyan away. She knew that if she continued, the primal force within her would truly erupt. You're even more twisted than Zhang Yang. Time's up. Chu Yan scolded her, her face flushed. Huh? You and Zhang Yang too? Su Xinyan asked. No way. I was just saying you're disgusting. Disgusting? Senior sister, didn't you enjoy it just now? Say whatever you want. Next week it's my turn. You just wait. Chu Yan said, her voice tinged with irritation. Now it was Su Xinyan's turn to panic. After treating her like this today, she'd probably have no peace this weekend. Then, an idea suddenly struck her. Wait, Chu Yan, wanna up the stakes? What do you mean? You're afraid I'll get back at you, aren't you? It's too late for excuses now. Just wait for the weekend. I still owe you 800,000. Want to make a little extra? At the prospect of more money, Chu Yan perked up. Forgetting her shyness, she pulled back the foot she'd already stepped out with and demanded, explain yourself. All right. I made it to the finals of the Asian Games Rising Star Singer competition, right? Let's make a bet, whether I'll win the championship. If I don't win, I'll owe you another 200,000 yuan, making it 1 million total. How about it? Another 200,000. Yes, yes. But then Chu Yan realized it wasn't that simple. Wait, what are the conditions if I win? Oh, if I win the championship, you're not allowed to pinch me anymore. Only I can pinch you. How about that? What? No way. That's totally unfair. Chu Yan shook her head quickly. Come on, if I win, the prize money is still yours. You're the big winner here. Besides, letting me pinch you won't hurt you. I'm spending real money on this. Su Xinyan knew full well that Chu Yan was a money-hungry person. If she didn't appeal to that, she probably wouldn't agree easily. Su Yan pondered for a long time. Thinking about today's events, she really didn't want to agree. But taking a chance could mean an extra 200,000 yuan that was no small sum. Besides, Zhang Yang isn't even a professional. Could his songs possibly be any good? Su Xinyan made it to the finals largely because of her looks, and this final round was televised live. She was confident the judges wouldn't pull any shady deals. Still, to guard against any unpleasant surprises, she imposed some restrictions. This way, if you win the championship, you can boss me around afterward, but no more than once a week and no longer than 30 minutes each time. If you don't win, you owe me another 200,000, making it 1.2 million total. How does that sound? At this point, Su Xinyan had no choice but to bet everything on the song Zhang Yang wrote. Winning the championship was her only path forward, so she had to win big. No way. You bullied me before, and it always started at an hour. That's not fair. Let's cap it at 3 times a week, half an hour each time. How about that? You'll make money either way. Su Yan pondered for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. She figured winning the championship was highly unlikely, probably impossible. After Chu Yan left, Su Xinyan felt a hollow emptiness, as if something had been taken away. Seeing the movie had finished playing on her computer, she found herself clicking play again. Then, she began fantasizing she was the female lead, pleasuring herself. The next morning, after a brief rest, the group finally prepared to return. Just before departure, the innkeeper specially delivered a box of local specialty pastries, making Zhang Yang feel somewhat embarrassed. "Bro, you gotta take this. I'll need a favor from you later." "First tell me what kind of favor, boss?" Zhang Yang wasn't about to accept gifts without knowing why. "Oh, it's nothing major. Remember yesterday when I mentioned that girl I had my eye on? I asked you to help me gather flowers. I was planning to pick them when the roses were in full bloom to give to her, but I found out she might be leaving today. So, I prepared a small gift, but I'm worried she might not be pleased. Could you say a few words for me later? Please? That's all? Alright then." A gentleman helps others achieve their goals, and besides, this boss seems like a decent guy. Zhang Yang could certainly lend a hand. "Boss, you run a lodging place, you've seen plenty of girls. If she caught your eye, she must be quite a looker." No, just kidding, bro. She's just pretty." The boss flushed slightly, looking a bit embarrassed, though in his eyes she truly was a goddess-level beauty. But then he remembered the man before him was a notorious heartbreaker. The two beauties he'd brought over before were absolute stunners. What if this goddess got swept off her feet by Zhang Yang with just a flick of his fingers? So he quickly interjected, "Bro, I've got a favor to ask. In all my years in this business, I've never seen a woman this stunning. Please, let me have her." "Huh? Boss, what do you mean by that? You're surrounded by beautiful women. I'm afraid the moment she sees you, she'll fall for you. Give me a chance." "Boss, you're exaggerating. I don't have that kind of charm that makes women fall instantly. Relax, I won't compete with you." "That's good. That's good." Just then, Su Xinyan, all dressed up, got into the car. "Zhang Yang, what are you chatting about? Drive already." The boss had just exhaled in relief when he saw Su Xinyan already seated in Zhang Yang's car. The words he'd been holding in his hands instantly fell to the ground. Chapter 120, Come Find Me After Class. If I saw you one more time, would I still feel something? Back then, with my bare face, I was as pure as could be. On the way back, the girls sang along in the car, seeming in high spirits. "That song's so old. You guys still listen to it?" Zhang Yang remarked. "Zhang Yang, stop pretending to be clueless. This song just came out in August," Chu Yan retorted directly. "Oh? Really? I'm sick of it already. This song really has staying power. It's been charting every year since its release. Then with short video platforms, it blew up again. But Zhang Yang just can't stand it anymore, he's heard it way too many times. Oomph. Show off. Acting like he's heard a million songs." Chu Yan wasn't about to let him off the hook, especially since the jerk Zhang Yang had taken advantage of her the day before yesterday and was still being so rude. "Forget it, senior sister. Don't bother with him. Zhang Yang's always been full of himself. Just now, that owner thought all three of us were his girlfriends. That guy must be over the moon, right?" At that moment, Su Xinyan added fuel to the fire. "What's so great about that? Having multiple girlfriends, is that something to brag about?" Zhang Yang shrugged. Honestly, it wasn't even that impressive to him. Back in his prime, he'd bought an entire building just to house his mistresses. Life back then could truly be described as decadent. Later, he came to a conclusion: beauty lies in quality, not quantity. If you're going to pursue someone, go for the absolute best. Those mediocre types who throw themselves at you? Stay away. "Is that so?" asked Su Xinyan from the passenger seat, glancing back at the other two before delivering a soul-searching question. "What if all three of us wanted to be your girlfriends? What would be your first reaction?" The sisters exchanged a glance but remained silent, waiting for Zhang Yang's response. Truthfully, each of them held a different attitude toward Zhang Yang. Chen Feifei admired his talent, viewing him with a kind of reverence. She was the most eager to hear his response. Su Xinyan found Zhang Yang intriguing. Though she initially hired him to pretend, their daily interactions revealed a completely different person from the introverted boor she expected. He knew so much about things she never experienced it amused her. As for Chu Yan, she was the most conflicted. Zhang Yang had scammed her out of a lot of money, so logically, she should despise him the most. Yet at the same time, he had also helped her make a significant amount of money. Moreover, her primary criterion for judging people was money. Currently, Zhang Yang could only be described as having some assets, but he hadn't yet reached her ideal target. So, if they were to date, it wasn't out of the question, but he could only be considered a backup option. She'd see if he had any chance of becoming the main choice. Also, don't let him touch you before he's officially hired, or he'll start acting up again. Zhang Yang fell silent for a moment before chuckling. You three each have your own strengths. Feifei has her legs, Su Xinyan has her looks, and Chu Yan has her sharp features. You're not exactly lacking in suitors, so why would I get to choose? I know my place. Zhang Yang was a master conversationalist.
While his words seemed like compliments on the surface, they actually conveyed a polite yet distant attitude. In his mind, none of them was the ideal choice. Xu Yan was too calculating. As for Su Xinyan, he'd caught her fooling around with someone else on the phone last time, so he'd lost interest. Chen Feifei was quite cute, but her figure was truly nothing to write home about. Oomph. You know your place. Good to know. Su Xinyan, oblivious to Zhang Yang's hidden meaning, lifted her chin in triumph. The car finally returned to campus. They each headed back to their dorms to prepare for the last class of the afternoon. Since the National Day holiday began the very next day after this class, Zhang Yang found his roommates already packing their bags when he returned. Zhang Yang, why'd you get back so late? Aren't you packing? Tomorrow's the holiday, Zhou Wenbin asked. Oh, I don't need to. I'm not going anywhere for the holiday, just staying on campus. Wenbin, people are different. For some, holidays are a time to relax and travel. For others, they're a time of hardship, needing to work odd jobs everywhere, Fan Xiaobai remarked with a sarcastic tone. However, Zhou Wenbin, still holding a grudge over the incident a couple days prior, ignored him. Seeing no one was paying him any mind, he felt a bit awkward and started chatting with Lu Hao instead. Lu Hao, I'll come hang out at your place during the National Day holiday. I don't have to work anyway. However, Lu Hao had learned 2 days prior that Zhang Yang was the founder of the campus-famous DaZhongNet. With this connection, he naturally didn't want to associate with anyone who had conflicts with Zhang Yang. I'm busy. Lu Hao flatly refused, then turned to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, I'm not going home for National Day. How about us two grab a drink? My dad brought over a bottle of Mao Tai. Mao Xian froze mid-packing. Mu Tai. I've never had that. Yang, how, if you two aren't leaving, then I'm not either. Xian, you just want the Mao Tai, don't you? Zhou Wenbin quipped with a smile. No way. I'm just close with Yang and Hao. Wenbin, why don't you stay too? I'll play ball with you. Your National Day diet plan is about to start. I don't mind. I was just going to the internet cafe near my place anyway. Staying is fine by me. Zhou Wenbin, who also enjoyed a lively crowd, readily agreed. Now, only Fan Xiaobai remained, having packed all his belongings. Lu Hao feared he might stay too, which would annoy Zhang Yang, so he quickly interjected, Xiaobai, drive safely home today. Ha? Oh, got it. Fan Xiaobai nodded, wondering if he was being left out. Soon, the group returned to the classroom. The final period of the day happened to be Wu Qiutong's class, and she was still dressed in her professional attire. Holy crap! Teacher Wu's outfit is way too tight. Look at that figure, Yang, check it out. Mao Xian said with a lecherous expression. I see it. I'm not blind. Zhang Yang replied calmly. He harbored a lingering regret toward Wu Qiutong, as she was the only woman he had ever loved but could never have. She still loved wearing those form-fitting uniforms. Of course, only Zhang Yang understood the deeper meaning behind the word form-fitting, how every inch of her outfit clung to her curves. Too bad I probably won't get another chance like this. Sitting behind them, Chen Feifei overheard their exchange and silently filed away the fact that Zhang Yang had a thing for tight uniforms. At that moment, she tapped Zhang Yang on the back with her pen. What is it? Zhang Yang, are you going back for National Day? No, why? Oh, I'm not going back either. Heh, can we grab dinner together then? Sure. I haven't treated you to a meal yet. How about tomorrow night? Zhang Yang was a man of his word. Alright, Zhang Yang, I'll definitely be there. Alright, everyone, start working on the textbook exercises. We'll go over them shortly. Wu Qiutong assigned the tasks. Taking advantage of the break, she surveyed the classroom before quietly approaching Zhang Yang and slipping him a note. Zhang Yang unfolded the note. It simply read, Come find me after class. Chapter 121, Teacher Wu is on our side. After class, Zhang Yang hurried straight to the office. Pushing open the door, he saw Wu Qiutong leaning halfway across her desk, wearing a pair of horse oil stockings that looked practically invisible. Was this a hint? Zhang Yang decisively stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her waist, his hands naturally sliding upward. The familiar sensation returned. Though her size fell between Xu Yan and Su Xinyan, the teardrop shape held a plump elasticity. This time, however, she didn't indulge him. Wu Qiutong first pulled her hand away, then turned around and glared at him with a hint of anger. Why are you acting recklessly again? Teacher, you asked me to come. I asked you to come because I had serious business to discuss. Who told you to? Wu Qiutong's face flushed as she spoke. Alright, teacher. What's serious business? The province is holding an entrepreneurship competition, and the school plans to nominate you. Oh, that. Sounds good. But you could have just told me directly. Why write a note? I thought you were trying to rekindle our old feelings. Zhang Yang sounded a bit disappointed. What old flame? You're so disrespectful. Wu Qiutong adopted a slightly stern expression. Anyway, she felt that if she wanted a better future for Zhang Yang, Chen Feifei was his best option. Besides, she couldn't take the risk. She was 30 now. In a few more years, she'd be past her prime, while he'd be at the peak of his career, young, and surrounded by beautiful women. Am I disrespectful or not? You're my teacher, you should know best. Don't you dare say that. Be serious, I'm your teacher. Wu Qiutong still wanted to emphasize their relationship. Alright, teacher. I'll participate in the competition. Oh, and teacher, if you ever break up with your boyfriend, remember to let me know. Boyfriend? Wu Qiutong suddenly felt puzzled. He hasn't come back yet? Didn't you say your boyfriend was abroad and planning to return soon? Oh, right. He's planning to come back. Wait, no, we broke up. What do you mean you need to tell me? I'm so relieved, teacher. Don't worry about the breakup. If he dumped you, it's his bad taste. If you dumped him, it's your good taste. You're just good at cheering me up. Get out. And by the way, don't go hugging people randomly. Who just walks up and hugs someone from behind? Wu Qiutong scolded playfully. Got it. From now on, I'll only hug you, teacher. You. Hey, teacher, don't get angry, anger makes you age faster. I was wondering where Dean Jing's office is? Women dread the word old. Hearing that, she quickly suppressed her inner thoughts and asked curiously, what do you need the director for? That's confidential business information. Ha? Trade secret? Fine. His office is the one at the very back. Never mind, I'll take you there myself. Otherwise, you'll keep acting so disrespectful. Wu Qiutong was actually quite lonely. If not for spending the summer with Zhang Yang, she might have thought she could live out her life alone. But after everything she'd been through, especially the profound impact of that hot spring trip, a whole new world had opened up to her. Now, she occasionally had to turn to that magazine at night to satisfy her desires. That's why she'd left the note today. She genuinely wanted to chat with Zhang Yang. Alright, let's go, teacher. With you leading the way, my future looks bright. Stop teasing the teacher. Be serious. The two then headed toward the dean's office. Watching Wu Qiutong's high heels click-clacking ahead, Zhang Yang sensed an entirely new charm emanating from her. Ha? Why are you staring at me? Come on, move up front. Seems the rule holds true, an inexperienced girl will notice if you stare at her too long. That day, it really was just a hair's breadth away. Too bad we didn't quite get there, she flooded herself first. Knock. The two knocked and entered. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Dean Jing immediately put on his glasses. Mr. Shang, you came to see me? Yes, Dean, he came to see you. He mentioned some business secrets he wants to discuss. Wu Qiutong deliberately emphasized the words business secrets, clearly mocking Zhang Yang. Oh? Trade secrets? Alright then, Ms. Wu, please step outside. Zhang Yang, feel free to speak freely. The president has instructed us to support your business endeavors to the fullest. Our normal university has never seen a student entrepreneur with such vision. Oh, and Ms. Wu mentioned the entrepreneurship competition, right? I know. I'll attend. Dean, please don't send Ms. Wu out. She's been teaching all afternoon and must be exhausted. We're all colleagues here, she's welcome to stay if she wants to listen. Zhang Yang had been joking earlier, what he planned to do wasn't really a secret. Alright. Zhang Yang, you even know to look out for your teachers. Little Wu, come sit over here too. I'll brew some tea. Dean Jing recognized Zhang Yang's potential and was very supportive. Wu Qiutong immediately pulled up a chair, her mind still pondering Zhang Yang's earlier remark about our own people. Once the tea was brewed, Zhang Yang cut straight to the chase. Dean, I came to see you today regarding expanding our takeout service into other campuses. Oh, that. I've discussed it with several faculty members. Your expansion has been rapid, and you've built a solid reputation among students. However, gaining access to other universities within the campus complex is challenging. Universities aren't quick to admit outsiders. Still, don't lose heart. I'll leverage my connections to smooth the way. I'll strive to secure entry into major universities within 6 months. Dean Jing spoke sincerely. 6 months is too slow. I need it within a month. Zhang Yang had promised those merchants a 1-month timeline. This was a matter of business integrity. A month? Dean Jing looked troubled. He found it extremely difficult to pull this off in a month. But soon, he had an idea. Well, it's not impossible. Enter that entrepreneurship competition. The deputy mayor will be attending. If you secure a top ranking, the Yongchang municipal government will provide support. The entire competition process takes about a month. No, that's too risky. If I don't place well, it could jeopardize my future plans. Well, if that idea won't work, then it really is a bit difficult, Zhang Yang. Director Jing seemed troubled. Zhang Yang, don't be so impolite. Dean Jing has already done his best. Your matter simply can't be resolved within a month. Wu Qiutong, fearing Zhang Yang might leave a bad impression, quickly interjected to smooth things over. It's fine. Zhang Yang was just anxious, I understand. Dean Jing has practically taken him under his wing as his last disciple, so naturally he's more forgiving with him. Alright, Zhang Yang, you go back first. I'll gather the department for a quick meeting and do everything I can to help you. No need, Dean. I have a plan. Hearing this, both men looked at Zhang Yang in astonishment. You have a solution.
Chapter 122, The Art of Writing, shocking the Dean 50 votes.
Zhang Yang, you can't just say things like that.
Even Professor Jing, with all his years of connections built up in Yangshan, wouldn't dare claim he could handle so many universities in a month.
Plus, owing that many favors is no easy thing to repay and you certainly can't manage it.
Wu Qiutong knew Zhang Yang's capabilities, but she still felt this was beyond what a single student could accomplish.
Xiao Wu, let's hear what Zhang Yang has to say first. Exactly, Wu, don't interfere.
Zhang Yang chimed in.
Wu Qiutong grew annoyed and twisted Zhang Yang's leg. Ouch.
Zhang Yang winced in pain, but instead of retaliating against the beautiful teacher, he immediately grasped her hand.
What's wrong, Zhang Yang? Oh, nothing. A bug bit me. A bug? Oh, this office used to have a lot of books piled up. We just cleared some out recently. Sorry about that. It's fine. If anyone should be apologetic, it's that bug, right, Xiao Wu?
Zhang Yang squeezed her hand, applying more pressure.
Wu Qiutong, seeing she couldn't break free, simply let him have his way. Ha! This gesture gave Zhang Yang a glimmer of hope. Could it be that her relationship with her boyfriend was rather lukewarm? Judging by her reaction, she seemed to be tacitly allowing his overstepping. If they were in her office now, Zhang Yang would have made his move long ago. Mr. Zhang? Are you okay? Why are you staring at Ms. Wu? Dean Jing asked curiously. Oh, I'm fine.
Ms. Wu's makeup just smudged a bit, and I'm not quite used to seeing it like that.
Oh, you really care about Teacher Wu. Little Wu, this student of yours is so kind to you.
Wu Qiutong pursed her lips without responding.
What kindness?
This was clearly mischief.
You little rascal.
As he held her hand, that familiar rush of excitement surged back through Wu Qiutong. No, she had to control herself. She was a teacher, she couldn't be so weak-willed. Then Zhang Yang began to voice his thoughts.
Dean, I'd like to publish an article in the Yangcheng Evening News under your name.
It would discuss the importance of national fitness in anticipation of the upcoming Asian Games.
Asian Games? Zhang Yang, I don't understand. How does this relate to your website's business? Dean Jing was utterly baffled. If he couldn't grasp it, Wu Qiutong certainly couldn't either. Ever since learning about his founding of DaZhongNet, she had to admit Zhang Yang's intellect far surpassed her own. Whether it's relevant depends on how you frame it. I can offer a perspective. We could approach it from an economic angle, how the Asian Games fever can drive national fitness initiatives, and how robust physical health forms a solid foundation for economic growth. Then, we could touch on major universities. Their stadiums and campuses, built with public funds, remain perpetually closed to the public. Isn't that a waste?
With that explanation, Dean Jing understood.
Brilliant. Zhang Yang, that move was truly brilliant.
On the surface, the article advocates encouraging national fitness, but its real purpose is to pressure universities into opening their campuses.
That approach is masterful. This is what we call the spring and autumn annals writing style, a highly effective technique for steering public opinion. No worries, Dean.
If you're not entirely clear on the approach, I can draft it for you.
Just make sure to publish it under your name, as your influence far surpasses mine.
Zhang Yang said modestly.
Meanwhile, Wu Qiutong stared blankly at Zhang Yang.
This student is nothing short of a prodigy. She even wondered if he had deliberately failed his exams earlier just to draw her attention. If that were true, it would be terrifying, meaning he'd had his sights set on her for quite some time.
What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Why the blank stare? Zhang Yang chuckled, gently rubbing her palm. Wu Qiutong was so flustered she couldn't speak.
If he hadn't caught her hand just then, she would have bolted out the door. Dean Jing pondered briefly before slamming his hand on the table.
All right, Zhang Yang, we'll proceed as you suggested.
Frankly, whether from a public or personal standpoint, I find your proposal excellent. Most of our university campuses were built with public funds.
Yet over the years, these institutions have hoarded their treasures, locking away their beautiful environments. That's wrong. A good campus should be like those in America, accessible to the majority of ordinary people. Zhang Yang had anticipated this reaction, for it touched upon a broader ideological current.
Since the early 1990s, when China and the US entered a honeymoon period, many Western ideologies began to flow in. Domestic scholars, to varying degrees, were influenced by them and grew fond of touting the concept of freedom. Jing Shuizhi, being an economist, would naturally align with this perspective. But freedom, isn't always as rosy as it seems. Having spent years struggling in the US, Zhang Yang knew full well that beneath the veneer of universal values lay the brutal reality of raw power. The current prevalence of liberal ideas in China stems precisely from our nation's lack of strength.
Perhaps in a few more years, our confidence will return. But until then, Zhang Yang would leverage this prevailing current to carve out his own territory.
All right, thank you, Professor. Zhang Yang flashed a sly grin, signaling his successful maneuver in this chess game. First, he gained tangible support. Second, he earned Wu Qiutong's admiration. He noticed her hand had stopped struggling.
Truly, he had killed two birds with one stone. Little Wu, still daydreaming? Let's go, no need to disturb the professor. Ha? Oh, right, let's go. Wu Qiutong hadn't yet recovered from her shock, so she didn't even notice Zhang Yang was holding her hand as they walked out. Only when they reached the office door did she remember she'd left her phone behind. Professor, I'll go get it for you. Zhang Yang was more than happy to run an errand for her. When she entered the office, Jing Xuezhi had already begun preparing to write. It must be said, the little old man was quite dedicated to his work. Zhang Yang grabbed the phone and was about to leave when Dean Jing called him back. Zhang Yang. Yes, what is it, Dean? Xiao Wu is a good girl. Treasure her. Ha? Dean, what do you mean by that? The Dean isn't stupid. The way teacher Xiao Wu looks at you, it's not simple, you know. You're quite the catch, kid. You have no idea how many teachers in our department like her. They'd probably break their heads trying to figure out how their goddess ended up with a student. Principal, you're teasing me, right? Teacher Wu already has a boyfriend. Zhang Yang felt a pang of disappointment. Nonsense. What boyfriend? From her student days to her teaching position here, I recommended her for everything. Don't you think I know her situation? She's never even dated anyone. Back then, I even introduced her to some young teachers, but she turned them all down. Ha? Really? Zhang Yang was stunned at first, then a wave of delight washed over him. It seemed his connection with the beautiful teacher wasn't severed after all. Chapter 123, The Punishment for the Beautiful Teacher's Lie. Zhang Yang pulled out his phone. Wu Qiutong reached for it, but he quickly withdrew his hand. Zhang Yang, stop messing around. Give the phone back to your teacher. Teacher, I can give you the phone, but first, answer me this, as a teacher, do you think it's important to set an example for your students? Though unsure of his intent, Wu Qiutong answered honestly, of course it's important. Teachers should be role models for their students. Then if teachers are supposed to be role models, why did you lie to me? Deceive? What did I deceive you about? You said you have a boyfriend overseas? Is that true or false? That's absolutely true. Are you sure? If this is a lie, you'll have to face the consequences. I'm sure. It's true. Seeing her still trying to deny it, Zhang Yang grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the dean's office again. Zhang Yang, why are you grabbing my hand? The dean just said you studied here all the way through grad school and ended up working here, but he's never seen you get close to any guy. He said you've never even had a boyfriend. Now you say you do, so I'm going to confront the dean face to face. Alright, don't blame the teacher. I was lying to you. Wu Qiutong, realizing she couldn't hide it anymore, finally confessed the truth. But I had my reasons. Oh, a valid reason, huh? Come on in, let's talk. Zhang Yang was thrilled to learn her boyfriend's story was fake. As he entered, he casually locked the office door. Zhang Yang, let me explain. Actually, it's my mom who's blocking this. Wu Qiutong switched to a new excuse. The previous one was too flimsy after all, the school leaders all knew her marital status, and it would be too easy for Zhang Yang to verify. But if she brought her mother into it, this excuse would be harder to debunk. Your mom? Yes, Zhang Yang. My mother thinks you're not good enough for me. She says your circumstances are mediocre and insists I can't be with you. Otherwise, she'll threaten to take her own life. When Wu Qiutong said this, Zhang Yang didn't doubt her much. As a native of Yangchang, her family background was clearly substantial evident from that riverside apartment alone. Naturally, they had their own set of standards for choosing a son-in-law. Teacher, just tell me straight, what exactly does your mother find unsatisfactory about me? Or what conditions would she need to accept this? Zhang Yang cut straight to the chase. There was no other way. Wu Qiutong was simply too exceptional. As long as she herself wasn't unwilling, Zhang Yang would find a way to overcome any external obstacles. She demanded you have 20 million in assets. Can you meet that? Wu Qiutong made up a condition she thought Zhang Yang couldn't fulfill. Unaware of Dazhongnet's revenue-generating capabilities, she assumed Zhang Yang would inevitably need the Chen family's backing to earn such a sum. Once Zhang Yang made contact with the Chen family, her goal would be achieved, giving him a stronger boost. By then, his perspective would shift, and he wouldn't be as recklessly ambitious as he was now. Yes. Zhang Yang nodded immediately. 20 million yuan was truly no challenge for him. Ha? You can? Zhang Yang, are you sure you can do it? Aren't you going to think it over? That's 20 million. Wu Qiutong was stunned. Teacher, it's not just 20 million. Even if it were 200 million, I'd strive for it. Because you're the most extraordinary goddess I've ever known. Zhang Yang's bluntness always caught the usually shy Wu Qiutong off guard. Zhang Yang, why do you always say things like that? Stop teasing your teacher. Teacher, I'm serious. Even though you deceived me, I've never lied to you. Remember when we went for that candlelit dinner? Your evening gown caused a traffic jam. And at the hot spring inn, your swimsuit had all the couples in the pool fighting over you. Zhang Yang helped her recall those shared getaway memories. Enough. Stop it, teacher. I'm really not that pretty. You're still young, you should get out more and see truly beautiful girls. Look at Fei Fei in our class, isn't she gorgeous? Pretty. Exactly. So, before Wu Qiutong could finish, Zhang Yang cut her off. But she's younger than you. Younger than me? What's wrong with that? Wu Qiutong was puzzled. Didn't they say men of any age would love 18-year-old girls? Why was Zhang Yang different? I prefer older women. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation. You like older women? Well, I happen to have a colleague, your calculus teacher, Ms. Wang. She's 35 and doesn't have a boyfriend either. She's younger than you. No way, she's 5 years older than me. Wu Qiutong realized something was off immediately after saying it. If teacher Wang was too young and Chen Feifei was too young, then it clearly wasn't about age. After a moment, she finally understood what Zhang Yang meant and raised her hand to strike him. Teacher, I get hit for complimenting your figure? Don't you deserve it? Wu Qiutong's slap landed on his arm, but it was more like playful banter between lovers. The real problem was that she rolled her eyes at him as she did it, making the gesture even more flirtatious. Zhang Yang couldn't resist. He wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her body close to his. You! What are you doing? Let go. What if someone walks in? Wu Qiutong was startled and began struggling fiercely. Relax, I locked the door. I locked it the moment I came in. Oomph. So you were planning this all along. Hearing the door was locked, Wu Qiutong relaxed considerably. I'm ready. Are you ready, teacher? Zhang Yang declared, launching into a passionate kiss. Wu Qiutong pushed him away urgently, panting heavily. You can't. I told you, my mom won't approve of us being together. Don't force this. I don't like it. I know. 20 million, right? I'll make it happen. But what just happened wasn't forcing you, it was punishment. I told you earlier, lying to me comes with consequences. I shouldn't have lied to you. That was my mistake. Here's the deal, if you work hard and truly fulfill this condition, my mom won't say anything. Wu Qiutong thought that by the time he earned those 20 million, it would take years, and by then, he should be much more mature. He wouldn't be so stubborn with her anymore. So, shouldn't you give me some motivation to strive? Wu Qiutong, hesitated for a moment. Then I walked to the door to confirm it was truly locked before starting to tie my hair. Once. Only once. Before you achieve your goal, you can't do this anymore. Understand? Got it. But, teacher, can I try a different approach? What kind of mischief are you scheming now? Zhang Yang chuckled, pointing at her thigh encased in horse oil stockings. Chapter 124, Who took off Wu Qiutong's stockings? Alright. Wu Qiutong finally asked, trembling slightly, once she realized his tension had fully dissipated. What had just happened was utterly humiliating. Zhang Yang had made her lean half her body over the desk, then taken liberties behind her back. Unlike her shyness, Zhang Yang was now filled with excitement. Though there had been no actual contact, the pressure between her thighs earlier was indescribably pleasurable. Alright, teacher. Seriously, I adore you. Zhang Yang couldn't resist kissing her neck, only to feel her body shudder. Zhang Yang seemed to have discovered some kind of incredible switch. He continued his assault on her neck until he drew a red mark, only then stopping. Teacher, why are you still trembling? Only after he finished did Wu Qiutong emerge from that intoxicating sensation, regaining some clarity. What did you do to my neck? She hurried to the mirror, parting her hair at the nape to find the new mark. How could you do this to your teacher? What if someone sees it? Yet, preoccupied with her complaints, she failed to notice her buttons had been undone. Now, droplets glistened faintly, seeming to taunt her. Zhang Yang found her utterly irresistible. Seeing her like this, he took another step forward. Zhang Yang, let go first, okay? My legs are so sore. Wu Qiutong said, sounding a bit panicked. Zhang Yang seemed to have endless ideas, each time opening up a new world for her. Faced with these situations, she felt both shy and a tinge of excitement. Zhang Yang didn't cover her mouth like before, instead, he redirected his focus elsewhere. A thirsty person would go mad for a single drop of water, just like Zhang Yang now, his inner hunger endlessly absorbing every drop. Yet strangely, though Wu Qiutong's mouth wasn't covered, and Zhang Yang had clearly given her permission to speak, she couldn't utter a single word. Only after more than 10 minutes did Zhang Yang reluctantly release her. 20 million sounded like a lot, but it wasn't difficult at all. Zhang Yang was confident he could meet the conditions. Teacher, thank you for the motivation. I'll work hard to earn your mother's approval soon. Let me help you up. No, don't touch me anymore. Please leave. Wu Qiutong's voice trembled. The urge to use the restroom was overwhelming. It felt like if Zhang Yang touched her again, she'd lose control and embarrass herself once more. Shaking, she sat down on the office chair and waved Zhang Yang out. Zhang Yang understood that no matter how much he did now, he couldn't reach the crucial step. So he obediently left, silently resolving to accelerate his industrial expansion. Only when the hallway outside the door fell completely silent did Wu Qiutong finally relax. She slipped off the section of her horse oil stockings that had become tangled with threads and tossed them into the trash can. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, she wondered how could Zhang Yang still be so infatuated with her even though she was already 30. Could it be she really was that captivating? She admired herself for a moment before buttoning her shirt. Spotting the damp patch on her chest, she recalled the earlier incident and couldn't help but mutter a quiet curse under her breath. Only when Dean Jing called for a meeting did she finally step out confidently, after meticulously checking that her hair concealed everything at the nape of her neck. The moment she opened the door, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Principal Li was pressed against it, and the sudden movement nearly sent him tumbling. Principal Li, is there something you need? Knowing about his previous drugging incident, Wu Qiutong couldn't muster any friendliness toward him. Oh, nothing, Principal Li stammered. Ms. Wu, since the National Day holiday is over, I was wondering if you'd like to grab a meal together. Principal Li, if I recall correctly, you're a married man, aren't you? Wu Qiutong stood with her hands on her hips, looking at him haughtily. Oh, Teacher Wu, you're worried about that? Well, rest assured, I'm almost divorced from that hag. So, what do you say? You're willing to be with a student, and I'm certainly better than a student, right? I'll pick you up tonight, and we'll go for a candlelit dinner. Thanks, but no thanks. Wu Qiutong rolled her eyes, then locked the door and left. Watching her graceful figure, Li Yan was thrilled. He still couldn't figure out how Zhang Yang managed to land such a prize. That figure, that face, and those legs. Where were the stockings on her legs? Li Yan remembered it was precisely seeing her wearing a pair of shimmering stockings today that had made him so eager. So now, had he actually taken off Wu Qiutong's stockings? He thought of Zhang Yang, who had just left looking so pleased. Could it be that their old flame had reignited? Damn Zhang Yang. With Chairman Chen's daughter so clearly into him, why must he go and covet the goddess of the teaching staff? What a scumbag! Achoo! Zhang Yang sneezed involuntarily. Thinking it might be Wu Qiutong thinking of him, he drove cheerfully downtown to meet his website partner, Li Dequay. Hearing Zhang Yang was coming, Li Dequay dropped everything to meet him, accompanied by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign girl. Bro, this is Mary, an exchange student from Russia. Come on, call me Dad. Daddy. The foreign girl's first words nearly knocked Zhang Yang off his feet. Li, that's going too far. No problem. Mary really looks up to you. Come on over. This is Mr. Zhang, the one I've often told you about. The foreign girl naturally wrapped her arms around him, and the pressure emanating from certain places left him a bit dazed. The Russian girl was undeniably stunning, tall, fair-skinned, and flawlessly proportioned. But for Zhang Yang, this was nothing new. He gently pushed her back toward Li Dequay. Hold on, brother Li, don't let my girlfriend catch us. Zhang Yang deliberately made up an excuse, because he didn't fully trust Li Dequay yet. Throwing this foreign girl at him out of the blue, who knew what conditions he was scheming about now? Sure enough, he spoke up soon after. Bro, I've got something to discuss with you. Go ahead. From now on, I'll take full charge of all off-campus business. I'll give you a cut of the profits. No thanks. If that's the case, then our partnership is off. No way, bro. How could we still be partners? Besides, I'll still need your technical support. Is that so? I bet you've already started something new, haven't you? After all this time, I'm sure you found someone to build a similar website. Alright, brother, you're absolutely right about that. This time, I owe you one. It's mainly because a boss approached me, wanting to collaborate. Li Dequay said with a hint of awkwardness. I'm guessing his surname is Zhao, right? Zhang Yang smiled faintly, clearly already privy to everything. Li Dequay was stunned. Could he really read minds? Chapter 125, got you hooked. Li Dequay nervously made a call, and soon a man appeared in the restaurant. Zhang Yang, you're quite something. How did you know I was Mr. Li's partner? Zhao Zicheng clapped his hands as he approached. Want to know why? Go ahead, I don't believe mind reading exists in this world. Oh, if you don't believe it, then forget it. I won't say more. Actually, it's no big surprise. Son, you already reported that Zhao Zicheng often comes to dine with Li Dequay. Plus, with that license plate at the entrance, I had you pegged the moment you walked in. Fine, if you won't say, then don't. But this time, I've got you cornered. You're sure you've got me? Are you really sure? Zhang Yang admired his courage for daring to challenge him. You really think your idea is unbeatable? If I can't beat you, I'll join you. You founded Dazhong Network, mine will be called Songsong Network. In the university district, with the school's backing, I can't compete with you. But forget about the off-campus business. Because we've already monopolized the office building market in this area. The building managers have already paid them, so those white-collar workers will only order our takeout. At this moment, Zhao Zicheng believed he had the upper hand. Not bad, pretty ruthless. Zhang Yang gave him a thumbs up. How about it? Feeling pretty pissed off? Zhang Yang, no need to put on a brave face. Head home and cool off under the AC. Oh, speaking of ACs, here's some good news. Songsha Appliances has just developed a new model, the summer one. It's arguably the best performing AC on the market right now. Headquarters plans to use Yangchang as the pilot sales region. Ah, looks like another big payday. God's really unfair. Why does someone like me get to rake in so much cash? Zhao Xiqing said smugly. Angry? I'm afraid one phone call from me could break your defenses. Oh? Is that so? Then go ahead and try.
Seeing you suffer puts me in a great mood.
Zhao Xiqing continued to boast. Is that so? Fine. No rush. Give me 10 minutes. Waiter, extra chopsticks please, we have guests arriving.
Zhang Yang called out before stepping outside to make his call. Taking advantage of the pause, Li Dikuei spoke with some concern. Young Master Zhao, I don't think Zhang Yang is someone to be taken lightly.
Canceling the partnership is one thing, but we shouldn't provoke him. I have a feeling it could lead to terrible consequences. What are you afraid of? I told you I've got him figured out. What right does he have to challenge me? He's just doing student business. How much money could he possibly make? If we're going to do this, let's do it big.
At that moment, Zhao Zicheng only saw the vast potential of the off-campus market, completely blind to any hidden risks. Compared to students, the biggest constraint for office workers in commercial buildings was their lack of flexible schedules. Some finished at 11:30, others at noon, and some might even wrap up at 1 p.m. Since orders required cash payment, delivery staff needed immense patience to wait for everyone to collect their meals. This process was pure wasted time. If customers grew impatient and left without their orders, those meals became worthless, leading to even greater losses. Of course, they might introduce a similar along-the-way delivery service. But Zhang Yang was certain that if they did, it would be nothing but a poor imitation. After all, campus regulations provide a framework, and residents in the same building often know each other to some extent, fostering mutual trust. That's why the along-the-way service could work. But the outside world is different. After all, not everyone would accept food from a complete stranger. This isn't like the food delivery services of later generations, because the concept of delivery hasn't yet taken root in people's minds. So this kind of service wouldn't be accepted by the general public. Zhang Yang called back and joined them for dinner and conversation, just like any normal friend. To an outsider, they do look like old friends reunited after days apart. Zhang Yang, has the one who can break my defenses finally arrived? I can't wait any longer. Zhao Zicheng spoke, casually spreading his legs as the foreign girl across from him pressed hers against his.
The foreign girl understood the hint perfectly and responded with equal enthusiasm.
Hearing the footsteps, Zhang Yang knew his guest had arrived. He rose to greet her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. The moment Zhao Zicheng saw who it was, he jumped to his feet.
Ha! Young Master Zhao, what's gotten into you? Do you know this girl?
Li Dikuei was curious, for the newcomer was none other than Su Xinyan. He recalled her being Zhang Yang's girlfriend, yet Zhao Zicheng's reaction now resembled that of a husband whose wife had been stolen.
Oh, Mr. Li, allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Su, the fiancée of the Zhao young master you mentioned. Ah? Fiancé?
Li Dikuei sucked in a sharp breath. He couldn't tell if Zhang Yang was audacious or ignorant, daring to snatch the future daughter-in-law of the Yangcheng electronics tycoon. Zhao Zicheng had investigated Su Xinyan's bank records earlier and discovered they were just putting on a show. So despite his anger, he forced himself to suppress it, not wanting to give Zhang Yang any satisfaction.
Zhang Yang, I thought you were something special. Turns out you're nothing special at all? You don't seriously think you can snatch Xinyan away from me, do you?
I know she's not too fond of me right now, which is why I asked you to put on this little show. So don't get cocky in front of me.
Xinyan's always been proud she wouldn't give you the time of day. With that, Zhao Zicheng casually squeezed the foreign girl's thigh. OMG.
The foreign girl yelped.
What's wrong, dear? Li Dikuei asked curiously. Nothing. Hot. So hot.
The foreign girl suppressed her excitement and continued her service.
What's wrong, Zhang Yang? Why so quiet? I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Xinyan transfers 50,000 yuan to you every month, that's your service fee. I've already checked her bank records. You can't deny this, can you?
Young Master Zhao,
that was a brilliant move. Now Li Dikuei understood.
No wonder Zhang Yang dressed plainly, yet was always accompanied by a campus beauty like Su Xinyan. It had led him astray, making him mistakenly believe Zhang Yang was some hidden big shot. Later, Zhao Zicheng spilled the beans about Zhang Yang's background, prompting Li Dikuei to switch partners. Now it seemed this girl's relationship with Zhang Yang had been nothing but an act.
It started as a performance, but how do you know she won't fall for me along the way? Zhang Yang's retort made Zhao Zicheng burst out laughing. Fall for you? Ha! Zhang Yang, I can't think of a single reason why Su Xinyan would ever fall for you. Does love need a reason? No reason? Not at all.
After saying that, Zhang Yang wrapped his arms around Su Xinyan and kissed her. Zhao Zicheng froze for 3 seconds before leaping up and yelling, Zhang Yang!
Shut up!
Zhang Yang, I'll F your mother. Chapter 126, The Proactive Campus Beauty Su 50 votes bonus chapter.
Su Xinyan was clearly stunned by the kiss.
Even after Zhang Yang pulled away, she stared at him wide-eyed. Seeing this, Zhao Zicheng grew even angrier.
Su Xinyan, what the hell are you doing? That poor bastard is kissing you, hit him.
Ha!
Me? Zhang Yang chuckled, pulling her into his embrace. You wouldn't hit me, would you, Yan Yan? I don't know. Though she knew it was all an act, that nickname still made Su Xinyan blush. She could only burrow deeper into Zhang Yang's embrace. You too. Su Xinyan, we're getting married at the end of the year. What are you doing? Zhao Ziqing's furious shout drew the attention of those around them. Some immediately recognized Zhao Ziqing's identity and began gossiping. Oh my god, isn't that Zhao Qianquan's son? And that's his fiancée? She's gorgeous. Pretty won't save him. Haven't you noticed? The girl's in another guy's arms. Looks like he's trying to be a phoenix man. How pathetic. Right in public, his fiancée is kissing someone else. Love really is a light green enough to make you sick. Seeing Su Xinyan unmoved, Zhao Ziqing tried to take the moral high ground. Zhang Yang. You're despicable. This is perfectly normal business competition, yet you stoop so low stealing my fiancée. Haven't you heard the saying? He who seduces another man's wife will have his own wife seduced. I think that saying fits you better, Zhang Yang replied with a smirk. He had pursued Wen Caiyi relentlessly for 3 years. Though she never reciprocated, Zhao Ziqing insisted on stealing her away. None of this should have concerned Zhang Yang, but Zhao had deliberately provoked him, publicly humiliating him. He should have seen this day coming. Ah, Mr. Zhao, enough of this. Let's find another place to drink. Family troubles shouldn't be aired in public. Seeing the crowd growing larger, Li Dikuei hurriedly urged them to leave. After all, he still had business to discuss with Zhao Ziqing. It was about that new product, the Summer One air conditioner from Songxia Company, which was all over the media right now. He had a dealer who was very optimistic about it, so he wanted to jump in and be a middleman. Zhang Yang, you just wait. I won't let this slide so easily. And you, Su Xinyan, don't ever expect to set foot in the Zhao household again. Zhao Ziqing, unwilling to endure further humiliation, left with a parting threat. The moment he was gone, Su Xinyan immediately wriggled free from his embrace. Oomph. I was enjoying my meal when you called me over to play along with your charade. How do you plan to make it up to me? Wasn't kissing you twice just now enough compensation? Of course not. That was taking advantage of me. I demand proper compensation. Haven't I always satisfied your appetite? Ah. Zhang Yang, you're so annoying. Sit down. Sorry for ruining your dinner. Join us. They just ordered, and some dishes haven't arrived yet. Waiter, throw these dishes in the kitchen to feed the dogs. Hurry up with the ones that haven't come out yet. I'll reorder a few of the dishes we just ordered. Zhang Yang waved his hand and switched to a quieter private room. The waiter even thoughtfully brought over a candlestick and lit it. Zhang Yang, this is my first candlelit dinner with a guy. You're getting lucky. Really? How come it feels like all your firsts involve me? Rogue. Su Xinyan pouted playfully. In the soft glow of the flames, her beauty took on a dreamy, ethereal quality. Too bad. If it weren't for that cheating incident, Zhang Yang would have liked her. After all, they had surprisingly good chemistry in certain areas. The food we ordered is pretty good. By the way, that guy surnamed Li, wasn't he your business partner? How did he end up teaming up with Zhao Ziqing? Yeah, they're partners now and launched a website similar to mine. They're trying to steal my ideas. Ha! Serves you right for always showing off. Su Xinyan deliberately put him down, because she felt Zhang Yang seemed to be getting more and more capable. Who knew if that 50,000 yuan would even be enough to hire him in the future? After spending time with him lately, she found Zhang Yang quite interesting. So she tentatively asked, Zhang Yang, do you want to become a full-time employee? What do you mean, permanent position? You know how I hired you to pretend to be my boyfriend before? Now I think you've met certain requirements, so I might consider giving you a chance to become a full-time employee. But don't get cocky, this is just a probationary period. You have to perform well, or I'll terminate at any time. After saying this, Su Xinyan could already imagine Zhang Yang's ecstatic reaction. However, Zhang Yang merely said indifferently, I refuse. What did you say? Sis, you know how irresistible you are. If I really became your boyfriend, wouldn't I get targeted to death by everyone? One Zhao Ziqing is already enough to bother me. Now I have to split my energy dealing with him. If others join in too, I don't even know if I'll make it to graduation alive. Of course, all this was just Zhang Yang's excuse. In his eyes, almost none of the boys at school were worthy opponents. He only softened his stance to spare Su Xinyan's pride. Oomph. That's more like it. I thought you'd grown a pair of balls, daring to reject this lady. But your answer just now was barely passable. So you've missed your chance to become my official boyfriend. Regret it all you want, but don't lose hope. Keep working hard, and I'll send you another contract whenever I feel like it. Su Xinyan was utterly confident in her looks. Having been the center of male attention since childhood, she believed that if she so much as wiggled her fingers, any man would come crawling at her feet. Seeing her eat with such obvious delight, feigning a life of serene tranquility, Zhang Yang chose not to call her out. After all, their relationship was purely contractual. She had every right to seek companionship. After all, he could never bring himself to truly care for her. Hurry up and eat. The competition's in a couple days, right? Yeah, wanna come watch me compete? Sure, I've got nothing better to do. What do you mean? You're only coming because you're free? Can't you just say you'll definitely come? Su Xinyan pouted, clearly displeased. Stop pouting like that. You're practically begging me to kiss you. We're in a private room with no one else around. I won't hold back if you keep this up. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Su Xinyan immediately covered her mouth. Bastard. After a moment, she murmured softly, Zhang Yang, I have nowhere to go tonight. I had a fight with my dad. We can sleep together tonight. What? That's not what I meant. Then forget it. I'll go back to the dorm. No. Su Xinyan looked at Zhang Yang with pitiful eyes, finally whispering weakly, stay with me. Chapter 127, Want to soak in the water together? Dedicated to brotherly Lu Wei.
Zhang Yang drove for ages before finally arriving at a hotel.
No sooner had he parked than his roommate Lu Hao called, Bro, where are you? Snack Street. You guys drink tonight. I'll definitely be at tomorrow's late night feast.
Zhang Yang knew he'd have to apologize to Chen Feifei over dinner tomorrow, so he'd already planned to meet them for the late night gathering.
Hearing this, Su Xinyan felt uneasy. From tonight to tomorrow night? Was he trying to push her to the limit?
So she stubbornly refused to go inside.
What's this? Throwing a tantrum now? You can't keep doing that.
I told you, no before the competition.
I know. I'm a proper gentleman, I won't force myself on you. Then why did you just tell your roommate you'd go back tomorrow night? That's just trying to mess with me. Su Xinyan blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Zhang Yang looked at her, then flicked her forehead with a finger.
I have a dinner meeting tomorrow night. Huh? Oh, I thought. What did you think? You think I'm made of steel? Going from tonight to tomorrow night? Zhang Yang was speechless. Well, the first time, you didn't let me go until past 10 in the morning.
Su Xinyan's voice trailed off, her words growing quieter, afraid of provoking Zhang Yang's displeasure.
I have nowhere to go today.
Zhang Yang extended his finger. Seeing her try to dodge, he said sternly, come here. Su Xinyan obediently leaned her head forward, and then came another crisp flick of the finger.
The first time? You were the one pushing for it, okay? Forget it, I won't bring it up. You probably don't even remember.
That day, I was really forced into it. Zhang Yang only remembered that at the time, she looked like she could devour him whole.
After booking the room, they reached the 8th floor. Opening the door to the balcony, Su Xinyan nodded with satisfaction at the breathtaking night view. Not bad. Zhang Yang, I'll give you extra points. You really do understand me.
Then she turned to the bathroom and discovered the large bathtub complete with a massage function, which made her even happier.
Zhang Yang, you're so thoughtful. This room is perfect.
I'm going to take a shower first.
Su Xinyan hurried to remove her makeup, preparing to bathe.
But when she finished removing her makeup and stepped into the bathroom, she discovered Zhang Yang already showering under the adjacent showerhead. Startled, she let out a sharp gasp.
Ah!
Zhang Yang thought someone had broken in, so he quickly turned off the showerhead and looked around warily.
Who's there? Huh? No one. Then what was that scream about? Why are you showering naked in there? Are you crazy? Don't you shower naked? Besides, what part of me haven't you seen?
I filled the jacuzzi for you, use it whenever you want.
Don't mind me.
I'm going to bed early after this shower.
Gotta get up early tomorrow to arrange work.
Zhang Yang said calmly, turning the shower head back on to continue rinsing.
Arrange work? Yeah. Zhao Ziqing poached my partner, so who's going to handle the off-campus work now? I'll have to assign someone. Zhang Yang actually had someone in mind.
Though she might not be fully up to speed with this kind of business yet, as long as she followed his methods, she'd definitely succeed better than that middleman Li Dequay.
Oh, okay. I thought. What did you think? Not showering.
Su Xinyan finally settled down, obediently stripped off her clothes, and submerged herself in the water.
This bathtub was truly comfortable.
It seemed Zhang Yang really had thought of everything. She felt some people had misunderstood him, so she apologized proactively.
Zhang Yang, I'm sorry. When I first saw this jacuzzi, I thought you were going to take advantage of me again. Think about it, have I ever forced myself on you? Whenever you said no, I stopped. It's just that you always begged me not to stop.
Zhang Yang said, washing his hair with a sigh.
Don't say anymore. Su Xinyan dared not recall that day's events, for that long-forgotten sensation was returning.
Lately, she'd been restricting Zhang Yang's behavior for the sake of the competition, yet she found herself constrained as well. Women who'd been through such experiences inevitably underwent psychological changes.
Whether plain or the school beauty, few could resist desire's pull. Alright, I won't say another word. I'm done showering. You soak in the bath and get some rest early too.
The competition's in 2 days.
You need to be in top form.
I specifically chose this hotel because it's close to your final venue.
That way, you can sleep in naturally and head straight there.
Zhang Yang turned off the showerhead and prepared to blow dry his hair.
Ha? I thought you'd book a hotel nearby. Why drive all the way here? I figured you were just trying to save money. Sheep my foot. This Riverview room isn't much cheaper than downtown.
Zhang Yang's kindness toward her was partly self-serving.
Music wasn't his field, and breaking into it alone would be tough. He needed someone with experience, and Su Xinyan was his best choice. Essentially, Su Xinyan was also his tool for conquering new territories. How could anyone develop feelings for a tool? Yet Su Xinyan made a misjudgment.
She thought Zhang Yang was particularly attentive to her affairs, so she regretted being so guarded around him tonight.
Zhang Yang, wanna take a dip? Ha?
Zhang Yang turned his head and saw Su Xinyan leaning her chin on her hand, resting it on the edge of the bathtub.
She looked kind of cute. But no thanks.
Studies show girls take at least 40 minutes to shower.
I can't wait that long. By the time you're done, I'll be fast asleep. Oh, I wasn't asking you to wait. What do you mean? I mean the bathtub is huge. With that, Zhang Yang understood. It was already 11 p.m. Getting to sleep before midnight shouldn't be a problem. After all, it's rare to see Su, the campus beauty, being so proactive. Splash. With one more person in the tub, the water seemed to be pushed out. Originally facing opposite directions, Su Xiaohua turned to rest her entire body against Zhang Yang's embrace, then took his hand and placed it on her lower abdomen. This moment was truly blissful. Her soft, fragrant body nestled against him, the bathtub's massage behind him, lulling him into near drowsiness. Oh, Su Xinyan, this hotel provides 3 meals a day with plenty of variety. I've extended my stay for a few more days, so you can relax here. Try not to eat outside, it's not hygienic. Stay in top form these days. I wish you the championship. Zhang Yang stroked her leg. The sensation in the water was peculiar, like caressing a piece of jade. Su Xinyan said nothing, silently storing every kindness Zhang Yang showed her in her heart. Suddenly, she recalled that single lick at the hot spring inn, and Xu Yan trembled all over. Out of playful curiosity, she turned her head and replicated the action. What's the point of blowing? She noticed Zhang Yang's entire body shudder in response. Seeing the same reaction satisfied Su Xinyan. This spot must be the key. Nothing. Su Xinyan smiled, hoping to take advantage of the moment. Nothing? There is something. Zhang Yang pulled her closer, his movements growing frantic. Chapter 128, My boss's genius borders on the supernatural. Knowing she had a competition in 2 days, Zhang Yang didn't overstep, keeping things brief and light. The next day, Song Yu received a call. Starting today, Zhang Yang needed him to handle some off-campus business. Boss, I'm sorry. I noticed that guy had frequent contact with someone surnamed Li earlier, but I didn't stop him. I never expected he'd be lured away. Song Yu apologized first, as he had discovered Zhao Zicheng's connection with Li Dekuwei some time ago. It's fine. What's meant to be will be. You can't hold on to everything. Zhao Zicheng already has more money than me now. If he's willing to throw money at it, Li Dekuwei won't hold out. After all, our relationship isn't that deep. Zhang Yang remained composed, as if he'd anticipated all this. Good. Boss, you really are prescient. But now that we've lost a key partner, should we scale back our strategy and put off the off-campus projects? No need. I've already found the right person. Who is it? Song Yu asked curiously. Zhang Yang chuckled and said, You guess. Song Yu noticed the sly look in his smile and pointed at himself. Boss, you wouldn't be talking about me, would you? Zhang Yang nodded. Ha? Boss, you're putting me in a tough spot. There's still so much to handle with the campus food delivery service. The campus delivery system is pretty much up and running now. You won't need to get too involved. With Li gone, there's no one to handle the off-campus business. For now, I'll have to trouble you. Don't worry, I'll bump your pay by 1,000. Boss, it's not about the money, you know? Just reconciling the accounts every day is a huge undertaking. Now you're asking me to juggle off-campus operations too, and I barely understand that side of things. Plus, I won't be able to find delivery riders for you anytime soon. Song Yu felt torn. While Zhang Yang's keen eye for investment had been evident since their stock ventures together, and following him clearly held boundless promise, he feared he might not live to see that glory. Alright, I'll add another 1,000 to your pay. As for the delivery riders, I'll figure something out. Boss, I heard that Guy Li started his own operation and cornered the market in all the surrounding office buildings. Do we really stand a chance? Maybe we should stick to campus delivery and expand gradually. If we do that, it'll be too late. Zhang Yang's urgency stemmed not only from his promise to Wu Qiutong to amass 20 million yuan in assets, but also from yesterday's unexpected turn of events. Li Dekui's departure alone wasn't a big deal, but his alliance with Zhao Zicheng was a different story. Zhang Yang knew his success stemmed entirely from first-mover advantage. Now that others were copying his ideas, if he continued developing slowly with his old mindset, the external landscape would likely undergo earth-shattering changes within half a year. Alright, boss, what do you need me to do? I'm with you all the way.
Song Yu had been barred from the financial markets for regulatory violations, believing his career was ruined. Zhang Yang had given him hope, and he felt he owed him a debt of gratitude.
Alright, follow me. Let's check out the internet cafes nearby. Huh? Nearby internet cafes? Boss, did I hear that right? At a time like this, you're thinking about surfing the web? Song Yu was a bit surprised.
In his view, Zhang Yang didn't seem like the type to give up on himself.
Of course, it's not just about surfing the web. What do you think is special about internet cafes? Internet cafes? They're full of young people, lively, but the environment isn't great.
Actually, you missed the most crucial point. People who go online at internet cafes often forget to eat because they're so engrossed in gaming.
Oh, right.
When I first graduated from college, Warcraft was all the rage. Back then, I'd often spend over 10 hours online without eating, just grabbing instant noodles when I got hungry.
After saying that, Song Yu suddenly thought of something. Oh, I get it now. Boss, you're brilliant. Internet cafes are just like office buildings, they're gathering places for young people. Everyone here must have computers, so ordering takeout would be super convenient.
Zhang Yang nodded, seeing his quick grasp, and continued, not only that, but you won't even need to hire anyone.
No staff? Who's going to deliver then? The internet cafe staff.
Promise them some perks, then have the merchants deliver the meals directly to them.
They can handle the distribution themselves. All you need to do is keep track of the receivables. Zhang Yang had already planned this out. The young people in internet cafes represented a massive potential market.
Zhang Yang had conducted research long ago.
Back in the early 2000s, young people could still get by with instant noodles when they got hungry online.
But instant noodles had been around for over a decade, and the young crowd at internet cafes was no longer their primary target market. Now, if you told them they could get stir-fried dishes delivered from restaurants far away, priced just 50 cents more than in store, most would pay up. Zhang Yang was also considering implementing an order volume incentive system, linking the number of orders placed to the actual earnings of the internet cafe staff. That way, the staff would definitely promote it enthusiastically.
Brilliant, boss. You're a genius. But if internet cafes are the key target area, why didn't you tell Mr. Lee about this when he was in charge of off-campus operations? Because I didn't trust him. He was just a middleman, always chasing maximum profit. Someone who only sees money as a risk. He could switch sides at any moment. Song Yu hadn't expected such cunning from someone so young. He'd anticipated this step long ago. Ah, it's just a pity. We pioneered the takeout concept, yet they bought exclusive contracts with those office buildings.
Our takeout can't reach them, and those white-collar workers are prime customer resources.
Don't worry. They can't take it with them. The food delivery feature was just a supplementary function under the Dazhong network platform.
We initially promoted it to those white-collar workers because of the website's social and entertainment value. So as long as people keep using our website, we haven't lost those customers. What I fear is them copying all our features. Then we truly have no edge left.
That's why maintaining the site's appeal consistently outshines theirs.
That way, these users will stick around. After all, ordering food is just an occasional use case. No one spends all day on the food page.
Keeping them engaged is about user stickiness. I've got ideas on that front. Every step we take from now on will outpace them, leaving them scrambling to copy. Outpace them at every turn? Boss, you've got another plan up your sleeve?
Song Yu stared at him in disbelief, wondering how this boss could be so diabolically clever.
Chapter 129, An Unexpected Delight. Soon after, the two drove to the nearest internet cafe called Xian.
The moment they entered, the sounds of K-series matches filled the air, all coming from a shooter game touted as the dream of 300 million mouse users.
Boss, what game is this? Looks pretty interesting.
The moment Song Yu walked in, he was glued to the screen of the first computer.
CF? You've never played it? It's been ages since I've been to an internet cafe.
I thought Warcraft was the only fun game out there, but this one's pretty cool too.
Kind of like CS, but the graphics are amazing. When discussing the history of domestic FPS games, CF is undoubtedly a key term that cannot be bypassed.
From its open beta in 2007 until over a decade later, it maintained its popularity. Zhang Yang even recalled seeing it on the top 10 most popular domestic games list back in the year before his rebirth.
Its money-making prowess is truly outstanding.
When Zhang Yang reincarnated, he considered entering the gaming industry, but lacking sufficient capital, he feared losing out to other game companies in the battle for distribution rights.
But no worries.
In just over a year, a MOBA game would launch its open beta in China and subsequently dominate the global gaming popularity charts.
Zhang Yang was very interested in this golden goose. Hey, what are you guys doing? If you want to get online, there are only machines in the lobby left. $3 an hour.
The cybercafe manager, cigarette dangling from his lips, spoke with a hint of roughness.
Oh, you're the manager? We're here to discuss business. Song Yu nodded politely. Get lost. Not you guys again.
I told you, we have our regular supplier for game cards.
We don't need you. Prepaid cards? Boss, you've got the wrong idea. This is my boss. Let him explain.
Then Zhang Yang explained his idea. A few simple sentences had the manager completely flustered. His attitude shifted instantly.
Bro, come sit down. I was rude earlier. Is this for real? Could you really add 100 or 2 to my monthly pay? Yes, and if you do well, you could even make 500. 500.
The yellow-haired net admin gasped. His base salary was only 1,000 yuan.
An extra 500 on the side?
His life would be so much more comfortable.
Bro, tell me what to do. I'll listen to everything you say. Little yellow hair was getting excited.
Zhang Yang then briefly explained the task.
After listening, the blonde-haired guy patted his chest. No problem.
Just have the merchants deliver the fast food, and I'll personally hand it to each person. I'll make sure they live the life of having food served right to their mouths.
Good. If anything goes wrong, call my assistant. Old Song, give him the number. Got it, got it. Song Yu quickly jotted down a string of numbers.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to give another instruction, a young man in a coat suddenly appeared at the door. In this weather, one really had to wonder if he was out of his mind. The young man glanced around, then abruptly opened his coat. Countless game cards spilled out from both pockets: Shanda, QQ, and Guanyu cards.
Boss, want these? All good cards, selling them cheap.
The young man offered cautiously. Little Yellow, who had been all respect just moments ago, instantly switched to a scowling expression.
Get lost. No thanks, no thanks. I've got my own channels for topping up now. I don't need these.
Even if you gave them to me for free, I couldn't sell them.
The blonde-haired guy rudely shooed the visitor away.
Once the man was gone, facing Zhang Yang again, the young man instantly resumed his earlier fawning expression.
Bro, go on. What else do you need me to do?
Oh, this is simple. I need you to set our website as the default homepage on all the computers in the internet cafe during your free time.
That's it? No problem.
I'll pull an all-nighter to get it done for you today.
Little Yellow Hair assured him again.
Since this directly impacted his earnings, he was naturally eager to oblige. He couldn't wait for the food delivery service to launch tomorrow so he could earn extra cash. After all, it only required minimal effort on his part.
Alright, looking forward to a smooth partnership. Don't mention it, bro.
You're doing me a favor here. I wouldn't call it a partnership, I'm just glad I can help out. Little Yellow Hair maintained a consistently respectful attitude, maximizing the emotional value of the exchange. This was precisely why Zhang Yang had approached the cybercafe manager instead of the owner from the start.
Cafe managers were essentially low-level workers. Most lacked formal education or specialized skills, so their vision tended to be short-sighted. They could be swayed by small perks, and as long as money motivated them, they'd reliably do what was asked.
If he'd approached the shop owner, the owner would have immediately sensed Zhang Yang was using the opportunity to promote his website and might have demanded some kind of promotion fee.
Forgetting the task at hand, Song Yu voiced the question on everyone's mind. Netcafe manager, I just checked those game cards that guy was selling seemed legit. Why didn't you buy them? You're passing up easy money?
Oh, man, you're out of the loop.
Game cards are really hard to come by these days. Hard to get?
Back when I was in college, Shanda game cards were super easy to sell.
We even used them as currency among students.
Song Yu reminisced about his student days, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Well, it used to be fine, but recently the major game distributors signed cooperation agreements with mobile carriers. Now you get discounts when you top up using phone credit, and the discounts are pretty substantial. So these regular game cards with no discounts just don't sell well anymore.
Oh, I see. That really does make things tough. Song Yu nodded, knowing that even legitimate internet cafes don't make much profit per card. It's mostly about convenience for customers.
But Zhang Yang found this particularly interesting.
Wait, manager, you said mobile credit top-ups are really popular now?
Yeah, it's popular. That's why our boss said not to stock too many point cards lately, they're hard to sell. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and realized this contained a crucial piece of information. Netizens directly top up using phone credit, then settle accounts with the game company at month end.
This solves the cash flow issue. It's essentially a payment tool. And if game companies can negotiate terms, then surely his website could too. Zhang Yang was overjoyed, feeling he'd discovered the key to solving his current accounting headaches. Old Song, let's go.
Ha? Boss, where to?
To the mobile company headquarters.
If things go smoothly, you won't have to do daily accounting anymore, and our business will enter a new phase of expansion. Chapter 130, The Sentiments of the Tall-Legged Squad Leader.
Afterward, the two drove to the mobile company.
Hearing what he'd said in the car earlier, Song Yu was somewhat stunned.
Boss, is this really feasible? Using phone credit to order takeout? I've never heard of such a thing.
It is. Just like topping up game cards, it's just a text message.
Plus, with a giant like China Mobile acting as guarantor, merchants won't hesitate to front the money.
We'll settle accounts at month end.
Zhang Yang spoke with unwavering confidence. That sounds plausible enough.
But boss, how does your mind work?
Did you just get this idea from that one random incident? Business opportunities are everywhere in life, it's just a matter of whether you're willing to think creatively. Wait here for me, I'll go up and discuss it. After that, Zhang Yang bought 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes and headed upstairs. Upon entering the business reception room, Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback, it was quite crowded. After a brief chat, he learned most were from game companies, also here to handle related business. After waiting nearly an hour, Zhang Yang finally entered. Sitting before him was Peng, manager of the mobile company's business department. His feet were propped up on the desk, and he clearly didn't think much of Zhang Yang. Da Zhang Net? What kind of fly-by-night website is that? Glancing at the materials, Peng lit a cigarette with a dismissive flick. Manager Xia, our website isn't very well known right now, but I believe within 6 months, we'll become one of the top websites in Guangzhou. Ha! 6 months? Top tier? You've got to be kidding me. Manager Xia, big talk isn't scary as long as you deliver in the end, there's no embarrassment. I plan to partner with your company on the payment system for our website's backend. I hope you'll give me some leeway. Zhang Yang smiled and handed over 2 packs of cigarettes. Manager Xia glanced at the cigarettes and promptly kicked them back with his foot. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Tell me, what's your monthly turnover for your main business? Let's see if you're even qualified to partner with us. Zhang Yang estimated, our food delivery service currently serves about 1,500 orders daily. At an average meal price of 8 yuan, that's roughly 12,000 yuan per day, totaling around 360,000 yuan monthly. But to secure the partnership, I'll quote 400,000. What? 400,000? A monthly turnover of just 400,000? That means your profit margin is even lower. With such a small amount, how do you plan to share it with us? Come on, let's go. This is a waste of time. Hearing that figure, Peng instantly lost interest. With no other choice, Zhang Yang left. After reporting the outcome to Song Yu downstairs, the latter looked equally disheartened. Old Song, you'll have to work extra hard lately. This deal can't happen for now, but don't worry, I've figured out a solution. Soon, he'll come to us for cooperation. Zhang Yang recalled Wu Qiuton mentioning yesterday's provincial entrepreneurship competition. If they could secure a top ranking, they'd gain support from higher-ups. Alright, boss, I'll give it my all. Let's keep searching for internet cafes willing to partner with us. We'll work hard to expand and strengthen our off-campus business as soon as possible. After today's events, Song Yu had become thoroughly impressed with Zhang Yang and believed he could definitely make it happen. Zhang Yang nodded. They grabbed lunch together before resuming their search for partners. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Yang suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. In this sweltering heat, who knows what she's doing downtown? Chen Feifei? What are you doing here? Zhang Yang got out of the car and tapped her shoulder. Oh, Zhang Yang, it's you. Didn't you say we were going to eat? I did say that, but I meant dinner. Did you get it wrong? No, I came here first to wait for you. You're treating me to a meal, it wouldn't be polite to make you wait. Chen Feifei knew they were having dinner alone, so she'd been so excited last night she couldn't sleep. Wait, when did you get here? I got here around 11. Huh? So you've been waiting here for over 4 hours? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was afraid you were busy. I knew you were here on business. Chen Feifei said with remarkable consideration. Her actions surprised Zhang Yang. Was this girl genuinely innocent or just naive? Song Yu wasn't stupid either. Hearing their conversation, he immediately prepared to get out of the car and leave. Boss, leave the rest to me. I'm familiar with the process anyway. You and your girlfriend should find somewhere to chat. It's too hot out here. Huh? No. Chen Feifei jumped in, rushing to clarify. Exactly. Old Song, don't get things twisted. This is my classmate and my capable assistant in the team, Chen Feifei. Song Yu sized up Chen Feifei. She was stunningly beautiful, radiating an intellectual elegance that easily rivaled Su Xinyan, whom Zhang Yang had previously brought to the stock exchange. Her delicate skin clearly marked her as a pampered young lady from a wealthy family. Girls like her were extremely particular about their complexion. The fact that she'd waited hours under this blazing sun meant her feelings for Zhang Yang must be quite special. No worries, I understand. Boss, I'll keep this confidential. Don't worry about what comes next, I'll handle it. Since off-campus business will be under my sole responsibility anyway, this is a perfect chance for me to gain experience. I'd love to learn your negotiation skills. Song Yu said earnestly. They say a gentleman helps others achieve their goals, he wouldn't stand in the way of something good. His reasoning made sense. Since he'd be handling off-campus tasks soon, this would be good practice. Alright then, you can drive the car. In this heat, I'd hate for you to be running around on foot. I wouldn't want you to think I'm an unreasonable boss. Hey, boss, does old Song here look like the type to badmouth people behind their backs? Miss Feifei, you're so beautiful, clearly someone who understands the world. You tell me if I seem like that kind of person. Cut the banter and get lost. If you don't want to drive, then walk. I'm taking the keys back. Hey, boss, I'm leaving. Won't disturb your alone time. Son Yu quickly got in the car and sped off in a flash. Chen Feifei felt her cheeks flush. Had that guy just mistaken her and Zhang Yang for a couple? Feifei, want some ice cream? With the weather this hot, Zhang Yang planned to take her to a dessert shop to cool off. Ha! Ice cream! Chen Feifei's mind went blank. Because she remembered what her cousin had told her back in college, if a guy asks you out and then asks if you want something cold, it's actually a way of testing whether you're right. Ice cream. Isn't this progressing a bit too fast, Zhang Yang? Moving too fast? Zhang Yang was no rookie. He caught on immediately, giving her a light tap on the head. Some girls are all looks and no brains, why can't you be one of them? Chapter 131, Picking Stars for You. Your meal is ready, ma'am. Call us if you need anything. Soon, 2 bowls of red bean ice were brought over. On a sweltering summer day, this cold treat was irresistible. Zhang Yang couldn't resist and polished off more than half his bowl. He then noticed Chen Feifei's bowl remained untouched. Looking up, he saw her pouting as if she'd suffered a great injustice. What's wrong? Feifei, aren't you eating? Chen Feifei shot Zhang Yang a reproachful glance before saying pitifully, Zhang Yang, I just haven't developed yet. Ha? What are you talking about? You just called me small and brainless. I know I'm a bit slow, but I refuse to admit my chest is small. I'm just developing later. Chen Feifei hadn't been overly concerned about her figure before, but seeing how well endowed the girls around Zhang Yang seemed to be made her unable to ignore it. Zhang Yang froze. Chen Feifei, the national scholarship recipient, was calling herself dumb? What did that make the others? Also, he hadn't expected his offhand comment to bother her so much. Fine. I believe you. I believe you'll develop. Eat up. No, can you swear you believe me? I feel like you're just brushing me off. What Chen Feifei craved most was Zhang Yang's approval. Being told to her face that her figure was lacking really hurt. What? You need me to swear? Zhang Yang was genuinely surprised she was taking this so seriously. Oh, never mind, you don't have to. Chen Feifei feared he'd get angry, dreaded him disliking her, and didn't want to throw another tantrum. She obediently began eating her red bean ice. Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected the little class monitor to have such an adorable side. To boost her confidence and prevent any self-doubt, Zhang Yang gave her hand a sincere pat. Feifei, size really doesn't matter. It's all about personality. Look at your sister, she's got plenty, right? But I don't care for her attitude. You, on the other hand, are so considerate and kind. Honestly, you're so much better than her. Really? Of course. Okay, thanks, Zhang Yang. I'll work hard. Chen Feifei nodded, deciding to ask her cousin for tips on how to achieve secondary growth as soon as she got home. After dinner, they browsed the nearby mall for a while. Night fell quickly, and as the air grew cooler, the two finally stepped out onto the street. In 2010, everything still seemed vibrant and thriving. The streets weren't yet filled with so many people glued to their phones. At the Riverside Park, a group of people had gathered in a circle. Intrigued, Chen Feifei nudged Zhang Yang to squeeze in. Inside, an old man was running a stall, offering to play chess endgames. Winners got 500 yuan, while losers only needed to pay 100. Passers-by were eager to try their luck. Among the crowd, a young man was already playing, seemingly winning thousands effortlessly. He kept encouraging those around him to join in. Chen Feifei, being naturally innocent and having never experienced such things, watched for a few moments and became particularly interested. I'll play. Chen Feifei, don't play. It's fine. I'm a chess master. Win 500 yuan and we'll go eat. That way you won't have to spend your own money. You're just starting your business, it's tough. We should save wherever we can. No, Chen Feifei, listen to me first. Zhang Yang tried to dissuade her, but Chen Feifei had already crouched down. The outcome was obvious, the boss easily won 200 yuan. Only then did she stand up, looking a bit downcast. Zhang Yang, this isn't right. It looked so simple. Why is she so down? Not only did she fail to save me money, but she lost her own too. It's fine. Next time you see something like this, just walk away. Let's go. Zhang Yang knew these street scams all too well. The vendor surely had several accomplices nearby. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them, lest they both suffer losses. Still, after losing money, Chen Feifei's mood remained sour the entire way. Soon after, Zhang Yang led her to the newly opened Guangzhou TV tower. Hearing the price 100 yuan per person, Chen Feifei shook her head again. Zhang Yang, that's too expensive. We won't go up. Just taking a photo from afar will do. Zhang Yang truly admired her character. Despite coming from a wealthy family, she still maintained her frugal habits. But since he'd promised her this earlier, he didn't hesitate to spend the money. As they ascended to the White Cloud observation deck at the tower's summit, Zhang Yang saw the starry sky spread out before them and decided to take a photo of her.
Since the tickets weren't cheap, Chen Feifei felt she'd caused Zhang Yang some trouble, which made her a bit unhappy. Even her smile in the photos seemed half-hearted. Click. With the sound of the shutter clicking, Zhang Yang handed her the phone.
See? Just like I promised last time, I'm taking you to pick stars. Ha! Chen Feifei looked at the photo.
No wonder Zhang Yang had made her strike that odd pose with her hands cupped. It was all for this. For a moment, she felt touched, yet also a little guilty that her smile in the photo had ruined the moment.
Zhang Yang, thank you. This is the best photo I've ever seen. Can I take a picture with you? Just for the sake of friendship forever. Long live friendship? Ha, sure.
Thanks to Chen Feifei's courage, the two finally got their first photo together. Looking at the photo, her mood brightened considerably throughout the journey, and she even found herself humming a tune.
Chen Feifei, what's gotten into you? You're suddenly so cheerful. Hee, I just thought of something happy. Chen Feifei smiled brightly, determined to confess her feelings tonight.
She couldn't wait any longer, or else that busty villainess would snatch Zhang Yang away. Later, the two arrived at a Western restaurant, a reservation made long ago. It was considered top-tier locally, and Zhang Yang had spared no expense this time. After all, Chen Feifei had helped him tremendously lately, and he owed her a proper thank you. Worried she might fret over the expense again, Zhang Yang deliberately didn't give her the menu this time. Instead, he took charge and ordered everything himself. Afterward, she walked to the front desk, exchanged a few words with the attendant, and then returned to her seat. Shortly after, a server approached them to announce that as the restaurant's 88th customers that day, they were eligible for a 200 yuan lucky red envelope. When the red envelope was handed to Chen Feifei, her face lit up with delight.
Zhang Yang, money. 200 yuan. Ha, looks like you got lucky today, no loss. Don't be sad. You look so pretty when you smile. Alright. Zhang Yang, I'll smile more.
Just as she was about to put the money away, Chen Feifei remembered how much Zhang Yang had spent today. Just moments ago, while Zhang Yang was at the front desk, Chen Feifei had tallied today's bill. The dishes they ordered totaled 352 yuan, plus a 10% service charge, bringing the total to around 400 yuan. The tower admission fee was 200 yuan, and they'd bought 2 servings of red bean ice for 15 yuan each in the afternoon. So today, he'd spent over 600 yuan. After pondering this, Chen Feifei also went to the front desk and instructed the server to mention a lucky draw promotion when settling the bill later. After they finished eating, when Zhang Yang went to pay, the server repeated what Chen Feifei had just said and then handed him a red envelope. Zhang Yang opened it and was momentarily speechless. Feifei, you gave this money, right?
Ha? No way. You're the one who got lucky. Then explain why the prize is 615? That's exactly what I spent today. Coincidence?
Chen Feifei widened her eyes, adopting an innocent expression.
Chapter 132, Cutting Your Hair Short.
Zhang Yang hadn't taken her money. Of course today was meant to treat her.
After dinner, it was past 8 o'clock.
Song Yu had returned the car, as she'd promised her roommates she'd go back with them for a late-night snack.
So Zhang Yang prepared to drive back. Throughout the ride, Chen Feifei seemed to have something on her mind but never voiced it.
It wasn't until Zhang Yang drove back to campus and was about to drop her off at her dorm that she finally stopped and called out to him.
Feifei, what's wrong? Is something up? Zhang Yang, can I, like you? Ha? Class president, you shouldn't joke about things like that. I'm not joking. I really like you.
I think you always have such brilliant ideas.
I admire you so much.
After saying it out loud, Chen Feifei suddenly felt it wasn't so hard after all.
Do you like me or just admire me? Got that straight?
Zhang Yang's worst fear had materialized. Chen Feifei was top tier in every way except her figure, and figure was what mattered most to him. Chen Feifei paused briefly before giving her answer.
I like you. I like you more. Alright, you say you like me. But I have a lot of flaws, can you really accept them? Just one example, I'm a gambling addict. When I won over $1 million before, I went all in on the stock market.
If you're with me, we'll go broke one of these days.
Well, that's not gambling addiction, that's defying fate. Besides, you won.
Seeing that didn't work, Zhang Yang switched tactics.
I'm also not very clean.
My socks pile up in my dorm for 3 days before I wash them. Most girls can't stand sloppy guys, so Zhang Yang figured this should scare her off. But to his surprise, she replied without hesitation, then I'll wash your clothes for you. Zhang Yang felt a pang of emotion. This was the first time in all his years that a girl had ever offered to wash his clothes. But some things couldn't be solved by mere emotion.
Since he wasn't interested, Zhang Yang didn't want to waste her time.
So he decided to deploy his ultimate trump card.
I'm a total pervert. Are you sure you still like me? If we get together, I'll make you do all kinds of things you've never done before.
At Zhang Yang's words, Chen Feifei immediately took a step back and covered her already modest chest.
See? We're not compatible. I just love doing naughty things. Satisfied with her reaction, Zhang Yang turned to leave. Chen Feifei hesitated for a few seconds before rushing after him.
She took Zhang Yang's hand and placed it on her waist, gazing up at him with her big, watery eyes.
I can't be naughty now, but I can learn to be naughty. She was already slender, her waist as thin as a willow branch. Combined with that innocent expression, she was truly endearing. It sounded utterly mad, a model student who'd always been top of her class, a pampered princess raised in luxury, pulling you close and declaring she wanted to learn how to be naughty. How many men could resist that? But Zhang Yang wasn't just anyone. Wealthy families meant nothing to him. So he shook his head and refused. I still can't be with you. Hearing this, Chen Feifei's enthusiasm instantly cooled, her eyes flickering with disappointment. Why? Do you have a girlfriend? Not exactly. Then why not? Zhang Yang, this is my first time pursuing someone. Please don't reject me, okay? Chen Feifei had received so much male attention growing up that when she rehearsed this scene in her mind earlier in the car, she'd imagined Zhang Yang's ecstatic expression upon hearing her confession. She never expected this outcome. She grabbed Zhang Yang's hand, her eyes pleading. Zhang Yang felt a headache coming on, but decided to give her a reason. I like girls with short hair. You don't fit my aesthetic. That's all. With that, Zhang Yang walked away. This time, he didn't chase after her. Since hair was something girls cared deeply about, Zhang Yang figured she wouldn't change it easily. He was relieved the matter had blown over. Back at the dorm, his roommates were getting ready to head out for a late-night snack. Though dinner hadn't fully settled yet, Zhang Yang wouldn't go back on his word. He joined them. They drank until past 1 a.m. before returning to the dorm. They talked a lot tonight, and for the first time, Zhang Yang really opened up to his roommates. Zhang Yang, let's do it again tomorrow night. You up for it? I'll treat again. Lu Hao was thoroughly satisfied. As an only child whose mother was a head nurse at the hospital, he'd always been strictly regulated about his diet. He'd never been allowed to drink this much before, let alone at a roadside food stall. Now he finally understood why he'd always see middle-aged men lingering at barbecue stalls during night strolls, ordering ice-cold beers. This feeling was truly blissful. Fine, if you guys want to drink, then drink. Zhang Yang didn't mind. Since his business deal with the mobile company fell through today, he'd been under a lot of pressure lately. A few drinks would help him sleep. Drink up. Don't hold back, everyone. Go for it. Mao Xian, who didn't have to pay, was the most enthusiastic. He drank his fill tonight. Without needing to say a word, none of them bothered to shower. They lay on their beds, chatting sporadically until someone started snoring, and one by one, they drifted off to sleep. When Zhang Yang woke up, it was nearly noon. He decided to get some work done first thing. Before long, he'd drafted a document and swiftly uploaded it to the workgroup. Team lead Yang Zihao, expecting just routine work assignments, casually opened it only to be instantly captivated. It contained the design concepts and basic gameplay for several mini-games. The first was Restaurant Simulator, where players ran their own eatery, upgrading and expanding as they progressed. The second was Skyscraper Tycoon, where players managed a building, adding floors through upgrades. The remaining games were also simulation-based, though their ultimate goal was to funnel players toward the food delivery feature. Boss, how on earth did you come up with these bizarre games? And each one integrates so cleverly with our food delivery service, Yang Zihao remarked with admiration. These games aren't groundbreaking in terms of gameplay. It was Zhang Yang's pioneering integration of online gaming with offline interaction that truly innovated. Just think it through. If you need more team members, remember to hire them. As per our previous agreement, you handle the team, I won't interfere. Zhang Yang understood clearly that as a boss, one must trust their subordinates, especially those with technical expertise. Never let amateurs direct professionals. This was precisely why most young people in society dislike those old-school leaders. Got it. I'll assign the tasks immediately and push to get the game developed as quickly as possible. Alright, thanks for your hard work. I'm heading out for lunch. Seeing his roommates still asleep, Zhang Yang decided to grab lunch for them. Just as he entered the cafeteria, he spotted a familiar figure. As he drew closer, the figure turned around. Want to grab lunch together? Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stared blankly at Chen Feifei, who now sported a short haircut. Was this girl actually serious? Chapter 133, tomorrow I'll give you the ant hormone shot. Zhang Yang finished his meal awkwardly and tried to leave as if nothing had happened. But the moment he stepped out of the cafeteria, Chen Feifei dashed up to him, tapping her toes on the ground nervously. Zhang Yang, she said shyly, I cut my hair short. Do you like me now? I can't. It still doesn't meet my standards. No way. I can change that. You're too skinny. I like girls with curves. Zhang Yang said he disliked her figure because at this rate, Chen Feifei might just fly straight to Korea for breast implants. Plastic surgery is simply too harmful to the body, and Zhang Yang didn't want to harm her. This excuse was actually quite sound. Zhang Yang recalled her mentioning she possessed a metabolism that allowed her to eat voraciously without gaining weight. Asking her to gain weight would be far more challenging than losing it. Moreover, if she could indeed put on some weight, it would benefit her health. So Zhang Yang felt this was the best excuse to refuse her. Alright. Since you like curvy girls, I'll eat more. I'll go back and have another bowl of rice. Chen Feifei made up her mind and turned back. Zhang Yang hadn't expected her to be so easily fooled. Seeing she wasn't going to pester him anymore, he finally hurried back to the dorm. Just as he reached the dorm building with his food, Su Xinyan's call came through. With her finals approaching, Zhang Yang feared it might be urgent news and quickly answered. Hello, what's up? What? Can't I call you for no reason? Su Xinyan had been living it up these past couple of days. The hotel Zhang Yang booked offered such attentive service that she'd barely left her room. As she called Zhang Yang, she held a cocktail in one hand while soaking in the bathtub. The competition is tomorrow. Did you practice the song I assigned? Yeah, I've practiced. Stop nagging. Do I seem like someone who can't handle things? The massage jets behind her had just hit the perfect spot, causing Su Xinyan to let out a muffled moan. What was that sound? Oh, that jacuzzi? It feels so good I couldn't help but moan. I thought you were with some other guy. Maybe. With a beauty like me, having a few boyfriends isn't unreasonable, right? Let me tell you, if you don't cherish me properly, there are plenty of suitors out there. Ah, so good. Su Xinyan couldn't take it anymore and quickly got out of the tub. That strongest setting was just too pleasurable. Given her past history, the image that flashed through Zhang Yang's mind was Su Xinyan with another man. Using the room he booked for her to fool around with another man, it did sound a bit abstract. But Zhang Yang didn't really care. He was just playing along with her act anyway. If she acted too innocent, he'd feel awkward about going all out with her. In Zhang Yang's eyes, this was precisely the persona Su Xinyan was meant to embody. As they chatted, Zhang Yang reached his dormitory door. Pushing it open, he found most of his roommates already awake. Spotting the takeout in his hands, they all called out Godfather and brought their meals over. Naturally, Su Xinyan heard the commotion. What was that noise? Why did I just hear someone calling him Godfather? Nothing. Just my roommates joking around. Zhang Yang closed the door and stepped out into the hallway, unsure what kind of lewd remarks Su Xinyan might blurt out next. Joking? Is this how you guys joke around? You actually like being called Godfather? That's so gross. Doesn't it feel weird having a bunch of grown men calling you Godfather? Su Xinyan couldn't quite wrap her head around it. It is a bit weird, isn't it? It's just that we can't find any girls to call us that. Su Xinyan, why don't you call me Dad and let me hear it? No way. I told you, that was the last time I'd ever call you Dad. It's impossible for me to do it again. Su Xinyan recalled the day Zhang Yang came over for dinner. To thank him, she agreed to practically anything, pushing her boundaries to the limit. So now she had to salvage her image as the aloof school beauty. Is that so? Fine then. If you won't call me Dad, I'm not talking to you anymore. Gonna go pick up girls. Hanging up. Hey, Zhang Yang, hold on, don't hang up. Come watch me tomorrow at the competition. Su Xinyan felt the pressure mounting since it was the finals, so she wanted someone familiar there to support her. No way. Ah. Don't be like that. Please, just come watch my game? Just to keep me company? Fine, call me Daddy and I'll come. Go to hell, you jerk. Su Xinyan hung up the phone in a huff. Zhang Yang was obviously joking. After all, he personally brought Su Xinyan into the music industry. He absolutely had to witness her win her first championship. After that, Zhang Yang returned to the dorm and continued gaming with his roommates until evening, when they all made plans to grab barbecue and beer. Just before they left, Zhang Yang received another call from Su Xinyan. Hello? What now? Dad. Holy crap. Su Xinyan, what did you say? Zhang Yang was taken aback. He never imagined the campus beauty would act like this. It seemed the man behind her had put in a lot of effort to mold her into this. What? I already told you, are you going to pretend you didn't hear me? Su Xinyan's displeased tone came through. Sorry. I was too excited just now and didn't hear clearly. Why don't you say it again? Just once. I won't. You jerk. Su Xinyan's tone remained haughty, yet deep down she craved Zhang Yang's attention. Finally, she relented. Come watch my match tomorrow. That night, whatever you want to hear, I'll tell you. Su Xinyan, you're not running a fever, are you? Fever? Nope. I don't feel hot anywhere. I meant, you're so sultry. What did you say? You. It's fine, no need to rush. I'll come give you a fever-reducing shot tomorrow. Given what he just said, Su Xinyan couldn't help but twist the seemingly innocent term into something else. Getting an injection isn't that. Then this fever reduction should be rephrased as reducing the horny vibe, right? Zhang Yang, you're a pervert. I'm hanging up. I need to sleep, got an early start tomorrow. As the call ended, Zhang Yang could vividly picture her puffing out her cheeks in anger on the other end of the screen. Su Xinyan really didn't know how to measure her words. After all the help he'd given her, she still dared to call him a pervert. Looks like she needs a little stick and carrot discipline. Bro, let's go. What are you waiting for? Seeing Zhang Yang hadn't moved, Mao Xian came back to urge him, afraid he'd miss out on food if he arrived late and end up losing out today. Alright, coming. It was another night of pure revelry.
They all drank themselves silly while Zhang Yang suffered the duty of hauling their drunken bodies back to their dorm. After getting each roommate into bed, he was utterly exhausted. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a knock at the door. Zhang Yang opened the door and found Chen Feifei standing there in her pajamas that were torn and frayed. Chen Feifei, where'd you go? Gaining weight, of course. I just went to buy some lamb skewers and got back late. I snuck in. Huh? Zhang Yang stared at her in surprise. He'd only said it casually, never expecting her to take it seriously. What's wrong? You must be hungry. Want to join me? Chen Feifei looked at Zhang Yang with an intensely earnest expression. Chapter 134, Su Xiaohua's Chan Samlook. Zhang Yang declined, claiming he was already full. But after lying on his bed for a while, he felt uneasy and ventured out into the hallway. Below the boys' dormitory was the basketball court. Zhang Yang now noticed a faint light in the corner of the court. No one should be playing basketball at this hour. The court lights were off, so he suspected it was Chen Feifei. Shouldn't she have gone straight back to the dorm? Why hadn't she left yet? Could she be in danger? Zhang Yang ran downstairs but didn't get too close. He stopped at a distance, and upon seeing the pink pajamas, he was fairly certain it was Chen Feifei. He didn't approach any further. Chen Feifei hadn't returned to the dorm because she'd spent over $12 on that pile of barbecue. Being frugal, she didn't want to waste it. Yet she also didn't want to wake her roommates, so she planned to finish eating before going back. As she ate, she suddenly began to sob quietly. Why was Zhang Yang always so cold toward her? After crying for a while, she started gobbling down the barbecue again until she choked and started coughing. She quickly ran to the side to stick her fingers down her throat, followed by waves of retching sounds. After she finished vomiting, she walked back over and picked up the grilled food again, muttering to herself, I need to gain weight. Zhang Yang doesn't like me being too skinny. Watching this unfold, Zhang Yang felt a flicker of emotion. But he knew that emotion alone couldn't sustain a relationship. So, in the end, he turned and walked away. That night, Zhang Yang found himself unable to sleep. He tossed and turned until past 9 o'clock, then decided against trying to sleep. After all, he was young and healthy. He gave himself a quick wash and headed downtown to watch Su Xinyan's competition. During his routine, he accidentally knocked over the toothbrush cup, waking up his roommates. Bro, you're up way too early. Aren't you tired? Last night, Zhang Yang had brought a bottle of Remy Martin. Mao Xian, hearing the hefty price tag, had drunk more than anyone else. His eyes were still half closed as he spoke. Oh, sorry for waking you guys. I've got something to do, going to watch a friend's competition. A competition? What kind? Any pretty girls? Singing. It's that super popular music show you guys were watching online last time. No need to say it, Zhang Yang. You definitely won't be back tonight. No worries, when the dorm supervisor checks, I'll just report everyone's present. Zhou Wenbin laughed outright. Hey, wait, Brother Bin, how'd you know Brother Yang wouldn't be back tonight? Mao Xian was curious. Mao Xian, if Zhang Yang gets up early and makes a special effort to dress up, he's definitely going out with a girl. So tell me, if he's out with a girl, does he really need to come back tonight? Lu Hao cut straight to the point. Ever since learning about Zhang Yang's activities, he'd sensed that the future Zhang Yang would surely be surrounded by beautiful women. Hearing his roommates tease him like this, Zhang Yang flushed. Hey, cut it out. I'm a decent guy. Respectable? Zhou Wenbin cut straight to the chase. Just answer me this, are you coming back to sleep tonight? Zhang Yang's answer was equally blunt, no. Damn. The three of them flipped him the bird simultaneously, while Zhang Yang, feeling a bit guilty, quickly slipped away. At the parking lot, he bumped into Dean Jing. Zhang Yang wondered where the dean was headed so early in the morning. Oh, the article I wrote about the positive impact of opening university campuses on the Asian Games economy caused quite a stir. The Education Bureau is now convening professors from major universities to discuss its feasibility. Rest assured, Zhang Yang, the dean will fully support you. University campuses are inherently shared assets belonging to all citizens. Opening them is a sign of respect for all builders of Yangchang. Dean Jing expressed with great confidence. Zhang Yang hadn't expected such swift action. It seemed the campus food delivery business would soon expand again. He expressed his sincere gratitude. You're welcome, Zhang Yang. I have high hopes for you. Whatever assistance you need in the future, just ask. Alright, thank you, Professor. With such a powerful connection now in place, Zhang Yang felt confident about the future of Dazhongnet. 2 hours later, Zhang Yang arrived at the competition venue. Since contestants were allowed family tickets, Zhang Yang was waiting in line with the one Su Xinyan had given him. Su Xinyan hadn't shown up yet, but Chu Yan appeared first. What surprised Zhang Yang was that she was wearing an internal staff pass around her neck, with over a dozen people following her into the restricted area. When she emerged, she was busily counting money in excitement, completely unaware that Zhang Yang was right in front of her until a cough drew her attention. Ahem. Hey, Zhang Yang, what are you doing here? I'm warning you, don't mess up my good fortune. Xu Yan said sternly. Last time, her dad had swindled her out of 300,000 yuan, and she absolutely had to earn it back. The agent had explicitly stated that after October, such generous discounts might no longer be available. This made her extremely anxious. Zhang Yang understood perfectly, nodding. Got it. Remember, 50-50 split once we make the money. You didn't do anything, yet you want 50-50. 37 at most. True, I didn't do anything, but I know your little secret. Just like how you threatened me with that video of me and Su Xinyan back then, right? Zhang Yang's counter-question made Chu Yan visibly tense. Alright, 4-6 split. That's the absolute maximum. Otherwise, we can just call it quits. Deal. Make sure you earn more. It's hot out here, I'm heading inside for some AC. Su Yan couldn't figure out why, ever since getting entangled with Zhang Yang, her money-making schemes always got sabotaged. She wondered if they really had some grudge from a past life. She resented his parasitic behavior but dared not provoke him. Only after Zhang Yang had walked away did she quietly mutter under her breath, "Damn man." Zhang Yang sat for a while. Seeing the studio nearly full, he noticed Chu Yan had returned. He noticed her sitting beside him, holding an extra match ticket stub. Zhang Yang was puzzled. "Su Yan, where did you snag this ticket? What do you mean tricked? Can't someone have given it to me?" Chu Yan shot him a glare. "Gave it to you? You have friends? Who?" "Zhang Yang, I gave her the ticket." At that moment, Su Xinyan appeared. Today, she wore a Chongsaman outfit Zhang Yang had deliberately chosen for her to match the song she would perform later. Only now did Zhang Yang realize how perfectly the cheapo hugged her figure. Seeing her in it, he felt her best features seemed amplified several times over. Tonight promised to be a truly memorable moment. Chapter 135, Campus Beauty Su really knows how to blow. The competition began shortly after. Whether due to special treatment for the beauty or not, Su Xinyan's performance slot was placed last, giving her ample time to chat with the guys accompanying her backstage. "Su Xinyan, this outfit looks great on you today. My taste isn't too shabby, right?" Zhang Yang noticed that even though they were seated in the back row, the guys nearby kept glancing their way. No wonder Su Xinyan in that Cheongsam was simply stunning. "It is nice, but could you please stop keeping your hand on my leg?" Su Xinyan playfully swatted Zhang Yang's hand away, feigning slight annoyance. "Oh, sorry. Couldn't help myself." "So you're a lecher, and you can't help yourself?" "Oomph." Xu Yan snorted in displeasure. She really couldn't understand what Su Xinyan, a rich and beautiful woman, saw in Zhang Yang. They were both clearly not short of money. "Lecherous? If I were truly lecherous, why wouldn't I be touching your leg too? Either I'm not lecherous at all, or you're simply not attractive enough. What do you think? You're just splitting hairs. Sophistry? This is the essence of language. You'd better learn it properly. Come on, hand over the money." "What money? Tuition? I didn't learn anything." Xu Yan immediately clutched her purse tighter. "Are you senile? We agreed on 60-40 just now, forgot?" Zhang Yang couldn't resist giving her a light tap on the head. Ouch. Xu Yan immediately clutched her head and started begging for mercy. Alright. Don't hit me. I'll pay." Though reluctant, Xu Yan pulled out a wad of crumpled bills. After counting, there were just over 400 yuan. "This little?" Zhang Yang asked. "Xu Yan, you're not pulling my leg, are you? That's all I have. The studio's this big, how many people could I bring in? Since you don't believe me, I'll let you search me." "Wait, no. Forget it, I can't let you search me." Xu Yan sensed Zhang Yang might actually do it, so she decided not to risk it. "Good thing you said never mind. I didn't want to search you anyway, your figure's nothing special." Zhang Yang naturally lost interest in a girl who was resisting him with every fiber of her being. "Oomph. I know you're just trying to rile me up. I'm not even going to bother with you. Please quiet down, everyone. We're about to welcome our first contestant of the day, Xiaopeng. He'll be performing the classic song Qinghai Tibet Plateau." A chubby boy took the stage and began his performance. It must be said, the caliber of singers on this final stage was high. Even this first contestant demonstrated solid vocal skills. Plus, his song choice was pretty safe. Back in the day, domestic music competitions had some unspoken rules like positive vibe songs. As long as you didn't completely bomb the pitch, you'd usually score decently. That said, this chubby guy wasn't entirely playing it safe. He actually hit that final high note cleanly. As the note faded, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Ultimately, this first contestant earned unanimous praise from all three judges, each awarding a high score of 85. Wow! That has 255 points right off the bat. Zhang Yang, you still feel confident? I think you'd be better off letting Su Xinyan stick to singing pop songs. Why bother with original compositions? And your original compositions, songs you wrote yourself, are they even listenable? Xu Yan couldn't help but scoff. Seeing this first singer's performance and recalling how unreliable Zhang Yang was, Xu Yan knew their chances of winning the championship were slim. Though she'd forfeit the 300,000 yuan championship prize, it wasn't entirely bad news.
She'd bet Su Xinyan that if she won, Su would have complete power over her afterward. But if she lost, not only would Su have to pay her 200,000 yuan, but she could keep controlling Su indefinitely. That was an absolute steal. Facing her skepticism, Zhang Yang showed no sign of panic. Instead, he calmly countered, bet on what? No way. I'm not betting with you. Xu Yan shook her head hastily. No matter how confident she felt about any other wager, she dared not bet against Zhang Yang again. Look at you, so nervous. You think my song isn't good? Just get ready to clap your hands raw later. Fine, I'll be waiting. Just don't end up becoming the laughingstock of the entire internet. Soon, the second singer took the stage. This contestant was a bespectacled, refined-looking handsome guy. The moment he appeared, he drew screams from some of the girls in the audience. But to the guys, it was a bit hard to stomach the contestant actually had powder on his face, giving him a somewhat effeminate look. Take Zhou Wenbin, for instance, a guy from dorm 344 at the Normal University, who was watching the show online. He started ranting, damn. Is this guy or what? A man without muscles? No way. Being into fitness and basketball, he couldn't stand guys who dress like that. Mao Xian felt even more disappointed, though his focus was peculiar. What kind of crappy show is this? Why are there only men? Aren't there any female contestants? I remember Su Xinyan made it to the finals. When is she going to appear? My friend's at the venue. He said Su Xinyan's last to perform. That late? Whatever. For Su Xinyan, it's worth it. Mao Xian rarely got to see her, so today was his chance to catch a close-up view during the show. After a long wait, the show finally reached its climax. Thanks to her stunning performances in the preliminary and semi-final rounds, Su Xinyan had already built up a significant online following. The organizers naturally played to the crowd, introducing her with a string of superlatives. As Su Xinyan appeared in her cheongsam, the male viewers at home were completely transfixed. Holy crap! It's still Campus Belle Su. Who picked out that chi pao? It fits her perfectly. Mao Xian exclaimed excitedly. Mao Xian, didn't you say you were tired? Not sleeping? Sleep? Screw sleep. Why waste time sleeping while alive when death promises eternal rest? Like a lovesick fool, Mao Xian zoomed in on the screen and stared intently. Alright, next up, contestant Su Xinyan will perform her original song. As the host finished announcing, the crowd was stunned. Because today's competition was mostly covers. Original songs existed, but the quality was too poor. The first two original entries had already received the lowest scores. So, they were worried this beautiful contestant might get eliminated the moment she opened her mouth. The audience below the stage murmured in discussion. See? She's so pretty, she's obviously just a pretty face. Sure enough, her looks already win half the battle. But I'm not wasting my vote on a contestant who's all style and no substance. Just wait and see, this pretty face contestant will probably fake her way to a high score. Amidst the waves of skepticism, the staff rolled out a guzheng. The crowd grew surprised once more. Tonight's contestants had brought guitars. At most, no one had ever played such a classical instrument before. Next, Su Xinyan drew a flute from a case at her waist and began to play. The flute's melancholy notes instantly transported the audience back to ancient battlefields. Wow! Beautiful! Su Xinyan truly lives up to her reputation as a talented beauty. She even masters this instrument. I knew it, she radiates such depth just standing there. Mao Xian was the first to offer praise. Zhou Wenbin knew him all too well. You're not admiring her talent, you're lusting after her body, you scoundrel. Aren't you lusting after her? A little. I wonder what kind of man could ever catch her eye. Zhou Wenbin said enviously. Stop dreaming. The moment you entertain such thoughts, you've already lost any chance with her. A girl like that is completely out of our league. Lu Hao offered his insightful opinion. Hey, what do you think, could Yang Gu pull it off? He's got a knack for picking up girls. Mao Xian suddenly posed the question. The other two immediately voiced their objections. Su Xinyan's flute playing not only caused a stir outside the venue but also had the audience inside thoroughly enjoying it. Wow, Su Xinyan can actually play the xiao? That's amazing. Xu Yan exclaimed with delight. Of course she does. She's really good at it. Xu Yan frowned. Something about Zhang Yang's words felt off. On stage, Su Xinyan played the xiao for a short while before sitting down to pluck the guzheng. Her notes still lingered in the air, echoing for days. As the instrumental performances concluded, the vocal segment began. The moment she opened her mouth, the crowd was utterly captivated. That year, snowflakes drifted down. Chapter 136, a single melody of drunken consort left the senior completely awestruck. Love and hate in a single moment, raise a cup to the moon, feelings as vast as the sky. That operatic note ignited the entire venue once more. Holy crap! Opera blended with pop music, this is pure genius. Who just called this a pretty face? Come out here. Unbelievable. Su Xinyan has performed original songs all along and they're all this good. Feels like this will be tonight's highest score.
The audience below the stage was going wild, and the few watching the show in dorm 344 were equally thrilled.
I've made up my mind. Starting today, I'm officially going after campus beauty Su. Don't even think about stealing her from me.
Anyone who tries, I'll turn on them.
Mao Xian was completely captivated. A no-laughing challenge? Interesting. Mao Xian, let me remind you, Su Xinyan's family isn't just any ordinary rich family.
A girl like that might go on a shopping spree whenever she's in a bad mood, and she could easily spend tens of thousands in one go.
Lu Hao's single sentence brought Mao Xian's fantasies to a screeching halt. Spending tens of thousands in a single day?
Suddenly, he wasn't so sure he liked Su Xinyan that much after all. At the same time, he wondered just how capable of a man could possibly win over a top-tier beauty like Su Xinyan? Xu Yan shared that same curiosity, unable to hold back any longer. Zhang Yang, how did you manage it? What do you mean, how?
You mean singing? I'm a natural. No one asked about that. I'm asking why Su Xinyan would agree to do that with you. You're not even handsome. Xu Yan racked her brain but couldn't fathom any reason they'd be compatible. Well, if she was willing, it must be because I have my strengths. What strengths? My strengths? Aren't you the one who knows them best? That night at your place, you got to know me inside and out. My place?
Xu Yan paused to recall, her face flushing instantly.
She then angrily lunged to punch Zhang Yang. You're messing with me again.
But Zhang Yang had anticipated her move. The moment her hand struck out, he caught it and placed it firmly against his backside.
I didn't say anything wrong. Feelings between men and women aren't always pure. What's so strange about her falling for me because of this? This kind of thing is part and parcel of love. Zhang Yang wasn't just spouting nonsense.
Food and sex are natural desires, as old as time itself. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, she always has a hidden side. In his previous life, after Zhang Yang made his first fortune in America, he bought a Lamborghini and drove it to a nearby university. He recalled being humiliated by the campus's most stunning beauty when he worked as a delivery boy there. That night, when the beauty saw his car, her haughtiness vanished. She knelt to serve him like a submissive servant. From that moment, he grasped a truth: never view any beauty through rose-colored glasses. I understand, now let go of me. It took Xu Yan considerable effort to pull her hand free. But the answer left her stunned.
So that's why Su, the campus beauty, was with Zhang Yang because of something like this? Could something like this really be that pleasurable? Would she too become a slave to desire someday? Thinking back on that night, it did seem rather wild. Yet strangely, she found herself occasionally missing it afterward. Could it be she'd been captured by him too? What on earth was Zhang Yang thinking?
Xu Yan stole a glance at him before quickly averting her eyes.
No way.
That kind of man who falls for every woman he meets is just as disgusting as her father.
Who in their right mind would like him?
Xu Yan, clap your hands.
Isn't this song great?
Treasure this chance to listen for free. Next time you want to hear it, you'll have to pay.
Xu Yan began clapping, though her expression remained defiant. His words piqued her curiosity. Pay? Was he selling the song?
Of course.
Why else would I have her enter that music competition?
To build her reputation first, so I can sell her songs better later.
I've already started setting up the music website.
$1 per download, 12 for an album.
Should rake in a pretty penny.
Zhang Yang recalled how a group of online singers had operated this way back then, building personal music websites to attract paying listeners.
This might be the earliest form of private domain traffic. Xu Yan was stunned.
If Zhang Yang was right, 12 yuan per album, and she had 10,000 listeners, that would be 1,200,000 yuan.
It was practically money growing on trees.
The thought struck her she couldn't be so mean to Zhang Yang. She adjusted her clothes and looked at him gently.
Zhang Yang, what do you think I'm suited for? That talent is pretty good. Right? Right? It's just natural for me. Hey, why don't you write some songs for me too?
Xu Yan reached out and grabbed his arm, her hidden ferocity nearly breaking through.
No, you're not suited for singing. I think you're meant for acting. If you're interested, I can write you a script, one that's absolutely perfect for you. Acting? Wow. Zhang Yang, so you know about filmmaking too? Great. Great. Then write me a script.
As long as you give me a chance to become famous, I'll play any role. After today's song, Xu Yan had come to believe in Zhang Yang's talent, so she was incredibly happy at that moment.
Alright, I'll write it. For now, let's call it The Great Traitor Jinlian. The Great Traitor? Jinlian? Sounds like an anti-Japanese drama. Am I playing the heroine?
I love watching those shows. When I was little, I used to watch plays about fighting the Japanese with my grandpa.
I'd always imagine myself holding a gun and firing away.
Xu Yan was thrilled, already fantasizing about becoming famous through this play, then landing advertising deals and making a fortune.
Anti-Japanese? Not really. No, if it's about resistance, we can't do this play. What? The title sounds exactly like an anti-Japanese drama. Isn't it? I'm getting confused now. Can you tell me the story? Xu Yan asked curiously. No worries. It doesn't require much dialogue and the scenes are simple enough. To help you relax during your first time acting, I can perform alongside you. Great. Great. Zhang Yang, you're so good to me. I'll never call you a jerk behind your back again. What? You've been calling me a jerk behind my back? Zhang Yang looked at her in surprise. Oh, no, that was all in the past. I had some misunderstandings about you before, but now you're incredibly impressive in my eyes. I've realized you're a genius that comes along once in a century. You understand business, music, and acting. From now on, I'll be your #1 fangirl at school. Oh, and Zhang Yang, what part will you play? The female lead's friend? I've never acted before, so you'll have to help me out a lot. I'm playing the big guy. Chapter 137, Ever thought of being together? It took Su Xinyan a moment to process that Zhang Yang was teasing her, and she instantly felt annoyed. Zhang Yang, starting now, you're not allowed to talk to me anymore. I won't give you the time of day. Fine. Honestly, I don't have much to say to you anyway. Su Yan is just an appetizer. Tonight's main course is Su Xinyan, the campus beauty. So a little teasing is all that's needed. As Su Xinyan's performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The 3 judges unanimously awarded scores above 9 points, making Su Xinyan the undisputed champion of the finals. Wow! Contestant Su Xinyan has earned a total of 28 points, making her the grand champion of this year's Asian Games Rising Star Singer competition. Now, please welcome Director Wang from Yangchang Entertainment Channel to present the cash prizes to the top 3 contestants. Amidst the crowd's cheers, the top 3 contestants took the stage as all cameras turned their lenses their way. After all, this music program hosted by Yangchang's local television station drew a significant media presence. Facing all those cameras, Su Xinyan felt a surge of excitement. She had always yearned to break into the entertainment industry, and now, with Zhang Yang's help, she had taken the first step toward realizing her dream. Tonight, she must repay him properly. Director Wang then handed Su Xinyan the plaque announcing the 300,000 yuan prize, leaving Chu Yan green with envy. 300,000. Just like that, she'd pocketed 300,000 yuan. This money was way too easy to earn. However, Zhang Yang understood the true value of this competition extended far beyond the 300,000 yuan. There would be follow-up interviews with the champion, numerous stage appearances, and Su Xinyan's stardom was officially taking off. For him, this marked the foundational step in building his commercial empire in the music industry. Stop staring. It's none of your business. Your tone-deaf singing isn't for you. Zhang Yang couldn't resist putting Chu Yan down. Oomph. Mind your own business. Chu Yan shot him a withering glance. Who said it didn't concern her? Su Xinyan had explicitly stated that if she won, all the prize money would be hers. Thinking about the 300,000 yuan she'd earned tonight made Chu Yan giddy, so she joined the crowd in cheering. All right, everyone, quiet down. We're about to interview our champion, Su Xinyan. What would you like to say? As per tradition, the host had to invite the winner to share their victory speech. First, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the TV station for hosting this program. It provides us musicians with a stage to shine. Secondly, I must give special thanks to one person. He's been silently supporting me behind the scenes all along, giving me the courage to get to where I am today. He's the most outstanding person I've ever met in this world, and also the kindest to me. After finishing her speech, Su Xinyan looked toward Zhang Yang's seat in the audience. Zhang Yang nodded. The campus beauty certainly understood social etiquette. She was definitely worth nurturing. Though the part about him silently supporting her behind the scenes didn't need to be shared publicly. After the competition ended, Su Xinyan couldn't leave immediately. Most of the audience had been captivated by her singing, and as she exited backstage, she was swarmed by fans demanding autographs. The second and third place contestants emerged around the same time, yet received no attention whatsoever. This was largely because Su Xinyan's performance had been so overwhelmingly superior that their own efforts paled in comparison. It wasn't until Zhang Yang pulled up in his car that she finally escaped the crowd. Ha! So this is what it feels like to be a star? It felt amazing. Once in the car, Su Xinyan finally couldn't hold back and burst into unrestrained laughter. Su Xinyan, could you show a little restraint? Is this little achievement really worth getting so excited over? Of course. I've always dreamed of breaking into showbiz, and now I realize it's actually this easy. Zhang Yang, you won't believe it, the TV station even said they'll come to our school for an interview. I'm going to be a star. Alright, I get it. Su Xinyan, I told you I'd help you establish yourself in the entertainment industry. Now you believe me, right? I believe it. I believe it. Zhang Yang, I love you to death. Su Xinyan couldn't help but throw her arms around his neck. Zhang Yang, who was driving, was startled, causing the car to swerve left and right. Fortunately, he managed to stop it. Su Yan in the backseat bumped her head and complained, ouch. You two love birds, watch out for innocent bystanders. Other people's lives matter too. Are you crazy? Zhang Yang was annoyed by her disregard for safety. Only then did Su Xinyan realize she'd overreacted and quickly apologized to Zhang Yang. Seeing no immediate response, Su Xinyan tugged at his arm. What? I'm driving. Watch where you're going. Zhang Yang, I'm not taking off this cheapao tonight. Do whatever you want to me. Su Xinyan's outfit was already provocative enough, and with those words, Zhang Yang was startled into slamming on the brakes again. The traffic officer directing cars by the roadside finally noticed the situation. He'd been puzzled earlier why was the car weaving left and right. Now, with another sudden stop, he sensed something was wrong. He walked over and tapped on the window. Hello, please show me your driver's license and vehicle registration. Zhang Yang awkwardly pulled out his documents. After glancing at them, the officer asked with a puzzled look, did something happen? Why did you slam on the brakes just now? Zhang Yang didn't know how to explain. He glanced at Su Xinyan and caught her smirking. You're laughing? You explain it to the officer yourself. It's nothing, officer. This guy's been chasing me for ages. I finally agreed to his advances today, and he just got a little carried away. The officer glanced at Su Xinyan. With a girlfriend this stunning, it's only natural any guy would get excited. I'll just give him a gentle warning. With that, he left. Once they were gone, Su Xinyan couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Zhang Yang, you have zero self-control. You can't even handle this? With that cheongsam you're wearing, I'd like to know which man could resist. No, I need to find a hotel nearby first. Driving like this, I feel like I'll crash right into something. You're exaggerating, Su Xinyan said, though inwardly she was overjoyed. Though it had been a bit of a scare, it had greatly satisfied her vanity. Earlier, when she suggested giving him a chance to be her boyfriend, Zhang Yang had said he didn't want to. It seemed he was just putting on a tough front. He helped her win the championship today. Tonight, she'd give him another chance. No time. Drive. Zhang Yang immediately started the car. Hey! Wait! At that moment, Chu Yan, clutching her head in the back seat, hurriedly stopped him. If she didn't speak up, wouldn't this guy Zhang Yang try to take her to the hotel too? Oh? Senior sister Chu Yan is here too? I almost forgot. Zhang Yang, you haven't said a word. You wouldn't be planning to include her too, would you? Chu Yan chuckled. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Zhang Yang's mind had been completely occupied with thoughts of Su Xinyan, so he genuinely forgot about this third wheel. Zhang Yang, why don't you ask senior sister Chu Yan if she's willing? I bet you've been thinking about the two of us together, haven't you? Su Xinyan smiled with a particularly suggestive tone. Chapter 138, Playing with Toys. Su Yan. Hearing Zhang Yang call her name, Chu Yan immediately panicked. Zhang Yang, let me tell you I'd never agree to something like this, not in a million years. Don't get any funny ideas about me. What are you thinking? I'm telling you to get out of the car and walk back to school yourself. Zhang Yang said coldly. Get out? Why? You said you'd never agree. I wasn't interested in you anyway. Aren't you getting out? If you don't, I'm locking the door. Chu Yan hurriedly unlocked the door. She certainly didn't want to give away her virtue for nothing. Something so precious deserved compensation worth at least a few million. Besides, who in their right mind would want a scumbag like Zhang Yang? Hey, Senior Chu Yan, wait up. At that moment, Su Xinyan called out to her. Su Yan turned back, puzzled. Su Xinyan glanced at her and smiled. Senior sister, you haven't forgotten our bet, have you? I won the championship. You've got to honor your promise. A bet? Xiao Yan paused to recall, then inwardly screamed, oh no. Earlier, when she saw Su Xinyan win 300,000, she'd been so caught up in her own joy that she'd completely forgotten about the additional condition if she won, the right to pinch her whenever she wanted, 3 times a week. The thought of the days ahead made her feel utterly doomed. Got it. Chu Yan hurried off. She needed to review her study materials again to raise her sensitivity threshold. She couldn't let another awkward situation like last time happen. A bet? What bet? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Can't tell you, honey. It's a little secret between us ladies. But I was really pleased with how you handled yourself just now. I was testing you. If you'd mentioned wanting a threesome, I would have walked right out. Let me tell you, I'm not some cheap woman. I'm doing this to repay you. You're good to me, so I'm good to you. Don't ever take any of this for granted. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief at having dodged a bullet. Truthfully, he kept his distance from Chu Yan. This girl was way too calculating. If he ever tried anything with her, he'd probably end up getting ripped off big time. So unless it was like last time at her place where she initiated it herself, Zhang Yang wouldn't make a move. Unexpectedly, by sheer accident, Su Xiaohua had mistaken this for him having principles. Got it. Of course I respect you. How could I possibly involve you in something as shameless as a threesome? What? Are you saying that when I'm not around, you're having threesomes with other women? Su Xinyan immediately frowned. Oh, no, I mean I absolutely refuse to do something so disgusting. Zhang Yang hastily clarified. Now that's more like it. Come on, take me out to eat. I'm starving. Dinner? Later. Right now, you need to take care of my hunger first. It was only just past 10. Since the room they'd booked last time wasn't due for checkout until noon, Zhang Yang decided to make use of it. After all, that jacuzzi was pretty nice last time. He'd held back then because she had a competition coming up. This time, however, he had no such reservations. From the moment they stepped into the elevator, he'd been feeling the soft curve of her waist. Su Xinyan felt a bit shy with others in the elevator, but the moment they entered the room, her reserve vanished. Without even tying her hair back, she knelt down. "Ha? Su Xinyan, aren't you worried I'll mess up your hair today? No problem. Just wash it if it gets dirty." It was precisely those words that instantly ignited Zhang Yang's passion. Minutes later, Su Xinyan urgently patted his head as he pressed it against hers. Zhang Yang quickly pulled away, but the sudden stop couldn't halt his momentum. A perfect arc traced through the air, landing squarely on Su Xinyan's exquisite face. Fearing her anger, Zhang Yang hurriedly fetched tissues. But Su Xinyan merely shook her head, wiping her cheeks with her hands. "I told you, if it gets dirty, just wash it. It's fine. Su Xinyan, you're perfect today. I absolutely loved your performance." Zhang Yang was visibly moved. Who would have thought that the goddess who seemed unattainable to everyone on stage just an hour ago could be so tender now? "You only say things like that to flatter me. If I didn't do things like this for you, would you even like me?" Facing Zhang Yang, Su Xinyan actually felt a bit inferior. It seemed he wasn't particularly impressed by the beauty she prided herself on. "You have so many admirers, do you really need one more suitor?" Zhang Yang continued to steer the conversation. "True enough. So if you don't cherish me now, just wait until someone else steals me away. Then you can cry all you want." "That won't do," Zhang Yang said. "I'll make you cry first, just in case you hurt me later." Zhang Yang pulled her entirely toward the dressing table. The scene was utterly beautiful, the two of them perched on a tiny stool, though not side by side. "Su Xinyan, how did your waist get so supple?" "Heh, you always say your waist is soft, but that's not what you really mean, silly. I promised you earlier that today you could do whatever you want." "Oh, and do you want to see stockings? I brought fishnet ones this time." "What? Did I hear that right?" Zhang Yang pinched his own cheek, wondering if he was dreaming. "Silly boy." Su Xinyan chuckled, rose from his lap, retrieved her purse, and pulled out the stockings. What followed was a scene of striking visual impact. Whoever designed fishnet stockings deserves a place in the pantheon of design gods. That tantalizing peak of skin is far more alluring than outright exposure. In that moment, Su Xinyan truly resembled a fairy from a painting. Only when she sat back down, that warm, tangible sensation returning, did Zhang Yang realize this wasn't a dream after all. A light sniff filled his mouth with fragrance. Zhang Yang felt no need for restraint after all, touching her waist hadn't been his true purpose. His true intentions had long been exposed, so he might as well act on them directly. Once captured in his grasp, she swelled like a wildcat. Zhang Yang. She couldn't understand why Zhang Yang's techniques were so sharp, she just couldn't master them herself. She had to resist, couldn't keep falling prey to him time and again, because she couldn't let Zhang Yang discover the truth. She needed Zhang Yang, not the other way around. "Shoo!" Zhang Yang urged her to be quiet, for in this moment he was like a child exploring his favorite toy. Thanks to his childhood experience with wind-up toy frogs, Zhang Yang knew the thumb and index finger worked best together. He just needed to twist it to a certain angle, and the toy would spring to life. Yet after several turns, the toy in his hand failed to make the expected sound. Zhang Yang felt a pang of disappointment. Could the toy be broken? Or was he not twisting it hard enough? Well then, he'd try activating it with his teeth. Chapter 139, A Drop of Kindness, Repaid with a Spring of Gratitude. The cheaphouse fabric was too thin, the slightest tug revealed an endless expanse of springtime scenery. Hunger drives one to eat, an instinct ingrained at birth. Even a child, when hungry, naturally seeks out the food it craves. Watching Zhang Yang swaying head before her, feeling that outward pulling force, Su Xinyan felt a bit dazed. She finally understood why, back at the hot spring inn, Xu Yan had reacted so intensely when she merely extended her tongue slightly. This place truly wasn't something to be touched lightly. Su Xinyan couldn't hold back any longer and let out a muffled groan. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yang knew the toy had officially activated. Now he could play freely. After about 10 minutes, Su Xinyan suddenly clung tightly to Zhang Yang. After a moment, seeing the disarray on her body, Zhang Yang finally chuckled. "Su Xinyan, couldn't you be a little more reserved? This is the second time. I told you to drink less water earlier. Don't say another word." Su Xinyan flushed crimson, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. Her reaction was utterly adorable. Through the mirror beside them, Zhang Yang found the scene breathtakingly beautiful. Both sat on a single chair, Su Xinyan clinging to him as her cheapo had slipped down to her waist, revealing skin as pure and white as snow. Zhang Yang couldn't resist picking up the phone nearby to capture this beautiful moment. "You're taking pictures of me?" "No, not showing your face. Mainly, you're just too beautiful, even goddesses like Venus would have to step aside." Zhang Yang pointed at the mirror. Su Xinyan glanced over and saw her reflection in the mirror. The skin on her upper body had taken on a rosy hue, a side of herself she'd never seen before. Listening to Zhang Yang's endless praise, Su Xinyan couldn't help but laugh. Oomph. You know what? The boys chasing me at school are lined up all the way to France. You better treat me better. Fine. I'll try harder to be nice to you today. The fun on the chair was bound to be limited, so Zhang Yang eventually carried her to the bed. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yang paused again. Su Xinyan, I knew you were someone who appreciates kindness. They say even a drop of kindness deserves a gushing spring in return, and I haven't even given you a drop yet. You're the one who made me like this, you jerk. So it's my fault again? Su Xinyan, we're checking out tomorrow. If the cleaning lady sees this soaked mattress, do you think I should pay for it? Stop talking. Su Xinyan was even more extravagant today than usual. Mainly because she'd won the championship, her mood was great, so she was willing to cooperate with anything. When you give your all, you naturally get your all back. Her voice was soft and drawn out now, not like reproach but more like a spoiled child's whine. Zhang Yang couldn't help but pick her up, as if cradling a giant plush doll. If he could, he'd melt this water-maid girl completely into his own body. Just then, Su Xinyan's phone rang. Seeing that annoying name, she instinctively reached to hang up. Don't hang up, Su Xinyan. Answer it. Ha? Answer it? You hate anyone with the surname Zhao the most. Dislikes depend on the situation. Right now, I think it's fine. Though Zhang Yang's words carried no command, they left Su Xinyan no room to refuse. In the end, she pressed the answer button. What is it? Xinyan, it's me, Jicheng. I saw your show. You're amazing. I had no idea you had this kind of talent. I absolutely love that song. Get to the point. Hey, why are you calling me? Xinyan, what's wrong? Why are you speaking in stutters? I'm going for a run. Su Xinyan practically gritted her teeth to get the words out. She tried to hang up, but Zhang Yang didn't give her the chance, snatching the phone from her hand. Yen, you're so dedicated. Listen, dress up nicely. I'll pick you up later. Zhao Jicheng's voice trembled with excitement. He'd never seen Su Xinyan in a cheongsam before. No way. Why? Yen, I know you're angry with me. Did you kiss that Zhang Yang guy on purpose to spite me? I admit I was too flighty before, but this time, I'm genuinely hurt. Let's stop tormenting each other. Our wedding is just a month away. We should focus on building our relationship. Zhao Jicheng had sworn he wouldn't forgive her, but seeing Su Xinyan dressed so stunningly today, he decided to grant her a temporary reprieve. A woman this perfect, if I don't win her over, I'd be a fool. I can't go. Slow down, Yen. I know singers need to build stamina, but you don't have to push yourself this hard. Once you marry into our family, you can just relax and be a lady of leisure. And here's more good news, our Songsha headquarters' newly developed cooling marvel, the summer #1 air conditioner, has already surpassed 10,000 pre-orders. Soon enough, my father will be heading to Sakura headquarters for work. Then we'll emigrate together, no more staying in this godforsaken place. Zhao Zicheng was already fantasizing about their future blissful life. I hear Zayarizi is full of hot springs. Imagine soaking in one with Su Xinyan someday. That feeling would be beyond compare, even for the gods. I beg you, please, let me go. Please. Xinyan, what's wrong? Don't cry. I really like you. If you don't want to now, I'll come pick you up tonight. Oh, and I have a few friends with me who really want your autograph. You absolutely have to come. Zhang Yang, standing nearby, finally understood. No wonder he called it was all about showing off in front of his friends. He dared to poach his partner, thinking there'd be no consequences. Well, Zhang Yang would show him just how cruel reality could be. Then he leaned close to Su Xinyan's ear and whispered something. Completely intoxicated by the moment, Su Xinyan became as pliable as a marionette, repeating every word he whispered without missing a single syllable. Zhao Zhaochang, there's something I've kept hidden in my heart for so long, something I've never told you. Would you listen to me? I'm more than willing. 100,000 times willing, Yen. Whatever you have to say, I'll listen. The truth is, the person I've always liked is. I like him. I like him. I like him. I like him. Say it, Yen. Don't hold back. Just say it. I know who you like. If you can just express it, I'll be so happy. Zhao Zicheng felt a surge of excitement. It seemed his earlier mention of his father's promotion had worked. Su Xinyan wanted to enjoy this good life too. I like you. Zhang Yang. A scream pierced the sky and Su Xinyan was speechless. She could only gasp her breath into the phone. Yen, what did you say? Zhao Zicheng's tone turned icy. At that moment, Zhang Yang finally spoke up. She said she likes me, you idiot. Chapter 140, I'll leave the escape route for you. Zhang Yang. Why are you here? How did you end up with Yen? That voice, you two weren't actually running, were you? I said we were running. You believe me? Man, this water's everywhere. I meant sweat. Zhang Yang traced Su Xinyan's flushed cheeks as if bestowing a reward. Suddenly, Su Xinyan's next move left Zhang Yang utterly stunned. She actually started munching on finger biscuits all by herself. This Su campus beauty, who always seemed so aloof, had such hidden potential. Zhang Yang. I order you let her go. Let her go. Zhao Zicheng roared, nearly hysterical. This was all supposed to be an act. How could they have taken it so seriously? Fine, I'll let go. Don't let go, Zhang Yang. Please don't.
Su Xinyan protested repeatedly, then wrapped her arms around his back of her own accord. This feeling of being completely filled felt incredibly wonderful to her.
See? It's not my fault, Mr. Zhao. If Xinyan wants this, how could I possibly refuse? Su Xinyan, must you sink so low? Did you find this guy just to hurt me? Just because I've been seeing a few other women? But look at all those successful men out there who among them doesn't have multiple partners? I thought that once we were married, I'd settle down and treat you right. Let me tell you, Su Xinyan, you're disappointing me.
Mr. Zhao, your self-control is lacking.
To get by in life, you gotta wear a little green on your head. It's healthy and green. You're just too sensitive. You. Zhang Yang, you just wait. I only poached one of your partners, but you dare to poach mine? Looks like you're dead set on going against me. Haven't you thought about the consequences?
Zhang Yang heard the sound of shattering objects on the other end of the line. He guessed Zhao was losing his cool and smashing things. But Zhang Yang wasn't about to coddle him.
Consequences? The consequence is that your fiancé likes me. I told you this long ago. Whatever you do to me, I'll make you pay back. If you don't like it, bring it on any means you want. I welcome it. Remember my name, Zhang from Zhang Yang, Yang from Zhang Yang.
My name is Zhang Yang, I am Zhang Yang.
You. What? Lost your voice? If you can't speak, hang up. Or do you want to hear how sweet Xinyan's voice is?
Truth be told, she really did sound like a lark just now.
Thank you for never touching her. Bang!
Another shattering sound followed, and with the call abruptly cut off, Zhang Yang guessed Zhao Zicheng had thrown his phone in rage. After hanging up, Zhang Yang finally returned the phone to Su Xinyan. By then, she had regained some composure.
Taking the phone back, she smiled and said, So? Feel better now? Got your revenge? See how good I am to you. Aren't you satisfied? That guy's been pestering you non-stop, right?
This is mutual benefit, it's part of our agreement.
Zhang Yang, she continued, speaking of which, I won't be transferring the fake boyfriend money to you this month. What? Su Xinyan, you're not trying to renege on the deal, are you? Ha! You! Can't you think in another direction? Another direction? You want to terminate the contract? Terminating it is fine.
Though I won't have as many chances to get close to her, knowing her past, Zhang Yang wouldn't choose her anyway.
You! Aren't you usually so sharp? Why are you so slow on the uptake this time? I want to make you official. Ha? Make me official?
Zhang Yang was startled. Had this girl actually developed real feelings? In the world of the underworld, we play our parts.
Once emotions get involved, it's a cardinal sin. Exactly. What's wrong? Not happy?
But I need 3 ground rules.
I'm only giving you a chance. Today's situation only happens when I'm in the mood. You can't act recklessly.
Also, today was an exception.
From now on, once a day, absolutely once.
Su Xinyan spoke, her face flushed. Since getting close to him, she'd gradually lowered her guard. They say men conquer the world, while women conquer men.
But right now, Su Xinyan felt completely conquered by Zhang Yang inside and out.
It wasn't just his undeniable business genius, but also reasons she couldn't quite articulate.
Wait, Su Xinyan, think this through. Zhang Yang panicked.
If they developed real feelings, he'd never be able to shake her off later.
Sure enough, such things shouldn't happen twice.
Zhang Yang had once again crossed a major line.
But what could he do? Su Xinyan was simply too irresistible, her taste was impossible to forget. What's wrong? Zhang Yang, why does your expression not seem very happy? Being with me, does it embarrass you? Truth be told, Su Xinyan was truly exceptional.
With her looks, just getting a taste of her was a blessing.
Let alone a second, third, or fourth time.
Zhang Yang didn't want to be harsh with her, so he could only say, No, Su Xinyan, think about it. You're the campus beauty of our school, and your family background is so good.
How could I possibly be worthy of you? Well, you see, even though you're working hard now, you still fall a bit short of my ideal boyfriend standards.
Su Xinyan deliberately played down Zhang Yang's efforts, a common tactic among girls to extract more emotional compensation.
Exactly. So, how about you reconsider? Or should I try harder? Sure. Work hard, and I'll give you priority later. Not bad, Zhang Yang. I'm starting to see you in a new light. I thought your head was filled with nothing but bad things.
Just now, I was worried that after saying those things, you'd drag me into doing whatever you wanted.
Su Xinyan nodded. It seemed Zhang Yang wasn't as reckless as he appeared on the surface.
Zhang Yang hadn't expected the misunderstanding, but it seemed like a favorable one, so he decided against explaining.
Not at all. When you like a girl, you have to learn to respect her. You're an independent person, not my pet.
Just like how you refused your family's arranged marriage, I've always thought you had strong convictions. Loving someone means giving her wings, not building a cage of love around her.
Su Xinyan felt a wave of emotion wash over her.
Without thinking, she leaned in and kissed Zhang Yang on the cheek.
Su Xinyan, I've told you you're irresistible. Kissing me like this out of nowhere, you really don't plan on leaving yourself any options today? Back door? I'm leaving it for you. Anyway, you're not the one I like best. Su Xinyan murmured, her face flushed.
Zhang Yang pondered her words. There seemed to be more to them than met the eye.
Wow. Su Xinyan, you're so adorable today it's practically cheating. Get down.
No, not here.
Zhang Yang, do you even have the energy left? Of course I do. You're the one giving me endless energy right now. Alright, silly, then carry me to the bathroom. Chapter 141, Circuit Connection Established. Zhang Yang couldn't find words to describe this experience.
Ever since that first compensation for her investment, the sensation had grown more exquisite each time. The first time, Su Xinyan had resisted out of fear of pain, making the experience somewhat less than ideal. But this time, thanks to her high level of cooperation, Zhang Yang felt nothing but endless bliss.
Zhang, can you slow down? Su Xinyan asked through gritted teeth. You're in control this time. Sigh. Slowing down is fine. I can barely handle it. Su Xinyan glanced back and saw Zhang Yang gritting his teeth too.
It was the first time she'd seen him look so flustered, and it gave her a sense of satisfaction. After all, when he'd bullied her before, he'd always looked so effortless. Now, she'd finally gotten her revenge. Seeing this, she felt a surge of joy. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she adopted a strategy of retreating to advance.
Su Xinyan was truly impressive today.
As he watched the increasing rhythm of her movements, Zhang Yang knew she was taking control.
Soon, Zhang Yang declared his surrender. Oomph. Got it? Su Xinyan was thoroughly satisfied with his reaction. I surrender.
Su Xinyan, you get full marks today. This moment felt the most empty, so Zhang Yang hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her entire body close to him. The massage bathtub felt incredibly comfortable, and with the big doll in his arms, Zhang Yang felt utterly blissful. He held Su Xinyan close and drifted off into a sweet afternoon nap.
Until he was jolted awake by a ringing phone.
Answering it, he was surprised to find it was Jing Xueji calling.
Ha? Dean Jing, what's up?
Zhang Yang, the provincial entrepreneurship competition is the day after tomorrow.
Have you finished your proposal? The day after tomorrow? Oh, I almost forgot. What? You could forget something this important?
Alright, to make absolutely sure everything's perfect, I'll work overtime with the school teachers over the next couple of days to finish that proposal for you.
Ha? No need. Ha? Zhang Yang, what's wrong?
Hearing the sudden seriousness in Zhang Yang's tone, Dean Jing thought he might have said something wrong.
Nothing. Zhang Yang glanced down at Su Xinyan nestled in the blankets and whispered a warning.
Su Xinyan stuck her tongue out at him, then began nodding her head up and down.
TSK.
A peculiar sound reached Dean Jing's ears.
He asked with some confusion, what's that noise, Zhang Yang? Are you busy? Oh, no, nothing. I'm just scrubbing the toilet. Oh, okay. If you're busy, I'll call back later. It's fine. This toilet's almost done.
Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, never expecting the school's beauty queen to make the first move.
Su Xinyan felt Zhang Yang was subtly hinting at her, so she promptly sped up her response.
Oh, Zhang Yang, how about that matter I mentioned earlier?
Have you thought it over? Rest assured, I've been researching your business model with the faculty for some time now. I'll definitely draft a solid proposal for you. No need, Dean.
I'll just take some time tomorrow morning to write it up.
No problem.
Zhang Yang needed to incorporate many new ideas here, and these were all based on a vision that transcended this era. No matter how capable Dean Jing and the faculty were, they simply couldn't achieve that.
Ha? Tomorrow morning? Is one morning enough? You'd better prepare thoroughly. This is a provincial competition with many formidable competitors. More than enough. Zhang Yang said this while patting Su Xinyan's head, a double entendre. But Su Xinyan wasn't buying it.
Instead, she deliberately tried to make Zhang Yang look foolish.
Alright then.
Since you're so full of ideas, Zhang Yang, we won't worry about you.
Just prepare well and bring honor to the school.
Jing Xueji grew increasingly fond of Zhang Yang. He'd originally planned to directly recommend him for graduate school admission in his senior year, but upon reviewing his past grades, they were simply too poor. So the current plan was to have Zhang Yang pad his resume and see if he could apply for special admission.
Understood, Dean. I get it. Today I'm proud of my alma mater, and tomorrow my alma mater will be proud of me. Excellent. Student Zhang Yang, your awareness is outstanding.
Dean Jing hung up the phone with great satisfaction. Of course, those words were all for show.
The school's honor was secondary.
The real reason Zhang Yang wanted to win this entrepreneurship competition was to gain support from higher-ups.
With official endorsement, he could accelerate promotions on university websites across the campus. Moreover, Zhang Yang hoped to leverage this opportunity to build connections and see if he could get assistance with the mobile company matter. If successful, it would resolve the payment tool issue. Thus, victory in this competition was non-negotiable. Of course, he knew the provincial-level competition would bring formidable opponents. But after years navigating the business world, what kind of rival hadn't he encountered? He'd simply take them down one by one. Take the situation right now, for instance. He needed to teach a certain overzealous individual a lesson. When Zhang Yang set his phone down with a mischievous grin, Su Xinyan finally sensed something was off. She immediately crawled out from under the covers and pressed her cheek against Zhang Yang's arm in a very obedient manner. "Zhang Yang, I'm so tired. Can we sleep a little longer? Let's rest a bit more before heading out for dinner. I was really sleepy just now, but now I don't feel so tired anymore." "Why do you think that is?" Zhang Yang smiled at her. "Ha? I think something's wrong. I think you're sleepy." "Zhang Yang, answer me. You're sleepy, right?" Zhang Yang remained silent, only gently wrapping his arm around her waist. "Yan, your waist is so slender. How many inches is it?" Su Xinyan knew exactly what that meant. It was his pre-move signal every time. Su Xinyan immediately pulled his hand away and said, somewhat anxiously, Zhang Yang, let's play a game, okay? We'll close our eyes now, and whoever opens theirs first loses, okay? "Oh, Yan, so you really like playing games, huh?" Zhang Yang smiled calmly, like he was watching prey that couldn't escape. "No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Zhang Yang, I'm not playing anymore." "Oh? You don't like it? If you don't like it, let's not waste time. Let's just get started." Though she weighed 90 Jin, Zhang Yang could easily lift her up and place her where she belonged. The moment he touched her, Su Xinyan jumped up in fright. "Zhang Yang, I suddenly want to play the game." "Can we play the game?" "Oh? You want to play? Fine. Just remember, don't open your eyes. I'm turning off the lights now. Getting ready to connect the circuit." "Ha? What circuit?" The moment Su Xinyan asked, she let out a shriek. The motion-activated lights in the hallway flashed on, signaling the circuit was connecting. Chapter 142, Just Once Today. It wasn't until the next day at checkout, after compensating for the bedsheet damage, that the staff member couldn't resist offering a reminder. "Sir, ma'am, please refrain from damaging our motion-activated lights in the future." Su Xinyan flushed instantly upon hearing this, grabbed Zhang Yang's arm, and hurried away. Only after getting back into the car did she slap Zhang Yang's arm twice. "It's all your fault. I told you not to, but you had to come over before bed last night. I hate you. Wait, how is this my fault? You were the one making too much noise, causing those voice-activated lights to keep flickering on and off." "Don't even start. Then tell me why my voice was so loud." Zhang Yang couldn't respond, only offering an awkward smile. "Let bygones be bygones. Come on, I'll take you out to eat." No way. Don't take me out to eat again. Last night's late-night barbecue you ordered, counting one chicken wing as one serving. I'm done with that. Eating all that greasy food? My stomach's ruined. It's all your fault. I still have to dance, and I feel like I'm gaining weight." "Relax, Su Xinyan. Gaining weight is no big deal." Zhang Yang patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Ha? So you mean even if I get fat, you'll still like me, right?" "Zhang Yang, I knew you weren't that shallow. You didn't fall for my looks, but my inner self, right?" Su Xinyan knew her beauty was an asset, but she hoped men would see her other qualities too. After all, looks fade someday. "Wrong. What I meant to say is, even if one day the whole world despised you for gaining weight, I'd stand firmly on the world's side without hesitation." "What? Zhang Yang. I'll strangle you." Su Xinyan immediately pinned Zhang Yang's head under her armpit, and truth be told, the sensation was rather delightful. Zhang Yang coughed twice, then pulled a makeup box from under the seat and handed it over. Seeing the box, Su Xinyan froze. "What was this? For her?" "Yes. You're afraid of aging, so this will help you stay young forever." "Oomph. Don't think giving me this will make me happy. Besides, this is way too cheap." She feigned disdain but opened it carefully. After all, it was the first gift Zhang Yang had ever given her. But Zhang Yang hadn't mentioned that this was also one of her championship prizes. The organizers had forgotten to hand it over yesterday. Since Su Xinyan had listed Zhang Yang's contact information as her agent during the competition, he'd picked it up while buying barbecue yesterday. "Like it? Like it? Oomph, I don't like it. Wait, when did you even buy this? Weren't we together the whole time yesterday?" Recalling yesterday's events, it had been utterly wild. All Su Xinyan could remember was never once touching the floor. Zhang Yang was so bossy. Later, she planned to rest for a bit under the pretense of admiring the night view, but he carried her there again. Of course, the experience during that carry was unforgettable. Almost every step felt like the pain intensified. "Oh, when we bought barbecue last night? You forgot? Grilled food? Wow, that was after 10 p.m. The nearest mall is several kilometers away. Zhang Yang, you're too good to me. Even though you ruined my beauty sleep last night, this lady forgives you. Su Xinyan assumed Zhang Yang had driven several kilometers to buy her cosmetics while waiting for the grilled food. She stopped scolding him and instead wrapped her arms around his neck, savoring the feeling of being cherished. Alright, let's go. Time to eat. It was almost noon, and Zhang Yang was genuinely hungry after all. He was the one who'd worked hard yesterday. It was like spring plowing. Everyone heard about the farmer's toil in sowing seeds, but no one ever heard of the soil complaining about being nourished. After that, Zhang Yang drove them to a nearby seafood restaurant. This time, I won't take advantage of Su Xiaohua's money. After all, she lived up to my expectations by winning the championship, allowing my plans in the music industry to proceed smoothly. Such a capable and competent assistant deserved a proper reward from Zhang Yang. Seeing the table piled high with seafood, Su Xinyan couldn't resist snapping a photo. However, girls are always particular about photography. No matter how many shots she took, she remained unsatisfied. Yet she didn't think it was her technique, so she blamed her Nokia 5300. Zhang Yang, lend me your phone. Mine just doesn't take good pictures. Are you sure? Could it be your technique? What technique? It's definitely the phone's fault. This music phone is only good for listening to songs. The camera sucks. Zhang Yang took her phone and examined it. He remembered it being quite the iconic model back in the day, popular with many girls. But to him, the 1.2 megapixel camera was truly terrible. Alright, here you go. Su Xinyan took the phone, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Oh, an iPhone 3GS. Just like mine. Too bad I left mine at home. This one's great. The camera takes such nice pictures. After saying that, she couldn't resist snapping a few shots. The result? She ended up deleting them one after another, still unsatisfied. No way, no way. Your phone is just too bad. Again? Didn't you just say the camera was good? And it's the same model as yours. Su Xinyan, you're not blaming the phone for your terrible photography skills, are you? Zhang Yang chuckled. No way. That's definitely not it. I know why. I'm just not used to your phone, so the photos don't turn out well. Forget it, forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. I'll just delete them all. As Su Xinyan kept deleting, she suddenly spotted a photo Zhang Yang had taken yesterday, herself sitting on his lap, her cheepow slipping down to her waist. Oomph. I look awful. Delete this one too. Hey, you can't delete that one. Zhang Yang snatched the phone back urgently. Ha! Look how nervous you are. So, what do you think? Feeling lucky to have me? But let me tell you, don't go showing these off everywhere. I'll hate you for it. Silly. Why would I show it off? Good things are meant to be kept private. Zhang Yang thought her reluctant, shy expression was utterly breathtaking. In that moment, she was a work of art. Fine, keep it then. But this is a one-time thing. If you ever sneak another shot, I won't allow it. Su Xinyan declared with a mix of pride and petulance. She probably hadn't even noticed how her initial disdain for Zhang Yang had gradually turned into compliance. Fearing she might eye the photos again, Zhang Yang quickly shut off his phone and tucked it into his pocket. He gestured for her to come over. Alright, the food's getting cold. Let's eat. Su Xinyan nodded. When she saw the large plate of liaodong ginseng hailed as the gold of the sea before her, her face flushed instantly. Zhang Yang. What is it? Today, we can only do it once, okay? It hurts. Chapter 143, Loving the Wavy Hair of the Beautiful Teacher. You think I'm made of iron? Zhang Yang was speechless. They hadn't stopped all day yesterday, and if they did it again today, he'd probably get chafed raw. Seeing him finally back down, Su Xinyan felt triumphant again. Ha! Got scared, didn't you? Admit it, you're already captivated by this lady's charm, and you're forbidden from ever upsetting me again. What? Are you sure you want to say that? What? Dare to object? Watch out, I'll drain you dry today and see how arrogant you get. Su Xinyan said triumphantly. Zhang Yang didn't answer. Instead, he stood up and walked toward the door. Where are you going? To the bathroom? To buy medicine. Medicine. Zhang Yang glanced back at her, 1 foot already halfway out the door. Now Su Xinyan was completely panicked. Please, Zhang Yang, I really am sorry. I won't dare again. Don't go buy medicine to punish me. What are you thinking? I just ate too much. I'm going to get some medicine to help with digestion. Also, you said you were in pain, right? I'll see if there's any ointment I can buy to rub on you. Don't you want it? Ha? No, I do. Zhang Yang, I do. Fine. If that's what you want, I'll make sure you get it. I won't go back to school today anyway, my competition isn't until tomorrow. Hearing him say that, Su Xinyan panicked. Ha? No. I don't want it. Really, I don't. I'll never tease you again. Ha? You actually believed me? Just kidding. Sit tight and wait for me to come back. Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh at her clumsy, playful demeanor. Su Xinyan, realizing she'd been tricked again, suddenly felt angry. Oomph. You jerk. Don't get cocky. I'm going to train hard as soon as I get back. Once I build up my stamina, I'll make you regret this. Su Xinyan thought bitterly.
After finishing their meal, the two temporarily put their wild days on hold.
Returning to the dorm, Zhang Yang immediately began drafting his proposal.
He finally finished preparing the materials for tomorrow's competition before dinner, squeezing in a few rounds of crossfire with his roommates along the way.
However, having gorged on sea cucumber and oysters today, he found himself wide awake late into the night.
With nothing else to do, he decided to call his beautiful teacher and tease her a bit. After a long ring, she finally answered, her voice sounding slightly panicked.
Hey, Zhang Yang, what are you doing so late at night? Teacher, why does your voice sound so shaky? Huh? Really? No, I don't think so.
Wu Qiutong had indeed been up to no good earlier. She never used to be like this, but ever since getting close to Zhang Yang, she often had those embarrassing dreams.
Tonight was no exception.
She'd gone to bed early, but a dream had forced her to get up in the middle of the night to wash the sheets.
Yeah, there's an echo in your voice. That means you're probably awake.
It's past midnight now, and you didn't have class today.
You should have gotten off work early. There's no way you'd wait until this hour to take a shower. So you must have done something, right?
Huh?
No. Wu Qiutong hadn't expected Zhang Yang to be so sharp and quickly denied it outright. It's fine if you don't admit it, teacher. If you really can't stand the loneliness, you can talk to me. You're talking nonsense again.
Though Wu Qiutong said this on the surface, deep down she actually longed to chat with Zhang Yang more. After all, their temporary separation wasn't due to romantic issues. She wanted Zhang Yang to have a brighter future. But if he kept teasing her like this, she might lose control one day. I'm not talking nonsense, teacher. I miss you.
Really? You miss me? Then tell me what you miss about me?
Wu Qiutong smiled like a young girl in love.
I miss your wavy hair. Huh? That's it? So you just miss my hair? If you really like this style, why not get Fei Fei to get a perm too? Teacher, think about it, you just said more than one thing, right? Huh? What? Didn't you just say you liked my wavy hair?
Wu Qiutong looked puzzled.
It's not that I like your wavy hair, it's that I like your... Huh? Stop it. Don't say another word.
Wu Qiutong, realizing what she'd said, instantly flushed crimson, unable to meet the gaze of the words wavy hair.
Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Teacher, could you please stop being so adorable?
You're making me want to save up money to win you over even faster.
Is that so?
Then you'd better start saving diligently. Their previous agreement required him to accumulate 20 million yuan in assets. Wu Qiutong felt this would take considerable time. Perhaps by then, his mindset might have changed. If that were the case, they could simply forget each other and go their separate ways. Though her heart ached a little after all, this was her first stirrings of love, it was all for his own good.
A silence fell between them.
Wu Qiutong feared her words had hurt him and felt a pang of guilt. But Zhang Yang was merely focused on finishing the cigarette in his hand.
Just then, Wu Qiutong spoke up, Zhang Yang, am I being reckless? Cough.
Zhang Yang immediately began coughing violently. This aloof, unapproachable flower of a girl, had she really just said that?
Zhang Yang momentarily doubted his own ears. Ah, Zhang Yang, what's wrong? Cough. I'm fine. I just choked.
Your words really startled me.
Teacher, why are you suddenly asking this?
I'm not the one you just mentioned, the one who misses my wavy hair.
So I wanted to ask, did I really come across as wild and reckless in front of you before? If that's the case, I can change.
Wu Qiutong had received traditional education since childhood, so this word was inherently a negative adjective in her mind, causing her some aversion.
No. Not wild? What I mean is, don't change. Please don't change.
It took so much effort to mold this innocent beauty into what she is now. This is exactly what I like. If she reverts back, all my hard work these past days would be wasted. Men's standards for women boil down to three things: presentable in public, capable in the kitchen, and, well, you know.
Oh, so it's still being wild, you bastard.
Everything I did before was all your fault for corrupting me.
Hey, teacher, how can you turn the tables like that? Blaming me again? Think back at the hot spring inn, was it me who made you soak the tatami mats? Don't bring that up.
Wu Qiutong really didn't want to recall that day's scene, because it was the first time in her life she'd been so humiliated in front of a boy.
Fine, I won't mention it.
But teacher, you really don't need to suppress yourself so much sometimes.
It's only human nature.
When I used your guest room computer earlier, I actually saved some things and didn't delete them.
If you need them, you can take a look. I don't need it. I'm hanging up.
Wu Qiutong snapped before rushing to end the call. She quickly washed the quilt and hung it on the balcony. Just as she was about to sit on the sofa for a rest, her eyes involuntarily drifted toward the computer in the guest room.
Chapter 144, An Awkward Scene.
Wu Qiutong shook her head quickly.
Put. Wu Qiutong, you're a teacher. How could you even look at such filthy things? This stuff is evil and filthy, corrupting people. Any sane person should fight against it. But then again, they say you can't defeat your enemy without understanding them.
So she decided to explore this thing herself. The moment she opened it, a shockingly explicit image flooded her screen. Wu Qiutong jumped in fright and immediately unplugged the speaker cable. Then, she swiftly shut off the computer screen, glancing nervously behind her to see if anyone had come while panting heavily. The night fell silent once more, so quiet she could hear only her own breathing. Wu Qiutong felt like a guilty thief, but she forced herself to stay strong. As a teacher, how could she be afraid of these things? If she didn't understand them, how could she explain the dangers of spreading such content to her students? So, driven by a sense of professional duty, she turned the monitor back on. This time, however, no sound came out. Looking down, she realized she had unplugged the speaker cable, and because her earlier motion had been so violent, the cable had snapped. Fortunately, she had brought wired headphones with her. But the moment she plugged them in, her heart began racing again. Listening to the audio through headphones seemed even more jarring, as if the events were unfolding right beside her. Since it was something unsavory, she feared the sound might leak out and embarrass her, so she put both earbuds in. This proved to be a mistake. All surrounding sounds were completely blocked out, immersing her entirely in the scene. As she listened, she found herself utterly baffled. How could this be anything but painful? How could it also be so joyful? Could it be that people in this line of work were masochists? The more pain, the more pleasure? Wu Qiutong couldn't resist the urge. Her thoughts wandered freely, and her hands followed suit. A calm mind naturally brings coolness, but when the heart burns, coolness becomes impossible. The guest room was unbearably hot, and an inexplicable heat was rising within her. The dual heat combined, setting her clothes ablaze until she couldn't tell where they'd gone. Everything in the world is interdependent and mutually restraining. Where there is fire, water must be used to extinguish it. Thus, Wu Qiutong desperately needed water to douse the flames. Yet this trickle seemed powerless against the scorching summer heat. Wu Qiutong felt dizzy and lightheaded, both from the stifling heat in the room and her own completely jumbled thoughts. Moreover, she rarely stayed up late, so exhaustion had long since overtaken her. People always seek solace in times of vulnerability. She had to admit that in this moment, she missed Zhang Yang, terribly missed his very scent. But where was Zhang Yang? She had clearly pushed him away. At that moment, the bed in the guest room caught her attention. Wu Qiutong leaned her nose close, almost catching the lingering scent of Zhang Yang's hair. Then, as if compelled by some unseen force, she lay down, as though merging with it. Her clothes had long been discarded beneath the bed. She didn't care about anything else. All she wanted was to dream a beautiful dream. That night, she had a wonderful dream. She didn't wake up from shyness. Instead, she fully immersed herself in her role. She reveled in pleasure, indulged in ecstasy, biting her tongue as she screamed like a soprano. Until 3 a.m, when the door creaked open. It was Qiao Biyun, Wu Qiutong's mother, returning from a research trip out of town. As the deputy head of the publicity department at the Education Bureau, she had recently been sent to Shanghai to study advanced media practices. After landing, she had planned to stay at a hotel, but the amorous sounds coming from the couple next door were unbearable. She packed her bags in the middle of the night and came to stay with her daughter. Knowing her daughter was an early sleeper, she dared not disturb her and headed straight for the guest room. But when she turned on the light, she saw a flawless, white body lying on the bed. The computer screen remained on. Though the session had ended, the cover image revealed rather embarrassing content. Xiao Biyun was taken aback. In her memory, her daughter had always been innocent and adorable. How could she have changed so much? Could it be that her daughter had simply grown up? Well, she was 30 now. It was only natural to crave a man. But her standards were always high. Every young man she'd introduced had been rejected, all citing the same reason: she found middle-aged men too greasy. This left Xiao Biyun feeling helpless. How could that be called greasy? Men over 30 had matured in every way, so their actions naturally carried a certain depth. Besides, finding someone older to take care of her would be ideal. After all, she's so innocent. Younger men might not be greasy, but they weren't reliable. They might end up swindling her daughter out of money and taking advantage of her. As these thoughts swirled, Xiao Biyun couldn't bring herself to give up. After all, she had only this one daughter. If she couldn't see her find happiness before her time came, how could she face the rest of her days? After she was gone, if her daughter got tricked by some man, she could easily end up being taken advantage of. She began analyzing her daughter's criteria for a partner. Over the years, Xiao Biyun had always avoided this topic, only once mentioning a preference for someone in the education field. However, because she had some connection with Professor Jing from the Normal University, she had once asked him to introduce several promising young men. Yet her daughter seemed to have rejected every single one. Most were rejected for being too old. But what could she do? Professor Jing was a titan in Guangzhou's economics field. Only those with substantial credentials could become his disciples, and those with such credentials were inevitably older. What could be done? Surely Professor Jing couldn't be expected to recommend his current undergraduate students? Xiao Biyun seemed to have found a solution.
Hadn't the Bureau recently announced plans to host a startup competition to identify promising students for support? The event was scheduled for tomorrow. As an Education Bureau official, she could easily attend tomorrow to observe the contestants. If any suitable candidates emerged, she could expedite introductions. Student and teacher, that sounded a bit odd. But they're both college students now, there's no question of suitability. As long as they're compatible, that's all that matters. She'd always wanted to find her a man a bit older to look after her, but perhaps her daughter secretly preferred someone younger? The thought struck Xiaobian, and she immediately called a colleague at the bureau to request swapping shifts for tomorrow. The other party was delighted after all, it meant no attendance required, and readily agreed. With everything arranged, Xiaobian double-checked her daughter's blanket was tucked in before quietly leaving. She planned to scout the competition tomorrow for outstanding students, perhaps snagging a husband right off the winners list. Chapter 145, Provincial Entrepreneurship Competition. October 6th was just another ordinary Wednesday for most working stiffs, but for students across Guangdong Province's universities, it was a moment that could change their destinies. Earlier this year, the Yangcheng municipal government had announced its work plan for the year, with economic stabilization as its top priority. This stemmed from the economic crisis 2 years prior. Global economic turbulence had inevitably impacted China, causing significant upheaval across numerous industries. The turbulence of these past 2 years has driven many small and medium-sized business owners into bankruptcy. Those still operating their businesses dare not expand recklessly, focusing instead on saving money. With money stagnant, the consumer market has become sluggish. Consequently, the municipal government is exploring every avenue to encourage entrepreneurship, offering substantial support to university students with viable ideas. Guided by this philosophy, the Yangcheng Education Bureau organized the Golden Idea Competition. Each participant had the chance to present their plans or existing achievements on stage. The top 3 winners would receive generous rewards. At that moment, Zhang Yang was strolling through the venue. Observing these spirited young people, he recalled the confidence he had felt when he first started his own business. However, fewer than 1 in 10 succeed on their first entrepreneurial attempt, so these young people still have a long journey ahead. The host took the stage to deliver some opening remarks, followed by Director Fong of the Education Bureau, who began his speech. Good afternoon, students. We're delighted you've all gathered here today. This year, our work will continue to center on economic development. The municipal government has specially designed numerous growth programs for our students. Each of you represents talents selected from major universities across the province. Therefore, I hope that when you take the stage shortly, you will speak boldly and express your ideas freely. If your ideas are truly outstanding, we will definitely support them. Additionally, students, we've invited representatives from several Yangcheng enterprises today. They are your angel investors. If your ideas capture their interest, you could secure their investment. We're talking millions here. Please welcome our distinguished business leaders with warm applause. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Millions in investment. These students had never seen such large sums before, and their eyes lit up at the mention of it. Holy crap! $1 million investment. If I got that, first thing I'd do is expand my bubble tea shop. You guys are so low-key. If I got the money, I'd definitely invest in stocks. That's where the real money is. I think we should just deposit the investment money directly into the bank. That way, we're guaranteed to make a profit without any risk. Listening to them, Zhang Yang shook his head. After all, constrained by their student status, their horizons were indeed too narrow. They genuinely thought those investors were fools. To secure investment, they'd have to take the stage and pitch their ideas. Once they explained their industry, the investors would naturally decide whether to vote based on its potential. What surprised Zhang Yang, however, was that the deputy director of the Education Bureau would personally attend such a competition. He'd better make a good impression. If he could connect with this person, many obstacles would vanish, and he might even leverage one connection to open doors to others. After all, even the most brilliant ideas pale in comparison to policy support. Take Big Brother Ma, for instance. He conquered the market with his convenient payment system, but without the government's authorization for open banking, it would have been nearly impossible to achieve such scale through individual effort alone. Of course, the arrogant banks granted access partly because Big Brother Ma's industrial was formidable. This wasn't charity, it was mutual benefit. When you're strong enough, respect follows. That said, Zhang Yang wouldn't dare compare himself to Jack Ma today. What he desperately needs is a favorable policy tailwind to propel him skyward. After Director Fong concluded his remarks, the competition officially commenced. Over 100 contestants participated, primarily from universities and vocational colleges across Guangdong Province. To save time, each had 1 minute to present. If their idea was compelling enough and the judges didn't press the stop button, they could continue speaking. The first contestant took the stage. His proposal centered on creating a group buying website specifically for college students. Given their diverse needs, particularly in food and clothing, he planned to negotiate partnerships with major retailers to offer deeply discounted group deals, thereby driving traffic.
His presentation incorporated the latest group buying trends, earning him some recognition. Satisfied, he left the stage. Subsequent proposals grew increasingly conventional, ranging from parcel delivery outlets to bubble tea shops lacking distinctive innovation. Most participants seemed token entries dispatched by their institutions to fulfill administrative quotas. However, one candidate seemed to possess a unique formula. His store generated a daily turnover of 2,000 yuan, which was indeed impressive. Consequently, while he received some affirmation, the others were essentially dismissed before they could finish their pitches. Meanwhile, Zhao Biyun, who was waiting outside the venue and actively seeking a suitable husband for her daughter, marked another intention form in her hand. The candidates she'd just seen were all too mediocre. Not only would she not consider them, but her daughter certainly wouldn't either. The student who managed to pull in thousands in sales at his bubble tea shop was promising, but unfortunately, he was too unattractive. His face was covered in acne and pimples from burning the midnight oil. Even her daughter, who was quite the looks-oriented person, probably wouldn't give him a second glance. She hesitated for a moment before finally changing it to X. Just then, her phone rang. It was her daughter's number. "Mom, did you come back yesterday?" "Yes, my business trip ended." "Mom, you didn't see anything, did you?" Wu Qiutong asked awkwardly. Because she had gotten up and realized she wasn't wearing any clothes and hadn't turned off the computer. "No, I just saw you naked. Nothing else." "Ha? Mom, let me explain." "No need to explain. It's only human. Mom understands, but this isn't good for your health. So today, I'm going to find you a partner." "A partner? Ha? No, Mom, that's not okay." Wu Qiutong shook her head quickly because she really couldn't stand those greasy middle-aged men. "Don't worry, this time I'll find you someone young. I know what you want. You don't like older men. I originally thought an older partner would take better care of you, but since you don't like that, I'll find someone younger. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me." "No, Mom, I want to find someone myself." "You've been saying that for 7 or 8 years now. When have you ever actually found anyone?" "Ah, Tong Tong, I spotted a handsome young man who seems just right for you." Just as she spoke, Zhang Yang was walking onto the stage. Chapter 146, Speech that stunned the audience. Is this a freshman? Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yang, and I'm a freshman at Yangcheng Normal University. Zhang Yang gave a brief self-introduction, but his remarks instantly sparked controversy. After all, most contestants here were senior undergraduates. As seniors, they faced the pressure of job hunting. At this stage, they had acquired most of their knowledge, their thinking was more mature, and their chances of entrepreneurial success were higher. Therefore, universities typically nominated students at this stage to compete. Zhang Yang was only a freshman. He must have gotten in through connections. Freshman? Must be another one of the president's relatives, right? Teachers University has always been known for backroom deals. Even though I scored over 100 points lower on the college entrance exam, I wouldn't go there even if I could. Boycott this crappy school. Hearing it was a freshman, Director Fong frowned in his seat. While the competition rules didn't explicitly require participants to be seniors, it was an unspoken norm for upperclassmen to compete. So he sensed something was off. Principal Gao was being too bold. Their academic performance this year was mediocre at best. He'd barely passed them, and now he was pulling these shenanigans. Alright, young man, get to the point. You have 30 seconds left. Your self-introduction counts toward that time. Director Fong deliberately tried to make things difficult for Zhang Yang. The others in the audience were chuckling to themselves. After all, they all secretly hoped one less competitor would be better. Zhang Yang paused only briefly before omitting much of the details and diving straight to the highlights. Alright, I'm currently developing a social networking site with over 50,000 registered users. Then, I integrated a food delivery feature into the site, which successfully boosted traffic. Currently, over 1,500 people from our school place orders daily, generating around 15,000 yuan in daily revenue. Off campus, we've partnered with over 50 merchants, generating more than 200,000 yuan in monthly advertising revenue. We plan to expand to 100 partners by the second half of this year and connect with all universities in the college town, aiming for 20 million yuan in annual revenue. In just a few sentences, multiple key highlights emerge. 50,000 registered users, 15,000 daily turnover, 50 partner merchants, 200,000 in ad revenue. Is this really the achievement of a freshman? The judges below the stage were stunned, including Director Fong, who had just been skeptical moments ago. Honorable judges, my 1-minute time is up. May I step down now? Wait, student, wait. Several judges spoke up almost simultaneously to keep him on stage. What defines talent? This is talent. A student with such vision will succeed even without support. But if we offer him a little help now, the future returns would be unimaginable. Suddenly, not just the judges but even the corporate executives seated nearby perked up. Some were already instructing their finance teams to check available liquid funds for investment. What? Didn't everyone only get 1 minute to speak? Zhang Yang asked in confusion. No, you're different from them. Director Fong was utterly stunned, even going so far as to openly admit such partiality.
There was no other way. Compared to the previous entrepreneurs pitching breakfast shops or bubble tea stores, Zhang Yang's venture was exceptionally rare. After all, those food and beverage shops offered limited job opportunities, whereas internet companies were different. Once scaled up, they weren't constrained by physical space, enabling them to absorb a much larger workforce. Zhang Yang sensed he was in the clear, so he didn't press further. Mr. Zhang Yang, right? What you just mentioned, is it all true? You must have endured a lot of hardship in the early stages of your venture, right? Hard times? Zhang Yang asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes. Do you have any lessons learned from mistakes you can share? Let our students learn from them. After all, the entrepreneurial journey isn't easy, and we want to give them some confidence and encouragement. Director Fong, being of the older generation, had the mindset of first the pain, then the gain ingrained in his thinking. He assumed Zhang Yang's success must have been accompanied by blood, sweat, and tears. Zhang Yang paused to recall, then finally uttered two words, no. Ah. This time, everyone's jaws dropped again. How could a student achieve such success without enduring any hardship? It defied common sense. Some contestants in the audience were practically itching to jump up and punch Zhang Yang. Who didn't know entrepreneurship was grueling? For Zhang Yang to claim it wasn't hard, wasn't that dismissing all their own painful struggles? Well then, you must have needed seed money to build this website, right? And when you first pitched for investment, you must have sacrificed a lot, right? Everyone knows how tough it is to get that first pot of gold. Director Fong still wasn't satisfied. If Zhang Yang didn't share some entrepreneurial stories, how could they write their feature? If the story wasn't compelling, how could they inspire those small and medium-sized entrepreneurs? First fortune? Oh, that wasn't hard. Remember the World Cup in June? There was a crucial match for defending champions Italy against Slovakia. I bet on a 23-point spread at 26x odds. That night, I made over $1 million. Zhang Yang was telling the absolute truth. Yet his attitude made everyone feel like he was just showing off. The urge to cut him down grew stronger among the audience below the stage. They worked their asses off for a month just to scrape together their first fortune, maybe a few thousand or 10,000 yuan. Yet Zhang Yang casually drops $1 million? Is he here to compete or just show off? Ha! The World Cup? You bet on lottery tickets? And you use those winnings for investments? Didn't you ever consider that failure could wipe out your entire fortune? At this point, a university professor nearby also asked curiously. Entrepreneurship carries risks. Prudence is indeed necessary, but thorough research can minimize those risks. Once you've thought it through, you should throw yourself fully into the plan without hesitation, because hesitation means defeat. The tide of the times shifts in the blink of an eye. Seize any opportunity that comes your way. I'd rather make mistakes than do nothing at all. Zhang Yang's words resonated deeply with the entrepreneurs present. In their era, doing business was all about sheer determination. In that wild era, their first fortunes were largely fought for. They dared not mock Zhang Yang's seemingly absurd journey, for their own first fortunes were hardly clean either, perhaps even stained with blood. Comrade Zhang Yang, perhaps you should reflect more carefully. Are you truly certain you've never endured any hardship? Director Fong reiterated his point. We intend to feature you in a special interview. I came here to succeed, not to fail. I only pursue ventures I'm confident in. Zhang Yang's entire statement radiated these words. Individuality, arrogance, and flamboyance. Chapter 147, Stealing the Spotlight, Securing the Education Bureau Chief's Business Card. At this point, another judge raised doubts. After all, Zhang Yang's claims were too exaggerated, they needed to verify them. Student, are these claims true? If you genuinely created a website, could you share its name so we can verify the details? Of course, you must not lie. Zhang Yang thought they were overreacting. What was there to lie about with such a minor achievement? He simply stated, "Dazhongnet." The moment he finished speaking, a staff member nearby immediately began searching. Meanwhile, some students from Yangchun University town below were surprised. Dazhongnet had been gaining increasing recognition lately, and they had heard about it. The food delivery feature, in particular, was the envy of many. Rumor had it that if you craved something from off-campus, someone would personally deliver it to your doorstep. Naturally, they were eager for that service to come to their own campus. They never imagined such a brilliant idea could come from a freshman. At the same time, some felt a sense of despair. A contestant of this caliber entering the competition? How absurd! Zhang Yang's entrepreneurial concept received unanimous praise. Had they not needed to follow the formal process, they would have awarded him first prize on the spot. At the same time, the judges were wondering if any more contestants would appear to dazzle them. After all, such a surprise had already emerged halfway through the competition. However, talents like Zhang Yang were truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. Even after the final contestant took the stage, they hadn't seen any other students with novel ideas. Some contestants, after hearing Zhang Yang's presentation, realized they had no chance of winning and withdrew midway through the competition. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Yang took first prize, the most undisputed award of the night.
During the group photo, the second and third prize winners exchanged disdainful glances, both tactfully leaving the center spot vacant.
Zhang Yang receives 200,000 yuan in startup funding, a token sum, really.
The real value lay in the policy support that would follow, the specifics of which would be discussed later. Director Fong even handed Zhang Yang a business card right then and there, a gesture that left the other contestants green with envy. Zhang Yang examined the card, meticulously designed, entirely white, bearing only Fong Qingping's name and a string of numbers.
To the uninitiated, it might seem useless, but Zhang Yang understood this was the mark of true capability.
He recalled buying a house years ago, when real estate agents handed him cards boasting titles like Senior Business Manager or Gold Medal Sales Consultant. The more they wrote, the less credible they seemed. Truly powerful people kept their cards simple. Their strength wasn't in flashy titles, but in tangible results.
But that wasn't all. When the competition ended, the investors who had been waiting nearby didn't even glance at the other contestants. Instead, they immediately swarmed toward Zhang Yang. One offered to invest 5 million, another pledged 10 million. Zhang Yang instantly became the center of attention. Naturally, Zhang Yang wasn't foolish enough to accept every offer. These capitalists were shrewd. Any money invested in him would be reclaimed with interest later.
Such matters demanded caution.
Of course, expecting returns on investment was perfectly normal. Zhang Yang didn't refuse outright. Instead, he took down all their contact information.
After this flurry of activity, another half hour had passed before Zhang Yang could finally extricate himself. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit approached him.
"You're Zhang Yang, right?"
"Oh, Uncle Chen, what brings you here?" The man who arrived was Chen Feifei's father, Chen, and remembering how he'd helped him last time, Zhang Yang politely greeted him.
"Oh, I was running late today.
I happened to hear your speech on stage as I arrived. You remind me so much of myself when I was young." Chen looked at Zhang Yang, his eyes brimming with admiration.
"Thank you, Uncle Chen.
It's just small-scale business, nothing compared to yours."
"I disagree. Even an ant can eventually topple an elephant. Back in the day, Kodak cameras ruled the world, but they ignored digital cameras and now they're left behind."
Take Netflix. You might not know it, but it started as a small foreign company.
"I know.
They started with DVD rentals, gradually monopolizing the market. In 2000, they tried to sell the whole business to Blockbuster but were rejected.
Since then, their operations have only grown stronger."
Netflix might not be familiar to many Chinese people now, but Zhang Yang knew that in a decade or so, this company would become a household name on the internet. Netflix. Shannon looked surprised, then nodded.
"Zhang Yang, you really have some skills."
"Yes, Blockbuster filed for bankruptcy protection last month. I even flew to the US to check it out, but their departments were too bloated.
I had zero interest in acquiring them." Zhang Yang grew even more curious about Chen Feifei's father's background. What industry did he work in that afforded him such ample funds for investments? "Uncle, what do you do? I feel like I could learn a lot from talking with you." "Me? I'm just an investor who enjoys supporting young people's dreams." Shannon didn't reveal much.
His work was quite unique. He could be considered a red-topped businessman, so due to its sensitive nature, he preferred not to discuss it further. Uncle, you sure know how to keep things under wraps. Don't try to pry anything out of me, kid. Anyway, I came here today specifically because of your speech. Doing business is all about seizing the moment. When you're confident, you push forward relentlessly.
To support your venture, I've decided to invest 8 million yuan. 8 million? Thank you, Uncle. Are there any conditions attached? 8 million? You don't even blink at that figure. Looks like I really underestimated you. No strings attached. It's a gift. 8 million? What's so surprising about that? Zhang Yang felt even adding 2 more zeros wouldn't faze him.
But the mention of no strings attached actually made Zhang Yang wary. After all, the cheapest things are often the most expensive.
Unconditional? Uncle Chen, don't joke with me. Is there such a thing as a free lunch in this world? I've never believed in it.
You little rascal, I'm growing fonder of you by the minute. Bold, meticulous, and sharp. After his praise, Shannon cut straight to the point.
This investment is purely for Feifei's sake.
I thought it might take you 3 to 5 years to earn my approval, but in just a month, you've delivered results.
I approve of you now. But I warn you, don't ever let Feifei down. If you do, I'll withdraw my support.
Chapter 148, Introducing Zhang Yang to a Girl. 50 votes bonus chapter.
What did you say? I said I refuse your investment. Zhang Yang never liked Chen Feifei to begin with, and he certainly didn't like being threatened. Why? Did my earlier words make you feel disrespected? Please understand my position. She's my only daughter.
How about this? I'll invest the money without expecting repayment, and you can return it whenever you're ready. Plus, I won't interfere in your relationship with my daughter.
Shannon resembled Zhang Yang in his insistence on controlling everything. That was his bottom line.
But once a person has a soft spot, their bottom line naturally shifts.
For his daughter's happiness, he was even willing to compromise. No, Uncle Chen, you misunderstand. I don't like your daughter. What? You don't like Feifei? Give me a reason. Is she not attractive? No, she's very pretty and has a great personality. That was Zhang Yang's honest opinion. Even though he didn't like her, he acknowledged these strengths. Then why don't you like her? Fei has been the school beauty since junior high. Now that she's in college, I don't want her to face too much trouble. That's why last year, when your school's forum had that school beauty poll, I specifically told the poster to replace her photo. That's why she got fewer votes. If it were a real contest, Fei's looks wouldn't lose to any girl on your campus. Uncle Chen, forget all this nonsense. Disliking someone is just that you should know that sometimes love is irrational. You either like someone or you don't. So all this you've done, it wasn't to win my approval? His tone was stern, but Zhang Yang nodded. It's for myself. Alright, I get it. So all this time, Fei's been the one pestering you, right? Rest assured, the Chens would never force anyone. I'll handle talking some sense into Fei. Sorry for the trouble these past few days. With that, Chen left, visibly annoyed. Zhang Yang didn't dwell on the incident. He felt he'd handled it correctly. He wasn't the kind of person who would exploit women for money. As he stepped out of the conference hall entrance, an elderly woman hurried after him. Zhang Yang recognized her as the woman who had been standing with Director Fong earlier. Assuming she was also from the Education Bureau, he stopped and addressed her politely. Hello, is there something Director Fong needs to convey? No, young man. I'm here to speak with you. Ma'am, you're looking for me? Don't call me old lady, that makes me sound too old. I just haven't dyed my hair yet. My surname is Qiao. You can call me Auntie Qiao. After all, Yangchang was an international metropolis brimming with vitality, so the local elderly tended to have a youthful mindset. Business people would often greet older women with a cheerful auntie. Aunt Qiao, did you need something? Young man, I see you're so busy with your career you probably haven't dated anyone yet, have you? Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yang would have already sent them packing. Who just barges in asking personal questions? But she was from the Education Bureau. At her age, she likely held some standing there. Zhang Yang didn't want to offend her, so he truthfully replied, yes, I haven't. That's good. Xiao Biyun breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zhang Yang's performance on the field earlier, she was quite satisfied. Plus, her own daughter was also at the normal university. Wasn't that fate? Good. Oh, well, it's like this, Zhang Yang. I'd like to introduce you to a girlfriend. I just don't know if you mind if she's a bit older? Age isn't an issue. As long as she has a good personality. Zhang Yang thought of Wu Qiutong. Though older, her figure was absolutely stunning. Moreover, she didn't seem mentally aged at all. Instead, she radiated a kind of adorable innocence. A girl like that, seemingly mature on the outside but innocent at heart, was truly something special. But he quickly sensed something was off. After saying that, he noticed the elderly woman across from him was laughing heartily. Hold on. Auntie, older is fine, but much older? I really can't handle that. Zhang Yang estimated the old lady was well over 60, a true vintage beauty. If he took a bite, it would probably be incredibly cooling. Where's much older? Just a little older, Zhang Yang. Auntie, please spare me. You could be my grandmother. I really can't handle this. Even if it offended her, Zhang Yang had to be honest. Ha! Young man, you've got it all wrong. I'm in my 70s. Would I go after young guys like you? That would be disrespectful to my age. Hearing this, Zhang Yang finally exhaled in relief. Aunt Xiao, couldn't you have been a bit clearer? Your vague hints had me thinking you fancied me. I almost bolted right then and there. Well, I do have feelings for you, but don't get the wrong idea. I just think you'd make the perfect son-in-law. Son-in-law? So you want to introduce your daughter to me? Exactly. My daughter's been so caught up in her career she forgot about dating. Before she knew it, she'd missed her chance. But as parents, we naturally want our children to find happiness. That's why I came here today, to see if there's a suitable match. After looking around, I think you're perfect. You're not too old, and you seem mature enough to take care of my daughter. Don't let her age fool you. She's still very childish inside. You'll probably have to teach her a lot. If I entrust her to you, I'll feel at ease. Listening to her words, Zhang Yang grew increasingly uneasy. Seeing that she was over 60, her daughter must be around 40. Aunt Xiao, if I may ask, is your daughter remarried? What, remarried? Didn't I just say? She's never even dated. She's a pure young maiden. And let me tell you, my daughter trained in dance. She has a fantastic figure. Back in school, plenty of boys chased after her. Xiao Biyun began to boast about her daughter. 40? A virgin? Chased by many? How on earth did those words end up together? If this woman is actually quite attractive and still unmarried at 40, there's only one possibility: something's wrong with her health. Marriage is a serious matter. Taking a wife who's honest or a bit dim-witted is one thing, but marrying someone with a chronic illness? That could haunt 3 generations. Zhang Yang had no patience for such sentimental theatrics. He pointed ahead. Holy crap! Look, a line of sows queuing up to jump into the river. Taking advantage of Xiaobi and turning her head, Zhang Yang vanished in a flash. Chapter 149, The Most Difficult Gift of a Beauty's Grace. These past few days had been utterly exhausting, and with the competition starting early this morning, Zhang Yang was famished by the time he returned to campus. He headed straight for the cafeteria. Though it was past 2 o'clock, the noodle window was still open, so he immediately ordered a deluxe noodle set. Just as he set his noodles down, he noticed someone else had also brought a bowl of noodles and sat down right in front of him. Zhang Yang looked up and saw it was Chen Feifei. Zhang Yang, you're eating this late? Oh, I had something to do this morning. Why are you eating so late too? You know, girls who like meat? I eat 5 meals a day. I've researched it, these carbs are the easiest to gain weight from. That's why after lunch, I have a bowl of noodles for afternoon tea. Feifei, you really don't have to go this far. Zhang Yang had just said it offhandedly, never expecting her to take it so seriously. Zhang Yang felt a bit intimidated now. Chen Feifei seemed dead serious. As the saying goes, scumbags fear genuine feelings most. Now that she's laid her heart bare, Zhang Yang dared not accept it. It's fine, I'm not struggling. Losing weight is the hard part, gaining it back is a breeze. And guess what? I just realized I've gained about a pound lately. Pretty impressive, huh? Tonight I'm grabbing some lamb skewers. Want to join me? Zhang Yang recalled the scene of her stuffing herself on the playground until she threw up, and he couldn't bear to see her suffer again. But he didn't know how to dissuade her, so he pretended not to hear and sped up his eating. He finished the entire bowl of noodles in just a few minutes, then stood up to leave. Chen Feifei, however, didn't seem to mind. Seeing him about to leave, she actually said with concern, Zhang Yang, it's going to rain soon. Nights might get pretty chilly. Remember to wear an extra layer or two. MHM. Zhang Yang gave a curt nod, though his heart stirred with unexpected warmth. He then quickened his pace to escape the scene. After years of navigating the turbulent business world, he had honed his inner resolve to be exceptionally strong. Zhang Yang believed nothing in this world could truly frighten him, yet at this moment, he was genuinely afraid. The hardest thing to bear is a beauty's favor. Only now did he grasp this truth. Her footsteps quickened involuntarily. All she wanted now was to hurry back to the dorm. Yet, failing to watch her path, she collided head-on with a soft mass. Ouch! Zhang Yang! Watch where you're going. Zhang Yang didn't even need to look up. In this unexpected spot, he recognized the person instantly. Oh, Xu Yan, sorry about that. Ha! Wait, you're not Zhang Yang. Why are you apologizing? Normally, you wouldn't back down so easily. Nervous wreck. Can't be bothered with you. Zhang Yang didn't want to get into a long argument with her, especially with Chen Feifei about to come out. Hey! Wait! You bumped into me and just want to walk off like that? Pay up! Xu Yan wasn't about to let this chance to squeeze some cash slip by. What money? I didn't even touch you. You dare say that? Xu Yan pulled up my shirt to take a look, then gasped in shock. It's all red. I'd say it'll cost at least 10,000 to fix this. Pay up. Damage assessments usually require mutual confirmation. How do I know you're not lying? Is it really that bad? Come on, lift your shirt. Let me see. With innocent girls like Chen Feifei, he still felt some moral pressure. But with someone like Xu Yan? She was easy to manipulate. You wish. I've already repaid every debt I owed you last time. I don't owe you anything now. Don't even think about looking again. Xu Yan clutched her chest tightly, afraid that even a glance from Zhang Yang would be seen as him taking advantage. Well, too bad. Even if it was an accident, if we're assigning fault, I'm the one who hit you. I need to see how badly you're hurt before I can pay compensation, right? Since you won't let me see, it means nothing happened. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Zhang Yang walked away, completely at ease. He couldn't help but wonder how she managed to look like that. She was so frugal, never took any supplements, yet somehow had that kind of figure. If she could just teach her cousin a couple of moves and get half her skills, Zhang Yang would have accepted without hesitation. Xu Yan felt a pang of resentment, but she knew full well that a shrewd guy like Zhang Yang wouldn't part with his money easily. Even if she'd managed to drag him into the bathroom to see, he'd probably come up with a bunch of excuses to get out of paying. So she could only swallow her frustration and let it go. However, Xu Yan also recalled how close he'd been getting to her cousin lately. Worried her cousin might get taken advantage of, she caught up to him once more. Zhang Yang, are you dating my cousin lately? What business is it of yours? Even if it were true, Zhang Yang had no obligation to report his romantic affairs to her. I'm her older sister. You tell me if it's any of my business. Blood ties come first, marriage comes second. You have no right to interfere in her love life. And hey, Xu Yan, you're a senior now. Can't you just find yourself a sugar daddy? In 2 months, you'll be out of school for internships. If you don't seize the opportunity now, it won't be so easy once you're out of campus. There might still be some innocent guys on campus willing to be taken for their money, but out in the real world, if you don't give something in return, no one's going to hand over cash like a fool. Mind your own business. If they won't give, so be it. With this body, I'm not worried about finding men. Worst case, I'll just make a deal with them. With curves like mine, I'll definitely command a high price, unlike a certain someone who takes advantage and then acts all high and mighty, refusing to give me a single penny. The more Chu Yan thought about it, the more she felt cheated. Why did she help him with that thing that night? Alcohol had clouded her judgment, and she'd been as dumb as a rock. Let me clarify, I refused that day. You were the one who insisted on getting down there. And honestly, it was just okay.
Zhang Yang said this deliberately, though the experience had been top tier after all, it was Chu Yan's greatest asset. But I couldn't let guilt get to me, otherwise, she'd just try to extort money out of me.
Fine, Zhang Yang. Mark my words, you'll never get my services again.
I'd give them to a beggar on the street before I'd give them to you.
Xu Yan was furious.
This was her first time doing something like that for a man, and she never expected Zhang Yang to show her such disrespect.
Oh, whatever.
Zhang Yang started to leave, but Chu Yan grabbed him again.
Don't think I don't know you're dating my cousin just to get her family's money, right?
Your website must need cash badly now. But let me tell you something, my cousin has always been independent.
She hates people borrowing money, especially men.
What did you say?
Ha! Disappointed, aren't you? Your hopes dashed?
Su Yan, you really saved my ass. Zhang Yang finally knew how to reject Chen Feifei.
He gave Su Yan a hug, then sprinted toward the cafeteria.
Su Yan froze for a moment before realizing she'd been taken advantage of again.
Watching Zhang Yang's receding figure, she shouted in frustration, "Hey! Come back! You still owe me money." Chapter 150, the way to reject a girl is to borrow money from her.
When Zhang Yang dashed into the cafeteria, Chen Feifei was still slurping noodles. Only when he reached her did she look up and see him, jumping to her feet in fright. Zhang Yang quickly placed his hand on her shoulder and called out gently, "Feifei."
Ha! Chen Feifei was startled by his sudden gentleness. Once she had calmed down a bit, Zhang Yang asked, "Can you lend me some money?" Ha! Borrow money? Chen Feifei was puzzled. "Yes, I need money, 1 million yuan. Can you lend me that?" Zhang Yang asked for an amount extravagant enough for a student, hoping to deter her. "That much? Zhang Yang, what do you need all that money for?" "Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you'll lend it to me or not.
And even if you do lend it, I won't be able to pay you back right away, at least 10 days or half a month."
Chen Feifei frowned, then said hesitantly, "Let me think about it? Or, could it be less?"
Chen Feifei did have some savings, New Year's red envelopes, money from her online side gigs, and part of her scholarship, but she certainly didn't have 1 million yuan. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yang felt satisfied. He then adopted a stern tone.
"No. 1 million. I need 1 million. If you won't lend it, then there's no future between us. You say you like me, yet you won't even help me with this small amount? Naturally, I'll be disappointed in you." Zhang Yang suddenly realized this was a perfect excuse.
As a student, she couldn't possibly come up with that much money. But if she tried to get it from her family, her father would surely stop her, especially since he'd just confronted Chen today. Thus, this was practically an impossible condition for Chen Feifei to fulfill.
"Alright, I'll think it over." Chen Feifei left with a heavy heart. The usually frugal student didn't even finish the half bowl of noodles left on her plate.
Zhang Yang felt relieved to have solved a major problem, returning to the dorm with a smile still on his face. "Zhang Yang, you must have been living it up last night, another night out without returning.
Probably out having fun with some girl, right?" Zhou Wenbin couldn't hide his envy.
He thought he'd be the second in the dorm to find a girlfriend, but now Zhang Yang had already dated countless girls while he was still playing the role of the great mage.
Well, bro, even though you've got a girl missing yesterday's game? I gotta say, you're missing out big time. What competition?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
You don't know? Come on, I still have the video saved. Let me show you. Mao Xian opened his laptop, which was playing a video of Su Xinyan singing. What do you think? Bro, you regret it now, right? If you'd watched the live stream yesterday, you'd have seen how the chat exploded. That Chong Sam on campus beauty Su was absolutely stunning.
The guy behind her must be living the dream.
Happy? Well, it's okay. This kind of thing is exhausting.
Zhang Yang reflected yesterday had indeed been a wild ride.
Exhausting? Comfort is for the dead, Yang. You don't get it. A beauty like Su Xinyan is the absolute cream of the crop. If I could just get a taste of her, I'd gladly die right now. Mao Xian grew angrier the more he thought about it. Why wasn't his dad Li Jiacheng?
If he had money, he'd woo every beauty on the campus beauty rankings.
Don't exaggerate.
Life's about hope. You wouldn't sacrifice your life for a woman.
Work hard, and what's meant for you will come. Things are often simpler than you think. Zhang Yang gently corrected his roommate's puppy dog mentality. Bro, you just don't get it. Sure, you've been scoring a lot lately, but a goddess like Su? She's in a league of her own. If a woman like that gave you the slightest hint, you'd be even crazier than me. I don't get it? Fine, I don't get it. Zhang Yang didn't argue. He glanced at yesterday's work summary and found everything was going smoothly.
Just then, Zhang Yang unexpectedly received a call from Dean Jing, whose tone sounded somewhat subdued.
Dean, what's up? Ah, Zhang Yang, I have some bad news. Remember yesterday's meeting about opening the university gates? A lot of resistance? Zhang Yang asked directly. It's not so much resistance as equal support and opposition.
Things nearly came to blows yesterday, but no conclusion was reached. The Education Bureau stepped in to mediate, saying we'd reconvene at month's end. I plan to use this time to persuade more old friends to join my side.
Then we'll hold off for now. Dean, you've worked hard. Hey, Zhang Yang, why say that? Are you giving up already?
I haven't been able to help you much, and I'm truly sorry. I'll resolve this as quickly as possible and ensure your services can expand to other universities soon. Dean Jing genuinely treated Zhang Yang as his own protege, actively paving the way for him. No, what I mean is you don't need to push so hard. I'll handle it myself. I've already secured first prize in that startup competition. The bureau chief gave me his card, saying I could call him for assistance if needed.
Perfect timing. Winning first prize gave Zhang Yang leverage in negotiations.
After all, when the competition was first organized, higher-ups had promised to provide maximum support for entrepreneurial students.
Ha? Won it? And first prize?
Dean Jing was genuinely surprised. While he'd held high hopes for Zhang Yang, top universities were full of hidden talents, and he hadn't been certain a first prize was achievable. Merely an award would have sufficed. Hearing Zhang Yang had won first prize, he was genuinely delighted.
Excellent, Zhang Yang. Well done.
Your resume seems a bit thin, so I'll apply to the university to get you a certificate as an outstanding entrepreneurial student.
Thank you so much, Dean. This kind of recognition is the icing on the cake, so I won't refuse. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. I'm in Shenzhen on business today. Come by my office tomorrow for tea. Tomorrow? I might be a bit busy then.
Zhang Yang was still thinking about checking on Song Yu's business progress outside. After all, this was his first time handling such matters.
Is it something important?
Not exactly earth-shattering.
Zhang Yang knew Song Yu had just taken over and wouldn't deliver groundbreaking results anytime soon. Then it's not important. Come to my office for tea.
I've got some Mao Jian just delivered waiting for you, 500 yuan per pound.
I haven't even dared to drink it myself. Alright, I'll come for tea tomorrow. But Dean, I don't really drink much tea.
No need to prepare such expensive stuff next time.
Zhang Yang agreed.
The little old man had been genuinely kind to him, and he'd taken note of the favor. Oh, I almost forgot, I'll invite Teacher Wu to join us for tea tomorrow.
What? Great. Tea is good, one must learn to appreciate it. Chapter 151, The Sensitive Beauty Teacher. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang woke up.
Seeing him brushing his teeth again, Mao Xian couldn't help but say, Bro Yang, today's the last day of the National Day holiday.
Just hold off. Don't go chasing girls every single day, you'll wear yourself out. What do you mean chasing girls? I'm just going for tea. Drink tea? Zhang Yang, you like tea? I don't have any. I brought it from home.
Here, take it. Lu Hao quickly got up to fetch the tea leaves.
No need.
Thanks, but I don't care for it.
It's just that today's tea is something I absolutely must try. I'm off. I won't be bringing breakfast today, and I might be back late. With that, Zhang Yang walked out the door, his mind already speculating on what kind of outfit Wu Qiutong would be wearing today. Lu Hao was also puzzled. Strange, Zhang Yang doesn't like tea, yet he's going to taste it? What's that about? Oh, I get it now. I joined a group recently and kept hearing people talk about new tea arriving at the club. At first, I thought they were just really into tea, with so many people discussing it daily. But gradually, I realized something was off. It seemed like tea was just code for the girls. Mao Xian suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Yang really has no restraint, not even taking a break on the last day of vacation.
Lu Hao felt a bit wistful. Just a few months ago, Zhang Yang was a shy, introverted guy. But after getting rich, he's turned into this.
Money really can change a person's character.
Beside him, Mao Xian grasped a different truth. Apparently, to attract women, a man needed more than just money. He also had to have a strong physique. Otherwise, who could endure such relentless exertion day after day? Recalling how his own vitality had plummeted over the past half year due to nightly excesses, he resolved to start nourishing his kidneys immediately.
Excuse me, guys.
Starting today, no more discussions about anything explicit in this dorm.
I'm focusing on physical training.
And Wenbin, starting today, you're going to help me do squats. I'm going to work my kidneys hard.
Mao Xian was determined to build iron-hard stamina.
Oh, alright. I was actually going to share Teacher Xiao's retirement work with you, but since you put it that way, forget it. We'll start training this afternoon.
Zhou Wenbin nodded.
Hold up, Bin, you can start working out anytime. But Teacher Xiaoze is retiring soon. We shouldn't let her final wish go to waste.
What as the license plate number? Whenever the guys in the dorm talked about women, they couldn't stop. But Zhang Yang was different from them.
He didn't like to talk about it, he preferred to experience it firsthand.
Take this moment, for instance. When he saw Wu Qiutong walk in wearing polka dot socks and sit beside him, his hand instinctively reached out and placed itself on her leg. Wu Qiutong trembled immediately.
Ever since that night 2 days ago, her body felt unusually sensitive.
Zhang Yang's touch sent an instant shockwave through her.
Hey, Teacher Wu, what's wrong? Dean Jing, who had just started brewing tea, noticed the table shake and asked curiously.
Oh, nothing. Probably just a bit cold.
What do you think, Zhang Yang? Wu Qiutong glared at him sternly, hoping to warn him not to overstep. However, the beautiful teacher's angry expression seemed more like a playful pout, so Zhang Yang boldly and completely placed his hand on her shoulder. Wu Qiutong pushed him away several times but couldn't succeed, so she could only give in with a hint of resignation. Zhang Yang, come, have some tea first. Yesterday, I didn't expect those opposing teachers to argue that opening the campus would lead to campus safety issues.
But I said, as long as our management is proper, we can definitely avoid them.
Besides, this also benefits the public.
We can't keep students sheltered in an ivory tower forever.
Yes, Dean, I understand.
But their concerns aren't entirely unfounded.
After all, opening the campus does increase security pressures.
Zhang Yang nodded.
Everything is a double-edged sword, there's no such thing as a purely positive outcome.
I know that well.
But this isn't the 80s or 90s. The Skynet surveillance system is everywhere now.
Even if someone wants to do harm, they'll think twice.
And besides,
are these university security guards just sitting around doing nothing?
They should focus on improving their professional skills instead of constantly worrying about danger or losing their jobs.
Pressure breeds motivation, after all.
Frankly, Jing Shueji's words were essentially shifting the burden onto these security guards.
Still, Zhang Yang knew this was the inevitable trend.
Even without his intervention today, within 2 years, university professors nationwide would unite to demand change, ultimately opening campus gates. They continued their conversation for quite some time until someone suddenly pushed open the door.
Hey, Dean Jing, a few business executives are coming soon.
They specifically requested to meet with the Dean of the School of Finance and Trade to discuss a donation to the university.
As Vice President Li Yan finished speaking, he noticed Wu Qiutong swiftly removing Zhang Yang's hand from her lap. Zhang Yang was far too bold.
Even after Wu Qiutong had rejected him, he still dared to make advances.
Donations?
Yes,
Dean Jing, you must make a good impression.
If we can secure funding for the school, we'll have ample resources to expand our campus this year. Li Yan said this outwardly, but inwardly he was already scheming about how he could siphon off a portion of the funds once they arrived.
Alright, I understand. Principal Li, you may go ahead.
I'll discuss this further with Zhang Yang and the others. Li Yan wanted to publicly reprimand Zhang Yang, but he knew President Jing would surely protect him.
So he wisely excused himself. Dean, you two go ahead with your work.
I'll be off too, got lesson plans to prepare. Wu Qiutong quickly found an excuse to slip away, knowing that if his hand kept wandering down her leg, she might have to wash the sheets again tonight.
Alright, go ahead. Watching Wu Qiutong leave, Zhang Yang felt a pang of disappointment.
He'd been thoroughly satisfied the day before yesterday and had thought he wouldn't feel tempted by women again anytime soon. But then he saw Wu Qiutong, and his heart was thrown into turmoil again. As soon as she was gone, Jing Shueji began muttering to himself.
Strange. People come to donate to the school every year, but why are they all specifically requesting to see me this time?
I've only been at this school for 5 years, and the first class I taught just graduated not long ago.
I don't recall any of them achieving anything particularly remarkable.
At that moment, Zhang Yang explained the purpose of these visitors.
Dean Jing's eyes lit up. Oh, I see.
They know you're a student from the School of Finance and Trade, so they're trying to curry favor with me to get me to talk some sense into you.
Exactly. Rest assured, Dean, I'm firmly on your side. Accepting investments requires extreme caution. Don't assume money alone is enough.
These guys are shrewd operators. If they invest $1 million, they'll expect a tenfold return in value.
I know.
I'm just worried about how to explain it to the university. After all, if they actually donate, it'll mean another expense for our school's finances.
Don't worry about that. Just follow your own judgment.
If the sky falls, the dean will hold it up for you.
No one in this school can touch you.
With those words, Zhang Yang felt reassured. He then accompanied Dean Jing to the conference room. However, having drunk quite a bit of tea earlier, he decided to use the restroom before entering. When he returned, he bumped into Li Yan. Just as he turned the doorknob, Li Yan barked at him to stop. The school leaders and corporate bosses are meeting inside.
What are you barging in for? Get lost. Could it be that I'm the main subject of this meeting? Ha! You the main character? You're out of your mind. Don't think the dean's protection gives you free rein. If you cause the school's funding to be cut this time, even the president won't be able to save you.
You're not going in, and if you try, don't blame me for being rude. Li Yan blocked his path. Just then, the door behind him swung open. Several executives spotted Zhang Yang standing outside the door and immediately stood up, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, Zhang Yang.
You finally made it. Come on in, come on in. Everyone's been waiting for you." Li Yan looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief. "Well," Li Yan asked the principal, "can I go in and join the fun?" Chapter 152. The world revolves around Zhang Yang 50 votes bonus. In the end, Zhang Yang didn't accept any of their offers. Although he wanted to quickly accumulate 20 million yuan in assets to win over Wu Qiutong, as Dean Rujing had predicted, these people added far too many restrictive clauses. Some were even more outrageous, outright demanding half the shares. Zhang Yang considered himself fortunate he hadn't stormed out on the spot. As they walked down the street, they discussed the recent events. "Dean, I'm sorry, but their terms were simply too unreasonable. I couldn't agree to them." "It's fine. I was there just now and could tell these people had no real sincerity. They weren't here to invest in you at all, they were just looking to reap the rewards. Keep searching. Never abandon your principles. I have high hopes for your model. I believe it will succeed." Just then, Li Yan returned from his teaching inspection rounds. His first words were, So? Dean Jing, how much did they pledge to donate?" "They didn't donate a single cent because we turned down their investment." "What? Dean Jing, you're being foolish. Why didn't you accept them? If they'd donated, our school would have extra funding this year. That would mean more money for research, making things easier for you all. Their donation came with strings attached. They wanted equity in Zhang Yang's mass network. They came with ulterior motives," President Jing replied dismissively. At the mention of Zhang Yang's name, Li Yan exploded in fury. "I knew it. Zhang Yang, you're the one stirring trouble behind the scenes. I never imagined you'd be so petty. Just because I gave you a little push earlier, you outright rejected their donation? Are you trying to humiliate me? You're humiliating the entire school. Don't you feel ashamed?" "Principal Li, what do you mean by that? Zhang Yang's ideas are my ideas. If you have any objections, take them up with me. How can someone be so short-sighted? Selling yourself out for a measly few million." "A few million?" Li Yan thought to himself that if he could get his hands on that money, even a tenth of it would be enough to live in luxury. He then shot Zhang Yang a vicious glare. Zhang Yang wasn't about to back down either. "Principal Li, I've shown you respect by not cursing you out. First off, Dazhongnet is my life's work, no one has the right to interfere. If you're so capable, why don't you start your own website to attract investors? If you can't do it, then shut up." "What did you say?" Li Yan instantly lost his temper, pointing at Zhang Yang. "Dean Jing, you heard that. This student is utterly arrogant. Later, you must testify for me. I'll request disciplinary action against him from the school. I think Zhang Yang is absolutely right. What do you think?" Dean Jing naturally stood firmly behind Zhang Yang. "Dean Jing, what's this supposed to mean? Are we now afraid to correct student misconduct? Fine, if you want to oppose me, bring it on." "Zhang Yang, I'll stake my position as principal today to make you kneel and apologize. Turns out the Education Bureau was sending someone over soon, and he needed to go receive them." "Ah, got it. Understood." But what followed left Li Yan utterly speechless. "Principal, are you serious? The Education Bureau specifically requested to see Zhang Yang?" Only after receiving confirmation did Li Yan's face turn ashen and he slunk away. "Oomph. People like that are the black sheep of the school." Dean Jing muttered with some displeasure, then asked, "Zhang Yang, you must have called the Education Bureau people, right?" "Yes, I have that connection. Might as well use it. The seminar on opening up the university campus isn't until the end of the month, which is too late. I must ensure it happens within this month." "Good. If you have ideas and determination, go for it. Call me anytime you need anything. Oh, almost forgot the Education Bureau folks usually meet in the principal's office. It's a bit far. I'll drive you there." "No, thank you. I actually have something else to take care of." "Other things? Didn't you cancel your external commitments this morning specifically to have tea with me?" Dean Jing asked with a puzzled look. "No, I'm still someone else's agent. I have a TV interview later." Zhang Yang then explained the music competition. After listening, Dean Jing looked at him as if he were a freak. "Zhang Yang, you truly surprise me. Others are jacks of all trades but masters of none, but you're different. You're a true polymath. Not only are you brilliant in business, but you write songs for others and even won first place in a music competition." No, it was just luck. "Dean, I need to attend a small meeting first. I'll come over later on my own." "All right. To avoid keeping them waiting, which would be rude, I'll entertain them for you. I fully support the idea of opening up the university campus anyway. If necessary, I can speak with them myself." "That works too, Dean. I'll hurry over." After saying this, Zhang Yang rushed off to the music college. No wonder this place is the guy's favorite hangout spot. Almost every male student wandering around campus makes sure to stop by here. Along the way, Zhang Yang had already seen more than his fair share of legs.
Finally arriving at the faculty office of the music college, he found quite a scene unfolding.
Director Wang from the TV station had personally come, and Su Xinyan was currently being interviewed.
Today she wore a white dress, looking as pure and innocent as could be. If this report aired, it would surely captivate countless young, impressionable boys.
The moment Zhang Yang arrived, he was met with a sharp rebuke. Zhang Yang, you again? Why aren't you at the meeting? What are you doing here? Zhang Yang glanced at Li Yan and sneered coldly, do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Zhang Yang, don't get so cocky. You'll fall into my hands someday. And now, please leave immediately.
The station chief of Yangcheng TV is here to discuss a collaboration with our school's music department. They plan to launch a program. If you ruin this deal, it won't just be me, the entire faculty of the music department won't let you off the hook.
How do you know I'm here to sabotage this deal or to make it happen? You? Don't think making a few stinking bucks makes you special. Look at you reeking of money, do you even have the talent? Take Su Xinyan from the Conservatory of Music, you should learn from her.
She won first prize in a music competition with just 3 original songs.
Do you have that kind of skill? Li Yan spoke, about to call security to throw Zhang Yang out. Just then, Su Xinyan saw the commotion.
She immediately cut off her interview, rushed over, and wrapped her arm around Zhang Yang's.
Why'd you take so long?
I was dying of nerves. Zhang Yang glanced down and noticed something off about her figure.
Leaning close, he whispered in her ear, did you get into Tech University? Chapter 153, Mastering Traffic Tools 50 votes bonus chapter. What tech? I just have a natural talent. Su Xinyan playfully smacked him, looking slightly annoyed. We've known each other forever. Don't you think I know your natural endowment? Before, 1 hand was enough. Now, it feels like even 2 hands might be a stretch. It's not that exaggerated. I only added 3. Excuse me, Su Xinyan, Li Yan interrupted. Is this gentleman your boyfriend?
Seeing their intimacy, jealousy stirred in Li Yan's heart.
He was no stranger to romance himself, though he considered himself less flamboyant than Zhang Yang. Su Xinyan was the undisputed campus beauty, while Wu Qiutong was the flower among the faculty. Had Zhang Yang snatched away the ultimate dream of every student and teacher in the school? Who could stand that? Oh, no, it's not like that.
Su Xinyan, even if you two are dating, you shouldn't have let him come over. You're being interviewed by the TV station right now. Every word you say represents the school's image.
Listen to me, hurry back in front of the camera and continue the interview. Yes, Su Xinyan, listen to him. Go back to the interview. We'll talk later, I don't want to be on camera.
Zhang Yang just wants to be the man quietly supporting Su Xinyan from behind.
Putting him in the spotlight? No thanks.
They say a beautiful woman brings trouble. Who knows how many enemies this might attract?
Fine, then wait for me. I can't do this without you. Su Xinyan obediently returned.
While she was being interviewed, Li Yan thought he'd come over and give Zhang Yang a hard time again. Zhang Yang, I told you, you'd fall into my hands sooner or later.
I just didn't expect it to happen so fast.
Earlier, I caught you touching teacher Wu's leg in the office. Now you're all huggy-muggy with this Su student.
So, you're playing both sides now, huh? My love life doesn't require your approval, does it? See? Guilty conscience. Tell me, should I tell Ms. Wu about this, or should I tell Su Tong? Or maybe I'll tell them both. That should be quite entertaining. You tell me, do you think Xiutong will even acknowledge you?
I already told her about that time you drugged her. She didn't call the cops to arrest you, and here you are still hanging around her. Hearing this, Li Yan felt a twinge of unease.
He glanced at Su Xinyan. What about her?
If I tell her this girl seems so innocent, never dated before, she'll be devastated to learn you're such a jerk.
34C. What? Her measurements. How do you think I know? That's impossible. Su Xinyan comes from a wealthy family, there's no way she'd be interested in you.
Li Yan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why did every beautiful woman in the world seem to gravitate toward Zhang Yang?
Believe it or not. Zhang Yang shrugged. Sure enough, Su Xinyan's face could fool many people.
Many people's first impression of her was that she was otherworldly, unaware that this ethereal beauty actually had a taste for things beyond imagination.
Alright, Zhang Yang, the interview's done. Let's discuss the rest of the collaboration details in the office. You'd better make a good impression today. If you do well, I'll let you see what I mean tonight. Su Xinyan wrapped her arms around him again.
She was a bit tsundere, but deep down, she'd already considered Zhang Yang her boyfriend. She'd also learned about his past grievances with Principal Li, so this time, she was here to save his face.
Excuse me, Principal. I'll go in and do my part. You go handle your business. Li Yan, still unwilling to give up, blurted out what he'd been holding back. Su, do you know what kind of guy Zhang Yang is? He's a scumbag.
Oh, the whole world knows that.
Su Xinyan chuckled, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yang as they entered the office, leaving Li Yan alone, flustered and exposed to the wind. Is this what young people are like? So accepting?
If only he'd been born 20 years later. Upon entering the office, director Wang Guanqing learned Zhang Yang was the original composer of those 3 songs and stepped forward to shake his hand.
Bro, you're seriously amazing. These 3 songs are getting massive online views right now. It's fair to say your contribution has brought huge traffic to our show. Brother Wang, you're too kind. It's your platform that gave me the chance to showcase my talent. Zhang Yang responded politely, knowing better than to bite the hand that feeds him.
Of course, there were deeper reasons.
Television stations represented the mouthpiece of public opinion. Controlling this channel would save a fortune in future promotional expenses and allow for timely coverage of any negative information.
Before the era of personal media arrived, television was the largest channel for traffic distribution. Naturally, Zhang Yang wanted to cultivate a good relationship with them. Seeing Zhang Yang's courteous demeanor, Wang Guanqing felt today's matter should be easily resolved. He promptly stated his purpose. Mr. Zhang, it's like this. I've noticed the students at your university possess exceptional musical talent. We're planning to organize a singing competition for students from your music college.
Miss Su mentioned you might have some good ideas, so we thought we'd seek your input.
No, if you're going to do it, go big.
Why not open it up to the entire province and create a larger scale music competition?
To be perfectly honest, brother, I won't hide this from you. Truth is, our station's viewership has been slumping lately, making it tough to secure funding from higher-ups.
Music programs like this lack innovative formats, and I fear if we submit this proposal, they won't approve the budget. Innovation, you say? Simple. We could use a blind audition format. Find a few well-known musicians to serve as coaches. They sit in chairs facing away from the contestants. The contestants sing, and the coaches decide whether to turn their chairs based solely on the performance. This would eliminate any possibility of backroom deals.
That format is quite novel.
Wang Guanqing's mind opened up instantly.
We could even market it as absolutely no backroom deals, probably the boldest approach for a music show nationwide. Not only that, but you could also find musicians to sing with their faces covered, letting the audience guess who the singer is. The show could be called The Masked Singer, playing on mystery and contrast.
Holy crap!
Bro, you're a genius, this is brilliant too.
Wang Guanqing realized he'd made the right decision coming to Normal University today.
He wasted no time, pulling out his notebook to jot down the ideas.
Zhang Yang suddenly felt that Guangzhou TV's low viewership was actually a blessing.
With his own efforts, he could revive the station from the brink of death.
Wouldn't that make it easier to control later?
Just as Zhang Yang finalized his plan, he glanced at Su Xinyan beside him and found her face filled with admiration.
What? Now? Chapter 154, Don't Get Your Clothes Dirty.
Startled, Zhang Yang quickly covered her mouth.
Huh? What's going on? Is there something you shouldn't be saying? Director Wan was curious.
Oh, nothing. Just whispering a few private words.
Zhang Yang quickly made up an excuse. Seeing his flustered expression, Su Xinyan felt like laughing, then suddenly had a brilliant idea. Bro, you're amazing. If these programs get approved, I'm sure our station's viewership will skyrocket. Director Wan was thrilled. He was definitely in the right place today.
If the station could turn things around, then his job would be safe.
It's nothing special. Business opportunities are hidden in the details of daily life. You just need to pay attention.
Also, I think we could add another competitive game show.
Competition show? We have one, a quiz show. But its ratings are weak and we were planning to cancel it. See, Director Wang, when you make programs, have you ever considered what the audience actually likes? I ask you, why do people watch TV?
Well, to relax, to watch what they enjoy.
Exactly. People come to unwind. How many actually learn through TV? That's why shows must connect with real life. Now, they say autumn's here, but the weather's still like summer. You're a man, tell me, what do you want to watch in summer? Director Wang glanced around and whispered, bikini-clad beauties. See? You're pretty sharp. We could do a water sports competition show. You know that Mango TV program called Big Challenge, right?
We could copy their format, then hire some bikini-clad college girls to cheer on the sidelines, bouncing around.
That'll bring in the ratings. Plus, the Asian Games are coming up soon. You could ride that wave of popularity.
Name it Asian Games Rush. If you pull this off, the relevant leaders in Guangzhou will look at you with new respect.
It clicks. Everything clicks. Zhang Yang, no brother Zhang Yang, you're my absolute savior. Wang Guanqing was overcome with gratitude, practically ready to kneel before Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang waved it off. Of course, these were just ideas. If it actually worked out, then gratitude could come later. Seeing how smooth Zhang Yang was, Director Wang naturally played along. Brother Zhang, rest assured I'll leverage my entertainment industry connections to make your girlfriend a superstar.
Girlfriend? Yes, isn't Miss Su your girlfriend? You're a lucky man. Miss Su is truly a natural beauty.
After the show, many viewers called asking for her contact information.
Huh?
No, she isn't. Just as Zhang Yang shook his head, he sensed something amiss. A hand seemed to be wandering to an inappropriate place.
Huh? Zhang Yang, not her? Miss Su, the campus beauty, wore an innocent smile on the surface, but her mind was cunning and calculating. It felt like if Zhang Yang said anything else out of line, he'd be in big trouble in the next second. I suppose so. Heh, you two really know how to set the mood. Director Wang just sighed, impressed by how young people know how to have fun. Yeah, we're always playfully teasing each other, right, Zhang Yang? Su Xinyan chuckled, then completely shed her inhibitions. Ha! Su Xinyan, cut it out. Zhang Yang warned her. They were in public, and the other party was from the TV tower station. If anything got discovered, they could end up disgraced. It's fine. Couples play around like this all the time. You tease me, I tease you. Just keep talking. Don't mind me. Heh, Zhang Yang, you're one lucky guy. Oh, I've got a few more details I'd like to ask you about. Throughout their conversation, Zhang Yang occasionally clenched his teeth. Whenever Director Wang inquired, Zhang Yang could only use a toothache as an excuse. When the conversation finally ended and Director Wang prepared to leave, he added with concern, "Bro, toothaches aren't life-threatening, but they can be excruciating. Don't tough it out. Here's what you do, go to that dental hospital downtown. I have an old friend there. Get your tooth checked out. I'll be heading out now." "Alright, Brother Wang, take care," Zhang Yang replied politely. Su Xinyan quickly chimed in, "Oh, Director Wang, I'll walk you out." Zhang Yang, I need to see him off after all, the TV station gave me this opportunity. She'd embarrassed Zhang Yang several times earlier and now feared retaliation. But Zhang Yang stopped her with a wave. "Brother Wang, you go ahead. I need to have a private chat with my girlfriend." "Alright, no need to see me off. You're too kind. Chat away, it's good for young people to communicate." Once everyone had left, only the two of them remained in the office. Su Xinyan quickly said, "Zhang Yang, it's such a nice day today. Want some ice cream? I'll treat you." "You're being so kind? If you treat me, I have to treat you back. You know I never like owing anyone favors. So what are you having?" Su Xinyan asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Guess." Su Xinyan knew exactly what Zhang Yang's meaningful smile meant. No, Zhang Yang, you can't keep pushing me around like this. We agreed from the start this was just a contractual arrangement. You can't keep doing this to me over and over. I'm getting angry." "Oh? So now you're upset because I said we're not boyfriend and girlfriend? Looks like you really are stubborn. Let me pry open your mouth and see what it's made of. Come on, get down on your knees." Zhang Yang took a step forward, and she took a step back. Just then, Zhang Yang's phone rang. Dean Jing called to ask if Zhang Yang had resolved the matter and told him to come over immediately. "Got it. I'll be there in 10 minutes. He hung up. Su Xinyan, thinking she was saved, quickly reminded him, "Zhang Yang, you have something to do, right? Then hurry up and go." At that moment, Li Yan, jealous that something might happen between them in the office, opened the door without permission. "What are you two still talking about? The TV station people have left. Hurry up and get out of the conference room. Zhang Yang, the leaders from the Education Bureau are waiting for you. Are you still flirting here?" Hearing this, the two had no choice but to step out for the moment. Walking along the school path, Su Xinyan put on an understanding act again. "Oh, Zhang Yang, so you have important guests? Then hurry off. You don't need to walk with me anymore. No rush. I told you, I'll be there in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? 10 minutes? You won't get much done in that time. Besides, you're meeting such important guests you wouldn't want to get your clothes dirty, right?" Su Xinyan blinked her large eyes and smiled. Simultaneously, she reached out and removed several cushions, determined not to give Zhang Yang any further ideas. Fearing her actions might cause misunderstanding, she added, "It's hot, a bit hot." "Oh, right. Su Xinyan, you don't have anything planned this afternoon, do you?" "No, why?" "Then you won't have to worry about getting your clothes dirty." Chapter 155, A Proud and Spoiled Ghost. "What are you trying to do?" "Right. Yeah, right. I don't want it. Anyway, you can't force me." Su, the campus beauty, was really just a big tsundere tough on the outside, but she still followed Zhang Yang into the restroom. A few minutes later, the two emerged. Su Xinyan undid her hair tie, revealing her natural wavy curls. "Su Xinyan, I think you look better with your hair tied up. A high ponytail so pure and innocent. Plus, it's so hot out right now." When Su Xinyan knelt to look up at him, her face looked utterly pitiful. If not for her past record, Zhang Yang might have genuinely considered her a lifelong partner. "You know it's hot out, right? I just told you. You should have said something. You ignored me. If I hadn't let my hair down, how would I explain the marks on my neck if someone saw them? You jerk." Su Xinyan grew angrier as she spoke, twisting Zhang Yang's arm. But she was all bark and no bite. She didn't dare retaliate too harshly and soon let go. Then, her face flushed, she added, "I don't think we can keep doing this. It's too ambiguous. If you were my boyfriend, what we have could be considered fun and games. But like this, I feel like I'm being toyed with. So, would you consider it? I'm giving you the chance to be my boyfriend." "I think we should hold off for now," Zhang Yang replied. If I can enjoy the perks of being a boyfriend without actually being one, why would I want to complicate things? Zhang Yang, are you messing with me? It feels like you're just using me.
Su Xinyan was a bit upset, as it seemed like she'd been turned down twice now.
Oh, no, I did say it. Look at you, you're so amazing. I have to earn my keep properly. Only when I've got the means can I be worthy of you. Worthy? Well, I think you're worthy. That's your opinion. I'm worried people will think I'm climbing the social ladder by being with you.
You know how men value their pride.
Besides, are you really that insecure about your looks? Who do you think you are? You're Su Xinyan, the campus beauty. How many guys wouldn't be over the moon if you confessed to them? I genuinely want to focus on making money first.
Zhang Yang was a master of flattery. With someone as confident as Su Xinyan, he knew he had to shower her with compliments.
Sure enough, Su Xinyan found his words convincing. She began to believe Zhang Yang might genuinely lack confidence.
Nodding, she said, "All right then, work hard.
Make a name for yourself soon."
"Of course, I'll work hard." Zhang Yang agreed casually. After all, empty promises cost him nothing.
And this time, I'm serious.
Before we officially become boyfriend and girlfriend, this kind of thing will never happen again.
Got that?
She adopted a stern expression once more, but Zhang Yang knew that if he wanted to, this proud little devil would surely be unable to refuse him next time. Walking down the street, Zhang Yang felt elated.
In his past life, Su Xinyan had tormented him relentlessly.
This time around, he hadn't just gotten revenge, he'd made her pay dearly. Come to think of it, he'd been a bit harsh with her at times, almost like he was taming her. Perhaps once his relationship with Wu Qiutong was solidified, he'd truly let her off the hook. He decided this time around, he wouldn't be a jerk anymore.
He'd try the pure love storyline.
Soon, Zhang Yang met with the Education Bureau officials.
The meeting went smoothly.
Zhang Yang proposed opening the gates of the universities in the campus town. With Jing Shueji's lobbying, the Education Bureau quickly agreed to the proposal.
Fang Qingping recognized Zhang Yang's talent.
After the meeting, he personally shook his hand.
Zhang Yang, I have high hopes for you. If you achieve great things in the future, don't forget me. Director Fang, what are you saying? Without your strong support, my work wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just ask. Ha!
Professor Jing, you've truly taught an exceptional student, Director Fang Qingping laughed heartily. Jing Shueji felt a surge of pride, his heart brimming with anticipation for Zhang Yang, this rising star of the era.
The group conversed warmly and decided to dine at a nearby restaurant.
Having secured such influential connections today, Zhang Yang naturally knew when to be gracious. With a generous wave of his hand, he offered to treat everyone.
Observing the middle-aged men, Zhang Yang sensed tonight would involve heavy drinking.
Unsure if he'd make it back, he messaged his roommates in the group chat to say he might not return tonight.
No way, Yang, can't you take care of your kidneys? And show some consideration for us single guys?
Neither me nor Ben has found a partner yet, and you're changing girlfriends every night. After sending this message, Mao Xianfa added several crying emojis. No, seriously, I've got a real commitment this time, drinking with guys, no women involved. Zhou Wenbin suddenly remembered tomorrow was the last day of the holiday, and the school had just announced dorm inspections.
He reminded Zhang Yang to submit his report.
Li Yin usually handled dorm affairs, so Zhang Yang called him only to find the guy wouldn't even pick up. No choice but to head to the office in person. Seeing Zhang Yang come for the late-night return form, Li Yin naturally decided to give him a hard time. Let me tell you, he said, without an absolutely valid reason, I won't approve it.
This is a university campus, not your harem.
Don't even think about staying out all night on dates with girls. Zhang Yang said nothing, finished the form, and handed it over. Li Yin initially took the form with disdain, but when he saw the reason listed, dining with the Education Bureau director, his hand trembled as he signed it. Zhang Yang, next time you have such a legitimate reason, just mention it over the phone.
No need to come all the way here.
Otherwise, the director might think I'm giving you a hard time, Li Yin said, still a bit shaken.
I didn't want to either.
But you didn't answer my call earlier. When I saw you weren't picking up, I was ready to have the director contact the principal directly to arrange my leave.
Ah, no need, no need.
That's ridiculous.
Zhang Yang, you can come back whenever you want or not at all.
Zhang Yang gave a cold laugh, muttered clown under his breath, and walked away. The moment he stepped outside, his phone buzzed with a notification. 1 million yuan had been transferred to his account. This immediately put him on guard.
Where did this money come from?
He pondered for a moment, concluding the most likely source was the group of entrepreneurs who had just visited the school.
Could these guys be trying to force a sale?
As Zhang Yang was trying to figure out who was most likely behind it, he hadn't taken 2 steps when someone called out to him.
Zhang Yang, did you get the money?
Zhang Yang turned to see Chen Feifei panting as she ran up.
Confused, he asked, Huh? Money? You transferred it? Yeah, 1 million. I'm lending it to you. So, can we date now? Chapter 156, is Chen Feifei going to die?
Zhang Yang stared at her fervent gaze, almost afraid to meet her eyes.
It was all Chu Yan's fault for suggesting this crazy idea. Now things seemed to have escalated even further. Chen Feifei's gaze clearly showed she was smitten. What's wrong? Is it not enough? You think I'm too skinny, right? I'll keep working on it. Chen Feifei spoke with unusual earnestness. Zhang Yang couldn't bear to stay any longer. Her gaze was so intense it felt like it would melt him if he got any closer, like one more glance might cause an explosion. I'll think about it. Zhang Yang fled. It could be described as a full-blown retreat. Distracted, he nearly collided with someone around a corner. Hey, young lady, what's wrong? Oh, it's you. What's your name again? Never mind. We really are meant to meet. I just happened to have a tea date with my daughter today. Wait here a moment, she'll be here soon. You two can have a good chat. My daughter has fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. I guarantee you'll like her. The speaker was Qiao Biyun, Wu Qiutong's mother. She'd tagged along today because a colleague was visiting the normal university, hoping to use the ride to discuss her daughter's future in detail. Zhang Yang estimated her to be over 60, and her daughter at least 40. How could either possibly match descriptions like fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged? Just imagining seeing her now would probably give him nightmares. So he made up another excuse and quickly made his escape. Hey, classmate. Where are you running off to? Come back. Xiao Biyun called out twice, unwilling to give up. When she realized he hadn't even glanced back, she felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be he simply didn't like older women? Zhang Yang didn't turn around, but he did attract Wu Qiutong's attention. Mom, what are you yelling about? I could hear you all the way from the classroom building. You silly girl, why didn't you hurry up? A promising young man just walked right past me. Mom! I told you it's unnecessary. Besides, he's a student and I'm a teacher. How could that be appropriate? What's the matter? Afraid people will call you an old cow munching on tender grass? My daughter is so beautiful, she could match anyone. I bet they're all jealous of that young man. Mom, you don't need to decide this for me. I know what I want. Your taste is terrible. Look at all the men you've picked for me over the years, either too old or slick as anything. None of them are my type. You silly child. The men I picked were all carefully selected elites. Yet in your eyes, they become worthless nobodies. Just tell me what type you actually like. The type I like. Wu Qiutong paused to recall, naturally substituting Zhang Yang into her mental template of an ideal partner. Then, she didn't quite know how to describe it because someone like Zhang Yang was so rare. He was young yet so mature, and incredibly sharp. What? Just tell me. If not, I'll ask my colleagues at the bureau to keep an eye out for you. Mom, really, let's go. The tea's getting cold. We went to the tea house late at night. It was bound to be cold. Xiao Biyan felt a bit helpless, wondering when her daughter would finally find her own happiness. If she hadn't seen it before closing her eyes, how could she face her father in the afterlife? Wu Qiaotong was troubled too. She'd made concessions for Zhang Yang's happiness. But what about her own happiness? That night, Zhang Yang was equally troubled. Not knowing whom to confide in about such matters, he could only drown his sorrows in copious amounts of alcohol until he passed out. The National Day holiday passed quickly, and the mundane school life began again. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and during that time, Dazhang.net's business had skyrocketed. Led by the Education Bureau, university campuses began opening up, significantly easing restrictions on outsiders. This allowed Zhang Yang's food delivery service to penetrate major universities in the college town. Daily orders surged from 1,500 to 4,000, bringing massive traffic to nearby businesses. Off-campus operations were equally smooth. Under Zhang Yang's guidance, Sonyu had little to worry about as daily operations ran smoothly and efficiently. Now, orders from nearby internet cafes were also surging. Of course, this surge in traffic brought immense pressure. For instance, reconciling daily invoices became overwhelming for Sonyu alone, forcing Zhang Yang to hire another accountant. With traffic growing ever larger, Zhang Yang conceived the idea of phone credit meal orders. However, the manager at the mobile company seemed to consistently look down on him. Several subsequent visits ended in rejection, which troubled him. Thus, he had to prepare on two fronts. On one hand, he tasked Yang Zihao, the head of the technical team, to scout online for teams capable of developing a payment tool similar to Taobao. Unfortunately, few domestic teams possess the necessary expertise for such technology, making this path exceptionally challenging. Still, Yang Zihao wasn't idle. Following Zhang Yang's earlier creative proposal, he recreated several highly engaging mini-games. As a result, the website's online user numbers gradually increased. Most of these users were previously white-collar workers in downtown office buildings. While they currently use the food delivery feature less since meals can't be delivered inside. But as the old saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't worry about firewood. As long as Dazhang.net holds a place in their hearts, this traffic will inevitably return. Moreover, Zhang Yang occasionally distributed offline group buying coupons within the minigames, encouraging these white-collar workers to dine at nearby restaurants, a subtle way to weaken the rival platform's influence.
As for his love life, Zhang Yang gradually found his own rhythm. He teased the beautiful teacher from time to time, lest he get too caught up in making money and lose her. Meanwhile, campus beauty Su had hinted several times lately that she wanted him to be her boyfriend. Each time, Zhang Yang deflected her advances with plausible excuses. Truth be told, if he truly wanted to, he could keep her at arm's length for quite some time. As for Chen Feifei, his approach was admittedly a bit underhanded. After all, he'd initially borrowed money from her specifically to persuade her to withdraw, never expecting her to actually lend it to him. Still, Zhang Yang had found a way out. After all, he'd originally promised to repay her within a week, and now 2 weeks had passed without a word. Chen Feifei couldn't help but come asking several times, only to be brushed off each time. Truthfully, he was doing this deliberately. After all, breaking promises and failing to repay debts both severely diminish a man's appeal. Zhang Yang was desperate to shake her off, which was precisely why he acted this way. That very evening, just after finishing his night elective class, his roommates informed him that Chen Feifei had fainted. Knowing she'd always been kind to him, Zhang Yang considered sending a message of concern. But to hasten her disillusionment with him, he chose to be ruthless and offered no sympathy whatsoever. Late that night, however, Zhang Yang suddenly received a call from Chu Yan. Just as he was about to scold her, he heard the urgency in her voice. "Zhang Yang, if you have any conscience left, come see my sister. She's practically dying." Chapter 157, doomed to be a jerk again this lifetime, 50 votes. When Zhang Yang arrived at the hospital, Chu Yan was glaring at him angrily. "Zhang Yang, if anything happens to my sister, I won't let you off the hook." Su Yan blocked the doorway, but Zhang Yang wasn't about to indulge her. He pushed her aside and entered the ward. A young woman lay in the hospital bed. Zhang Yang approached and noticed she seemed much thinner than half a month ago. Just then, Chen Feifei stirred awake. Spotting Zhang Yang, she struggled to sit up. "Zhang Yang, why did you come so late? Aren't you tired? You've been so busy lately. Go rest." "I'm fine. I'll be discharged in a couple of days." As she spoke, the doctor who had just entered heard her and said sternly, "Miss Chen, you have acute pancreatitis, compounded by malnutrition. It's fortunate you were brought in today. Otherwise, the consequences could have been severe. You must rest for at least a week." "Pancreatitis?" Zhang Yang frowned in confusion. "Yes. You young people these days have no sense of moderation. Late at night is when the body is most vulnerable, yet this young lady went out to buy lamb skewers and ice-cold cola. Isn't that playing with her life? The extreme temperature contrast between cold and hot food is a prime trigger for pancreatitis." The doctor's tone carried a hint of exasperation. He'd seen too many patients recently who triggered pancreatitis by eating grilled meat and drinking ice-cold beer late at night. He was getting fed up. "Zhang Yang, did you hear that? This is all your fault. Why did you have to make her gain weight?" Chu Yan walked in, her expression still displeased. "Cousin, don't blame Zhang Yang. This was all my choice." Chen Feifei quickly interjected, not wanting Zhang Yang to feel bad. "Feifei, what can I say? Zhang Yang is nothing but a scumbag. He doesn't deserve your affection. You emptied your savings to help him. Lending him money is one thing, but why didn't you ask your family? If your roommate hadn't told me, I'd never have known your diet was this terrible, eating plain rice porridge with pickles every day, then sneaking out late at night to buy lamb skewers. Your eating habits are awful." As she spoke, Chu Yan shot Zhang Yang another glare. Zhang Yang finally understood why she was malnourished. That million yuan had been scraped together from every possible source, including borrowing from him. With little money left, yet desperate to gain weight, she'd saved every penny for those late-night binges. "Chen Feifei, is what your sister said true?" Chen Feifei couldn't meet his gaze, fearing Zhang Yang's reproach. She kept her head down, unable to speak. "Of course it's true. And that jerk even borrowed 400,000 from me. If I'd known she was borrowing it for you, I never would have lent her a dime. She said some important friend needed it, so I gave it to her. Zhang Yang, I'm warning you, pay me back immediately. And return every last cent you owe my sister too. You don't like Feifei? There are plenty of people at school who do. Don't think you're all that just because you make a few stinking bucks. Neither of us sisters cares about your money." Chu Yan continued her tirade. That exchange sounded like a complicated dispute, so he wisely decided to leave. Chen Feifei grew anxious. She feared her cousin might say something too harsh and scare Zhang Yang away. "Cousin, please stop. You should leave." "Why should I leave? You're just too kind-hearted, which is why he's been stringing you along. He doesn't care about you at all. Why else would he keep making things difficult for you? With your qualifications, what kind of guy wouldn't want you? And listen, I know you've been short on cash lately, so I helped you land a few ads. You must have made some money, but you refused to spend it, just in case Zhang Yang needs help with something later. Do you really want to make life this hard for yourself? When something actually happens to you, besides your parents, I'll be the one who suffers. Do you think Zhang Yang will shed a tear for you?" Chu Yan unleashed another barrage of criticism. Only now did Zhang Yang realize how much Chen Feifei had sacrificed for him. His face burned with embarrassment, a sting more painful than any physical slap.
Chen Feifei was on the verge of tears. "Cousin, I beg you, please stop. Just leave now."
She buried her face in the pillow and began to sob softly. Only then did Su Xinyan realize how deeply her cousin loved Zhang Yang. She knew that continuing would only further upset her and worsen her condition. So she shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare, signaling him to deal with this problem himself, then tactfully exited the hospital room. Once alone, Zhang Yang sat down beside her bed and gently pulled back the quilt covering her head.
Chen Feifei wept like a pear blossom in the rain.
Glancing at Zhang Yang, she covered her face with both hands.
"Don't look at me, Zhang Yang. I must look awful right now."
"No, you're beautiful." Zhang Yang gently stroked her head, feeling truly sorry for her.
"It's fine, you don't need to comfort me. I know you don't really like me.
My cousin told me long ago, but I just couldn't bring myself to believe it.
Still, I refuse to accept it. This was the first time I ever pursued a guy. Why did it fail? Why?"
Her voice broke as she began to sob again. Zhang Yang wrapped his arms around her, his voice tinged with pity.
"I'm sorry. I was too harsh with you before. I can make it up to you. What do you want? The hardest debt to repay is a beauty's favor."
Zhang Yang felt the weight of that saying once more. Hearing this, Chen Feifei slowly lifted her head.
"Would you consider dating me?" "No, I can't. I don't want to morally blackmail you. Don't like me out of guilt. How about this, can I still like you?"
Chen Feifei gazed at him, her eyes brimming with pleading. It was precisely that look that touched the softest part of Zhang Yang's heart, making him unable to evade these feelings any longer.
Zhang Yang nodded. "I agree. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance. I'll keep trying until you like me too." Chen Feifei flashed a rare smile. "You misunderstood. What I meant was, I agree to date you." "Really? You can't lie to me. If you do, you're a little dog." "Fine, if I'm lying, I'm a little dog."
Chen Feifei was overjoyed, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yang's waist, hoping this wasn't just a dream. Breathing in the sweet scent of her hair, watching her curl up like a kitten in his arms, Zhang Yang couldn't help but reach up and stroke her head. A moment of silence fell between them before Chen Feifei suddenly looked up at him.
"What is it? I've never been in a relationship before. I want to try the actual steps of dating. Could you guide me?"
When her soft lips touched his, Zhang Yang naturally slid his hands around her waist and responded passionately. Zhang Yang felt a pang of emotion. "This lifetime, it seems I'm destined to be a scumbag again." Chapter 158, Craving a Squeeze 50 votes bonus chapter. After all these years, Zhang Yang finally experienced a campus romance. Once he could only envy others, but now, in this second life, he found himself the protagonist of the story.
Chen Feifei's kiss was awkward, but her reaction was utterly genuine. Did Zhang Yang stick out his tongue? Of course he did. What could he do?
The leggy little squad leader smelled so damn good. The moment their lips met, any man would have lost his mind. Only when Su Yan's cough echoed through the room did Chen Feifei hastily pull away, burrowing deep beneath the covers.
"Feifei, I need to talk to you." "Huh? What is it, cousin?" "I was just about to sleep."
Chen Feifei wasn't one to lie, and her words were full of holes.
"Zhang Yang, could you step out for a moment? We sisters need to have a private chat."
Zhang Yang listened to her this time, mainly because his mind was still a bit muddled, so he wanted to step out to the stairwell for a smoke.
After Zhang Yang left, Su Xinyan stepped forward and took Chen Feifei's hand.
"Sis, did he force you just now?"
"Huh? I didn't force him."
"What? You're being foolish. I've told you before, Zhang Yang isn't someone you can rely on. Why are you forcing yourself to be with him? You'll suffer for it later." Su Xinyan knew Zhang Yang was a high-level player. She couldn't handle him herself, let alone her innocent and adorable cousin.
A little white rabbit hanging out with a big gray wolf? She'd get eaten alive. It's fine. Just think of it as a beautiful life experience. Besides, Zhang Yang is actually quite good, you just don't know him yet. I don't know him? I know everything about him. The truth? What truth? You don't need to know as a kid. You'll find out later. Of course, Su Xinyan wouldn't mention that absurd incident from that night. How dare Zhang Yang date Chen Feifei? Doesn't he know we shared such an intimate moment? Isn't he afraid I'll expose him? Oh, fine. Su Xinyan knew her cousin seemed innocent and kind, but she was also stubborn.
Once she set her mind on something, no one could change it unless she changed herself. So, the two of them being together was something she probably couldn't stop. But seeing her so foolishly devoted, Su Xinyan couldn't bring herself to be completely heartless. She needed to tell her what needed to be said. "Feifei, I'll tell you this, you're old enough now, and dating is perfectly normal. Your cousin won't stop you. But you absolutely must know what you can do and what you can't do. So what can and can't be done? Can we kiss? Well, kissing is okay, but don't do it too often. You need to learn to say no sometimes. If you just open your mouth whenever he asks, he'll only push his luck." "Huh? What if I want to kiss? Just now it felt really good, he wouldn't refuse me, would he?" Su Xinyan stared at her in shock.
Could her cousin really be falling head over heels this fast? Don't worry.
When a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil. If you really want to kiss him, he'd probably kiss you all the way until tomorrow night.
Hee, that's good then. Chen Feifei touched her lips, reminiscing about the feeling from just now. So this is what dating feels like? No wonder my roommate comes back so happy every night. That's good? Feifei, your cousin needs to tell you something. Anything above the head is okay for him to touch, but anything below is off limits, got it?
Can't I hold hands with him? I see my roommate holding hands with her boyfriend when they date.
Chen Feifei looked disappointed. Hands? Hands are okay. Huh? But you just said he can't touch anything below the head. Fine, I'll just say it plainly, don't let him touch you there, got it?
Xu Yan pointed to her flat chest.
Touch me? Will he definitely touch me? He will. He definitely will. Haven't you read any novels? Kissing always leads to groping. Really? Why? But Zhang Yang didn't do that just now. Does that mean he's a good guy? Su Xinyan was nearly driven mad by her innocent act.
She was only a sophomore. Su Xinyan genuinely feared she'd drop out within 6 months due to pregnancy. Besides, she'd seen with her own eyes just how wildly Zhang Yang and campus beauty Su had gone at it. In Xu Yan's eyes, Zhang Yang was a shameless scumbag who couldn't walk past a woman without hitting on her. With her cousin being so stunningly beautiful, how could he possibly resist touching her? That was pure fantasy.
Right, thinking about it now, Xu Yan realized Su Xinyan was a huge problem.
Seeing how close she and Zhang Yang were, it seemed unlikely they'd part ways anytime soon. If that were the case, wouldn't her cousin suffer? Therefore, she had to devise a plan to make Su Xinyan give up on Zhang Yang.
Cousin? Why aren't you saying anything? Am I right? Zhang Yang is a good guy, right? Him? A good person? Good my ass. Of course he behaves himself because I'm around to keep him in line. Just try being alone with him and see if he doesn't devour you. Remember this, any man who's with you is only after your body. They're all scum like that, all they think about is kissing and touching you to get their kicks. Xu Yan spat out bitterly.
I wonder what kind of love potion that Zhang Yang guy slipped my cousin to have her so completely under his spell.
Really? So that's what makes boys happy? Got it. Chen Feifei nodded, as if she'd just learned something new. No, what are you nodding for? I'm teaching you risk prevention. You don't think I'm coaching you on dating, do you?
Xu Yan couldn't help but smack her head, her tone tinged with exasperation.
Ouch. Chen Feifei clutched her head, looking at her with a hint of hurt. Cousin, you don't have to hit me that hard.
I fainted and hit my head during evening study just now, and it still hurts a bit. Seeing her so delicate and vulnerable, Xu Yan couldn't bear it and gently pulled her into an embrace.
Alright. I was just worried. Thanks, cousin. You've always taken such good care of me. Tell Zhang Yang to go home.
He must be exhausted with all the website work lately.
Don't make him stay and look after me. Alright, you'll cry over men a few times sooner or later. I'll go tell him. Tonight, your cousin will sleep with you. Alright, thank you, cousin.
2 days later, Chen Feifei was finally discharged from the hospital. Their relationship had evolved from classmates to colleagues to lovers, and he still felt a bit uneasy about it. But since he'd promised to date her, Zhang Yang naturally kept his word. He took her downtown for a fun-filled day out over the weekend.
Chen Feifei was truly adorable.
Holding her hand, Zhang Yang could distinctly feel her trembling.
Feifei, should I let go? You seem to be shaking quite badly.
No, just hold it.
Please. Alright. Come on, let's grab some dessert. It's way too hot out. Okay. Chen Feifei ate the lava chocolate cake she'd always loved, but this time, the sweetness seemed a bit muted.
After asking the waiter, she learned the recipe hadn't changed. So she realized maybe the feeling of being in love was the sweetest thing of all.
Their affectionate exchange was successfully witnessed by Su Xinyan. Of course, this was all orchestrated by Xu Yan, whose goal was to drive Su Xinyan away from Zhang Yang.
Her goal was indeed achieved. At that moment, Su Xinyan felt her pride had been deeply wounded. Zhang Yang had always lied to her, saying he didn't date because he was too busy with work, only to turn around and be with someone else. So, he had never truly cared for her at all.
See?
Little sister, I told you men are all scum.
Su Xinyan nodded, her voice tinged with hurt. Yeah, not a single one is any good.
Xu Yan felt a quiet triumph at having achieved her goal. But Su Xinyan's next words caught her completely off guard. Senior sister Chu, I feel so uncomfortable.
Can I squeeze it? Chapter 159, Senior sister, keep me company.
If not for fear of losing her payment, Chu Yan would have refused outright.
Because at this moment, Su Xinyan mistook her for Zhang Yang and was taking wild revenge.
Her movements were even rougher than a man's, punctuated by occasional slaps. Though the area had thick fat padding, Chu Yan was struggling to endure it. Worse still, this time she was using her nails, digging into Chu Yan's skin and causing sharp pain. Xu Yan even began to regret delivering such a crushing blow to her today. To vent her fury, Su Xinyan had even booked an hourly room. The hotel front desk had looked at them strangely when two girls checked into a single room. But this was an international metropolis, after all, so it was more tolerant of many things. The only slight regret was that both girls were stunningly beautiful. Why didn't they like men? The front desk clerk imagined how scandalous the scene inside might be, unaware that what was happening in the room was more like torture. Why did you have to fight me for Zhang Yang? Why? Tell me. Su Xinyan shouted, her hand once again landing a slap. Su Yan felt helpless. Thankfully, her 2 ounces of flesh couldn't speak. If it could, it would have cursed her out long ago. Junior sister, I wasn't fighting you over Zhang Yang, Su Yan said helplessly. I know, senior sister Chu. I'm just in a bad mood. I'll make do this time. I just need to vent. I'll forget about him. Then at least go easy on me. I should have insured these 2 ounces. If you damage them, how am I supposed to scam men out of money later? Shu Yan snapped, her voice tinged with irritation. But calculating the days, because of the earlier secret video, the 1 million yuan she owed her was almost due for repayment. Xiao Yan had silently resolved that once she got the money, she would disappear far away. Because she sensed this girl was a bit twisted. No, the real culprit was that scumbag Zhang Yang. Su Xinyan was known for her innocence at school, but after hooking up with Zhang Yang, she'd become increasingly promiscuous. I absolutely must warn my cousin to be extra careful. Su Xinyan must have sensed Chu Yan's genuine anger. Fearing she'd provoke further resentment, she spoke apologetically, I'm sorry, Senior Chu Yan. I'm not targeting you. I'm just in a terrible mood. Zhang Yang promised that once he made money, he'd be with me openly. He lied to me. Why? Fundamentally, her own sadness today was self-inflicted. But if she didn't let her feel this pain, then her cousin would suffer instead. To ensure her cousin's love life remained smooth, Chu Yan resolved to play the villain. Yet, as a fellow woman, her heart ached. Seeing Su Xinyan weeping so pitifully, she reached out and embraced her, whispering soothingly, there. I'm not blaming you. But couldn't you have been gentler? I'm sorry, Senior Chu. I understand. I won't hate you anymore. I apologize. Su Xinyan said tearfully. Seeing Chu Yan holding her, she noticed the spot on her face that had just been struck. The red, swollen marks resembling handprints were rather unsightly. So, she gently extended her tongue. Just once, and Chu Yan's entire body felt as if it had been electrocuted. What are you doing? I'm healing your wound. My grandfather said human saliva can neutralize toxins and reduce swelling. After saying this, she repeated the action. Sigh. This time, though it didn't hit a critical spot, Chu Yan was struggling to hold back. The area was densely packed with sensitive nerves, and combined with the intense visual impact, she was starting to panic. No, it's all sweat, it's not clean. Chu Yan quickly came up with an excuse, hoping to stop her. But the excuse was too flimsy, and she made no real effort to dissuade Su Xinyan. Oh, it's fine. It won't be dirty. I think you smell nice, Senior. Su Xinyan smiled, then began sipping like a kitten drinking water. Once, twice, 3 times. Su Yan wasn't made of wood. Slowly, the arms wrapped around her began to relax. What could she do? When this spot was attacked, how many girls could resist, aside from those battle-hardened teachers? Shu Yan felt a bit dizzy, her arms completely limp, as if she'd utterly surrendered. Seeing her surrender, Su Xinyan was the happiest of all. She found this sort of thing amusing to begin with, and witnessing Chu Yan yield filled her with pride in her own abilities. If not for that alarm clock set long ago, Chu Yan would have truly been captured today. Enough. Time's up. The alarm's ringing. Only then did Chu Yan snap back from her dazed reverie. Now she felt utterly embarrassed, wondering why she'd actually found that moment somewhat pleasurable. Could she be a pervert too? Impossible. How could she possibly like girls? Right now, she just wanted to escape this awkward situation as quickly as possible. Suddenly deprived of her plaything, Su Xinyan instantly soured. She grabbed Shu Yan's hand as she reached for her clothes. Wait, Senior sister. Stay with me all day today, okay? Absolutely not. We agreed earlier no more than half an hour each time. We made that clear long ago. And don't forget to pay me back what you owe me soon. Shu Yan was genuinely scared. She nearly screamed out loud just now. So she quickly grabbed the t-shirt and started putting it on. Alright, I'll pay you back. And I'll give you extra money too. Su Xinyan was genuinely lonely now, just wanting someone to keep her company. Extra money? Are you serious? Hearing about extra cash, Shu Yan perked up instantly. As long as there's money, what's a little kissing and touching? The idea that poverty could change her was simply non-existent in Shu Yan's mind. Seriously. But I don't have that much right now. You can keep track 10,000 per session. How about it? Wow. 10,000. Shu Yan was tempted. 10,000 per session? 100 sessions would be another million. She'd been fretting that after paying cash for the apartment, she'd have nothing left for other ventures. That panic had driven her to frantically hunt for business opportunities lately.
With such a golden opportunity right before her, why wouldn't she seize it with both hands?
To put it bluntly, if she were to accompany those stinky men, who knows what kind of abuse she might endure. But as a sweet, soft girl, it suddenly seemed much more acceptable.
Alright, just remember you owe me 810,000 now. Come on.
Su Xinyan held out her hands, as if welcoming the god of wealth.
But just minutes later, Su Xinyan shoved her away. Because Su Xinyan had just started attacking her core area. What's wrong? Senior sister, I'll pay you back. No. Su Xinyan looked as if she'd witnessed some terrible event.
Now, even money couldn't tempt her to stay. She fled the scene as if escaping a disaster.
Chapter 160, Special Deal. Su Xinyan ran all the way until someone called out to her at an intersection. Cousin, what's wrong? Why are you running so fast? Chen Feifei asked curiously.
As she'd been running, the men around her had practically dropped their jaws. Zhang Yang teased, "Your cousin's doing it on purpose, showing off her figure to see if she can reel in some suckers." The moment those words left his mouth, the men around them started getting restless. They assumed the beauty was trying to catch their attention, so soon enough, someone plucked up the courage to approach.
Hey, beautiful, want my number? Just say something nice, and I'll give it to you. Get lost. Having just been teased by a woman, now being hit on by a man, how could Su Xinyan possibly be in a good mood?
Seeing how fiery she was, the crowd wisely backed off.
Su Xinyan glared at Zhang Yang and snapped, "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Shut your mouth. Cousin, don't scold Zhang Yang. He didn't mean it." What? Little sister, you're defending him? Zhang Yang, what kind of dope did you slip me? Drugging someone is illegal, sis.
Now you're the one talking nonsense. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes.
Enough, stop arguing. Cousin, Zhang Yang wants to take me out for steak. Are you coming? Using my money to treat me? How dare he? Zhang Yang, hurry up and pay me back. Su Xinyan said angrily. I'd pay you back, but my account's under investigation right now. Too many large transfers triggered a hold. It'll take a few days to clear. Otherwise, who'd want to owe you money?
Zhang Yang was truly at a loss for words. No wonder Big Brother Ma had been butting heads with the bank every day these past few years. This kind of muddled, careless attitude toward handling things was truly infuriating. Anyway, transfer it back the moment your account's cleared, Su Xinyan snapped. Cousin, don't be angry. Come on, let's go grab some steak. Hey, Feifei, I never agreed to treat her. Zhang Yang, your cousin's in a bad mood today. Let's treat her to dinner. Or better yet, I'll cover this round. Chen Feifei remained as gentle as ever. Fine, for your sake. Su Xinyan, you should learn from her, she's so sweet. Get lost. You guys always try to tame us girls this way. Who says girls can only be cute? Besides, you should have done this earlier. You've taken so much of my money. If I'd saved it in the bank, the daily interest alone would be substantial. Su Xinyan felt more and more that hanging out with girls was much better than being with boys. Fine. I won't argue with you. Let's go. Soon after, the three of them headed to a nearby Western-style restaurant. Halfway through the meal, Su Xinyan received a call. Seeing her sour expression, Chen Feifei quickly asked if she was okay. Ugh, that apartment I had my eye on, I thought I could buy it soon, but the agent said during the National Day home buying rush, someone else offered a higher price and snatched it up. There are still 2 units left in the same building, but they want an extra 200,000 yuan. So frustrating. Su Xinyan's greatest wish in life was to have a home of her own, so she wouldn't be kicked out by others. What? Another 200,000? Cousin, let me lend it to you. Forget it. I know you've always been independent and hate taking money from home. I'll figure this out myself. Blame Zhang Yang instead. If he hadn't used underhanded tricks to swindle my sister out of her money, I'd have secured that apartment ages ago. Su Xinyan now felt Zhang Yang was the bane of her existence. Without him, her college life would have been so much more comfortable. How about this? I'll get you a position at the university. Don't be so disingenuous. How much could a school position possibly pay? I'm talking about 200,000 yuan here. Su Xinyan had no idea where to find the missing 200,000 yuan. She was already devastated after her family swindled 300,000 yuan from her earlier. Now, this inexplicable 200,000 yuan deficit felt like another blow. She was utterly exhausted, as if the heavens themselves were conspiring to prevent her from buying a house. If you work hard enough, there's no limit to how much you can earn in a day. No limit? Then tell me what it is, I'll do it. Simple. With more and more people ordering takeout online, someone needs to sort the deliveries at the hub for efficient distribution. Feifei's been exhausted lately, and I don't want her handling this anymore. Oh, I remember now, your site's delivery fee went up to 1 yuan. Greedy bastards. They call it a service upgrade, but really, you're just pocketing more cash. It's a willing transaction. One party wants to hit, the other wants to be hit. They choose to buy this service, it's not my fault. From merchant to customer, we only charge 1 yuan for the entire delivery. Zhang Yang thinks he's being pretty fair. Shut up. You're a crooked merchant. Seeing the school backing you and no competition, you just jack up the prices. So, are you in?
You handle the sorting and I'll split the delivery fees with you. Once we scale up again, your earnings will be even more substantial. Deal. Heh, no business without a little trickery. Zhang Yang, you're actually quite charming. I was just joking earlier. Hearing about all that money, Su Yan's expression changed instantly. Damn it. Fei, your sister is an intangible cultural heritage inheritor, you know. What does that mean? Chen Fei asked curiously. See? Her ability to change her expression like that, she learned it all by herself. Chen Fei instantly covered her mouth and giggled. Su Yan officially began her life working for Zhang Yang. On her first day alone, she earned over 1,000 yuan. Though exhausting, it filled her with hope for the future. But the next morning, just as she was about to head back to work, Su Xinyan called her out again. Of course, she used the same excuse about needing. After half an hour of torture, Su Yan finally managed to escape. Outside the hotel, Su Xinyan still seemed unsatisfied, so she resorted to the money tactic once more. This time, after a moment's hesitation, Su Yan nodded immediately. Wait, I'll do it. Ha? Really? Senior sister, I knew you were the best. Su Xinyan wrapped her arms around her, took a sniff, and laughed. Senior sister, you really do smell so good. But this was in the middle of the street. Their actions naturally drew some whispered comments from passers-by. Su Yan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly reminded her, people are watching, Junior. Can't you be a little more discreet? Ha, right. Got it. Let's go get a room. Su Xinyan was overjoyed, though a pang of irritation flashed through her mind. Stupid Zhang Yang, I don't need you to have someone to hang out with. Soon, the two arrived at a nearby hotel. Senior Chu Yan, I love you to death. Su Xinyan threw her arms around her, her hands naturally locking onto her target. Her weak spot seized, Chu Yan flinched but gritted her teeth, whispering a warning, Junior, don't forget what I told you. Got it. Half an hour per session, 10,000 per session. Official billing. I'm on it. Su Yan nodded, letting her undo the buttons, a sense of humiliation welling up inside her. But for the money, she endured it. Chapter 161, Holding the Final Line. Senior sister, let's get started. Don't be nervous, we already warmed up earlier, right? Let me think. This time I need to try a different approach. I've got to make this 10,000 yuan worth spending. Su Xinyan pondered for a moment, then sat down on the sofa herself, letting Chu Yan lean against her. What kind of weird idea are you thinking of now? Come on, senior sister. I'll be gentle. Obligated by the gift, Chu Yan couldn't refuse and simply leaned against her. When she saw the hands reaching around from behind, Chu Yan finally understood her purpose. Though she felt a bit embarrassed, Chu Yan kept repeating to herself, I have to endure this. I can earn 10,000 yuan. I can earn 10,000 yuan. Senior sister, do you know how to make handmade noodles? Handmade noodles? You want noodles? I don't think I've ever tried making them. We people from Yangcheng don't eat much noodle food, so I never learned. Then I'll teach you. Let's start with kneading the dough. Good dough makes for better noodles. With that, Su Xinyan began demonstrating the kneading technique. All this was tolerable as long as she didn't touch that crucial part. But Su Xinyan was like a child who'd finally gotten her hands on a cherished toy. Her hands never stopped moving, and her words kept making Chu Yan blush. Senior sister, you're truly beautiful. Have you really never been in a relationship? Senior sister, yours is the best in the world. I feel like if you entered a competition, you could easily win a prize. Senior sister, we should connect more often. I'll study hard online and teach you everything I learn. Enough, Su Yan finally interjected. When people tackle difficult tasks, they rely entirely on sheer willpower to push through. But the moment their train of thought is interrupted, that state of focus vanishes quickly. Just like Chu Yan now. She'd been numbing herself with the thought of earning 10,000 yuan, but Su Xinyan kept talking non-stop. Every time Chu Yan managed to hold her focus, Su Xinyan would suddenly say something, undoing all her progress. The moment her steadfast conviction relaxed, she felt her nerves being tugged again. So every word Su Xinyan uttered made her blush. Hee, senior sister, what's wrong? Are you blushing? No, I'm just reminding you 5 minutes have passed. We have a fixed price here, so once the time's up, we'll wrap this up immediately. Chu Yan felt flustered and quickly made an excuse. Okay, I know. Senior sister, you look so cute when you're serious. Su Xinyan treated her like a puppy she'd bought for 10,000 yuan, so she pinched her cheek without restraint. Humiliation. Pure, utter humiliation. She was a senior in college, yet she was being bullied like this by a junior classmate. Where could she even go to complain about this? So she silently set another goal. Once she earned that 200,000 yuan, she'd take a long trip to heal from this painful period. Alright, senior, the dough should be ready now. Su Xinyan released her grip and looked down at her creation with satisfaction. The sheer scale of it made her feel a bit inadequate. Her senior must have been constantly harassed by guys back in the day. But those stinking boys would never guess that the senior sister they fantasized about was right here in her arms. Oh, so fast? Xiaoyan felt a bit relieved, thinking this 10,000 yuan was surprisingly easy to earn. She got up from the sofa, ready to leave. Hey, not yet. It's only been 10 minutes. I'm watching. Xiaoyan glanced at the time and was instantly speechless. Then what did you say was okay? Done meant the kneading was finished, and now it was time for the next step. Next step? What's that? Fermentation. The dough needs to rise. It has to rise to get that elasticity. Fermentation. What are you doing? Don't smear any weird stuff on me. If you insist, I won't charge you for this.
The word fermentation reminded Chu Yan of high school biology, and the first association that popped into her mind was decay. Seeing Su Xiaohua getting a bit frantic, if she were to put something like rotten bananas in there, that would be truly disgusting. Ha, senior, you're way too uptight. I told you you're the cutest girl I've ever met. How could I do that to you? Fermentation, haven't you heard of chewing wine? Human saliva can actually ferment too. What do you mean? I don't understand. You don't need to understand. Just listen to me. Come on, place your hands here. That's right, kneel your feet on the sofa. It's fine. If you feel uncomfortable, you can just leave. I'm not restricting your movements. Under Su Xinyan's guidance, Chu Yan finally adjusted her position. At that moment, Chu Yan resembled a mother cradling her daughter in her arms, except this daughter seemed to be up to no good. Su Xinyan's reclining posture evoked the scene from the TV series Fengshen Bang where King Zhou reclined in a pool of wine and meat, feasting on grapes. Except Su Xinyan was enjoying herself even more than King Zhou because Daji was there. Picking grapes and feeding them to King Zhou took time, but Su Xinyan skipped that step entirely. She fed them straight from her mouth. Slow down. Xu Yan's words came out in broken fragments, revealing just how chaotic her mind was at that moment. Hee, senior sister, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame your irresistible charm. This makes it seem like we've expanded our operations. Su Xinyan grew even more enthusiastic, as she seemed to be slowly developing a taste for this. Su Xinyan hadn't always been eloquent, but her time with Zhang Yang had forced her to grow, making her quite skilled now. Though Chu Yan was usually bold in her actions, she had always been protective of her own body. Aside from that one time with Zhang Yang, she had never shared such intimate communication with anyone else. That's why, back when she teased Chen Feifei, she thought her cousin was just being overly dramatic, unable to handle such minor things. Now, however, she realized how young and naive she had been back then. Few people could truly endure such things. What was even more terrifying was that when she bullied her cousin, it was merely with her hands. But Su, the campus beauty, was a completely different story, endlessly chattering and nagging. The two experiences were worlds apart. Hey, senior, is it fun? No, it wasn't fun. I just felt a little stiff in the neck. Xu Yan had to force herself to hide her true state, still trying to comfort herself with the thought that she was earning money. But Su Xiaohua's next move threw her off balance. Senior, your neck stiff? Come on, sit right on my lap. I'll hold you. No need. Xu Yan still refused. She didn't want things to get too intimate. But eventually, she couldn't hold on any longer and slid down. Su Xiaohua swiftly wrapped her arms around Xu Yan's waist and leaned in to kiss her. Chapter 162, How about trying it in the car? 50 votes bonus chapter. A red Ferrari pulled into the parking lot. Just as everyone was speculating about which rich kid was dropping off his girlfriend, two girls stepped out of the car. Xu Yan retrieved her bag from the car, ready to begin the task Zhang Yang had assigned her today. Senior, shall we continue tomorrow? Su Xinyan wrapped her arms around Xiao Yan's waist. Startled, Xiao Yan immediately pushed her away. Are you crazy? This is school. Then tell me first, are you coming back tomorrow? Tomorrow? Recalling what had just happened, Xu Yan felt a sharp pang in her chest. Her mouth had been like a vacuum cleaner, practically sucking the blood right out of her. No way. I'm taking a break, 2 days off. Making money is great, but you need to be alive to spend it. If she didn't take this chance to pause her crazy streak, who knew what even more unimaginable things she might do in a couple more days? Take 2 days off? You're not making money? Senior sister, aren't you trying to buy a house? I can support you. I've got over 500,000 on this card, just got it from my dad. That much. I envy you having such a great dad. Xu Yan felt a pang of envy. If only she had a father like that. Her own dad was worse. Not only did he refuse to give her money, but he also tried to swindle her out of the hard-earned cash she scraped together. No need to envy. Just endure it a little longer, and this money will be yours. How about it? Let's continue tomorrow. Su Xinyan thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of toying with someone, immersing herself in Zhang Yang's role. So this is how good it feels to watch a beautiful woman slowly fall into ruin. That bastard man had tricked her step by step, using the excuse that he wanted to be with her. No way, I'm not going to the hotel. I feel like the front desk staff are mocking us, it's too embarrassing. Recalling how they checked into the same hotel twice today, both times for hourly rooms, and the mocking look from the front desk staff when they left, Xu Yan felt a wave of shame. What mockery?
They're just jealous of me, jealous that I have such an adorable senior sister to hug and kiss. No way, I'm definitely not going to the hotel. Besides, these hourly rooms are always filthy, there's always this weird smell I can't stand. If not the hotel, then the mall fitting rooms. That's how you bullied me before. Are you crazy? How is that the same? When I teased you in the fitting room, I didn't make such a big scene. Now you want me to sit on top of you? If a salesperson accidentally pulls back the curtain, we'd be totally humiliated. Forget it, forget it. Let's just go to the hotel. At least there's some privacy. Xu Yan could only sigh inwardly, this money really isn't easy to earn. Privacy you want, but no hotel? Oh, I know. Next time, we'll do it in the car. In the car? You and Zhang Yang, haven't you already tried that? Xu Yan thought it was utterly insane. That time. I was forced into it. Su Xiaohua flushed, recalling the family dinner where Zhang Yang had drunk too much and she'd driven him home. When they reached the underground parking garage of his apartment complex, he insisted on trying something new. In a daze, she had agreed. That bastard. Zhang Yang, you really are a piece of work. Xu Yan sighed. Su Xinyan looked so pure and innocent, but now she turned into this. Zhang Yang definitely bore the main responsibility. Never mind, senior. Let's not talk about that jerk, okay? Let's go to the car. I've actually never tried it with a girl in a car before. Su Xinyan sounded a bit shy. No way, no way. It's over 30 degrees in Guangzhou right now. If I stay in the car, I'll suffocate. There have been several reports lately about kids being locked in cars and dying from heatstroke, which has caused quite a stir. That's why Xu Yan feels a bit scared now. After all, heatstroke can be deadly. Xu Yan was terrified of dying now, because she had so much money on her. If she died before spending it all, it would truly be a tragedy. And there's a high chance that money would go to her family. If it went to her dad, he'd definitely gamble it away. If it went to that stepmother, she'd truly die with regret. Oh, okay. Then let's meet at midnight. It's cool then, and there aren't many people around. We'll just go to the main street. The street? Isn't that a bit risky? Give it a shot. It won't be hot late at night, and there'll be fewer people perfectly solving all your problems. Plus, how about I pay you back 300,000 this time? Seeing her hesitate, Su Xinyan pulled out her trump card. This time, Xu Yan couldn't refuse. She just asked her to find a deserted street and to wrap things up within half an hour. They'd leave immediately afterward. Of course, senior sister, you're so adorable, I'll protect you. I won't let those stinky men see you. Only I get to look. Su Xinyan planted another kiss on her before humming a tune as she walked away. Xu Yan arrived at the creative park, where Zhang Yang and Chen Feifei were also present. Xu Yan, I thought you quit. I almost had to find someone else. Only a fool would turn down money. Xu Yan shot back before diving straight into work. By evening, after all the dinners had been delivered, the creative park's door creaked open. Senior, are you done? Su Xinyan looked slightly anxious. Zhang Yang was also inside, but she seemed oblivious to his presence. Ah, okay, I'm coming. Xu Yan, afraid she might say something, frantically stuffed her things into her bag and dashed toward the door. Weird, Fei. Since when did your sister get so close to Su Xinyan? Zhang Yang was puzzled. Chen Feifei recalled the scene at Wu Qiuton's house last time. I'm not sure. It was probably when we were at teacher Wu's place. My sister said Su Xinyan was having chest pains and saved her life. Oh, that explains it. Zhang Yang didn't dwell on it. After all, it was a life-saving favor. It was only natural for two people to go from strangers to close friends overnight. Su Xinyan seemed to be deliberately keeping her distance, and Zhang Yang was actually relieved. Their relationship had been nothing but a fling anyway. If she kept clinging to him, he'd have been genuinely afraid. Zhang Yang, what are you thinking about? Are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. Chen Feifei was so gentle. Though Zhang Yang had initially felt guilty, spending time with her made him realize she was genuinely adorable. I'm fine, not tired at all. Feifei, let's grab dinner downtown tonight. I'm craving hot pot with you. Sure. As long as it's with you, I'm happy with anything. Should I call her cousin? No way. This is our date. Why invite her to be a third wheel? Ha? A date? Is that okay? Seeing her dazed expression, Zhang Yang couldn't resist flicking her forehead. Seriously, we're dating. Isn't going on a date perfectly normal? Oh, right. Let's go on a date then. A date. The moment they stepped into the parking lot, the red Ferrari had just pulled out. Inside the car, Su Xinyan couldn't resist placing her hand on Xu Yan's leg. What are you doing? I'm driving. Hee, senior sister, I'm just so excited. I found a great spot. Tonight, let's try it out. Chapter 163, Su Xinyan puts her new skills to use 50 votes. Zhang Yang drove Chen Feifei downtown for hot pot. The moment they stepped out of the car, they ran into a thoroughly annoying guy. Hey, isn't that Zhang Yang? What's up? Got a new girlfriend already? Zhao Xiqing I Chin Fei Fei. Her face was still flawless, and those long legs were absolutely killer. For a moment, he felt a pang of jealousy. Why did Zhang Yang always have such stunning women by his side? Zhang Yang had no desire to engage. He wasn't one for verbal sparring. When facing an opponent, winning them over with actions spoke far louder than any quick wit. Zhang Yang, what's up? Can't answer me? Afraid I'll expose you? Zhao Zicheng unleashed his ultimate move, eager to see Zhang Yang squirm. Let me tell you, sweetheart, your boyfriend's a scumbag. He was all lovey-dovey with another girl back in school, that Su girl. Pretty famous at your school, you should know her. But before Zhang Yang could respond, Chen Feifei stepped in front of her. I know her, Su Xinyan, right? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? They were all over each other before. Doesn't that bother you? I don't care what Zhang Yang did with others before. But now he's chosen me, and that's enough. Besides, our relationship is none of your business. Chen Feifei said earnestly. Zhao Xiqing was dumbfounded. She's not the type to be left behind, so why is she so devoted to Zhang Yang? How do you know he chose you? What if he's still stringing Su Xinyan alone? Wouldn't that bother you too? Zhao Zicheng had witnessed Zhang Yang flirting with both Wu Qiutong and Su Xinyan simultaneously, so he assumed Zhang Yang was cut from the same cloth as him. A guy like that wouldn't pick one and leave the other behind. More likely, he'd want them both just like himself. Stop trying to sow discord. I trust Zhang Yang, he has already cut ties with that Su woman. Chen Feifei noticed that when Su Xinyan came to the creative part today, she didn't even glance at Zhang Yang. A girl's intuition is usually spot on. Back then, she sensed there was no real connection between Su Xinyan and Zhang Yang. Alright, fine. Zhang Yang, well done. Looks like you did your homework in advance. But no cat stays away from the milk forever. I'll find proof of your affair with Su Xinyan sooner or later. And if you dare to compete with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Stealing your business is just the first step. Next, I plan to take revenge on the Su family. Let's see if you have the ability to protect them. Zhao Zicheng finished speaking and stormed off in anger. What should we do? Zhang Yang, if he really does something to the Su family, what will you do? Zhang Yang thought she was testing his feelings, but he didn't love Su Xinyan to the point of life or death devotion. So he replied casually, don't worry, Fei Fei. She and I really have nothing going on anymore. No, I just think this whole thing started because of you. If it drags the Su family into it, it won't be good. Hearing her words, Zhang Yang froze. It seemed he'd been judging her unfairly. Chen Feifei truly was a kind-hearted girl. But her worries were indeed unnecessary. It's fine. No matter what, the Su family's appliance business has a certain scale in Yangchang. How could they just be dealt with like that? Come on, don't worry. He was just trying to scare us. Let's go eat hot pot. Yeah, you're right. I want to eat a lot, I need to make up for lost time. Alright, I'll get you a non-spicy broth. After finishing the hot pot, the two returned to the area near campus. Zhang Yang was now a big shot on campus. Even though it was nearly 1 a.m., he could simply swipe his face card to get back in. But Chen insisted on taking him for a walk. As they walked, they found themselves on the other side of campus before they knew it. This path, being far from the night market, felt rather deserted. But on a moonless, windy night like this, it felt just right. Zhang Yang, I don't want to stay here. I'm afraid someone might be around. She pursed her lips, clearly uncomfortable with the moment. It's already 1 a.m., and it's not even the weekend. There's hardly anyone on this street. Don't worry, sweetheart. Seeing her look so pitifully vulnerable, Zhang Yang felt his affection for her surge even more. She had the appearance of a mature woman, yet her heart was so adorable, how could one not be moved? Zhang Yang was a man who never gave up until he got what he wanted. Right now, all he could think about was kissing her stubborn lips. Chen Feifei liked Zhang Yang very much, but she wasn't Su Xiaohua, someone who could be persuaded with a few words and then let her guard down. Failing to kiss her lips meant tonight's goal remained unmet. So Zhang Yang had to find another way to make it happen. He wasn't rushing to kiss her now. Instead, he shifted his focus downward, finally landing his lips on her neck. A mere light touch was enough to make Chen Feifei melt instantly. Seizing her moment of vulnerability, Zhang Yang intended to return to his original plan. Yet, hearing her nightingale-like murmurs seemed to encourage him, so he continued with the same approach. Chen Feifei seemed to sense her own embarrassment, so she simply gritted her teeth afterward. It's okay, Feifei. No one's here. Do whatever you want. Chen Feifei shook her head. Feifei, I won't lie to you. Hardly anyone comes here because it's not near the night market. Chen Feifei still shook her head. Feifei, don't hold back. Your voice is actually beautiful. Next time, I'll write you a song. Sing it for me. It was precisely these words that gave Chen Feifei immense encouragement. She began to sing out loud. However, this night wasn't entirely deserted. Zhang Yang seemed to share some unspoken understanding with Su Xiaohua. Both had chosen this very street.
Su Xinyan had been teasing Chu Yan just as she had during the day, but the moment she saw Zhang Yang, she clenched her teeth in frustration.
Hey, freshman, what are you doing? We agreed no biting.
Chu Yan yelped in pain and quickly pushed her away.
Su Xinyan watched the pair in the distance, then mimicked Zhang Yang's actions.
She wrapped her arms around Chu Yan again, moving her lips upward until they finally settled on Chu Yan's neck.
Chu
Yan panicked slightly, unable to stifle a gasp this time.
Senior, does it feel good? No, it's not. Chu Yan quickly denied it. She never imagined this sensation could be so terrifying.
This was far more intense than when she touched herself.
How did Su Xiaohua suddenly become so skilled without any guidance?
Glancing toward a large tree nearby, she finally understood Su Xiaohua was putting her newfound knowledge into immediate practice.
Damn Zhang Yang, couldn't he keep his distance? Doing this kind of thing on the street late at night, doesn't he have any shame?
Her gaze shifted again, and she saw that the person Zhang Yang was holding was her cousin. Rage surged through her. She had warned Zhang Yang time and again not to bully her cousin, who was still so innocent. Seeing this scene, she wanted to rush out and pull them apart, giving Zhang Yang a good scolding. But all of this was just fantasy, because with Su Xiaohua's second attack, Chu Yan no longer had the strength to push the car door open.
Chapter 164, Look, the car's moving. Chen Feifei was completely dazed by the kiss.
Only when Zhang Yang called her name did she snap back to her senses.
What? Still savoring it? How about another kiss? Zhang Yang chuckled.
Chen Feifei was truly too innocent. Kissing her was like striking an acupoint. Chen Feifei quickly covered her mouth, her eyes flashing with playful annoyance.
You! How could you do that in public? What if someone saw us? It's fine. I told you, no one will be here.
No sooner had he spoken than a car horn blared from the roadside.
What? Someone's here. Run! Chen Feifei jumped in fright, grabbing Zhang Yang's hand and pulling him away.
Zhang Yang followed her. Spotting the red Ferrari parked by the roadside, he instinctively assumed it belonged to Su Xinyan. So, after running a short distance, he stopped and glanced back at the car.
Huh, weird. Feifei, did your sister drive this car today? Yeah, it's red. Looks like it. The license plate area is too dark, I can't make it out. Should we go take a closer look? Zhang Yang nodded.
While Ferraris were typically red, he felt certain this was Su Xinyan's car.
Before he could take 2 steps closer, Zhang Yang noticed the car swaying. Hey, Zhang Yang, look.
The car's moving.
Is it broken? Kid, don't look. Better not go over. If it belongs to someone else, that'd be awkward. This car isn't just broken, it's been completely wrecked. Then I'll give her a call. Strange cousin Chen shouldn't be out this late. Chen Feifei was curious, but she dialed the number anyway. Hey, cousin, are you out? Feifei, what's up? Chu Yan glanced at Su Xinyan, signaling her to stop. But Su Xinyan seemed to be getting into it and didn't want to give up easily.
Su Xinyan glanced up at her, smiled, then leaned in again. This time, Chu Yan flinched like a startled deer.
At the same time, she felt a twinge of resentment toward Zhang Yang. Why did he have to do this outside in the middle of the night?
Now Su Xinyan had learned how to deal with her neck, and she was the one suffering the consequences. The intense stimulation made her twist and turn, causing the Ferrari to sway even more violently.
Oh, Zhang Yang, and I spotted a red car parked near the school. Didn't you take a red car out today?
Zhang Yang said it looked like the one you were in, but it seems to be swaying strangely.
Hearing this, Chu Yan realized they hadn't gone far.
She quickly tried to steady herself.
No, I'm still having a late night snack.
It smells so good. Su Xinyan nodded in agreement beside her. It really did smell delicious.
Alright, cousin, get some rest then. Zhang Yang and I are heading back.
As soon as Chen Feifei finished speaking, the other end hung up immediately.
Zhang Yang, that wasn't my cousin. Should we still go check it out? No need. I already know who it is. Let's go. Zhang Yang smiled, pulling Chen Feifei toward the exit.
Zhang Yang, you're so sharp.
How did you figure it out? So tell me, who was in the car? Chen Feifei was genuinely curious. Who else could it be?
Your sister, of course.
What? That can't be. My sister said it wasn't her. Would you admit to doing something wrong?
You just said the car was moving, and the moment she heard that, it stopped moving.
If it wasn't her, then who else could it be?
Zhang Yang hadn't expected her to be so easily fooled. He guessed it was because Xiao Zuyan had deceived her so often growing up that she'd gotten used to it.
Oh, right. But why would my cousin lie to me? Doing something wrong? Does the car moving mean she's doing something wrong?
You don't need to know all the details, kid.
I told you, I'm not a kid anymore. Will you tell me? I need to know what my cousin is up to.
If it's something harmful to her health, I have to warn her. Chen Feifei puffed out her chest defiantly.
Small but present. Seeing her determined expression, Zhang Yang could only offer a brief explanation. After hearing his explanation, Chen Feifei flushed. What? Are you still going to warn her? No way. Let's go back. Witnessing this for the first time, especially involving someone close to her, Chen Feifei fled in panic. Only after watching them walk away did Xu Yan relax. Now slightly annoyed, she retorted, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? How could that be? Senior, you smell so good, can't blame me for that, right?" Just then, the alarm clock rang. Alright, time's up. Xu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This irritating night was finally coming to an end.
However, just as she reached for her undergarments, Su Xinyan snatched them first.
"Senior, there's really no one around to catch us now. The night is long. How about we stay for another 10 minutes? No way. Give it back, now." Xu Yan was getting impatient.
Xu Yan found herself wondering if it had been a mistake to instill in her the idea that all men were bad back then.
I'll pay extra. 10,000 for 10 minutes? The last 10 minutes.
The deserted street, combined with the forbidden nature of what they were doing, gave Su Xinyan a peculiar thrill.
No. Hurry up, I'm going back. Xu Yan was genuinely scared.
The streets were too unsafe. If any passerby saw them, she'd be ruined.
If you don't agree, I won't give it to you. It's fine, Senior Chu, just let me try again.
Seeing no other option, Xu Yan decided to cut her losses.
Fine, I'll give you my undershirt.
She slipped off her t-shirt, tossed it to her, then opened the car door and hurried away.
Su Xinyan watched her hasty escape and couldn't help but chuckle, murmuring to herself, "Sis Chu is so adorable." Xu Yan slept terribly that night. The intense excitement kept her mind racing until dawn.
So when she arrived at Zhang Yang's office the next day, she was sporting huge dark circles under her eyes.
"Cousin, are you okay? You look like you're about to drop dead."
"I'll go make you some goji berry water, it's good for staying up late." Chen Feifei was startled by her appearance and hurried to fetch water.
"Relax, your cousin isn't going to die.
If she does, it'll be from pure bliss." Zhang Yang chuckled, surprised by how much fun Xu Yan was having.
"What did you say, Zhang Yang?" Xu Yan snapped, her voice tinged with irritation. "I'm warning you, don't push my buttons. I'm sleep deprived today, and my temper is absolutely terrible." "Bull. Staying out this late doing this kind of thing and expecting to get enough sleep? I'm seriously impressed with you. What did you say? Zhang Yang, let me tell you that's slander. I could totally sue you." Xu Yan was startled. Had the truth been exposed? "Before you sue me, why don't you take a look at what's on your neck?"
At that, Xu Yan quickly pulled out her compact mirror. The moment she saw the love bite on her neck, she froze in place.
Chapter 165, The Man Who Defined an Era. It's a mosquito bite. If it's a strawberry, then it's a strawberry. Last night, I knew you were outside the school. If it's a mosquito bite, why didn't you just say it was heat rash? Then it was heat rash. What school grounds?
I went straight home to sleep after dinner last night.
Keep making excuses. So what if I have strawberry marks? I'm an adult, this is perfectly normal. And I haven't settled the score with you yet for bullying my sister last night. Xu Yan was clearly. See? You just confessed without being prompted. I knew it was you in the car. Otherwise, how come the car stopped shaking right after I called?
Zhang Yang grinned triumphantly.
You tricked me into saying it.
Xu Yan glared at him, flustered but still refusing to let him look down on her.
She stubbornly retorted, "So what? It's none of your business. I'll hang out with whoever I want, just not you. It'll drive you crazy." Zhang Yang chuckled. "You're deliberately speaking so loudly, aren't you just feeling guilty?" "Guilty? What am I guilty of? If I'm not mistaken, that Ferrari belongs to Su Xinyan, right? You're acting so cocky, aren't you afraid I'll spill your little secret?"
You dare." From that moment on, Xu Yan was genuinely scared. After all, this kind of thing wasn't exactly something to be proud of.
"Oh? Challenging me? Xu Yan, you're something else. Borrowing someone else's car to cruise around town, aren't you afraid Su Xinyan will find out?" "Ha? Borrowed? Yeah, didn't you borrow this car? You're so vain."
"I've only heard of guys renting cars for fun, never girls doing this." "Xu Yan, you've really surpassed my imagination." Zhang Yang racked his brain but couldn't figure out that the two people in the car last night were girls.
He just thought her behavior was a bit strange, borrowing someone else's car to play around. Isn't that the legendary 1,000-mile delivery? Xu Yan realized the misunderstanding and breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly regained her earlier cocky demeanor. "Go ahead and tell her. See if Su Xinyan even bothers to respond. And you better pay me back soon, I'm buying a house. Don't hold me back. Don't worry, I'd never owe you. You're sharp as a tack. Trying to take advantage of you might just get me screwed over big time." Good to know."
Xu Yan shot him a withering glance before diving into her day's work. 3 days later, the restrictions on the bank account were finally lifted. Zhang Yang and Chen Feifei went out for a meal, then headed straight to repay Xu Yan. The moment they reached the bank entrance, Xiu Yan's phone started ringing non-stop.
Zhang Yang answered it with irritation. "You said you'd pay me back today, right? I'm already getting ready to make the transfer." "Fine, I'll pay you back. Wait, didn't you still owe 200,000 half a month ago? This fast? No, I still owe 140,000 now. I'm paying the deposit today to avoid any last-minute complications. The rest can be paid off within a month. Why? Are you trying to sponsor me? Is this your way of currying favor with Fei Fei? Xu Yan's tone was brimming with excitement.
Last night, Su Xinyan had tormented her again, but afterward, she paid off the remaining 800,000 yuan she owed. So when Xu Yan woke up, she was still smiling. Though over 100,000 remained, Xu Yan felt that if Su Xinyan came back just a dozen more times, she could save up enough. Calculating each session at half an hour, strictly speaking, enduring just a few more hours would finally give her the home she deserved.
Raising 140,000 yuan in a month? Xu Yan, is your side hustle that lucrative?
Of course. This girl's got mad money making skills. Well, seeing such returns in such a short time, all I can say is take care of yourself. Zhang Yang wasn't the least bit surprised that Xu Yan would take the wrong path. After all, her craving for money had reached a pathological level. To make that much money so quickly, she'd either have to trade stocks or invest in shares.
Zhang Yang certainly didn't believe she had the brains for stock trading. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me again? What sarcasm? I'm just concerned about you. Exercise restraint. And don't corrupt my Fei Fei.
Zhang Yang issued a stern warning.
What do you mean my Fei Fei? She's my sister. Hurry up and transfer the money.
With that, Xu Yan hung up immediately. Just as Zhang Yang was putting his phone back in his pocket, it rang again.
What now? You need something else? Hey, Zhang Yang, it's me, Fong Qingping. Oh, Director Fong, sorry. Thought it was my friend.
Zhang Yang had entrusted him with an important matter these past few days.
Seeing him call proactively, Zhang knew there must be news. Oh, no problem. I'm calling with good news. At this morning's meeting, Mayor Huang presented your proposal and it passed unanimously. You've got to push this forward actively. If we pull this off, we'll all benefit. It all stemmed from an accidental thought Zhang Yang had 2 days prior. While shopping with Chen Feifei, he noticed the city was decked out in Asian Games decorations. She suggested leveraging the event's buzz to promote their website. Building on that serendipitous spark, Zhang Yang expanded his thinking and successfully conceived an excellent idea, the Eat Well for the Asian Games campaign. This time, his target audience was the athletes competing in Guangzhou during the games. His plan was to promote his food delivery website to these athletes, ensuring they ate well and were well fed, allowing them to focus on their training. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang had a hidden agenda. He planned to implement phone credit ordering. Each competing athlete would receive a prepaid phone card with a certain amount of credit, allowing them to directly deduct meal costs from their phone balance when placing orders. Previously, the mobile company had been reluctant to cooperate, so Zhang Yang now had to leverage some influence they couldn't resist. Thank you so much, Director. I'll make sure to handle this well and won't hold you back in any way.
Zhang Yang could leverage this Asian Games opportunity to push for the digitization of food delivery services.
You're welcome.
It's your vision that shines through. Your speech draft was brilliant, especially the line about ushering in the digital era of the Asian Games. It showed our foreign guests that Guangzhou is a city of the future, earning thunderous applause. Mayor Huang was very pleased with you. Director Fong praised Zhang Yang effusively, remarking that he was truly a talent and should be mentored more in the future.
Zhang Yang couldn't suppress his excitement either. If this initiative succeeded, the benefits would be immense. First, establishing the mobile payment model would streamline the website's cash accounting costs. Second, leveraging the Asian Games to amplify the website's influence.
And finally, it would earn Mayor Huang's favor. Truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, Zhang Yang understood that the commercial empire he envisioned was slowly taking shape.
Chapter 166, 5 million in pocket money. But what?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
Since this is our first collaboration after the conference discussions, we're concerned about potential risks. We'll need you to pay a security deposit.
If any incidents occur during the period, your deposit may be forfeited.
Fong Qingping said awkwardly. Understood. How much is the security deposit?
Zhang Yang grasped the need for safeguards given the safety considerations.
1.5 million. 1.5 million?
Yes, brother.
Let me be honest with you. When your proposal first came out, many people sensed a business opportunity.
That's why they set up this internal hurdle. They know you've just started your business and can't come up with that much capital. This sort of thing shouldn't be discussed openly, but Fong Qingping saw potential in Zhang Yang, so he didn't hide it. Exchanging a minor piece of information for the trust of a business genius was well worth it.
Alright, I'll find the money. Thanks for letting me know, Director.
Zhang Yang hung up, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. He'd seen plenty of insiders picking low-hanging fruit before, but this was too much. He'd barely planted the tree, hadn't even harvested any peaches yet, and already someone wanted to take over. Currently, he had roughly 2 million yuan in funds. 1 million was owed to the Chun sisters, leaving just over 1 million for daily operations. Now he needed to set aside 1.5 million as a guaranteed deposit, a move that felt dangerously precarious.
Cash flow was paramount for any company, whether startup or giant.
Zhang Yang found himself in a bind. Of course, Zhang Yang wasn't about to let go of such a golden opportunity to accelerate the cashless era. He was determined to make it happen.
What's up? 1.5 million? Oh, nothing.
You don't need to worry about this, kid. Zhang Yang didn't want to alarm Chen Feifei, so he kept it to himself.
But this only made Chen Feifei feel a bit resentful. She pouted and said, "You keep calling me your kid.
I'm your girlfriend now, can't I share some of your burdens?
Come on, tell me what's going on." Zhang Yang couldn't resist her persistence and had to spill everything.
Upon hearing this, Chen Feifei fumed. These people are truly despicable.
Stealing from the people like this, how can they do such things?
Unlike the folks at my dad's workplace, who are all decent people.
Your dad's workplace? Is your dad a civil servant too?
Zhang Yang was puzzled. He'd always wondered what Chen Feifei's father, Chenin, actually did for a living. He seemed to have a lot of money. Chenin was a shrewd man himself. Since he hadn't managed to get anything out of Zhang Yang last time, Zhang Yang was now even more curious.
If he was a civil servant, did that mean he was actually quite deep-rooted?
No, after the reform and opening up that year, my dad went into business.
He did quite a few ventures back then.
Later, when the domestic civil engineering industry boomed, he leveraged his old connections to secure import quotas for asphalt. Step by step, he built his way to where he is now. Honestly, he just runs a small business.
Chen Feifei spoke casually, but Zhang Yang's mind couldn't settle for a long time. Small business?
This is asphalt, the most common base material for paving highways.
Since the new century began, China's expressway construction has accelerated rapidly. For him to choose this industry at that time?
That's like having fortune chase after him, feeding him opportunities.
A small business? Zhang Yang thought Chen Feifei was frighteningly naive.
The term import quota alone signaled complexity. Simply put, domestic demand for asphalt required domestic agents to procure it overseas, and Chenin filled that role. The scope for maneuver within this system was likely far beyond ordinary comprehension. Feifei, if I were you, I'd just lie low and stop striving.
Zhang Yang was genuinely stunned by today's revelations.
He'd known her family was wealthy, but never imagined to this extent.
But Chen Feifei was incredibly independent, earning every penny for her education and living expenses herself.
And last time, she'd given all her money to him, preferring to starve herself sick rather than ask her family for help.
She'd make the perfect wife. No way. My grandfather taught me from a young age, eat your own food, sweat your own sweat. Relying on heaven, earth, or ancestors doesn't make you a real hero. Feifei, you mustn't do this anymore. Starving yourself to illness is truly unwise. If you don't start eating properly from now on, I'll get seriously upset. Don't get angry, anger isn't good for your health. Zhang Yang realized she was truly too gentle, constantly caring for others. So not eating is good for your health? Alright, I'll be careful. I promise. Chen Feifei spoke earnestly, even raising her finger to emphasize her sincerity, as if afraid Zhang Yang wouldn't believe her.
Zhang Yang was about to search online for bank loan policies. Though challenging, he was determined to push through no matter how difficult it got. Taking this step was crucial, only then could other avenues open up. Time was pressing. His current vision was to leverage the advent of smartphones to accelerate the cashless era. Any misstep or delay risked others seizing the opportunity. Today's events served as a stark warning. Moreover, it was late October 2010. If he remembered correctly, Big Brother Ma would launch the online QR code payment model next year. Within a few years, offline adoption would also become widespread. Seeing him silent, Chen Feifei thought he was upset and quickly apologized again.
Zhang Yang, don't be angry. I'm serious, I'll eat properly. I promise not to worry you. Huh? No, you misunderstood.
I was just thinking about how to secure a bank loan. I'll go inside and repay you the million yuan. I'm worried the funds might not be sufficient, and it wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened.
Oh, okay. I thought you were blaming me. But it's fine, I can give you the money.
As his girlfriend, Chen Feifei knew she had to actively ease Zhang Yang's worries.
You're giving it to me?
Yeah, I just need to tell my dad. Wait a sec. No, Feifei, there's no need to trouble your dad over this.
Zhang Yang knew she was always independent and reluctant to ask her family for help.
He certainly didn't want her to sacrifice herself now.
It's fine.
If it were tens of millions, it might be a bit of a hassle, but a little over $1 million is no problem.
Plus, I know you don't want to ask my dad for money.
I'll find a suitable reason.
Chen Feifei smiled gently before dialing the number. Hello, Dad.
Yes, I need some money for dance lessons. 2 million is enough. No, really, no need for 5 million.
What's left can be pocket money, but I don't want it.
Zhang Yang listened nearby, his pupils dilating in shock.
5 million? As pocket money? Is this really just a small business? Chapter 167, Make him pay back. Alright, 5 million. I'll transfer it all to you. No need, Feifei. 5 million is too much.
Though being a sugar baby sounds tempting, Zhang Yang clearly wants to be a first-generation entrepreneur.
It's fine, I'll give it all to you.
I'll get paid as a model again, so I won't go hungry anymore.
Zhang Yang remained adamantly opposed, so Chen Feifei had to change her approach. How about this? You don't have to repay me yet.
I'll cover my sister's money first and you handle the deposit yourself.
How does that sound? If it's like this,
Zhang Yang only needs to worry about the 500,000 yuan expense.
The financial pressure seems much lighter.
That's good.
Also, consider this million as your investment stake. I'll give you a 10% share.
Chen Feifei was so fair and reasonable, but he couldn't bring himself to spend her money with a clear conscience.
No, I don't want your thanks. I'm doing this for you, no repayment needed.
No, if you won't agree, I'll just borrow from the bank.
Alright, I agree. I agree. Don't reject me.
Recalling how he'd neglected her during the previous summer vacation, Chen Feifei dreaded the thought of their relationship slipping back into that state.
That's more like it. Come on, you've been a huge help today. Is there anything you want to buy? Name it, anything at all. Before Zhang Yang could finish, she cut him off impatiently. No.
But Zhang Yang seemed to have anticipated her reaction.
If you dare refuse, I'll knock on your head.
Zhang Yang made a move to tap her head, and she quickly covered it. After a moment, she whispered softly, Zhang Yang, there's actually something I've always wanted to eat.
Could you make it happen for me? So, what do you feel like eating? I'm buying today no matter how expensive.
Hearing this, Zhang Yang assumed they were heading to some fancy Western restaurant and prepared himself accordingly.
See that McDonald's over there?
Yeah, I see it.
What's up? Wait, don't tell me that's what you want to eat?
Yes. I've always wanted to eat a kid's meal, but my family wouldn't let me when I was little. Now that I'm grown up, I feel too embarrassed to buy one.
Zhang Yang, is it okay? If not, never mind. Chen Feifei, come here. What is it? Chen Feifei approached hesitantly, startled by him using her full name. I'm sorry, I won't eat it. Don't hit me.
You're so adorable, Feifei. Zhang Yang grabbed her shoulders, then planted a kiss on her cheek before sucking hard.
Wah! Chen Feifei shrieked.
Only after Zhang Yang released her did she speak, still shaken.
Zhang Yang, I thought you were going to eat me just now. Feifei, were you raised on cute a lot? How can someone be this adorable? Stop it, you're embarrassing me.
She covered her face. Zhang Yang felt awkward teasing her further. He bought her a kid's meal, and she ate happily all the way back.
When they finally returned to school, she initiated a kiss.
This scene was witnessed by several members of the team, including Tang Xian, who had been pursuing Chen Feifei for years.
Tang Xian had often bragged to his teammates that he and Chen Feifei were dating.
Now that the truth was out, he felt utterly humiliated and resented Zhang Yang so much that he left the team immediately. The next day, Zhang Yang submitted the deposit. With the guarantee secured, the others had no further objections, and the Asian Games project was officially finalized. Zhang Yang then had the team work overtime to build a food delivery website based on the takeout functionality, specifically serving these foreign guests. After all, he had made a promise earlier to get this done right. Later, considering food safety concerns, Zhang Yang selected only the top-tier local restaurants in Yangcheng for the partnership.
He sternly warned them that any safety incident would result in immediate termination of the agreement and legal consequences. The restaurants, eager to leverage this opportunity to boost their reputation, took his warnings seriously. He then visited the mobile company again.
With the endorsement from higher authorities, the business manager finally dropped his previous haughty demeanor. He respectfully brewed tea for Zhang Yang, personally handled the cooperation agreement, and even drove him back to the university. With all preparations now complete, all that remained was to await the opening of the Asian Games.
On November 9th, the Guangzhou Asian Games officially commenced.
Chen Feifei, having impressed as an Asian Games hostess, was selected as a welcoming host for the opening ceremony. That evening, she was once again crowned the most beautiful hostess. Over a week later, Zhang Yang's plan unfolded exactly as he envisioned. The meal ordering process ran exceptionally smoothly and garnered widespread praise among the foreign athletes.
Of course, during these days, the feelings between Zhang Yang and Chen Feifei were rapidly heating up.
Simultaneously, two girls who had previously had entanglements with Zhang Yang were also warming up to him.
That evening, after another round of torment, Su Xinyan prepared to pay with satisfaction.
However, she suddenly discovered a problem with her card. Xu Yan had just finished dressing when she heard the payment had failed. She grew anxious.
Su, you're not joking, right? I don't have time for your jokes. Look at me, you've been pinching and biting all night. See? I'm almost bleeding. Xu Yan's panic was understandable. What had she been working so hard for lately?
To buy a house sooner, of course. Now she was just 50,000 yuan short of the funds.
She couldn't afford any setbacks. I know. Don't worry. My family must have frozen my account. Let me call home and check. With that, Su Xinyan dialed her father's number.
But the moment he answered, a torrent of curses came pouring out.
You ungrateful daughter.
I called you through your mother earlier, but you didn't pick up.
How could I answer? You two keep harping on marriage. I told you I don't want to marry that Zhao guy. You good for nothing child. I'd rather have given birth to a piece of char siu than you. Do you realize you've offended the Zhao family? Our family is finished.
Right now, Songsha Company's Summer 1 air conditioners are flying off the shelves.
Every major retailer in Yangcheng wants their orders.
But because you offended young Master Zhao, he ordered that anyone wanting his family's orders can't use our air conditioners.
Now we're stuck with a huge inventory piling up. What do you suggest we do? What does this have to do with me? Don't you dare touch my money, it's my mother's inheritance. Your money? If I don't use it to pay the workers today, they'll revolt.
If you won't apologize to young Master Zhao, you're on your own out there.
The phone hung up and Su Xinyan was left completely dumbfounded. Senior Chu, I'm sorry. I'll owe you this one. No way, you want a freeload? Su Yan was stunned too. Could this possibly wait until tomorrow? Then, I'll just let you bite it back. With no other choice, Su Xinyan reluctantly began lifting her shirt.
Chapter 168, licking him was the right move.
Wait, tell me first what's really going on with your card. Our family business recently suffered a major setback.
Zhao Zicheng used his connections to pressure major retailers in Yangcheng, banning the sale of our appliances. Now we're stuck with a mountain of unsold inventory, so my dad diverted the money from my account.
Huh? When did this happen?
Only then did Chu Yan recall how she'd been getting increasingly wild lately. Despite being explicitly told not to use her teeth, she'd broken the rule multiple times.
Plus, right before each session ended, she'd inevitably end up with a neck full of love bites. Once, they were so obvious that classmates noticed, and now everyone in her class assumes she's in a relationship. That's why all her former admirers have backed off. This realization made Chu Yin furious.
She was so close to saving enough for a house, and now Su Xinyan was letting her down. She grabbed her arm, ready to bite down hard in retaliation. Su Xinyan let out a soft moan at the same time, realizing for the first time what it felt like to be toyed with.
But, it felt kind of good?
Spending more time together lately, Chu Yan had to admit Su Xinyan really was stunning. Plus, the thing in her hand was so soft and pliable right now that she found herself reluctant to let go.
Damn it! No. She was here to make money, she couldn't fall for this feeling, could she? Su Yan fought the urge to press her lips against it, ultimately deciding against retaliation. Instead, she sighed helplessly, fine.
Go ask Zhang Yang if he has any better ideas.
Him? No way. I'm not going to him. I hate him. The mention of Zhang Yang's name brought a clear frown to Su Xinyan's face. Normally, Xu Yan should have been pleased by this attitude, since it meant he wouldn't interfere with his cousin's relationship anymore.
Yet now, she felt troubled. If Su Xinyan didn't go to Zhang Yang, there was no one else who could solve her problem. If the Su family continued to decline, where else could she turn to quickly get tens of thousands of yuan in such a short time?
I refuse to go. You have to go whether you want to or not. Come on, I'll take you. Xu Yan dared not delay any longer.
With only a week left before the final payment deadline, any further complications would mean losing her deposit. Losing face was one thing, but losing money was absolutely unacceptable. Soon, the two arrived at the creative park. Just as they were about to enter, a wave of irritating laughter washed out from inside. Su Xinyan recognized the voice instantly and halted abruptly. Inside the room, Zhao Zicheng was glaring at Zhang Yang with utter arrogance.
Ha!
Zhang Yang, I warned you not to cross me, but you wouldn't listen. Now don't blame me for being ruthless. I poached the person who left your team, turns out he was your key technical staff.
You actually managed to drive someone away. You've got some nerve. What the hell is that barking in the morning? Fine.
Since you're still so cocky at this point, let me give you another piece of good news.
The Su family's business is about to collapse. You said you didn't believe I could bring them down? I'll show you right now.
If I remember correctly, their factory was stormed by workers demanding unpaid wages yesterday.
If you're really that capable, go ahead and turn things around for them. The Su family's business is in trouble?
Zhang Yang was puzzled, since he hadn't been in touch with Su Xinyan for quite some time.
What? You didn't know? Oh, I get it. Looks like Xinyan played you and then dumped you. Serves you right. I thought she was your fiancé? Who's playing who here?
But honestly, you seem like the biggest loser in this whole mess.
Zhang Yang publicly bringing up the cuckolded husband thing made Zhao Zicheng seethe with rage.
If not for Zhang being a full head taller, he'd have fought him right then and there.
Outside the door, Su Xinyan's face flushed instantly. Didn't you tell Zhang Yang about something this big? Xu Yan asked, surprised.
It seemed their relationship had truly ended.
After what he did to me, why would I tell him?
Senior sister Chu Yan, you're right, men are all scum.
Su Xinyan said, wrapping her arms around Chu Yan's waist again. Su Yan jumped in surprise.
Though it wasn't mealtime at the creative park and few people were around, students occasionally came to use the printing services.
She quickly pulled her hand away to avoid any misunderstanding. Bang!
Another sound came from inside. The two quickly ducked behind the rear window, which happened to be open.
Through the crack, they saw Zhang Yang and Zhao Ziqing facing off. No one can stop me from dealing with whoever I want. Whether it's you or the Su family, anyone who dares oppose me will end up like that teacup just now. That Su Xinyan, her personality is awful, and she's nothing special looking. Why did she get voted campus beauty queen on Tiaba last year? It's because this young master had people vote for her. Now I've long since lost interest in her. Only you treat her like a treasure. Oh? I don't think her personality's bad at all. When she was with me, she was as docile as a little lamb. Honestly, your words sound like sour grapes. How should I put it? Her figure is truly stunning, and her waist is so supple I can't even describe it. Never mind, I won't say more, no need to rub it in. Zhang Yang didn't really care about Su Xinyan either, he was just saying those things to provoke Zhao Zicheng. Outside the window, however, Su Xinyan couldn't help but smile, a rare occurrence. But then she remembered Chu Yan was nearby, so she quickly scowled and muttered, "Bastard." Zhang Yang truly understood how to manipulate people. These words were enough to set Zhao Zicheng off again. Fine, Zhang Yang, you've succeeded in enraging me. You, the Su family, and that you'll all die. Destroying the Su family is just the first step. You just wait. Since you put it that way, I'll make it my mission to protect the Su family. What did you say? Zhang Yang, are you a turtle? She doesn't even like you anymore, and you're still rushing to help her. That's fine. Beauties always get special treatment with me. I'm telling you this, those who oppose me will regret their decision, while those who suck up to me will never regret it, especially when they suck up so enthusiastically. Oh, sorry, I've said too much again. Zhao Zicheng couldn't bear to listen anymore and stormed off in anger. Su Xinyan blushed at the words, but just then, Chu Yan patted her on the shoulder. Su Xinyan, is he serious? You're sucking up to him? I'm going to settle this with him. Feeling embarrassed, Su Xinyan wanted to go back inside to save face. But Chu Yan knew that Zhang Yang's earlier boast meant he actually had a way out. She didn't want Su Xinyan to offend him further and jeopardize her own chances of getting the money. Don't, Xinyan. Actually, licking him is pretty good. Ha? Senior sister, haven't you always told me men are no good? Su Xinyan looked at her, suspicion beginning to stir. Chapter 169, Zhang Yang steps in. Anyway, regardless of what Zhang Yang did before, it's good he's willing to help you now. Seeing Zhang Yang's willingness to assist, Chu Yan knew her money was secured. However, Su Xinyan was still sulking. Anyway, I don't need his help. I'll tell him right now to mind his own business. Hey, don't go, Xinyan. Honestly, Zhang Yang still loves you. Otherwise, why would he go against that Zhao guy? Chu Yan made up an excuse just to get the money. Nothing else matters now, getting the money is what counts. But if he loves me, why is he with someone else? Because you treated him so badly before. Think about it, you always made him feel inferior. He's the type to bow his head easily, so of course he'd find someone more docile. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Of course not. Think about it, my sister was dating him. Logically, I should have sided with her, so why did I defend him? It's just that I'm a fair person. Su Yan's explanation made sense to Su Xinyan, especially that last part. As Chen Feifei's sister, saying such things proved she wasn't biased. Senior sister Chu Yan, you're so kind to me. Little did Su Xinyan know the scheming of her cunning senior sister, she'd fallen for it again, completely oblivious. Just then, their whispered conversation caught Zhang Yang's attention. Opening the window to see the two of them, she asked curiously, "What are you doing here? Eavesdropping on secrets?" Zhang Yang, who has time to eavesdrop on your secrets? We're not interested in you, Su Xinyan insisted, refusing to back down. Seeing this, Chu Yan tugged Su Xinyan's arm. Zhang Yang, Su Xinyan is actually grateful to you. We heard everything just now. Thanks for your help. No need to thank me. Because I won't be helping anymore. Fine, don't help. It's none of your business. Let's go, senior sister. Su Xinyan stormed off angrily. As the two were about to leave, Zhang Yang called Chu Yan aside and briefed her on recent work matters. When she came out, she told another lie. Xinyan, Zhang Yang just called me in and said he'd help you whether you want it or not. See how loyal and considerate he is? Is that so? Oomph. I don't need his help. Hearing Zhang Yang's words actually made Su Xinyan feel a little pleased. Come on, senior sister, I'll treat you to dinner. Forget it. I'll treat you. I've made quite a bit off you lately. It's my turn. Hee, senior sister, you're so kind. During the meal, Chu Yan borrowed Su Xinyan's phone and secretly composed an apology text to send to Zhang Yang. Then she enlisted her cousin to persuade him, and only then did Zhang Yang finally relent. Seeing Zhang Yang agree to help again, Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was curious about what method Zhang Yang would use to save the precarious Su family. Zhang Yang's approach was indeed unexpected. That very evening, he dialed the phone number of Wang Guangqing, the station director of the television station. Seeing Zhang Yang's name on the caller ID, Director Wang didn't dare to be dismissive. Recently, following Zhang Yang's suggestions, the station had launched 2 programs.
One was Guangzhou's Got Talent, which, thanks to its novel format, had already climbed into the top 10 nationally in viewership ratings. The other, Asian Games Rush, had sparked a nationwide fitness craze, earning praise from higher-ups and restoring the station's standing with management.
Hello, Mr. Zhang. What can I do for you? Instructions might be overstating it. I'd like to ask Director Wang to do me a favor. Don't use the word ask. Boss Zhang, you've helped me so much it's only right that I repay you.
Then Zhang Yang shared his idea. I heard the morgue at Yangcheng People's Hospital needs to bid on some refrigeration equipment. I plan to donate it for free, just doing a good deed to build our company's social reputation.
I hope Director Wang could help promote this. Oh, that's a noble cause. Even if you hadn't done me any favors, and even if we were complete strangers, I'd still support it.
After all, encouraging good deeds is something we all agree on.
Director Wang couldn't help but regard Zhang Yang with even greater respect. Not only was he sharp-minded, but he also cared deeply about society. Wasn't this the very definition of a Confucian businessman?
That's good. However, I'll handle writing the broadcast script myself.
No problem. Write whatever you like, Mr. Zhang. With his approval secured, Zhang Yang wrote the script overnight.
3 days later, a broadcast aired on Yangcheng TV. It was a public service announcement highlighting a good deed, specifically Zhang Yang's donation of air conditioners to the hospital. While the act itself was commendable, Zhang Yang's copy felt somewhat peculiar. He specifically chose Songxia Company's recently popular Summer Model 1 air conditioners for the donation, emphasizing their quiet operation and germ-killing features perfect for hospitals.
Though his copy was flawlessly written, it carried a strong underlying implication. These units were clearly intended for hospital patients. Director Wang, recognizing Zhang Yang's subtle satire, instantly understood this wasn't praise but mockery.
He tactfully placed the broadcast during 2 of the station's most popular programs. The effect was swift. Local residents in Yangcheng, deeply superstitious about feng shui and mysticism, interpreted the broadcast as an omen of bad luck. Many immediately abandoned their purchase plans. Not only that, as the incident continued to escalate, even consumers who had already placed orders began canceling them. Major distributors, upon discovering this negative publicity, started seeking to terminate their partnerships. The Yangcheng headquarters of Songxia Company finally grasped the gravity of the situation. President Zhao Qiankuan, recognizing this as Zhang Yang's retaliation, ordered his son to apologize. However, Zhao Zicheng, unable to contain his anger, called and began demanding retribution. Zhang Yang, I advise you to immediately retract your defamatory statements against our company. Otherwise, we reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. At that very moment, Zhang Yang was dining with Chen Feifei, joined by Su Xinyan and Chu Yan at the table. This unlikely gathering of rivals sharing a meal was entirely Chu Yan's doing. To persuade Zhang Yang to act, she'd recently served as a mediator between the two. Today's dinner was merely an excuse for Su Xinyan to express her gratitude. Mr. Zhao, stop trying to intimidate me. If you had any chance to take me down, you'd have done it already. Why else would you be calling me? I bet you checked with legal and realized your chances were slim, right? I've already said I'm promoting your air conditioners for free. Not only are you not thanking me, but you're calling to accuse me? This really hurts my feelings. Zhang Yang's tone dripped with sarcasm. Fine, just you wait. Don't think you can walk away scot-free. We'll escalate this to headquarters. Once their people apply pressure, we'll turn this into a diplomatic incident. I'll make sure you pay. Zhao Zicheng hung up in fury. Hearing Zhao Zicheng's threat, Su Xinyan felt a pang of guilt. After all, she'd treated Zhang Yang so poorly before, and now he'd taken such a huge risk for her sake. Thus, Su Xinyan slowly began to harbor a certain affection for Zhang Yang once more. Chapter 170, Taking Advantage of Me? Please rate. Originally, Su Xinyan thought Zhang Yang had sacrificed so much for her that she could consider giving him another chance. However, throughout the entire meal, Zhang Yang never seemed to meet her gaze. Only after dinner, as they walked away, did Su Xinyan finally voice her lingering doubt. Senior sister Chu Yan, do you think it's true that Zhang Yang still can't stop thinking about me? At that moment, Chu Yan was still savoring the memory of the multi-flavored lobster dish they'd enjoyed at the table. She gave a perfunctory nod. Yeah. But wait, you said he couldn't stop thinking about me, yet when I signaled him with my eyes and even nudged him with my foot, he didn't react at all. Senior sister, you're not lying to me, are you? Seeing her skeptical gaze, Chu Yan hurriedly explained, Huh? Of course not. He definitely loves you. Why else would he help you? He actually told me that day that because you were so close to him before, he doesn't want to see you like this again. But if that's true, why didn't he explain it to me? He just left after dinner without even texting me. That doesn't match up with what you said about him being obsessed. Ah, I know about that. It's like this, your family is so well off, and you looked down on him before. He must have felt there was no hope, so he dared not get close again. Think about it, didn't your family used to despise his humble background? Chu Yan thought she'd found a reasonable explanation, but unexpectedly, these words shifted Su Xinyan's feelings. Perhaps she had always been too arrogant, constantly putting him down, which was why he dared not approach her.
These days, Su Xinyan finally understood, it wasn't that he couldn't live without her, but that she couldn't live without him. So Su Xinyan decided to take action. Su Yan remained unaware that Su Xinyan's emotional scales were slowly tipping back toward Zhang Yang. Xinyan, don't be sad. Come on, I know you're upset. Today, I'll give you a free 5-minute trial, just don't bite me. We're only 30,000 yuan short of the house money now. Seeing the house almost within reach, Chu Yan felt quite pleased. Yet the moment she finished speaking, Su Xinyan immediately replied, Senior Chu, I'll pass today. I need to head home for something. Contact me again if you need anything later. Ha? What's wrong? How about I give you a discount? Chu Yan grew anxious. She was so close to closing the deal, but as Su Xinyan drove away, she could only call after her, Junior sister, if you need anything, definitely call me. And remember, if you need anything this week. Why was she being so vague? Because there was only 1 week left before the payment deadline. If it really came down to it, borrowing from Zhang Yang might be the only option. But borrowing from that guy always felt like asking to get screwed over big time. That is why she really hoped Su Xinyan could make it work a few more times. Or maybe borrow from her cousin? Yes, borrowing from her cousin seemed like a better option. She quickly composed a text message and sent it. At that moment, Chen Feifei had just stepped out of Zhang Yang's car. Seeing the text, she immediately grew anxious. Zhang Yang, my sister's in trouble. She says she has no money for food and has been starving herself thin lately. She wants to borrow 30,000 yuan from me. Wait, your sister's starved to skin and bones? Haven't you noticed her face looks rounder than before? Zhang Yang knew this was just another excuse to get money, so he immediately called her back. Su Yan, be reasonable. Trying to scam your sister again? What do you mean scamming? What business is it of yours? I can barely afford to eat as it is. You've been hanging out with Su Xinyan every day lately. How could you possibly be too broke to eat? I won't tell you. Little sis, please save your big sis. Just lend me 30,000 for food. Shu Yan figured that if she used food as an excuse, she wouldn't have to pay it back, and her cousin would definitely give it to her. Alright, Zhang Yang, no problem. I'll transfer some money to my cousin for food. Chen Feifei had millions to spare and didn't think twice about it. But Zhang Yang saw right through her scheme. Alright, you say you can't afford to eat, right? How about this, from now on, the company will cover your 3 meals a day. You can come eat whenever you want. Isn't that what you said you couldn't afford? I'm solving your actual problem. Zhang Yang, you're ruthless. Shu Yan hung up the phone in a rage. Watching her reaction only solidified Zhang Yang's suspicions. Listen, Feifei, never trust any excuse your cousin gives for needing money. Borrow small amounts if you must, but never lend large sums because once you do, it's gone for good. Got it? Oh, okay. But how much counts as small? Can I lend less than 1 million? Chen Feifei had no real grasp of money. 1 million? If you lend her 1 million, she'll be laughing in her sleep. You can lend under 10,000, but anything over that, forget it. Oh, okay. Zhang Yang, thanks. You've been teaching me life lessons. And thanks for helping Su Xinyan, she's really pitiful. Actually, I wanted to ask, do you know about my past relationship with Su Xinyan? Are you really okay with me helping her? I know, but I don't mind. You told me you didn't like her, so I believed you. I trust everything you say. Since you have no feelings for her, I can't stop you from helping her out of jealousy and risk causing her family to go bankrupt, right? Feifei, you're the gentlest girl I've ever met. Zhang Yang found her utterly adorable and couldn't resist pinching her cheek. You're complimenting me on being gentle? Then how about rewarding me? Chen Feifei lowered her head, her face flushed bright red. Tell me, what do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll take you. I don't want food. I want you to kiss me. Feifei, did I hear that right? Your reward is for me to kiss you? Isn't that rewarding me? Exactly. My cousin said you're a bad guy, that you always try to take advantage of girls when you're with them. She told me to be careful. So, you bad guy, want to take advantage of me? With her words spoken so plainly, Zhang Yang wasn't made of wood. He grabbed her and pulled her straight into the car. Then he pinched her cheeks and kissed her passionately. At the same time, his hand naturally moved upward, reaching where it should go. The smooth little hill was free of weeds, adorned only by a crimson moon. Zhang Yang seemed like a madman, intent on grabbing the red moon with both hands. Though small, it was still the moon, and perhaps a little moon was easier to grasp than a big one. As his palm covered it, Zhang Yang tried to lift the moon. It was this very action that made the lark sing. Zhang Yang, no, enough. The innocent Chen Feifei thought it was just playful affection between lovers, never expecting it to make her feel so embarrassed, so she wanted to stop. Yet Zhang Yang's emotions seemed to have been stirred. In return, he lifted the hem of Chen Feifei's short-sleeved shirt, teasingly flicking it. Chapter 171, What's a Surprise? Please rate. This was a parking lot, and late at night, hardly anyone would come by. Moreover, Zhang Yang seemed to find her muffled moans pleasing. He deliberately covered her mouth with one hand while continuing his teasing with the other. Truth be told, both sizes had their merits. The advantages of larger ones were obvious, but smaller ones weren't entirely without appeal either. With denser nerve endings, girls tended to reach a state of immersion more easily. Chen Feifei had always been a good girl, never experienced anything like this before. She wanted to push him away, but her arms were already limp. Her brows knotted into a tight knot, not from pain, but from an intense pleasure. Yet, at that moment, faint sounds drifted from the parking lot, making Chen Feifei's nerves tense once more. Zhang Yang, no, stop, please stop. But Zhang Yang paid no heed. One hand still covered her mouth to stifle her protests, while the other slid behind her, pressing gently. The Zhang Yang of the past had been a strict body-obsessed man, but since falling for her gentle nature, he had come to love everything about her. Truly, aside from her figure, Chen Feifei was perfect in every way. With her last line of defense breached, Chen Feifei truly panicked. This time, she bit down hard on Zhang Yang's left fingers. Adrenaline surged through Zhang Yang's body, so he remained unmoved at first. His right hand continued its course until the bite on his left finger felt like it was drawing blood. Only then was Zhang Yang forced to let go. He turned on the car's interior light to inspect his finger. Human bite force was terrifying. Zhang Yang's left index finger now bore a deep gash, oozing beads of blood. He blew on his finger, grimacing in pain. Indeed, lust is a dangerous game, though today, the blade had cut his finger. Chen Feifei, initially flustered, hurriedly pulled her clothes back on. Upon seeing Zhang Yang clutching his finger, she grew anxious and immediately took his hand in hers. Does it hurt? It's fine. Sorry, Feifei. I scared you just now. No. I'm not being good to you. I'm your girlfriend, yet I hurt you like this. Can you give me some time? We'll try harder in the future. I'll get used to it. Hearing her words, Zhang Yang thought he was dreaming. Such a pure and adorable girlfriend facing this situation, she actually said we should try harder in the future? Feifei, could you please stop being so adorable? I'm not cute anymore. I bit you too hard today. Let me blow on it. Chen Feifei then began blowing on her finger. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the familiar number again, Zhang Yang decisively answered. Young Master Zhao, what are your instructions this time? I'm giving you until tomorrow to take down that broadcast. This is your final chance. Otherwise, I'll make sure you face the harshest punishment. Headquarters has already sent someone over. Zhao Shiqing threatened. You called me today because your complaint didn't work at all. That broadcast hasn't been taken down. I told you, the TV station is my people. How can you fight me? And don't joke with me. If you could make me face the harshest punishment, you would have done it already. Why wait for headquarters? And little days? What the hell is that? No matter how big a shot you bring, I'll make him kneel and kowtow to me first. Zhang Yang felt utterly confident. Alright, you're pretty cocky. Headquarters has already issued a notice they won't let you off the hook. Actually, I only called you today to make you apologize. But even if you did apologize, I wouldn't forgive you. Huh? Is that so? Zhang Yang spoke, shifting uncomfortably in his seat as his back ached from poor posture. His face twisted again in pain. Chen Feifei, thinking it was about his hand, instinctively licked it. What are you doing, Feifei? Zhang Yang jumped in surprise. Had his girlfriend undergone some kind of special training? When I was little, I fell and hurt myself at Grandpa's house. A puppy came over and licked me, and every time it licked me, the pain went away. So I wanted to see if this method works. Does it still hurt? It seems to hurt a little less. Of course it does. Seeing her stick out her tongue like that, Zhang Yang felt no trace of pain left in his heart. Then I'll keep trying. Trust me, I can do it. Chen Feifei was thrilled to see the method working and wanted to continue. But her legs were just too long. Sitting normally was already uncomfortable, and now she had to twist her head to lick. So she adjusted her position, kneeling on the passenger seat with her long legs dangling out the window as she bent down to continue. Zhang Yang was nearly lost in the moment. From his vantage point, Chen Feifei looked utterly breathtaking. It was pure bliss for both body and mind. Zhang Yang, why aren't you saying anything? Are you scared? Shut up. Zhang Yang felt sickened by that squeaky voice and hung up the call immediately, then naturally leaned back. Zhang Yang finally understood the saying, the fingers are connected to the heart. With her fingers being so tenderly cared for, a tingling sensation spread through his heart as well. Stop, Feifei. What's wrong? Does it still hurt? No need to lick my finger. Actually, there's another spot on a man that can stop pain quickly, just lick it and it'll feel better. Where? I can do it. Everything was unfolding so naturally, but tonight the security guard who usually slept through his shift suddenly took his job seriously. He even patrolled the parking lot. The blinding spotlight successfully scared Chen Feifei back to the dormitory. Zhang Yang was speechless for a moment, tossing and turning all night until he finally fell asleep. He was finally roused by his phone ringing. Answering it, he discovered it was the person from Songsha headquarters that Zhao Zhiwei had mentioned on his smartphone. When Zhang Yang arrived at the scene, he saw only 3 people: the still arrogant Zhao Ziqing, a middle-aged man with a goatee, and a young girl wearing black stockings and sporting a princess-cut hairstyle. Zhang Yang, this is our Songxia headquarters vice president. Any last words?
The interpreter added, and this is Miss Shuzi from Songxia Corporation. Miss Shuzi has been named one of the top 10 geniuses in the Asia-Pacific region.
Hold on.
No need to list her credentials.
I've met many geniuses, they all call me a genius. What do you want to do? Bring it on.
The interpreter halted his introductions and began translating Zhang Yang's words to Shuzi beside him. Who knew that upon hearing this, Shuzi's expression suddenly changed.
Zhang Yang, do you like the surprise I prepared for you?
Our headquarters Miss Shuko, she's been named a future business leader.
Before Zhao Ziqing could finish speaking, he noticed the sleeve beside him had already performed a 90-degree bow.
Mr. Zhang, Red Bean Paste Private Marseille. A standard 90-degree bow, characteristic of the Japanese. Moreover, the woman had thoughtfully added a lace panel at her chest, drawing the eye irresistibly downward. The scale of it certainly didn't pale in comparison to that money-grubbing demon Xu Yan.
Zhao Ziqing was momentarily flustered. Miss Shuzi, what on earth?
Zhang Yang looked at Zhao Ziqing as if he were a fool.
Translate this, what the hell is a surprise? Chapter 172, I need to add a condition. Miss Shuko, why? I demand an explanation. Bastard. The bearded translator whipped around and slapped Zhao Ziqing across the face. How dare you show disrespect to Miss Shuko? Mr. Zhang, let's discuss this inside. The woman extended an invitation. Inside is fine, but that guy has a foul mouth. I don't want him in there.
Zhang Yang pointed at Zhao Ziqing, who looked thoroughly displeased.
After the translation, Miss Shuko deduced that Zhao Ziqing and Zhang Yang had a conflict.
Normally, someone with the Zhao surname would be considered one of their own, and they should have stepped in to help him. But this time, they were here to resolve issues. So Shuko agreed to Zhang Yang's condition. Zhao Ziqing could follow them upstairs, but he had to kneel at the hotel room door. Though resentful, Zhao Ziqing was ultimately sent by headquarters. Offending him could jeopardize the entire Zhao family, so he reluctantly complied.
Only upon entering the room did Zhang Yang learn that Xiuzi's father was the current CTO of Songxia Company. He had spearheaded the development of this summer's blockbuster air conditioner, the Summer One. This air conditioner was the culmination of the company's entire technical team's efforts. They had already tested it against other models on the market and found it to be overwhelmingly superior. That's why Xiuzi's father had dared to sign a performance-based agreement with the current president at the board meeting. If Summer One sales were sufficiently successful, he would become the new president. Everything was proceeding according to plan until sales in Yangcheng, the primary market, began to falter. Initial sales figures had been promising, but then this incident erupted. Xiuzi's father had initially taken a hardline stance, determined to hold Zhang Yang accountable. However, after analysis by his team, they concluded it would be best to avoid a direct confrontation with Zhang Yang. That's why he sent his daughter to negotiate a truce. Zhang Yang harbored no deep animosity towards Songxia Company, especially since he wasn't in the electronics business himself. He reasoned that making one more friend was better than making one more enemy. However, he laid down his conditions. The Zhao family must lift their restrictions on the Su family, and Zhao Ziqing must personally apologize to him. Xiuzi hadn't expected such a reasonable response, which only deepened her hatred for Zhao Ziqing. This whole affair was undoubtedly his doing. The man had nearly caused her father to lose the bet agreement. No punishment would be too harsh for him. She immediately accepted Zhang Yang's terms. The three opened the door. Zhao Ziqing had indeed not left. Young Master Zhao, see? I told you you'd end up kneeling before me to apologize. Don't get too cocky. This isn't an apology to you, it's simply my way of showing respect to Miss Shuzi. Well, that's convenient. Miss Shuzi just said you should kneel and apologize to me, and you're forbidden from harassing the Su family ever again. How could that be? Miss Shuzi, weren't you here to settle accounts with this guy? Miss Shuzi rattled off a string of words. The interpreter relayed her exact words, and only then did Zhao Ziqing collapse weakly to the floor. Being forced to apologize to that good-for-nothing Zhang Yang was more agonizing than death itself. No need to rush. I'm quite merciful. Prepare yourself mentally. Find a suitable time to kneel properly before me. Today's kneeling will suffice. Miss Shuko, why? We're family. Punish him. Don't let him off. Zhao Ziqing grabbed Miss Shuko's pant leg, only to be kicked away like a dead dog. Zhao Ziqing, don't get it twisted, this time it wasn't her letting me off, but me letting her off. Alright, I'm satisfied with the surprise you prepared. I'm out. The show's over. Zhang Yang, satisfied, prepared to leave. He'd expected a tough battle today, but never imagined it would go so smoothly. Watching Zhang Yang depart, Miss Shuzi proactively extended her hand, bowing once more. Whether intentionally or not, she was showcasing her assets. But as the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Zhang Yang extended his hand first to make peace. Just as Zhang Yang was about to press the elevator button to leave, the interpreter spoke again. Mr. Zhang Yang, our Miss Shuko holds you in very high regard. Should you ever visit Little Days again, simply mention the name of our Miss Okamura Shuko, and you will be personally attended to.
Hearing this, Zhang Yang, who had already stepped halfway into the elevator, pulled back.
Wait, what did you just say her name was? Oh, Mr. Zhang Yang, our boss is Okamura Shuko. Okamura? Interesting. Then I'll need to add a condition. Zhang Yang turned back again.
Zhang Yang, don't push your luck.
Miss Shuko let you off because she's kind-hearted. If you keep. Smack.
Zhang Yang slapped him across the face.
You're just her lackey, what right do you have to talk back?
Zhao Zicheng wasn't convinced and tried to step forward, but Okamura Hidiko's glare alone forced him back.
Then, Okamura Hidiko offered a forced smile. What other conditions might Mr. Zhang Yang have? Miss Shuko, you're Korean, right? Oh, Wada Shernan, not Korean. No problem. You'll be Korean soon enough. My conditions are simple, come into the room with me and we'll discuss further. Okamura Hidiko nodded and was about to enter the room when Zhang Yang extended a hand to block the interpreter who was about to follow. You don't need to.
At this point, anyone with average intelligence could guess what Zhang Yang intended to do. The interpreter, who also served as Shuko's bodyguard, stepped forward with a serious expression.
But Okamura Hidiko ultimately waved him off.
For her father's business, sacrificing such a minor matter was worth it. She only hoped her husband would forgive her. Zhang Yang, don't push your luck any further.
Miss Shuko is of such noble stature, how dare you threaten her? If you dare do anything to her, I won't let you off the hook.
This time, Zhao Zicheng was truly furious. From the moment Hidiko set foot on the island and laid eyes on him, Zhao Zicheng had been utterly captivated by her beauty. Such mature, elegant women held an even greater allure, which was precisely why he had been so entranced by Wu Qiutong before.
Oh, well then. Fine. I'll give you face. Zhang Yang nodded. Zhang Yang, you know what's good for you.
But after this, we'll settle the score.
Are you out of your mind? We've reached this point, what reconciliation could there possibly be?
When I said I'd give you face, I meant I'd let you see something entertaining.
What do you mean? You'll find out soon enough.
Moments later, Zhao Zicheng was shoved into a room, his hands bound to the doorknob with cloth strips.
Simultaneously, a black cloth was pulled over his eyes.
Blinded, Zhao Zicheng could only hear a series of clicking sounds.
Zhang Yang, what are you doing? Right. Chapter 173, rejected again, please rate. Miss Shuko, there's no need to cover it. You wouldn't want your father to lose his job, would you?
With just one sentence, Shuko lowered her hands that had been covering her face. Constrained by circumstances, Zhang Yang had never been able to relive the sensation of being serviced by Chu Yan before.
This time, however, he could finally revisit it.
This woman truly lived up to her reputation as someone who'd weathered storms. Her skill was incomparable to that of the young girl Chu Yan.
After just a few movements, Zhang Yang declared his surrender.
The scent made Okamura Hidiko feel lightheaded. She had long known her husband had been unfaithful, but she had endured in silence to maintain the image of a good wife. Yet deep inside, she had been suppressing her feelings for far too long. Though she couldn't fathom why Zhang Yang punished her upon hearing her name, she didn't see it as punishment at all, rather, a reward. Moreover, she had always projected an image of a strong, capable woman at work. Unwilling to submit passively, she now took the initiative, mounting him and shouting her own battle cry. Zhang Yang was nearly stunned. The old saying was spot on, women in their 30s are like wolves. But judging by her appearance, she must be closer to 40. But whether wolf or tiger, when encountering a dragon, they must all curl up. Now, Zhang Yang regained the initiative and began to whip the fierce tiger. Listening to the sultry music, Zhao Zicheng was nearly driven mad.
Zhang Yang, what the hell are you doing? Let Miss Xiuzi go. Zhang Yang, are you even listening to me? I told you to stop. Zhang Yang, I'll kill you.
Yet Zhao Zicheng stood there like a powerless husband, utterly unable to stop what was unfolding before his eyes. It was just like that phone call before, when Su Xinyan had said she was out jogging. Both goddesses in his life had been destroyed by Zhang Yang. Listening to the sounds, Zhao Zicheng's emotions swung from humiliation to excitement until he could only helplessly ask, enjoying it? It was a great experience. You can take over next. What? Zhang Yang, thank you. You're my good brother. The battle was quick and decisive, for this woman was simply too formidable. Even Zhang Yang felt he couldn't hold his own. Persisting despite repeated defeats, by the third round, Zhang Yang decided to call it quits for now. He had no choice. Xiuzi's gaze was practically dripping with desire. If he kept going, he feared he'd end up with yet another romantic entanglement. After getting dressed, he glanced at Zhao Zicheng and said, "He's yours now." Zhao Zicheng thought he was passing the buck, so he cheerfully replied, "Bring it on, Miss Shuko. I'm fully prepared. Don't go easy on me just because I'm young." Little did he know, Okamura Shuko had already produced the whip she used to discipline subordinates at the company and began delivering 10 swift lashes. "You filthy bastard, daring to harbor such improper thoughts toward me." All morning, guests in nearby rooms heard the loud smacking sounds. Their hearts were filled with envy, unaware that if roles were reversed, they'd learn the true meaning of cruelty. After that day, Zhao Jiqing became well-behaved, and the summer vacation restrictions were lifted. Zhang Yang, true to his word, went to the TV station and tore down the broadcast. Upon learning of his bold maneuver, Su Yan was even more impressed. In other words, Zhang Yang had only spent a few tens of thousands of yuan to purchase some air conditioners and donate them to the hospital.
With such a small price, he had managed to throw the entire Songxia company into chaos.
But Su Yan wasn't one to praise him lightly. So, over lunch at the school cafeteria, she couldn't resist putting Zhang Yang down again. Sister Su, Zhang Yang is way too shady. You'd better keep your distance from him. Otherwise, you'll get sold out without even knowing it. With the Su family's business back on track, Su Yan was receiving her share of the profits. Now that she was financially secure, Zhang Yang's usefulness had evaporated, so she began stirring up trouble again. What Su Yan didn't realize was that all those days of praising Zhang Yang to mend their relationship had slowly shifted Su Xinyan's perspective.
Until this time, when he truly saved the family, she now looked upon Zhang Yang with nothing but admiration.
Truth be told, their current predicament stemmed from her own stubborn pride. Despite his obvious inferiority complex due to his background, she had persistently belittled him, insisting he was beneath her.
Xinyan, why aren't you saying anything? Oh, nothing. I'm done eating.
Thanks, senior sister.
I'm going to pursue Zhang Yang again. Huh? No, why are you pursuing him again? Have you forgotten the pain he caused you before? No, he didn't hurt me. I was the one who pushed him away. But this time, I won't let him go. I'm going home right now to tell my family they must stop looking down on Zhang Yang. And I'm going to marry him. Wait. Su Yan watched her cousin's hasty retreating figure and thought about how her cousin might be heartbroken in the days to come. She felt guilty all over again. It seemed she'd messed things up again. No, it was all Zhang Yang's fault. Why couldn't he be less clever? If he were just a little less sharp, these two girls wouldn't be falling for him. Su Xinyan acted swiftly, returning home and immediately bringing up the matter. No way. I object. Yan, you're a princess. How could you marry some ordinary poor boy? Su Xinyan's stepmother saw things clearly. Zhang Yang was so capable. If he really married her, there would be major obstacles in the future when it came to fighting for the inheritance. Hearing his wife speak, Su Fujia chimed in. Exactly, Yan. Your mother is right. What status does the Su family hold? You should be matched with someone from the upper echelons like the Zhao family. How could you possibly be paired with such a penniless youth? You may not be ashamed to say it, but I certainly am. However, the final say in this household still rested with the elders, and Su Xinyan summoned her grandfather. The old man entered from the doorway and spoke with unwavering conviction. What status? If it weren't for him today, you wouldn't even know where to hide from your creditors. Yan, I'm making this decision for you. This young man is excellent. Though he may lack immediate wealth now, he will surely succeed in the future. Bring him in. All right, thank you, Grandpa. But... Su Xinyan trailed off, looking a bit hurt. I had a fight with him earlier. I'm afraid he won't want to see me. Silly girl, he's been so good to you, why would you argue with him? It's fine. Grandpa will help you. Yan deserves happiness. The old man then found an excuse to invite Zhang Yang over under the pretense of appraising calligraphy and paintings. Midway through the meal, the old man announced his intention to marry Su Xinyan off to him. Zhang Yang jumped to his feet in alarm. Wait, Grandpa, you must have misunderstood. I really don't like her. Hearing this, Su Xinyan walked in from the doorway. She was still wearing the strapless dress, the very one Zhang Yang had praised most during Grandpa's birthday banquet when he visited their home. That night, he'd nearly torn it to shreds, so Su Xinyan had it custom made again. Little did she know it would lead to this outcome. Su Xinyan looked at Zhang Yang with hurt eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks. This was the first time she had ever cried for a man since she was born. Rest assured, it was just a tug of war. This is a harem story. Su Xinyan won't be abandoned. Chapter 174, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Zhang Yang, you really don't like me? You were lying to me, right? I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Su Xinyan, you're wonderful, but I have to be responsible to her. And you don't have to be responsible to me? I gave you everything. Su Xinyan clung to him, no longer caring about her dignity. What? Zhang Yang, what have you done to my daughter? Su Fujia slammed the table, furious. He'd been planning an alliance with the Zhao family, but Zhang Yang had ruined everything. Enough. Yan, go inside. I don't want it, Zhang Yang. Am I not pretty enough? Or are my breasts not big enough? I can get them done, really whatever you like. Su Xinyan, go inside. Su Fujia, don't let your daughter come out and embarrass us again. The old man emphasized once more. Su Fujia stubbornly held her ground. Dad, I won't go in. Do you realize? If Yan had married into the Zhao family, we'd have gained a powerful ally. Now it's all gone. Shut your mouth. You still dream of climbing the Zhao family ladder? Don't you know how they treated you? If they hadn't stepped in recently, your appliance factory would have gone under long ago. You have no right to lecture them here. All visitors are welcome. Zhang Yang, I understand if you don't like my granddaughter. Such matters can't be forced. As for your feelings, I won't interfere. This is a new era. Young people should be free to choose their own partners. Stepmother Cai Jinfeng, overhearing that Su Xinyan's virtue had been tarnished, felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet she still put on a show of concern. Father, how can you speak like that? Xinyan may not cherish her own body, but she was bullied by an outsider. You should stand by your own family. When did you ever have a say in this household? Back when Fu Jiao married you, I was dead set against it. Xinyan ending up like this is largely your fault as her stepmother. You never disciplined her. How could she know how dangerous the outside world is? All of you, get out. Zhang Yang is my honored guest. I invited him to dinner today, not to listen to your lectures. Seeing the old man truly enraged, Su Fuji dared say no more and obediently dragged Su Xinyan away. Once upstairs, Su Fujiya reminded herself she was still the head of the household. Having been publicly humiliated like that, she could only vent her anger on her daughter. It's all your fault, you unfilial daughter. You've made me lose face in front of outsiders, and... He was about to continue ranting, but Su Xinyan caught Cai Jinfeng's smug, gloating expression nearby and was instantly overcome with rage. Since the day I was born, when have you ever cared about me? I don't need your interference now either. What did you say? Su Fujiya raised his hand to strike her, but Su Xinyan blocked it. Stop acting like you're in a movie. People aren't wooden posts. We won't just stand there and let you hit us. And transfer the money Mom left me back to my card. I'm going shopping. Su Xinyan fought back tears, then walked away with feigned nonchalance. Once out of the Su residence, she headed straight for downtown shopping districts and began a frenzied buying spree. Yet no matter how much she bought, it seemed incapable of filling the void within her heart. Before long, she emerged again from the Louis Vuitton boutique, clutching this season's new handbag. Just as she was about to get into her car, someone called out to her. Xinyan, there you are. Xu Yan had been frantic ever since learning Su Xinyan intended to win Zhang Yang back. If that Zhang Yang kid couldn't resist Su Xinyan's advances and chose to be with her, what would happen to her cousin? But more than that, the most crucial point was this: if those two got back together, Su Xinyan would no longer be lonely. And if she wasn't lonely, she wouldn't come looking for her to hang out. How would she make quick cash then? She still had a gap of over 20,000 to fill. While she could earn it, doing so within a week was a bit of a stretch. Now that she'd run into Su Xinyan and noticed her car stuffed with bags, Xu Yan recalled Su mentioning before that she went on shopping sprees whenever she felt down. Xu Yan guessed Su must be in a bad mood today. If she was in a bad mood, then this was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Ha! Senior Chu, what are you doing here? Su Xinyan was pleasantly surprised, since she didn't seem to have many friends left at school. Oh, I was just wandering around out of boredom. What a coincidence we bumped into each other. Looks like fate brought us together. Want to keep hanging out today? Xu Yan was equally delighted. Finally, a way to spend her last bit of money. Play? No, thanks. I want some alone time. I'm planning to go abroad tomorrow. She had always considered herself a princess, unable to tolerate any humiliation. Now, having stumbled twice with men in such quick succession, her heart was filled with deep bitterness. Travel abroad? Why? Nothing. I just suddenly feel like staying in the country is pointless now, Su Xinyan said dejectedly. Xu Yan, however, grew anxious. If the big spender left, where would her money come from? So today, she had to find a way to keep her here. Hey, wait, don't go. Listen, Su Xinyan, aren't you leaving tomorrow? Could you stay with me tonight? I've been troubled lately too. I'll give you a discount if you need it. That's not right, senior sister. We're both girls. This kind of thing wouldn't look good if it got out. I admit I acted impulsively before, but maybe we should just drop it now. Su Xinyan still harbored feelings for Zhang Yang, so she felt their previous actions had been playful. But continuing down this path might truly become problematic. Xinyan, it's precisely because we're both girls that we shouldn't be afraid. Nothing bad will come of this. Besides, who would ever talk about something like this? I'd be embarrassed too, so I'll definitely keep it a secret. Trust me. Think back to when we were together before. Weren't you happy? Hearing Xu Yan say this, Su Xinyan recalled the absurd things they'd discovered together before. Though outrageous, they did have a certain stress-relieving effect. Anyway, no matter how much more she shopped, her mood wouldn't improve. Might as well relive that feeling. Su Xinyan finally nodded. Alright, fine. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I'll cover the bill. Just make sure I have a good time. Cheer me up? Sure. Great. I promise to give you an unforgettable experience. Hearing this, Xu Yan knew there was hope. Tonight, she'd have to pull out all the stops. If she could get Su Xinyan hooked and make her stay a few more days, she'd be able to save up enough money. So the old tricks definitely wouldn't work tonight. She'd have to try something different. Chapter 175, Forget Him Tonight. After dinner, Su Xinyan drove Chu Yan to a nearby hotel and specifically requested room 1808. Come to think of it, this hotel was the same one Zhang Yang had booked for her during that music competition years ago, in this very room, too. Knowing their future together was impossible now, she wanted to relive that night's feeling tonight as a farewell before leaving tomorrow. Wow! This place is amazing, even better than the hotels we've picked before. Look at those floor-to-ceiling windows with a river view. Su Xinyan gazed at the stunning scenery, marveling at how wonderful it was to be wealthy. Unfortunately, she couldn't afford such luxury. Though her own apartment also had a river view, it was merely a small corner of the landscape. No sooner had she spoken than she felt an arm wrap around her waist. Senior Tsu, you smell so good. Shall we begin? Ha? Here? Let me draw the curtains first. No, senior sister. I want those men to see just how beautiful you are. We women aren't mere appendages to men. Before she could agree, Su Xinyan began unbuttoning her blouse. Su Yan jumped in surprise and quickly grabbed her reckless hands. What's wrong? Senior sister, don't you want to? Ha? No, I just thought of another way to play. Something else? How? Look, you paid for this, yet you still have to do the work. Tonight, let me take over. Su, back when it was just between us, it was all about revenge, we went all out. But gradually, I realized that if we were gentler, the pleasure doubles. Double the pleasure? Fine, you take the lead. As long as it makes me happier. Before, it was always Su Xinyan paying, then me dominating her. That dynamic has gotten a bit stale. Hearing her words, Su Yan knew there was hope. She quickly drew the curtains, then guided Su Xinyan to sit on the chair. Junior sister, if you feel uncomfortable, you can stop any time. Senior sister, you're so gentle. Su Xinyan touched her face, a face as beautiful as her own, stirring a surge of affection within her. Su Yan smiled gently before slowly extending her hand. In no time, Su Xinyan was as docile as a newborn lamb. These past days, Su Yan had been the one toyed with as prey, and it seemed she hadn't seen Su Xinyan's true self in a very long time. Now, looking at her, Su Yan finally understood why those men had crowned Su Xinyan the campus beauty. Her flawless, icy white skin radiated immense allure in the dimly lit room, its darkness accentuated by the drawn curtains. Xinyan, you're so beautiful. Thank goodness I closed the curtains, those men won't get to see your face. Senior sister, you're so considerate, far kinder to me than Zhang Yang. He's such a jerk, Su Xinyan murmured, her voice thickening with hurt. It's okay, don't cry. We don't cry for men. Zhang Yang doesn't cherish you, but I do. Su Yan smiled before initiating her verbal assault. Su Yan came in swinging with her best moves. Su Xinyan couldn't take it, letting out a muffled groan. These days, she was always the one bullying others, so she hadn't felt this sensation in a long time. That slightly frightening feeling surged back into her heart. Senior sister, this feels a bit strange. Can we stop? Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Su Yan's goal today was to make her lose herself, to fall in love with this sensation, so she'd be more willing to give her money. The earlier offer to stop whenever she wanted was merely a bait to lure her in. It's not strange at all. Don't resist. Just endure it, it'll pass. Su Yan was right. Su Xinyan's strange unease quickly faded, replaced by an intense thrill laced with a tinge of shame. Of course, that alone wasn't enough stimulation. Su Yan recalled how Zhang Yang had dealt with her younger sister outside school that night and how Su Xinyan had copied it, leaving her neck covered in love bites. Though terrified of being spotted by classmates afterward, she couldn't deny that the sensation during the act had felt rather good. So, she'd put the lesson to immediate use, employing the same tactic against Su Xinyan. No, stop, I can't. After just one bite, Su Xinyan began squirming left and right. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense, and she knew all too well the inconvenience that followed such planting. Senior, I'm leaving the country tomorrow. I don't want my family to see this. Please, don't touch my neck. I'm begging you. The neck is densely packed with capillaries, and such forceful pressure caused nothing but pain. Su Yan herself was a half-baked practitioner and naturally didn't understand that to target the neck effectively, one had to wait until the person was in the right state. Only then, when dopamine was rapidly secreted, would the pain naturally be offset. Su Yan hadn't anticipated this excuse, but it proved surprisingly effective. Now that it was off the table, she'd have to devise a new tactic. But she quickly devised a countermeasure. Xinyan, you're afraid someone might see, right? No, absolutely not. I can't be seen. They'll ask questions at the airport. Su Xinyan didn't want to be interrogated by security during the checkpoint. Female screeners were manageable, but male ones? She simply couldn't handle that. In that case, if no one sees it, they won't ask. Su Yan shifted her focus. To grow anything, the soil must be sufficiently fertile. The richer the nutrients, the more beautifully the plants would flourish. Glancing over her entire upper body, Su Yan instantly spotted the most nutrient-rich spot on her and acted decisively. Su Xinyan hadn't expected Su Yan to break the rules so blatantly. She herself hadn't treated her this way, but strangely, this feeling seemed rather pleasant. The excessive fat padding her body meant she felt no pain whatsoever, so she tacitly allowed the action.
Seeing Su Xinyan make no move to stop her, Chu Yan knew she was on the right track. A woman's body was a mysterious treasure trove, offering endless pleasures to explore. As a woman herself, Chu Yan considered this merely self-discovery. Before long, her left side was covered in strawberry marks. Chu Yan pointed them out, urging Su Xinyan to look. Xinyan, look, it's even prettier now.
Senior sister, I was wrong earlier. You're just as bad as Zhang Yang. Su Xinyan's face flushed crimson, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Xinyan, you're not allowed to mention him again tonight.
Essentially, Zhang Yang was someone both of them despised.
Xiao Yan didn't want to bring up that detestable name and ruin the mood.
Okay, sorry, senior sister.
I won't mention him again. No worries, tonight we're just here to have fun. What else do you want me to do? I'll do whatever you ask. Su Xinyan thought for a moment, then pointed with her finger. Let's go to the bathroom. There's a bathtub in there. Alright, let's go. Chapter 176, Senior Sister, can you kiss me? The water finally filled the tub, and the two felt a bit awkward after all, it was their first time bathing together. Chu Yan knew she had to take things further today, otherwise, she might not be able to keep Su Xinyan. After hesitating, she began unbuttoning her denim shorts and stepped into the water first. The moment she entered the water, she jumped in surprise. It felt like someone behind her in the bathtub was pressing against her back. Ha! What's moving me?
Oh, senior sister, this is a massage bathtub.
It automatically massages you when you lie down.
It was Chu Yan's first time encountering such a thing. She couldn't help but marvel at how extravagant the lives of the wealthy were. She resolved to work hard and earn money, so that one day she could install a bathtub like this in her new home.
Ah, so comfortable. Chu Yan felt utterly pampered and began to recline completely.
After lying there for a while, she opened her eyes again only to find that Su Xinyan hadn't come in yet. Instead, she was sitting back in the living room, fidgeting awkwardly.
Xinyan, what's wrong? Aren't you coming in? Didn't you say you wanted to use the bathroom?
I feel a little shy.
Come on, Xinyan, don't be so cute.
We're both girls, what's there to be shy about? Look at those big bathhouses up north.
You see everything you're supposed to see when you go bathing. But that's different.
Su Xinyan still couldn't quite get past the psychological barrier. What she said made some sense, but it wasn't quite right either. After all, people went to those bathhouses to bathe properly, whereas they had their own agenda. Su Yan knew that if Xinyan didn't come in, she wouldn't be able to unleash her full arsenal. So she had no choice but to step out again and pull Su Xinyan inside.
See? You've seen everything about me already. You're not going to back out now, are you? No, it's not like that. Can I wrap a towel around myself?
Sure.
If you can't adjust right away, you can always change into a towel.
Chu Yan smiled. Either way, she had to get her into the water first.
Thank you, senior. You're so considerate. Unaware of Chu Yan's true intentions, Su Xinyan took a bathrobe and began slowly undressing with her back to Chu Yan.
Though Chu Yan was a girl, human aesthetics were universal. Su Xinyan, having trained in dance, possessed a truly graceful figure. One could only imagine how exquisite Zhang Yang's experience had been to make such a beauty willingly offer herself.
Once the robe was on, Su Xinyan relaxed a bit and walked over on her own.
Su Yan, seemingly unable to wait, pulled her into the water. The moment they were submerged, he wrapped his arms around her waist again.
Let your hair down, okay? I think it looks better on you that way. Su Yan removed the hair tie, and her cascading waterfall of hair spilled free, its fragrance instantly filling the air. Xinyan, let me massage your shoulders. You must be exhausted.
Su Yan was gradually luring her into a trap, using the excuse of a shoulder massage to increase physical contact. As she massaged her shoulders, the neckline of her bathrobe naturally opened.
Xinyan, let me massage your waist too.
I heard you're a dancer, you really need to take care of that waist.
Ha? No. It's fine, relax. Tell me about the hardships you endured when you were dancing. Your senior wants to get to know you better.
Seeing her still somewhat reserved, Chu Yan decided to break the ice by chatting more about the past. Su Xinyan had been raised with the sole expectation of winning dance awards, yet no one had ever asked about the hardships she endured during her training. This topic piqued her genuine interest.
I remember starting dance at 5. That year.
After about 10 minutes, Chu Yan noticed the hand that had been kneading her waist was creeping higher and higher, occasionally gliding over her skin. Seeing no resistance, she finally launched her full-fledged assault.
Outside, the space was spacious enough that Su Xinyan hadn't felt anything unusual.
But the bathroom was a private space, and the same actions now felt odd.
Just don't soak, senior. Alright. No.
Seeing Su Xinyan remained wary, Chu Yan could only move her hands back down. But without actual physical contact, she knew the stimulation wasn't intense enough. She had to find a way to remove the troublesome bathrobe. She wasn't particularly experienced in such matters, relying mostly on second-hand knowledge. Based on what she'd seen in movies, these techniques were meant for male-female pairings. How could she possibly apply them to a girl like Su Xinyan?
After much deliberation, she turned her attention back to the neck.
She'd tested this spot herself, and it was the closest place she could reach right now. Su Xinyan leaned in again, her lips brushing against his.
Senior sister, didn't you promise me? You can't plant it here.
She turned her head to emphasize it again, then tried to stand up. But with her waist held tight, she couldn't muster the strength just yet. Su Xinyan quickly retracted her hand.
All right. I won't plant it.
I'll use my own method.
Another way? What do you mean?
Su Xinyan thought, if the nerves on the neck are this sensitive, perhaps sucking isn't necessary.
Maybe a gentler approach could work.
With that thought, Su Xinyan gently extended her tongue.
Ah! Su Xinyan shuddered involuntarily. What's wrong? I'm not planting anything. Is this acceptable? Go ahead. No marks, and we can talk about it. Su Xinyan realized this method probably wouldn't leave any traces, so she compromised.
And from that moment onward, she herself opened Pandora's box.
Within mere minutes, Su Xinyan was fully immersed. Su Xinyan listened to her voice, faint as a mosquito's buzz.
From the rhythmless sound, he could tell her heart was already in disarray.
Given that, it was time to strike at the core. With a gentle tug, the bathrobe slid down, and Su Xinyan tossed it aside.
Now completely exposed to each other, Su Xinyan gently guided her shoulders until Su Xinyan leaned fully into her embrace.
This angelic face, once the envy of every man on campus, now lay utterly lost in her embrace. A quiet pride swelled within Su Xinyan. Su Xinyan felt equally content, having always envied Su Xinyan's figure. Now, lying on top of her, she realized this was the most comfortable place to rest in the world. Unconsciously, she shifted her body, wanting to use Su Xinyan as a massage bathtub beneath her. After a couple of shifts up and down, Su Xinyan noticed the movement too. In return, she acted decisively. At this point, the beautiful scene finally unfolded. Su Xinyan stopped resisting and surrendered to seeking pleasure.
Su Xinyan, however, was still trying desperately to stay clear-headed, reminding herself it was all about the money. Before long, Su Xinyan turned her head, her gaze hazy as she looked at Su Xinyan.
She then puckered her lips, wanting a kiss. Senior sister, can you kiss me?
This.
Su Xinyan hesitated. This was her first kiss. Chapter 177, as long as we're happy please rate. 50 votes added. Receiving no response, Su Xinyan took the initiative.
She turned around, ready to kiss again.
Su Xinyan still retained some rationality and didn't want to give away her first kiss.
She shifted backward, but the bathtub was too slippery.
After moving back a little, she slid down even lower.
This allowed Su Xinyan to sit directly on her lap, temporarily gaining the upper hand.
Seizing the rare opportunity, Su Xinyan pressed her entire body against Su Xinyan.
The moment their lips met, Su Xinyan was completely stunned.
Her first kiss, gone just like that? Before she could even lament it, Su Xinyan moved on to the next step.
Zhang Yang had taught her many things before, and the most fundamental lesson was that kissing definitely involved using your tongue.
Su Xinyan had practically developed muscle memory for it.
Without needing to say a word, she naturally began to replicate the motion.
Su Xinyan tried to push her away, but in an instant, Su Xinyan had already taken control.
Su Xinyan had always believed she was the dominant one, yet with this move, she found herself defeated.
When Su Xinyan finally lifted her lips, she caught the dazed look in Su Yan's eyes below and couldn't help but smile.
Senior sister, you always say I'm cute, but really, you're the cutest one of all.
With that, she initiated an assault on Su Yan's neck. Hey, don't move your neck. Didn't you say you didn't like me touching your neck?
Su Xinyan hurriedly protested.
I'm flying soon. You don't need to worry about it. It'll be over quickly.
Su Xinyan reclaimed the upper hand, making everything feel so natural. Half an hour later, Su Xinyan dressed and dried her hair with a blow dryer, touching her lips with a hint of regret. Her first kiss was gone like that, and it wasn't even with the handsome guy she liked.
Su Xinyan, however, was in a good mood.
She just climbed out of the bathtub but wasn't in a hurry to get dressed. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Su Yan's waist again.
Thank you, senior. You made me very happy. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Su Xinyan gave a perfunctory nod, her hand still lingering on her lips.
Su Xinyan noticed and smiled. What's up? Senior sister, are you reliving that feeling? If you like it, I can kiss you a few more times.
As she spoke, she leaned in again.
Su Xinyan turned away, her voice faint. Actually, that was my first kiss.
Huh?
Your first kiss?
Senior sister, you're so beautiful you've never had a boyfriend?
I have,
Su Xinyan replied, her voice tinged with disappointment.
But none of them ever touched me. Haha, then I've hit the jackpot.
Senior sister, by the way, I'll pay you first. Su Xinyan felt even better. She could finally understand how Zhang Yang must have felt when he realized she was a virgin. It felt like conquering a woman, a real sense of accomplishment. I left in such a rush today I forgot to bring my POS machine.
Oh, no problem. I'll pay you tomorrow. Just stay with me tonight, okay?
If you keep me company, I'll give you 20,000. I'm leaving tomorrow anyway, so let's go wild one last time.
No thanks, I'm not in the mood.
Su Xinyan was still lamenting the loss of her first kiss, so her enthusiasm had waned.
Come on, senior sister, don't be such a killjoy. Su Xinyan shook her arm playfully. Quickly recalling Chu Yan's love of money, she devised a clever plan. Alright, senior sister, I'll accompany you downstairs. Su Yan hadn't expected her to be so easy to persuade. Fine, she thought. She needed a night to cool off anyway.
They soon reached the lobby, where Su Xinyan suggested heading to the ATM to withdraw cash.
Fine, go ahead. I'll wait outside. No need, senior sister.
I trust you, but please come inside with me.
It's dangerous to withdraw money late at night. Stay with me.
It was already past 11 p.m., nearing midnight. Coupled with the frequent news reports that night about people getting robbed while withdrawing money, Chu Yan found the excuse reasonable. Besides, since the other person trusted her so much, she felt she had to live up to that trust.
Su Yan nodded and followed her into the ATM booth. After entering a string of numbers, the screen lit up. Curiosity got the better of the ever-greedy Chu Yan. She couldn't resist glancing at the ATM display.
When she looked up, she was stunned.
Millions. Tens of millions. Hundreds of millions. Is that a lot? It's okay. My mom was pretty good at business back in the day.
After she passed away, to make sure I wouldn't run out of money, she set up a trust fund that pays me 10 million every year.
Su Xinyan smiled.
Actually, she did this on purpose. She'd resorted to this tactic to show Chu Yan her financial standing, hoping to earn more of her company tonight.
The tactic certainly worked. Chu Yan was staring at the screen in stunned silence. What? Your mom transfers you 10 million every year? Chu Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Children of wealthy families had it so good, never a worry about money.
Yet she had to struggle relentlessly just to secure a place to live, only to have her own family try to take advantage of her in the end.
Su Xinyan then withdrew the cash.
The bag that had only held cosmetics moments ago was now bulging.
When they stepped outside, Su Xinyan patted her handbag. Let's go upstairs. Ha? Xinyan, why go upstairs? I'm giving you money, aren't I? Don't you want it? No, I want it. But why not give it to me now? Chu Yan was a bit wary.
I'd love to give it to you right now, but the cash from the ATM is all in loose bills. With the wind blowing so hard tonight, I'm afraid it'll all fly away the moment I open my bag.
Besides, think about it, there are people coming and going nearby. If we count money like this on the street, aren't you really worried about safety? I don't mind. This amount is nothing to me.
But this is money you worked hard for.
Are you sure you want me to hand it over on the street? Su Xinyan's words instantly scared Chu Yan, who promptly pulled Su Xinyan upstairs.
Once upstairs, though, she immediately demanded the money, planning to leave the moment she got it.
Alright, don't rush me. Let me count it out. 100, 200, 3,000, 5,000. There you go. The largest bill is 10,000. Take it.
Su Xinyan counted out the 10,000 and set it aside, then dumped the rest of the money onto the sofa. A full 20,000 yuan spread out. It was quite a sight. As Chu Yan counted the money, she glanced at the pile on the sofa and finally couldn't help but remind her, "Junior sister, you should really put this money away.
Don't let it fly away. It's fine. If it flies away, it flies away. It's only 20,000 anyway. I was planning to spend it tonight anyway.
Tomorrow morning, I'll tip the cleaning ladies. They keep this hotel pretty comfortable." Su Xinyan lay lazily on the bed, flipping through a magazine. After counting the money, Chu Yan was about to leave when she hesitated.
After much deliberation, she stopped. Could I have this 20,000?
Look, senior, this money was meant for you all along. But whether you take it depends on whether you have the guts.
What do you mean?
Minutes later, the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows parted.
The clock struck 12, signaling the start of the nightlife.
No one noticed that on the 18th floor of this building, two stunningly beautiful people were sitting together on the bay window, embracing each other. Even more outrageous, they were completely naked.
Chapter 178, Another Way to Marry into Wealth Extra. Xinyan, must we really do this?
The proximity to the street meant music from the bars below drifted up intermittently, making Chu Yan feel uneasy.
It's fine. Didn't you say you were afraid of being seen? Like this, no one will see us.
Senior sister, are you cold?
A little.
It was already November. Out here at night, wearing next to nothing, listening to the autumn wind whistling past, even if the wind didn't touch her skin, her heart felt its chill.
Don't be afraid. If you're cold, hold me tighter. Hold me closer. Su Xinyan said, pulling her even tighter.
Their bodies pressed almost completely together. Feeling the warmth against her and gazing at the night view below, Su Xinyan felt an indescribable excitement surge through her.
Kiss me, senior. You smell so good. Chu Yan still resisted a little, but her reaction wasn't as intense as before.
After all, a first kiss was unique, there was no such thing as a second or third kiss. So she simply turned her head away slightly. Seeing her coyness a far cry from the arrogance she'd shown when bullying Su Xinyan before Su Xinyan smugly cupped her face and began kissing her passionately. Only when Chu Yan nearly gasped for breath did Su Xinyan finally let her go.
Whoa, slow down, okay? Xu Yan felt lightheaded, bewildered by Su Xinyan's sudden intensity. Sure enough, experience made all the difference. These techniques must have been taught by that despicable Zhang Yang. Before she could catch her breath, Su Xinyan resumed her reckless actions. Senior sister, you planted strawberries on me earlier. Now I have to plant some on you, reciprocity, you know. Wait. Didn't you just plant one on my neck? Xu Yan panicked. I already paid for that round. This is the second planting. Don't block me, senior sister. Honestly, your figure is truly the best in the world. Su Xinyan flattered her while pushing her hands aside. The moment Xu Yan relaxed her guard, Su Xinyan leaned in and pressed her lips against hers. And her methods were even more underhanded. Even though Xu Yan already had a natural strawberry, she insisted on planting another one on top of it. The mere touch nearly sent Xu Yan reeling. She felt as if her very soul was being sucked out. Since escape was impossible, she might as well embrace it. After all, with 30 grand secured, her housing was finally settled. Losing her first kiss was a pity, but giving it to a stunning beauty was far better than handing it over to some greasy, pot-bellied middle-aged man. It was precisely this mindset that led Xu Yan, unknowingly, to fall into the trap she herself had set. This was the first time either of them had expended so much energy. It wasn't until past 2 in the morning that they finally released each other. Hand in hand, they took another bath together before lying down in bed. Senior, thank you for being with me tonight. I won't forget you meeting someone as adorable as you in my life. Su Xinyan kissed her cheek and happily snuggled into her embrace. Xu Yan found her equally adorable. After all, a beauty's affectionate gestures are universally appealing, not just men who find them delightful. So she pulled Su Xinyan close, her arms tightening as she silently celebrated this joyful night. It wasn't until midnight that Xu Yan was jolted awake by the ringing phone. The moment she answered, a barrage of questions came pouring out. Xu Yan, where the hell have you been? It's already the lunch rush hour. You don't want this job anymore, do you? Huh, senior? Who is it? It's so loud. Su Xinyan rose impatiently, but her soul seemed still trapped in the warmth of the bed, leaving her half slumped on top of Xu Yan. Oh, sorry, I overslept. Xu Yan felt awkward. Last night had been exhausting, and she simply couldn't get up. If you really don't want to do this, we can find someone else. Xu Yan, I only hired you because of your connection. If you genuinely don't want to, I won't force you to stay. But the website is at a critical stage right now, don't let me down. Zhang Yang's tone was stern. He always kept work and personal matters separate. Even though Xu Yan was Chen Feifei's cousin, he couldn't let that influence his decisions now. If any link in the chain failed, it would be a disaster for the website's food delivery business. Hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Su Xinyan snapped back to her senses and whispered, "That jerk? Shu, don't talk." Xu Yan glanced at the two of them and felt even more hesitant to let Zhang Yang know they were together. Su Xinyan, however, felt a bit resentful. Why hide from Zhang Yang? She wanted him to know that he wasn't the only one in the world who cared about her, others did too. So, half reclining on his back, Su Xinyan reached forward of her own accord. No. What don't? You're not coming then? If you're not coming, I can help you change right now. Senior sister, tell him you're quitting that job. From now on, I can support you. Su Xinyan whispered in her ear again. Xu Yan could only grit her teeth, but the sound still escaped her. Zhang Yang wasn't stupid, he instantly guessed what she was doing. Xu Yan, that's enough. You don't need to come in anymore. I don't mind you doing side gigs, but you're interfering with my business operations now. The website won't need you going forward. I'll settle your earnings for this month within 3 days. You don't need to come back. And don't go complaining to your sister about this. This time, you're the one who messed up. Zhang Yang was somewhat angry. Everyone has their own fate, and he couldn't interfere too much, but that was only on the condition it didn't affect him. Seeing him hang up, Xu Yan felt disappointed. That job had real potential. As the website grew, the workload would only increase. Ugh, Xinyan, you cost me my job. Su Xinyan showed no remorse. Learning her dear senior was distancing herself from Zhang Yang filled her with glee. No big deal, I won't work for her anymore. Just keep me happy from now on. My pay won't be any less than his, and you'll have it easier. You saw yesterday my account's overflowing. As long as you treat me well, all that money is yours. Xu Yan recalled last night's shock, and a new idea began to take root in her mind. She'd always dreamed of marrying into wealth, but most boys at school were too ordinary. The exceptionally rich ones were hideously ugly. Marrying one would feel like a raw deal. But wasn't the Su family right here a wealthy family? Besides, being with a sweet, soft girl was surely better than those greasy, overweight uncles. And there was another point, being with a girl meant she wouldn't have to lose her most precious thing. This way, she could advance or retreat as needed. Once she figured this out, Xu Yan suddenly felt enlightened. Though she'd worked hard to buy that apartment, the view wasn't particularly great. Perhaps she could work harder and trade it up for a larger one. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly asked, Xinyan, what time is your flight today? Oh, it's already gone. Never mind, I'll leave in a couple of days. Great. Tonight, let's try something new. You in? Yes. Senior sister, I adore you.
Su Xinyan hugged her tightly, showering her with kisses, feeling like the luckiest person alive. Chapter 179, Asian Games Ordering System, a huge success, double celebration. The Guangzhou Asian Games were a resounding success, particularly Zhang Yang's meal ordering system, which earned high praise from numerous international athletes. Zhang Yang received a full refund of his previously deposited guarantee, plus an additional 6 million yuan in unrestricted funding from higher-ups.
Zhang Yang wisely donated half of the money to pay future projects.
Mayor Huang received commendations, bringing him closer to nomination for this year's leadership team. In return, he ensured the website's recharge partnership with the mobile company continued.
Thanks to this phone credit meal ordering system, by December, the website's food delivery orders had skyrocketed, and its monthly business turnover had become quite substantial.
Off-campus operations were equally successful, while the website founded by Zhao Zicheng had already collapsed. This wasn't solely due to misguided policies that caused money to flow out like water each month, but more significantly, it was Zhang Yang's strategy. When Zhang Yang learned that Tang Xin, a key technical member of his former team, had jumped ship, he suspected code theft. Little did he know the guy was a complete legal novice. Not only did he make no alterations to the code, he copied it verbatim. Zhang Yang simply dispatched a corporate spy to gather evidence of the plagiarism, then chose an opportune moment to strike. On the very first day of December, the good news arrived. The court ruled the opposing website had violated regulations and imposed severe penalties, namely, rectification. But Zhang Yang understood the principle of having connections in high places, so he ensured the case was closed without appeal. So when he shared this good news, Zhang Yang immediately invited the entire website team to dine at the city's prestigious Wang Jianglu restaurant. He wasn't stingy either, posting several tables of the highest grade banquet that night. Everyone ate happily, and Zhang Yang himself drank quite a bit. Later, unable to hold it any longer, he stepped outside to use the restroom and bumped into Zhao Zicheng.
It's you! Zhang Yang, you dared to frame me. Ha! Strange. I clearly flushed the toilet. Why haven't you disappeared yet? Zhang Yang said, leaning half against the sink, his legs feeling weak. You've been drinking? Go ahead, drink up. It's celebratory wine, drink plenty. Zhao Zicheng grinned with a sinister smile. Just then, Chen Feifei emerged. Worried after Zhang Yang's prolonged absence, she'd rushed to the scene only to find the two men locked in confrontation, with Zhang Yang clearly at a disadvantage. Seeing this, she rushed forward and shoved Zhao Zicheng aside. Don't bully Zhang Yang. If you want to pick a fight with me. Chen Feifei shielded Zhang Yang behind her, her voice stern. Crazy woman. Do you even know your boyfriend is a total womanizer? I don't care what he was like before. It's enough that he likes me now. You don't need to stir up trouble. Well said, Feifei. Give me a kiss. Zhang Yang smiled. She looked utterly adorable like this. People are watching. Chen Feifei flushed with embarrassment but still leaned in for a quick peck. Oh, so you're showing off your love right in front of me? Zhang Yang, let me tell you a secret. We'll see if you can still sit still. I can definitely sit still. I'm too happy tonight, had way too much to drink. My legs are wobbly now, standing is out of the question. I really admire you. At a time like this, you're still joking around with me. Your goddess is about to go in. Are you still so happy? My goddess? Zhang Yang hesitated slightly. Wu Qiutong? Come to think of it, I haven't flirted with her much lately. Ha! Feeling nervous now? You never saw this coming, did you? I set up a whole chain of traps for you. Back when I was building that website to oppose you, I figured out a way to make you hesitate by making your goddess, Wen Caiyi, the legal representative of the site. If you keep pushing, she'll be dragged in too. I don't care. At worst, the company's assets will be liquidated. We don't need that little money anyway. Oh, and by the way, here's some good news. My dad has officially been promoted to president of the Guangdong Electrical Appliance Association. The Su family's business isn't over yet. After saying this, Zhao Zicheng burst into laughter, feeling utterly brilliant. Zhang Yang was indeed stunned, not out of fear, but because he was desperately trying to recall who Wen Caiyi was. It had been ages since he'd heard that name. Zhang Yang, what's wrong? Nothing. If you want to help her, go ahead. After all, you had a bond back then. It's only right. I won't say anything. Chen Feifei thought Zhang Yang was worried she might get jealous, so she quickly reassured him. Zhao Zicheng watched with growing envy. Why were all the women around Zhang Yang so generous? Didn't they get jealous? Beautiful lady, with your looks, you're not short of suitors. Why limit yourself to just one? If you ask me, you shouldn't be with someone like Zhang Yang who's so fixated on rekindling old flames. None of your business. Now that you've said your piece, leave. You're not welcome here. Leave? Why should I leave? If I recall correctly, this restaurant isn't even yours, is it? Besides, I'm quite curious to see exactly how Zhang Yang will react. Zhao Zicheng crossed his arms, wearing a look of schadenfreude. At that moment, Zhang Yang finally recalled who this one fellow was. He quickly grabbed Chen Feifei's arm. Let's go, Feifei. Ha! Now you're panicking, aren't you? I know exactly where your weak spot is. Chen Feifei shot him a glare before soothingly saying, Zhang Yang, don't panic. You can't drive after drinking. I'll go get the car and take you to see her. See her for what? Your goddess is in trouble. Aren't you going to see her? Isn't you my goddess? What's Wen Caiyi to me? After what she did to me back then, any sane person would have cut ties with her long ago. Hearing Zhang Yang call her his goddess, Chen Feifei flushed with embarrassment before asking, then why were you so frantic earlier? When good news like this comes along, of course I'd rush back to celebrate with a few more drinks. Zhang Yang beamed with joy, then remembered something and called out to Zhao Zicheng. Oh, Mr. Zhao, thank you for sharing this wonderful news. With double good fortune, I'll host another banquet tomorrow. Zhao Zicheng never imagined his carefully planned backup would fail to make a single ripple. Furious, he smashed the bathroom mirror on the spot. Seeing his furious state, Zhang Yang kindly offered to call the police for him. Back at the table, Zhang Yang's spirits soared. Before he knew it, he'd gone another round of drinks with everyone. Only when all the others raised the white flag in surrender did he reluctantly call it quits. Chen Feifei clung to him like a devoted little wife throughout the night, fearing he might bump his head or hurt himself. Knowing he couldn't return to campus, she decided to book a nearby hotel. Just as she was helping him into the hotel lobby, they bumped into his cousin. Oh, cousin, what are you doing here so late? Zhang Yang caught sight of the package in Chu Yan's hand and blurted out without thinking, massage oil. Chapter 180, Calling Her Wife. Zhang Yang, what's massage oil used for? Once inside the room, Chen Feifei asked curiously. Oh, well, for example, if your body feels uncomfortable, you can rub some on and massage it in to help relieve fatigue. Zhang Yang could only offer a slightly more normal explanation, since this kind of thing usually appeared in rather suggestive situations. It had been a while since they last met, and he hadn't expected Chu Yan to become so savvy. Seems she's gotten a taste for the money-making game. Thinking about her figure, if she really played that game, few men could resist. No, how could he even think that? If he ended up with Chen Feifei, Chu Yan would be his sister-in-law. Besides, her personality? He really didn't like it. Zhang Yang, you make it sound totally normal. Why does my cousin seem so upset? Chen Feifei was a bit naive. Of course she is. What kind of place is a hotel? The front desk staff certainly knew exactly what this thing was for. Add to that Zhang Yang reading it aloud, Su Xinyan was lucky she didn't faint on the spot. Caught off guard by her question, Zhang Yang could only force a flimsy explanation. Of course. You know, when people are tired, they don't feel like talking much. And your sister has never liked me anyway. Seeing me out this late, she's bound to be in a bad mood. That makes sense. But don't worry, Zhang Yang, I'll mediate between you two. My cousin is actually a good person, she just might have some preconceived notions about you. No need. Mediate what? Let her misunderstand. She's not working for me anymore anyway. She might as well be a stranger. All right. Oh, right, you must be exhausted. I'll get you some water and give you a shoulder massage. You worked hard today. Chen Feifei bustled about. After a few minutes of shoulder massage, Zhang Yang felt incredibly relaxed. Spontaneously, he blurted out, Feifei, can I call you wife from now on? Ha? Chen Feifei paused her movements, her heart racing. You? If you don't want to, then forget it. No, you can call me that. Call me wife. Wife. Zhang Yang loved teasing her, just a hint of sweet talk would make her blush, a trait uniquely girlish. Chen Feifei's face held a smile, but she dared not respond. Look, you just made me call you wifey again, but you didn't respond. If you don't answer, I won't say it anymore. No, I heard you. Chen Feifei sighed helplessly. Why does this man act like a child? Honey. 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 Hey. Unlike the sweet nothings exchanged here, Chu Yan slammed the door shut the moment she returned to her room. Senior sister, what's wrong? I just saw that despicable Zhang Yang. She actually announced what I bought in front of everyone. Chu Yan was furious, feeling as if she'd done something wrong and been caught by someone she disliked. Oh right, senior sister, you said you had a surprise for me. What is it? Su Xinyan couldn't contain her curiosity and walked over to ask. Essential oil? What's that for? Su Yan didn't answer right away, just sat there sulking. Su Xinyan naturally wrapped her arms around her. Alright, sis, don't be mad. Zhang Yang is a jerk, I cursed him out for you. Now tell me, what's this for? No way. I'm in a bad mood. Then I'll pay you more 30,000 today. Really? 30,000? Chu Yan was thrilled. It felt like the money was coming too easily. Besides, after spending time with him these past few days, she actually found it quite enjoyable, not at all like suffering. If she had to entertain those greasy, pot-bellied men, that would be disgusting. It's true. I can't even spend all my money anyway. I've bought every new luxury handbag that came out. Oh, and I bought a place in the nearby Jiangyuan community too, planning to store all my bags there. You were right, senior sister. A woman needs her own place so she won't get kicked out by some man easily. Ha? Really? Well said. We can only stand on our own 2 feet to avoid depending on those men. Jiang Yuan, that sounds like a pretty luxurious community too. I'm so jealous of you. Ha! What's there to envy? What's mine is yours. Where should we go next? Didn't you say hotels lack privacy? With a beauty like you, I wouldn't want anyone else seeing you. Mei Shem, thanks. Xinyan, you're so thoughtful. If that dog of a man doesn't cherish you, it's his loss. Xu Yan ruffled her hair, finding Su Xinyan as adorable as a little sister. Su Xinyan loved having her head patted. She nudged forward, begging for affection, then wrapped her arms around Xu Yan's waist. The two lingered affectionately for a while, and Xu Yan's mood lifted somewhat. Noticing the change in her, Su Xinyan finally spoke up. Senior sister, what exactly are those things we just bought for? Can you tell me? You want to know? Yes, I do. Su Xinyan nodded vigorously. This forbidden thing was indeed addictive. Then call me wife and let me hear it. Xu Yan was deliberately guiding her. Ever since discovering the vast fortune in his account, Xu Yan had wanted Su Xinyan to develop genuine feelings for her. Only by reaching this stage could she smoothly enter the Su family and achieve her goal of marrying into a wealthy household. Ha? Wife? That doesn't feel right. Isn't that something couples in love call each other? Su Xinyan felt a bit shy. After all, just over a month ago, that term had only slipped from Zhang Yang's lips when he was happy. Why not? What's the difference between us and a couple now? We eat together, shower together, sleep together. Setting gender aside, is there really any difference from a couple? Think carefully. When you were with Zhang Yang before, weren't you doing the same things with me? Su Xinyan recalled and nodded, but still retorted petulantly, no. Being with you is even happier than being with Zhang Yang. Exactly. So what if you call me wifey? Just say it once, and I'll tell you exactly what those things you just bought are for. I promise you'll be amazed. Honey. Ah. Now that's more like it, little sister. Come on, listen to me now. Open the curtains on the floor to ceiling window, then turn your back to the outside. Ha? I'm not wearing anything. It's only just past 9. Who's to say someone in a nearby building won't see us? It's fine. What are you afraid of if you're facing away? Besides, it's just for a moment. Be good. Today, I'll give you a different kind of experience. Fine. After Su Xinyan complied, Xu Yan covered her eyes with a black cloth and led her into the bathroom. Soon after, Su Xinyan felt something sticky rubbing against her body. Chapter 181, The Sham Phoenix Act. Senior sister, what did you put on me? It's so oily. That was Su Xinyan's first reaction. Shu, don't speak, Xinyan. Just feel it quietly. All right. Actually, it feels pretty good. Senior sister, you sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. I never would have guessed you hadn't actually been with anyone before. Su Xinyan was somewhat surprised. Before she met Zhang Yang, she had been as pure as a blank sheet of paper herself. She never imagined Xu Yan, who hadn't been with a man, would know so much. I haven't dated, but that doesn't mean I haven't seen it. I've actually seen this kind of thing before. How does it feel? This is my first time trying it. In truth, Zhang Yang was her first time, but to make her happy, Xu Yan deliberately said it that way. The innocent Su Xinyan couldn't have imagined her senior sister harbored such depth. Hearing this, she felt a warm glow inside. This is wonderful. Senior sister, I adore you. Can I kiss you? No rush. We'll kiss later. Let me finish this first, then we'll lie down. Lie down? Where? Outside? Of course not. Right here. The floor outside is so dirty. We girls especially need to be careful about hygiene. Otherwise, there are so many germs. Getting sick would be awful. Xu Yan found Su Xinyan increasingly adorable, so she treated her like a little sister and took care of her. Oh, now I get why you scrubbed the bathroom floor before heading out earlier. Senior, you're so thoughtful. I love you. After spending these days together, Su Xinyan had long forgotten about her plans to travel abroad. No matter how far you run, it's no fun if no one cares. Unlike here, even though this city holds many painful memories for her, right now she feels the happiest. You're so good at complimenting me every day, senior sister. I'm starting to believe I'm the best person in the world. You already are the best person in the world. Oh, and one more thing. What else? You're also the biggest in the world. Su Xinyan giggled, then grabbed a handful of oil. Sniffing the scent, she finally figured it out. Hee hee, senior sister, I know what you're wearing now. You just bought this, huh? So that's what this thing does. Huh? So clever. So clever. You deserve a reward. Get down on the floor. This is going to be the most fun thing in the world. Su Xinyan promptly lay down on the floor. She heard the lid being opened, then felt something dripping onto her back. She didn't even need to look to know senior sister Xu Yan was adding something.
Of course, the scene was undoubtedly delightful. Senior sister Chu Yan had such an amazing figure, especially since she was leveraging her greatest asset this time.
Just imagining it was incredible. Senior sister, are you ready? I'm all set. Ready, huh? Here we go.
Su Yan braced her hands on either side of Su Xinyan and slowly lowered her body.
The moment of contact was imminent. Su Xinyan shivered involuntarily. What's wrong? Cold?
A little, but it feels amazing.
Can we keep going?
After all, it was December, and Guangzhou had turned chilly. Worried she might catch a cold, Chu Yan turned the bathroom heater back on.
The unattended shower head hummed away, its warmth coating the entire bathroom in mist.
Su Xinyan lay at the lowest point, where oxygen levels dipped slightly.
The mild suffocation wasn't unpleasant. Instead, it lulled her into drowsiness, teetering on the edge of sweet dreams.
Until, after 10 minutes or so, Chu Yan untied her black cloth and gently patted her.
All right, Xinyan, time to rinse off. Ha? Done?
Su Xinyan opened her eyes and saw the scene before her. Chu Yan looked absolutely stunning, especially her best features from shape to size, they were perfect.
Such a thing had lingered on her body for so long just now? How incredibly lucky she was. Senior sister, can we continue? I couldn't see just now. Ha?
Chu Yan was slightly surprised, then chuckled inwardly. She learned this move from movies, assuming it would instantly captivate men.
Little did she know it held such power over women too. Of course we can.
I covered it with the cloth earlier because I didn't want you to feel embarrassed. Plus, you looked like you were about to fall asleep. I thought you were bored, so I wrapped things up quickly. No, I wasn't bored enough to fall asleep. I was so comfortable I fell asleep.
Su Xinyan said earnestly. Whoa, you don't have to suddenly get so loud. I forgot I'm already showered. How about next time?
Ah. No, please, senior sister.
Su Xinyan shook her hand.
Don't make this hard for me. This thing can't stay on my body for long. Seeing another attempt was impossible, Su Xinyan had a sudden idea and called out, honey.
Ha? What did you say?
Wife, senior sister's wife, main wife.
Alright, stop calling me that. It's so cheesy. Fine, I agree. But you have to tie the black cloth on.
Chu Yan said with a hint of resignation.
No, honey, this time I want to watch. Can I?
I want to see up close just how captivating this place is that drives all the boys in school wild.
Fine.
See for yourself how captivating it is.
Great.
Finally granted permission, she intended to savor every moment this time.
She immediately lay down.
No wonder Zhang Yang always said that the moment before they began, when she was about to shed her armor, was the most beautiful.
That anticipation truly made one feel intensely happy. Xinyan, get on your stomach? Why are you staring at me? No, senior sister, this time can we do it face to face? I want to keep looking at you. You little rascal. Fine, here we go.
This impact was even more intense.
They say opposites attract, but when two identical parts touched, Su Xinyan felt like they were magnetically drawn together.
Su Xinyan found herself instinctively wrapping her arms around her senior sister's neck.
Senior sister, I want a kiss.
Chu Yan smiled gently, then lowered her head. They discovered a new way to play, continuing well into the night until the staff noticed unusual water usage and forced them to stop. But love never vanishes, it merely shifts. From the bathroom to the bed. Upstairs, the charade of false phoenixes played out all night, while Zhang Yang had a peculiar dream that same night. Two beautiful girls shared his bed, though their faces remained indistinct. He only remembered their respective charms. One possessed a supple waist, while the other was too voluptuous to be fully grasped in one hand. Zhang Yang opened his eyes to a scene no less captivating than his dream goddesses. For there, Chen Feifei stood on the balcony, fiddling with her laptop in a bathrobe. The robe wasn't particularly long, ending roughly at her thighs, which was quite revealing, as it showcased her assets to full effect. Her long legs, stretching over a meter, were exposed to the air. Whether it was the alcohol or not, Zhang Yang felt his mouth go dry. Chapter 182, Long Legs at Your Service. 50 votes bonus chapter. Zhang Yang stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. Chen Feifei, unaware of what was about to unfold, swatted away his playful hand.
Stop messing around. I'm working. Work? I'm your boss. Who assigned you work? You don't have to work today. That's not possible. The website server's under increasing pressure. The boss asked me to tweak the runtime code so I can assist you better. Fine, go ahead. Don't worry about me.
Zhang Yang stared at her neck, then acted like a vampire.
Zhang. You write your code. Focus during work hours. I understand. Though shy, Chen Feifei could only submit to Zhang Yang's advances. Chen Feifei's natural gifts were somewhat lacking, but her figure was absolutely top tier.
No wonder, ever since her debut at the Asian Games, she hadn't stopped receiving advertising offers. Even film companies had extended invitations. Yet unlike her past life, she chose not to enter showbiz. Instead, she resolved to quietly become the woman behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang felt he could repay her only by pledging himself to her. As his hands began to wander upward, Chen Feifei offered no resistance. After spending these days together, she understood that Zhang Yang was simply someone who liked to act on impulse. Truthfully, she felt rather pleased. Didn't this prove she was quite captivating? Watching the bathrobe shift shape in two distinct places before her, Chen Feifei gritted her teeth and continued her work. Though it had happened many times before, she still couldn't accept it, and each time sent shivers down her spine. Feifei, don't hold back. If it feels good, just let it out. Men are greedy like that. They want their partner to be pure, yet also want her to be alluring in certain situations. Scream my ass. I won't scream. Chen Feifei pursed her lips. Zhang Yang chuckled, deciding to take the next step. He refused to believe Chen Feifei could endure this much longer. Standing with her back to him, Zhang Yang was instantly drawn to her long, shapely legs. Ah! Chen Feifei felt an odd warmth. Glancing down, her face flushed instantly. Why are you touching my leg like that again? This wasn't the first time. When the temperature dropped a couple days ago, Zhang Yang insisted that friction generates heat and used her leg as a heat source. Feifei, your legs are so beautiful. If you like them so much, I'll just give them to you. Chen Feifei smiled. For Zhang Yang, she was willing to do anything. So when she saw the awkward situation below, she didn't pull away. Ah, perfect. Feifei, my dear, you're the most adorable person in the world. Zhang Yang felt nothing but bliss at being able to date her. Don't call me that, it makes me blush. Chen Feifei covered her face. She couldn't stand hearing sweet talk. Taking advantage of her blushing embarrassment, Zhang Yang began to act recklessly. Though they hadn't reached the final step, Chen Feifei's legs alone felt like heaven on earth. It all ended after just over 10 minutes. Chen Feifei, too preoccupied to feel shy, obediently began cleaning up afterward. However, today's outfit suited her perfectly. As she knelt to wipe the floor, she exuded a unique charm. Having finished cleaning, Chen Feifei resumed her work. She offered Zhang Yang everything, not just her body, but her time as well. Zhang Yang, unabashed, wrapped his arms around her waist once more and slid his hand toward her belt. Zhang Yang, you can't. Chen Feifei turned her head, her eyes pleading, though her hands couldn't stop moving. But this pitiful expression didn't stir Zhang Yang's sympathy. Instead, it ignited his desires further. It's okay, Feifei. I saw everything in the car that day. I just want to look. Then you're only looking, okay? Don't get out of hand. Let me do it, it's awkward for you. Chen Feifei was so gentle it seemed unnatural. She feared causing Zhang Yang trouble and insisted on handling it herself. Soon, the belt came undone. The bathrobe slid down to her shoulders, then her arms, and soon no effort was needed. Gravity took over, letting it fall naturally. Clack! Finally naked together, Zhang Yang took a step forward. Chen Feifei sensed Zhang Yang's state of arousal. This was the first time in her life she'd shared such extensive skin contact with a man. Zhang Yang, you said it was only for looking. Chen Feifei reiterated, because she hadn't fully processed this situation. Just focus on your work. Zhang Yang merely gave her a light pat on the head, as if scolding her as usual. Chen Feifei was genuinely obedient. After being tapped on the head, she dared not refuse, nodding blankly and responding, oh, okay. She dared not look back, praying silently that Zhang Yang wouldn't make a move. Then she propped herself up and continued coding. This direct contact felt even better, so Zhang Yang repeated his old trick. My darling Feifei, you're so adorable, Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim again. Holding a 19-year-old girl in his arms felt truly wonderful. Chen Feifei dared not respond, standing stiffly. But this only served to further fuel Zhang Yang's rising excitement. This time, his retreat was even quicker. There was no helping it, the enemy's resistance was strong, and the greater the force, the greater the momentum. This time, Zhang Yang was genuinely exhausted. He collapsed onto the bed, too drained to tidy up the aftermath. Perhaps it was that vivid dream from moments ago that kept his mind from settling. Truthfully, he didn't need to clean up. Chen Feifei had already taken care of it. She tidied up obediently, her voice still devoid of complaint. Even though she had already cleaned thoroughly earlier, she now accepted the consequences of Zhang Yang's recklessness without question. Why had he ever looked down on such a treasure of a girl? They say broad-mindedness often hides viciousness, but in Zhang Yang's eyes, Chen Feifei was the exception. After she finished tidying everything, Zhang Yang lay down for a while. When he woke up, he discovered a surprising sight. Chen Feifei was still completely naked, typing away at her computer. It looked as if she were deliberately tempting him. Feifei, you're not wearing anything? Aren't you usually the shyest? I was afraid you might need it again. This way, it's more convenient for you. Chen Feifei dared not turn around to look, for she too felt shy. Though they had been a couple for some time now, the current situation had long surpassed her imagination of what love should be. And saying that was the last straw. The moment she spoke, Zhang Yang couldn't hold back any longer. It wasn't that he wasn't greedy enough, it was simply that this kind of thing exceeded the average person's ability to handle the pressure. A campus beauty-level girlfriend telling you she's not wearing any clothes to make it easier for you to have your way. How many men could resist?
So Zhang Yang moved in again, but this time his first target was Chen Feifei's earlobe.
This wasn't a feint, he intended to launch his full assault right here.
Chapter 183, The Collapsing Program.
That familiar sensation returned. Having learned from past experience, Chen Feifei remained much calmer this time and even took the initiative to show concern for Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang, are you tired?
Don't push yourself too hard.
From now on, whenever you want, it's fine.
Chen Feifei's words deeply moved Zhang Yang, and he resolved to get down to business. This task was like her coding, it demanded utmost caution. First, the programmer had to be fully focused, entering the zone to ensure the program's perfection. Therefore, Zhang Yang first needed to get the programmer into the zone. Chen Feifei was naturally shy and wouldn't openly share her feelings about such matters. But Zhang Yang had his own clever approach. By observing her coding workflow, he could tell if her mind had wandered. At that moment, Zhang Yang was like a vampire, but she had experienced this too many times and had built up resistance. So Zhang Yang quickly shifted his focus elsewhere. Someone once said that the more complex something is, the more charming it becomes when made compact and the more endearing it feels. Take this year's Fruit 4 phone, for example. People were amazed to discover such immense functionality packed into such a small device, making it a legendary phone.
Countless users felt its charm the moment they held it.
And right now, Zhang Yang was experiencing just how true that saying was.
Chen Feifei was actually quite skilled with technology.
She could handle many programming issues, which was why, after Tang Xian left, the team leader Yang Zihao had transferred his tasks to Chen Feifei.
Yet Zhang Yang now observed her fingers repeatedly hovering over the delete key. For website development, this wasn't a good sign, it meant she'd hit a bottleneck.
But for Zhang Yang, it was a positive development, because he was the one breaking through that bottleneck. Seeing that she could still continue working, Zhang Yang knew the timing wasn't quite right yet. In that case, he'd need to employ a special technique. While one hand continued its task, the other slid down her spine.
With each downward stroke, Chen Feifei's fingers tapped the enter key more and more frequently.
This was something Zhang Yang had accidentally discovered earlier. Once he identified the pattern, he naturally had to test it. Chen Feifei, who was always meticulous about her work, was now completely distracted. She feared the program might crash completely, but for Zhang Yang's sake, she had to push through. Finally, she finished typing the basic program and decided to check for any error codes. So she began pressing.
Zhang Yang. Stop it, I'm getting angry. Chen Feifei finally sensed something was off.
Today, he didn't seem to be testing her, he was serious. But it was too late.
Her consistent indulgence had emboldened Zhang Yang.
Her anger now felt more like a gentle pout.
Chen Feifei could no longer maintain her focus like before.
Her fingers pounded relentlessly on the keys, their rhythm growing faster and faster. The keys were pressed to their limit, the upward arrow key refusing to stop, instead constantly bumping against the edge of the computer screen. Of course, things weren't quite that simple. For a programmer like Chen Feifei, even when not fully focused, minor glitches were the worst that could happen. But now, she was severely out of it, and that meant big trouble was brewing. A jumble of strange symbols began appearing on the computer screen, and Chen Feifei was powerless to stop it. A typical programmer might have stepped away from the work to calm down, but Chen Feifei was determined to turn the tide. Perhaps it was precisely her exceptional skill that led to this code's failure. Soon, the code spiraled into collapse. Chen Feifei was half slumped over the desk, her fingers still tapping away unconsciously. Soon, a string of code resembling ellipses appeared on the screen. After a shower, she felt a bit clearer-headed. When she returned, she noticed a trace of blood where she had been standing and looked at Zhang Yang with a hint of hurt. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Zhang Yang panicked. He had indeed been reckless today. Zhang Yang pulled her close, and she nestled into his embrace like a wounded kitten.
I'm sorry, Feifei. I shouldn't have bullied you like this without your consent.
No, I didn't refuse. She shook her head.
Then why? You know I told you this morning it was for your work. Now how am I supposed to deliver?
This code is completely unusable. I spent ages typing it out, you little pest. After saying this, she gently bumped her head against Zhang Yang's. She was always so adorable even when she was angry, it looked like she was just pouting.
It's fine. I'll tell old Zhong and give you the day off.
Zhang Yang affectionately ruffled her hair. This leggy little rich girl was now completely his, starting today.
No way. Everyone's work is assigned.
Don't cause trouble for others.
If you cancel my work today, old Yang will definitely think of having someone else write it. But everyone else is already busy with their own tasks. Adding more work to them will make them hate me.
So I'll just do it myself.
No, Feifei. Alright, stop trying to talk me out of it. Once I promise something, I have to follow through. If I said I could handle it, I will.
Chen Feifei returned to her desk, but the moment she sat down, she sprang back up as if startled.
What's wrong? Something on the chair? No, it just hurts a bit.
Then I'll go buy you some medicine.
No, it's fine. I'm safe today. Silly, I'm not talking about whether it's safe or not. I'm talking about your pain.
This statement further revealed Chen Feifei's kind nature. If Zhang Yang had gone to buy medicine solely for safety reasons, it would have shown irresponsibility thinking only of himself. But since he went to buy medicine specifically for the pain, it stemmed from genuine concern. When Chen Feifei said that, her first thought was to avoid causing trouble for others. 4 words describe her perfectly: intensely gentle. Her tenderness was nothing new, but today she experienced something different. Then hurry back. Chen Feifei nodded. The pain did need to be stopped, but it wasn't for herself. It was so she could maintain her condition today and keep working, allowing Zhang Yang to earn more money. Alright, I'll be quick. I'll bring you some breakfast too, you must be hungry. You didn't eat much yesterday while taking care of me during the drinking, and you skipped breakfast today. What would you like? Soy milk, fried dough sticks, or steamed buns? Zhang Yang. What's wrong? Seeing her hesitation, Zhang Yang instantly guessed the answer. Kids' meal? Chen Feifei looked up, her eyes lighting up with surprise before she nodded quickly. Chapter 184, Adorably Out of Control. Chen Feifei couldn't sit still. After breakfast, she was already thinking about getting back to work. Feifei, give it a rest. I bought you medicine, but you won't even apply it? Or should I do it for you? No, I can do it. I can manage on my own. Chen Feifei still looked bashful, retaining that unique shyness of a young girl even after offering everything to him. She dashed into the bathroom, emerging with her cheeks flushed. How is it? Still hurting? Zhang Yang asked. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. I'm fine. I can work properly and won't delay your plans. What did you say? Come here. What is it? Come here. Quickly. Chen Feifei felt a flicker of fear at his sudden seriousness, but she mustered her courage and walked over. Seeing Zhang Yang raise his hand, she immediately covered her head. Don't hit me, don't hit me. But Zhang Yang didn't hold back and gave her a sharp tap anyway. Ouch. I'm sorry. What did I do wrong? I don't know, but I did. Chen Feifei replied earnestly. Zhang Yang was left speechless by her. Let me tell you this, from now on, remember to rest whenever you feel unwell. Don't worry about my affairs. We have so many people on the team now, it's not like we absolutely need you. Got it? Oh, okay. But I'm really fine. I can keep working, help you make money. After going through such a big ordeal, she's still thinking about helping make money. How adorable is that? Zhang Yang pulled her close and kissed her fiercely. After what felt like several minutes, she finally couldn't help but remind him, Zhang Yang, I need to get back to work. Can we stop kissing now? Feifei, why don't you skip work? Just stay with me. I'll buy you anything you want. No, I need to earn my own money. Yours is hard earned too, I can't spend it. There you go again. Zhang Yang, please don't push me on this. I've always been this way, I don't like people spending money on me. Seeing her insist, Zhang Yang felt awkward pressing the issue. Yet the more time he spent with her, the more he realized how endearing she was. Most girls in her situation would want some kind of compensation. But Chen Feifei's first thought was to work and earn money for him. Calling her a treasure girl felt perfectly fitting. Feifei, can I at least hold you for a bit? You're just too adorable. That's fine. But only for 5 minutes, the boss told me to finish this by 5 this afternoon. With that, she finally leaned into Zhang Yang's embrace. This big doll with her 1.2 meter long legs, Zhang Yang simply couldn't get enough of her. Feifei, there's something I've always wanted to do. I really want to measure your legs with a ruler to see just how long they are. 1.21 meters. No need to measure, I'll just tell you. 1.21 meters. Zhang Yang was stunned. That was truly model perfect proportions. If she ever got into showbiz, she'd be instantly recognizable. Zhang Yang ran his fingers over her faded jeans, a hint of regret in his voice. Feifei, why do you always wear these long pants? They ruin the beauty of your legs. Hearing this, Chen Feifei promptly set her jeans aside. Feifei, what are you doing? You like my legs, right? Then I won't cover them up anymore. Look all you want. I know you think my figure is just average. If you like it, I'll get plastic surgery later. I'll save up and go to Korea. Chen Feifei said softly. Zhang Yang did prefer good figures, but right now, Chen Feifei's gentle nature had already surpassed everything else in his heart. Zhang Yang had to admit, she was gradually changing many things about him. Silly, when did I ever look down on you? There's a saying, less is more. Small has its own charm. Look at your cousin, she can't even walk properly. No way am I letting you get plastic surgery. I love you just the way you are. Zhang Yang wasn't just trying to placate her, he genuinely felt that way. Fearing she might not believe him, Zhang Yang shamelessly played on her vulnerability. Chen Feifei just blushed, then leaned closer to him, making it easier for Zhang Yang. Feifei, did it hurt just now? Well, did it hurt you? What? Me? Why are you asking me that? Zhang Yang was thrown off balance by her nonsensical question. You just said. I said? What did I say? You said. After saying that, Chen Feifei's face flushed bright red.
Zhang Yang was nearly driven mad, feeling as though every word she uttered was a tease. He decided to turn her back into a little lamb. Oh Zhang Yang, what are you doing? I still have work to do. It's fine. It's just a laptop. I'll bring it over. You can work right beside me. I want to hold you. Is that okay? Sure, she nodded. I told you, I'm yours. If you want to hold me, just hold me.
The independent girl she used to be was fading, replaced by a growing fondness for the feeling of leaning against Zhang Yang's embrace. Zhang Yang immediately got up to fetch her laptop. Watching him work, she began checking the latest updates on her own computer. Zhang Yang finally understood why God gave humans two hands, one for gripping the mouse, working, and earning money, while the other was for the joys of life. He found it quite amusing, but Chen Feifei felt uncomfortable. Just as she was getting into her work rhythm, she felt his fingernail brush past, snapping her back to reality.
Zhang Yan, however, remained unaware.
As she opened her laptop, a new message popped up.
Hard to get a single unit. The Fruit 4 is selling like crazy.
Clicking through, she saw images of consumers lining up outside phone stores to buy the Fruit 4. This craze had even spawned new social phenomena, like the infamous kidney for phone incident.
From today's perspective, consumers might seem a bit crazy back then.
But Zhang Yang had to admit that this phone was truly a legendary device, and it officially pioneered the era of smartphones in China.
Of course, while some rejoiced, others faced hardship.
Take Nokia, which had dominated the domestic market for years.
New monthly reports show that Nokia's domestic sales plummeted significantly in November. Button phones have ultimately become a thing of the past.
While there was nothing inherently wrong with the Symbian system, the pace of technological evolution is simply that rapid. Zhang Yang had also decided to formally enter the mobile phone industry next year. Just then, Chen Feifei suddenly spoke up.
Zhang Yang, could you ask Boss Yong for some time off for me?
Huh? Why?
Right. Feifei, what's going on?
Zhang Yang was puzzled by her response.
It's important.
Chen Feifei actively pulled back the blanket, then sat up at a comfortable angle. Chapter 185, Senior Sister, let's compare with the neighbor 50 votes bonus. After 2 deep encounters, Zhang Yang noticed something peculiar about Chen Feifei. She always clenched her teeth tightly at the very last moment, a truly rare trait. This time, it took her a long while to recover. Though she was still sitting on top of Zhang Yang, she didn't want to move. She simply lay her head down, using his body as if it were a bed, and fell asleep. Zhang Yang stroked her hair. With each gentle touch, the sweet scent from her locks filled the air. When he sensed her breathing had settled into a steady rhythm, Zhang Yang looked down and saw she had fallen asleep. An even deeper tenderness welled up inside him. A woman like Chen Feifei, capable of coding and sharing a bed, balancing career and love, truly embodied everything a man could imagine in a perfect partner. Truthfully, if she'd been willing, Zhang Yang could have pushed further. But it was their first time, and she wasn't like Su Xiaohua, a seasoned veteran. He couldn't bring himself to continue. He held her close in his arms and slept soundly until late into the night. When he awoke, rain was falling outside. Late autumn rain carried its own meaning. Each autumn shower brought a chill. No wonder Zhang Yang found the blanket gone. The long-legged beauty beside him had snatched it all for herself. Now genuinely hungry, Zhang Yang decided to test the off-campus food delivery service. After Zhao Ziqing's food ordering website was ordered to shut down, Zhang Yang's company, Dazhong Network, took over their operations. Now, their delivery service covered all the office buildings and hotels in the downtown area. Though Sangyu knew little about the industry, Zhang Yang had laid out a detailed plan for him.
Moreover, financial matters no longer required his direct involvement.
With mobile payment ordering in place, cash transactions were unnecessary, making their work significantly easier. This freed up their energy to diligently execute every instruction Zhang Yang issued. Zhang Yang opened the food ordering page and found it remarkably streamlined. It seemed the recent decision to spin off the ordering function from Dazhong Network had been the right move. Previously, the delivery function relied on Dazhong for traffic, but after the Asian Games, that was no longer necessary. To streamline management, Zhang Yang spun off the delivery function, naming it Dazhong Takeout. Now, Dazhong Takeout had gained considerable recognition in Yangchang, largely thanks to the buzz generated by the Asian Games. The ordering process itself went smoothly enough, with the meal arriving in about 20 minutes. When she lifted the lid, the food was still piping hot. Chen Feifei was a bit dissatisfied, though not with the food. She was easy to please and never picky, but because the takeout was pricier than dining in. Zhang Yang couldn't help but give her a playful tap on the head. Silly girl, that's exactly why we're in the delivery business. If everyone thought like you, how could our website survive? Oh, right. Fine, Zhang Yang, you're right. Paying for service is only fair. During the meal, Chen Feifei casually draped her long legs over Zhang Yang, adopting a languid pose. Then, before the meal was even finished, she sounded the trumpet for Zhang Yang's next round of advances. The two inside were in the thick of battle, oblivious to the world around them. Just then, 2 people passed by their room. Damn it! It's clearly the hotel's fault just because the bathroom heater ran for over 10 hours? Now it's broken, and they want us to switch rooms? The view upstairs is so much better, and there's even a jacuzzi up there.
Su Xinyan came downstairs from upstairs, carrying several bags, looking a bit annoyed.
Forget it. We were definitely at fault this time. I was too exhausted last night and forgot to turn it off before sleeping.
Thank goodness they didn't make us pay for it. Xu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. In her view, as long as they didn't lose money, anything was acceptable. Senior, you're so easygoing. If it were me.
Su Xinyan was about to say more when they passed 1708 and heard what sounded like a soprano singing inside.
Holy crap. Senior, listen. What is it? Xu Yan came over to listen and instantly flushed. Ahem, ladies, your room is ready. Let's not disturb others, okay?
The hotel front desk had suspected something odd about these two women for days. While helping them check out, they discovered the essential oils.
Now they couldn't wait to head downstairs and gossip with their co-workers.
Reminded of this, the two felt awkward continuing and hurried into their room. Exhausted from yesterday and having slept all day today, they both felt utterly stiff and sore. So the moment they entered the room, they scrambled to take a shower first.
Su Xinyan immediately came up with a solution.
Senior sister, why don't we just shower together?
Shower together? Yeah, look at this rain, it won't stop. We can generate more heat by washing together.
Besides, we tried it yesterday and it didn't seem so bad.
That's true.
Just don't get carried away later.
Take a good shower. The night is still young. Although Chu Yan had initiated this, she realized Su Xinyan was genuinely playful too.
Yesterday, almost every part of her upper body bore traces of her.
Later, Su Xinyan even wanted to plant strawberry marks below the waist.
Xu Yan feared trying everything at once would make it lose its novelty, so she quickly refused.
But Su Xinyan hadn't lost her playful streak.
The moment they stepped into the bathroom, she started mischief again, pushing Xu Yan against the glass door and focusing her attention on her neck. If anyone had been in the living room at that moment, they would have witnessed the rather picturesque scene unfolding on the door. Their shower lasted nearly half an hour. This time Xu Yan deliberately kept it short, determined not to blow out the hotel's water heater again. Though the shower had ended, their expressions of affection continued. Half of the essential oil Xu Yan had brought last night remained, so she put it to use again. Not wanting to pay any cleaning fees, Xu Yan deliberately laid several extra towels on the floor before beginning her service.
Su Xinyan slowly drifted back into that state, and they kissed again.
Just as they were fully immersed, the bed next door began thumping loudly.
No one needed to guess what was happening over there. Damn it! Those bastards, can't they be quiet like us? Heterosexuals should be burned alive.
Su Xinyan was annoyed at having her mood ruined, completely forgetting how much trouble she herself had caused others when she'd once stayed at a hotel so ostentatiously. All she knew now was that the neighbors were too loud, ruining her enjoyment of her fragrant senior sister.
Senior, I'm heading to the land soon. I'll get myself transformed into a man.
Then we'll see who's tougher than these stinking men.
Actually, it's not impossible.
When I went to the adult store yesterday to buy essential oils, I found these realistic-looking things.
Put one on, and you're a man.
Xu Yan seemed to recall something and made a joke.
Su Xinyan perked up instantly. Really? Great. Go buy it then. Today we'll show them what we're made of.
Senior sister, make sure to scream extra loud later.
Ha? Me? Xu Yan hesitated. This wasn't just about losing her first kiss. Votes and ratings needed.
Low scores mean PK failure.
Chapter 186, an incredibly harmonious scene. Xu Yan ultimately refused.
After all, her involvement with him was purely for financial gain. If she truly gave away her most precious possession, there would be no turning back. Even in this more open era, where attitudes toward such matters weren't as rigid, the presence or absence of that particular thing still made a difference to certain wealthy individuals.
Thus, she had to devise new ways to please Su Xinyan.
The year 2011 arrived swiftly. In March, Zhang Yang acquired a mobile phone company.
Leveraging his accumulated capital, he pioneered a new era for domestic smartphones.
He also keenly sensed the imminent cashless era, so he decided to focus the phone's development on payment tools. At this time, Alipay had already launched its QR code payment system, but it was primarily concentrated in online transactions, and offline payment scenarios had yet to become widespread. Zhang Yang understood that her technical team couldn't develop technology beyond the current era. Instead of following the QR code trend, she took a different path by leveraging an earlier payment technology, NFC. In fact, NFC had been developed as early as the turn of the century, and pilot programs had already begun in China by 2006. However, due to limited payment scenarios, most applications were confined to public transportation systems. Zhang Yang, however, recognized that to implement offline payments, the payment scenarios themselves needed to be popularized. He therefore initiated a pilot program in Guangzhou, partnering with major merchants. Leveraging his previous assistance to Mayor Huang, he employed some unconventional methods to successfully equip these merchants with the necessary payment acceptance tools. Of course, since offline payments operate on a B2C model, efforts focused solely on merchants were insufficient.
Consumer adoption also needed consideration. After all, the widespread adoption of QR code payments in subsequent years was largely driven by the ubiquity of smartphones. Zhang Yang's mobile team, hailing from a veteran domestic phone manufacturer, leveraged mature NFC technology to develop an NFC-enabled phone within just 6 months. Dubbed the Feiyan phone, its promotion faced little resistance. Capitalizing on his existing relationship with China Mobile, he secured a contract phone agreement. By offering affordable calling plans bundled with free phones, he incentivized consumer adoption. Within months, Yangcheng had embraced this early arrival of the cashless era, and the trend was spreading to other cities. With connections in high places, Zhang Yang found his smartphone ventures progressed remarkably smoothly thanks in part to his earlier alliance with Mayor Huang. Of course, this journey also unfolded some amusing anecdotes. On the day the phone factory opened, the TV station that had previously received favors from Zhang Yang invited numerous media reporters to create hype. The next day, Zhang Yang's charisma successfully landed on the front pages of major newspapers. Teacher Wu Qiutong was busy preparing for the new semester when the school suddenly assigned her a new research project on NFC payments. Only then did Wu Qiutong realize that Zhang Yang, the once obscure boy in her class, had grown into a towering figure. She felt happy for him, but when she accidentally witnessed Zhang Yang and Chen Feifei passionately kissing on campus, she instantly realized how foolish her decision had been. Still, she genuinely wished Zhang Yang well. After all, her departure had been meant to help him climb the Chen family's tree, ensuring his career would flourish. Yet she couldn't deny the pain. After returning home, Wu Qiutong secretly shed tears for several nights. Her mother, Xiao Biyun, witnessed this and mistakenly thought her daughter was lonely. Seizing the opportunity, she invited Zhang Yang over for dinner, hoping to bring the two together. But she knew her daughter was stubborn and wouldn't easily comply. So she simply locked the two of them in a room together. And sure enough, sparks flew. To this day, Xiao Biyun still believes she was the one who brought them together. Wu Qiutong became Zhang Yang's woman. Once she tasted that flavor, she couldn't easily let go. Those days, she clung to Zhang Yang constantly, parading all her stockings before him only to have them torn to shreds afterward. Later, she couldn't resist revealing what she knew about Zhang Yang and Chen Feifei. But by then, she didn't care. She'd been single for years, marriage was irrelevant. She even dropped a provocative line. If Zhang Yang could convince Chen Feifei to join them, she'd share every pair of stockings in her wardrobe with Chen Feifei. She even declared she'd be fine with all three of them together. These words deeply stirred Zhang Yang, yet his expression betrayed no joy, only a hint of worry. His immediate challenge wasn't just getting two people to coexist peacefully, but four. So what was the situation with those two? The story traces back to New Year's Day in 2011. At that time, Zhao Ziqing's father had successfully become the president of the Yangcheng Electrical Appliance Association. Under his coercive orders, major department stores once again refused to accept appliances produced by the Su family. The Su family once again headed toward bankruptcy, this time even more severely than before. Su Xinyan had never felt particularly attached to her family, but her grandfather had become so distraught over this incident that he fell ill and was now bedridden. So she decided to seek help from Zhang Yang. However, upon arriving at his dorm, she discovered he had taken advantage of the holiday break when no one was around to be with a beautiful female teacher in his room. This revelation crushed her. She had believed Zhang Yang chose Chen Feifei over her because he was loyal, only to discover it was simply because he didn't like her. Su Xinyan brooded for 2 or 3 days before deciding to take her own life. Fortunately, Xu Yan discovered her in time. Upon learning the truth from her, Xu Yan's first reaction was rage. After all, Zhang Yang had deceived her cousin. Yet through their time together, Xu Yan had grown fond of Su Xinyan. Unable to bear seeing her so heartbroken, she resolved to confront Zhang Yang under the pretense of having dinner together. During the meal, Zhang Yang drank heavily. Under the influence, he revealed that he'd previously discovered Su Xinyan meeting secretly with a man. Recalling this, Xu Yan suddenly realized that the so-called man was actually herself. She quickly explained, and the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. That night, campus beauty Su Xinyan arrived. Seeing the half-drunk Zhang Yang, she slapped him before returning to his embrace. She employed every technique she'd learned from Xu Yan that evening. When Zhang Yang woke up, he realized the misunderstanding and decided to welcome Su Xinyan back into his harem. As for her family's troubles, Zhang Yang easily resolved them. He drafted a proposal for Mayor Huan, formally introducing the home appliances to the countryside policy. Leveraging government's subsidized low prices, the Su family's appliances quickly became bestsellers, reviving their business. This success made Su Xinyan even more devoted to Zhang Yang. She even voiced sentiments similar to Wu Qiutong's. If Zhang Yang had the capability, she was willing to join him, all four of them together. Xu Yan's union with Zhang Yang felt entirely natural. First, her favorite cousin and Su Xinyan had already been claimed. Moreover, Zhang Yang had indeed grown into the wealthy elite she admired. So, seizing the moment when Zhang Yang and Su Xiaohua were getting frisky, she decisively joined in to lend a hand. In Zhang Yang's recollection, that day was pure excitement. After all, his part was done, and he got to watch the two of them perform together. But the innocent, long-legged girl remained oblivious to all this.
During the summer vacation of 2011, Zhang Yang finally found an excuse to invite all 4 of them on a beach trip. In one of the rooms of the seaside villa, Chen Feifei was deep in the act when she suddenly clenched her jaw. The other 3 girls burst in, marking the first meeting and collision of Zhang Yang's harem. When he awoke the next morning, surrounded by the breathtakingly beautiful women lying naked beside him, Zhang Yang felt moved and decided to turn the events into a novel. As a first-time novelist, his work wasn't exactly popular. He'd barely finished half when it got cut. But the 4 women were his loyal readers. They read his story carefully and realized this guy had been a jerk from the very beginning. Despite the novel's lackluster performance, Zhang Yang's real life gained a new layer of excitement. The 4 women transcribed every steamy scene from the story and performed them live for everyone at night. Stories about the hot spring inn, the investment incident, and the coding error. But what everyone loved most was the fake romance between campus beauty Su and the stunning Chu. After all, it was their first time witnessing such a forbidden affair in real life. Soon, they were clamoring for the girls to perform it. After some hesitation, they decided the 5 of them were already as close as family, so they finally took the plunge. This scene successfully sparked a series of absurd events. For instance, the beautiful teacher and the long-legged girl entwined their legs together. For instance, Su Xiaohua and Chen Feifei, rivals in love, teased each other playfully. And for instance, Chu Daniai and the long-legged girl displayed their deep sisterly bond. The end.